He is a big man, but he sleeps during the day and gets drunk at night. The poor daughter has no one to take care of her and can only gnaw on tree bark to satisfy her hunger. Even if she receives food aid from neighbors, she will secretly sell it to her father for alcohol money. One day, the daughter couldn't help it anymore. She secretly left a letter and ran away from home. The man, at a loss, picked up the letter and started reading it. Dear alcoholic father, Linger doesn't want father to suffer from missing her all day, so daughter is going to bring that unfaithful woman back. Reading the words on the letter, the man's hands couldn't help but tremble, and at the same time, a look of heartache and excitement appeared on his face. Finally left. Linger, for the future of the two of us, father and daughter, I can only trouble you. Ding. With that, a ethereal voice rang in the man's mind. Congratulations, the host's daughter and wife have both run away. System activation successful. Yes, since the man found out that he had obtained a set of the DAP-Mocho sign-in training system, he deliberately gets drunk every day, boasting that he was once the invincible wine sword immortal, only to be abandoned by a faithless woman and lose hope in life, with the aim of making his daughter abandon him and run away from home. Now finally getting what he wanted. The next step is to rely on the system to reach the peak of life. Through the system check-in, he can obtain all kinds of treasures, but these treasures cannot be used by men themselves, only to cultivate their daughters. However, as his daughter's cultivation level increases, his own cultivation level will also improve, even reaching a slightly higher level. He can even perfectly replicate his daughter's martial arts and physique. In addition, he can check his daughter's condition through the system, and even send items to her from a distance. If his daughter is in danger, he can also provide some remote assistance. After clarifying the role of the system, the man's mood became even more excited. As long as I raise my daughter well, I can become an invincible presence in the world. However, when the man tried to step out of the mountain, he was blocked by the system and sent back. Ding! It's too dangerous outside. In order to prevent the host family from being wiped out, the host is not allowed to leave the mountain for 2 years. The man cursed the dog system in his heart. 2 years? Just 2 years? Having a system to remotely check Linger's status has put his mind at ease a lot, and Linger is clever and smart, so as long as she doesn't encounter extremely wicked people, she should be fine. After figuring this out, the man turned and walked towards the dilapidated thatched house, and completed the first check-in of the new system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in and receiving a 100 herb detox pill. This pill can detoxify all the strange poisons in the world. The man nodded after reading the introduction. Indeed a good thing. Ding! Chu Linger is in a hungry state. Please host feed immediately. At this time, the system suddenly sounded an alarm, and the man quickly took out 2 large meat buns and fed them through the system. At the same time, Chu Linger, who was tasked with finding her mother 1,000 miles away, was riding a cow on the road. Lost and anxious, she took her bag off her back because she was hungry. The so-called Qiankuan bag is actually a tattered hemp bag sewn by a man at hand. Every time Linger wants a gift, the man will secretly put it in at night, so she believes it is a magical treasure that grants wishes. Therefore, she brought it along on this trip, and also packed in the universal detox pill refined by her father, powerful hallucinogenic pills, and other things to ensure her safety. Little do they know that this so-called elixir is actually made by men using salt mud and pot bottom ash. I'm so hungry. Chu Linger weakly opened the Qiankuan bag, hoping to find something to eat. However, as soon as the words fell, 2 large meat buns actually appeared inside the cloth bag. There really is food. This Qiankuan bag is so useful. Grandpa didn't lie to me. Linger exclaimed, happily took out the meat bun and started gnawing on it. At the same time, she became even more convinced of the man's identity as the #1 master in the world. At the same time, a carriage in the distance was approaching this way. Your Majesty, 10 miles ahead is the place where Master Hua Tuo resides in seclusion. By then, the injuries on the national teacher's body. The woman in the carriage did not respond, just lowered her head and looked at a yellow ginkgo leaf. Lost in memories, a beautiful smile occasionally appeared on her face, followed by sighs of guilt and self-blame. Husband, I wonder how you have been all these years, and my poor daughter. Just as the woman was immersed in memories, a weak and elderly voice came from beside her. Your Majesty, thinking of him again? The girl immediately turned her head upon hearing the words and responded. Teacher, how are you? This old man is the national teacher of the ice spirit country, a great master in the late stage of the heavenly rank, the sword god Li Chunfeng. The woman is the empress of the ice spirit country, Lu Qingxue. The old man waved his hand and furrowed his brow slightly. The item in your Majesty's hand is the ginkgo tree right outside his door, isn't it? The empress nodded slightly. If the teacher already knows, why ask again? Oh, your Majesty was once in the blunkiest period of her memory when that guy took advantage of the situation and occupied your Majesty's ice-clear body. According to the laws of my ice spirit kingdom, I should have beheaded him. The old man's eyes were solemn and filled with sword intent, but when he looked at the stubborn woman in front of him, his gaze softened a few more times and he could only let out a small sigh. But minister is not blind. When I was picking up your majesty to return to the imperial city that day, I saw the happiness on his majesty's face, which had never been seen before in the past nearly 20 years. Your majesty shared his suffering with him. I can understand that. It's just that I must remind your majesty that with his naturally wasted body, and with his family's status, it's impossible for him to be worthy of your majesty. If you want to be his majesty's man, you must either be a great martial artist who can suppress the ages, or you must have a distinguished family. Otherwise, how can you deter the court? How can you convince the people? Moreover, if his relationship with his majesty were to shake out, I'm afraid it would cause unrest in the dynasty. Now that the current situation is unstable and there are internal and external troubles, I'm afraid that this will also be a disaster for him. And at that time, his majesty is afraid that he won't be able to protect him. I implore your majesty that you must take the greater good into account, and the empire into account, with the people of the world in mind. After the old man finished saying this with difficulty, he covered his chest again as a burst of violent coughing. It looks to be in extremely poor condition. The empress sniffed, a bit tongue-tied. Hesitating for a long time, he eventually didn't speak. 8 years ago, as a princess, she was persecuted by her brother, the king of Jinbei, resulting in disfigurement and memory loss. A year later, after giving birth to her daughter and having her memories awakened, she was secretly taken back to the palace. With the support of the state master Li Chunfeng and the late emperor, she achieved the supremacy of a female emperor. Being an empress wasn't all that glamorous for her. Inside, her brother, the king of Jinbei, is watching her closely, trying to force her to step down. Outside, the three empires of gold, fire and wood threaten to covet it. It can be a crisis, like walking on thin ice. In the past few years, she had been busy purging the dynasty and eradicating the lineage. And do not dare to go back to identify with Chu Mo, even if the letter do not dare to write. Information do not dare to inquire, lest exposure of each other, resulting in Chu Mo, an ordinary person suffered untoward. For 8 years, she could only rely on this piece of ginkgo leaf in her hand to send the couple's love for each other. There was extreme tenderness and happiness on the empress' face as she remembered her life 8 years ago. In his heart, he said, I never liked power. If my husband hadn't often joked that he was motivated to become the emperor's man, would I have returned to the palace to seize the throne? One day, I will pick him up, and I will make him eat the most flavorful soft food in the whole world. Chapter 3, Your Majesty. That girl in front looks just like you. Phew. Just as the empress was thinking about the man deep inside her, the earth-ranked expert driving the carriage suddenly stopped the carriage. Your Majesty, there is a wild girl on a bull riding in the road ahead blocking the way. Dare I ask what to do? Shang Guanyin, a valiant guard with a sword and silver armor, arched his hand at the carriage. The empress frowned slightly. They had hidden this trip from everyone. Moreover, this trip was extremely important, and it was about whether or not she could keep her imperial throne, because the god of swords, Li Chunfeng, is seriously injured. If he is not quickly saved, then the king of Jinbei, who is the royal brother, will definitely take this opportunity to make trouble to seize the throne. When the time comes, not to mention their couple reunion to eat soft rice, may civil and military officials have to come to her palace to eat seat. Don't make a scene. It's just a child. Just tell her to get out of the way. Lu Qingxue whispered through the car curtain. It's your majesty. Shang Guanyin saluted and walked towards Chu Linger in large strides. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Chu Linger also raised that cute little head, her mouth stuffed with buns, and looked at Shang Guanyin as she vaguely asked, Hello sister, may I ask where this place is? After seeing Chu Linger's appearance, Shang Guanyin inwardly set off a huge wave, her expression becoming shocked, not being able to answer Chu Linger. As soon as he rushed back to the front of the carriage he hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, my subordinate has something big to report. This little girl is actually exactly the same as Your Majesty when she was a child. Look, Shang Guanyin was also the disciple of the sword god Li Chunfeng, and had grown up with the empress, so she had naturally seen the empress' childhood appearance. Image of Lu Qingxue. The empress raised an eyebrow and came to show some interest. How dare someone look like me? Go and bring it over. Let me see. A few moments later, looking at the porcelain doll in front of him, tied with 2 small grips of loli, the ancient well without waves of the empress, was actually shocked to stand up, only to feel a throbbing in her heart. Even that Li Chunfeng, who was almost into the earth, sat up straight and surveyed the empress and Linger in amazement. How in the world could there be someone so similar? On the carriage, the empress took the big fluffy meat bun handed by Linger and asked suspiciously, Linger, are you sure your last name is Zhao? That's right, how about it? Pretty sister, isn't Zhao Linger a nice name? Chu Linger's face was filled with a dazzling smile. Pretty sister? Shang Wanyan's expression shifted for a moment, calling the Empress as her sister. This girl was really bold, but the Empress didn't even say anything, so naturally she, a guard, wouldn't say much. And what's your father's name? Why did he leave you alone on the road? And where's your home, so we can take you back when we're done? The Empress frowned slightly, daring to leave such an 8-year-old girl in the middle of nowhere. That's a big heart for a mom and dad. What if we run into wolves, tigers, or some bad guys? Moreover, why did this Zhao Linger look so much like herself? Counting the time, his own daughter should be 8 years old, right? About the same age as this girl. Could it be that? Thinking of this, the Empress's heart jumped violently, a little suspicious, but also with a hidden excitement. Seeing Lu Qingshue's inquisitive family-like stance, Chu Linger's eyes darted around and had a wary mind. Couldn't help but think of the words Chu Mo had once given her. People in the world floating. People say people. See ghosts say ghosts. 3 parts true and 7 parts false. Is the hard truth of being a person. And the prettier the woman, the more you have to watch out for. Because they're especially deceitful. The quirky Chu Linger, in her heart, immediately had something to say. My house, I don't know where it is. I got lost. I rode my family's old ox for 10 days to get here. As for my father, naturally, he has the same surname as me, Zhao, and his nickname is the Wine Sword Immortal. Very powerful. Chu Linger was secretly pleased in her heart. Her old dad said that it is not a bad thing to have a few more vests in the wandering world. Besides, my words are not so easy to catch. Who knows if you are enemies? Listening to this proud words of Chu Linger, the crowd didn't take it to heart, but instead scoffed a bit. Can be as powerful as that sword god inside the carriage? You're still a sword immortal. Are you kidding? The Empress frowned slightly. Her father's surname was Zhao? It seems that I was overly concerned. My husband's surname is Chu. Since your father is so powerful, he should know a lot of martial arts, right? Then why didn't your father teach Linger martial arts? In order to verify the hint of conjecture within her heart, the Empress once again opened her mouth to test the waters, her eyes deadpan on Linger's change in expression. She was sure that the 8-year-old girl wouldn't be able to lie, and even if she did she would be able to spot it. Chu Linger proudly patted her chest. My father is naturally an expert. He will the Sunflower Treasure Tantra, the sword script of pioneering evil, and what else? The 48 Hands of Edo. But practicing martial arts is too hard. You have to do horse dances every day. Linger doesn't want to learn. Chu Linger's small mouth flattened. She had mentioned wanting to learn martial arts before, but after being led by her father in the mountains, climbing up and down a dozen times, and half a day of horse dance, she couldn't move her legs, and never mentioned it again. The Empress and Li Chunfeng Shang Wanyan looked at each other with furrowed brows. They were all unheard of martial arts. And what with this carting martial arts, surely they were some third-rate moves, right? After all, they were all martial arts experts now, and they had seen and heard all the famous martial arts. This Zhao Linger, her father, might have a little strength, but never much. The Empress lost her head slightly, dismissing the bold speculation in her mind. It seems like it's all, well, coincidence. Her father is also not my husband, who I haven't seen in 8 years, because the husband there was no martial arts qualification at all, plus the fact that he had been harboring in the deep mountains and had never left the house. So naturally it was impossible to come into contact with martial arts, not to mention the name of martial arts. Alas, but for some reason, she felt close to Chu Linger when she looked at her, as if she had quite a lot to say. Maybe, because she looks similar to herself as a child and is the same age as her daughter. It was only then that the love and indebtedness to his daughter within himself had subconsciously moved to Linger. Right? What about your mother? Linger, you've been out for so long without coming home. Your parents should be very anxious, right? Speaking of her own mother, Chu Linger's mood lowered a few points, looking less happy. My mother, actually, Linger hasn't seen her mother either. She ran away with someone after giving birth to me. It was my father who fed me with a handful of. At these words, the crowd fell silent. A tactical backward glance. Her father, how cruel. He's really not an ordinary man. He feeds his daughter with urine and feces. Shang Guanyan couldn't help but rub Linger's brain, while the Empress even frowned, her heart aching immensely as she gathered Linger into her arms. She, who had always been ancient and unruffled, actually broke into tears. What? Run off with someone? Damn it! How could there be such an irresponsible woman in the world? All she does is give birth to children. She doesn't deserve to be a mother. If I find such a woman, I will kill everyone I see. The Empress was furious. She had no choice but to put down her daughter's husband, while the other party was born and not raised, but instead ran away with someone. Truly despicable. Chu Linger nodded her head frantically, already showing her approval. Aha! Sister is right. She's really not a good thing. She made my father wait for years and 8 years without marrying. If Linger finds her in the future, when she's old, she'll definitely not feed her and starve her to death. The two women, one large and one small, instantly had a common target of hostility. It's all about raging together against that thin-skinned, heartless woman. For a while, the two of them looked at each other and became obedient. The Empress even sighed slightly in her heart. Her father did not marry for a negative woman for 8 years, but also a kind of infatuation. I don't know if my husband has a second wife. Will he be able to honor me for 8 years? Then Linger, do you remember the approximate direction of your home? You pointed out to sister, and sister will send you home when she's free. It's not safe for you to be out there when you're so young. No need, sis. Father said he wanted me to come out to train, and I have a treasure from father. No one can hurt me. Seeing that Linger refused to say where her home was, there was nothing they could do. After all, they had a mission and had no time to go looking for it. As for the other party's words about treasures, they were ignored by the crowd. Where was there any semblance of treasures inside the carriage? Then Linger will follow sister first. When we're done with our business, sister will have sister Shangguan next to you teach you martial arts, and then we'll look for your home while we're at it. Chu Linger's eyes darted around as she surveyed the Empress' stunningly beautiful appearance. A thought instantly popped into his mind. It would not be easy to find her mother. So could she make friends with her sister and ask her to help her find her? There's strength in numbers. Good AC. Then I'll trouble sister. But Linger doesn't have anything to repay sister yo. But don't worry. When Linger knows martial arts, Linger will protect you. Looking at Chu Linger's little adult-like stance, the Empress smiled knowingly and shook the bun in her hand. It's okay. Spirit has already given something. After saying that, the Empress opened those tantalizing red lips, ignoring the fact that the bun was a little bit dirty, and took a bite. The buns weren't delicate, but the familiar smell in them sent a jolt through her body. This meat bun, why no scallions? Before the Empress could think about it, a report from the guards broke the coziness of the car. Your Majesty, the destination has been reached. Ahead is the valley where Sai Hua Tua lives in seclusion. Chapter 4, Yama's Fury. Despair. The carriage stopped at the mouth of a valley, and the Empress led Chu Linger to step in with great strides. Shangguan Yen followed the Empress with her saber in hand, eyes sharp and alert all around, ready for any sudden danger. Behind them, there were several Xian rank experts, carrying the dying Li Chunfeng in a frame. Following close behind, there is only one cabin in the valley. The side of the wooden house was planted with all kinds of precious and rare medicinal herbs, and when a gust of wind blew, everyone could smell the medicinal fragrance. It gives a feeling of being out of this world. However, when the crowd looked around the valley, it made it seem like a hell on earth. The walled cliffs of the valley were crawling with poisonous insects, scorpions, centipedes, and poisonous snakes all over the mountain, making one's scalp numb from looking at them. Under the escort of Shangguan Yen and another earth-ranked expert, the Empress arrived in front of the wooden house and slightly arched her hand at the tightly closed wooden house. I, along with my teacher Li Chunfeng, have come to visit Divine Dr. Sai. Crunch! With a soft thud, the door to the cabin opened itself without wind. The little girl back then has now become a mighty Empress, while this old man of mine is still nestled in this valley. Come in. Hearing this ethereal voice, the Empress had no qualms about holding Chu Linger as she stepped in, not the least bit worried about the general danger inside. Inside the house, a richly dressed man who looked to be in his mid-20s, a little bit of vermilion sand on his brow, and his demeanor is like a turbid young man, who is sitting in a wheelchair and writing something. One pair of legs were limp, as if they were crippled. This man is none other than the medicine god of the world, Sai Hua Tua. Looking at the flowing black hair and handsome-looking Sai Hua Tua, the Empress slightly arched her hand in a junior salute. Senior is as young as ever. Others didn't know, but as a disciple of the sword god, the Empress knew very well. This divine doctor, Sai Hua Tua, was one of the few heaven stage powerhouses, and wasn't as young as he appeared to be. In fact, he was over 300 years old. The Empress has praised me too much. The old man has already half of his body into the earth, and it is estimated that he doesn't have a few years left to live. Rather, it's the wound on the Empress' face. Sai Hua Tua sized up the Empress as if she were looking at her granddaughter. The Empress shook her head slightly. I'm sorry, Senior, for remembering, but after my master brought medicine back from you, my late generation was cured. Sai Hua Tua nodded, his gaze looking towards Chu Linger beside the Empress, his demeanor slightly surprised. This girl is rather like you. Well, I met it on the road and took it with me. While he was talking, Chu Linger carefully walked over to Sai Hua Tuo's side, and stretching out those little hands, he tentatively touched Sai Hua Tuo's broken leg, and then quickly retracted, afraid of touching the other party. This scene caused Shang Wanyan and the Empress to change their faces as they watched. Although Sai Hua Tuo was calm in nature, he hated it when people lifted his leg, let alone touched it. Just as the Empress was about to pull back Linger with one hand, Linger, however, raised her head and looked at Sai Hua Tuo with that kind and innocent gaze, full of concern. Does it hurt? Pain? It stopped hurting a long time ago. It was born that way. Coming into contact with Chu Linger's concerned eyes, Sai Hua Tuo was in a trance. I don't know what past events came to mind, but I didn't get angry at a little girl. Instead, I got a few good feelings. After all, it's hard to hate a little girl who is delicate and understanding, like a porcelain doll. Chu Linger frowned. Big brother, why don't you find a doctor to look at your leg? At those words, Sai Hua Tuo shook his head and touched Chu Linger's head with a smile. Big brother? It's been a long time since I've heard such a title. Little girl, do you know that old man is 356 years old? As for the doctor you mentioned, little girl, who in the whole world can compare to Lao Fu? Even I can't cure this heavenly crippled leg. Who else can? Ha! Big brother is over 300 years old. Ah, it looks as young as my father, who is over 580 years old. Chu Linger smiled good-naturedly, hearing that the other party was over 300 years old, but her face was not surprised. Upon hearing this, Sai Hua Tuo and the Empress and the others froze for a few seconds before all of them were dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, little girl, do you know what kind of existence over 500 years old is? That has already surpassed the heavenly stage. Ah, it can be called invincible. Where in the world could there be such an old demon, who actually learned to brag at a young age? Seeing that the crowd didn't believe her, Chu Linger pouted and said firmly, but my father, he's really over 500 years old, and he used to be the best in the world. Besides, he's a great doctor too. So great. He can cure anything. Last year under the mountain on Yo's leg, which was as soft as Big Brother's, was cured by my father. Why don't Linger take Big Brother to my dad next time? Chu Linger was careful to be kind. Seeing Sai Hua Tuo's leg in such a state right now, he suddenly felt that he was just as pitiful as An Yo was in the beginning. Couldn't help but feel compassion. Sai Hua Tuo frowned slightly, a pang of curiosity. Ox? Who's this? Just the plowing ox of Uncle Wang's family down the hill. Ah, we call it An Yo. My father cured it with just a few planks of wood and a little bit of herbs. There are several other families with Ah Huang, De Hei and De Goose, all cured by my father. Chu Linger proudly patted her chest. Hearing this, Sai Hua Tuo's head was filled with black lines. You're a divine doctor, and you're actually being compared to a cow? Your father is the veterinarian at the head of your village, isn't he? Seeing Sai Hua Tuo glaring in anger, the Empress hurriedly opened her mouth to change the topic. Elder, children's words are reckless. This time I have come to do something important. Sai Hua Tuo rolled his eyes. She's a little doll. What am I giving her a hard time for? There's no need to worry. She's doing it for my own good. It's been a long time since someone has cared so much about old me, and it feels good. All right, carry that old guy in, leave it outside in the sun and say that I've slowed down the deceased. Sai Hua Tuo waved his hand. Shang Guanyan immediately went out and had people carry the sword god in. Upon seeing Li Chunfeng dying, Sai Hua Tuo laughed out loud. Phew! The guy who held a sword to my neck and grabbed my chicken but at the drinking table back then isn't arrogant anymore? It looks like you're going to enter the earth before me. When the time comes, I'll plow your grave. With this familiar look, it was clear at a glance that the two were on good terms. Li Chunfeng, who was originally going to be dead in the water, seemed to have recovered a trace of strength after being mocked by his late friend for a while. With a cold grunt, he turned his head to the side. Humph! I didn't come to you for you to look at jokes. I came to see the doctor. To see or not to see? Just one sentence. Sai Hua Tuo skimmed his lips. It's meaningless. You've been dead all your life. Your mouth is still hard. Watching the two heavenly ranked powerhouses, fighting like teenagers, Empress Shang Wanyan would smile. Sure enough, men remain teenagers until they die. Having said that, Sai Hua Tuo did not delay. With a twist of the wrist of his right hand, a golden silk thread shot towards Li Chunfeng, wrapping around his wrist. The three fingers of his left hand, on the other hand, rested on the golden thread and sensed it carefully. The atmosphere in the cabin was suddenly so quiet that you could almost hear a heartbeat. Watching Sai Hua Tuo's face gradually become ugly, the hearts of the Empress's few people couldn't help but sink. After a few minutes, Sai Hua Tuo put away the golden thread. Li Chunfeng asked weakly, is there help? The poison has entered the 5 organs and has reached the heart. It's hard to do. Sai Hua Tuo sighed. The Empress frowned. How could a disease that could make even a heavenly ranked powerhouse fall be simple? The current situation is in turmoil. The sword god can't afford to have anything happen to him. Elder, if it's hard to do, there's still a chance. As long as I can cure my master's illness, I can get whatever I need. Sai Hua Tuo waved his hand and said in a grave and deep voice, He's not sick. He's poisoned. Poisoned? A cry of alarm came from Shang Wanyan. Everyone frowned, except Chu Linger, whose eyes darted around. Eyes constantly glanced back and forth between the Empress and Li Chunfeng. This pretty sister seems to care about this old grandpa as well. She was quite nice to Linger, and had even taken Linger horseback riding, so shouldn't she help herself? Father said that a girl's family should be helpful and kind, so that she will be liked later. Thinking of this, Chu Linger inwardly made a decision and immediately reached into the sack and pulled out her hand. Just as she was about to step forward to raise the universal antidote pill her father had left behind, the Empress pulled her back. Linger, don't make trouble. Elder, my master is a strong person at the late stage of the heavenly order. How could he be poisoned? And what kind of poison can hurt him? Seeing that her plan was being thwarted, Chu Linger flattened her mouth and stood obediently beside the Empress. Sidehua Tua frowned and let out a long sigh. One kind of poison can't help him, but what if it's a mixture of hundreds of them, and then it slowly erodes in small doses over time, day after day? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Shang Wanyan, as well as that other Earth-ranked expert, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How is it possible? Who could have poisoned Master? That's something I don't know. But what I can say for sure is that this poison was definitely put down by someone close to him. Old Manly. The Empress was silent, glancing at the extremely poorly conditioned Li Chunfeng, her mind constantly pondering who the poisoner actually was. After a few moments of fruitless thinking, the Empress sighed. Senior, what is this poison? How can I cure it? Sidehua Tua felt out a silver needle and pricked Li Chunfeng's finger, squeezing a drop of black blood out. The silver needle was drawn out and turned straight black. Sidehua Tua took the drop of foul-smelling black blood and put it under his nose to sniff it. His eyes were incomparably grave as he said, "It's not wrong, this poison is the Yin Wang Fury of Miaozhong." At those words, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Even Li Chunfeng was filled with despair. Hades Fury? Is that the poison of the Miaozhong clan? Which consists of 108 kinds of poisonous insects, plus 72 kinds of poisonous grasses, with a toxicity 1,000 times better than that of Crane's Red, and which is said to have no solution. Doesn't that mean that Master Sword God He? Chapter 5, Frenemy Jinbei King, Female Emperor's Life in Peril. No one in the Jianghu knows about this kind of poison. Yan Wang Fu, that is the king of hell to come. All have to drink 9 springs of super poison. As long as the poison, almost no solution, even the heavenly ranks were the same, they would be locked out of all internal energy, and even the deepest feats could not be used for half a second. At the moment of poisoning, males bleed from all 8 orifices and females bleed from all over the body. And this poison, in the world, only the Lord of Miaozhong will match. With this strange poison, no one in the entire Jianghu dares to mess with Miaozhong. Sidehua Tua was silent for a moment before letting out a long sigh, his face having a few moments of dishevelment. Alas, there are too many ways to dispense this Yama King's fury, but if you make one wrong step, I'm afraid you'll never get another chance. A tiny lapse can lead to a huge difference. I have no certainty. Unless I can catch the person who dispensed the poison and ask for the prescription, I can accurately detoxify the poison. After hearing Sidehua Tuo's sigh, Shang Wanyan staggered back in fear. How could this happen? Even you, Dr. Sai, can't do anything? Master hasn't offended the Lord of Miaozhong, so why did he get this kind of poison? Shang Wanyan's questions were destined to go unanswered. The Empress also sighed for a while. The poison that even Sidehua Tua couldn't cure, then no one in the world could solve it. As for catching the person who dispensed the poison, the Lord of Miaozhong was also a heavenly ranked powerhouse, and his poisonous skills were unpredictable. Without 4 or 5 powerhouses of the same level, who could help him? Besides, even if he could capture the Lord of Miaozhong, Li Chunfeng's state could no longer wait. Elder, you think of another way? Senior is too important to the empire. If something happens to Master Teacher, I'm afraid the entire empire will be plunged into deep water. Lu Qingxue understood the importance of sword god Li Chunfeng. This was not only the strongest combatant beside her, but also her and her father's mentor, loyal to the royal family, and without the other party as a pillar, I'm afraid it would be difficult to compete with the Jinbei king in the future. If we lose the imperial throne, how can husband still be the emperor's man? Although husband is very handsome, but we can't let him be the male favorite of the king of Jinbei, right? Upon hearing this, Sidehua Tua remained silent for a long time, but in the end, he shook his head. Alas, how does Lao Fu not want to cure old Manly? He's also a close friend of Lao Fu, and there aren't many people in the world who can say a few words to Lao Fu, but the chances of this are too small. If the medicine is not prepared correctly, it will instead stimulate the toxicity to burst out. I think Sidehua Tua, who boasts of being the best in the world in medical skills, and even fought with that Miaozhong for a lifetime, he poisoned me to save people. I didn't realize, in the end, it was me who lost the battle. The poison on Oldly. If it had come 10 days earlier, I would still have a way. But right now, the poison is attacking the heart almost without a solution. At these words, the eyes of the crowd dimmed for a few moments. The terminally ill Li Chunfeng was even more trembling and struggling. With a bitter smile, he looked at the Empress. "Oh, Your Majesty, there's no need for futile endeavors. I'm afraid I won't live through today. Instead of tossing me, it would be better to give me a bottle of good wine, so that I can drink a few cups with this old undead, and go away in style and pain." Looking at Li Chunfeng in this state, the Empress and Shang Guanyan, several people were in despair, and their hearts were hard to bear. Is there really no way out? I can only watch the State Master leave? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room became incredibly heavy. Sidehua Tua slapped open the clay seal and personally poured a bowl of medicinal wine for Li Chunfeng. The two of them then drank to each other silently. Just as the crowd was despairing, Chu Linger stood out weakly with a blackened elixir in her hand. "That, sister, Linger should be able to cure old grandpa." The moment those words came out, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Chu Linger with disbelief. "Linger, you have a solution?" "Anan. Linger has the all-purpose antidote pill made by father in her hand. I think this measly little poison can definitely be detoxified." Chu Linger answered crisply. Raising the elixir high in the air, she proudly held out her undeveloped breasts, complacency written all over her face. "After waiting so long, I finally get a chance to talk. Luckily, this 300 years old big brother, but also said that he is the first medical skill. Even a small poison cannot be detoxified. Really not ashamed. Look at how low-key dad is. Obviously the best in the world in every aspect, but still won't let Linger report his name." Seeing the black pill in Linger's hand, the Empress Li Chunfeng and several others had a light of hope in their eyes. A few people's eyes couldn't help but look at Sidehua Tua. Sidehua Tua understood and took the pill to have a look. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood and looked at Chu Linger with tears and laughter. This is not a detoxification elixir. It's not even the most elementary elixir. It's just ash from the bottom of the pot and salt mud rubbed together, with some beet juice added in it. Linger, your father, is not only a veterinarian, but also a claymaker, right? The clay balls are quite round. To see his treasure so denigrated, Chu Linger instantly quit, snatching back the all-purpose antidote Dan and flinging it in her hands with extreme preciousness. Not at all. When Linger was a child, no matter what kind of disease she had, it was her father who cured her with this antidote, and her father said that as long as she took it, any poison under the sun could be cured. Sidehua Tua sighed and shook his head slightly. "That's your father lying to you. It cures minor ailments, just happens to be the bottom of a pot of ash that does the trick. The ash from the bottom of the pot is also called Bacchus cream. Although it can be used as medicine, but it can only stop diarrhea or something. It can't cure the poison at all." "Alright little girl, don't make trouble. Oldly only has so much time left. Let old man have a few good bowls with him." Chu Linger, who still wanted to argue, was once again pulled to her side by the Empress. Hopes dashed again. Everyone's eyes, once again, became disappointed. The Empress and Shang Guanyan also scoffed at Linger's claim that her father was the best in the world in both medical and martial arts. This man who is so ruthless that he even cheats on his own daughter is a real piece of work. Chu Linger skimmed her mouth and coldly snorted in her heart. "Now you don't believe in my father's elixir, but when I find the opportunity to feed the medicine into my old grandpa's stomach, you'll surely know how good my father's medical skills are. How about, when old grandpa dies, Linger will go digging up graves to feed the medicine?" Thanks to this idea Li Chunfeng could not hear. Otherwise he must be too angry to die. After drinking a few bowls of wine, Li Chunfeng's state became extremely poor, and his mouth even laughed miserably. "Ha ha ha, to think that I, Li Chunfeng, with one man and one sword, guarding the gates of the country, am now being poisoned, yet I don't even know who the poisoner is. This is truly a great irony. Your Majesty, if it is possible, to go back and please help me to find out who, exactly, around me, has poisoned me." The Empress nodded, an extremely harsh cold light flashing in her eyes. "This is natural. When I find out, I will exterminate his 9 clans, so that he shall not die a good death." When these words came out, Li Chunfeng let out a sigh of relief. As he was about to open his mouth, an arrogant voice outside the wooden house sounded out of thin air. "Ha ha ha, exterminate his 9 clans? I'm afraid, you don't have that chance. Today, this valley is the place where you will be buried." As the words fell, the wooden house was directly overturned by an internal force, exposing the people inside. Hearing this familiar voice, Shang Guanyan was startled and hastily drew her sword and looked vigilantly above the valley, only to see that on the valley, there stood an 8-bearded man with a burly and muscular body that was incomparably domineering. "King of Jinbei? Why are you here? Aren't you in the north guarding the borders?" "That's right, The person who appeared above the valley was none other than Empress Lu Qingshue's own brother, the king of Jinbei, and their biggest enemy by far. Although the Jinbei king was not as strong as her, and the strongest combatant behind her was not as strong as the sword god Li Chunfeng. However, the other party had many families and experts under his command, and his power was extremely strong, so the empress was not in a good position to move him. If you move, the empire's vitality will be greatly injured, and when other empires come to attack, what can we use to resist? What are you doing interfering as a small guard? Do you need to tell me where to go? Get lost. The king of Jinbei was incomparably disgusted and angrily cursed Shang Wanyan. Then he turned his head to look at the empress with amusement. My dear empress, you are surprised to see your royal brother appear here? You guys really made my royal brother look for me. I didn't realize that the race cripple who has been living in seclusion for many years actually lives in such a poor countryside. The female emperor's face was icy cold as she said in a cold voice, how did you know we were here? The Jinbei king's eyes were playful, as if the empress and the others were all birds in a cage. That emboldened look made the cynical Shang Wanyan clench her teeth in anger. What's so hard about knowing you're here? That old immortal has been poisoned. How could he not come out to look for medicine? You guys think you're acting covertly? That trick of concealing the truth from the world can hide it from me? Ha ha ha. Not realizing that all your actions are in my hands. Today, you won't be able to fly. Ha ha ha. Chapter 6. In the end, it's my father's medicine that counts. Seeing the other party's prepared stance, the empress' eyes narrowed slightly. Inwardly, he knew that the king of Jinbei could not have come alone. However, when she looked at Sai Huatua beside her, she bottomed out and couldn't stop herself from coldly grunting. You think that you can take me down just because master is in bad shape? Who gave you the courage? The Bloodsword Elder? Even if you know my whereabouts, what can you do? Although Sai Huatua is a medical practitioner, his strength is not as strong as Li Chunfeng, who focuses on killing and destroying, but medicine saves lives and kills. And the Jinbei king's reliance was nothing more than the Bloodsword ancestor in the middle stage of the heavenly ranks. With Sai Huatuo's power, he was not at all weak against the Bloodsword ancestor. With the close relationship between the other party and Li Chunfeng, how could they stand by and watch? However, unexpectedly, the king of Jinbei laughed out loud, and even gave Sai Huatua an extremely contemptuous look. Ha ha ha, in order to deal with Li Chunfeng, this old undead, and this dear sister of mine, imperial brother, I have made all the preparations. Would I have missed this dead cripple? All out. Jinbei King Lu Ji beckoned, and dozens of silhouettes appeared above the valley. Shang Wanyan and the others fixed their eyes on it and instantly tensed up, their faces becoming extremely grave. For late Earth rank, 5 dozen Xian rank experts, and a mid-heaven rank old man holding a long, blood-colored sword in his hand and covered in a fierce aura. This lineup was almost twice the power of the Empress side. This time, the Empress was meant to avoid the Jinbei King, so she only brought a small amount of power, so as not to make a big fuss for the other party to spy on her whereabouts. Who knows, his whereabouts were finally exposed, and the other party seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, especially after seeing the one beside the king of Jinbei, a 20-something-year-old, beautiful-looking sword-wielding woman. Shang Wanyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Junior sister? Why are you by the side of the thieves? Could it be? When he saw the core people who belonged to his lineup, now standing beside the king of Jinbei. At this moment, the empress and the others were all enlightened, their eyes icy cold. No wonder the whereabouts were exposed. Yang Mushui, how dare you betray his majesty and master? Did we treat you lightly? Master treated you like a daughter and taught you all kinds of skills, and his majesty treated you like a sister, so why did you betray? Shang Wanyan angrily rebuked with righteous indignation. Yang Mushui sneered, her petite body leaned towards Jinbei King, her head leaning on the other party's shoulder, her face full of happiness. You guys have treated me very well, but you don't know that I've actually always adored the Jinbei King, and I would do anything for the one I love, including sacrificing you guys. Since you guys have been so good to me, why don't you, for the sake of being fellow disciples, bless me one more time? Looking at Yang Mushui's shameless appearance, the crowd vomited. Feeling that approaching petite body, King Jinbei forced himself to hold back the trace of disgust in his eyes. He reached out and wrapped his hand around the other party, looking at the empress and the others with mockery. Oh, to tell you the truth, not only was your whereabouts told to me by Asuka, even that old miscreant's poison was given by her. Surprised? Surprised? She's already my king's person, now that the old undead is unable to use all his powers. My dear sister, what will you fight me with? As long as we get rid of this old guy who is in the way, the entire Ice Spirit Empire will belong to this king, so new grudges and old scores will be settled together today. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xinji laughed up to the sky with extreme arrogance. There was not a hint of panic on the cold and proud face of the Empress. Even if the sword god could not work, there was Sai Hua Tuo who was enough to protect herself. Shang Guanyin, on the other hand, was furious, and Li Chunfeng, who was impatient on the stretcher, was even more furious when a mouthful of blood sprayed out. But, sinner, old Li, don't panic. With that measly blood sword, you won't necessarily be able to beat me even after practicing for another 20,000 years. Since you're guests in my home, I naturally have to guarantee your safety, or else it'll get out. Don't I want to lose my reputation? Sai Hua Tuo? Sai Hua Tuo waved his robe calmly and confidently, looking at the bloodsword elder ancestor, who was also in the middle stage of the heavenly ranks, with contemptuous eyes. However, unexpectedly, in the face of Sai Hua Tuo's confident words, the bloodsword elder ancestor actually smiled broadly and took the initiative to concede. Ha ha, that's right, it's true that I can't take you, old ancestor, but, this time, your opponent isn't me. I'm only responsible for killing that old undead. As for you, someone else will deal with you. As soon as the words fell, a sky full of poisonous insects flew in from afar, covering the entire sky. The poisonous insects formed a black cloud, carrying a man covered in black robes and exuding an eerie aura as he descended from the sky. Long time no see, my senior, Sai Hua Tuo. Seeing the visitor, Sai Hua Tuo was like an enemy. Even Li Chunfeng showed a look of despair. Miao Sanbu? You've really gotten mixed up with them. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I, Miao Jiang, have always been a maverick. Will I be in the same boat as others? I wouldn't be willing to make a move against you, senior brother. It's just, they're giving too much. A grim smile spread across the corners of Miao Sanbu's mouth, and his entire body was filled with black mist. Wherever the black mist passed, the trees all withered, and not a single life existed in a radius of tens of meters. It was the Jinbei king and the others who stayed away from him. This kind of expert who makes good use of strange poisons. Anyone who sees them will be afraid. The reason why it is called Miao Sanbu, that's because those who have fought with him, all of them can't walk more than 3 steps before they are poisoned to death. Seeing the opponent's lineup, Empress and the others' hearts sank to the bottom. Even the smile on Sai Hua Tuo's face faded away. Cut the crap. After settling this cripple, I still have to go slaughter his Pill God Valley. If you dare to make an enemy of my Miao Jiang, not a single one of you can be left alive. Miao Sanbu's internal chi was in full force, turning into a black mist from the valley. He leapt down and went straight for Sai Hua Tuo who was sitting on the wheelchair. The internal force transformed into a python and opened its mouth to bite down. Sai Hua Tuo's eyes were solemn and unyielding. Both hands angrily slapped the 2 wheels of the wheelchair, and even the person with the chair directly flew up. Internal energy surged from both palms and transformed into a big, pitch-black cat, battling the lord of the Miaojiang. The cat-snake war unfolds. The two didn't hold back, and fought with great difficulty. With the spray of internal energy, rocks were constantly shattered and rolled down on both sides of the valley. A fishy and medicinal smell filled the entire valley. The 2 super experts automatically moved the battlefield to the sky above, leaving the valley floor to others. Seeing this scene, Chu Linger was shocked to the point where her mouth was wide open, her 2 large eyes written with shock. Oh, my god, you can get into a fight and it's going to break up the world? That the world invincible father. Start the fire should be how powerful. No wonder father never angry. It's also too good. This group of people are fighting and killing as soon as they come out. It's so dangerous. Linger won't die here, right? Pretty sister and that old grandpa, they don't seem to be able to fight. Father isn't around to protect Linger. Father said that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Or Linger ran away? But, pretty sister is really pretty. What a shame to die. And sister Shangwan has been quite nice to me. Not only did she take me horseback riding, she even said she would teach me martial arts. What to do is better. Spirit doesn't want them to get hurt. Just as Chu Linger was tangled in thought, the Empress, with a guilty face, placed her beside Li Chunfeng. Linger, it's sister who has wronged you. Sister who has harmed you. Alas, if sister hadn't brought you along halfway, how would you have stumbled upon such a thing? Don't worry, sister will take you out no matter what. You stay by Grandpa Li's side first, don't run around. After saying that, the Empress waved her hand, and Shangguan Yan and the 24 Xian-ranked experts' internal power exploded, killing the enemy straight away. As for herself, she also rose up in the air, and her aura of the early heaven stage erupted. The body instantly degrees on a layer. 10,000 years of cold ice made of ice armor. Incarnated as an ice female god of war. An ice sword pointed directly at the strongest bloodsword ancestor, as well as the king of Jinbei. The Empress's aura was in full swing, and the temperature around her was lowered by 12 degrees with it. Pretty sister, be careful. Chu Linger opened her mouth and shouted. but her voice was overshadowed by the sounds of the fight in an instant. With her outstanding talent and that powerful imperial chi, the Empress could barely deal with the Bloodsword Ancestor and the Jinbei King. However, Shang Wanyan and the others were facing twice as many enemies, but they quickly fell into a crisis. The situation is lopsided. This looked at Chu Linger anxiously. If Pretty Sister lost, then Linger wouldn't have no one to help me find my mother? This free labor, it can't die. Just when she didn't know what to do, a breathless, angry voice from the side attracted Chu Linger's attention. Damn it! It's really a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. If I hadn't been poisoned, I would have been enough to kill them all with one sword each. Alas, after a long life, I didn't expect to be buried here today. As Li Chunfeng watched the Empress and the others fight, he was both heartbroken and enraged. And there was also a strong wave of powerlessness. Nowadays, he can't even climb up, not to mention fighting, and he can only beep a few words to vent his resentment. That, Grandpa Mouth Strong, if Linger helps you cure the poison, will you be able to protect Pretty Sister? That's natural. The old man's sword Dao is the master of killing. How many people in the world can be compared to the old man? They are nothing but dirt chickens and dogs. Inserting a label to sell soul, Li Chunfeng responded breathlessly. Chu Linger had a number in her heart, and immediately put her hand into her own pocket and fumbled. Humph, let you guys doubt my father's antidote pills. This time it's still up to my father? Seeing that I've detoxified you, you'll naturally believe that my father is capable. By then, Pretty Sister will be a pretty stepmother. At the same time, Chu Mo, who was digging and planting cabbages at home, received a system beep. Ding! Detected daughter Chu Linger in danger, urgently in need of an all-purpose antidote pill. Chapter 7, The Most Strange Poison in the World. It's really been unlocked. The sun shines in the sky and the flowers smile at me. Birdie said, Good morning, good morning. Why are you carrying a bag of dynamite on your back? Chummer sings as he swings his hoe. It is simply easier to live alone without your daughter around. But the land still needs to be planted. Gotta grow more pollution-free cabbage and mail it to my own daughter. Today's Chu Mo, like an old father living in the countryside. What food want to give their daughters? Fearing that their daughters do not eat or drink well. Just as he was digging merrily, a beep from the system suddenly rang out. It startled him so much that he dropped his hoe in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My Linger is in danger? Where is she hanging out? Why do you need an antidote to poison? Is it poisoned? But where do I have any antidote pills? Caring is messy. Seeing his daughter in danger for the first time, Chumo's bouts of confusion were lost. Ding! Didn't the host sign up for an all-purpose antidote in the opening? If you dawdle any longer your daughter will be gone. And then you'll have to practice your trumpet all over again. The system's reminder allowed Chu Mo to regain a few moments of calm. Then mail it quickly. I can still sign in after the medicine is gone, but I won't have a date to start a trumpet without my daughter. That's the only number she can have until her mother comes back. After posting the antidote to poison through the system, Chumo's eyes were glued to his daughter's attribute page for fear that something would happen to her. At this moment, on the other side of the room, Chu Linger fumbled around in her sublime pouch for a while, and finally grabbed a fist-sized all-purpose antidote pill. Yikes! I finally found it. Just this elixir. Why is it bigger than the one father fed me before? I don't think I've ever packed one this big before going out. Have I? Chu Linger flooded with confusion. Looking at the blackened, like a cow pill antidote in her hand, Chu Linger smiled wryly. Linger is small. Every time daddy feeds me he feeds me just one small thumb-sized one, whereas old grandpa is over 300 years old, so the amount should be as large as it needs to be. So, old grandpa, if you eat this pile of cow feces, shucks, the antidote pill, your poison will definitely be cured. By then, it will be possible to save the Pretty Sister. Chu Linger put the antidote down in her hand and tossed it. Her legs bent and squatted beside Li Chunfeng's stretcher, her eyes burning at the other party. Looking at the antidote pill in Chu Linger's hand, Li Chunfeng was incomparably resistant. Sidhua Tua has already said that this stuff is made of pot ashes and mud. What can it do? And who knows if that mud has been left with feces by animals? Who knows for sure if there was any remnant of last night's youth in her father's hand when he pinched the elixir? Don't eat. Even if I die, I won't eat the ashes from the bottom of the pot. If this pot of dust works, I'll myself upside down. Chu Linger skimmed her mouth in disgust. This old grandpa was disgusting. After raising her head to look at the perilously close Shang Wanyan and the Empress, Chu Linger also knew that the situation was urgent. Seeing that Li Chunfeng was unable to move, Chu Linger smiled devilishly. Without any further ado, he pressed the fist-sized antidote toward Li Chunfeng's mouth. Looking at the smile on Chu Linger's face, Li Chunfeng's eyes were filled with panic. The little lowly at this moment was undoubtedly as terrifying as the devil in his eyes. The old man has lived a long life, and at the end of his life, he has to be fed to the bottom of the pot of dust by a little girl? What kind of sin did I commit that I have to suffer such a great calamity before I die? Whoops. The dying Li Chunfeng struggled not to move at all. He could only watch as the gray mudballs at the bottom of the pot were forcefully stuffed into his mouth by Chu Linger, the little devil. Being lying down, the big pill went into his mouth and straight down his throat. In an instant, Li Chunfeng began to suffocate. His entire face suffocated and began to tremble uncontrollably. This scene looked like a surprise to Chu Linger. Effective. My father's antidote pill really works. Look, pretty sister. Old grandpa is in high spirits. The Empress in the distance was slightly disoriented when she heard Chu Linger shout. It was turning back to this opening that the Blood Sword Elder and the King of Jinbei seized the opportunity to force back Li Chunfeng with a palm strike. The Empress wiped a splash of crimson from the side of her mouth and fixed her eyes on it. Only Li Chunfeng's mouth was open and one hand was frantically picking at his throat. Seeing this, how could the Empress not see that huge lump in her opponent's throat? The Empress, who was so cool and collected, couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth and cast a sympathetic look at Li Chunfeng. This is the legendary sooner or later pill? I'm really energized after eating it. A heavenly ranked expert. Nearly choking to death on the occasion of his downfall, it was rumored that the sword god would not be able to secure his evening. But even so, the Empress did not spare a glance at Chu Linger. Only her inner strength was running, ready to slap Li Chunfeng's back to shake the pills out. But at that very moment, the large pill in Li Chunfeng's throat melted instantly. It turned into a holy and majestic energy that continuously traveled around Li Chunfeng's limbs and internal organs. After the Yanwang fury in the internal organs saw this energy, it was as if the locusts had been sprinkled with salt, and it subsided in an instant. The internal organs, which had been colored black by the poison, also began to return to normal. The energy of the antidote pill was powerful and brutal, as if any toxin was nothing in front of this energy. Feeling the improvement in his state, Li Chunfeng was stunned in place, his face full of disbelief. But right at that moment, King Jinbei and the Bloodsword Elder Ancestor killed. Ha. Your Majesty, if you still have any other means, feel free to bring them out. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. In the face of the duo's provocation, the Empress' demeanor was ice cold and she didn't say a word. That noble body, blocking in front of Chu Linger and Li Chunfeng, did not take half a step back, but only looked at the enemy in front of them vigilantly. The mighty sword god of the four directions, and Her Majesty, who is known as the first beauty of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, are going to be buried here today. I don't know why, but I'm actually a little excited in my heart. Don't worry, after you die, Royal Brother won't let your corpse go to waste. Old Ancestor, he likes to take advantage of the heat while it's hot. The King of Jinbei was emboldened to look at the two of them, and as his eyes swept over Empress Lu Qingxue, there was no semblance of greed or pity, much less affection, just disgust. On the contrary, it was the red-haired Bloodsword Elder Ancestor beside him who licked his lips lasciviously, looking at the Empress as if she was looking at the tasty prey. Old Ancestor has picked countless women, only he hasn't tried a female Empress, so he's blessed today. Hissy, Your Highness, being dilly-dallying, Old Ancestor can't wait any longer. Let's kill her while she's sick. Don't have a change of heart if the night is long. The two rushed towards the Empress, just as the Empress raised her ice spirit sword to meet the enemy in mortal combat. An extremely arrogant voice came out from behind her. The old man gave you guys face? Hearing this familiar voice, the Empress had a flash of surprise in her eyes. The two Jinbei kings, on the other hand, turned into shock and their footsteps came to a screeching halt. Looking along with the voice, he saw that Li Chunfeng, who was originally seriously injured and dying, had already stood up. The entire person was as harsh and incomparable as a sword out of its sheath, and the sword aura filled the air, pointing directly at the Jinbei King and the Blood Dagger Elder Ancestor. The two were stunned. How can it be? The old man was half dead just now. Why did he suddenly branch out? Blood Sword, you go and test it out. In my king's opinion, he's just at the end of his strength and is just playing tricks. The Bloodsword Elder Ancestor of the Jinbei dynasty gave an order. The Bloodsword Ancestor frowned slightly, his footsteps not moving at all. That, you, Your Highness, are the main character today? The old ancestor feels that it's better for you to go for such a prestigious event as killing the sword god. How can I, a supporting actor, steal the show? As he spoke, a sword chi chopped at them, and the two of them raised their swords to meet it, but they were shaken and flew out a dozen meters backwards. Feeling the gong power coming from their weapons, the two of them looked at each other and roared towards the sky. Things have changed. Withdraw. Li Chunfeng is the existence of one person to town a country. Looking at the world in the heavenly order of the strongest, are the best. Although he didn't know how the other party recovered, King Jinbei and the Bloodsword Elder knew. With the two of them, they simply couldn't resist this old undead. Not to mention the fact that there was a female empress on the sidelines. This was the might of a late-stage heavenly rank powerhouse. As long as Li Chunfeng was around, no one would dare to act out. As the Jinbei king retreated, the dozens of experts all left the valley in an instant. The Lord of Miaozhong also split the victory with Sai Hua Tuo, each with blood at the corners of their mouths. Humph, dead cripple. The mountain won't turn. I'll see you later. I will definitely come back. The Lord of the Miao borderland vacated the air and left. Sai Hua Tuo and the sword god did not stop them. See the battle fall. Shang Guanyan and the others, each dragging their injured bodies, staggered over, kneeling on the ground as soon as they could. Your Majesty, we have failed to protect the Emperor. We are willing to take the punishment. The Empress slightly raised her hand. Level off. What are your offenses? Return to the palace for another reward. It's just that, National Master. This body of yours? The Empress frowned slightly, looking at Li Chunfeng in a rather puzzled manner. Even Sai Hua Tuo was curious for a moment and grabbed Li Chunfeng's wrist and pulled his pulse. He lost his high popularity and couldn't stop exclaiming with his eyes wide open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That world's #1 poison. Yama's fury, it's actually gone? How is this possible? Chapter 8 Linger. Your father is actually a void-breaking powerhouse? Yama's fury, it's gone? Elder, are you sure you've read it correctly? The Empress and Shang Guanyan, as well as that Earth-ranked expert, were all surprised. A moment ago, Li Chunfeng had been tortured to death, but now he had become so spirited. Is it really good? I may be old, but I can still check this poison. And yes, it's gone. There's not a trace of the toxin in my body. Even the damn poisons left in the body in the past were all emptied. It's simply a miracle. Old Li, quickly tell me what's going on here. How did you get rid of the poison that even I couldn't cure? Sai Hua Tuo was so excited that he grabbed Li Chunfeng's shoulders and shook them frantically. If he could master the antidote to Yama's fury, then the Lord of the Miaozhong would no longer be terrifying. The most important point was that perhaps one might still be able to seek a hint of a breakthrough from the antidote. Being asked by the crowd, Li Chunfeng's gaze also froze for a few seconds, recalling the causes and consequences. It was only then that he looked towards Chu Linger with less certainty. Just now, little girl Linger fed me a very large pile of pot-bottom ash, and then I felt as if my body had recovered quite a bit, and then after that, as you can see. However, although the poison has been lifted, his strength has not been fully restored, and he will not be able to keep the blood sword in Lu Ji. The moment those words came out, the gazes of the crowd all shifted to Chu Linger. One gulped in his throat. Sai Hua Tuo squeezed out a smile. Little divine Dr. Linger, the old immortal's poison, did you really cure it? Being asked by the crowd, Chu Linger patted her chest and patted her sack, proud beyond words. That's for sure. Right from the start Linger said she could cure old grandpa. I also said that my father's antidote to poison, called the all-purpose antidote, can cure any poison. Who made you guys not believe me? It was so dangerous just now, but I gave the old grandpa the biggest portion in order to cure him. The crowd looked shocked, and Yama's fury was able to solve it. Could it be that Linger's father was really the best in the world in medical skills as well, as she had said? Her dad's a hidden superstar? As the toxin was detoxified, the crowd became incredibly curious about her father's identity. Disliked by Chu Linger, Sai Hua Tuo choked on his words for a while. Obviously, when you read her antidote pills yourself, it's just potpourri. But why does it detoxify? That little Linger can you show Big Brother the antidote pill your father left you again? Sai Hua Tuo suspected that he had misread it before. Maybe there's some hidden ingredient in this potion. It could never have been as simple as pot ashes, and her dad couldn't have been a veterinarian. Who would believe that a veterinarian can cure the master poison of the Lord of Miaozhong? Chu Linger arrogantly tilted her head to the side. No give. Earlier, Big Brother, you even said that my father's elixir was rubbed with mud and was of no use. Sai Hua Tuo smiled sarcastically, knowing that he was in the wrong. Ahem. I admit that I spoke a bit louder before. Now that I believe that your antidote pill can cure you, Big Brother apologizes to you. Seeing that Sai Hua Tuo was so obsessed with medicine that he preferred to put down his stature and apologize to a little girl, the crowd was astonished for a while. The Empress rubbed Chu Linger's head and asked gently, Linger, if it's possible, you show it to Senior, so that he can admire how superior the medicine made by your father, the #1 in the world, really is. After this period of contact, the Empress already knew what kind of character this little girl in front of her had. It's just a little smooth donkey that immediately blows up at anyone who looks down on her dad. The Empress opened her mouth, and Chu Linger decisively responded, patting Sai Hua Tuo's shoulder in an old-fashioned manner. Hi, we've been in the same predicament, so I'll give you an antidote pill. Saying so, he rummaged through his backpack and handed over another blackened pill to Sai Hua Tuo. Looking at the pills in his hand, Sai Hua Tuo scratched his ears and looked at them countless times. Losing his high man demeanor, and getting more and more puzzled. That's right, it's clearly potting dust, but why? Seeing this, Li Chunfeng joked with slight mockery. Pot bottom ash? You think pot bottom ash can cure Yen Wang Fury and clear the residual Dan poison from the past? Could it be that your medical skills are not as good as Linger's her father's, so you can't see through this medicine? When I took it down before, the medicine melted in my throat. It was simply better than the effect of a heavenly grade elixir. People like them who cultivate it had basically taken a lot of healing pills and cultivation pills. It is a medicine that is 3 times poisonous, and it is inevitable that there will be some Dan poison left in the body. This kind of Dan poison is extremely difficult to clean up, but right now Li Chunfeng's body seems to be as young as when he was dozens of years old, and the Dan poison is even completely gone. That's what surprised Sai Huatua the most. Sai Huatua nodded thoughtfully. It's possible that some brilliant means were really used to hide the medicinal properties. That's why I can't see through it. This medicine will never be that simple. It's highly likely that it's beyond the realm of heavenly grade spirit pills. It's true that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. I'm going to keep this pill for the rest of my life, and I'll definitely penetrate the mysteries of it. Sai Huatua didn't know that the medicine Chu Linger fed to Li Chunfeng was the antidote pill given by the system, and what he held in his hand was indeed rubbed from the ashes of a real pot. Sai Huatua held the antidote pill like a treasure. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, the Empress turned and crouched down, looking at Chu Linger with doting eyes. Linger, it's fortunate that sister has you by her side this time. You've helped sister a great deal. It's a life-saving favor. Linger, what reward do you want? You tell your sister. Even if you become the little princess of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, your sister can let you be. By the way, Linger, do you really not remember where your home is? Sister wants to pay a visit to your father. The Empress had a simple idea, and it wasn't just that she liked the little girl from the bottom of her heart. One more thing. She wanted to get acquainted with Chu Linger's mouth, the father who was the number one in the world. Upon seeing, with his own eyes, that one mediocre elixir cure the world's most strange poison, the Empress and Li Chunfeng's few people were all extremely interested in Linger's dad, Zhao Wuhu. Possessing such a medical skill, he thought that his martial arts skill would not be bad either. As long as he got on good terms with Linger, it would also be the same as making friends with a hidden expert. Chu Linger raised her head. A treacherous expression flashed across her small face, looking at the Empress a moment of consternation. How is this like a treacherous businessman? Sister, Linger came out so far. She really doesn't remember where home is. Also, Linger doesn't want a reward. Since you said you saved my sister's life, and the potion was made by my father, it's equal to my father saving my sister. And my dad used to say that a life saved should be returned in kind. How about, pretty sister marries my father? That way Linger will be able to be with sister every day, and sister won't have to pay a special visit to my father. Don't you think so? The whole room was in an uproar at those words. Shang Guanyan, who was on the side, directly stared with wide eyes. Linger, what is your father teaching you here? Do you know what kind of existence Her Majesty is? She is. Before the words were finished, Chu Linger smiled and nodded, looking the Empress up and down with those extremely satisfied eyes. Linger knows. I've heard Sister Shangguan call you guys Your Majesty many times, and my father said that only emperors can use the title of Your Majesty, so pretty sister must be the Empress of our empire. Shangguan Yen froze and looked at the other party in confusion. Since you know it's Her Majesty the Empress, how dare you say that Her Majesty should marry your father? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded by His Majesty? Hi, what's there to be afraid of then? My dad used to sweep the 6 kingdoms and was emperor for decades before he shattered the void and came over. I'm the equivalent of spending time with the emperor every day. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chu Linger waved her hand unconcernedly, and her mouth uttered something that shocked the crowd. What? Your father actually swept the 6 kingdoms as emperor for decades, and even shattered the void? Hiss, although we don't know anything about the 6 kingdoms. Things like shattering the void only exist in legends, and even we have only heard of them. In that case, Linger, your father, is really over 500 years old? The crowd was silent. Originally, the crowd had scoffed at such words as shattering the void, but thinking about the beginning, when everyone was also questioning Chu Linger's medicine in the same way, it seemed that Broken Void's words had a few more points of conviction. For a while, the crowd actually stood in awe of that mysterious spirit father. It's a pity that such an expert is not allowed to see it. Li Chunfeng and Sai Huatua both sighed slightly. Seeing that the crowd was so adoring of her dad, Chu Linger was overjoyed, grinning and revealing 2 small canine teeth. Those big eyes smiled into a small moon, curved and adorable. Of course my father is over 500 years old. I, Zhao Linger, have been honest since I was a child and never lied to anyone. How about it? Pretty sister, do you want to consider giving your body to my father? A crying expression suddenly surfaced on the Empress' cool face. Unable to resist, He reached out and knocked Chu Linger's head, glaring at her. Man-child, how old are you? How do you know what it means to marry? Moreover, I already have someone I love. Even if he is ordinary, even if Linger your father is excellent, it's still impossible. Feelings are about love and affection. A trace of tenderness and longing flashed in the Empress's eyes, and she couldn't help but touch the ginkgo leaf in her arms. Husband, when my concubine has calmed down the civil unrest, I will definitely come to look for you, make you the happiest man in the world. Listening to the Empress' words, Chu Linger's eyes dimmed for a moment. So pretty sister has a favorite? Wouldn't that mean you can't be daddy's concubine? Such a beautiful woman. It's a shame. Wait a minute, I think dad said something when he was drunk before. As long as the hoe dances well, no wall can't be dug down. Pretty sister will surely love him to death when she learns more about daddy's good qualities. Thinking of this, Chu Linger smiled sorrowfully. Lu Qingxue trembled. For some reason she actually felt a little cold at her back, as if she was being stared at by something horrible. What bad ideas is the little girl up to again? Since you can't find a home right now, why don't you return to the imperial capital with your sister first? Although your father is an expert and may have left you with the means to save your life, it is ultimately not safe for a little girl to be out there. Go with sister to the imperial capital and sister will make you a princess. Besides, doesn't your father not have any cultivation techniques for women? Turn around sister and Shangwan sister personally teach you. Let you step into cultivation. How about it? Chapter 9, Measuring Talent. Listening to the Empress's suggestion, Chu Linger pondered for a few seconds and nodded joyfully. Father said, the palace is full of beautiful thieves. If the Empress sister can't dig it, Spirit could still retreat and dig up a few pretty princesses or something to go back as a stepmother. Good. Father is already invincible in the world. As his daughter, I can't degrade his reputation. So martial arts must be practiced. Just like that, Chu Linger followed Lu Qingxue and the others, heading towards the imperial capital Chang'an together. With the grace of saving her life before, the quick-witted and lively Chu Linger naturally became the group favorite of the crowd. The reclusive Sai Hua Tuo, at the invitation of Li Chunfeng, also chose to come out. Sai Hua Tuo's heart was like a clear mirror. Since Linger her father was able to resolve the Yen Wang Fury, that medical skill was definitely above him. Sai Hua Tuo. In that case, there was really a chance that his heavenly crippled leg could be cured. Back in the imperial capital, both the Empress and the King of Jinbei ostensibly did not pursue the Pill Valley attack any further. Lu Qingxue was concerned about the overall situation and was afraid of touching the foundation of the empire. And King Jinbei was also afraid of the sword god Li Chunfeng. The two parties were extremely silent, as if the incident had never happened. However, at this moment, Lu Qingxue was stumped by another matter. Your Majesty, never. This is just a yellow-haired girl with no background and unknown origins. How can she become the princess of my Ice Spirit Kingdom? That's right. My Ice Spirit Kingdom has had a rule since the founding of the country that no one who is not the descendant of a meritorious official, or who is not of a clean birth, may be accepted as a righteous daughter, let alone be crowned a princess. And this little girl is not a descendant of Zhongxian. Could it be that your Majesty is planning to destroy the rules of the country set by successive previous emperors? I'm afraid this will cause turmoil in the dynasty and make it difficult to convince the people. During the morning meeting, Lu Qingxue mentioned to the ministers that she wanted to take Linger as her adopted daughter and crown her as a princess. However, he was admonished by several patriarchs, including the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Mandarins, and the Minister of Justice. After a few people arched their hands and bowed their heads, they implicitly looked at the King of Jinbei, who had his eyes closed and his head hanging to the side, as if they were seeking guidance for their next step. The corners of the Jinbei king's mouth curled up as he nodded slightly. Although he couldn't help the Empress at the moment, he could find a way to disgust the other party. As long as one continued to obstruct the Empress and reduce her influence, then one could naturally cause her might to be greatly diminished. Hearing their words and then seeing this subtle move of theirs, Lu Qingxue's face sank. These elders of the two dynasties were originally neutral, but I didn't expect, now they actually got involved with the King of Jinbei? Lu Qingxue's face was as cold as ice, and she pressed her hand. Gentlemen, although Linger is not a descendant of Zhongxian, who says it's impossible to become a princess? If I remember correctly, there is also a clause in the ancestral training that if one's qualifications are against the heavens, they can also be included in the royal family, right? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief at these words. The Ice Spirit Empire had a Jinbei king, and likewise had a Heaven Stage Jinnan king. One south and one north clamped down on each other, and this king of Jinnan, the orphan. However, because of his unbelievable qualifications, he was taken in by the late emperor as a righteous son and invested a lot of resources. Eventually, he was able to break through the heavenly order. The minister of ceremonies on the empress's side arched his hand and saluted. There is indeed such a provision. May I ask your majesty, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you're trying to? The empress nodded. That's right. According to the days, today happens to be the once every 3 years, the day when the county lord's son's natural abilities are tested. I intend to let Linger go to measure the heavenly qualifications. If the qualifications reach the heavenly level, I think that all the secretaries of love will no longer have any objections to this matter, right? At those words, the ministers nodded in disbelief. On the divine continent, natural talent grading was also like strength. Yellow is the lowest, heaven is the highest. And what kind of talent corresponds to growable strength? Let's say Shangwan Yan's natural talent is the late Earth stage. So it's no surprise that her achievements in this life are limited to the late Earth stage. As for whether or not one could break through to the heavenly stage, it would depend on whether or not there were any major encounters or epiphanies at a later stage. The Earth rank was already an extraordinary qualification. 1 in a million. And how hard should it be to achieve the qualifications of the heavenly rank? It's almost impossible. In recent decades, the Ice Spirit Empire had only produced a Jinnan king and a female emperor. The Jinbei king and several ministers from his camp shook their heads and revealed a sneer. The few veteran ministers who were loyal to the empress were frowning as they tried to admonish her. This matter of Chu Linger entering the royal family was a game between the empress and the king of Jinbei. If Chu Linger's qualifications failed, resulting in her not being able to enter the royal family, it would undoubtedly compromise the majesty of the empress. The empress, however, was not the slightest bit flustered. Chu Linger had said that her father was a void-breaking powerhouse. So as a daughter, would qualifications be bad? Let's go. Since everyone has no opinions, then follow me to the testing hall to take a look. The empress rose and walked straight out of the council hall. The civil and military officials followed close behind. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the testing hall. At this moment, dozens of children between the ages of 5 and 10 were gathered in the large hall. These children were very quiet and all seemed to be waiting for something. At the front of the main hall there was a courteous husband who was gabbling the rules of the test. Behind the husbandman, there was a round table-sized 8 trigram stone formation, with a diamond-shaped crystal stone placed in the center of the formation to test the natural talent. Seeing the empress and the other ministers come in, this husband and dozens of world sons and county princes kneeled down and bowed their heads. Greetings, your majesty. Level off. Don't mind me. You guys just continue. I'm just here to see if there are any talents. Linger, go line up. I'll be watching from here. The empress raised her right hand in vain, her face as cold as ever. The crowd had long been accustomed to this icy attitude of the empress, and her majesty was like this to everyone anyway. Chu Linger smiled, and obediently lined up at the end of the line, watching it all with interest. Coming from the mountains, it was so rare for her to see all these things. My fellow county lords and sons, when the old minister calls your names later, you will come up and drop a drop of blood into this formation, which will test your natural abilities. Qualifications represent your future achievements. Please don't be childish yet. Crystals below the yellow rank are colorless. Yellow rank is blue, Shen rank is purple, Earth rank is gold, and Heaven rank is red. After the introduction, Fu Zi placed a few crystals filled with spiritual qi at the foot of the formation without any haste. The crystals were set in place. The formation was immediately activated, and the stone table-sized 8 trigrams formation began to rotate automatically. The scene in front of them made the dozens of world sons and county lords, each of them straightening their heads to see what was going on. Even Chu Linger moved a small stool and stood on her tiptoes, leaping to watch. When the formation was activated, the husband shook his robes and opened his voice to shout, "Line up, one by one." At a command, the dolls began their test in good order. Under the pressure of the empress and so many ministers, even the naughty children were honest. Lingnan candidate's son, blue color, yellow rank talent. Next, Northwest waiting sheriff, purple color, Xian rank talent. Next, as each child was tested, some with good qualifications were happy, while others with poor qualifications were frustrated. It had already been a day since he came to the imperial capital, and Shangguan Yan had introduced Chu Linger to quite a few of the rules of the imperial city. Chu Linger naturally knew what this triennial testing ceremony represented, regardless of previous status within the family. If the ceremony is measured well, the future will be bright. The family's resources are tilted in its favor. And if you measure poorly, I'm afraid you'll become disliked by your family. There were a total of 50 or so people, and in just one bell, more than half of them had already been measured, but none of them had rushed up to the Earth rank qualification. Looking at all of this, Chu Linger's mood was both nervous and excited, and her small hands were squeezed tightly. At that moment, the cold hand of the Empress rubbed on Chu Linger's head, and a gentle comforting voice followed. "Don't be afraid, I'm sure you can do it, and I'll make sure those old men from before have nothing to say. If you dare to look down on little spirit, then hit them hard in the face. Chu Linger nodded seriously. Good. Father is so powerful. Linger naturally won't be bad either. This time, I'm bound to measure a heavenly rank qualification, so that I won't let my sister be disappointed. Hearing the duo's conversation, the Jinbei king on the side, along with that crowd of courtiers, were all showing disdain. How can a chicken still want to fly up to the branch and become a phoenix? Is the heavenly rank qualification so easy to measure? When the time comes, when you little girl tests out the trash qualifications, this king will be able to use the opportunity to hit Lu Qingxue in the face. What a heavenly opportunity. The king will make you lose face today. On the other hand, Chu Mo, after learning that Chu Linger was safe, also slept beautifully for the whole day. When he woke up from his sleep, he touched a yellowed secret book from under the bed and examined it with incomparable seriousness. The hands are also constantly working on a great thing. Chapter 10, Heaven. How could this little girl be so talented? Sitting at the head of the bed, Chummer touched both of his waists in a dignified manner. Spirits are high after turning on the saint mode. Ha 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 ha. As a widow for 8 years, Chu Mo naturally had her own method of cultivation. Young people, I understand. Tastelessly glancing at the holy book, Chu Mo put it away solemnly. The system expresses contempt for the host's behavior. Even the system couldn't look at it anymore. If it wasn't unable to shield the host, it definitely shielded Chu Mo. One look at it contaminates the board. Despicable you. I'm trying to change my luck for the lottery. I remember getting a chance to draw something when I acquired you yesterday, right? What exactly can I draw? Trummer asked in his head as he washed his hands. A lot. Except for Pangu's blood, which can't be drawn. Everything else can be drawn. You also know that nowadays any system is pumping Pangu blood. Pangu is just that one. Where can we get so much blood for the system to pump? After he said that, a large golden disc appeared in Chumo's mind, which was densely filled with countless treasures. What sunflower treasure tantra? 6 chakra divine sword, 1000-year ginseng, blue blood sword, great restorative pill, and so on. Even divine beast mounts, immortal beast pets, and immortal maids. It can be described as everything. It's just that things like fairy maids take up a completely negligible amount of area in the fan art. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So many treasures that you can only draw from the lottery? Chu Mo only felt dazzled. He wanted every single thing. Not necessarily. Sign-in rewards are also randomly received here. Only the chance of getting a rare item from the lottery is higher than signing in. The host has just solved a handful of rounds that should be good. Do you choose to draw? Crap. That must be smoked. Trummer rolled his eyes. With a command, the pointer in his head spun rapidly on the golden disc. Immortal Maid. The Divine Beast White Tiger. UING stop. Old man's first time. Don't smoke me a piece of. Chu Mo roared madly inside. But it's not much use. The pointer decelerated and slowed down, gradually stopping at the words, "Thank you for participating." Seeing this image, Chumo's face instantly turned pale and he couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. Asterisk 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 mudhorse, don't even give me garbage. Want to be so heartless? Before the words were finished cursing, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Chu Linger is about to face her physique activation, so please ask the host to put in a special physique so that her daughter can develop faster, better, and more steadily. Hearing this, Chumo's curses came to a grinding halt. Activating the physique? Where the hell is my daughter hanging out now? Why is she getting more and more advanced? Chumo's gaze, too, could not help but move to Chu Linger's attribute panel. At this moment, the column of Chu Linger's physique actually had the word mediocre written on it. Chu Mo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. We really are mediocre fathers and daughters. It's just as well that we were born without those awesome physiques, and now the lottery didn't draw any either. Alas. What do you want me to pitch with? Vote with what? As soon as the words left his mouth, the pointer, which had come to a stop, seemed to be pushed by an external force. I can't believe I moved forward a hair's breadth this far. Ding! Congratulations to the host. First time lucky draw to obtain a divine body. The body of bloodshed. May I ask if it's issued for Chu Linger's use? What's going on? Didn't it stop already? How come it's suddenly moving? The bloodshed body? God's body? Chumo had a puzzled look on his face. When he read the very long introduction that followed, he was so shocked that his mouth fell open. Hiss, to be so powerful, worthy of being a divine body. My daughter having it is the same as me having it. So a divine body like this is not used. Is it kept to eat dust? Also do today's share of check-ins and send the rewards alone. Ding! Signed in successfully. Obtained a roasted chicken. The item has been issued successfully. The last tester. Spirit. In the testing hall, the husbandman shouted professionally. Just look at its flat expression. There's not a single one of the latter in this class that's any good. It's hard to carry. Being read her name, Chu Linger revealed a cheerful smile and came to the husband with a bounce. "Hello, old grandpa. It's finally my turn." Looking at the little girl in front of her, dressed in hemp clothes and with a burlap sack on her shoulder, delicate as a porcelain doll, the man was in a good mood, and as if infected by the other's smile, he nodded and smiled as well. "Not bad, poorly dressed, but polite nonetheless. Come on, just take a drop of blood and drop it in the center of the array plate." Chu Linger lowered her head, fished out a small knife from her cloth bag, and stabbed her finger with the tip of the knife. A bit of crimson bubbled out of his fingertips. Seeing this scene, the Empress, Shang Wanyan, and Li Chunfeng, who was hiding in the corner in Peking, all cast expectant glances at Chu Linger. How powerful should the daughter born to that kind of powerhouse who can break the void be in terms of her natural talent? Chu Linger dripped the blood according to the husband's words, but unexpectedly, the diamond-shaped crystal in the center of the formation actually only slightly flickered and then no movement. "Old grandpa, what grade of talent am I?" Chu Linger asked expectantly. The husband blinked in confusion. "This, if I'm not mistaken, it should be no talent." Hearing this, Chu Linger was greatly disappointed. How could this be? Why would Linger have no qualifications? This turn of events also froze everyone in their tracks. The Empress and the others revealed expressions of disbelief. A high-ranking person who could unlock the Yen King's fury with a single elixir. But his daughter had no qualifications? How is this possible? No wonder Linger didn't have any martial arts skills. So, it was because she didn't have the qualifications? Seeing that Chu Linger had no qualifications, the Jinbei King and those few old ministers all seized the opportunity to laugh out loud. A person with such mediocre qualifications, it seems that he won't be able to enter the royal family. That's right, compared to these world sons and county lords, the difference is really too far. This doesn't even have the yellow rank talent. At most it can be cultivated to a third-grade martial artist, right? Indeed. It is indeed difficult to have qualifications if you don't come from a great family. And I don't know what His Majesty actually sees in this girl. It's not that the old ministers don't agree with her entering the royal family as a princess, but rather that she herself doesn't compete. Hearing the taunts of a few people, the Empress was unhappy in her heart, and intense killing intent flashed in her eyes. However, several people, being veterans of the court, had an excellent grasp of the scale of speech and did not violate the law. The Empress was not in a position to kill them in anger in front of the 100 officials. After all, the court is not a hall of words, and the emperor is not the only one who makes decisions in all matters, and always have to be concerned about the feelings of the officials. You guys are teaching me how to do things? Don't dare. I wouldn't dare. However, I still want to admonish that this girl has no qualifications, and shall never be His Majesty's righteous daughter, nor shall she enter the royal family. Several old ministers spoke up again at the Jinbei King's gesture, with the Jinbei King backing him up. And today, he also contradicted the Empress so much. They felt that this Empress didn't seem to be unoffendable. Watching them taunt Chu Linger in this manner, the Empress felt angry for some reason and was somewhat unable to control her inner strength. It was as if her own heart and soul had been stepped on a few times, and she even had the heart to kill. Obviously there is no blood relationship with myself. Why, I would care so much about this girl. Lu Qingxue couldn't figure it out, and she was too lazy to think about it. Just go with her heart. Just as she was about to disregard everything and slash them to death with a palm strike, Chu Linger opened her mouth with a stubborn stare. Impossible. My father said that I'm a once-in-a-century cultivation wizard, so how could I be unqualified? There must have been too few drops of blood. I'll try again. After saying that, Chu Linger picked up the knife and prepared to cut deeper again. Just then, a warm energy suddenly surged within his body, constantly traveling between the veins of his entire body. The original blood in his body seemed to be swallowed and replaced by that energy. The energy flowed and continuously nourished her entire body, and Chu Linger only felt her body filled with strength. And looking at the blood on her hands, she actually felt a bit of longing and restlessness inside her, instinctively feeling that the blood would be useful to her. Shaking her head and putting this strange thought behind her, the unconvinced Chu Linger once again dripped her blood onto the top of the testing array. In an instant, the crystals shone brightly. This time the light is no longer flickering, but instead is incredibly long-lasting, and most importantly, light, not blue or gold red, but colorful. The entire inspection hall seemed to be cloaked in a layer of 7-colored haze, and the light shone down on everyone. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked at each other in horror. What's going on here? Just now the crystals didn't react much, but now why have they become colorful again? Could it be, this formation is broken? Or, does this girl have qualifications? The crowd that couldn't figure out the reason for this could only look towards the husband who was in charge of the test. The man was also wide-eyed and confused. Bad is impossible to be bad. This thing won't break even if you guys die. This girl must have awakened some extraordinary qualification. Old me has measured qualifications for hundreds of years, and I've never seen such a glow. What level is this? Everyone wait, allow me to look through the ancient books. Horrified, the husbandman fished out an ancient book from his pocket and rummaged through it in front of the crowd. It seemed to be trying to find the record that corresponded to the light emanating from Chu Linger. The crowd held their breath and waited nervously for the husband's answer. Even the empress, Li Chunfeng, and the others didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Even Li Chunfeng performed a light power and flew over, guarding Chu Linger's side. A few minutes later, Fuzzy found the record and screamed violently. Shock was written all over his face, and he roared with uncontrollable emotion. Found it! Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little girl, is actually of such qualifications. Hiss. Chapter 11. I might have guessed who Linger's father is. Looking at the Confucian old man who was all righteous, he was actually so shocked that his facial features were distorted. The crowd stared at each other in disbelief and couldn't help but stick their necks out. Little fellow, what exactly are Linger's qualifications? Is it not the late stage of the earth rank? Even Li Chunfeng had his appetite whetted and couldn't help but ask. Being called a little one by Li Chunfeng, that husband did not get angry. Compared to the other party's old age, he, who was over 100 years old, was indeed a little guy. Meet the state master. It's not the earth rank. Could it be that Linger is a heavenly rank qualification? Hiss, my ice spirit kingdom has produced another talent. Back then, when His Majesty awakened the ice spirit body, and his qualifications reached straight to the late stage of the heavenly ranks, it could be said to have invigorated the court beyond measure. Now that the little girl also has such a physique, let's see who dares to obstruct her from becoming a royal princess. Li Chunfeng was surprised for a moment and rubbed Chu Linger's head with delight. The love of talent rises again. Surprisingly, however, that husband still shook his head, his eyes gradually turning from shock to gravity. No, nor is it the heavenly rank. Has the state master ever heard of another qualification that is even more powerful than the heavenly rank? At those words, Li Chunfeng frowned, not knowing what came to mind, and his pupils dilated violently. You mean, a qualification that surpasses the heavenly rank and only exists in legends? The man nodded and spread out the ancient book. That's right. Look, State Master. According to the records, this little girl's qualifications are far above the heavenly ranks, because she has awakened a special physique. A physique that has only appeared once in history. The body of blood fury. Hearing this, the civil and military officials in the arena were no longer calm and all of them shrieked. What? The body of blood fury? That's the physique that absorbs a portion of the deceased's power just by killing? And when fighting, the blood fury chi can also ignore enemy defenses and restore one's own internal strength with the help of blood chi. It's simply called a natural-born god of killing. Isn't that the same physique that King Shura possessed 10,000 years ago? The blood fiend body, a physique that only existed in legends, had been heard of by anyone who had cultivated it. It is one of the most powerful physiques under the sky. Compared to other cultivators, they could only rely on themselves to devour heaven and earth aura and filter impurities in order to cultivate. The possessors of the bloodshed body were completely different. They cultivated without any bottlenecks. They just had to kill people and keep picking the peaches of other people's cultivation. This was a physique born for killing, and as long as there was killing, it would never run out of strength. The man nodded numbly and picked up the ancient book and read it word for word. According to records, the last time this physique appeared was on the Shura King 10,000 years ago. The Shura King is both good and evil, and with this divine body, after only a decade or so, he has stepped to a height that no one can reach, and even heaven rank experts can only look up to him. Even, at that time, the 6 ancient countries with extremely flourishing martial arts gathered all the heavenly ordered and earthly ordered powerhouses to besiege them, but they were all swept away by the Shura King in a destructive force until all the experts were extinct. After destroying the 6 kingdoms, he was the emperor for a few decades, and when he got bored, he broke the void and never knew where he went, leaving behind a mess. I didn't expect, today, 10,000 years later, to actually let us see such a divine body again. It's really no regret to die. The man was overwhelmed with emotion. After the crowd heard this, they were also mesmerized and stared at Chu Linger with unblinking eyes. It was as if they were seeing another dazzling new star rising from before their eyes. Chu Linger crossed her arms and raised her head proudly, toward the king of Jinbei, as well as those few ministers who were obstructing in every way. He wrinkled his little nose. Humph. I'll let you guys say that I have no qualifications. I'll let you guys look down on me. Now I have nothing to say, right? My father is so powerful. How could I be unqualified? At those words, the Jinbei king's face turned iron blue, his eyes staring at Chu Linger with a deadly glare. It wasn't good for him that this little girl had gained amazing natural talent. If such a genius wasn't used for him, then years later, he would definitely become a hindrance to them. It must be removed. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to your majesty for being blessed with such a genius. However, I still hope that your majesty will protect it well. Only those who survive to cultivate with success are called geniuses. Those who die halfway are nothing. The Jinbei king arched his hand with a leathery smile and gave Chu Linger a glance with that very threatening look. Lu Qingxue lightly glanced at him. It's not for King Jinbei to be concerned about that. It's your duty to guard the northern border. You, humph. Jinbei King Lu Ji snorted angrily, then turned around and left. Seeing this one king and one emperor tit for tat, the civil and military officials were silent. One eye to eye, lowered his head and picked his fingernails, watching the king of Jinbei leave the scene in anger. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise slightly. Chu Linger had gotten ahead, and she always felt happier than anyone else. As for the Jinbei king's threat, as the daughter of a super strong man, would Chu Linger not have any means of preserving her life left behind by her father in her body? Moreover, how would one stand by and watch the other party to harm Chu Linger? Since Linger has such qualifications, I think all the secretaries will not object to me accepting her as a righteous daughter and crowning her as a princess, right? Lu Qingxue said in a cold voice. The 100 officials did not dare to raise their heads, and likewise did not dare to blow up their thorns again. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations to the little princess! Good! Hundreds of officials listened to the order. Announce to the world that from today onwards, I will seal Linger as Princess Yongle. In addition, regarding the news about Linger's qualifications, if anyone dares to divulge half of it, then don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Lu Qingxue's dragon robe shook as he swept over everyone in the arena with great majesty. That icy cold murderous aura made the 100 officials tremble. They had no doubt that if their group leaked information out to the enemy country, they were afraid that they would immediately be disposed of in pieces. After saying that, Lu Qingxue held Chu Linger and stepped out of the testing hall under the watchful eyes of the 100 officials. Imperial Capital. Sword Pavilion. As the residence of the state master Li Chunfeng, the Sword Pavilion possessed countless formations and the presence of loyal experts. At this moment, Li Chunfeng, the Empress, Shang Guanyan, and quite a few Earth-ranked powerhouses affiliated with the imperial family had all converged here. As for Chu Linger, her nature was too wild, and she had long since lost track of which corner of the Sword Pavilion she had run off to. In the middle of the Sword Pavilion, Lu Qingxue was not worried about this little girl's safety. Gentlemen, what do you think of Linger's talent? Lu Qingxue sat at the first place and looked at the crowd with a serious face. Saihua Tua slightly arched his hand. Such a talent is unrivaled in the world, like a piece of superb diamond. Of course we should cultivate it and carve it well. However, the body of the blood fiend is not the same as normal people's cultivation. Meditating and practicing internal martial arts are useless, and you need to rely on absorbing the power of essence and blood after killing in order to advance. And since the little girl has no cultivation in her body nowadays, I think we should create a hunting ground first. Feed a batch of animals containing spiritual chi in the hunting ground, and when Oldly teaches some basic sword techniques, then let little spirit go in to kill the sheep and deer, so there is no danger and you can gain basic cultivation. When this was said, the crowd thought for a few seconds before nodding approvingly. Elder Sai is right. Even though the killing body is born for killing, it is also fragile before it rises to power. It's definitely impossible to let Linger go out and kill people, so killing some beasts will not only allow her to advance, but also build up her guts so that she doesn't go soft on her enemies in the future. And most importantly, safety. Listening to the crowd's conversation, the Empress turned her gaze to an old minister under her command who was wearing a eunuch's uniform. Wei Zhongxian, the matter of the hunting ground is given to you. Western Factory. I believe you can get it done. Here, Your Majesty can rest assured. It's about the little princess cultivation. My subordinates will not dare to be sloppy. The eunuch, Wei Zhongxian, pinched his throat and answered. As the right-hand man of the Empress, Wei Zhongxian's loyalty and ability to do things are extremely strong. Naturally, the crowd had no objections. Your Majesty, the matter of cultivation has been initially resolved, but compared to cultivation, I'm afraid that the molding of one's character and personality is even more important. As the old minister thought, Linger girl is now 8 years old. The character has not yet been finalized. I thought that when let the state prison those husband, more on her to carry out some character training. In addition, array, medical, military, all aspects should be involved in some. Do not seek to be proficient, at least must be familiar with. So step into the Jianghu or also, step into the court also, so as not to be at a disadvantage. Li Chunfeng whispered thoughtfully. After experiencing his disciple's betrayal, Li Chunfeng had placed an extremely high value on character. Already, the Empress nodded and put the matter on her mind. She certainly didn't want Chu Linger to be a butcher who only killed people. To develop, we need to develop holistically. While the crowd was brainstorming and discussing how to cultivate Chu Linger, The Empress noticed that Shang Wanyan, who was behind her, had some desire to speak, so she asked softly, Xiao Yan, is something wrong? Being asked by the Empress, Shang Wanyan didn't hide it and arched his hand in salute. Your Majesty. After pondering for a long time, the last general may guess who Linger's her father is. Chapter 12, her father was the Shura king 10,000 years ago? The crowd looked aghast and sat upright. Who is it? May tell. Your Majesty and Master. Do you remember that yesterday Linger said something about her father being invincible in the world? And that back then, one man and one sword swept through 6 countries, including Yen, Zhao, and Chu, and became emperor for decades, and then finally stepped through the void and left? Upon hearing this, the Empress and Manhwa Tua as well as Li Chunfeng looked at each other and slowly nodded their heads. Spirit seems to have said that. Why? What's the problem? Shang Wanyan's eyes were heavy, frowning thoughtfully. Your Majesty, when testing the natural talent today, it was also recorded in that ancient book that 10,000 years ago, the Shura king swept through the 6 ancient kingdoms, and also became an emperor for a long time, before finally stepping through the void and leaving this world. Isn't this scene similar to what Linger her father experienced? In addition, the Shura king possesses a blood fiend body. This kind of physique doesn't come out once in 10,000 years, but as soon as it appeared, it was on Linger. The last general was thinking, does Linger have any connection with the Shura king? Or perhaps, Linger, her father, and that Shura king? Shang Wanyan didn't dare to say any more. Upon hearing this speculation from her, the crowd all froze. These words were like a shocking thunderbolt that struck the minds of the crowd. King Shura? Ling's father? Hiss. You mean, suspecting that Linger her father is that Shura king? This is just my subordinate's guess. There is no proof that the two are the same person. Shang Wanyan slightly arched his hand, but the crowd believed a few things, and it seemed plausible. It seemed like two people who were not related to each other, but connecting what Chu Linger usually said, and then combining it with the ancient records. Either way, it seemed to be mapping that Linger her father was the legendary Shura king who had stepped through the void and was invincible. Wait, the Shura king is a figure from 10,000 years ago, and Linger her father is only 500 years old. It shouldn't be possible, right? Manhwa Tua was full of questions. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng, who was on the side, seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze gradually became grave. No, strong people who have reached that level of one person towning a realm. Perhaps, it's not the void that's broken, but spacetime. Time and space? The crowd couldn't stop exclaiming. Is there really someone who can cut through the long river of time? You mean he jumped out of the long river of time and space to the present from the ancient times, and his own age is just over 500? Li Chunfeng shook his head slightly. Not really sure. After closing his eyes and thinking for half a minute, he opened them again, his eyes flashing with wisdom, and said slowly, I've also only heard my master say that martial artists who are powerful to a certain extent can jump out of the river of time. However, it's not certain that Linger's father is the Shura king because of this, but the other party was able to resolve the Yin king's fury with a single elixir. Even you, the divine doctor of the world, can't see through one of his pills, which shows the high level of his medical skill. In addition, for Linger to have such qualifications, his father, even if he's not a Shura king, is certainly a powerful martial artist. It's possible that our every move is under his watch, and he also has the absolute strength to be able to rush to Linger's rescue when she's in danger. Or else if a daughter so young and possessing such strong qualifications comes out to venture into the world, which father can feel at ease? Moreover, I heard Linger once say which martial arts his father knew, like what dragon falling 18 palms and 6 veins divine sword. We have never heard of them. If I'm not wrong, this might be all the best martial arts from the ancient times. Li Chunfeng spoke eloquently. As a national teacher, he was able to assist the king, and his wisdom was naturally not low. Moreover, the other party had a high level of cultivation and had access to information that ordinary people could not access. So what he said was very convincing. What I said is reasonable. If I had such a daughter with great natural talent, I would be absolutely precious, and would definitely be locked up and properly cultivated. Where would I dare to let her out to roam around? Hearing his words, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. One by one, they raised their heads and looked towards the surrounding void. I don't know if it was an illusion, but they seemed to feel that there was a pair of eyes that had been staring at them in the void. But whenever they were to do Linger Girl the slightest bit of harm, I'm afraid that in the next second, there would be a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens that would strike them down. The crowd shuddered and all sat up straight, becoming a little nervous and a little less natural. Looking at the group of diehards under her command that looked like they were sitting on pins and needles, the Empress pressed her hand. You all don't have to be too nervous. If Linger her father is really an expert like that, the better we treat Linger, the more we will be rewarded in the future. Besides, I am also Linger's rightful mother. It's too late to protect her and spoil her. How would I hurt her? In the days to come, I still hope that all of you will bring out your own watchful skills and wholeheartedly protect and teach Linger, so don't let that great god down. At those words, the group nodded in unison. Inwardly, they all made the decision that they must please this girl Chu Linger. To please the little girl is to make friends with the Jedi. The other party's fingers, just leak something out, can let them benefit a lot. Under the devoted deliberations of the crowd, it was finally decided that the best resources would be taken out to cultivate Chu Linger. Li Chunfeng, Sai Hua Tua, and several ministers in the court who specialized in qin, chess, calligraphy, painting and art of war also expressed their willingness to teach each other. After resolving the Chu Linger cultivation program, the Empress walked around the sword pavilion. While talking with Li Chunfeng, he was searching for Chu Linger's figure. State Master, how is your body today? How many % of your strength has been restored? Recently, this Shinbei King's behavior has really become more and more rampant. I'm somewhat close to being unable to hold back. Thinking of Lu Ji's attack the day before yesterday. With today's difficulties, Lu Qingshue's face grew colder and colder. At those words, Li Chuanfeng's wrinkled face revealed a few moments of bitterness. Although the Yen King's fury has been dissolved, there has been quite a bit of damage from the erosion of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels before, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover to the peak. In addition, I don't suggest that your majesty do it now. Don't you want to see who else will jump out? If you want to change the blood, then change it once and for all. Looking at Li Chuanfeng's pale with a weak appearance, Lu Qingshue's sighed. The other side really isn't in the same spirit as it used to be. Could it be that, with elder-sized medical skills, he can't even patch up the State Master? As long as we can make up for the damage done by the State Master, the treasures in the treasury can be utilized at will. By the way, I still have 1,000-year-old blood ginseng there. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sai Hua Tua, who was in a wheelchair at the side. Speaking, it's useless. Old Li is already this old, and once his internal organs are damaged, it's hard to patch up and recover through medication, so the possibility of him returning to the top in the future is almost zero. Upon hearing this, the Empress and Shang Guanyan both had a sad look in their eyes. The other side is the Empire's town stone. I didn't realize, it's late for heroes too. At that moment, Sai Hua Tua seemed to have thought of something, and his words turned again, saying casually, it's not completely out of the question. If we can obtain the meat or essence of the 4 directions divine beasts, then we can prolong our lives. If we can obtain the flesh of the vermilion bird, not only can we make up for the missing life force, but we can also be reborn in a fire, restoring Old Li's internal organs to the state they were in when he was young. However, these divine beasts, the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and Xuanwu, are far beyond the heavenly rank. Where could we possibly get their meat with us? Li Chunfeng and the Empress both let out a long sigh and could only give up on the idea. Can mortals be compared to divine beasts? Even if the entire nation was lifted up, it was no match for an adult divine beast. Just as the crowd was in a heavy mood, they discovered Chu Linger, hiding alone behind a wigwam, not knowing what she was doing. What are you doing here? Spirit? Why don't you go play with the big sisters and brothers? The Empress quietly went up and found Chu Linger holding a roasted chicken and gnawing on it. The scent was so pervasive and refreshing that it seemed to evoke the most instinctive desires. Even an unearthly empress like Lu Qingxue couldn't help but gulp. Hearing the Empress question, Chu Linger raised her head, revealing that face with a mouth full of grease. The grin was extremely innocent. Linger is playing hide-and-seek with her big brother and sister. And Linger hides so well that they haven't found me after a long time of searching. The Empress nodded. And beside her, Li Chunfeng smiled in relief. It was as if he had seen the image of when he had fed, brought up the Empress with a handful of. It's nice to have such a happy person around. Looking at Linger's mouth full of grease, Li Chunfeng couldn't help but open his mouth to snicker. Yo, hide-and-seek and roast chicken? This roasted chicken looks, well, good. And I don't know why, but smelling this flavor makes me feel soothed. As if my internal injuries have been soothed for a few minutes. Linger, where did you get this roasted chicken? Chapter 13. What? This roasted chicken is the divine beast vermilion bird? This is what Daddy just made for me. And it just so happens that Linger is hungry, so she's taking advantage of this opening to eat something to pad her stomach. Grandpa Li, do you want a bite? It's delicious, not stuffed. Chu Linger didn't hide it and shook her precious burlap sack. With those greasy little hands, she also tore a pile of chicken but that she didn't like and handed it to Li Chunfeng. Looking at that fat chicken butt, Li Chunfeng couldn't help but gulp. Although as a top powerhouse, people can't help but have a few vices. Let's say a chicken's ass. It was Li Chuanfeng's favorite, and he couldn't control his mouth once he saw it. Li Chunfeng looked around. When he saw Sai Hua Tuo's playful eyes, again, He forced himself to resist the craving, and with difficulty tilted his head to the side. Grandpa doesn't like chicken but, so why don't we forget it? Seeing this, Chu Linger blinked her eyes. Seeing Li Chuanfeng's stubbornness, rather sweetly, he jumped up and shoved his chicken butt in one hand. Hi, Grandpa Li, don't pretend. Big brother Sai Hua Tua told me yesterday that you especially like eating chicken butt, and I used to think that chicken butt had fought with him, so Linger specially saved it for you, though it was humiliating to eat a chicken's ass in front of this group of disciples and grandchildren, as well as the Empress, and Sai Hua Tua. But the extreme scent coming from under his nose made him so horny that he couldn't control his mouth at all. Li Chunfeng coughed lightly, revealing a loving smile as he patted Chu Linger's head. Ahem. Since Linger requested it so strongly, even if Grandpa doesn't like chicken butt, he still has to eat it. Ah! A bloody mouth opened, and the chicken butt in Chu Linger's hand instantly disappeared. Under the eyes of the crowd that seemed to be laughing, Li Chunfeng blushed slightly and chewed a few times. The moment the flavor inside the chicken's ass was chewed out, Li Chunfeng froze, his pair of pupils widening in vain. His mouth couldn't help but exclaim, asterisk 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 asterisk, this chicken butt is unlike anything I've ever had before. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chunfeng hurriedly closed his eyes and felt the changes within his body. Seeing that the other party could be so intoxicated by eating a chicken's ass, Sai Hua Tua rolled his eyes. What? You didn't wash it? There's still chicken poop, can't you? Then you're in big money. After all, one can't eat chicken poop with a straight face, but those like you who like to eat chicken ass are privileged to taste it. Upon hearing this, the Empress and Shang Wanyan both let out a dry heaving sound, and the two women took a step back in unison, giving Li Chunfeng a disgusted look. At this moment, Li Chunfeng didn't have the time to retort and explain. His body was already undergoing earth-shattering changes. A strong life force was constantly bubbling up from that flat, uninteresting chicken's ass. As the saliva entered his stomach, the magical life force actually continued to repair his severely damaged internal organs within his body, and he felt like his lifespan, too, seemed to be increasing. Although the speed was slow, it was a real life extension, and this effect was countless times stronger than 1,000 years of ginseng. Feeling this change in his body, Li Chuanfeng's eyes widened violently, and at this moment he also understood that the roasted chicken in the little girl's hand, I'm afraid, was not simple. Li Chunfeng took a step forward and smiled fawningly, and with those extremely eager eyes, he stared blearily at the roasted chicken in Chu Linger's hand. Ha, Linger, this chicken meat of yours is just too delicious. Can you give Grandpa Li another piece of meat? Really? Give me a shiver with that bone in your hand? Seeing this, Sai Hua Tua couldn't help but scoff. I say, you old fool are at least a national master. You're not so miserable, are you? Master, you are a heavenly rank expert. Poise. If you can't, let's go back and make a table of roasted chicken. Shang Guanyan rubbed her forehead with her hand, feeling that her master was too humiliated. In the Ice Spirit Kingdom, he was a man under 10,000 people, but today, he actually degenerated to shivering bones in order to eat chicken? At those words, Li Chunfeng froze and looked at Shang Guanyan with disbelief. What do you say? Make a table of what? Burn, never mind. You'd better shiver your bones. Shang Guanyan's words didn't come out of her mouth. She instantly reacted and her pretty face reddened with anger. Li Chunfeng was stumped for a moment and didn't hide it. What do you know? Nothing burns as well as the chicken in Linger's hand. It's not that I, Li Chunfeng, love chicken asses, but this chicken meat can mend my internal injuries and increase my life. The two words of life enhancement, Li Chunfeng said extremely cryptic, fearing that other people would hear. After all, the things that could prolong life were the top heavenly materials and treasures in the entire continent. If word gets out, it's bound to start a scramble. At that, a few people let out a poof of laughter. Especially Sai Hua Tua laughed the loudest. Ha, a chicken's but makes you think it can cure injuries? And prolong life? Laughing my ass off. You're not craving chicken but, are you? Li Chunfeng ignored him and didn't explain too much, but turned his head to look seriously at Chu Linger. Linger, look. Chu Linger looked at the 4 or 5 pound large roasted chicken in her hand, and then looked at Li Chuanfeng's pitiful appearance. A flash of sympathy appeared on her small face. Dad also said that the food in the palace is good. There are a lot of delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and there are 108 dishes for every meal. But Linger was hungry and couldn't even find the kitchen. And Grandpa Kikuchi, he can't even afford to eat a roast chicken. It's so pathetic. Good ack. Linger can't eat that much anyway. Nah, give this wing to Grandpa to eat. Chu Linger pulled off another wing and handed it to Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng took it with a trembling hand, tore off a little bit of meat, placed it under Sai Hua Tuo's nose, and said in a good-natured manner, taste it. Sai Hua Tuo shrugged and opened his mouth in disbelief. It's not like I haven't eaten chicken before. I'm not going to be like you. Not at all. Although he said so, after the chicken meat entered his mouth, Saihua Tuo's eyes also widened in disbelief. This meat, asterisk 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 asterisk. It's true as you said. It can mend the internal injuries of a heaven stage expert. And it can also prolong life. Such a supreme treasure is already beyond the scope of heavenly material treasures. Linger, is this really the roasted chicken your father made for you? Saihua Tuo turned his head and asked with extreme caution. Chu Linger nodded blankly, not understanding why an ordinary roasted chicken made their faces change drastically. Yeah, that's what my dad gave me. And it's freshly made. It was still hot when I got it. Linger, your father, when did he come? Mother even said to pay a visit to your father. By the way, to admire the honorable face of the world's #1 expert. Here, wipe your mouth. It's okay to eat slowly. No one dares to rob you with mother around. The empress stepped forward and squatted down, taking out a handkerchief and, like a mother, gently wiped away the oil from the corners of Chu Linger's mouth. Even if it was just such a small gesture, it made the heart of Chu Linger, who grew up without a mother, warm up, and her eyes flashed as she looked at Lu Qingxue. Is this what it feels like to have a mother who cares? Is this a mother's love? Linger also has a mother now. It's just a pity that godmother is not father's daughter-in-law. No, father didn't come and gave it to me through this Qiankuan bag. This is a treasure that father himself gave me, saying that he got it from his previous forays into the world. And anyway, if there's anything good to eat, father will bring it to me in a subdimensional bag. Chu Linger explained greatly and did not hide it, nor were they worried about being snatched away by the few people in front of them. Hearing this, several people looked at each other. Their hearts shook beyond measure. And a thought bubbled up at the same time. It's actually sending things through the air. Linger's her father had indeed surpassed the heavenly ranks. A few people took a deep breath and suppressed their inner agitation. Old Sai, do you know what breed of chicken this chicken in Linger's hand is? This thing will benefit me greatly. If I can find this kind of chicken, I'm going to raise some in captivity. Upon hearing this, Saihua Tuo pondered for a moment before raising his head to look at Li Chunfeng with those teasing eyes. I don't know what breed of chicken, but I know what breed of toad you are. How dare you even think of captive breeding such wonders? Li Chunfeng was furious. You're looking for a fight, aren't you? Can you talk properly? What's wrong with raising a chicken? Saihua Tuo shrugged his shoulders, his face gradually becoming grave as he looked at the several people and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid it's not chicken. With your and my status, we don't deserve to be kept in captivity. This is practically identical to the effects of the divine beast recorded in the ancient books. The vermilion bird's meat. I suspect this chicken in Linger's hand is the legendary vermilion bird, and it was killed not long ago now. Boom! These words came out like a bolt from the blue. The crowd was stunned. What? A vermilion bird? That's a divine beast far beyond the heavenly rank. How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Besides the vermilion bird, can you find any other bird meat in the world that can heal your old wounds? And any other spirit beast that can contain so much life force? Saihua Tuo had the same horror in his eyes. That was the vermilion bird, an existence that could serve as the divine beast of the country, and today it had actually been made into a roasted chicken. Is the world too crazy? The crowd hated to believe that the roasted chicken in Spirit's hand was vermilion bird, but with the facts in front of them, they really can't argue. Using a vermilion bird as a roasted chicken. Linger's her father, really, what a strong hand. Linger is truly blessed to be the daughter of such a supreme expert. Saihua Tuo and Li Chunfeng looked at each other. The two of them wanted to ask Chu Linger's father if he still wanted a right to son. If you don't abandon me, I'd like to take you as my father. Chapter 14, Terrifying Bloodshed Body. Is this talent? Looking at the roasted chicken in Chu Linger's hand, several people could no longer say anything. The heart's perception of Chu Linger's his father's strength was once again refreshed. However, Chu Linger didn't know what Zhu bird was or wasn't, and only thought that this was ordinary roasted chicken. And the group in front of her was the best that had ever treated her besides daddy, so there was no begrudging it. Father taught Linger from a young age that if you have something delicious to eat, you should learn to share it with your own people. Come, pretty mama, this chicken leg is for you. Sister Shangwan, this piece of liver and breast meat for you. Linger will be full with the other leg, so Grandpa Li and Brother Sai can share the rest of the meat together. Linger sees that you guys like it quite a bit, so next time daddy makes something delicious, Linger will give it back to you. Chu Linger's small hand moved, tearing off the roasted chicken piece by piece and distributing it to the crowd. Looking at the roasted chicken in their hands, several people were unusually excited. This was the vermilion bird meat that even the heavenly ranks couldn't eat, and today they could actually have such a strange encounter? Sure enough, hugging the little girl's thigh was better than any chance. Linger, we ate all your chicken. Your father won't have a problem with that, right? Just as Li Chunfeng was about to put his mouth on it, he suddenly thought of a very serious problem. This was something that Chu Linger's her father had given her, in case she pissed off the other party by eating the vermilion bird's meat. Can we in the Ice Spirit Kingdom withstand a slap from the other side? Chu Linger grinned broadly and waved her hand. Father won't be angry. It's just one chicken. Just eat it without worry. My family still has many chickens. There are about 3 dozen. And my father even goes and catches a little back from time to time. So there's no worry at all about chicken. And you can even have snake meat once in a while. A wave of vertigo went through the crowd when they heard this. Even the Empress had her beautiful eyes wide open and her small mouth slightly open. A single vermilion bird but thrown out could make a super expert like Li Chunfeng crave beyond measure. And the other side has 3 dozen of them in captivity at home? And goes on capturing vermilion birds from time to time? Are all vermilion birds so weak these days? But why haven't we ever seen one? According to Linger's her father's strength, the snake that little Linger was talking about couldn't be a dragon, could it? Hiss. Don't dare think about it. The word big brother could no longer describe Chu Linger's father. With Chu Linger's assurance, the crowd was no longer worried. Chewing slowly, he took a little bit of the vermilion bird meat in his hand and ate it all in his stomach. No bone scraps were spared. All chewed up. After all, it was a vermilion bird, and even if it lost a hair, it was considered an extremely valuable treasure. A roasted chicken was shared, and Li Chunfeng's internal injuries were fully recovered, and he also gained 10 years of young life. What had looked like 70 or 80 had now reversed its youth to 50 or 60, and as a result, Manhwa also broke through to the late stage of the heavenly rank, and the Empress similarly broke through to the middle stage of the heavenly rank, advancing a small realm. As for Shang Wanyan, she had already broken the boundaries of her own qualifications, breaking through to the early stage of the heavenly rank. Although the realm was unstable, it was at least a heavenly rank, a world away from an earthly rank. Li Chunfeng thought that after the remaining 10 years, I could only live and die, but I didn't expect that today not only the 5 organs were restored, but the power was also more exquisite. Nowadays, I am already at the peak of the heavenly stage, and I'm only one step away from breaking through. Li Chunfeng was in old tears. Returning to his senses and then looking at Chu Linger's lovely appearance, Li Chunfeng was filled with gratitude. Ha ha ha, I, Manhwa, have also reached the late stage of the heavenly stage. If I ever run into Miao Sanbu again, I'll make sure that he has no way of coming back. Manhwa was also excited, looking at each other with Li Chunfeng beside him. The 2 old men swore in unison in their hearts. From now on, Linger is my own grandchild. Oh no, that's my little aunt. Whoever dares to touch her, I'll exterminate his 9 clans. Linger, you've done Mother a great favor this time. Because of your roasted chicken, the strength of Mother's side has risen a notch. Going forward, the chances of making a move against the Jinbei King are a few more points. The plan can be advanced as well. Lu Qingshui picked up Chu Linger and touched her head affectionately. Chu Linger also rubbed herself contentedly in the other party's arms. In truth, in his heart, he was mourning for a few people. Eating roast chicken makes you physically better and mentally better? In the past, Godmother, along with a few old grandpas, and sister Shangwan, had to be malnourished to what extent? Or Dad is good to me, and raised me to be fat and fit, just as a few people were reveling in the joy of promotion. The valiant Shangwan Yan next to them seemed to have discovered something. Wait, Your Majesty, Master, I think this roasted chicken might be a reward from Senior Winesword Immortal. For us. Otherwise, 1 second we'd be worrying about Master Teacher's internal injuries and talking about vermilion bird meat. And the next second Linger here would have burning vermilion bird. Is there such a coincidence in the world? It's true that as we guessed before. In fact, our every move is within the Sword Immortal Senior's watchful eyes. Hearing these words, the crowd looked aghast. A few people looked at each other and respectfully raised their hands, bowing into the void. Thank you Senior for the great gift. We will devote ourselves to cultivating Linger Girl. After the salute, several people raised their heads and found Chu Linger surveying them with puzzled eyes. The Empress smiled faintly. What happened to Linger? Chu Linger pouted in dissatisfaction. Mother, all of you have become stronger after eating chicken. Why doesn't Linger feel anything other than her stomach feeling full? The Empress frowned, thinking for a few seconds before speaking slowly. It might have something to do with Linger's physique. The blood fiend body can't be measured by common sense. Unusual cultivation methods are useless, and one needs to engage in killing in order to advance. Speaking of which, the Empress felt that she should let Chu Linger test it out. After all, this blood fiend body only existed in legends, and they didn't really understand it. By the way Spirit, do you dare to kill some small animals? Kill small animals? Of course Linger dares to do it. Father said that children of poor families are early starters, so since I was young, I have been taught to kill sheep, chickens and ducks. Chu Linger tilted her head and replied with a smile. Seeing his expression, he was even a bit eager to try. The Empress and the others were staggered for a moment. Alright then, Linger, wait a moment, Grandpa Li will be right back. Li Chuanfeng's body was like the wind, and he instantly disappeared into the sword pavilion. 10 seconds or so later, another lamb was carried from the sky. Ba ba ba. Li Chunfeng lifted the little lamb in front of Chu Linger. Linger, do you want to give it a try? In our estimation, you should be able to step into cultivation as soon as you start killing some small animals and sucking in some blood chi. Good ah. If we kill it, Linger will be able to cultivate and be as powerful as Daddy. At those words, Chu Linger extremely dryly took over the little lamb, and from his pocket, he pulled out a teeny tiny sharp knife. The knife poofed into the sheep's neck. White knife in, red knife out, without a moment's hesitation. The movements were crisp and incomparably skillful, and the little hand that held the knife didn't even tremble, not in the least like an 8-year-old girl. This scene, watching Li Chunfeng and the Empress, a few that were looking at each other. Soon, though, the astonishing image appeared. As the goat's blood splattered onto Chu Linger's hands, Chu Linger became extremely excited in an instant. With one hand holding the goat cub, he couldn't help but plunge one hand into the spurting blood. Chu Linger's palm was like a water pump, instantly sucking the blood from the sheep cub's body. The image looked a little weird and scary, like practicing magic, but there was no trace of evil in Chu Linger's body. Immediately after that Chu Linger, who had no cultivation, had easily broken through to a first-grade martial artist after sucking blood. Seeing this scene, Li Chuanfeng's few people were no longer calm. Hiss, should this cultivation be so simple? It's worthy of being a legendary divine body. I thought it took us half a month to cultivate to a first-grade martial artist. Even though they knew in advance that Chu Linger's talent was perverse, when the other party was promoted, a few people's heads still couldn't help but feel a wave of vertigo. Compared to Chu Linger, they were simply trash. Chu Linger clenched her fist in delight. Yikes, the strength has gotten so much stronger. It feels so good. Mother, is Linger considered to have martial arts skills? The Empress nodded. There's internal power. As for the moves, Mother and a few grandfathers will take the time to teach you. We still need to think about which ones are better to teach you. Chu Linger was overjoyed and jumped up in excitement. Great! When Linger learns something, she'll be able to follow Father's example of wandering the world. At this moment, Chu Linger seemed to have forgotten about searching for her mother. Compared to searching for that emotionless mother, she felt that it was still this Empress godmother in front of her that was more intimate. It's so pretty. Daddy would love it too. It has to be scooped up. After saying that, Chu Linger flicked her wrist, and in just a few minutes, this little lamb in her hand, carmed cleanly, leaving only pure lamb meat. The movements were masterful. Looking at the pair of bloody sheep's loins in Chu Linger's hand, Li Chunfeng and Sai Huaitua were a tactical backward glance. I was afraid that I would offend this little girl and get my waist cut off. And at this moment of Chu Linger's advancement, Chu Mo, who was meticulously located in the deep mountains, also received feedback. Ding! Congratulations to the host's daughter for initially stepping into cultivation and advancing to first-grade martial artist. The host has gained a rebound, and his current realm is that of a second-grade martial artist. Congratulations to the host. From a small chicken to a slightly stronger one. Special reward, +1 draws. Chapter 15, Conspiracy in the Royal Palace. Phew! Linger stepped into cultivation so soon? Then a father. Am I still far from being invincible? Sure enough, it pays to raise daughters. Chumo sat under the ginkgo tree in front of his house, holding a bowl of rice and eating it with a thief's aroma. It feels like life is so blessed to not have my daughter, a clingy little goblin, around. I don't know where my daughter is hanging out now, but watching her get better and better. Being an old father, he was also much more at ease. As for the system flirting with him, calling him a little chicken, Chuemo didn't care in the slightest. What taunts can't he take with his cheek? After Chumhum had eaten his fill, he washed the bowl and put it away. After taking another piss and washing his hands, he sank his mind into the system and silently pressed the draw button. For non-celebrities, washing their hands before each draw is the last of their stubbornness. I'm afraid. The pointer spun from slow to fast on the golden lottery disc. Chumhum's heart lifted and he kept praying. Immortal maid, demon butler, if you really can't, give me a Deja Ultraman's God's light rod. But, this time the system didn't seem to hear his prayers. The hands gradually stopped. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning top-notch calligraphy in the raffle. Calligraphy? Looking at the rewards in front of him, Chumo's brows tightened. In this world of cultivators, what's the use of giving me this calligraphy? If it was before, maybe I think there's calligraphy I can still teach Linger, but now Master Chu I'm already a second-grade martial artist. Am I far from invincible? Give a calligraphy and you can't poke someone to death with a pencil in a fight? Chumo was disgusted beyond measure. but it's better than nothing. I can't use it myself, but my daughter can use it. A girl's family that reads a lot will cultivate a kind of intellectual beauty, and Chu Mo is still more interested in raising his daughter to be a talented woman, so have always taught their own daughters to write and memorize poetry. After all, he couldn't teach anything else but that. Forget it, just mail this calligraphy skill to my family's linger. As for Grand Master Chu, I'm going to try out my terrifying strength. After distributing the top-notch calligraphy to his daughter through the system, Chu Mo searched for the trial target in front of his house. Now that he had become a second-grade martial artist, he felt countless times stronger and his back straightened. A bit of searching eventually set his sights on the hog pen. The captured boar. Suffer death. Beiji. Chuma rolled up his sleeves and jumped into the piggy bank as soon as he could. The boar was also wild and full of hate for the man who had captured it back. The fangs flung out and charged towards Chu Mo with incomparable ferocity. This man and pig. This started a great battle. Chumo even thought of a gimmick for the fight. Wine Sword Immortal versus Martial Canopy. Unfortunately, though, 10 minutes or so later, Wine Swordsman was vaulted out of the pigsty by a fong and fell on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sure enough, Tian Pang Martial is not to be underestimated. I'm still good for writing and memorizing poetry. Let Linger do things like fighting and killing. Chu Mo climbed up from the ground, decisively gave up the idea of continuing to fight, took a shower and laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Compared to Chu Mo's happiness after his promotion, on the other side, Jinbei King Lu Ji was furious in his own royal residence. Damn it! Damn it! Then why can a random wild girl picked up on the side of the road have this kind of qualification? God's body. A blood fiend body that is rare to see in 10,000 years. When it grows up in the future, who in the world will be able to rival it? Now that the divine body has been accepted by that as a princess, those old foxes in the court can definitely see her value in future, which will also inevitably cause some wallflowers to favor Lua's side. Really pissed off, thinking that today, during the day, he was refuted by the empress in public and made to lose face. Lu Ji was furious. In the royal residence and smashed, and fell, cups and bottles broken all over the place, scared a group of servants into silence. Miao Sanbu, the lord of Miaojiang, and the Bloodsword elder ancestor were instead drinking wine in an old-fashioned manner, not paying the slightest attention to the furious king of Jinbei. Don't look at me. I, Miao Sanbu, am just a guest minister you invited. We are partners, not your subordinates. If it weren't for that pile of heavenly treasures, and Sai Hua Tuo's head, I wouldn't want to get into this mess. Seeing King Jinbei's disgruntled eyes looking over, Miao Sanbu sneered. Lu Jinshi was furious. Took my things. You are so paddling the water? Just as he was getting annoyed, a delicate laugh came from beside his ear. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, your highness. Divine bodies that can't grow are all vanities. My slave has a method that can make the might that your majesty she has built up today disintegrate away, and likewise make that bloodshed body never grow again. The crowd was sidelined, only to see that behind the screen, a woman with a sexy and revealing dress and an incomparably hot body came out. The woman twisted her small waist and stepped forward in style, and her body went limp and collapsed into Lu Ji's arms. This woman was none other than Li Chuanfeng's little disciple who had betrayed him, Yang Mu Shui. Looking at this thousand-pampered woman, a flash of disgust flashed through Lu Ji's eyes. However, on the surface, he laughed loudly and swept over Yang Mu Shui. Mu Shui, if you have any good ideas you can just say it. If you say it well, this king will heavily reward you. Upon hearing this, Yang Mu Shui was overjoyed in her heart, calling out like a boneless cartilaginous animal. She just wrapped herself around King Jinbei. Your Majesty, the slave does not want a heavy reward. Slaves have been solving the king's problems while he still doesn't have a princess. You see, You have promised your slave before that you will definitely give your slave a name. You're a noble prince. You can't go back on your word. I've wanted you for a long time. Yang Mu Shui winks at Lu Ji's body. That winking energy, on the contrary, made the Bloodsword elder ancestor lick his tongue straight. Hearing Yang Mu Shui's words, a cold glint flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. Speak quickly with any plans. Don't delay my king's time. Otherwise, Yang Mu Shui immediately blushed. Otherwise what will the king do? I am willing to accompany you. Look, your highness, that blood fiend's body has not yet grown and is now just an unseen wild girl. It's the right time for us to make our move. We only need to arrange for a few experts to ambush, and then we can easily kill them. By then, without the blood fiend body, that will definitely have a lot less leverage, and with the king and the empress evenly matched, how will those ministers be able to take sides indiscriminately? In that case, the problem is solved. What does your highness think? What did I say? Then the position of the princess. Yang Mu Shui looked at Lu Ji with desire. A pair of fullness constantly squeezing the other, took full advantage of his physical prowess, but unexpectedly, Lu Ji smiled coldly and pushed him away. And a big BB angrily flung at Yang Mushue's face, jerking her out several meters. Nosebleed furiously and knocked out a couple of teeth. Consort your mother's ass. Still want to be this king's consort? A mere Xian rank trash. Don't even look at what kind of goods you are. It's fine if you don't mention assassination. The moment you mention it, this king gets angry. How did you guarantee that you would be able to poison Li Chunfeng, that old undead, in the first place? But what happened? Not only did that old bastard not do anything at all, but this king almost folded in Pill Valley. What use does this king have for you? Now that Wild Girl has become a treasure to the old undead and theirs, holding it in their hands for fear of melting, how could they not put up defenses? You are trying to make the main force under my command go to their deaths. What are your intentions? Looking at the flip-flopping Lu Ji, Yang Mushui covered her red and swollen face, her eyes widening in disbelief. At this moment, she felt like the sky was falling. She was tempted to ask Willow sincerely, do you have any idea how much psychological damage a big biker pocket can do to a beautiful woman like herself? She herself risked her own life and lost her conscience, betraying the master who raised her and the empress who treated her like a sister, just to become a princess and spend her life with this man in front of her. But in the end, it's a basket case? Failing to poison Li Chunfeng meant that she, Yang Mu Shui, had lost her value, and it was simply impossible to be reused with her Xian rank strength alone. For a while, Yang Mu Shui regretted it beyond measure and her heart was filled with trepidation. Your Highness, I have no intentions. That old man didn't die. I really don't blame the slave girl. If you want to blame it on what Yama's fury is not good. Otherwise Li Chunfeng wouldn't have come back alive, presuming to be the world's most strange poison. In order to stay alive, Yang Mu Shui had panicked. When these words came out, King Jinbei and the Bloodsword ancestor immediately shifted their gazes. The pressure was given to Miao Sanbu at once. Miao Sanbu froze. Are you questioning me? If that's the case, I'll let you taste the taste of Yama's fury. With a shake of the black robe, a burst of black smoke filled the air and enveloped the other party. In an instant, the room resounded with Yang Mu Shui's mournful screams. It's a head-scratcher to listen to. Looking at the woman on the ground who was constantly rolling over, wanting to die, the Bloodsword elder ancestor licked his lips. I say, such an excellent product. Your Highness, if you don't want it then let old ancestor me taste it. It just so happens that there's a shortage of hearthpots who know what they're doing, so don't waste it. The king of Jinbei waved his hand in disgust. On the contrary, Miao Sanbu snorted coldly. You can't use this woman anymore. The Bloodsword elder ancestor was stunned. There is still a woman that the elder ancestor has his eye on that can't be used? Why does brother Miao say so? Miao Sanbu faintly pointed at the black mist on Yang Mushua's body, and then pointed at the other party's lower body. With a cold, inscrutable grunt. Because she's been hit with my Hades fury and her whole body is filled with toxins. The Bloodsword elder ancestor came to a sudden realization. You mean, this batch is poisonous? Chapter 16, I'm serious. My father is the best calligrapher. In the end, at the request of the Blood Sword, the lord of the Miaojiang borderlands took in the Yama King's fury. Yang Mu Shui also managed to be taken away by the bloody knife. And this night she was tortured to the point of begging for her life. And after King Jinbei returned to his bedchamber, he didn't go to sleep right away. Rather, men, call Weighing Heart to this king. A command was given, and half a minute later a feminine male walked into the Jinbei king's chambers. This man was his bookkeeper and his hidden, wise man. Seeing the visitor, King Jinbei's gaze instantly became soft and patted the edge of the bed. The man named Weiheart sat straight down. Your Highness, concubine is here. Your Highness looks seemingly sad. The king of Jinbei reached out his hand and wrapped it around the other's shoulders. Oh, it's good to be here. It's still you, Weighing Heart, who understands this king the most. Truth be told, today, the king of Jinbei made no secret of his confusion and told Weighing Heart all about it. The seemingly domineering king of Jinbei, in reality, has an unknown hobby. He doesn't love women, but instead has a slightly unspeakable relationship with his bookie. After listening to the Jinbei king's words, a few winks appeared on Weighing Heart's feminine face, and covering his mouth, he said in that shrill voice, Giggle, Your Highness, isn't it just that you want to make the Empress lose her majesty greatly? The slave girl is willing to advise you. Your Majesty, if we succeed, perhaps, we can even push the Empress off the stage. Not even if we have the old undead protecting us at that time. The king of Jinbei rejoiced. Ha ha ha, speak up, speak up. This attitude was worlds apart from the way he had treated the beautiful Yang Mu Shui before. Weighing Heart covered her mouth and smiled. Look, Your Highness, nowadays all the countries are in strife, and the winds are not in tune with the wind and the rain after the female emperor took the throne. And the refugees in many places have been displaced from their homes. And the treasury is very empty. Simply cannot get the money for disaster relief. In the face of natural and man-made disasters, even if the empress of the female empress they are strong and powerful is useless. You know, an emperor wants to sit firmly in the emperor's position. Just have the force cannot, also need to get the people's heart. Otherwise once the people's heart is lost, then the imperial chi will no longer be available. Without the imperial chi to protect the body of the empress, it is not as good as a ground level. The emperors of this world were all very strong in battle. One person can fight at least 5 of the same rank, and the cultivation speed is all strangely fast, just like hanging on, because they had the help of the emperor's chi. The stronger the royal aura, the stronger the strength, and vice versa. This is similar to the power of faith of those who are religious. As long as the people's hearts are not destroyed, the emperor's aura will be condensed but not dispersed, and the emperor will be hard to be killed unless he dies a natural death. This was also one of the reasons why the Jinbei king did not poison Lu Qingxue, wanting her to abdicate. He could only break down the other party's forces little by little, breaking them down one by one. At those words, a flash of light flashed through the Jinbei king's brain, and he seemed to be enlightened. You mean? Weighing Heart smiled mysteriously. That's right, just as your majesty thought. Since that's the case, why doesn't your majesty use this to make the people of the country disappointed in her, and then destroy the popularity belonging to the empress once and for all? So, that's all we have to do, blah 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 blah. Boo boo boo. After listening to Wei Ying's plan, the king of Jinbei's eyes lit up and his face revealed ecstasy. Good, good. Wei Ying, you are indeed my king's treasure, my king's wise counselor. Weighing Heart smiled imploringly. These few days are just right for us to make preparations. We must expand the state of affairs and influence, so that His Majesty will be roasted on the fire. That's how we can get the maximum effect. When the time is ripe in a few days, we can use the opportunity to strike. At that time, is the Empress still scary? As long as it's done properly, I'm afraid countless people and officials will want to push her down. At that time, with your highness's strength, you only need to follow the fate of heaven, and then you will be able to take her place and ascend to the throne as the emperor. The king of Jinbei was overjoyed, and in the face of weighing the initiative that was not refused, the night passed in a flash. Empress Lu Qingxue and the others didn't know that a conspiracy was coming towards her. After the morning court meeting, Lu Qingxue had the most learned person under her command, Minister of Rites Gu Yanwu, head to Chu Linger's Yongle Palace. As Chu Linger's godmother, she naturally had to do her best to nurture the other party, not just to befriend the mysterious father behind spirit, but more. It was the fact that she genuinely liked this little girl who was full of spirit and was exactly the same as she had been as a young girl. After only a few days of being together, Lu Qingxue saw the other party as her daughter, and this feeling was marvelous. And treat their own daughters, that is not only to learn martial arts, but also to learn all kinds of knowledge of qin, chess, calligraphy and painting. Therefore, Gu Yanwu, who had reached the late stage of the earth stage with his writing, was the best teacher, and there was no one in the entire Ice Spirit Kingdom who was more learned than him. The entrance to the Palace of Perpetual Indulgence. Gu Yanwu, who was dressed in a long robe and exuded a vast and righteous aura, put on a serious expression. He was present yesterday when Chu Linger measured her talent, and he knew how important his actions would be right now. Princess Yongle, the person with the strongest qualifications under the sky, will become a great power in the future. If he teaches Princess Yongle cultural knowledge, then in the future he can go out and proudly say that old man is the best teacher in the world. The back straightened up. Gu Yanwu stroked his long beard and took a deep breath to adjust his state before stepping into the palace. Your Highness the Princess, by order of His Majesty, the old minister has come to teach the princess calligraphy and poetry. I also hope that the princess will get up as soon as possible. Her memory is good in the morning, so do not delay the hour, or I fear that you will make His Majesty angry. Gu Yanwu stood at the entrance to the bedchamber and shouted archly. Chu Linger rubbed her eyes sleepily and couldn't help but mutter a few words. Bummer. I'm exhausted after killing little lambs all day yesterday. I wanted to take a nap. I thought that if father wasn't around, no one would force Linger to read and write. I didn't expect that mother would actually let an old grandpa teach me again. Alas, in the future, when I abduct my godmother back, I'll make sure to let father spank her ass. Well, hit it hard with a stick, Chu Linger said viciously. And after that, she mumbled with a despondent face, but what should be taught? Father has already taught me. What else can I learn? Didn't the old man come here for nothing? Although Chu Linger's mouth was chanting this, she still topped off her drowsiness and quickly climbed up, because her father had taught her many times that she should honor her teachers, and that she must be respectful and honest with them. Your Highness, the slave girls are dressing you. As soon as they got up, the maids poured in, their heads bowed respectfully. The maid's service made Chu Linger very uncomfortable. After refusing the maid's service, Chu Linger quickly got dressed and carried her own burlap sack on her back. After washing up, he followed Gu Yanwu to the study. Hello old grandpa. Chu Linger shouted playfully. Gu Yenwu smiled in relief, and felt good about the little girl in front of him who knew the etiquette. There was no sense of bossing people around on the other side. Your Highness the Princess. The old minister is the Minister of Rights, the person recognized as the most learned in the entire Ice Spirit Kingdom. From now on, it will be the old minister who will teach your Highness the literary etiquette. I believe that with the minister in place the princess will be able to become a generation of talented women. Gu Yenwu briefly introduced himself, sort of giving a good start to this teacher-student relationship. Chu Linger nodded and wrinkled her little nose with a hard face. Teacher, so what are we learning today? When it comes to studying, Gu Yenwu becomes incredibly serious, and his words are filled with powerful confidence. Today, learn calligraphy. Looking at Chu Linger's dumbfounded eyes, Gu Yenwu's mouth curled up and continued. No bragging. I'm not bragging. I've entered the Tao with my writing, and my realm has even reached the late stage of the Earth stage, so I'm an expert when looking at the entire Ice Spirit Kingdom. Among the literature, the old minister's skills especially in calligraphy for the most. Do not look at the calligraphy as not much lethality, but practice to the old minister this point. But you can poke people's spine with the pencil, the vast positive Chia swing. All evil does not invade. Fighting perhaps the old minister can't beat the state master kind of sword cultivator. But then calligraphy. Looking at the whole continent also no one can out of my left and right. I also hope that your Highness to learn. Pay more attention, and strive to get my mantle. Listening to Gu Yenwu's words, Chu Linger skimmed her mouth and even secretly scraped her face with her index finger. It seems to say, the old gentleman knows no shame. Seeing this small action of Chu Linger's, Gu Yenwu frowned slightly, somewhat unhappy. Your Highness, it seems that you look down on the old minister? Could it be that you have another opinion on the old minister's words? Seeing that her small movements were discovered, Chu Linger was startled and waved her hand repeatedly with some embarrassment. No, Linger didn't look down on old sir. But, Linger disagrees with the statement that sir's calligraphy is the best in the world. Gu Yenwu raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Oh, has your Highness seen anyone else whose calligraphy can overshadow the old minister? Oh, I'm afraid there's no such person in the world. Seeing that the other party was so confident, Chu Linger immediately crossed her arms and stared with wide eyes in defiance. Fury argued adorably. Not at all. My father said that he is the only one whose literary skills are unrivaled. And you, old sir, are so shameless as to say that you are number one. Linger has never seen anyone with such brazenness. Listening to Chu Linger's rude words, Gu Yenwu wasn't angry either. What could an 8-year-old little girl know, even if she possessed a gaijin physique? But literature can be two different paths from practicing physical fitness. Being highly qualified in cultivation doesn't mean that literature is great. Has she ever read a book? Even if she did, I'm afraid she's just a small-town problem solver, right? I'm from a family of scholars. I've been a scholar for generations. Who in the world can compare to me in literature? A sense of superiority surged in Gu Yenwu's heart. Really? Your father knows calligraphy too? That's right. My father knows how to play the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry and song, clay tile and hole punching, and jailbreak and upgrade. He knows how to do all of them. And he's the best at everything. Chu Linger proudly raised her head and patted her small chest. Gu Yenwu blinked in confusion. Jailbreak upgrade? What the hell is this? Oh, your father knows a lot. That's right. My father said. Walking in the Jianghu, more skills are not overpowering. Besides, Linger knows these too. Linger has been deeply taught by her father. Chu Linger was like a small adult, her small hand waving quite boldly. At those words, Gu Yenwu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knew that he wouldn't be able to convince this little girl without showing his hand. As for her father, what the hell is he when it comes to literature? Ha. Your Highness, knowing a lot is not necessarily exquisite. Since you said that your father is number one in literature, and you have obtained his true legacy, why don't you, your Highness and the old minister, who is the number one in the world, have a sparring match in calligraphy? How about it? If your Highness loses at that time, don't cry. Chu Linger's eyes lit up, and she crossed her arms to decisively respond. Good. If Mr. loses, don't say you're the best in the world again. My father is. Gu Yenwu burst into a snort and waved his hand dismissively. Lose? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If the old minister loses in literature, the old minister is willing to perform upside-down diarrhea in front of all the officials. Chapter 17, What? The princess wrote it with her own hand. But it has Confucian meaning? Looking at Gu Yenwu's chesty, contemptuous look, Chu Linger playfully spat out her tongue. Sir, playing so big? Upside-down diarrhea. It's better not to, right? It's not good if you lose. Playful as she was, Chu Linger still had a sense of propriety and didn't want Gu Yenwu to lose face. In her mind, What wouldn't her own daddy know? And how could he lose to this old gentleman in front of him? So then they want to give each other a little leeway. But Gu Yenwu is not afraid in the slightest. It is not necessary. I'm a man of my word. And if I say I'll do it upside down, I'll do it. If I don't even have this much confidence, I'm not a Confucian sage after all. Quickly grinding the ink, Gu Yenwu carried the wide cuff in his left hand. In his right hand, he spread out a piece of paper, lifted his pen and dabbed some ink, taking a deep breath to brew his emotions. For some reason, from the moment the other party picked up the pen, Chu Linger realized that the other party, it seemed, had become quite sacred. It looks all righteous and a little unruffled. Gu Yenwu opened his eyes, and with a wave of the wolf brush, he immediately wrote 4 large characters. Each word was strong and powerful, radiating the same righteousness as the man himself, as if it were the light of the righteous path. After writing the 4 characters, Gu Yenwu nodded with extreme satisfaction. Nice essence today. Overachieving. Without saying more, whoever carries this piece of writing of mine will certainly be immune to all diseases and all evils, and ordinary people will be able to avoid 3 diseases and 2 pains. Gu Yenwu gently blew on the ink and placed the words in front of Chu Linger. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and there were a few moments of complacency in his heart. You can't handle this little girl? When the princess sees the old minister's literary prowess, she will surely realize how much of a gap exists between the old minister and her father. When the time comes, as a courtier, the old man will give a step for the princess to come down. In that case, are you afraid that the princess won't follow my husband and learn well? This future teacher of the #1 expert, old man is determined to be the teacher. No one can stop it. Hasn't the princess received your father's authenticity? Then, princess, take a look at these 4 words of my husband. How are they written? Chu Linger fixed her eyes on it. A look of confusion flashed across his face, and in his heart, he couldn't help but say, this old gentleman's handwriting is so scribbly. Looking at Gu Yenwu's snarky eyes, Chu Linger coughed lightly and replied with her small hands behind her back in a pretentious manner. Well, this women's treasure is written okay. Also the paper is very white. Much better than my yellow paper. It's just that the handwriting is so scribbled. It's not even close to my dad's. Upon hearing this, Gu Yenwu's old face darkened, nearly spewing out a mouthful of blood. Princess, this is being at home. You don't recognize the lines, do you? The smile on Chu Linger's face instantly froze. Looking at the scribbled words in front of her, she felt, seems kinda like a home away from home. Oops, I almost embarrassed dad myself. However, Chu Linger, who had inherited Chumo's thick skin, naturally wouldn't admit that she didn't recognize these words. With a small hand, he said proudly, How could I not know the words? It's just that, your writing of these words is a little less meaningful than what my father taught me. Gu Yenwu was an important court official with a high position of power, and he had seen a lot of people of all shapes and sizes. How could one not see through Chu Linger's desire to cover up? Gu Yenwu smiled. Oh, since your highness feels that I can't write well, then I hope that the princess will not begrudge me and also write a few words for me to see? Chu Linger picked up the wolf hair brush in defiance and gently wrinkled her nose at Gu Yenwu. Humph, who's afraid of who? Just right. Linger isn't afraid of you. Daddy is invincible. The calligraphy he teaches is naturally invincible too. Linger came out to venture into the world, but she won't disgrace her father. When he said that, he was ready to put pen to paper. Right at this moment, Chu Linger stiffened, and a faint light suddenly blossomed from her body. A tone faintly rang in his head. Your express delivery of top calligraphy has been delivered. Chu Linger shook her head, pushing the inexplicable voice out of her head. For some reason, from this moment onwards, Chu Linger felt as if she was extremely familiar with any word, and there's a vague inner desire to write more words. Chu Linger casually waved her small hand. The pen strokes and writes a single black letter on the paper. Looking at the Chu Linger who was writing in a serious manner, Gu Yenwu couldn't help but smile. This girl, she looks like that, but she doesn't even know the words bingo, so how can she write anything? Gu Yenwu shook his head and looked over in disbelief, but just as his eyes came into contact with a corner of that paper, Gu Yenwu's face changed dramatically. The old body was even more shaken. At this moment, he only felt an extremely terrifying vast chi that was lashing out at him. His heart couldn't be suppressed and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. But, what's going on here? I was actually injured by the Haoran chi. Gu Yenwu staggered back several steps before he could barely stabilize himself. Not bothering to check for injuries, his eyes turned. Against that appalling feeling of terror, Gu Yenwu covered his chest and forced himself to brace his body. Once again looking at the paper in front of Chu Linger, when he saw the source that had injured him, Gu Yenwu's eyes filled with horror and he roared lowly in disbelief. This is actually Rui. Looking at the paper emanating that vast righteousness that had almost condensed into substance, How could Gu Yanwu not know what this was? At the moment his mind was in shock. Rui, that's the stuff of legends. Not to mention him, even his already ancient master, the great Confucian scholar Kongiji, who was an orthodox heir of the Confucian way and a peak strength of the heavenly rank, had failed to make contact. Only a draconic rank powerhouse who had penetrated the true meaning of Confucianism and cultivated Confucianism to the heavenly rank or above could possess a trace of Confucianism. The reason why he, Gu Yanwu, knew about Confucianism was that he still felt a hint of Confucianism from the Confucian treasures when he inherited them, the great canon of Haoren. But compared to the Confucianism emanating from the white paper in front of him, it is simply the white moon and the firefly. Hiss! Gu Yanwu sucked in a breath of cool air. Right at this moment, Chu Linger put her pen down and blew on the ink in a rather satisfied manner. Yikes! Father was right. It's true that practice makes perfect. Linger's writing looks much better now. As Chu Linger retracted her brush, that Confucian intent became even more massive. Gu Yanwu felt as if he had become a flatboat in the sea, could be swallowed at any time. Is this something an 8-year-old could write? Looking at Chu Linger's cheerful appearance, he couldn't help but wonder. Your Highness, may I see what you have written? Gu Yanwu changed from his previous arrogance and became somewhat formal, no longer daring to underestimate Chu Linger. In academics, the achievers come first. Based on this stream of Confucianism alone, Gu Yanwu knew that he was no match at all. Right now, he couldn't care less about the bet. He only wanted to see what the other party had written to give birth to such a strong Confucianism. If he doesn't see it, I'm afraid he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Chu Linger smiled and nodded, rather generously handing over the paper she had written. Gu Yanwu's expression was solemn, like a pilgrimage, solemnly stretching out those trembling hands and carefully accepting it. Looking down, there were only 7 large letters in the eye. If you hear the word in the morning, you can die in the evening. The font is not as dazzling and elegant as cursive running script, but rather like a gentleman. Upright. Just 7 words made Gu Yanwu feel that this was even more in line with what Confucianism had learned than the Haoren canon that he had passed down from Confucianism. Is it possible to die in the morning and die in the evening? Gu Yanwu looked at Chu Linger's words and muttered and repeated them several times. Suddenly, there was then a thunderclap in his head. Immediately afterward, the silhouette of an old man with a scroll in his hand and a spandex scarf on his head, his body filled with Confucianism as well as a vast and righteous aura, appeared in his mind. That great and tall figure. Gu Yanwu was certain that he had not seen it before, but for some reason inwardly he wanted to kneel and worship. This might was stronger than any Confucian ancestor he had ever seen. The old man in his mind slowly opened his eyes, his left hand slightly raised, and a vast Confucian intent surged towards Gu Yanwu. At this moment, Gu Yanwu only felt as if the sky was crumbling, and his entire back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He was so scared that he hurriedly put away the paper, not daring to look at it again. Gu Yanwu gasped for air and patted his chest in hindsight. This scene also looked curious to Chu Linger. What's wrong with you, old man? Looking at the little lowly in front of him, Gu Yanwu couldn't calm his heart for a long time, and his mind was full of that old man who was full of Confucianism. Who the hell is this? After a long period of calm, Gu Yanwu slowed down. I just wanted to speak, but I realized that when I raised my hands and threw my feet, I even brought a hint of Confucianism. And what surprised him even more was that he had actually broken through the late stage of the earth rank and successfully stepped into the heaven rank cultivation. Gu Yanwu stayed where he was. One must know that the earth stage and the heaven stage were watersheds, and it was impossible for his qualifications to break through the heaven stage in this life. Unexpectedly, just because of a word from Princess Yangla, he actually broke the barrier in a few breaths and became a heavenly rank powerhouse. Feeling the rich and righteous qi within his body, Gu Yanwu stood in awe, and with old tears in his eyes, he bowed his hand to Chu Linger. I didn't expect the princess's calligraphy attainments to be as high as this. Then your father's attainments. How strong it should be. This old minister's glowing fire even attempts to compete with the white moon. It's really out of his depth. Thank you, princess, for rewarding the opportunity. The old minister is grateful. Chapter 18. The true meaning of Confucianism turns out to be the whirling dervishes. Gu Yanwu was convinced. How old was Princess Linger? A mere 8 years old. But he was taught by his father to be such a horrible being that he could give life to a lettering with a single stroke of his hand. Then her father's literary strength, how terrifying should it be? Also, why does the princess understand Confucianism? And who is that old man? A series of questions appeared in Gu Yanwu's mind. Watching Gu Yanwu kowtow, Chu Linger was startled and hurriedly jumped to the side to help him up. The old gentleman has discounted Linger. If father knew that an old man was worshipping me, he would have to break my legs. Mister, get up. Gu Yanwu was ashamed. Kneeling on the ground and not moving, no matter how Chu Linger pulled is not to rise. I do not dare to get up. The old minister previously belittled your father and the princess. And now I am not very frightened. The only way to atone for a single sin is to kneel long. Chu Linger rubbed her forehead with her hand. It's fine. My father's good temper won't count. And Linger won't count either. It was only under Chu Linger's constant persuasion that Gu Yanwu let out a long sigh and stood up trembling. Looking at Gu Yanwu's respectful eyes, Chu Linger was fidgety. How could she not feel barfy? Old sir, you just said that I gave you the chance? What does that mean? Seeing Chu Linger's incomprehension, Gu Yanwu arched his hand and immediately explained in a pleasant manner, telling Chu Linger about the virtual shadow she had seen earlier. Chu Linger blinked. Are you saying that you broke through because you read my words and saw an old man older than you in the painting? Gu Yanwu nodded. That's right. That's exactly what it is. I just don't know who the saint is. Moreover, I also don't know where this saying that one can die at the same time as one hears the way comes from. I feel that this phrase is more suitable for Confucianism than the great canon of Hao Ran Zheng Qi. In addition, Your Highness, this font gives people a feeling of vastness. Being a person should be like this font, general end to end. At those words, Chu Linger subconsciously followed his father's past stance, showing an inscrutable expression and waving his hand in disbelief. Hi, no surprise there. Dad actually taught me that phrase, he said, from the whirligig. The font was also taught by Dad, who said it was some kind of block lettering that he had created himself. As for that old man, that spirit doesn't know. Hearing this, Gu Yanwu's eyes lit up. With solemn respect, he made another deep bow to the void. A good block letter. As for this whirligig, it should also be your father's own creation, right? Otherwise, with my old minister's insight, why have I never heard of it? Your father is a great talent. He is really a high person of the Confucian way, and he is enough to be the ancestor of the Confucian way. The old minister has the audacity to make some guesses as to the meaning of this, to know the way in the morning and to die in the evening. But, knowing all the laws and truths of heaven and earth, even if you will die at night, you have no regrets. Gu Yanwu raised his head and stared at Chu Linger with those inquisitive eyes. He felt that with his own attainments in Confucianism and Taoism, he should be able to understand these words. But unexpectedly, Chu Linger smiled and waved her hand. No, father used to teach me otherwise, he said. If anyone offended him, then in the morning you know the way to your house, and at night you come down the road and beat you to death. Gu Yanwu's face stiffened and he froze. Isn't this Confucianism and Taoism? Aren't you pursuing the Tao? Why does it feel like this high person is a bit unorthodox? Really? Don't we Confucians emphasize convincing people with virtue? Gu Yanwu asked uncertainly. Chu Linger nodded her head frantically. Aha! That's it. Whirling words. Of course we have to whirl the enemy to death. Father also said that Confucianism is not about reasoning with people. That one doesn't work. After listening to Chu Linger's words, something seemed to have been touched in Gu Yanwu's mind. The original righteousness, the mysterious Confucian old man who had disappeared, had unexpectedly reappeared in his mind. Not only that, the corners of that old man's mouth seemed to have curved up into an arc as he propped up his hands. In Gu Yanwu's shocked eyes, there was a blow-up clothes show. The old man's muscles were gnarled. The muscles on his chest formed the word Ren. The muscles on his shoulders bulged into the word talent, and the muscles on his back similarly bulged to form the word virtue. Benevolent chest, virtue, shoulder and back. 6 words abruptly appeared in Gu Yanwu's mind. But there was much more to it than that. The old man pulled out of nowhere and got a huge brick with a big date engraved on it. The old man's mouth roared out to convince people with virtue. Then he hurled the slate towards Gu Yanwu. Boo! Gu Yanwu's mind was in a whirl as he took the blow. The old man also disappeared. Gu Yanwu, who had returned to his senses, was enlightened. It was as if the second chakra of the Renwu was opened, and he felt that he had comprehended something unimaginable. Hiss! The old minister understands. A cry of surprise came from Gu Yanwu, his face covered in ecstasy. The corner of Chu Linger's mouth twitched. She felt that this old gentleman was in a state of shock. What do you know again, old man? Your Highness, the old minister understands the true meaning of Confucianism and your father's meaning, which he is trying to tell the old minister. We practiced literature in order to reason with the mangaka, and practicing martial arts is to make the mangaka listen to our reasoning. We shall, by virtue. Gu Yanwu dodged and ran back with a slab in his hand. Realizing this, he felt as if there were infinite possibilities for advancement in his Confucianism, and could no longer be bound by the limitations of his qualifications. Hearing this, Chu Linger moved a stool, stood on her tiptoes on the stool, and patted the pair of shoulders of Gu Yanwu, who was 2 meters tall, in an old-fashioned manner. Well, that's the idea. The children are teachable. Being patted on the shoulder by Chu Linger as if she were a junior, Gu Yanwu was not angry. Instead, his eyes rolled back in his head and he played a little game. Senior Confucianism is so powerful. With my identity strength, I am not worthy to be his disciple. And Princess Random Rights can give me a breakthrough. That's some preaching and teaching. In that case, Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Gu Yanwu decisively knelt down to Chu Linger and performed the great salute of worshipping his master. He knew that coming to teach at the Palace of Eternal Bliss today was the greatest opportunity of his life. As long as one hugged Princess Yonla's thigh, one would definitely still be able to advance. And perhaps, surpassing the heavenly rank was also possible. Seeing this, Chu Linger was confused. I can't allow it, old sir. Look at how old you are. Linger is only 8. Master, you are more than enough to be my master. I hope that master won't abandon me, or else my disciple will kneel for a long time. No matter how Chu Linger tried to persuade him, Gu Yanwu was just adamant about worshipping the master. Even as a named disciple he was willing. Chu Linger's heart was kind. She couldn't see the old man like this, and could only helplessly accept the other side. Alright, since you, old apprentice, think that this character is useful to you, then I'll give it to you. Master. Gu Yanwu received the calligraphy as if it were a treasure and carefully put it into his arms. Thank you, master. Then apprentice brother won't bother you anymore. After bowing and excusing himself, Gu Yanwu couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. This piece of calligraphy in his hand, which was full of Confucianism, was enough for him to delve into for a long time. I didn't realize that he who came to teach today had become a student of a student. What a world! What a big gut! Ha ha ha! In the middle of the sword pavilion, Gu Yanwu came to resume his orders. The Empress Lu Qingxue and Li Chuanfeng's few people were filled with confusion. What did you say? You're not teaching Linger anymore? Why? Is Linger being naughty? I'll go and control her. Lu Qingxue then wanted to get up and head to Yanla Palace to inquire about the situation. This being someone's godmother, she had to be responsible for Linger's future, so she couldn't just let the child act out. Seeing this, Gu Yanwu hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Your Majesty, the princess is very well behaved. Only, I know that my literature is inferior to the princess, and even my proud calligraphy as well as Confucianism are far inferior to the princess. Therefore, I am unable to fulfill my duties. In addition, I have already worshipped the princess as my teacher, and after her guidance, I have already broken through the heavenly rank. Gu Yanwu's calm words shocked a few people who were no longer calm. Looking at the heavenly rank aura that erupted from the other party's body, Li Chunfeng, Empress Sai Hua Tua and several others, sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Hiss, it's really a heavenly rank? You mean, Linger instructed you? She also knows Confucianism? Calligraphy also leaves you all in the dust? Gu Yanwu knew that the crowd wouldn't believe it easily, so he opened the picture that Chu Linger had written in her own handwriting. Feeling that powerful Confucianism coming at them, several people retreated backward, shocked, stunned, and incredulous. A series of expressions appeared on the faces of the crowd, but even so, it was still not enough to express their feelings at the moment. Like waves in the ocean, it's hard to be calm. Linger is only 8 years old and already possesses such attainments. Then wouldn't his father be? Hiss. Your Majesty, I estimate that I'm afraid that Linger's her father is already a Hong-level powerhouse. Li Chunfeng, the #1 expert of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, said with all seriousness. Yellow, Xian, Earth, and Heaven are the recognized gradations of martial arts, but above the celestial level, there were legendary masters. Wasteland, Flood, Zeus, and Uranus. Desolate level powerhouses were rare to see in 1,000 years, let alone the Hong level. Originally, they thought that Chu Linger's dad was only at the desolate level, but judging from today's situation, I'm afraid, it's more than just the desolate level. The crowd was in awe. Ha ha ha, that's great. Old Gu has risen to the heavenly ranks. That means we're even stronger. When we make a move against the Jinbei King in the future, the chances of success will be even greater. And, as long as we wait for old man to break through to the desolate level, we'll be able to have no fear of the Jinsoul sacred sect behind the Jinbei King. Li Chunfeng clenched his fists, and there was bone-deep hatred in his eyes. Although he was the imperial state master, but not invincible, outside of the empire, there were still quite a few hidden sects. As for King Jinbei, his mother was an elder of a hidden sect, and he himself was a personal disciple of the soul-suppressing sacred sect, Jinsoul sect. There were 3 late-stage heaven-stage powerhouses within the sect. Not only that, there were also rumors that there were old desolate-level demons left behind within the Jinsoul sect. This was also the reason why Li Chunfeng did not dare to move the Jinbei King. Otherwise, with a Jinbei King at the early stage of the heavenly order, how could he command the Bloodsword ancestor, and how was he worthy of cooperating with Miao Zheng? Although they could not help the Jinsoul sect for the time being, in order to maintain the balance between the empires, the Jinsoul sect was also bound by the other rival sects and did not dare to send people to invade the empire. The situation is stalemated and no one will take the lead. Unless, they, the Ice Spirit Kingdom, could form a crushing force. Once they did, it would be a great disaster for the Empire. However, just as the crowd was pleasantly surprised by Chu Linger, an Earth-ranked expert suddenly rushed in. Report to your majesty. There's a disturbance in the King of Jinbei today. Chapter 19, Crisis. Crisis of the Imperial Throne. What's going on? He dispatched troops to Chang'an? Listening to Jin Yi Commander Lu Bing's report, the Empress' face sank slightly, now that the situation within the court was tense, and Li Chunfeng had received Linger's vermilion bird meat. He was able to recover from his injuries and even go further. He was currently at the half-step desolate stage and was about to break through the desolate stage and become a living legend. It was about whether or not they could have the backbone to fight against the soul suppression sect. Until then, they don't want to have a change of heart. That was why the enemy Jinbei King's every move could make them unconsciously raise their guard. Commander Lu Bing arched his hand. Back to your majesty. This is not true. With the king of Jinnan holding him back, the king of Jinbei doesn't dare to move his troops around. It's just that, today, my subordinates have probed that king of Jinbei has actually dispatched quite a few experts to the country to collect the disaster situation in various parts of the country. My subordinate doesn't know what he's planning, so I've come to report and hope that your majesty will decide. Upon hearing this, several people looked at each other in disbelief. Li Chunfeng frowned and asked, collecting the damage? What is he trying to do? Gu Yanwu thought for a few seconds and shook his head. Who knows? It's unlikely that he'll be the one paying out of his pocket for disaster relief anyway. If he does this, he must have a premeditated plan, and I hope that your majesty will be careful. Discussing to no avail and unable to figure out the other party's intentions, Lu Qingxue sighed helplessly. Commander Lu, continue to have people keep an eye on the Jinbei King and the Jin Soul sect, but if there is any movement, report it at the first opportunity. Lu Bing bowed and saluted. Yes, your majesty. My subordinate will leave first. Lu Qingxue nodded and waved her hand. Lu Bing respectfully retreated, and with a shake of his flying fish suit, he disappeared in a flash. As for Lu Qingxue, she also went to the Yangla Palace with a few people, preparing to bring Chu Linger to continue to kill the little lambs and calves. With the perverted enhancement of the blood fiend's body, it was only 2 days. By relying on slaughtering cows and sheep, Chu Linger then managed to advance from a little girl with no cultivation to a third-grade martial artist. This also shocked Li Chunfeng and the others. Ordinary cows and sheep were still promoted so quickly. If the person killed was a spirit beast or a cultivator, how terrifying would the speed be? Linger, go to bed early. Mother went next door to take care of official business. Lu Qingxue tucked Chu Linger in, gently closed the door behind her, and went to the next room. Now her empress's bedchamber has also been moved to the Palace of Eternal Bliss. Not only was it to take care of Chu Linger and enjoy the joy of being a mother, but more than that, it was also to protect each other. The room darkened as the oil lamps were blown out. Chu Linger lay on the bed and let out a long sigh. Father, although godmother is very kind to Linger, and the old grandparents are also very kind to Linger, but Linger still can't help but feel homesick. But Linger can't come back just yet. I have to use the power of my godmother to find that irresponsible birth mother. When I find her, then I'll abduct my godmother, and only then will I come back to surprise you. Also, Linger is already a third-grade martial artist. Father, if you knew that, you would be very happy, right? Now that she had run out for some days, Chu Linger's playfulness had weakened quite a bit. After all, it's hard not to get homesick when you're away from your dad for the first time. Thinking of the past father-daughter moments, Chu Linger gradually fell asleep. As for the Chu Mo on the other end, feeling the power getting stronger again, it was so excited that he didn't sleep for the whole night. Did you see that, Tuzi? My Linger is a third-grade martial artist now, and host master I'm also 4th grade. Ha ha ha, it really is my precious daughter, inheriting my excellent cultivation qualifications. This promotion is just fast. After the realm elevation, Chu Mo felt that his speed and strength had grown a lot. Host, getting stronger isn't for you to practice your unicorn arms, and I hope hosts don't keep doing nasty things. Looking at Chu Mo's face of relief, the system couldn't help but spit out. Chu Mo shrugged. I've been a ing widow for 9 years. What's wrong with me getting high? Alas, I don't know my family Linger, now wild where to go. Are almost forgetting this old father of mine, right? Chu Hum sighed for a moment. They say a girl can't stay in the house, but her own daughter is only half a year old and she can't stay in the house already. Raising a daughter is a real worry. When I was young, I was afraid of losing it, and when I grew up, I was afraid that someone else's pig would take it. In the past, he had his daughter by his side, and when he was bored, he had a pistachio to talk to. But now that he was living alone in the mountains, and the system forbade him to go down the mountain, digging and gardening every day, and fighting left and right hand to hand, had become his last pastime. Right. I haven't signed in today, have I? It's a good time to have a good hand. Just right for the raffle. Come on. Since you're ready. System, I'll start moving. Chuemo rubbed his hands with anticipation, and now his greatest pleasure every day is to sign in once a day. The feeling, it's just like the kind of holy fun in front of the school when you were a kid. You don't open it up. You don't even know what kind of treasure is hidden inside the hole. In fact, the host can hoard the sign-in rewards, and if you combine them multiple times into one, you can increase the chances of getting a rare item. The system reminded at the right time. At that Chuemo froze, meaning I can sign in and not receive the rewards? 3 or 5 times will be merged into one, and then the rewards will be better, right? Ding! That's right. Trummer nodded thoughtfully. Alright then, let's just collect the reward tomorrow. It's most of the night anyway. After making the decision, Chuemo blocked the system and closed his eyes to sleep beautifully. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes the next day was to combine the rewards from the 2 days of check-ins into one. Ding! Sign in successful. Trigger reward upgrade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine aid, the Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth, unlimited user levels, can see through any illusionary formation, and can also see through the shortcomings and weaknesses of the enemies or teammates' martial arts. Hearing the system's beep, Chuemo burst into ecstasy. Bullish ah! Isn't having this Eye of Truth the same as having a plug-in? The enemy's weaknesses can be seen at a glance, and it also helps teammates to practice, and it's just as easy to see where there's a problem. It's simply a favorable weapon for avoiding evil. Look at the enemy's realm before getting into trouble. Fight if you can crush them, and just run if you can't beat them. Although Chumo's realm was not high, he was able to understand just how powerful this Eye of Truth was. Now that Chu Linger was making her way through the world, giving her such an ability, she would know which people she could afford to mess with and which ones she couldn't. When your daughter has eyesight, you, as a father, can feel much more at ease. System, release this to my baby girl. As for me, Grandpa, I'm going to go to the 8 rings for a one-on-one fight. After Chuemo gave a command to the system, he jumped into the pig pen once again and fought with the ferocious wild boar. Ever since he raised his daughter, he had an inexplicable hatred for pigs. Compared to Chumo's happiness and contentment, Lu Qingxue, who was in the Golden Palace for the morning meeting at the moment, was full of gravity. The atmosphere in the Golden Palace is strange. Jinbei King camp under the civil and military officials today even stood out, a serious in the admonition. Your Majesty, I have this message. Holding a tablet, Qin Hui, the imperial historian, arched his hand at the female emperor on the dragon chair. Lu Qingxue frowned slightly, a hint of a bad premonition in her heart. The official position of the imperial historian is not small, responsible for the supervision of the local state ministers and assassins, and is second only to the imperial historian and the state councillor, as well as the 2 auxiliary prime ministers. Although she knew that the other party had secretly voted for the king of Jinbei, as the empress, she naturally could not tell him to shut up and not say anything. What's the matter? Lu Qingxue asked in a deep voice. Qin Hui implicitly glanced at the king of Jinbei, and after receiving a nod from the other party, the corner of his mouth curled up, with a look of pity on his face. He cried and played. Your Majesty, the assassins of Yangzhou, Yenzhou, and Jiaosu under my command have sent out distress signals. I can't bear to see the people in dire straits, so I'm risking my life to advise them today. Since His Majesty came to power, these lands have been hit first by floods, then by a great drought, and now they are infested with locusts. In the past few years, the crops in the ground have not been harvested, and the people have no food and clothing. Plus bandits are rampant in many places, and the people are not happy, and all over the government's coffers are empty, not enough to provide disaster relief, resulting in the people are quite complaining about His Majesty, and now several major assassins hope that our court can allocate funds to provide disaster relief, or else, lest the people's hearts change. When he finished speaking, Qin Hui covered his face with his sleeve and cried sadly. With such a stance, those who didn't know thought he was a good official who was worried about the country and the people. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue huffed and slapped the armrest of the dragon chair. Boo! What you mean is that I have come to power and therefore brought bad luck to the people of the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Chapter 20, Mother. Maybe Linger can help you. I wouldn't dare. In my eyes, Your Majesty is the first female emperor of our Ice Spirit Kingdom, and will certainly be an emperor of fortune. But the assassins secretly visited the people everywhere, and that's not what the people thought. They all say, it was His Majesty who brought about the disaster. Watching Lu Qingxue's face grow icy cold, Qin Hui gritted his teeth and glanced at Queen Jinbei. Emboldened again, he straightened his neck and continued. This kind of speech is extremely unfavorable to my Ice Spirit Kingdom, and it's likewise a great disadvantage to Your Majesty. So if you want the people to return to their hearts, And if you want to eliminate those remarks so that they don't expand, I thought you had to bring the disaster under control. I would like to die for the people. I hope that your majesty will lend a helping hand to the people, mobilize supplies for disaster relief, and raise your majesty's imperial grace, with Qin Hui at the beginning, at the sign of Jinbei King Lu Ji, the minister of the Ministry of Officials, the minister of the Ministry of Punishment, and other 30 or so officials, large and small, all cried out in unison with arching hands, "Please, your majesty, lend a helping hand and save the people from their plight." Looking at such a change in the courtroom, the rest of the civil and military officials were looking at each other and did not dare to squeak. The Jinbei king leaned against the pillar, his hands clasping his chest, and looked at Lu Qingxue with that teasing gaze. Lu Qingxue did not answer immediately, but turned her head to the loyal imperial historian. "Du Ru Hue, is what Lieutenant Qin said true?" Du Rushi sighed and nodded his head feebly. "It is true. The humble servant also received the news only last night and did not have time to report it. I hope your majesty will grant the offense." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's eyes immediately became a few points heavier. She has also heard a little about the multi-location disaster, and did not expect things to develop so seriously. At the beginning of the drought and flood disaster, I have not allocated a large sum of money for disaster relief? Where was it used? Why did not control the disaster? Lu Qingxue asked in a deep voice, rather like an inquisitorial stance, although she did not know what calculations Qin Hui played. But she knew that she must not follow the other side of the road, otherwise she was bound to be led by the nose. In response to the Empress' question, the corner of Qin Hui's mouth curled up subtly, and he turned to the minister of the household, Hushan, and made a wink. The stocky Hushan had already said something, and with a shake of his sleeve robe, a thick book of accounts appeared in his hand. "Your Majesty, this is the place where that relief money was used. In every detail, I've pinpointed where every penny landed. Your Majesty, please check." To the account book handed over by Hushan, Lu Qingxue didn't even look at it and put it aside. If the other party can bring it in such a dignified manner, then what one sees is just what the other party wants to show him. No need. I'm relieved to be working with Shangshu. Since the disaster is serious, then the relief money must be allocated again, to make sure that the disaster is stabilized, so that the people can have a stable home, Lu Qingxue said with a solemn face. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Hushan bowed with a guilty face. "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has long since run out of funds, and the treasury has been emptied, so I'm afraid I won't be able to come up with the disaster relief money." When these words came out, Lu Qingxue instantly realized, no wonder the king of Jinbei has been investigating the disaster situation in various places in the past few days, and no wonder these officials who never cared about the people would suddenly report on the disaster situation today. All of this was to put her, Lu Qingxue, on the fire. Now that the Ministry of Revenue has no money, the treasury is empty. She, Lu Qingxue, was an empress, yet she couldn't get the relief money to solve the disaster victims everywhere. Then there was no doubt that the people definitely had extremely deep resentment towards her. The empress. If the king of Jinbei were to fan the flames in it again, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. By then, the people's hearts and minds will have collapsed, and it will be difficult to regain their hearts and minds again. After losing the hearts of the people, her imperial aura, too, would become incomparably weakened. For a moment, Lu Qingxue realized the seriousness of the matter. Looking at the heavy face of the empress, King Jinbei seized the opportunity to stand out. "Your Majesty, the people of these many lands are suffering, and the number of people affected is too great. If your Majesty does not provide relief before it is too late, so that they can have a secure home, I'm afraid that the officials will force the people to rebel. At that time, when my Ice Spirit Kingdom falls apart, His Majesty will be a sinner. This imperial throne has always been for the virtuous, so I hope, Your Majesty, that you will not fail the people and the late emperor's trust." The Jinbei king's gaze was filled with complacency. The meaning of the words is also very straightforward. If you cannot relieve the disaster, let me be the emperor. He, the king of Jinbei, was not like those ministers who would be afraid of the empress, and the open and secret fight between them had long been nothing new. Each wants to kill the other, but neither can do anything about the other. Now that the opportunity was created, King Jinbei would not let it go easily. "Jinbei king is teaching me to do something? This disaster, I'm bound to fix it. Do you think that there is nothing I can do if the treasury is empty? In less than 3 days, I will certainly come up with a solution. I will tell you with facts that this throne I can afford it. Humph. Adjourn." With a wave of Lu Qingxue's dragon robe, a morning meeting ended unhappily. At the moment her heart was heavy. The treasury resources were already low when the late emperor died. The resistance to her being an emperor as a woman was immense. The treasury had long since been used up and emptied in order to enlist people over the years, and she didn't have many resources available to her privately. At the moment, even if you have more wisdom and ambition, it is still a clever woman who can't cook without rice. Looking at Lu Qingxue leaving with anger, the Jinbei king laughed out loud with reckless abandon. Inside is even more complacent, when you Lu Qingxue cannot do anything. The world common anger. As long as I, Lu Shi, come forward to lift this crisis, it will be the will of the people and my prestige will reach an unprecedented height. When the time comes, who will be more qualified than me for this imperial throne? And you, a woman who has lost her imperial aura, are only worthy of becoming the cauldron of my soul suppression sect's oldest ancestor. In the middle of the sword pavilion, Lu Qingxue gathered with a group of beloved ones. Li Chunfeng also heard about the fights in the courtroom from Gu Yanwu. The gods were not immune to heaviness. After all, if an empire wanted to last, it relied on more than just high-end combatants. The people at the bottom were just as important. Your Majesty, you are a woman's body. When the emperor is also, no one has ever set a precedent. Already doubly questioned, coupled with consecutive years of natural disasters, the people and officials of many places have already had no small grumbles that Your Majesty cannot be the throne. I think that Your Majesty himself has noticed it. I observe that Your Majesty's imperial qi has not improved an inch in the last 2 years. Alas, if we don't solve it well this time, I'm afraid it's very difficult to make good. Perhaps the prestige and foundation we've built up over the years will all be lost. Seeing the state master Li Chunfeng open his mouth, the auxiliary minister, imperial historian Du Rui also let out a long sigh. Your Majesty, I have personally visited the disaster area, and it really is hell on earth. It's too common for people to eat their children, and I've even seen with my own eyes that someone who ate guanyin clay held out until his stomach broke and then died a horrible death. Just now, His Majesty said during the court meeting that he would come up with a solution within 3 days. May I ask if His Majesty has a brilliant plan to solve this matter? Listening to the crowd's words, Lu Qingxue helplessly shook her head and did not hide it. If you want to provide disaster relief, without a lot of resources and money, it's simply impossible. And what we're lacking today is money, and it will take just as much money to rebuild after the relief effort. With the resources I have in hand, I'm afraid there's no solution for now. At those words, a wave of disappointment washed over the crowd, and their mood was instantly lost. Could it be that, in the fight against the king of Jinbei, His Majesty is going to lose? The atmosphere in the sword pavilion at this moment became somewhat heavy, even with the many wise men under his command, and the people present are all veterans of the officialdom, but still cannot get any idea. After all, the amount of money needed to relieve the disaster in such a few large states, plus rebuilding, was simply not something they could come up with. Just as everyone was at a loss, a joyful and delicate laughter suddenly came in from outside. Cluck cluck cluck. Shangwan's sister, come and chase me. If you catch up with Linger, then Linger will give you delicious food. The crowd sniffed, a sideways glance, only to see Shangwan Yan chasing after Chu Linger and jostling in from outside. Chu Linger's laughter that was as joyful as a lark seemed to wash away a few moments of gloom in the hearts of the crowd. Walking into the sword pavilion, upon seeing the heavy look on the faces of the people, Shangwan Yan immediately realized that something was wrong. A flash went up and pulled Chu Linger. Linger, don't make a fuss. His Majesty and the others should have encountered a difficult problem and are dealing with a major issue. Sister will play with you later. You sit quietly for a while. Chu Linger nodded. Looking at Lu Qingxue's frown, her eyes darted around. Sister Shangwan said that mother is in trouble. Father has taught me quite a few things, and if Linger can use the knowledge father has taught her to solve pretty godmother's dilemma, will that godmother grow to adore and depend on daddy? Father said that when a woman is incredibly dependent on a man, she is a locust wrapped around a heron's foot and can never leave that man. So Linger only needs to make her godmother dependent on her father. So when Linger goes home to her father, will her godmother follow? Thinking of this, Chu Linger's eyes lit up, and her heart immediately had an idea. As soon as her small body shrank into Lu Qingxue's arms, she raised her head and asked curiously, Mother, have you run into any difficulties? Why don't you tell Linger about it? Father said that Spirit's playing a little smart, so maybe she can help Mother with her ideas or not. Chapter 21 Linger, your father is really a genius in politics. Looking at Chu Linger's attentive and well-behaved appearance, Lu Qingxue's stony face rarely revealed a trace of a smile. Mother is talking about national affairs. Linger can't help if she doesn't understand. Linger's good intentions are appreciated by Mother. You go play with Sister Shangwan first, or else go read more books and come back to accompany you when Mother is done. Lu Qingxue patted Chu Linger on the head in disbelief. It wasn't true that Chu Linger was smart, and her cultivation talent and calligraphy were also amazingly perverse. But how can an 8-year-old girl understand the affairs of state? As an empress herself, with so many ministers supporting her, she still couldn't come up with an idea. So how could Linger, this little girl, be able to solve it? It was not just Lu Qingxue who thought so. Gu Yanwu, Li Chunfeng Sai Hua Tua several, likewise smiled and spoke. Linger, this governance of the world can be different from killing little lambs. Oh, it is not white knife and red knife out on the line, but the people have to be taken into account. You're still too young to understand the twists and turns, so when you're older we'll teach you about internal affairs, and then you'll understand. Hearing the words of a few people, and then looking at the contemptuous gazes of a few people, Chu Linger instantly pouted her little mouth and issued a defense in dissatisfaction. Who says Linger doesn't understand when she's young? For a dynasty to be stable and long-lasting, and for an emperor to win the hearts of the people, then he has to be good to the people. Father said, water can carry a boat and it can also overturn a boat. These axioms Lingerseers have heard calluses. At those words, several people looked at each other and stared in vain. The words were like a sharp arrow to the heart. It made them feel as if something had been touched in their hearts. Couldn't help but shudder. Can water carry a boat? Or can it overturn it? Good. Well said. Your Highness, did your father teach you all this? On the side of the auxiliary minister Du Ruhue, after reading it once in his mouth, his eyes blossomed with a brilliant light. It's rather like a potpourri. This one sentence is enough to be used as a warning quote by all the auxiliary ministers of the future generations. To be able to say this, her father must have deep insight into the internal affairs of the dynasty. He felt that the level of the other party was even above him. Du Ruwashi. Chu Linger nodded arrogantly and arched over Lu Qingxue's chest. That was certainly taught by my father, who used to sweep the 6 kingdoms and was emperor for decades. At that time, he was known as the Emperor of 1,000 years, although Linger had never seen her father as an emperor. But usually, when I hear father talk about how he used to rule the dynasty and how he swept away his enemies, Linger knows that father can be awesome. At those words, several people's hearts jumped. The Emperor of the Ages? At this moment, Lu Qingxue also remembered that Chu Linger's her father was the cultivator king who had stepped through the river of time 10,000 years ago, a super expert who swept away the 6 ancient kingdoms. As his daughter Chu Linger, under the influence of more or less learned a little knowledge, in case and can solve the crisis at hand? Thinking so, Lu Qingxue held on to a glimmer of hope and explained to Chu Linger what had happened in the courtroom. Linger, that's just the way it is. What do you say? Is it true that mother is not allowed to have a heavenly destiny and does not deserve to be this emperor? The world is plagued with many disasters. Could it also be caused by the fact that mother has taken office? Could it be that heaven's destiny is truly unbreakable? Lu Qingxue's eyes dimmed a few points. She was actually unwilling to be this emperor. If not for the fact that her husband often joked that he wanted to be the emperor's man, how could one choose to go down this path of hooking up? The crowd couldn't stop sighing as they watched the empress look glum. As much as they didn't want to admit it, the disasters everywhere had indeed all happened after she, Lu Qingxue, took office. Maybe it's true that a woman is not approved by heaven to be an emperor. Just as the crowd sighed, Chu Linger rolled her eyes and snorted. But, mother, who told you that this is a heavenly order? And who said that a woman can't be an emperor? Father used to say that whether there is a disaster or not has nothing to do with who is the emperor. This is a feudal superstition to be avoided. Even if there is no emperor in the world, disasters still have to happen when they should. Only, these disasters happen to occur during my mother's term of office. It will give a person with the intention to use the excuse. After pushing the wave will let everyone rightfully think that it is my mother on the throne to cause trouble. But in fact, really has nothing to do with mother. Heaven's order cannot be violated. There is another saying behind it. People will win. Chu Linger leapt down from Lu Qingxue's arms, carrying her hands behind her back like an old teacher. In the process of instructing the crowd was shaken after hearing these words. A mouthful of cool air was sucked back. Man's got it made? You know, emperors and kings only dare to call themselves the son of heaven, meaning that they have to look at the face of God. How much confidence does one have to have in oneself to say such a thing? Seeing that the faces of the crowd were complicated and seemed to be thinking, Chu Linger took advantage of the heat and continued. Mother, don't be psychologically burdened. My father even said that the people actually don't care at all about who becomes emperor. Their quest in this life is not how powerful they become, but how they can live happily ever after. Whoever can feed them and clothe them well, then he or she is a good emperor. If the emperor makes it impossible for them to live, they will revolt and lay down their lives to break it all. At those words, Lu Qingxue was shaken. Yeah, the people don't care who the emperor is, or even what the emperor's name is. They can't always tell. Isn't the so-called people's heart to let the people eat well and dress well so that they will embrace it from the bottom of their hearts? He himself was actually not as perceptive as Chu Linger. Or perhaps her father is far more knowledgeable about the ways of the emperor than I, the empress, am. No wonder you can say something like water can carry a boat and it can also overturn a boat. At this moment, the thoughts in Lu Qingshue's mind were much clearer. What Linger said is really good. Mother actually wants the people to eat well. But, there's not that much money left in the treasury today to provide disaster relief to rebuild the affected areas. Alas, there is nothing that Mother can do. It is Mother's dereliction of duty to leave the people in dire straits. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but sigh. The Ice Spirit Kingdom was suffering from internal and external problems, coupled with the fact that the country's strength was already weak. And with a bit of a big twist at the moment, the drawbacks were revealed. The crowd sighed in the same way. It's hard to beat a penny. And it's an astronomical amount of money to try to provide disaster relief plus reconstruction. Even if the group of ministers belonging to the Empress, put together the resources in their hands, they were afraid that they would only be able to barely provide relief. Trying to rebuild the disaster area again is a pipe dream. After hearing their words, Chu Linger's pair of large eyes suddenly narrowed. Seems to be thinking about something. If I remember correctly, Father seemed to have told Linger about all the processes of his disaster relief in the past. After recalling once again the series of stories that Chu Mo had told, Father was an emperor in the imperial court. Chu Linger had a number in her heart. Mother, Linger should have a way to be able to provide relief and complete the reconstruction. The moment those words came out, the crowd raised their heads and looked at Chu Linger with anticipation. Rather than Chu Linger having a method, it was more like Chu Linger her father had used such a method before. That's the Shura King. How can the solution, he said, be simple? What is your solution? Spirit? Can you teach Grandpa's and His Majesty? Chu Linger nodded, following his father's past example, standing at the window with his small hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at 45 degrees, forcing himself to say, actually, the way is simple. That is to provide food for work. At those words, the crowd looked at each other. Food for work? Lao Du, have you guys heard of it? Gu Yanwu asked suspiciously. Du Rushi shook his head with a bitter smile. No, the old man has lived for hundreds of years and has not heard of such methods. Lu Qingxue stepped forward and rubbed Chu Linger's head, softly saying, good girl Linger, quickly don't sell out. Teach Mother. Okay, Mother. In fact, food for work is very simple. You see, the relief of the disaster to let the people eat, although it can let them live, but and produce no value, meaningless, but rather make them dependent on the state, leading to become lazy. The day the country can't afford to provide kanji and disaster relief, they will immediately scold my mother for not being compassionate to the people. It's not like they don't care about the people, but if Mother conscripts these victims and lets them go to rebuild the disaster area to build water conservancy after they've had enough to eat, not only will they stay alive, but they'll also complete the rebuilding in the process. So won't that save a great deal of money? Fix the water conservancy in the winter, and next year when there is heavy rain and drought, there will be no need to worry. And then there will still be people who will say that Mother is not entitled to heavenly destiny? They'll only say that you're far-sighted. After Chu Linger finished smiling, she turned her head but realized that the people in the sword pavilion had long been frozen in place with shock. 3 seconds later, the eyes of the crowd all blossomed with a bright light as dazzling as the sun. The crowd couldn't help but roar in unison. Linger, your father is truly a genius in governing. Chapter 22, the princess absolutely can't know the art of war. Don't worry about it. Chu Linger's method was simple to say, but without someone to mention it, their group of courtiers just couldn't think of this piece. If this food for work is used, the consumption of resources can undoubtedly be reduced by more than half. It's really a good way to rule the country. Unexpectedly, Chu Linger her father not only had a high cultivation level and excellent calligraphy, but now this ruling the country was also so powerful. It's amazing what you can do with your abilities. Mother, did Spirit's solution work? Watching the crowd's overwhelming surprise, Chu Linger laughed happily. Sure enough, his own father being an emperor was more powerful than his mother being an emperor. What daddy can fix with his hands, Mother and the old grandpas just can't think of. Lu Qingxue nodded and joyfully took Chu Linger's hand. Useful. Spirit's solution is too useful. As the words turned, the Empress's face took on a few more sorrowful looks. With her political vision, she could naturally see the drawbacks of food for work. However, the prerequisite for this food for work is that there needs to be food to feed the people so that they will have the strength to work. Otherwise it's all for nothing. But the food, ugh. Mother hasn't figured out a way how to get it yet. Hearing these words, Chu Linger scratched her head and spread her hands in a puzzled manner. Mother, Linger has another big bun here, given by Sister Shangwan in the morning. Why don't you, Mother, take it to the disaster relief? Looking at Chu Linger being this well-behaved, the Empress was relieved. At this time, this group of heartfelt and important ministers under his command looked at each other and arched their hands. Li Chunfeng was the first to speak. Your Majesty, I'm also this old and can't use many resources, so the things in this spatial ring, Your Majesty take them. With Li Chunfeng taking the lead, Gu Yanwu, Du Rui and the others naturally would not hide their feelings at this urgent moment. After all, they're all tied to the same boat, one for the glory and one for the loss. Your Majesty, I also have a lot of money at home, so Your Majesty can take it to purchase food and grass. So has my family. I have always been favored by the Emperor, and it is my honor to do something for His Majesty today. Watching each of them take out supplies, Lu Qingshue's heart was moved. It was the support of this group of old ministers that held her up as a princess and turned her into an empress. I hereby thank you all. What you all have given today, I will remember. And when the treasury eases up a little, I'll be sure to double it back to all of you. The ministers knew what they were doing, and naturally, she, who was the emperor, could not let them get cold feet, or no one would support her anymore. The crowd respectfully arched their hands. Your Majesty is overstating the case. Let's all take some of it out one by one, and together we can still get the money for disaster relief. It's just that, has Your Majesty ever thought of a problem? Just having money, where to buy grain? With the Jinbei King's modus operandi, he will definitely make trouble out of it when we buy grain. When the time comes, I'm afraid that after spending all the money, I won't even be able to buy half the grain. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue was again in a difficult situation. Seeing this, Saihua Tua smiled with an accomplished smile. Don't worry everyone, just leave this to me. After being a guest here at His Majesty's for so long, you can't just eat and not work. Ha ha ha. My Medicine God Valley has always been a hanging pot in universal charity, and is highly prestigious in the folklore. I can have the disciples under my command buy food from other places, and even, for the sake of my Pill God Valley, I might be able to save a lot of costs. Saihua Tuo's eyes were filled with confidence. Although His Medicine God Valley's combat power was insufficient, he was extremely influential among the folk, lineages, clans, and empires. After all, who didn't have a 3 illnesses or 2 pains? And generally no one would offend them from the Medicine God Valley. That couldn't be better. With you, Elder, then this money can also be exchanged for enough food. Enough for us to work for food. Without being polite, Lu Qingxue opened her mouth to say thank you. Saihua Tua nodded and took out a token and handed it to the Empress. Your Majesty, take this token of mine and go to the Pill God Valley, and the disciples in my valley will do as they are told. Good. Then this matter will be left to Dr. Du, and I will have Commander Lu Bing escort you to safety. Late is late. Act now. The sooner the better. Lu Qingxue gave an order to Du Ruwashi. As an imperial historian, equivalent to the existence of a vice-chancellor, Du Ruhui's loyalty and ability were still unquestionable. It's safer to have him on the job. Yes, Your Majesty, I will definitely get it done. As long as I get enough grain, then the Jinbei King's plot will be broken. And, by then, Your Majesty will also be able to harvest a wave of popularity. So it can be said that you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After saying that, Du Rui retreated with his hands and took the funds with Lu Bing to the Medicine God Valley with a fast horse. As for Chu Linger, she was taken to the study by Shang Guanyan, waiting for her new teacher to come and teach. As the princess of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, the goddaughter of the Empress, even if she was top-notch in calligraphy, there were still other things she could learn. After leaving Jianghe, Gu Yanwu also took his mission, ready to go to the Ministry of War to borrow men and horses to supervise the disaster relief. Want to disaster relief? Must first shock the corrupt officials. The Empress of this disaster relief action is incomparable importance, with all their own people, and with him, Gu Yanwu, a selfless, righteous, heavenly ranked scholar sitting in the town. It can ensure that everything is safe. Came to the Ministry of War. Gu Yanwu voice like a bell roared. No big scholar style. Old Zhu, where did you die? As the words fell, a voice full of dislike rang out of thin air. Howling in mourning? What the hell are you doing here, you old sourpuss? Immediately after that, a middle-aged man of about 1 meter 8, not too tall and not too thin, with a stern face walked out from the Ministry of War's attic. This person was none other than the Secretary of the Ministry of Military Affairs, a late Earth-stage expert Zhu Jungsu, like Gu Yanwu, who was also an old part of the late emperor and loyal to the female emperor. The two of them were also incredibly familiar with each other. Gu Yanwu said nonchalantly and told the story roughly. Therefore, by order of His Majesty, I have come to borrow people for disaster relief. Zhu Jungsu rolled his eyes. Marred. Old thing. Nothing good will happen when you come. Take the token and pick someone yourself. I'm going out on an errand. Gu Yanwu took the token, put it in his hand and waited, and suddenly noticed that Zhu Jungsu was dressed extremely formally. A pang of curiosity ran through his mind. Yo, you're all dressed up today? Are you going to meet your lover? Zhu Jungsu had no qualms about it and cursed. Let your mother's bull ***** go. Yesterday, His Majesty gave me a mission to teach Princess Yanla the art of war. I've just finished my official business here, and I'm ready to go over. By the way, I heard that the princess has excellent calligraphy, and even you, an old man, can't teach her? Lost someone still often say, their calligraphy Confucianism world unrivaled. Now even an 8-year-old child cannot handle. I'm ashamed to be with you. Looking at the hint of mockery and playfulness on Zhu Juniper's face, Gu Yanwu shrugged his shoulders without any concern, thinking of Chu Linger's perverted calligraphy, as well as this pair of calligraphy posters in his own arms. Gu Yanwu's eyes became respectful again. That's right. I know I'm not capable enough to be a princess teacher. Not only that, I've also worshipped the little princess as my master. And now, she's my master. Seeing Gu Yanwu's expression that didn't seem to be fake, Zhu Jungsu froze. Even you worshipped the master? This little princess is that powerful? Truth be told, under the master's guidance, the old man has already broken through the earth stage to reach the early stage of the heaven stage. I'm asking if you're envious. Gu Yanwu nodded, and with his hands propped up, he followed the example of that Confucian saint and had a burst of clothes show. At 2 meters tall, with that bulging muscle, it was extremely oppressive. Even Zhu Jun, the Minister of War, was so scared that he took several steps back. Didn't you always advocate a gentleman's action? What the hell is all this muscle? The corner of Gu Yanwu's mouth curled up slightly. What's wrong with a little bit of muscle for a reader? It makes sense. Feeling the other party's aura on that day, Zhu Jungsu was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. You're saying that you broke through the heavenly stage solely because of, well, coming into contact with Her Highness's Rui? That's right. So as an old friend, I suggest you don't underestimate His Highness. I shared your contempt at first, but I wouldn't dare now. Gu Yanwu explained the events of that day from beginning to end. After hearing this, Zhu Juniper was envious and amused. You're lucky, old man, but you don't have to worry. Her Highness is already so good at calligraphy and politics. It's unlikely that she'll be able to do anything more in the art of war. Human energy is limited, and she's only 8 years old. So even if her father is good, how much can she learn? Zhu Jungsu shook his head in disbelief, and then proudly patted his chest and said, I am the secretary of the Ministry of War. Since I was a child, I have studied the art of war for more than 150 years. Which of the large and small plans and battle formations I am not proficient in? I have taught countless famous generals. Perhaps I'm not as good as Princess her father compared to Kung Fu, but in terms of the art of war, I'm afraid that both her father and daughter combined are not half as good as me. Having me be Princess Yongli's teacher of the art of war is already a big stretch. Alas, I don't know what His Majesty thinks. What's the use of teaching a little girl the art of war? Out of his own strength and multiple considerations, Zhu Jungsu simply did not take Gu Yanwu's words to heart. After all, there are specialties in the arts. At those words, Gu Yanwu patted his head and smiled thoughtfully. You're also right. It's already a rare sight in 10,000 years for the master's calligraphy to be able to go against the grain to this extent. God always closes a window when He opens a door for her. It should be hard for Master to accomplish anything else. She can't be incomparably demonic in every aspect, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 23, What does your father know about the art of war? It's a mistake. After talking with Gu Yanwu, Zhu Jungsu had him select a number of elites from the Ministry of War. He then took his favorite work, Zhu's Essentials of the Art of War, to the Yongle Palace. Inside the palace, Shang Guanyan, a valiant imperial guard with a sword, had successfully turned into Chu Linger's accompanying bookboy. Not only do they have to supervise each other's studies, but they are also responsible for accompanying play. Looking at the pile of children's toys in front of her, Shang Guanyan sighed helplessly. Princess Linger, we should write. These rag dolls really don't suit you. They're a bit childish. Chu Linger raised her head and smiled innocently. The new teacher hasn't come yet. Sister Shangguan, let's play some more. Now it's time for the 2 dolls to go to heaven and earth. Come on, come on. Chu Linger was having fun, and just then a cry rang out from outside the door. I, Zhu Jun, Minister of War, have been ordered to come and teach the princess lessons in the art of war. Hearing those words, Chu Linger's smile froze. Extremely reluctantly, she put down the toy in her hand and beamed in exasperation. What a nuisance. What is there to learn about the art of war? To learn it is to be more shameless and treacherous than anyone else. Humph. The old gentleman who came to teach me must have been a treacherous fellow, too. Chu Linger couldn't help but curse in a small voice, full of resistance to learning the art of war. She thought she was whispering, but all of it was heard by Zhu Juniper outside the door. Zhu Jungsu's old face immediately darkened. You little girl, how dare you call me treacherous? I don't want to teach you yet. Even if you were taught, you wouldn't necessarily be able to learn it. And if you did, you wouldn't be able to go to war. So what's the point? I don't know what your majesty is thinking. It's a waste of human resources. Wouldn't it be better to assign me to teach some talented lieutenants? in the way of the imperial order. Shu Jungsu recognized it. Inside the house, Shang Guanyan laughed bitterly. Princess, this art of war is the weight of the military family. The army is great again. Without a commander-in-chief who is well versed in the art of war, then the army is more than fighting, the war is just going to die. And, the one who came to teach you is the secretary of the Ministry of War, the strongest person in the Ice Spirit Kingdom in terms of theories of military law. This is also His Majesty's cultivation of you. Even if other county lords and sons wanted to learn the art of war, they would not be able to seek the guidance of Zhu Shangshu, so the princess will be patient and learn. Don't let His Majesty down. After spending so many days with Chu Linger, Shang Guanyan had long ago figured out the other party's character. With Li Chunfeng and the others pampering him, he was completely unafraid of the sky and the earth. The only way to put her at peace for a few moments was to use Empress Lu Qingshue's name to suppress her. Chu Linger sighed. Alright, I can't let my godmother down. I'll go to the door to pick up the teaching teacher. Chu Linger turned around, rubbed her little face, and immediately changed into an extremely pleased and respectful expression before opening the door. Greetings, sir. Please come inside. Sir. Shu Jungsu was dumbfounded. I really believed you. If I hadn't just heard you cursing me behind my back. Still think you're a good girl. It's true. Women change their faces quickly regardless of age and are born knowing it. Cough. I have met your highness. And since your highness is so impatient to learn, then I will get straight to the point. Shu Jungsu slightly arched his hand and followed Chu Linger into the study and began to teach for him. For the next half an hour, only the voice of Zhu Jungsu teaching could be heard in the study. Although he really didn't want to teach the little girl the art of war, since he came Zhu Juniper didn't hide anything. Various military art essentials were explained without reservation, and even his own writings were placed in front of Chu Linger for her to see. Shang Guanyan was mesmerized as she listened, and from time to time, she even used her notes to point out things she didn't know. If you don't listen to it, this time, you immediately feel that the other party's art of war is out of this world. Shangshu Zhu is awesome. After listening to your explanation, the last general had a feeling of enlightenment. It's true that no one in Ice Spirit Kingdom can surpass you in the theory of military law. I have heard that the Jinnan kings, who have shaken the Golden Spirit Kingdom at the border, are all your students? Hearing this, Chu Linger froze. Pigs up trees are awesome? Anyone else call a pig by the name of tree? Or the name my dad gave me? Shu Jungsu didn't know what Chu Linger was thinking and smiled modestly at Shang Guanyan. His old face wrinkled into a ball from happiness. General Shangguan is too kind. When I was young, I was at least a prestigious chancellor. It's normal for me to excel in the art of war, and I'll naturally become familiar with it if I use it more often. As for the Jinnan King, he is indeed the most talented person that I have ever taught, and if it were not for the fact that there is no great sect behind him to support him, I'm afraid that the Jinbei King would not be able to compete with him. It's just a pity that King Jinnan has fallen in love with someone he shouldn't have. Alas, when talking about the King of Jinnan, Zhu Jun had a proud look on his face, and likewise had a few moments of regret and sympathy. Even Shang Guanyan's expression tightened and she couldn't stop sighing. Indeed, I have fallen in love with someone I shouldn't have. Your Majesty, someone has long since taken the most important place in your heart. My lord has thus persuaded the King of Jinnan many times, but the other party has said each time that one day His Majesty will understand his goodness and will come around. Alas, forget it, His Majesty's affairs are not for us to discuss. Shangshu Zhu should continue to teach the princess, just so that the last general can follow suit. After the duo finished speaking, they lowered their heads to look at Chu Linger. Upon seeing clearly that Linger was dazed and frozen, the duo's faces instantly darkened. At this moment, Chu Linger, after hearing the conversation between the two of them, had long since listed the Jinnan King as a love rival. How dare someone steal the beautiful godmother from Linger? This princess is spending time in the palace, not even looking for her own mother. Why? It's still not about finding a beautiful, perfect wife for that no-good dad? Now that someone was trying to rob their own internalized mother, it was really tolerable. Linger could not tolerate it. When I run into the King of Jinnan, I'll use the dilution pill given by my father to make you dilute for 10 days and half a month. Humph. Ling Er? Don't daze off and listen to the lesson properly. Shang Guanyan rubbed her forehead with her hand. It was an extremely rare opportunity for the Minister of War to give a lecture, but the other party actually didn't cherish it. Zhu Jungsu's face was as dark as ink. This girl in front of him was the worst student he had ever brought up. Your Highness, please repeat what I have just taught you, and I will see what else your Highness does not know. Interrupted from her contemplation, Chu Linger raised her head and looked at the duo with those confused eyes. What did you say just now? Sir? Linger didn't hear it clearly. Pust. Looking at Chu Linger's left ear in and right ear out, Zhu Jungsu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. His face reddened with anger. He swore that he really wanted to curse like Gu Yenwu usually did when he cursed people. rotten wood can't be carved. If your highness looks down on the old minister's art of war, you can find his majesty and say that you won't learn it, so that you don't have to waste your time and mine. Zhu Jungsu's words took on a bit of sulkiness. Chu Linger knew that she was in the wrong and smiled embarrassedly a few times. Sir, Linger didn't look down on Sir's art of war in military books. Actually, Linger also knows the art of war. Father has taught it. The ones that Mr. teach seems to be a bit shallow, not sinister and witty enough. That's why Linger couldn't listen. I hope you'll forgive me, sir. Looking at Chu Linger's honest face, Zhu Jun's lungs exploded with anger. Isn't that just looking down on your own art of war? How dare you say that your art of war is too crude? I'm the person with the highest attainment in the art of war in the Ice Spirit Kingdom, and my art of war is still shallow? Fart. Ha ha ha. Since your highness said that the old minister's art of war was crude, I think your father taught it even better. In that case, why don't you let the old minister see? I implore your highness to guide me. Zhu Jungsu was furious and laughed, and he was short-tempered from a military background. Being treated with such contempt, it was natural to disregard the status of the other party. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyan inwardly exclaimed that it was not good. Her pretty face changed and she wanted to stop it. Minister Zhu, her highness is still young and unintelligent, and she has bumped into you. You see. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Zhu Jungsu waving his hand. Zhu Jungsu said with a sullen face, General Shangwan, this is not an argument. I'm asking for the princess' advice. I want to see what kind of art of war can be called. Not superficial. Likewise also want to know. The princess, her mysterious father, is not in the wrong. People blowing awesome. Hearing these targeted words, Chu Linger was instantly displeased. The other party could call her names, but never question her father's abilities. My dad doesn't blow awesome. In her mind, her daddy was invincible in every way. Humph, how dare you look down on my father and say that he's misguided? Sir, don't you take this book of war as a source of pride? Then Linger will also write out father's art of war, and we'll have sister Shangwan compare it to see who's better. Chapter 24 The 36 Stratagems of the Art of War by Mu Zi. Being so provoked by Zhu Jungsu, Chu Linger's disobedient character immediately came up, immediately picked up the pen on the desk, and from memory will her father in the past gossip mentioned the art of war. A stroke of all on the paper. Looking at the Chu Linger who was writing furiously, Zhu Jungsu also realized that he was inappropriate. I am the secretary of the Ministry of War. Today I actually fight with a little girl. It's really embarrassing to spread the word. Alas. Zhu Xingshu is from the military. It's normal for him to be a bit quick-tempered. In fact, the last general is still rather curious as to what exactly Linger has written. So why don't the two of us go up and take a look? Shang Wanyan laughed softly at Zhu Jungsu. She couldn't afford to offend either side, so she could only make peace. Zhu Jungsu nodded, and came to be a bit more interested as well. Then let's take a look. Though knowing full well that there is almost nothing in the world that can surpass me in the art of war, but it doesn't stop me from seeing just how good that Shura King's level of military arts is. The two quietly went up and walked behind Chu Linger. When I fixed my eyes on the paper, I saw a few large words written on it. The 36 Stratagems of Mercury. It was taken by Chu Linger using her father's name, and the contents were all summarized based on the stories her father had told before. Chu Linger didn't write fast. Every few words she wrote she had to organize her language and think for a long time. On the paper, at this point, several ploys had been written. Concealment, to strike at the east and strike at the west, to surround the Wei and save the Zhao. Chu Linger was very meticulous, and there were also some notes written underneath each of the ploys, so that one would know at a glance how these ploys should be used. When Zhu Jungsu and Shang Wanyan looked at it, they instantly only felt a surge of wariness that enveloped towards them. The duo's hearts set off waves of shock. Is this the calligraphy that entrances the gods? Every word, every sentence, creates meaning? But, Chu Linger had clearly never been to battle, so how was she able to create the austere feeling of a battlefield through calligraphy? Before the two of them could think deeply, the image in front of them suddenly changed. Chu Linger had long since disappeared, and what came into view was a battlefield. There were two unknown forces facing each other on the battlefield. The sky autumn wind is strong. The wild grass is miserable. The endless ancient battlefield. The soldiers' station tents stretched for 800 miles. A few moments later, a war drum sounded, and the soldiers picked up their weapons and formed up. The field of hundreds of thousands of troops to start killing. Black pressurized a look at the head, leaving countless broken limbs on the ground. Both sides were evenly matched, and after a few fights, no one could do anything about it, so they had to sound the retreat and change their tactics. In the years that followed, both warlords racked their brains and used their own schemes to keep pitting their enemies, Shang Wanyan and Zhu Jun. On the other hand, each became a general of one side of the force, witnessing and participating in hundreds of wars, big and small. I don't know how long the fight lasted, but Shang Wanyan turned from 18 or 19 years old to a middle-aged female general. Zhu Jungsu also went from youthful posturing to middle-aged. After closing his eyes and empathizing with all the ploys that had been used by the two warlords, Zhu Jun's eyes snapped wide open. It was as if a deep-sea bomb had been placed in the lake, shaking him to the core and keeping him calm for a long time. These wonderful plans, even if it's the old man, he wouldn't have thought of them, right? A good one is to conceal the truth from the enemy, and the best way to do so is to have the truth in the truth, paralyzing the enemy on the surface. But in reality, it's a secret action. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. This sound east strikes the west. Besieging the way to save Zhao are also both absolutely wonderful plans that can be attacked or defended. Good. Great. At this moment, Zhu Juniper understood the beauty of these few ploys. Just as he was still about to follow that warlord and try to learn other strategies, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses seemed to have realized that they didn't belong to this world. All of them turned their horses towards him and Shang Wanyan, and they both tried to dodge, but realized that their cultivation was all gone. In the end, the two were split up and trampled under the horses by the disorganized army. Pust. The two woke up as if their chests had suffered a heavy blow, and a mouthful of blood spurted out to stain the floor red. Thinking of the image of being split up just now, both of their backs were covered in cold sweat, and panic filled their eyes. This was the backlash of the battle intent, meaning that their bodies couldn't carry the next ploy, and if they insisted on looking down, they were bound to die. At this moment, the ancient battlefield had already disappeared, and the two of them once again appeared in the study. The Chu Linger in front of her was still pouting and writing obliviously. The handwriting on the top of the paper was also getting more and more, and the stratagems had been written down to more than 30. But Zhu Jun and Shang Wanyan didn't dare to look at it again. They could not yet hold on to the battle spirit brought about by 3 stratagems, let alone more than 30 stratagems. Your Highness, this ploy is really... Shang Wanyan wanted to make a compliment, but realized that he was short of words and didn't know what words to use to describe the power of these ploys. At that moment, Shang Wanyan suddenly noticed her cultivation level and couldn't help but whisper in shock. Wait, I'm almost at the middle stage of the heavenly rank? I've only broken through to the early stage a few days ago, and my realm hasn't even stabilized yet. So why am I close to breaking through again now? Shang Wanyan was alarmed, knowing that breaking through too quickly could affect the foundation. However, when she checked her roots, she found that they were incomparably firm, and Zhu Juniper next to him, at this time, could not help but shout, my cultivation has actually reached the half-step heaven stage. The cultivation that has been stuck in me for decades without gaining an inch has actually moved? If I didn't have problems with my gong methods and meridians, I'm afraid I would have already broken through to the heavenly stage as a result, right? The duo didn't expect to make a breakthrough just by looking at these few ploys. Compared to Shang Wanyan, it is obvious that Zhu Jungsu has gained more. Through the sharpening of hundreds of battles on the battlefield, both large and small, he realized that there was still a lot of room for improvement in his art of war. Compared to these few schemes of Chu Lingers, he truly understood what it meant that a soldier was not afraid of deception. It also became clear that his ploy did seem a bit shallow. Sister Shangwan, you guys are really noisy. So noisy that Linger can't even think about things. When the two were surprised, Chu Linger's disgruntled voice came over, only to see Chu Linger put her pen down and cross her arms to glare at them. Shang Wanyan smiled sarcastically. I'm sorry, Linger. Sister didn't mean it. It's really, I felt it and couldn't control it. By the way, Spirit, exactly how many ploys did you write? Chu Linger rolled her eyes and stretched out her small hand to point at the stack of white paper in front of her. Isn't it all on paper? Sister can just read it herself. After reading it, it's just right to give Linger and the old gentleman a comparison to see whose is better. At those words, Shang Wanyan had a bitter look on her face, both wanting to look and not daring to look. As a military general, she naturally knew how powerful these schemes of Chu Linger were, but the wariness brought on by the 3 ploys was too much for them to bear, let alone those that followed. This, sister's count is not too clear. Linger tells sister. Shang Wanyan found a skimpy excuse to put it off. Chu Linger sighed and looked at the other party with that look of a fool. Sure enough, Sister Shangwan practiced martial arts because she wasn't smart enough to read. She couldn't even count. Simple-minded and limber. Linger wrote 35 ploys, and there was still the last one left to write before you two interrupted. Hearing this, the duo sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a strange strategy. There are 10 already, not enough. And this little girl in front of me actually has 36 plans? To what extent must one's attainment in the art of war be so high to come up with so many stratagems that are good enough to be passed down to the next generation? These ploys can be much more profound than his Zhu Jungsu's art of war. With this Zhu's art of war, it would be enough to make the Bingling Kingdom's army formidable to the enemy. Hiss, if I mastered this even more powerful 36 stratagems, Wouldn't I be able to perfectly control the battlefield to become a generation of military gods? What other enemy can stand against them? If this 36 stratagems of the art of war of Merzi was spread out, it would certainly be fought over by all the empires, and it would certainly become a supreme treasure to be worshipped by the military families. Your Highness, it is the old minister who is sitting in a well and looking at the sky with no one in sight. Compared to the princess and your father, the old minister is as insignificant as that firefly. The old minister's art of war is even more crude. Here, the old minister admits his fault to the princess and your honor. After realizing the gap between the two sides, Zhu Jungsu corrected his mindset and decisively bent down to make amends and apologize. Not to mention anything else, that previous mock battle had benefited him greatly. This is the favor of preaching and teaching. How can he be arrogant to his benefactor? Seeing the other party give in, Chu Linger's chest became extraordinarily straight. Humph. I'll let you look down on my father and be as arrogant as my old apprentice named Gu. Now you're good. You know the difference? I told you my dad is omnipotent. Everything is invincible. You didn't know where you were when he swept the 6 kingdoms. After Chu Linger was proud for a few seconds, she pretended to be generous again and reached out her small hand to help the other party up, shaking her head and smiling. Well, it's good to know when you're wrong. He. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Your Highness, for your forgiveness. Looking at Chu Linger's little adult appearance, Shang Wanyan and Zhu Jun looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough, kids don't hold grudges. The previous tit-for-tat atmosphere eased. By the way, Your Highness, you just said that there is still the 36th stratagem that has not been written out. Dare I ask, what stratagem is this stratagem? Chapter 25 Shang Wanyan, I didn't expect King Xiu Luo to be an old man of color. Shu Juniper had a strong expectation and desire in his eyes, and he was incomparably in love with the art of war. This life or studying the art of war. Now there is this kind of legendary book of war in front of him if he is not allowed to learn. It is simply more difficult than killing him. Chu Linger didn't hide anything, and after tilting her head to think for a few seconds, she opened her mouth. Well, then you can listen carefully. Yo, the 36 stratagems are the best plan. My father said, there's still hope when you stay young. One failure is nothing. There's still hope when you're here. At those words, Zhu Juniper froze. In his mind, war was all about winning and losing meant a tainted life. But right now this certainty made sense to him. It turns out, one must know how to advance and retreat in order to seize the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. It's only fitting for a man to be able to stretch and bend. Walking is the best plan? This is worthy of being a top-notch art of war? Advancing to attack and retreating to defend. If Olmi can break through the heavenly ranks a few decades younger and master these 36 stratagems again, I will definitely return to the battlefield to gallop the world. Alas, it's just a pity, this technique in meridians, let's not talk about it. Zhu Jungsu lowered his head in dismay. Back then, the reason he retired from the line of great generals to become a civilian. It is also because of the physical reasons for not being able to break through and feeling overwhelmed that you end up disillusioned. Shang Guanyan turned her head to look at him and also let out a long sigh. Shanshu Zhu, that gong method of yours can be cultivated by borrowing military power though, but after all, it's just a remnant. Even my master couldn't make up that last page for you, and couldn't help you make a breakthrough. Alas, it's a pity. Zhu Jungsu nodded, his face all lost. Yes, even an expert like the state master can't do anything, and I'm afraid there's no one else in the world who can help me. Now Gu Yanwu, that old sourpuss, has become a heavenly stage, yet I'm still at a half-step heavenly stage. Clearly my cultivation talent is stronger than his. If it wasn't for Princess Linger granting me a great chance today, old me might not have been able to advance an inch in my entire life. And if I wasn't limited by my feats, I'm afraid that this chance would have been enough for me to break through to the heavenly stage. Shang Wanyan shook her head slightly, seemingly also feeling sorry for Zhu Jungsu. The other party was a die-hard loyalist, and in order for him to break through the heavenly ranks and regain control of the military, the Empress and the State Master had gone to great lengths to allow him to do so. However, they were all useless, as if the upper limit of the other party's realm had already been fixed, and they could only wander around the Earth stage in this life. If Shangshu Zhu can break through the heavenly stage, the battle power on His Majesty's side can be greatly increased, and then when we make a move against the Jinbei King, the bottom line will be even more powerful. Shang Guanyan was very clear that as soon as he went to war with the Jinbei King, it would be equivalent to barring with the entire Jin Soul sect, Jinbei Wang's mother, but Jin Soul sect elder protector, but also a high-ranking kind of power. How would they sit back and watch their son being bullied? Furthermore, the Jinbei King was essentially a tool used by the Soul Suppression sect to seize the empire, and they had long known the truth. If it wasn't for a few other large sects holding them back, I'm afraid they would have sent people on a large scale long ago. The two parties are destined to be immortal, and once the war starts the ground-level martial artists are almost useless. the winner is still the heaven level of this high-end combat power. So with every additional heavenly rank powerhouse, the Ice Spirit Kingdom's chances of winning would increase by a few points. Shu Jungsu had a sad face, walked to the window with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky without saying a word, and the back seemed to be a bit despondent. Hearing the duo's conversation, Chu Linger's eyes darted around. There was also a muttering in my heart. Sister Shangguan said that this teaching teacher would be of great use to Godmother after her breakthrough. If Linger could use the knowledge that father taught her to help, how good would it be? This way Godmother will become more and more grateful to Daddy. But Linger didn't know what was wrong with him. What should we do? Just as he was muttering, the ragbag on Chu Linger's body flashed out a weak and undetectable light. A familiar mechanical beep sounded in his head once again. Ding! Your courier realize has been delivered. Please check. Immediately after that, Chu Linger's body shook and her eyes went black. This change scared her so much that she let out a cry of alarm. Ah! Just as the screams fell, the brightness returned to Chu Linger's eyes 0.1 seconds later. What's wrong with you, Linger? Is there something wrong somewhere? Hearing Chu Linger shriek, Shangguan Yen immediately became nervous. The other party was not only a princess, but also a sister like being in her eyes. Who wouldn't like such a soft, cute and understanding little loli with a powerful background? And, it's fine. Sister Shangguan doesn't need to worry. Chu Linger rubbed her eyes, her face full of doubts. This voice, it seems to have sounded twice, right? Who the hell sent this? Is it Daddy? That's right. Only Daddy loves Linger so much that he can send things through the Chinkuan bag. Linger knew that no matter where she went, her invincible father would always take care of Linger. Last time Daddy seemed to have sent some kind of calligraphy, and then Linger became super good at writing. So what's the point of this what's it true this time? As Shangguan Yen surveyed Chu Linger with a concerned gaze, Chu Linger stared at her with equally wide eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in Chu Linger's eyes, and the Shangguan Yen in front of her turned into a moving skeleton frame with countless meridians and veins on it. Even where Shangguan Yen had dark wounds, and even how the internal energy flowed through her body, Chu Linger's eyes could see clearly. Sensing this change, Chu Linger rubbed her eyes again in shock. Immediately the meridians disappeared again, and Shangguan Yen once again became a human. But when Chu Linger looked at it with her full attention, the meridians reappeared. The clever Chu Linger, who instantly understood how to use this eye of truth, couldn't help but jump up happily. Sakichi, it's amazing. What dead aunt? Linger, your aunt, she died? Shangguan Yen was in a state of confused incomprehension. Chu Linger sweetly smiled and waved her hand. No la, this is the words my father taught me. Sakichi means very powerful. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yen laughed and knocked Chu Linger's head, not taking this to heart and only treating the other party as gibberish. It was Shu Jungsu who had grown a heart, and took this to heart with a twinkle in his eye. If you've died, you're saying you're good at what you do. The old man is enlightened. It is true that one learns from one's old age, and I must turn around and pretend to be in front of that old sourpuss Gu Yanwu. While the two were talking, Chu Linger took the time to scan Shu Jungsu with her eyes. The problem was immediately realized. After a few filler teachings from Li Chunfeng, Chu Linger had long since recognized those meridians, and her heart immediately had a number. Mr. Zhu, if Linger says that she can help you break through the heavenly ranks, do you believe her? At that, the duo froze for a few seconds, then shook their heads. Shangguan Yen frowned slightly. Is Linger planning to use the vermilion bird meat to help Lord Zhu? That one. I'm afraid it won't work. After all, it's a matter of merit. Chu Linger shook her head. No, Linger doesn't have a chicken butt in her hand. Next to him, Shu Jungsu had a burst of curiosity, looking at the art of war of Merzi in front of him, and seemed to understand something. Could it be that the princess intends for me to learn these 36 stratagems, and wants me to break the boundaries with the help of military power and warlike intent? Chu Linger still shook her head. Well, not really. In fact, Linger can see where Mr. Chu has gone wrong. When these words came out, the Shangguan Yen duo laughed in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Linger, you're only a third-grade martial artist. How can you see through a half-step heavenly ranked Lord Zhu? Chu Linger didn't explain, but instead revealed a hint of a playful expression as she looked at Shangguan Yen and said with a smirk, Sister Shangguan has a dark wound on her shoulder, 3 inches below her ribs, and there's a bruise of blood at the location of her belly, and it's about to flow out. In addition, Sister chest is actually very small, only Linger fist big. The reason why it looks big is actually with the inner armor to hold up. Linger said, right? Hearing this, Shangguan Yen was shaken and cried out in disbelief. Linger, how do you know? This dark wound of mine is only known to His Majesty. I don't remember telling you about it, right? And my chest, cough. After saying that, her pretty face was instantly covered with a reddish blush. Rather than being valiant, She was a bit shy and angry at being spoken to like this by Chu Linger. Her breasts, indeed, were small. It was a pain in her heart. Even after reaching the heavenly rank she had not been able to make them bigger. Also the bruising in the small of the back is fast approaching menstruation and the other person is not wrong. Shang Guanyan implicitly glanced at Zhu Jungsu next to him with an awkward expression. Zhu Jungsu blinked his eyes and watched as if he hadn't heard anything. Chu Linger grinned. Linger originally didn't know. It was father who just told me. The moment these words came out, Shang Guanyan was so ashamed that she really wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. A Shura king, a great handful of people above the Hong rank, actually spying on a little woman like her? And it's looking her over? It was true that King Shura was always keeping an eye on his daughter. According to this, wouldn't he have no privacy at all? What's the difference between being naked? Shang Guanyan's face flushed green and red for a while. Her heart cursed and blossomed. How she stood felt uncomfortable, as if there was a pair of eyes in the void, mocking her breasts. Although I, Shang Guanyan, am not very strong, I am still a young woman. How can I get married in the future? It's just a matter of watching it and telling your daughter. What a scumbag. Chu Linger felt that she was very honest. This eye is not the magical power given by daddy? Isn't that the same as what daddy told me? Unbeknownst to her, her father has been pitched as a horny old unashamed. As for Zhu Juniper on the side, looking at Shang Guanyan's gesture, his eyes widened. The inner vibrations were immense, and awe was written all over his face. From a distance, he could see through the dark wounds of a heavenly ranked powerhouse, as well as the menstruation in chest. How strong is the princess's father? I can't even spot the other side. Could it be that the other party was using divine thoughts to see through it? Hiss, worthy of the Shura king. What else in the world can be hidden from him? So, the princess wasn't playing games when she said she could help me break through? Instantly, Zhu Juniper got excited. In order to verify this idea, Zhu Jungsa turned his head extremely seriously and looked at Shang Guanyan. So what, General Shangwan? Your chest, is it really only as big as Her Highness's fist? At those words, the room went dead silent. A majestic internal force erupted in the next second, and Xu Jun was blasted out dozens of meters away. Chapter 26, Old Me kindly congratulates you, but you scold me? Zhu Jungsu ran back with a bruised and swollen nose, a sardonic smile on his face as he arched his hand at Shang Guanyan. Sorry. Took the liberty. Shang Guanyan snorted angrily and did not reply. Zhu Jungsu naturally wouldn't mess with this violent and turned his head to look at Chu Linger blearily. Your Highness. Hi. Don't worry about it. Run your internal energy again for me. Chu Linger confidently patted her chest. Zhu Jungsu complied and flowed his internal energy through his body and attempted to impact the heavenly steps, but it still ended in failure. Seeing this, Chu Linger popped over with her hands behind her back and pointed at the other party's head. You have a meridian here that is impassable, and the internal energy in the meridian doesn't reach here, so it limits your realm and prevents you from breaking through. At those words, Shang Guanyan clammed up. Doesn't this mean that Zhu Shangshu, his brain lacks a muscle? Is Linger reliable or not? However, Zhu Jungsu had a happy look in his eyes and respectfully arched his hand. The princess is absolutely right. Every time I impact the heavenly steps I feel like that barrier is close at hand, yet I can't reach it. And please, princess, show me the way. He knew that Chu Linger could not see through his problem at all with only a third-grade martial artist. Instead of Chu Linger seeing it, it would be better to say that the Shura king behind her pointed it out. Sure enough, he is a great god. Nothing can be hidden from him. In his eyes, the image of Chu Linger's her father was already higher than the sky. Compared to the other party, he was like an ant with no secrets to speak of. Being watched by Zhu Jungsa's hot eyes, Chu Linger flung her skirt and thought seriously for a long time like a man of the world. If you want to break through, then you can only break the barrier. But your internal force can't impact at this meridian because of your technique. I think, Mr. Zhu can change the way his internal force works and try reversing it so that he can break through the barrier from the other side in reverse. When these words came out, they immediately scared Zhu Jungsa to death. Change of route? Internal power reversal? No kidding. The internal power operation is based on the internal strength of the decision to change the way of operation haphazardly. In the event that the internal power out of control collision, the light is seriously injured. The heavy is the explosion of the body and death. If it was an ordinary person who said this, Zhu Jun would have stormed out and slashed the other party to death with a palm. Isn't it obvious that it's going to hurt him? However, the person speaking was the princess, or the Shura king. That was not necessarily the case. Princess, are you really going to do this? Zhu Jungsa gulped, a little scared inside. Shang Guanyan also spoke up to dissuade her. Linger, this is not child's play. Don't mess around. Chu Linger stroked her chin and smiled confidently. It should be fine. My dad said that people should think against the grain, And if something can't be solved head-on, a different approach might work wonders. Hearing her say this, Shu Juniper seemed to have a few moments of confidence in his heart. If he is the king of Shura, will he still harm a little shrimp like him? Phew, since both your highness and your father have said so, then, the old minister will lay down his life to try. The big deal is that I'm dead, and I'm not willing to stay at the earth stage all the time. That would make me feel like a waste. The earth rank and the heaven rank were worlds apart. The heaven rank could already fly through the air, but the earth rank couldn't. Shu Juniper couldn't stand the temptation and got down cross-legged and started to try to reverse his inner strength. Shang Wanyan was filled with nervousness, guarding him as if he was afraid of being disturbed. It was Chu Linger, on the contrary, who laughed heartlessly. It's just a reversal of power. Dad said he had reversed a lot of times before, and therefore practiced what the sunflower treasure tree and the sword of wisdom. How big a deal? As Zhu Jungsu carefully ran his internal force, the majestic internal force came to the meridian stagnation from the opposite direction. Shu Juniper took a deep breath, and with a hardened heart, he controlled his inner strength to launch a fierce attack on the impenetrable barrier. It's quite a make-or-break situation. In his imagination, the barrier that had plagued him for nearly a century would never be so easy to break through. But, reverse impact, but easily breaks the barrier. In an instant, the true chi in his body became unobstructed, and a rolling torrent of water rushed by. The internal energy was like a river, going straight to the sea in the Dantian. A vortex of aura was immediately formed in the ocean, absorbing all of the surrounding aura. After 10 seconds or so, Shu Juniper slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as that of a broken gun. The whole thing stepped into a new world. Feeling the majestic internal force contained within his body, Zhu Jungsu was intoxicated and could not help himself. This is the heavenly rank? So, the last missing layer of the technique is actually to reverse the internal force? Without the princess and your father, the old minister would not have been able to touch it even after a lifetime of exhaustion. Old minister, kowtow to thank the princess and your father for their renewed kindness. If the princess does not abandon them, I would like to worship the princess as my teacher, even if it is a named disciple. Shu Jungsu shook his sleeve robe and respectfully knelt down. Worshipping a little girl was humiliating, but worshipping a cute princess with a giant behind her was high on his list. If it was because of the worship, and you could also learn the 36 stratagems, it would be a bloody good deal. Seeing Zhu Jungsu on the ground, Chu Linger's expression froze. Aya! Mr. Zhu, get up quickly. Why are you also like my old disciple? Kneeling without moving? Linger already has an old disciple. She can't take on another one. Zhu Jungsu was unmoved, and refused to get up for anything he said facelessly. It was Shang Wanyan, a heavenly rank, who came to pull him, and couldn't even do so. Your Highness, you've taken Gu Yanwuan anyway, so you're not too far behind me as a disciple, are you? He is a heavenly rank, I am now too. If he can honor the teacher's way, so can I. I definitely wait on your Highness as if I were an ant. I only hope that your Highness won't mind and take me into the division. Looking at Zhu Jungsu's deadpan appearance, Chu Linger sighed. Heavenly rank, although it's too much weaker than father. It should be barely enough to be father's disciple, right? If daddy knew that Linger had mixed up such a group of minions outside, would he be happy? Besides, there is strength in numbers, and it will be much easier for the apprentices to find their mother in the future. Alright, then master will accept you. Since you worship me as your master, then remember to honor your teacher. My father taught me from a young age that people who don't honor their teachers don't have a good end. At those words, Shu Jungsu looked aghast. He didn't know that Chu Linger was whining. Instead, he thought it was Chu Linger conveying the Shura king's will. Shu Jungsu arched his hand and kowtowed immediately. Once a teacher, always a father. The disciple will certainly not forget. Chu Linger nodded in relief, patting the other party's shoulder in an old-fashioned manner, and said in a deep voice with that cool exterminator-like tone, "Well, that's a good boy. Come, last time, your eldest senior brother paid his respects to the master as a gift of calligraphy. Today, seeing that you like the art of war, my master will teach you these 36 stratagems. This is an important text of the master's school, so keep it well." Seeing this dramatic scene, Shang Wanyan on the side was dumbstruck. The heavenly ranks just worshipped an 8-year-old girl as their master? Also worshipped so hastily? Really, speechless. Alright, by noon master will be taking a nap, so you can go back first. Disciple. Chu Linger was addicted to being a master and waved her hand excitedly like she was playing house. Then my disciple will retire first. If master has any orders, just send a message through this token. Zhu Jungsu nodded and handed over a communication token. Then, as if he had been given a treasure, he received the pile of papers filled with the art of war and bowed respectfully and retired. When he left the Yangla Palace, the expression on Zhu Jungsu's face was very different from when he first arrived, just like a different person. Watching Chu Linger quickly fall asleep, Shang Guanyan also quietly retreated and came to the sword pavilion to report truthfully about Chu Juniper's breakthrough in worship. After hearing this, the Empress Li Chunfeng's several people were crying and laughing. I didn't expect Zhu Juniper to break through as well. That's great. The matter of Zhu Juniper and Gu Yanwu worshipping their masters, just let them fool around. As long as Linger is happy. The Empress waved her hand. Shang Guanyan nodded her head and with a flash flew back to the Yangla Palace once again, guarding Chu Linger's safety. On the other hand, Zhu Jiangsu, who had been promoted, had a smug look on his face and was striding towards the Ministry of War. He was ready to go to the Ministry of War to pretend in front of the group of henchmen, and it would be meaningless if the upgrade wasn't for the sake of pretending. Yo, Gu Lao Ru, you haven't left yet? Arriving at the entrance of the Ministry of War, before he could step through the door, Zhu Jun met Gu Yanwu once again. Gu Yanwu pointed to the more than 1,000 elites above the Xin rank behind him and laughed. I just picked out my soldiers and horses and prepared to go on my errand. Ha, you're in a good mood today. Are you happy? Hearing this, Zhu Juniper immediately laughed happily and triumphantly. How did you know I broke through? Heavenly rank? His mother's? How did you break through? After feeling the other party's aura, Gu Yanwu was surprised for a moment. He knew how long the other party had been trapped in the Earth stage, but he didn't expect to break through. Zhu Jiangsu didn't hide anything and told all about the breakthrough and the worship. After hearing this, Gu Yanwu froze. So, you're just as powerful as the old man, both at the heavenly rank, and both were instructed to break through by the master? That's right. You've died anti, and I've died anti. Zhu Jiangsu deliberately showed off his newly learned vocabulary and was waiting for Gu Yanwu to inquire with an uncomprehending gaze. Then he himself would forcefully explain it to him before mocking it and leaving. But, it was not to be. When Gu Yanwu heard this, his face was so gloomy that it could drip water. I am kind enough to congratulate you, but you scolded me for having died as an ant? Today we must not have one. Lao Fu can no longer be the old mouth-chattering reader. In the past I was able to move my mouth, never hands. But now, old me will let you know today what it means to convince people with virtue. What it means to be 60 years old. Not smacking you 60 times is not enough to quell the old man's anger. With those words, a brick was slapped directly on Zhu Juniper's head. Zhu Juniper only felt a wave of dizziness, followed by Gu Yanwu's left and right bows. At the entrance to the Ministry of War, then all that could be heard was the sound of snapping. Chapter 27, A Battle in the Dynastic Hall. Hushin falls into the net. A few days went by in a flash. Pill God Valley's efficiency was extremely high, and the supplies for disaster relief were quickly exchanged. When Lu Bing and Du Rui came back with the supplies, Gu Yanwu's group of people used their space rings to collect the supplies and ran straight to the major disaster areas. And today, above the courtroom, the king of Jinbei, along with the minister of the Ministry of Justice and the royal historian, were all waiting for the female emperor to come to court with a teasing face. Your Highness, according to my subordinate's investigation in the past few days, His Majesty hasn't made any big moves, so I guess there's nothing else to do. Your Majesty's great endeavor will come to fruition. After today, I'm afraid the position of Empress will have to be moved. Subordinate, congratulations in advance to His Majesty on his ascension to the throne. In the face of the fawning of the group of lapdogs under his command, the corners of the Jinbei king's mouth curled up slightly, his face showing disdain. She's a stinking. Who is she to fight me? Just rely on that old undeadly Chunfeng? He's nothing. Although I, Lu Shi, am not as strong as her. Lu Qingxue, the power behind me is beyond her reach. Yan Song, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and Hushin, the minister of the household. And the others nodded their heads for a while. In truth, several people were filled with contempt. They were all human beings and naturally saw that this Jinbei king's ability was actually inferior to that of the female emperor, seemingly domineering. In the final analysis it was just a heavenly ranked second-generation ancestor piled up with heavenly materials and treasures. But they can't help having a powerful mother and a strong background. The world is all about profit. And the world is all about profit. They are all families and see-through. As long as they can bring benefits to them, whoever they help is not helping, and whoever is the emperor is the same. So when it is time to flatter or have to flatter, blow this guy cool, the benefits will not be less naturally. That's that. Your Highness is so majestic and has a gully in his heart. Can't you be compared to a woman? That's right. When His Majesty first took office, the old minister disagreed in every way, but the late emperor insisted on it, so there was nothing we could do. In fact, there is only one master within my subjects, and that is you, Your Highness. Listening to the words of the crowd, King Jinbei was satisfied beyond measure. At that moment, the eunuch let out a loud roar, startling the crowd into returning to their seats. His Majesty has arrived. The words fell. A dragon robe incomparably noble and cool Lu Qingxue, under the protection of Shang Guanyan, Atmospheric sitting on the dragon chair. Go to court. Long live the emperor. Hundreds of officials worshipped and shouted in unison. Lu Qingxue face expressionless. This group of people mouth shouted long live. Actually do not know how many cannot wait for her to die violently. The secretaries of the house have something to report, and retire from the court for nothing. Your Majesty, I have a message. Qin Hui, the imperial historian, once again arched his hand and stood out, continuing to speak at the Empress's signal. Your Majesty, may I ask if Your Majesty has any solution to the matter of the minister's petition 3 days ago regarding the disaster relief? The disaster is greater than heaven. Your Majesty can't just sit back and do nothing to those victims. This is not what a wise ruler would do. Qin Hui said with a long sigh and a short boo, seeming to be very compassionate and sympathetic to those people. As soon as he opened his mouth, a number of officials continued to make an issue out of the disaster relief, constantly putting pressure on Lu Qingxue. In the face of their aggressiveness, the Empress was all expressionless as she listened and did not reply. Even the Minister of War and others who were subordinate to her stood with their eyes closed and their hands hanging down in an old-fashioned manner. Seeing this, the many officials on the Jinbei king's side frowned, and Lu Ji also looked unhappy. This was not the outcome he wanted to see. In his mind, today's Empress should have been flustered and helpless in the face of the crowd's pressing, and would have ended up very helplessly begging them to give it some more time. But why is it so bland? Is she ready to die and break the mold? The Jinbei king coughed lightly and walked out with a mesmerizing confidence. With playful eyes, he looked at Lu Qingxue and questioned loudly. Your Majesty, shouldn't you give everyone an explanation? The late emperor didn't pass the throne to you for you to do as you please. If Your Majesty's virtue is not worthy of the position, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. We will never sit back and watch the people in dire straits. And 3 days ago, His Majesty personally promised to solve the problem of the disaster area. The king is not joking. Hearing Lu Ji's provocative words, the Empress slightly opened her eyes and looked at him with that icy gaze. Why do I need to explain to others what I have done in my life? How can I be capricious? There is no need for you to be concerned about the disaster area. I have already sent people over with supplies. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. Will I play with the people? All you have to do is wait for the good news. The Empress's underhanded words caused the crowd's faces to change. The imperial historian and the minister of the household and the others looked at each other in dismay. Looking at how confident the Empress was, the king of Jinbei frowned, feeling a great sense of ill will in his heart. Isn't there nothing left in the treasury? The Ministry of Revenue also has no funds. So where will His Majesty get the supplies to provide relief? Also, when did His Majesty send the men? How come we don't know? The corners of the Empress's mouth hung a few points of contempt. I have my own way to get the supplies. Do I have to report to you, King of Jinbei, to do my work? You don't have such a big face yet. Seeing this tit-for-tat stance of the two, the 100 officials were silenced. Fear of being affected by the two. Even Qin Hui, Yensong and Shen, a few leading big officials, do not dare to squeak again. Jinbei King Lu Ji was infuriated by Lu Qingxue's tough attitude. Eyes flickered to Hushan in anger, as if asking why he was giving supplies. Hushan spread his hands full of innocence and returned a look. Your Majesty, isn't all the money from the Ministry of Revenue in your pocket? Where did I get the stuff to give her? It's not worth it. Could it have been put together by those old fools? Ryujin took a deep breath to suppress his anger, which he also realized after being reminded by the other man. Lu Ji's fists clenched in anger, itching to chop up Li Chunfeng and the others. Ha. Your Majesty is quite the savant. Only, are those resources of yours enough to provide relief enough to rebuild the disaster area? That's not for King Jinbei to manage. I have my own way. In addition, I have a big matter to deal with today. After saying that, Lu Qingxue's face, which was already ice cold, became a bit more solemn. Come on people na, tie up Hushan, the minister of the household. For me. With a command, Commander Lu Bing immediately rushed in with 2 deputy commanders. The 3 of them held the spirit-binding rope in their hands and tied Hushan into a dumpling with lightning speed. This change of heart also caused everyone to turn pale, not understanding what had happened. When the ministers of the Ministry of Mandarins and the Ministry of Justice, as well as a few of the royal historians, wanted to make a move to stop them, they were stopped by the emboldened King of Jinbei. The King of Jinbei had a playful look on his face as he whispered to a few people. No harm done. With this king here, today I'd like to see what she wants to do. Kill a chicken to make an example of a monkey? Can she do it? A few people looked at each other and stepped back. Hushan was kicked behind the knee by Lu Bing and instantly fell to his knees, looking at the Empress with an angry face. Your Majesty, why did you kidnap the minister? Hushan, do you plead guilty? Dare to ask Your Majesty. I am a veteran of 2 dynasties. I have been working diligently for the Ice Spirit Kingdom. My youth was all handed over to the Ice Spirit Kingdom. So what is my crime? Hushan raised his head and glanced at the king of Jinbei, responding with a bottomless voice. The empress snorted disdainfully. Do you really want me to say it? Commander Lu, since Lord Wu doesn't admit his guilt, it's up to you to pronounce the sentence. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Bing arched his hand, pulled out a pamphlet from his pocket, stood in front of the empress facing the crowd, and opened his mouth full of murderous spirit to pronounce the sentence. By the Genie Wei all-round investigation, the Ministry of Households in Shen, 20 years ago, when the official governor of the use of authority, embezzlement of 500,000 taels of military pay, resulting in the defeat of the army without military pay, lost the southern border. After being promoted to governor of Suzhou 15 years ago, he embezzled 1 million taels of silver from the disaster relief funds, causing the people of Suzhou to starve to death by more than 70,000 people. 14 years ago, after being promoted to the position of Minister of the Shangshu 10 years ago, he embezzled stolen funds totaling 7 million taels one after another, and transferred all the tax resources of the Ministry of Revenue 3 years ago. The above totaled 72 pieces of evidence of guilt. Ironclad evidence. Dare I ask, and Lord, what do you have to say? Lu Bing's face was expressionless, like a face paralyzed, as if he was a machine without feelings. After listening to his pronouncement, Hushan threw the body cold, bloodless face. After half a second, Hushan tilted his head and roared furiously at Lu Bing, as if he had suffered a great injustice. A load of nonsense. I, Hushan, have lived a life of candor. How have I ever done such a thing? Lu Bing, I'm warning you, don't give this official false testimony, or both this official and the king won't be able to spare you. After he spoke, the king of Jinbei also shifted his gaze over. His eyes were like knives, stabbing Lu Bing's cheeks raw. I advise you to think clearly. This king is not something you can compare with a small Jinui. In addition, this king hates people who make things up and appreciates those who know what's right. The threat and solicitation in the Jinbei king's words were not hidden, but Lu Bing didn't care at all. Don't admit it? Do you think what you did is airtight? Paper can't hold fire. Someone invite Lu Biao, the minister of the household department, up here. Upon hearing Lu Bing's order, a middle-aged man soon walked in from outside, shaking his robes and kneeling down respectfully. I, Lu Biao, minister of the Ministry of Revenue, pay my respects to your majesty. Seeing the visitor, Hushan's face was ashen. Chapter 28. No esteem left. The female emperor establishes her authority. The person who suddenly appeared in front of him was Hushan's deputy, the second in command of the Ministry of Households, with whom he had a close relationship. The other side is involved in all the corruption and lawlessness. At this moment, Hushan suddenly understood why Lu Bing searched for evidence of his own guilt. Lu Biao, I've treated you well. Why did you betray me? You think you'll end up well just because you betrayed me? Don't forget, you're part of everything I've done. Hushan's eyes were bloodshot and looked like he was about to devour someone, looking particularly terrifying. Lu Biao smiled coldly. I'm sorry, Lord. My humble servant has always been His Majesty's subject, and I'm loyal to His Majesty when I eat His Majesty's pay. The reason why I'm in cahoots with you, that's only to collect evidence of your guilt. As for the stolen money, my humble servant secretly handed it over to His Majesty long ago. As soon as these words came out, Hushan's body seemed to be drained of strength. Luckily, I treated him as a brother, but I didn't realize he'd already been set up by that, just waiting to close the net. The civil and military officials in the court were also startled, and they understood that this was the empress ringing the alarm bell. One looked left and right, alertly at those around him. The mind is constantly pondering who was more like a spy arranged by the empress, for fear of repeating Hushan's mistake and being pulled down by a handful of horses. Now, does Lord He still have a defense? If there is none, then I will ask Lord He to accompany me to the sword pavilion. Looking at this witnesses and material evidence, for a time Hushan panicked. Your Highness, save me. Hearing Hushan's plea for help, the king of Jinbei stood out proudly and looked straight at the empress. The other party was his loyal dog, so how could he not be saved? If you don't save the dog today, the dog will leave tomorrow. Moreover, how could he not see that this was a means for the empress to establish her authority, in order to strike a blow at his Jinbei king's temper? Your Majesty, Lord He is a veteran of 2 dynasties. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to take him away, is it? Even if Lord Wei agrees, this king does not agree, and this king agrees that the ministers do not agree. As soon as these words came out, the ministers who had defected to him immediately stood up and agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty will think twice, and Lord He is in a position of power if he is executed. Who will be in charge of the huge Ministry of Households? That's right, the Ministry of Revenue coordinates the world's taxes, as well as all expenditures, and adults do not have credit but also have hard work. If you do this, won't you let your colleagues feel cold-hearted? Listening to this group of people as you said one thing and another, Lu Qingxue angrily slapped the dragon chair. A piercing cold aura emerged from his body, looking at them with murderous intent. What's the use of your disagreement? What? I can't be the master of this world anymore? I don't even have the power to behead a guilty official? The emperor of the Ice Spirit Kingdom is me, not you. King Jinbei, you're just a prince. What authority do you have to meddle in the affairs of state? I am in charge of everything in the Ice Spirit Kingdom. He hush in iron evidence. If I do not chop law, and what is the use? The Ministry of Households left him and Shun will not turn? Lu Bing, drag him down and execute him on the spot outside the palace. Anyone who dares to stop will be treated as a criminal and killed. Lu Qingxue waved her dragon robe with an incomparably strong attitude. The 100 officials could not help but be cowed by this gesture. It had been a long time since I had seen the Empress get angry like this, and I remembered that the last time she got angry was when she had just ascended the throne and killed 48 ministers in a fit of rage. Even their family was implicated. Bloodied the entire courtroom by nearly half. The blood stained the entire streets of Chang'an City red. That night, the smell of blood in Chang'an went straight to the clouds. It's just that over the years, they've almost forgotten the Empress's ironic methods. Looking at the Empress whose aura exploded in front of them, the crowd was reminded of that bloody and brutal scene, and for a while they didn't dare to speak anymore, but could only cast their eyes towards the Jinbei King. When Lu Jin was brushed off by the other party, that foppish young master's nature exploded into fury. The same aura stormed. A palm knocked back Lu Bing, stood in front of Hushin and separated from the Empress. Lu Qingxue, you dare. As long as you dare to kill Hushin, this king will dare to poke a hole in the Ice Spirit Kingdom. You know, behind this king, there is this strength. Seeing this scene, those officials behind them were in high spirits. As long as the Empress stepped back, it would mean that the prestige she had built up over the years was gone. It's a big plus for them. But unexpectedly, the Empress smiled playfully. Oh, Jinbei King, are you preparing for a rebellion? Don't dare. This king is only trying to maintain the safety of the two dynasties and stop the dynasty from collapsing. If you have to kill someone for a minor mistake, who will work for the emperor in the future? Listen to my king's advice. The water here is too deep for you to grasp. Lu Chang did not budge an inch and pressed on, no longer caring about even the least bit of honor and respect, calling the Empress by her name. Lu Qingxue snorted coldly. Today, this day is for the purpose of establishing authority and weakening the Jinbei King's power and stabilizing the dynasty. How could she possibly step back? The majestic internal force mixed with the imperial chi and condensed into a 5-clawed ice dragon, suspended above his head ready to launch an attack. Pull out and chop it up. Today I'd like to see how you stab the sky through. Looking at the mighty ice dragon, Lu Ji was forced to take a step back and stared at the Empress in anger with his eyes wide open. You really want to tear your face off? Aren't you afraid of the soul suppression sect behind me? To tell you the truth, with that old undeadly Chun Feng, he can't hold back the 3 guardians of my sect. Not to mention that my soul-suppressing sect still has a closed-door desolate ranked old ancestor who was about to come out of seclusion. So what are you going to fight me with? Lu Qingxue ignored as if he had not heard. The long sleeve of the dragon robe waved, killing aura towards Lu Bing ordered. Chop! Lu Bing arched his hand and escorted Hushin, in front of all the civil and military officials, out of the hall. As he passed in front of the king of Jinbei, he even hummed in a small voice. Your Highness, this sky is still His Majesty's. Your hands aren't that long yet. Lu Shi's fists clenched, feeling greatly insulted. He wanted to kill Lu Bing and Lu Qingxue, but realized that he couldn't beat this. You can only bite your teeth and swallow it in your stomach. As for Lu Qingxue, she was also unwilling to completely fall out now. After all, Li Chunfeng was still a little short of reaching the desolate rank. If he killed Lu Ji, then his mother would absolutely disregard everything and bring a large number of people from the soul suppression sect to kill him. They didn't have the reserves to fight against the soul suppressing sect yet and couldn't go to war. Otherwise, with her violent temper, she would never have put up with Lu Ji's repeated disruptions. Your Majesty, save me, save me, I don't want to die. I don't want to. Hushin hissed in despair. On him, breaking or snapping. More than 10 seconds later, Lu Bing's hand rose and fell, and Hushin's cries ceased. Those officials affiliated with the king of Jinbei within the Great Hall were shivering, rather like a rabbit dying. Your Majesty, the traitorous minister Hushin has surrendered. Here is his head. Your Majesty, please look at it. Throw them out. Feed them to the dogs. Also take someone to the Wa family, a full family, copied and decapitated. Lu Qingxue waved her hand, and Lu Bing immediately threw the head out. After doing this, Lu Qingxue brought Shang Wanyan and walked step by step to the Jinbei king. Looking at the other party's look of not being able to look at her and not being able to her over, the corner of Lu Qingxue's mouth curled up slightly. I am waiting for you to stab the sky. Don't think I don't know that the main force of your soul-suppressing sect won't be able to come out for a while. Also, put away your little maneuvers, or I won't mind dying with you. From today, the position of Minister of Household will be taken over by Lu Biao. Retire from the court. After saying that, Lu Qingxue dragged her long dragon robe and disappeared into the great hall with a lofty step. After the empress left, the Jinbei king couldn't hold back any longer and roared madly. Ah! Damn it! I won't be a man until I get this revenge. Back at the Jinbei king's residence, Lu Ji stormed out. When he stepped into the mansion, he only saw Miao Sanbu sipping a small drink and watching the dancing girls dance with a happy face. Seeing this, Lu Ji was even angrier. Get out! Get out of here! All of you! Get out! You still in the mood to watch them dance? The dancers were so shocked that they left in a hurry. Miao Sanbu rolled her eyes and looked at him with a lack of interest. What? Brain cramp? Or did the carving get chopped up? I've been hanging out with you for so long. What's wrong with enjoying myself? Where is the blood knife? Why not see the shadow of people? This king cannot stand it. This night I will be with that fish death net broken. Thinking of that scene in the courtroom, Lu Ji's blood rose to his head and he was furious. Let him think through his head. Also cannot think of always tolerant Lu Qingxue. Suddenly were the courage to dare to tear his face off. Miao Sanbu poured a glass of wine and drank it comfortably without mattering. Since he got your unwanted young Mu Shui, he hid in his room and practiced thrusting forks and stabbing, and didn't come out of his room for 3 days. I don't know. That is pretty hot. And she's a virgin, so you're not going to fail, are you? Miao Sanbu had a playful look on his face, as if Lu Jinji had been poked in the heart. He was instantly irritated and wanted to explode. Seeing this, Miao Sanbu hurriedly changed the topic. What? Are you ready to make a move tonight? I advise you to hold back. Your soul-suppressing sect is being watched for the time being and can't spare a hand. With the few of us at the moment, I'm afraid that the net won't even be broken if the fish dies. Lu Ji took a deep breath and told the whole story of today. What do you want me to do? I can't swallow this. It's none of my business. Who made you want to make a fool of yourself and mess around? Isn't it good to honestly wait for the soul-suppressing sect to come and take over the Ice Spirit Kingdom in one fell swoop? Miao Sanbu smiled contemptuously and opened his mouth to mock. Ryu sincerely clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, took a drink, and smashed the bowl. What do you know? If this king takes the Ice Spirit Kingdom in advance, then the old ancestor is bound to think highly of me when he learns about it. And then with the old ancestor's promotion, I'm still afraid that I won't be able to break through the desolate stage? You know, our old ancestor was a desolate rank 100 years ago, so you can imagine how strong he is. Miao Sanbu wasn't too interested in these power plays, shrugged his shoulders, carried the wine, and left. Don't you have a wise counselor named Weihart? Go discuss it yourself. I'm going to eat you and Lu to listen to a song. Mud. What are you guys good for? One only knows how to play with women, and the other only knows how to paddle and listen to music. After smashing a table to vent, Ryu sincerely came to the weighing room as well. Baby, what do you think the king should do about that? Now hush in a death. The king's might is weak. The other dog legs also everyone from the danger dare not mess. Alas, upon knowing all of this, weighing heart, the feminine man, was hiding a smile. Cluck cluck cluck. Your Majesty, how hard can it be? The slave girl has a method that can make the dynasty disintegrate in an instant. If your highness wants, the slave girl can also make the empress a forbidden domain for your highness. Chapter 29, The King of Jinbei and the Tiger Seeking Skin. Weighing in and sticking to the arms of the King of Jinbei, the two hearts not only did not have half a bit of nausea, but even felt very enjoyable. Oh, baby, you have a way to disintegrate the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Weighing heart nodded. That's right, your highness. When has the slave girl ever lied to you? The King of Jinbei stroked his chin in thought for a few seconds and slowly nodded his head. However, this king has been planning for so many years just to get his hands on the Ice Spirit Kingdom and then become an emperor that everyone admires. If you get disintegrated, what is the point of this king's action? You think again. How can you both let Lu Qingxue that abdicate? After this matter is done, this king will definitely favor you properly this night. Hate your highness. Don't be bad. It's not even dark yet. Allow the slave girl to think about it first. It's hard to get a handle on bringing down the empress without bringing down the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Weighing the heart's feminine face, a touch of shyness flared up, watching the Jinbei king enjoy himself immensely, filled with a sense of fulfillment. However, seeing that the other party wanted to think about the problem, the Jinbei king withdrew his hand. The room, for a moment, fell silent. He only saw Weighing Heart take out the maps of the kingdoms and the map of forces, and kept on gesticulating something. After a few minutes, Weighing looked up. Your highness, the slave girl has a solution. Yes? Quickly tell this king. The king of Jinbei was overjoyed. Instead of speaking immediately, Weighing Heart pouted and kept pouting. Your highness, if that empress is resolved, could your majesty reward her to my concubine for one night? Hearing these words, The Jinbei king's face instantly turned gloomy, with a slight murderous aura. What? Are you starting to like women? No no no. Your Highness has misunderstood. The slave girl only has your Highness in her heart. How could she like a disgusting creature like a woman? I just want to bully her properly. This is the high and mighty Empress, the number one beauty of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. It must be very fulfilling to bully her. Your Highness, please promise me that I will serve you well tonight. Don't you know how much I love you? Seeing that the King of Jinbei was furious, Weighing Heart hurriedly used her full clip sound to pout. The King of Jinbei was coaxed into a fit of relief. Okay. This king will promise you, but you must remember that you only belong to this king. If you dare to like a woman, then don't blame this king for not remembering his old feelings. Quickly tell us the solution. This king can't stand this anger today. Thinking of Lu Qingshua's cold, noble and absolutely beautiful appearance and posture, Weighing Heart's eyes flashed with a flash of lustful aura, and his tongue gently licked his lips in a licentious manner. However, he didn't dare to show it in front of King Jinbei. Your Highness, look, now that Hushan is dead, those ministers are all in danger of themselves. No matter whether the disaster relief can be successful or not, it has already been shaped into a great climate. Trying to bring her down from within is nearly impossible. So, we need to use outside forces now. At those words, the Jinbei king frowned for a moment, his eyes filled with doubt. External forces? You mean? That's right. We can seek cooperation from the Fire Spirit Kingdom and the Golden Spirit Kingdom, the two empires that have a grudge against the Empress. Borrow their power to force her to abdicate. The corner of Weighing Heart's mouth curled up, and his eyes became incomparably sinister and venomous. Upon hearing this idea, the King of Jinbei immediately quit. Are you kidding? If I get both of them in, wouldn't I be seeking skin with a tiger? I'm afraid I'll lose all my bone scum by then. My confrontation with that is ultimately an internal struggle within the ice spirit, and the nature would be different if outsiders were drawn in. Weighing in, he shook his head, wisecracking. Your Highness is wrong. If it were a different person to work with them, it would indeed be seeking the skin of a tiger. But you, it's different. Don't forget, behind you is the soul-suppressing sect. Will they dare to mess around once the flag is pulled? Lu Ji pondered for a few seconds. That's true. With the soul-suppressing sect being such a huge giant, it will more or less give some face in other empires. And I received news that my clan's old ancestor, Zhao Doju, should also be coming out of the gate recently. With him there will definitely be able to cover me. But according to you, if they didn't get half the benefits, would they bother to cooperate with me? At those words, Weighing Heart put up her womanly slender fingers and shook them slightly. The entire person shrank back into the arms of the Jinbei king. Then of course there has to be a benefit. The world is bustling for profit. Who would come to the muddy waters without a benefit? Your Highness can promise both of them to cede some territory with gold, silver and jewels to them after it's accomplished. In that case, I think they'll definitely be happy with it. With the power of the Empress, can she still resist the two countries joining forces? At that time, the king has both overthrown her and kept most of the territory under his control. The best of both worlds. If such a great achievement were to be passed back to the soul suppression sect, then wouldn't the status of the king's mother be able to climb up the ladder even further? Listening to Weighing in eloquently, Ryuichi admitted that he was impressed. Taking down the Ice Spirit Kingdom was a monstrous feat. It was unimaginable how much benefit an empire could bring to the sect. When the time comes, not only will the old grandfather make him an emperor when he's happy, it could also raise his mother's clan status. And most importantly, he himself still had the chance to be cultivated heavily by the old ancestor. That is, to be accepted as a personal disciple. With the Desolate Order ancestor as your background, where in the world can't you go? Even if the emperors of the 5 kingdoms were in front of him, they would have to give him a few points. The plan is good. I'll be able to gain an empire with some barren lands. But, how can I make sure that this fire and gold empire's people won't turn against me afterward? I don't want to do that kind of work that leads wolves into the house. Weighing in with a slight smile, he snapped his fingers and reached out to point to the sky. Has your majesty forgotten the martial pledge? Hearing these words, Lu Ji came to a sudden realization and his eyes snapped open. Right. What an authority. How could I have forgotten about the martial Dao oath? As long as the oath is signed before cooperation, if they dare to turn against me, the heavenly Dao won't spare them. Ha ha ha, baby, you're such a sweet and good assistant to me. On the other side of the Empress, after beheading Hushan, she had the Jinyui and the Imperial Guards go to Hushan's house to copy his family. On that day, the large He family was raped and bloodied. Even from a few blocks away, you could smell the rush of blood. More than 2,000 heads of the He family were hung on the city walls as a warning. Looking at the incriminating evidence posted by the brocade guards, the people were all screaming madly, and they all abhorred the corrupt officials and the people. Without corrupt officials raiding the people's fat and wealth, the people would not be living in such a miserable state. In addition, the news of the court's disaster relief was also released by the Jinui. Passerby, have you heard? His Majesty beheaded a big corrupt official today. The Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue. Cannon fodder be, really? Even such a big official can be killed? Hooligan see, that's right. Those brocade guards are super ferocious. I personally saw them rush into the Yi family to exterminate the door. More than 2,000 people did not have a survivor. Nah, the heads are hanging there. Bandit Ding, what is this? As soon as the Jinui rushed in, and the family's dog got 2 big BB pockets for barking a few times, and the dog's head was swollen. The rumors spread like crazy in the left and right neighborhoods, and for a while, the Empress's prestige in the civil society increased wildly and gained the adoration of a large number of people. Geniwei is also like a sword hanging over the heads of the 100 officials, so that they dare not move. Inside the sword pavilion, Lu Bing rushed in with a tired face. Your Majesty, there is not a single surviving member of the Wa family, and a total of 8 million taels of gold, silver and jewels. The supplies are at the door of the Ministry of Revenue, awaiting your Majesty's approval. Chapter 30, Supreme Ironworking Technique given by the system. Hearing this, the crowd within the sword pavilion all sucked in a breath of cool air. What? 8 million taels of gold? How could he have embezzled so much? It's enough to cover 3 years of the Empire's tax revenue. Li Chunfeng was shocked by this huge amount of assets. A minister of the household department has coveted so much. So many ministers in the court. The amount of material embezzled in equal parts is unimaginable. The Empress was also shaken in her heart. It seems that in the future, she will have to beat up more corrupt officials, so that she can make money quickly and eradicate dissidents. No matter, the matter of assets entering the warehouse, Commander Lu is just responsible for supervising it. And in addition, let Lu Biao go and purchase grain and grass, and continue to send it to the disaster area. With this money from Hushan, the treasury has been enriched as a result. Lu Bing led the order to retreat. After Li Chunfeng female emperor a few masters calmed down, they did not dwell more on the assets. There's so much money to be spent up and down the empire these days that it can't be saved anyway. Compared to money, Lu Qingxue cared more about Li Chunfeng's power. By the way, National Master, has your realm made any progress? Today I tore my face with Lu Ji. With his nature he will never hold back. I'm afraid that he will go to Jinsoul sect to bring someone. Can we hold up then? Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng stroked his florid beard and laughed in a breezy manner. Your Majesty, rest assured, unless their desolate order Elder Zhao Deju comes out of the gate, the soul-suppressing sect is incapable of intervening in my ice spirit kingdom, and with those 3 heavenly order peak protectors, I'm certain that I can fight against them. In addition, I am already at the half-step desolate stage, and I'm only one opportunity away from breaking through. At that time, I'll kill as many of them as they come. And your Majesty can also take advantage of the decades that I've been alive to make a quick breakthrough to the desolate stage. With the aid of the Imperial Qi coupled with your Majesty's qualifications, I believe that you'll be able to reach it very soon. Li Chunfeng looked at Lu Qingxue with a deep gaze. It had to be said that the other party's qualifications were indeed very high. Being born with an ice spirit body, it can absorb cold air into the body to help cultivate, and it is also a once-in-a-century physique. At just under 30 years of age, he had already reached the middle stage of the heavenly ranks. This progress could not be said to be fast. Only, that proud qualification was now surpassed by that little girl Linger. By the way, your Majesty, how is Linger girl doing in the past few days of my seclusion? Linger has worked very hard. After sleeping up during the day, she would go to the hunting grounds to slaughter some small animals, and has currently been promoted to a 5th grade martial artist. I had Wei Zhongxian capture some spirit beasts and mix them in for Linger's cultivation. When speaking of Chu Linger, a touch of warmth and relief, as well as extreme doting surfaced on Lu Qingxue's face. Li Chunfeng nodded. Spirit beasts? Spirit can deal with it? It won't be dangerous? Will not. There is Wei Zhongxian in. In addition, Xiao Yan is not moving an inch, always paying attention to Linger's safety. The hunting ground perimeter I also let the Imperial Guards surrounded. It's very safe. Cultivation is not much of a problem. But, literature-wise, this girl really makes me hurt my brain. Alas. Lu Qingxue sighed with a difficult face. As a mother, even a righteous mother, she wants her children to read and learn more. But there was no one around who could even teach an 8-year-old girl. Looking at the other party's helpless face, Li Chunfeng laughed out loud. If you can't learn it, then you won't learn it. When I'm free, the old minister will go teach Linger swordsmanship. Looking at Linger's well-behaved appearance, the old minister couldn't help but think of His Majesty's own daughter. Alas, I don't know how that girl is doing now. If the situation wasn't unsuitable to bring her back in the first place, I'm afraid she would be able to live a happy life nowadays. Wouldn't she? Your Majesty wouldn't have to suffer so much from lovesickness. Speaking of Lu Qingxue's own daughter, Lee Chunfeng had a few moments of helplessness and guilt on his face. In the beginning, in order to take care of the overall situation, he had no choice but to beat the lovebirds and bring back the empress who had just given birth to take over the throne. In the end, it caused her not to see her daughter's husband for 8 years and broke up a family. Lu Qingxue also sighed and once again touched the piece of ginkgo leaf from her bosom. I don't know, how is my husband doing? He should be thinking about me and suffering from the same pain of lovesickness, right? Although the girl follows her husband in a mundane manner, but your husband's considerate character will surely take good care of her as well. When I have calmed down the situation, I will definitely pick him up and bring him to the imperial city. And at that time, no one will be able to stop me from having a family reunion. Looking at the empress's firm eyes, Li Chunfeng, who had always been against it, remained silent. On the other hand, Chu Mo was not suffering from lovesickness as Lu Qingxue thought, but instead was living a very fulfilling life. Hey Shu! Hey Shu! In the yard in front of the cabin halfway up the hill, there was an additional large burning iron stove. Chu Mo was sweating like a pig, and was struggling to wield a hammer that kept smashing against the red-hot blade embryo in front of him. There was a lot of clanking in the courtyard. Mud! You dog system, what kind of have you been giving out in the last few days of signing in? A robe, a bin of rice, and a bull ****** ironworker. I'm a cultivator now, a great hand of the 6th rank. What's the point of giving me an ironworking technique? On top of that, this pussy is so fiddly. In the past few days, Chumo's luck was extremely poor, not to mention the fairy maid, and he didn't draw any wild and cool treasures. He was so angry that he couldn't even eat, and even wondered for a moment if he hadn't rushed around before signing in, and that's why his hand was so bad. However, the only comforting thing was that he could use these worthless things as well, and wasn't limited to only Chu Linger being able to use system items. Of course, the precious baby skills, he still couldn't use them, so there was no difference between him as a host and a found one. Correction, it's a green-colored robe in the winter warmth and summer coolness no-wash model, with non-GMO rice, and the supreme ironworking technique. Please host, do not lower the system's compulsion. Also, Xian doesn't change, non-celebrities should have non-celebrities' consciousness. In fact, the system is also for the good of the host. It wants to improve the quality of life for the host. Think about it, if you're not allowed to go out in the mountains, you'll need some pots and pans, kitchen knives, wood knives, axes, and so on, won't you? With blacksmithing you can do it yourself. Isn't it good to be self-sufficient? The system taunted slightly playfully. Chu Mo was furious. The hammer was thrown and immediately found a tree stump and sat down, constantly rubbing his sore hands. Where do you get off saying you're doing me a favor? Doesn't it hurt your board to talk against your conscience? Old me using this ironworking technique of yours to make iron, actually having to slam 10,000 hammers hard to produce a chopper. It's really a dog's day. Might as well let me go down the mountain to buy a convenient one. Trapped in the mountains, Chu Mo was actually still very lonely by himself. Except for the occasional encounter with one or two who went up the mountain to cut wood for hunting, the mountain was almost deserted, so fighting and arguing with the system every day became his only pastime. After all, if you don't talk for a long time, you get stupid and depressed. Come on, effort! The host has already hammered 999 times, just one last time, and the host's first maiden divine sword will be born. What's the dog barking at? Filling me with a bunch of chicken soup. A broken chopper is just a chopper. You think it's a supreme weapon? Even if it is smashed 20,000 times, it is still just a chopper and can never become a dragon slayer's knife. Saying that, Chu Mo got up and once again took the hammer, rather smashing it full 10,000 times in disgust. After smashing it, he stared intently at the knife in front of him, wanting to see how powerful the supreme ironworking technique, which had been blown up by the system, really was. However, 10 minutes had passed, but Chu Mo did not find any visions. And inwardly, he no longer had any hope for this whatsoever supreme iron beating technique. Well, mediocre, appraisal over. Mad, just no pit old me. If it is not the previous chopper shoot garlic shoot broken, who would like to hammer 10,000 go down to fight chopper? ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************� Casually, toward a shady spot in the yard to let it cool and anneal, and he himself rubbed his wrists and headed for the granary with a large bowl. It just so happens that my own stale rice is finished, so today I'll try the rice given by your garbage system and see how it tastes. The door to the granary slammed shut. What Chu Mo didn't know was that the moment he stepped into the granary, the plain, ordinary kitchen knife on the ground suddenly erupted into a dazzling pillar of light that shot up into the sky. In the meantime, in the middle of the sky above the nook and cranny of the mountain, there was a middle-aged man with an immortal style who was lying on a cloud with a sad face, drinking wine, and his mouth was constantly whining. Ugh, it's too hard. It's too hard. It's harder than heaven to break through to the late stage of the desolate rank. Could it be that I, Zhao Doju, can only be stuck in the middle stage of the desolate rank in this life? Obviously they go out and count a fortune. Said today out there will be a chance. But the old man looking for a day there is a bird of chance? As soon as the words fell, a pillar of light suddenly appeared. The poof pierced the cloud beneath him and shot straight up into the sky out of his crouch position. Chapter 31, The District is Mortal. How dare you stop this imperial prince? This sudden turn of events startled the middle-aged man. The man hurriedly got up from the white cloud, surveyed his crotch, and was relieved to see that his crotch baby was still there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which sneak attacked the old man? No morals at all. Hitting people without hitting their faces. Stealing attacks without stealing eggs. Stepping on horses. Almost made me lose my eggs. The middle-aged man couldn't help but curse. And even with his cultivation, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when this pillar of light brushed past his vital parts. After taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, the middle-aged man raised his head and began to notice the flickering column of light. Upon seeing the pillar of light, the middle-aged man's heart jerked as if it had stopped for a few seconds, and his heart shook tremendously. Hiss, this is, a foreign treasure has come out. Isn't the chance for my old me to break through coming? Ha ha ha, I, Zhao Doju, am truly a ing genius. I knew it was useless to shut up in the clan. I still have to come out and make waves. Zhao Doju got up and patted his butt, following the location where the pillar of light had just dissipated, and slowly floated down from above the clouds. In no time at all it landed over the nooks and crannies of the mountain. After scanning the mountain a few times with a sharp, hawk-like gaze, his brows gradually furrowed. It's obvious that the light is emanating from this mountain. But why can't I find it or sense it? Just what kind of exotic treasure is it? It seems like one has to hurry up and find it. Delay will make things worse, in case it attracts some old monsters to fight over it. Zhao Diju flew over the mountain a few more times, when suddenly an object on the mountain caught his eye. He noticed the little house halfway up the hill and the ginkgo tree. This mountain is so desolate and populated is rare, but I didn't think there were still people living here. To be able to live in this mountain for years, one must be incomparably familiar with this place, and one can go down and ask the owner of that house to see where there is an abnormality in this mountain. If I can let me find that exotic treasure today, I wouldn't mind granting you a chance. After thinking for a while, Zhao Diju floated down and landed outside the small courtyard. Just as he was about to step into the courtyard, a door within the courtyard suddenly opened. Out of the house came what looked like, 27 or 28-year-old youth, cursing to himself. Mud. This crappy rice you gave me is so hard to pan. It took me a dozen pots of water to get it clean, but the rice is still quite full. By the way, today's host father I haven't signed in yet. Click to sign in. Host's luck is so bad. Sure you won't wait a few more days and use multiple stacks to increase the chances of getting a rare item? The system asked teasingly. Trummer shrugged. I just washed my hands in rice water. It's bound to come out good. Come on. I'm ready for you to move. Seeing that Chu Mo insisted on signing in, the system turned the dial as it was told. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired a disobedient era, available to the host. Please check it out. The system was becoming more and more humanized, and worthless things would be followed by the active addition of the phrase available to the host. Seeing this hint, Chu Mo already knew that this was a mediocre dog, not some breed with a special bloodline, but Chumo was still satisfied with the reward. Huskies, it's an amazing species. In his previous life, he had particularly wanted to have one, but a dog like a husky could engage in a demolition program at the drop of a hat. His family was poor enough to fold and never dared to raise it. It doesn't matter in this life. Anyway, the house is just a few broken boards and a few water tanks, so feel free to dismantle them. Being able to have a living, breathing pet is a great way to get rid of loneliness when you're bored. Nothing to sneak the dog, seems to be fine. However, Chumo's brows quickly furrowed. This was because no item rewards were found in the system package. Where is it? It's not being grubbed up by you, is it? Live animals can't be stored in the system space. The dog is nearby, so please look for it yourself. Host. Chumo nodded and took big strides towards the outside of the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhao Doju, who was on a large tree outside the courtyard, frowned lightly. A 6th grade martial artist? It's just as well that a hallowed martial artist doesn't seek advancement, but actually chooses to avoid the world and live in seclusion? And, this person seems to be a little bit out of his mind, to the point where he's chattering to himself for half a day. Forget it, it's none of my business anyway, so when I ask about the mountain, I'll reward something as I go along. Zhao Diju then wanted to jump down from the tree to ask Chu Mo if there was anything unusual in this mountain. Just then, Zhao Diju seemed to have sensed something, and his figure stopped hard. his eyes turned towards the forest, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. After holding his breath and feeling it with his heart, Zhao Deju's face became increasingly grave. This is the aura of the Northern Plains Ice Wolf, and it's not weak. It's even a half-step demon king. Hiss, how could the Northern Plains Ice Wolf appear here? Isn't this thing in the extreme north of the continent? Could it be that it was also attracted by the exotic treasure? Zhao Deju frowned. The so-called demon king was roughly the same as a human desolate rank powerhouse. A big shot on the side of the spirit beast realm. Under the same level, humans were no match for demonic beasts and spirit beasts if they didn't have divine weapons. However, Zhao Deju wasn't panicking because he had the backbone to deal with the ever-approaching Northern Plains ice wolves. Demonic beasts are the most ruthless and vicious, especially demonic beasts like wolves. It seems that the master of this small courtyard is in danger. But, I still need to find him to ask for a letter, so I'll save him later as payment for asking for a letter. Zhao Deju didn't show his form on the tree and quietly waited for the arrival of the Northern Plains ice wolf. A few minutes later, a large black and white wolf about half a man's height came lolling its tongue and bumbling toward the yard here. Those beady blue eyes revealed wisdom. The black and white fur on his forehead looked like 3 fires burning, and the whole wolf looked very dominant. Run like the wind. The dominance was accompanied by a bit of custodial arrogance and lack of discipline. A foreign treasure. The scent of a foreign treasure. This prince has traveled the continent for so long, and every time he left those ruins empty-handed. I didn't expect to actually come across a foreign treasure here. I must obtain this foreign treasure to break through the Demon King realm. When I break through, I'll go back and seize power to hang my father and beat him. Ow 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 ow. As a dog, no. As a wolf. The sense of smell and the 5 senses, these are very sensitive. The Northern Plains ice wolf was quite certain that the exotic treasure was in this courtyard. The closer he got to the courtyard, the stronger the smell of that foreign treasure in the air became. That pair of blue eyes was filled with excitement and fervor. And Chu Mo, who was looking around for a dog at the entrance of the courtyard, naturally noticed this change in front of him. Through the eye of truth, seeing a large dog with a half-step desolate rank charging towards him, Chu Mo was not surprised but delighted. Era. 3 fires of purebred. Look at those Y's. Ice totally confirming it. Good fellow. Quite a big guy. And his strength isn't weak either. Chu Mo was not afraid of this extremely strong era. In his mind it was summoned by the system. Can you bite him to death? Whose system gives something to hurt the host? Can't tell who's the big or small king anymore? Look at the excitement in that silly dog's little eyes. This must be after seeing his new master. Uncontrollable love. Chumo blocked the doorway to the courtyard and opened his hand with a smile on his face, waiting for this dog to jump into his arms for an otherworldly man-dog encounter. As for the Northern Plains ice wolf that ran wildly over from the opposite side, when it saw that there was a mere 6th grade martial artist in front of it, it even opened its hand to try to stop it. He was so angry that his head was smoking. Damnable! Dare to stop this imperial prince from seizing the exotic treasure? Seek death. Since you don't have eyes, Master Wolf will plow you to death. Chapter 32. This is a hidden master. The Northern Plains ice wolf growled inwardly. He felt that he had been greatly insulted. When had a 6th grade martial artist dared to stop his demon clan's royal son's path without knowing how to die? This man is not worthy of death. In order to plow this road-blocking martial artist to a miserable death in one hand, the ice wolf used all of its strength. The 3 fires on his forehead flickered and bloomed. This was a unique racial skill of their ice wolf clan. Wolfsbane Wind Fist. The light flickered, and only an incomparably strong aperture was seen flooding the ice wolf's body. The running body suddenly stood upright, the 2 hind legs humanized and furious, while those 2 front legs plowed frantically as if they were fitted with an engine. Looking at the smiling human in front of him, the ice wolf revealed his wolf teeth and smiled in an extremely hideous manner. It was as if he saw the image of that mole being plowed into a bloody mist by himself, and Zhao Deju, who was in the tree, shook his head full of sympathy. Wolf Tooth Wind Fist a battle technique known as the #1 attack speed in the demon beast realm. Hundreds of attacks in a second. It's the old man who has to be cautious in dealing with it, not to mention this little scum. This Northern Plains ice wolf is really as rumored. Not only is it ferocious, it treats every opponent with all its might. That ice wolf is so insistent on charging towards the courtyard. Could it be that it has found a foreign treasure? Is it in this courtyard? Since that's the case, it's time for me to go out and intercept it. The corner of Zhao Deju's mouth curled up, and he figured out a lot in this instant. Instead of searching all over the mountain by himself, it would be better to intercept this ice wolf. Just as he was about to make a move to save the poor 6th grade martial artist and take away the foreign treasure, the scene in front of him shocked him so much that he fell from the tree. The dead dog is really stupid enough. Are you treating lousy, the master, as your little brother? See if I don't beat you to death. Eat me. Receiving hair. Ooh, Lightning 5 whips. Seeing that era rushing faster and faster, and even showing his teeth at him and being mean to him, Chu Mo was furious. The dog system gave this disobedient dog, but also some disobedient too much. Even their own this master want to bite. No wonder the system will note disobedient. However, it is only natural for the master to beat the dog. It seemed necessary to give it a downward spiral to clear its head. Chu Mo learned the moves of the martial arts patriarch Manhwa, and jerked his body to strike at the dead dog that was frantically doggy paddling. The ice wolf also rushed over, and both the man and the dog madly plowed into each other, fighting back and forth. Seeing this scene, Zhao Dezhu was dumbfounded. This man-dog pair of planes? Right at this moment, a powerful internal force suddenly erupted from Chu Mo's body, sweeping in with an extremely intense oppressive force. The face of the ice wolf that was in the middle of a fierce battle changed. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What's going on? But the ice wolf suffered a huge impact and flew out a dozen meters backwards, and a large mouthful of blood was spat out. It smashed heavily into the tree, and the tree was broken by the impact. The huge impact also made the ice wolf faint. In the last moment of fainting, it still couldn't figure out how this 6th grade scum could fight with itself after 300 rounds and defeat it. The ice wolf fell to the ground. Its eyes rolled back in its head and its tongue fell out of its mouth and drooped to the ground, looking as funny as it could be. Chu Mo clapped his hands in satisfaction. As a master to his own family's dog, he should have absolute suppression. As strong as you are, that's my dog. Looking at the scene where the Northern Plains ice wolf was easily blown away, Zhao Dezhu's heart shook tremendously. The entire group couldn't help but get all tight. Heavens, that's actually the power of laws. How could he, a 6th grade martial artist, possess laws? And it's so thick that it can envelop a person, almost condensing into substance. Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but clench his fist. This is a law. Only those above the Hong rank could barely touch it. But he, Zhao Dezhu, being in the middle of the desolate rank, was not even qualified to touch it. And the 6th grade martial artist in front of him exploded with ease. And if he hadn't seen the appearance of the law in his own master before, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to discover that flash of law. Zhao Dezhu was confused. A 6th grade martial artist can master the laws? Then what am I? Wait a minute, he was able to kill this Northern Plains ice wolf in seconds even with his haphazard strikes. So it was evident that he wasn't a 6th grade at all. This must be a back to basics, reclusive Jedi. The strength is definitely at the Hong rank. No, it might even be above the Zeus rank. I thought Zhao Dezhu, was invincible, but I didn't realize there was such a fierce man. Which clan's ancestor is this? It was true that Master was right. The great hidden in the mountains. Some strong people with the wrong brain like to live the life of ordinary people and like to play pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Obviously a super strong person, but pretending to be a little munchkin of the 6th grade. Ah shucks, how shameless. Especially that martial art called lightning 5 consecutive whips and receiving transformation hair, which seemed to be disorganized, but could actually take down the wolf's teeth wind fist. The grade, for sure, was not lower than the ice wolf clan stance. This is truly a generation of masters. Facing such a strong person, for a moment Zhao Dezhu didn't know whether to leave or stay. The other party is living here, and this mountain has appeared a foreign treasure. I think it is taken by this expert. He looks like he has come again for nothing. Alas. But without seeing the exotic treasure, he felt sure that he would not sleep well tonight. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhao Dezhu patted his robes and walked out carefully with a hard head and a few fawning smiles on his face. Senior is so strong. To be able to clean up this Northern Plains ice wolf with a single slap. Junior is quite shocked. Hearing someone greet him, Chu Mo immediately turned his head back to survey the other party. Inside, there was a similarly huge shock. Middle Desolate Order? Why is such a big shot coming to my place? Will he be jealous of me because I'm too handsome and kill me with a slap? What can I do to coax him? Wait online. It's urgent. With the eye of truth in place, Zhao Dezhu's strength couldn't be hidden from him at all. Although the dog given by the system is a half step of the Baron stage, and also fierce, but at least it is given by the system will not hurt his host in the slightest. But this expert in front of him wasn't given by the system. He didn't have any bottom in his heart. Aha, X. Before the word senior could be shouted out, Chumo's mind flashed and seemed to have realized something. Wait a minute. This guy possesses such strength, yet he calls me a 6th ranked martial artist, his senior, and compliments me on my awesome 3-legged kung fu, playing with me. If he really wants to play me, what should I do? Admit it? Sigh, it can't be helped. Who made the other guy better than him? Life is like a forced X. Since you can't resist, then you have to play nice. Chu Mo moral bottom line is incomparably flexible. Can afford to let go. Who let their own scum is not as good as people. Cough. You're welcome. It's a small matter. It's just a dog. It's not a piece of cake to whip it? The visitor is a guest. Since it is fate to meet, why don't you follow me into the house and have a seat? Chummer greeted him, dragging Era by one leg, like he was dragging garbage towards the house. The dog's head dragged across the threshold with a thud. Anyway, the dog is already so stupid, it can't get any stupider. Looking at the other party who really didn't make a move, Chuemo let out a long breath of relief, and Zhao Deju, who was outside the courtyard, likewise breathed a long sigh of relief. I didn't expect this big hand in front of me to be so good at getting along. Sure enough, experts at this level had returned to their roots and wouldn't get angry easily. Since Senior was kind enough to invite me, late generation, then I'll accept the invitation. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to ask Senior for some advice on cultivation. Zhao Deju didn't dare to refuse, and after arching his hand respectfully, he followed Chumo's ass towards the courtyard. When he walked to the entrance of the courtyard, Zhao Deju was attracted by the plaque on the gate. The plaque wasn't ornate, and even looked a bit worn, but it was engraved with a large character. Home. When Zhao Deju's gaze landed on top of this word family, his body couldn't help but tremble. A powerful force of laws came towards him like a giant python. At this moment, Zhao Deju's heart actually gave birth to a feeling that he couldn't be matched. Thump! Zhao Deju was shaken backward several steps, and his mouth even roared in shock. What the hell is this? It can actually explode laws? Chapter 33 Worry. Elder, is this tea? Zhao Deju stabilized his stance and patted his chest with palpitations, ignoring the cold sweat on his back, closing his eyes and carefully comprehending the force of the law that he had just experienced. If one could comprehend one point, it would be much easier to step into the Hong level in the future. This is a big chance. But after a few seconds of realization, he realized that he still couldn't catch that mysterious feeling. When he opened his eyes and tried to take another look, he realized that the word family had become plain and simple again, where there was still a semblance of the power of rules. Awesome! Even a plaque can emanate such a powerful rule power, forcing me to be unable to fight. You know, I'm an existence that can traverse the world, but today I can't actually do more than a plaque? It seems I've underestimated this Senior. I'm afraid, he's not just at the Zeus level, at the very least, he's at the mid-Zeus level. Zhao Deju sighed for a while. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to meet this kind of unearthly powerhouse. Just as he was about to read a fortune for himself to gauge his fortune, Chumo's voice came over. Hey, what are you waiting for? Don't be polite. Come in and sit down. It's rare to have a live person to talk to. There are benches in the yard. Sit down for a while. I'll go ahead and tie up the dogs. Chumo greeted warmly. Saying that, he took out a rope from the house, whistling carelessly from his mouth, and put that Northern Plains ice wolf's neck in place. The other end of the rope was tied to a stone cairn so that the dog wouldn't wake up and run away. After all, this dog is wild and has to be tied up for a while before it cooks. If you really can't raise them, then you'll have to boil them. Seeing this image, the corner of Zhao Deju's mouth twitched. A dog? This is a half-step ice wolf. It's a top power in the world. Will you use the stone pier to suppress it? Even a 10,000-pound boulder the other party could easily crush. However, once he thought of the strength of this Senior, Zhao Deju felt that it was justified again. With what to bolster the other party is actually the same. Is this half-step desolate step can still escape the other party's palm? Just a formality. It seems that this X is still full of rituals for life. Come on to life then yeah. Zhao Deju took advantage of Chumo's inattention and secretly took out a sound transmission stone and put it in front of the ice wolf, grinning more than victory hand, and took a group photo. He was ready to go back to his own disciples and grandchildren to brag about how he had defeated the demonic beasts. After taking the picture, Zhao Deju resumed his humble expression in half a second. Hey, okay Lu, Senior is too polite. By the way Senior, I've heard that this Northern Plains ice wolf race is very strong. It's a super clan in the area of the Northern Plains, and it seems that there are still Zeus-level ancestors alive within the clan. Senior isn't afraid of they taking revenge? Zhao Deju opened his mouth to remind him out of kindness. Chuemo was slightly stunned. Era actually had such a nice name? The Ice Wolf of the Northern Plains? Era's name in the other world? The Era in his previous life originally seemed to be a Siberian sled dog, and it seems right to say Northern Plains, and this one also looks more like a wolf. The name Northern Plains Ice Wolf does sound quite a bit more domineering. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Chumo's mind. Although this expert in front of him liked to pretend, his character was still good. Not only is he humble, but he's actually worried about his home being demolished by Era. Oh, it's okay. I know the ice wolves of the Northern Plains. They're full of energy and love to tear down homes, so Senior knows where it came from. That would be latecomer talking too much. If Senior dares to raise him like this, he must be strong enough. Zhao Deju nodded, his heart slightly relieved. This kind of strong man must have traveled the continent before retiring. How could he not recognize a pack like the Northern Plains ice wolves that dominated the north? Chuemo smiled gently, a few moments of longing flashing through his eyes. Of course I know it. Along with him are the two silly dogs, Samoyed and Alaskan. When I get a chance later, I'm going to get all three kinds of dogs together and raise them all in one piece. These are the three stooges of sledding, and life must be full of fun with these three of the most bouncy dogs around. At those words, Zhao Dezhu froze for half a second. Samoyed? Alaska? I don't think I've heard of them, but my predecessor did say that these two are on par with the Icefield's ice wolf. Could it be that? At that moment, Zhao Dezhu seemed to think of something and his heart snapped. Senior is talking about the Ice Plains white fox, and the snowy ice lion? Chuemo blinked his eyes. Ice Plains white fox? Snowy ice lion? Holy, this otherworldly version of the three stupid dogs has such an overbearing name? Doesn't a Samoyed look like a large white fox? And Alaska is strong as hell and looks like a small lion. Ahahaha, that's right, it's the two of them. I didn't think you knew that. Looking at Chumo's look of disbelief, Zhao Dezhu's heart shook wildly. How could he not know about these two strong races? Together with the Northern Plains ice wolf, those were the three great overlords of the northern lands. The three major races dominate the North Plains with great authority. No one dares to take its sharp edge. And the three major races all have demon emperors that are comparable to Zeus-level powerhouses. The strength is terrifying, if not for the fact that they only like the extremely cold land and will not expand outward. I am afraid that there are not many forces that can fight against them. And this senior in front of me, actually presumed to raise all three great clans? If this word gets out, isn't he afraid that the three clans will find him and destroy him? Wait, since he dared to forcibly captivate the ice wolf, and he also dared to confidently put out such words, he thought that he had his own backbone. Could it be that his strength is not just at the middle stage of the Zeus level, but has reached the late stage? That's why the three clans have to sell him a favor as well? Hiss. The Zeus level powerhouse was as terrifying as it was. The late generation has also heard about it slightly. Ha ha ha. Zhao Dezhu arched his hand and laughed dryly. As he spoke, Chuemo had already walked inside and brewed a steaming pot of tea over. Come, the wine at home has just been finished by me, so have some tea if you have no wine to serve. Chuemo set up the cups and picked up the teapot to pour water. Zhao Dezhu was flattered and hastily took the teapot. Senior mustn't. It's better for the late generation to come. Looking at the other party's respectful demeanor as he poured the tea, Chuemo nodded in relief. This session's masters are so good to lead, obviously strong, but still so disciplined. It's just that I'm still a little unsettled by you playing me like that. Tell me what you want. By the way, dare I ask your name? Senior. Exempt from your surname Zhao. Senior Zhao Dezhu. Good name. Good name. My surname is Chu. Chu as in Chuemo. And Mo as in Chumo. It's fate to meet in the middle of a deep mountain. Zhao Dezhu, can you cover it? Chuemo even quipped a few times, wanting to laugh but feeling a bit out of place. What if the other party was annoyed? Zhao Dezhu memorized the other party's words in his heart. Surname Chu? After trying to think back once, he realized that there didn't seem to be any expert surname Chu in his memory. Senior's strength is so profound. There should be a great sect behind you, right? May I ask why Senior is secluded in the mountains? Chuemo took a shallow sip of tea and smacked his tongue. This tea given by the system was still good, sweet and rich. The title of Senior can't be borne. And there's no clan behind me. The main thing is to get tired of living outside. Listening to cicadas and birds chirping in the mountains is actually quite good. Planting and hunting, a lifetime passes by in a flash. Just be happy. Outside the mountains are not the same? Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu's face was solemn as he got up and arched his hand. Senior has a good mind. The late generation admires it. A person who can think like this has never been seen before in the world. Zhao Dezhu was inwardly ashamed. Is this the mindset of the powerful? Obviously. His strength was monstrous. But he carried this kind of character that was not arrogant and did not compete with the world. It is really indifferent to fame and fortune. Perhaps only a person who has returned to the basics like this can realize the true meaning of martial arts, right? Compared to his predecessor, his own state of mind was simply not half a star. The middle stage of the desolate stage is so proud of itself that it thinks it is invincible and looks at everyone as a mole cricket. But, what was he in front of his seniors? If the other party is still so calm, why can't he follow suit? And maybe he can realize the chance of breakthrough from it? At those words, Chuemo also sighed. How is he or she in a good state of mind? Completely forced to cross the 10 years no one knows. It's hard to start a system or a crapshoot. Alas, who knows your own pain? Don't just chat. How dry this is. Drink tea. Make yourself at home here. Don't be polite. Drink up while my kitchen cooks. And I'll go find some vegetables to make a few good dishes for the evening before we leave. It's rare to have a guest at home. The corners of Chumo's mouth curled up slightly, and he walked into the kitchen after making a generous remark. He knew the truth that to make friends at the table, it was to drink 1-in-1. As long as you tie up the big man's stomach, won't you have a backer when you go out in the future? The wave, worth it. Looking at Chumo leaving, Zhao Deju also shook his head and lost his smile. Senior is truly generous and hospitable, and since I'm so weak, since I'm also treated as a person of the same generation, and also forgave me for my previous rude peeping behavior. If I can become friends with Senior, I will definitely be able to learn many things from Senior. Zhao Deju finished speaking to himself and also picked up his teacup and took a shallow sip, but when the tea into the mouth that moment, Zhao Deju the whole person stayed as if he were a wooden chicken. His face is full of shock and disbelief. Woj, is this tea? Chapter 34 My god, he's a god-level forger. Zhao Deju rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he had misread them. What was bubbling in the teacup wasn't hot air, but a faint force of rules. This shocked him to no end. Something that he himself, a desolate rank expert, hadn't mastered. Stepping on the horse was mastered by tea first? What a bleeping two-dogger. Could it be, this is the legendary precious and incomparable enlightenment tea? It can help one comprehend the power of rules? Senior even used this kind of treasure to entertain me? No wonder he said that it's fate to meet in the deep mountains. It's his intention to grant me a chance, but where do I, Zhao Deju, deserve it? Zhao Deju once again took a sip of tea, and a thin stream of rule power flowed through his mouth before finally dissipating. Although he cut his teeth on this gentle rule power, he couldn't absorb much of it. Zhao Deju sighed, full of self-reproach. It's still not enough of a state of mind. Empty opportunity but unable to grasp it. Alas, it's really a shame that Senior has cultivated me. But this mere hint of rule power absorbed is more effective than the 30 years I've spent practicing hard in seclusion. Feeling the minuscule rules within his body, Zhao Deju opened his eyes and hesitated for a few seconds. Still, he chose to put the unfinished tea in the cup in an extremely high-quality jade bottle, solemnly, and put it in the storage bag. He knew that he couldn't absorb it at all with his current cultivation, so instead of drinking it and wasting it, it would be better to leave the opportunity for the future. As for the remaining enlightenment tea in the teapot, he didn't dare to pour it again. Such a precious treasure. It was already a great chance for people to take it out and let him taste it. Wouldn't it be a loss of upbringing if he took away even the pot? The same also leaves a bad impression in the mind of the seniors. The loss is not worth it. What if he annoyed the other party and slashed him to death with a slap? It's better to be careful. This is definitely the greatest chance I've had in the last few decades. And what extreme thing should I return the favor with? It's only polite to come and not be thrown out the next time you come as a guest. Looking internally at the trace of rule power within his body, Zhao Deju made a mistake. At this time, Chumo also walked out with a handful of hairy beans and quite a bit of wild boar meat. Seeing Zhao Deju sitting upright on the stone bench, Chumo couldn't help but nod. What a way to sit like a bell. Worthy of a cultivator. Just in time. I slaughtered a wild boar a few days ago, so I'll let the guests try this delicious wild boar meat today. Sit down for a while. I'll peel some beans and bring them to fry the chili. With a smile and a greeting, Chumo lowered his head and started peeling the beans. Seeing such an unfathomable great expert like Chumo peeling vegetables with incomparable seriousness, Zhao Deju seemed to be enlightened. How could seniors peel beans just for the sake of peeling them, and move them in front of me to peel them? There must be a deeper meaning to this. Wait, move it in front of me and peel it? And you look so serious? He's a superstar who can be so grounded to peel beans. Could it be that he was trying to tell me that no matter whether I do something big or small, I have to put myself down, treat myself as an ordinary person, and do it with the most serious mindset in order to do it well? In this instant, Zhao Deju's state of mind seemed to have improved by a few points. The thoughts are open and clear. I was too eager to make a breakthrough myself, but instead, I got half the result with twice the effort. Elder is trying to make me set my mind right. Elder really does have good intentions. Just, why is he being so nice to me? Do you think I'm a good person? Or maybe he's kind enough to give me advice? It seems so. If I hadn't been so enlightened, how would I have been able to read my predecessor's cultivation? Senior's great favor. Senior here thanks you. Zhao Deju bowed respectfully. Chumo froze for a few seconds, looked at the dish in his hand, and then looked at the other person's expression in confusion. A sudden realization dawned on him. Chumo then grinned broadly and waved his hand, secretly saying in his heart, it seems that not all cultivators are bad people. This expert in front of me knows how to be polite. Hi, it's no big deal. It's just a meal. I'm eating alone anyway. It's just one more pair of chopsticks for you. It's nice to have a living person come into the house as a guest on rare occasions, but it's nice to talk. Zhao Deju grateful beyond measure. Watching Chumo busy heart extraordinarily not taste, always feel fidgety. I can't wait to eat when someone else is cooking. How uninformed is that? But, I can't choose my own food either. And I've long since lost track of what rice tastes like after years of abstaining from it. That, senior, why don't I help you? Trummer waved his hand and laughed. Hey, how's this for a good time? Why don't you help me cut up the boar? Chumo pointed to the dozen or so pounds of pork on the stone table. Such a great master cutting a meat is completely a big deal. But it's not too much to ask the other guy to do some work when he comes to rub it in, right? Seeing that the other party agreed so readily, Zhao Deju was visibly stunned. I'm just being polite. Why are you so serious? Still, after washing my hands I picked up the pork. Yes. After that, he pulled out his own rapier again and prepared to cut the meat. At that moment Chumo's disgusted voice rang out. Stop. Don't use the sword. Who knows how many people you've cut with that sword? It's covered in bacteria and viruses. What if you get a blood disease? That's bad if you eat it in your stomach. Besides, it tastes like, let's be polite. To cut meat, you have to use a cleaver. Chummer shook off his hands and got up, picking up the kitchen knife on the ground and blowing hard on the dirt on it. Nah, hold it. Zhao Deju's mouth twitched. When you blow out I don't know how many flecks of foam. And that's not diabolical? You think eating your saliva isn't dirty, but chopping with my sword is? Zhao Deju shook his head inside, reaching out to take the hilt of the knife. The moment the handle of the knife entered his hand, Zhao Deju trembled and his pupils dilated violently. An overbearing blade intent followed his hand and entered his body, as if it wanted to destroy his meridians. Even he, as a blade master, couldn't manage this massive blade intent. The hand that held the knife trembled uncontrollably and violently. The shocked look faded into greed, but it was quickly suppressed again and he struggled to clear his mind. Zhao Deju held his breath, forcibly suppressing the vibration in his heart as he looked at the precious sword in disbelief. Why is it such a treasure that it's a kitchen knife? The style is so ugly. Just as Zhao Deju was preparing to ask about it with his chopper, Chumo's laughter came over. What? Is it sharp? This is the first time I've ever built a kitchen knife. And I've just finished it, so I've made you laugh. Guessed. But I'm sure I'll make the shape and quality better after I build it a few more times. Looking at the other party gawking with the knife, Chumo thought that the other party disliked his debut, so he smiled somewhat embarrassedly to himself. After all, he had only just acquired the art of blacksmithing and had not yet practiced it in real life. And the things he hit did look a bit bad. He did look at it several times with his true eye, but didn't see anything. Eventually he determined that the knife really was a piece of. Hearing this, Zhao Deju only felt a wave of dizziness, and his heart seemed to have missed a dozen beats. A pair of eyes were even violently wide. The knife in his hand nearly fell to the ground without being able to catch it. What did he say? Such a divine weapon was actually built by him? Hiss. Not only was this person a Zeus-ranked peaked Great Hansen, he was actually a God-ranked forge master? My goodness, is that so amazing? Zhao Deju seemed to be possessed by Yu Yunpeng, and his entire body twitched uncontrollably. No wonder I saw the exotic treasures coming out before. So, it was all the Supreme Master who was building the weapons. Looking at Chumo's slightly shy appearance, Zhao Deju furiously swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and took a look at this knife in his hand with incomparable desire. Hesitating, he finally gathered his courage and asked, Elder, this sword of yours, is it for sale? If it's not for sale, it's fine if Senior pours out everything he has in exchange. Elder, look, Chapter 35, New Friend, Zhao Deju. Selling knives? This desolate rank expert actually wants to buy my chopper? Why is that? Chumo had a puzzled look on his face. Unable to think of a reason, he still shook his head. Not to mention the fact that a broken kitchen knife won't sell for a few dollars. And even if it did, he wouldn't be happy about it. No way. I built this blade for the first time and wasted a lot of effort. And it's not good quality. So I'll just have to make do with what I have. If I were to take it and sell it to you or trade it to you, wouldn't I be screwing you over? This can't be allowed. I, Chumo, have always been honest. For the second thing, my own kitchen knife broke. So, sorry about that, Chumo said with a slight apology. He is still mainly worried that this cultivator force is big. In case he takes his kitchen knife to shoot garlic and break it, he will be annoyed and angry and run back to kill him. The adulterer. Upon hearing this, Zhao Deju sighed with a lost sigh. There was also no half-belief in the reason Chumo said. Such a powerful divine weapon. Are only just going to use it? How can it be? It's obviously a euphemism for rebuffing me. Sure enough, I was the one who was a bit delusional. How could someone else sell such a blowing, supreme weapon? If it were up to me, I treasure it so much that no one else could even ask me to look at it, let alone let someone hold it and play with it. As for grabbing the knife, he couldn't even think about it. The other party built such a treasure with ease. Their strength was already strong enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. If they didn't have absolute confidence, would they have dared to casually throw the divine soldier under the tree? Rather, it is the late generation who has been abrupt. Such a good sword in this world is only worthy of use by the senior. Looking at the other party's face of loss and frustration, Chumo touched his nose in some strange embarrassment. I can see you want a cleaver, and we're in good company. Why don't we do this? The next time you come as a guest, I'll give you a better one as a friend, but you'll have to bring more wine. That's all I'm good for. When these words came out, Zhao Deju snapped his eyes wide open and his eyes almost popped out. Did I hear that right? Biggie said he'd give me a better divine weapon and said he'd make friends with me? Hiss. I, Zhao Doju, actually have the chance to become friends with such an expert? This is the greatest opportunity of my life. Compared to being a big brother's friend, what's a mere divine weapon? Zhao Deju was so excited that he was trembling more than once. Those hands didn't know where to put them because of his excitement. It was only possible for the whole group to rise and make a respectful bow. Senior's great kindness will be remembered by Senior. Senior swears by the heart of the martial arts. In the future, if anyone dares to offend Senior or Senior's descendants, I will make sure that I will make his family die without a burial place. Seeing the other party so happy, Chumo smiled in relief. This desolate order expert was still very simple-minded and easily satisfied. A chopper makes him so happy. From now on, I have the backing of a big man of the Wasteland Order. Who dares to offend me? Ha ha ha. It's just a small matter. Not worth mentioning. Let's just cook first. Remember to cut the meat in large slices so that it tastes good. Receiving Chumo's words, Zhao Deju gladly picked up his knife and prepared to cut this wild boar meat in front of him. However, when he was about to drop his blade, his eyes became a bit more grave. The chopper was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the power within him. Each cut was as if he had made a full-force strike, and the internal energy in his dantian was sucked empty at a speed visible to the naked eye. A vein sweat ran down his back. Even after exhausting his entire body's internal strength, the pork in front of him had only been sliced by a small half. Chumo, who had finished peeling the beans on the other side, couldn't help but shake his head straight when he saw this image. This cultivator really doesn't dip his fingers in the spring water. He can cut people, but not vegetables? It's true that the art is still up to me. Why don't I just do it myself? Upon hearing this, Zhao Deju didn't push back. He had indeed reached his limit. After putting down the kitchen knife with great difficulty, the whole person staggered back several steps before falling weakly onto the stone bench. Just as he was gasping for breath and running his energy to recover, he realized that the dry dantian in his body had widened by a few points, and that realm that hadn't moved for a long time actually loosened up. Sensing this change, Zhao Deju froze for a few seconds, then came to a realization. So, Senior is using the name of chopping vegetables in the name of giving me the opportunity to try to train me to exercise me? It's a pity that I, Zhao Doju, am so incompetent that I couldn't take the chance that was sent to my eyes. It's really a shame that I'm not worthy of Senior's cultivation. Zhao Deju's jaw dropped. Now he clearly felt the difference in strength between the two. The other party held the divine soldier like an arm and swung it with ease, while he himself seemed to have been emptied of his body's essence after just a few minutes of slicing. LOL, the difference is obvious. Firefly versus Moon. Zhao Deju got up with difficulty, guilt written all over his face, and made a big salute towards Chumo. The late generation is guilty of failing to complete the task that Senior explained. I have disappointed Senior. Please punish me. Looking at the other party's self-condemning look, Chumo put the cut meat into the bowl with a dumbfounded look on his face. Mission? Oh, you mean meat cutting? It's okay. You don't look like you've done this kind of work before, do you? You'll be a little rusty the first time, so you'll get the hang of it after a few more times. Chumham waved his hand in disbelief and comfort. Judging from the other party's performance, he realized the truth that good or bad cooking skills did not have anything to do with the depth of martial arts. Not all cultivators are good cooks. Hearing Chumo's words, Zhao Deju was grateful. I didn't expect Senior to be so generous. Not only did he not chastise me, but he even let me come back to practice next time. It's almost like reinventing the wheel. The late generation hereby thanks Senior for the favor of cultivation. What's wrong with that? It's just a show of hands. You sit down for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Chummer carried the prepared dishes in with a greeting. He wanted to go into the kitchen. However, Zhao Deju was filled with shame and hurriedly rose to arch his hand. Elder, no need. You have done me such a great favor, but Junior has nothing to repay. How about this meal for another time? Next time, the late generation will definitely bring a thick gift with them, so that they won't feel so guilty about eating it. Zhao Deju's heart was like a clear mirror. The Senior was so kind to him. Not only did he take enlightenment tea for him to drink, but he also let him experience a divine weapon and cultivated him with all his heart. He already owed a huge favor, so if he stayed for dinner, it would really give the impression that he didn't know how to advance. This could be a big detriment to future interactions between the two. Chumo's feet lurched and he turned his head in confusion. What? This dish is all done. Don't you want to eat before you go home? No no no. Thank you Senior for your kind words. By the way, I heard Senior say earlier that there was no more wine at home, and just now, the latecomer found some aged vintage wine in the storage space. Why don't Senior see if they like it? Zhao Deju smiled apologetically, having already brought back an incomparably expensive cup of enlightenment tea himself. If you stay for dinner, you'll be eating and taking, and that's no way to be a guest. After saying that, he took out a few large clay-sealed jars of wine from his storage bag, heartbreakingly, and handed them to Chumo. Senior, I hope you don't mind. Chapter 36, The Strongest Sword Technique. The grass character sword technique. Chumo glanced at him in surprise, not expecting this cultivator to not only be polite, but also know how to be courteous. Very good. Slapping open the clay seal, a strong fragrance of wine wafted out, and Chumo's eyes lit up. Good wine. What a good wine. This wine is expensive, isn't it? It's not expensive. It's good that Senior likes it. Next time, if Senior can get it, I'll bring some more. Zhao Deju waved his hand back and forth, but the heart is dripping blood. Where is this not expensive? It's outrageously expensive. This was the very best monkey wine that he had risked his life to steal from the Stone Spirit Monkey clan, and he himself had only been able to spare a small amount of it each time. However, thinking of the even more precious enlightenment tea, he inwardly felt it was worth it again. At those words, Chumo licked his tongue slightly shyly. How's that for fun? Next time you come don't bring so much. Just less. Plop, Zhao Deju stumbled and fell to the ground. This predecessor's character, it's so shameless. Yuck. Unique. Good. Then the late generation won't intrude. Zhao Deju respectfully arched his hand and was ready to break into the air and leave. Flying in mid-air, he suddenly thought of something. His figure lurched. By the way Senior, since you don't have a clan behind you, may I ask if you have any relatives around you? If the late generation meets it, when it salutes and says hello. Hearing this, Chumo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Linger is floating in the Jianghu. If there is a powerful and coaxing big brother to cover, I am afraid that the safety of life will be guaranteed. The master in front of me is quite nice. Oh, family, just an 8-year-old daughter since the wife ran away. But, the daughter also ran away to make her way in the jungle, and now I don't know where she is. Chumhum shrugged helplessly. Zhao Deju nodded. Then your love, what is her name? Chu, oh no. She used a fake name after she went out, called Zhao Linger, and looked like this. Chumo suddenly remembered the letter his daughter had left him before she left. It says right there in the letter that you'll use an alias when you get out. Chumo pulled out a sketch of Chu Linger. Looking at the exquisite portrait, Zhao Deju will be deeply remembered in his heart. Good. I'll remember it later. Don't worry Senior. I still have a few points of strength and influence in this southern region area. I dare to guarantee that. But any girl named Zhao Linger, absolutely no one will dare to look for trouble. Zhao Deju patted his chest and promised a sentence, then turned into streams of light that shot straight up into the sky and disappeared from sight. Seeing this image, Chumo was envious. Alas, I don't know when I will be able to fly. Daughter, work hard to take father to fly. Just as Chumo sighed, some strange movements seemed to come from a short distance beside him. Chumo looked sideways and realized that the dog, who had fainted, was already awakening. Damn it, how dare a mere mortal knock this honored one out? Wait for my father to, asterisk. Poof. Before the Northern Plains ice wolf could finish reading the words in its heart, another huge force hit its head, smashing it unconscious once again. Before he passed out, he vaguely heard a voice. Mud. How dare a broken dog show its teeth? Don't you remember? I'll beat you to death. If I get mad, I'll cut you into pieces and serve you wine. Speaking of wine, well, this wine left behind by Zhao Deju is really good. The degree is not high, actually sweet, and there is a fruit fragrance. After drinking it, I feel full of strength, warm and comfortable thief. Sure enough, the things left behind by the masters are extraordinary. With a face of enjoyment, Chumo smothered a large bowl of wine. Feeling the effect of this fruit wine, Chumo's eyes rolled and he immediately took out a porcelain bottle and filled it with some, and let the system hand it to his daughter Chu Linger through the air. Linger likes to drink fruit juice anyway, so I'll let her try this fruit wine today. That night, Chumo drank a large altar full of boar meat and finally fell down drunk under the ginkgo tree. Thanks to Zhao Deju did not see, or shall not be heartbroken to death, to know that he drinks a cup feel a million luxury. This night, Chumo slept very comfortably. Sure enough, a little wine helps you sleep. The first thing I did when I got up was to open the system and sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword move cursive sword technique. Grass character sword technique? What the hell is this? Why does it sound kind of ed up? Shu Mo frowned. It was hard not to use this sword technique and have to yell grass to start a fight? Shu Mo's eyes turned to the system description. Grass sword technique, a grain of dust can reclaim the sea. A blade of grass cuts down the sun, moon and stars. This sword skill is the natural treasure art of the 9-leaf sword grass lineage. Known as one of the 3 great sword skills, nothing can't be broken. It is one of the most powerful attacking and destructive techniques. If practiced to the top, it is enough to break through the past and present, and reverse the time. Looking at this understated introduction, Chummer Tactical leaned back and sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Unexplained. I knew it right off the bat. You can't pee first in the morning draw, or you'll catch the bird with your hand and have a bad hand that day. Although he didn't know anything about the 9-leaf sword grass, he could see one thing. This is the strongest killing technique. As for the word one, it was automatically ignored by him. The host is lucky this time and can prove that this system is not operating in the dark. Right? Ahaha. Okay, and believe you once. I'll still continue to suspect you next time if you don't win something good. System. You step on the horse. Alright, quickly send it to my daughter. When Linger has mastered it, I will have mastered it as well. I'm a little impatient to try out how powerful this strongest attacking art really is. Shu Mo rubbed his hands together excitedly. With this skill, wouldn't he be able to kill people over the level? Or even, to be invincible in the future? At the same time, the Soul Suppression sect, which was far away in the southern region's Soul Mountain, was also boiling over. Old ancestor, you have finally come out of the gate. The disciples have been looking forward to it for a long time. I wonder if old ancestor, this time, the breakthrough can be successful? As Zhao Deju's aura appeared within the sect, the first thing that happened was that Patriarch Fire Mistress rushed over with the 3 great protectors, as well as 10 early heavenly stage elders. Looking at the group of smiling disciples in front of him, Zhao Deju smiled. No breakthrough, but, it's close. My realm is loosening up. Senior, then do you still want to continue your seclusion? The peak heavenly ranked fire charmer, with her long fiery red hair draped over her shoulders, said in that mature imperial voice. She was wearing a red tight skirt, which perfectly revealed the soft and boneless waist that looked like a water snake. There was also a whip, made of some unknown material, hanging from his waist. A pair of fine-heeled boots on her feet reached her knees, outlining the round and slender legs that were like sheep's fat white jade in a very nice way. Paired with that 95+ point face value and those seductive peach blossom eyes, it gave off a feeling of both youthfulness and seduction. It's hard for a man to control himself when he takes a look at it. Most importantly, the magnificence of the chest is to give birth to his 10 or 8 children without fear of starvation. However, no one in the scene except Zhao Deju dared to look at this charming and imperial siren for fear that they would not be able to control themselves and reveal different thoughts. You know, anyone who dared to look at her directly with an obscene gaze had already been made into a specimen and thrown in the middle of the back mountain. Listening to Patriarch Fire Mistress open her mouth to inquire, the rest of the crowd was also looking at Zhao Deju with bated breath, without the other party to come out and back them up. Their Jin Soul sect wasn't living a very good life. Being boycotted by other clans, one's hands are tied in doing anything. Zhao Deju shook his head and looked at the sky with his hands behind his back, filled with emotion. No more seclusion. Old Ancestor has realized that at this realm, it's useless to close the death barrier. In fact, I've been out for several days now, and have been wandering around the southern region seeking breakthrough opportunities. And well, yesterday allowed me to search for it. This is the deepest chance in my life, old ancestor. At those words, everyone looked at each other, and looking at Zhao Deju with such an expression, Fire Mistress asked curiously, did old ancestor find a heavenly treasure? Nonetheless, old ancestor has actually encountered a super expert, a big shot who has at least reached the peak of the Zeus level. Zhao Deju had a face of adoration and respect. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes filled with shock. What? Peak Zeus level? That kind of powerhouse hasn't even appeared a few times in the legends. Hiss. Wouldn't that be reaching the point of holding the sun and moon in your hands and picking the stars? There are still such fierce people in the world? Chapter 37, Sword God? My father's cursive sword technique is the most powerful. There was no way for them not to be shocked. In their eyes, Zhao Doju, who was in the middle stage of the Desolate Order, was already almost invincible. Not to mention that a Zeus-level peak martial artist was so strong that they couldn't even think about it. Zhao Deju nodded his head and smiled. Whether it's holding the sun and the moon in his hands I don't know, but yet his hands and feet are filled with the power of intent and rules. The rules around him alone make it hard for me to reach. A plaque in front of my house can easily seriously injure me. In addition, building a kitchen knife with his hands is a divine weapon that comes with a strong blade intent. This person is the strongest person I have ever seen. Oh no, possibly the strongest person in the world. The crowd had long been too shocked to speak, and they knew that Zhao Deju never blew awesome. If you dare to say that, You've definitely met them for real. Hiss, Zeus-level powerhouses are as terrifying as they are. I really want to go and see what such an expert looks like, but unfortunately I don't have the chance. Fire Mistress sighed with longing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu smiled mysteriously, with a bit of pride and bragging on his face. Don't worry, there's a chance. Old Ancestor and I had a great conversation with that senior at first sight, and we even made a date to have dinner together next time. Hearing this, the crowd was ecstatic and gave Zhao Dizhu a thumbs up. Old Ancestor is powerful. To be able to be friends with such a powerful person, then who else would dare to touch our soul-suppressing sect? That's right, with Senior and Old Ancestor backing us up, we no longer need to be afraid of being blocked by the weaponry sect as well as the Tianyi sect. Speaking of the Tianyi sect, it's really excessive, setting up formations all the way to our sect's latrine, actually taking advantage of the disciples taking aid to bombard the latrine with formations. What an abomination! The people spoke with one voice and the other, with a sniffle and a tear, about their recent sufferings and suffocations. After hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's face instantly became gloomy. Humph, I'm just shutting up for a while. Those who don't know will think I'm dead. I'll tell you little brats, as long as our clan doesn't do anything to harm the heavens, whoever dares to bully you, the Old Ancestor will take it out on you. We don't cause trouble, and we're not afraid of trouble. But, if anyone dares to do something heartless, then there's no need for others to do it. Old Ancestor, I'll clean up my own house. Mayor, report the recent events to the master. Zhao Dizhu was all righteous, looking at the disciples under his command. Fire Mistress nodded and explained everything in detail. Lousy nose. I will go and talk to their two lords in return. That's right, Mayor. Go and make a list of all the valuable and precious things within the sect and have someone send them to me tonight. Fire Charmer had a puzzled look on her face. Old Ancestor, are you asking for a heavenly material breakthrough? Zhao Dizhu waved his hand. Of course not. Old Ancestor is picking out some treasures so that he can take you to the Senior's house for a visit. I heard Senior say that he's still single. If you can get into Senior's eyes, the benefits don't need me to tell you, right? Hearing this, the fiery character of Fire Mistress immediately frowned. Don't look at her as the head of a clan, but she's actually not too old and has never had a Taoist couple. Now as beautiful as a flower. Her heart was filled with resistance when she heard that she was to be married off to an old-timer of unknown age. Master, this, you know what Meyer thinks. In her mind, a beautiful woman deserves a hero. The man she had in mind had to be good in the hall and good in the kitchen, as well as having great martial arts skills and being able to recite poetry. Seemingly reading Fire Mistress's thoughts, Zhao Dizhu couldn't help but roll his eyes and glared at his only disciple with disgust. You're still picking and choosing? You also have to see if the other seniors look at you. To be honest with you, not only is Senior's strength unfathomable, but in person, he's also handsome. If handsome to be fined, I think with the appearance of Seniors, should be fined to bankruptcy. Taking you to the door is just a try. I guess Senior won't even look at you squarely. Saying you're fat, you're still wheezing on this. Handsome? Broke? Seems like, it's not impossible. The Fire Chimera's heart is not rejected immediately. So what if it's older? The eyes will be on the line. Old men have old men's rhymes, too. After all, there's a saying that the older you get, the more you want to get laid. Fire Charmer only took that Senior as a mature uncle who looked 30 to 40 years old. Looking at his disciple's slightly flushed face, Zhao Dizhu skimmed his lips. Just as he was about to step away, a flash of light flashed through his mind, as if he had thought of something, and immediately paused to look at the group of sect executives in front of him with a serious face. Oh right, order it down. If anyone runs into an 8-year-old girl named Zhao Linger, serve me like an ant. Whoever dares to offend the other, I'll dig up his ancestral grave. Don't ask why. Just do it. You can mess with anyone, but don't mess with Zhao Linger. After saying that, he floated away with a shake of his robes, and Fire Charmer followed closely behind, flying towards the treasure vault. Looking at Fire Charmer's seductive figure, a middle-aged woman in the crowd who possessed peak heavenly stage strength and looked charming, clenched her fist full of envy. To visit a Zeus-level senior. Ah, what an honor. After my son quietly captures the Ice Spirit Kingdom, I think the Old Ancestor will also remember the great work and bring me along, right? In case that senior likes mature women, perhaps, Hu Yue, can even fly to the top. This person was none other than Lu Ji's mother, Hu Yue. It is also the previous Ice Spirit country's noble consort. When young, it is the existence of a party that is very colorful. Nah, the years are not forgiving. Returning to the cave, Hu Yue immediately sought out a close associate who specialized in lightweight skills. Go! Bring this letter to my son in the Ice Spirit Kingdom quickly. The person who sent the letter was very fast and arrived at the Jinbei King's residence that night. It was night, and within the royal residence, the lights were brightly lit, and all the people were gathered together. Ha ha ha! my clan's old ancestor has come out. If I can take over the Ice Spirit Kingdom, I will undoubtedly be making a great achievement. Blood Sword, go inform the Fire Spirit Kingdom and the Golden Spirit Kingdom and tell them to act as soon as possible. This king is waiting for them to conspire together. The night passed in a flash. Lu Qingxue didn't know that a crisis of a multinational invasion was coming towards the Ice Spirit Kingdom. At this moment, she just finished the morning meeting. From the last time to make an example of chopping Hushan's door, the ministers in the court will be much more honest. Today she was in a good mood, so she made an appointment with Li Chunfeng to go together to teach Linger swordsmanship, and in the meantime test the results of the little girl's recent cultivation. Lu Qingxue took an elegant step and gently stepped into Chu Linger's bedroom with Li Chunfeng, only to see the other party lying on all fours and aids immensely sweetly sleeping on the quilt, and drooling a quilt of dreamy saliva. Seeing this adorable appearance of the other party, Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Linger, wake up! Mother and Grandpa Li have come to teach you swordplay. After you have the sword technique, you'll be able to kill cows and sheep much faster, and you'll also be able to increase your combat power by quite a bit. After opening her eyes in a daze and seeing the visitor, Chu Linger flattened her mouth. Mother, you're here. Can you let Linger sleep a little longer? Linger is so sleepy. Little girl, did you steal a cow last night? In the past, you would have gotten up and gone to the hunting grounds to practice at this time. But today, why did you stay in bed? Lu Qingxue had a puzzled look on her face. The previous Chu Linger didn't need to be pushed, and was very self-conscious about her cultivation. But today, it's like a sloth. Chu Linger licked her tongue full of reminiscence. Last night father sent me a lot of juice. After Linger drank it she fell asleep, and she slept especially well. The little girl is just a glutton for punishment. She even gets drunk on fruit juice. Lu Qingxue patted the other party on the head in disbelief. Come, mother will dress you. Today Grandpa Li is going to teach you super powerful sword techniques yo. At those words, Chu Linger's eyes lit up and asked curiously, super powerful? Mother wouldn't be lying to Linger. Hearing Chu Linger's words, before Lu Qingxue could say anything, it was Li Chunfeng who stood out with a haughty face. Little girl, your Grandpa Li's Shura sword technique is a unique one. Without saying more, no one in the entire southern region can outshine me. With the 3-foot sword in my hand, I'm capable of fighting 3 or 4 experts of the same level. Opening mountains and cracking rocks, sweeping across thousands of armies are not a matter of course. What do you say, is such a sword technique powerful? Do you want to learn it? Chu Linger nodded frantically. Shura swordsmanship? Good name. When it came to swordplay, she seemed to remember something. Last night, before she passed out from the juice herself, she seemed to be hearing the voice in her head saying that Daddy had given her a sword move as well. What was the name again? Oh yeah, the sketchy sword technique. That Grandpa Li, Linger seems to know swordsmanship too. Last night in my dream father taught Linger. Father said, that is the strongest sword technique in the world. It should be more powerful than Grandpa Li's. Chu Linger raised her head and reported honestly. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng blew his beard and eyes out in anger, and immediately quit. One must know that the sword technique was his most proud means, and he was even called the god of swords because of it. Now that you are being treated with such disdain, how can you bear it? Humph! I admit that King Shura's strength is monstrous, and his calligraphy and art of war are unrivaled in the world, but strength doesn't mean the way of the sword. Although I, Li Chunfeng, am only half a step into the desolate stage, my sword Dao has long been transcendent, and I have already skillfully mastered sword intent when I was in the heavenly stage. After years of sharpening, my sword Dao has even reached invincibility, and I can even achieve human sword unity. And your father, King Shura, actually said that his sword technique is the only one that is invincible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 38, Sword God, your father's swordsmanship is the best in the world. Looking at Li Chunfeng's incomparable excitement, Chu Linger hemmed and hawed and giggled a few times. Don't be angry, Grandpa Li. Anyway, that's what father said last night when he passed on my sword skills in his dream. Li Chunfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh to himself at the thought of his own indiscretions. I'm an old man who will be walking on wood, but I'm actually counting with you little girl. Really, living to the dogs. I didn't realize that the Shura King's strength was so profound to this extent, and that he could pass the sword in his dreams? By the way, what sword technique did your father teach you? Li Chunfeng was slightly curious. Surely the Shura King's swordsmanship could not be the best in the world, but there should also be something redeeming about it. After all, that kind of expert swordsmanship is no worse than bad. After tilting her head and thinking for a while, Chu Linger smiled sweetly. It's called the grass character sword technique. It says that it can open mountains and crack rocks even with a single thatch. Pust. Hearing Chu Linger's naive words, Li Chunfeng immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, your father is worthy of being the Shura King. ruthless enough to cheat his own daughter. The sword is the king of all armies. Even an apprentice knows that it is the sharper and more rigid the better. The so-called precious sword should be indomitable, so that it can kill in all directions with its sharp blade. And how can something as soft as grass be taken to kill someone? It's hard to even cut through the skin, let alone withstand sword intent. Li Chunfeng shook his head. A few moments of contempt and disappointment in his heart for this sword technique. It seems, the monstrously powerful Shura King is no better in the sword path. If you want to talk about swords, it has to be me, Li Chunfeng. Who is the best? Listening to the other party's words, Chu Linger, however, raised her head arrogantly. My dad wouldn't lie to me, and he used to be called the Wine Sword Immortal, so his swordsmanship must be great. Li Chunfeng scoffed at this. Ha ha ha, your father is known as the Wine Sword Immortal, while I am known as the Sword God. Today, the little old man would like to see whose sword is more powerful, me or your father. Li Chunfeng turned around and went out, waiting for Chu Linger outside the house, and Chu Linger was also full of defiance, quickly changing her nightgown and leading Lu Qingxue together to the square in the Yunla Palace. At this moment, Li Chunfeng was standing straight in the center of the square, with a long sword behind him. Seeing Chu Linger appear, he then shouted with the corners of his mouth slightly curled, "Little girl, watch, let you see the power of my Shura sword technique." After saying that, Li Chunfeng's eyes flashed as a thick murderous aura and sword intent brewed within his body, ready to break the momentum. The whole person looked like an unsheathed supreme sword, and it was as if there was a supreme danger hidden within the scabbard. With his aura brewing, Li Chunfeng let out a loud roar ringing out from his mouth. Sword come! The long sword behind his back automatically flew out of its scabbard with a swoosh and landed in Li Chunfeng's hand. With his long sword in his hand, Li Chunfeng's aura changed. The killing machine was revealed, just like a Shura crawling out of the abyss, making people feel frightened at the sight of it. As Li Chunfeng rose his hand and waved his longsword, a powerful sword chi spurted out. The sword chi broke through the air and the ground it passed through was blasted with a large crack 50 meters long and 3 meters deep. This wasn't all. Li Chunfeng unleashed his sword moves in succession without reservation in order to let the little girl see the power of his swordsmanship. One move was more ferocious than the other, and the power was climbing. So much so that in the end, the square could not withstand the overpowering sword intent, and Li Chunfeng could only fly in midair to perform. The sword chi spurts formed a picture of wind-swirling clouds, and the sky was already covered with sword chi. This great commotion also made those ministers in the imperial city who had different intentions be scared and shivered and hid in their homes, not daring to venture out. And Lu Qingxue, who was on the ground, nodded her head full of relief. The state master's swordsmanship has refined again. I'm afraid no one in the world can compete with him with a sword. Even Chu Linger. All of them looked at the sky with their small mouths open in envy. It's so awesome. I wonder if the sword technique taught by Daddy can be this cool. 10 minutes later, Li Chunfeng's entire body's internal force coalesced into a giant sword that cut through the sky. This is his best skill, the human sword. Finishing the sword move, his robes shook and floated down. Looking at the shock on the faces of Linger and the Empress, Li Chunfeng's mouth curled up slightly as he said smugly, "How about it, little girl? How about this human sword unity of Grandpa Li? Is the name Sword God well deserved?" Chu Linger skimmed her mouth and arrogantly tilted her head to the side. "Humph, it looks pretty impressive. But I'm sure Daddy's sword skills will be even more impressive. Father said that once upon a time he had one man, one sword, and one pot of wine, and fought all the masters in the world with his sword. Even when faced with countless strong people of the same level surrounding him, he can kill one person at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. In Chu Linger's heart, her own father was the super chivalrous man who fought with a sword and would also recite poetry. Every story the other told, she took to heart and was overwhelmed with longing, and very much hoped that I will one day become a famous warrior woman. At those words, Li Chunfeng's heart was shocked, causing a resonance deep within his soul. Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles? Good poem. Good poem. Worthy of being the Shura king. This aura is just overbearing. Lu Qingshua's mouth also repeated a few silent words, and her beautiful eyes lit up. At the moment, an image came to their minds. An expert with a wine gourd in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. After killing his way out of the encirclement surrounded by all the enemies, he left in a dashing manner with a big smile on his face. He, Linger girl, since you said that your father's sword technique is so powerful, then, can you dare to make it out for Grandpa to see? Chu Linger didn't refuse and nodded decisively in the face of provocation. Her own old man's honor depended on her. Why don't you dare? After father taught Linger the sword technique last night, Linger hasn't tried it yet, so it's just the right time to give it a try. After saying that, Chu Linger closed her eyes and tried to recall the images from last night's dream. A moment later, Chu Linger opened her eyes and pulled a weed randomly on the ground. Then he stepped on top of the square and stood, holding his breath as he looked at Li Chunfeng. Chu Linger mobilized her internal energy in accordance with the operation of the grass character sword technique, and an incomparably familiar feeling arose from the bottom of her heart. Chu Linger held the small grass in her hand and gently waved it at Li Chunfeng, her mouth shouting at the same time. The first stance of the grass character sword technique. Grass, you old wood. Lu Qingxue, M. Li Chunfeng's eyes lit up. This is a good move. Hegemony. It was such a simple action, but it caused Li Chunfeng, who was originally as calm as water, to have a huge change in color. An incomparably berserk sword intent erupted from the small grass in Chu Linger's hand, killing straight toward Li Chunfeng. The weed that was so soft that it could be pulled off with a gentle tug had turned into a 9-leaf swordgrass at this moment. The 9 leaves were like 9 supreme swords, emitting an unrivaled and furious sword aura. Let a person look at the heart cannot generate half a bit of resistance. Li Chunfeng's pupils tightened as he watched the sword chi attack, wanting to dodge but not being able to move his body at all, as if his chi was completely locked. With no other choice, Li Chunfeng could only condense his internal force to protect his body and backhanded a sword intent that did not contain internal force in an attempt to clash with Chu Linger's sword intent. Boom! 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 When the sword intent collided, Li Chunfeng's sword intent was like paper mache and was destroyed cleanly with a destructive force. Chu Linger's 9 sword chi struck Li Chunfeng's body one after another, cutting through his robes and body protection strength without any suspense, and shaking the half-step desolate ranked him out several steps away. There was even a shallow scar on his chest. On the wound, there was still a profound and incomparable sword intent remaining. Looking at the mark on his chest, Li Chunfeng froze in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. How many years had it been since he himself had been cut? Hiss! Unable to dodge, unable to defend. A blade of grass has such a powerful might? How did it withstand such furious sword intent? Is this an attack that a 5th grade minor martial artist can strike? I can't believe it. If Linger's realm was a bit more profound and reached the earth rank, oh no, the Xian rank, wouldn't this strike have caused me to be seriously injured, or even die? Even Lu Qingxue, her beautiful eyes were filled with horror. She knew how strong Li Chunfeng's sword Dao was, and it could be called the #1 person in the southern region. And right now, under the pure sword intent sparring, this sword god actually lost completely to an 8-year-old girl who had never practiced swordsmanship. When this matter was told, I'm afraid that Lu Qingxue herself wouldn't believe it, but this was really happening right in front of her eyes, and she couldn't afford to question it. Linger, has she really never practiced with a sword? Just as Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng's brains went down, Chu Linger, who was on the side, went limp and fell to the ground with a plop. Seeing this scene, the duo was shocked and instantly rushed over. Spirit, Chapter 39. Linger, can I have a lick of this bottle cap? Linger's fall had obviously touched the heartstrings of the two, causing Li Chunfeng and Lu Qingxue's hearts to lift. As soon as Lu Qingxue carried the little girl into her arms, looking at the other party's pale and incomparably weak face, unable to even speak, her heart was filled with worry. For a time, this empress who had never changed color even before a great enemy had become somewhat alarmed. State Master, quickly, ask Dr. Sai to come. Oh good. Li Chunfeng disappeared in a flash and 5 seconds later descended from the sky carrying another wheelchair. In the wheelchair, there's also a clueless Sai Hua Tua. Looking at Chu Linger's appearance, Sai Hua Tua immediately took a pulse. It's nothing major. Look at the symptoms, it's just a big killing move that was used, causing it to go off the rails. What did you guys do? Why is the winged palace a mess? And which made this deep ditch? Doesn't it cost anything to fix it after it's messed up? And how come little spirit is also tired like this? After taking his pulse and looking at all this surrounding, Sai Hua Tua asked curiously. Seeing that Linger was just off her feet, Li Chunfeng and Lu Qingxue looked at each other in relief. It was already remarkable that such a powerful sword art could be used by a 5th grade little girl, and it was normal to be drained of strength. However, when he heard Sai Hua Tuo's later words, Li Chunfeng's old face immediately darkened, because he's the one in the other side's mouth. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue gave Sai Hua Tuo a general explanation. Sai Hua Tuo was alarmed. Your Majesty, are you saying, little spirit's sword intent is countless times stronger than the old undead? Hiss, how is this possible? Although the old thing is not a good person and ugly, he still has a handful of swordsmanship. An 8-year-old girl who hasn't practiced the sword, just because of a dream, then comprehended sword intent? This is just as well. The sword intent is still far beyond that of a sword god who has been practicing hard for hundreds of years? Is there still no heavenly reason? Is the Shura King's preaching this powerful? Ahem. I would like to ask, if I call him father, would he dare to say yes? And will he teach me a bit of sword intent as well? Upon hearing the truth, Sai Hua Tua couldn't help but exclaim. All of this was hitting his worldview and perception. He was very reluctant to believe it. But the frustration on Li Chunfeng's face was all-encompassing and signaling that he had really lost. At those words, Li Chunfeng rolled his eyes. You're thinking about fart eating. How could the Shura king look at a little shrimp like you? Why don't you call me dad and I'll teach you? Quickly take out your elixir and replenish little Linger's strength. Manhwa Tuai nodded and fished out a marinated pork elbow from his storage ring, then shaved off a little bit of the meat and fed it to Chu Linger. The corners of Li Chunfeng's mouth twitched as he watched this. You stepped on a horse, I asked you to give elixirs, and you give pigs elbows? You don't know. This is a medicated elbow made from my exclusive secret recipe. A few bites of it will restore your strength. I can't even afford to eat this myself. How can I dare to be so careless with what I give my little girl? Manhwa Tuai immediately opened spray. The two always quarrel when they meet. The side of the Lu Qingxue has long been accustomed to. After eating some pork elbows, Chu Linger recovered and kept burping. Yummy. Big brother, this is delicious. By the way, Grandpa Li, is my father's swordsmanship awesome? Chu Linger raised her head with a smile, looking at Li Chunfeng with anticipation. Li Chunfeng sighed, although he was very reluctant to admit it. But, other people's swordsmanship was indeed more powerful than his. Your father's swordsmanship is far superior to mine. Compared to his cursive swordsmanship, my Shura sword technique has completely become an introductory swordsmanship. Alas! I never imagined that this mere blade of grass could become a carrier for sword chi, and that it could also possess such a strong power. I thought that the unity of the human sword was the end of the sword path, but I was the one who sat in a well and watched the sky. In my insight, this grass character sword technique of yours can be considered the #1 sword technique in the world. Li Chunfeng looked disheveled inside. Being defeated in the area he was most skilled in made it somewhat unacceptable within him. Most importantly, the person who defeated him hadn't even practiced swordsmanship. Looking at the other party's sad appearance, Chu Linger patted Li Chunfeng's shoulder in an old-fashioned manner. Grandpa Li, according to what is said inside the grass character sword technique, human sword unity is only the starting point yet. The true great accomplishment is to achieve that everything is a sword. Every blade of grass and every tree can be used as a weapon. And if the sword Tao reaches the top, it is to have no sword in your hand, but a sword in your heart. The heart sword is the most powerful. One thought past the sword energy can cut out. No sword is better than a sword, directly cutting through the soul. But Linger doesn't have enough cultivation to do this. I think father should be able to do it easily. After hearing Chu Linger's words, Li Chunfeng's body trembled tremendously, and the sword path that had not moved for a long time actually began to loosen. Everything is a sword? No sword is better than a sword? So, he was still in the first stage of the sword path? Instead, King Shura has ascended to the top. Luckily, I had been complacent and proud of others with my sword path, so it turned out that I was short-sighted after all. Perhaps his own challenge earlier was just childlike and meaningless child's play in the eyes of the Shura king? Li Chunfeng followed Chu Linger's example and pulled a piece of grass on the ground, trying to shoot sword chi with it. But as soon as the sword intent was infused, the grass in his hand immediately exploded into nothingness. It was repeated many times, and tried again with a dead tree branch, but none of them could carry the sword intent in his hand. At this moment, Li Chunfeng understood a lot, and his heart was even more enlightened. It seemed that he still had a long way to go in the path of the sword Tao. If one day one could shoot sword chi from grass, then it would signal a further advancement in the way of the sword. Looking at the grass in his hand, and then at the lovely Chu Linger next to him, Li Chunfeng clasped his hands and made a deep salute. Linger, Grandpa Li would like to thank you and King Shura for showing me the direction of the future. If it wasn't for the fact that he was Lu Qingxue's master and his seniority was inappropriate, he would have wanted to kowtow and worship Linger as his master to learn the sword. Only if you tried it yourself would you know how hard it should be for a blade of grass to release sword chi. Li Chunfeng's movements gave Chu Linger a fright and immediately hid behind Lu Qingxue. Grandpa Li can't make it. It's not that big of a deal. If you want to learn, Linger can teach you. At those words, Li Chunfeng snapped his head up and looked at the other party in surprise. Really? Of course it's true. Grandpa Li is so good to Linger. He brings me good food and pretty dresses, just like his own grandfather. Linger will not have a problem teaching down the swordsmanship father. Chu Linger smiled sweetly and waved her hand greatly. Li Chunfeng had already trembled with excitement, once again arching his hand and smiling. Little Master Linger, then we'll be in good hands from now on. On the other hand, Lu Qingxue on the side was frowning slightly. With so many ministerial experts under his command, why did they all become disciples of each other once he taught Linger? This, if I taught her myself, would I also be convinced to worship her by mistake? No. Don't you want me to lose face as the empress? He. After eating brother Sai's elbow, I'm dying of thirst. Wait for Linger to take a rest with a sip of juice. And then I'll teach Grandpa Lee later. After saying that, Chu Linger opened the rag bag around her waist and pulled out a plain porcelain bottle with a capacity of about 1 liter from inside. Gently shaken, the bottle made a clunking sound of water, and it sounded as if there was still half a bottle left. Chu Linger pulled out the stopper and drank a few large mouthfuls full of intoxication, not forgetting to smack her lips with a barking sound after drinking. Fizz, ha, yummy, sweet and sour is so good. Seeing this, the three of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kids are just easy to satisfy. And a bottle of juice had her squinting happily. However, as the cork opened, a strong fruity flavor and life force slowly wafted out from the bottle. When this life force floated into Sai Hua Tuo's nose, his smile froze. The expression on his face shifted from surprise, to anticipation, to trepidation. Feeling the subtle changes coming from his heavenly crippled leg, his entire body even stopped trembling. Spirit, you, the cap of this juice. Can you let me lick it? Chapter 40, Your Majesty. The two countries are invading. With the power of life entering his nose, Sai Hua Tuo only felt that the leg that had been crippled for hundreds of years had a tingling sensation. It was a pleasant surprise to him to realize that it was for these legs that he had endeavored to learn the art of healing. He had fantasized that learning medicine would cure his leg, that he could stand up on his own power and be free of his wheelchair from now on. There have also been thoughts of running and jumping and breaking into the world on those legs. During more than 300 years he even used medicine to enter the Tao. Reaching the late stage of the Heavenly Order degree, he suspended the pot to help the world, pulling back many people who had half a foot in Hades. He has also taught many disciples and grandchildren who have the heart of a healer. However, he failed to cure his heavenly crippling leg. Not even a hint of improvement. He has crossed countless people, but no one has crossed him. He was so self-absorbed for a while that he even sealed his needles and hid in the valley trying to sit and die of old age. But today, the little girl Linger casually took out a bottle of juice, but it gave his legs, which had been senseless since birth, a sense of alienation. How could this make him any more calm? This bottle of juice, it's his hope. Perhaps, one's leg could be healed by this? Looking at Sai Hua Tuo in this state, Li Chunfeng and the Empress were both surprised for a moment. In the past, the Sai Hua Tuo they remembered, except for when he fought with Li Chunfeng. Then he was a pampered turbulent gentleman. But right now, it was a burst of color and a complete loss of poise. What's the matter, old thing? What's wrong with this juice? I'm not sure yet. I'd have to see and taste it to know. Let's hope it's that one thing, Sai Hua Tuo said with a trembling voice, his eyes dead set on Chu Linger's juice. Linger, seeing his big brother and you are friends, why don't you finish the rest of the bottle and give me a shiver? At those words, Chu Linger snorted out a laugh and proudly raised the juice up. Big brother, you have a craving, don't you? He, the juice made by Daddy is delicious. I slept soundly last night when I drank this. Spirit loves it, but I can't lick your bottle. Hearing this, Sai Hua Tuo was instantly drained of his strength. Incredibly lost, he nodded and couldn't help but smile to himself. It is also, smell can let my heavenly handicapped leg have perception. Must be a strange treasure. I and you are not relatives in non-relationship, and how can I think too much? Looking at Sai Hua Tuo's extreme disappointment, Chu Linger rolled her eyes. Big brother, don't be so hasty. Linger hasn't even finished her sentence yet. I only said I won't let you lick the bottle. I didn't say I won't let you drink it. Father always taught me that you can't be too stingy with your good friends. And since father is so powerful, he must be able to get this juice easily. So Linger isn't afraid of running out of it. Since it's useful to big brother, then, this little half bottle will be Spirit's gift to you. With an innocent smile on her face, Chu Linger raised the bottle in her hand with both hands in front of Sai Hua Tuo. She was young, but she could tell the difference between who was genuinely good to her. These few people in front of her, just like their own family members, elders spoiled her, but also let her experience some feelings that she had not experienced in her early childhood. She wouldn't begrudge Sai Hua Tuo if she could help him. Looking at the supreme treasure that was close at hand, Sai Hua Tuo took it with a trembling hand. Such a treasure. Really give it to me? Of course. If big brother's legs get better, he'll be able to play hide and seek with Linger. Chu Linger smiled good-naturedly. Sai Hua Tuo was immensely grateful, and no longer excused himself. When big brother gets better, he will definitely play with Linger every day. After saying that, he put the bottle under his nose and took a deep breath, and the rich life force went straight to his head. A look of enjoyment appeared on Sai Hua Tuo's face. On the side, Li Chunfeng and the Empress, however, looked at each other. Elder Sai, what exactly is this juice of Linger's? Can it really cure your leg? Sai Hua Tuo raised his head and looked at the several people with incomparable emotion. I've spent my entire life and consulted countless tomes to find only one way to restore my leg, but this method requires a supreme treasure. and the chances of trying to obtain it with our strength is 0. This item is the Stone Spirit Monkey Clan. The Monkey Kings personally brewed Monkey King wine. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng and the Empress looked at each other in horror. You mean, that Monkey King with the strength of a desolate rank or above, bringing together thousands of precious spirit fruits and brewing Monkey King wine only once in a lifetime? The two certainly knew what kind of treasure it was. There were 5 domains in the Divine Continent. The Ice Spirit Kingdom was in the southern domain, while the Stone Spirit Monkeys were a superb race from a May Mountain in the eastern domain. This Monkey King wine was brewed by the Monkey King after a lifetime of exhaustion, and was used to break through to the Hong stage as well as a supreme treasure to heal wounds. A Stone Spirit Monkey group had at least a few thousand monkeys, all of which were between the Xian rank and the Desolate rank. To obtain this wine would be the same as breaking through the heavy protection of thousands of experts to get it. The difficulty can be imagined. So even if Sai Hua Tua has a way to cure the leg, he can't do it, and if he dares to break into the monkeys, he will definitely be torn to pieces by the shrewd monkeys. In the face of the duo's exclamation of surprise, Sai Hua Tua nodded with utmost certainty. That's right, it's the only thing in the world that can make my legs react. This is a supreme treasure that I've never seen once in my life. I didn't expect the Shura King to take such a supreme treasure and give it to Linger to drink his juice. What a great stroke. But looking at the world, I'm afraid that only the Shura King possesses this kind of strength and can easily obtain the Monkey King bar? Sai Hua Tua took a deep breath. This casting is really a technical job. Having a good father is the same as being open. It was a look that made him kind of wanna pull his centuries-dead dad out of the dirt and beat him up. Look how powerful other people's dads are. Thanks to Zhao Deju did not hear this, otherwise it must have yelled out. This is the old son desperately stole, and her father has nothing to do with it. Holding the Monkey King wine in his hand, Sai Hua Tua poured some out and carefully brought it to his mouth, afraid of spilling a drop. As the Monkey King wine entered his stomach, a powerful life force surged directly into his crippled legs. Feeling the change, Sai Hua Tua was incredibly surprised, but the effect of a single sip of the wine could not completely cure him, so he drank the rest of the Monkey King wine in a single gulp. Closing his eyes, he tried to control the life force to repair the disabled meridians. 10 minutes later, Sai Hua Tuo's eyes opened and a brilliant light flashed. Those legs, which had been unresponsive, were able to bend and straighten, and even move their toes. It's not standing up for a while, but it also brought tears of excitement to Sai Hua Tuo's eyes. It's been over 300 years, and old me finally feels the presence of legs. Linger, this favor is like a new creation. I swear by the heart of martial arts, from now on, this life of Big Brother is yours. Chu Linger grinned a heartless grin. Big Brother is overstating things. By the way, why can't you stand up with this leg still? Sai Hua Tua pinched his leg and smiled in relief. No harm done. It's actually recovered. But having never walked in centuries, there's still some discomfort that needs to be worked out. I figure that in a little while it should be possible to walk completely. Not only that, after my leg meridians were repaired, my realm has also managed to break through to reach the half-step desolate stage, and I'm now in the same boat as you. Old man. Ha ha ha. Sai Hua Tua laughed and laughed. Today could be considered his happiest, and the source of it all came from the little girl in front of him. Li Chunfeng and the Empress nodded. It's good that Senior has recovered. Now that I have you and the State Master in my corner, I think those small children won't dare to jump around anymore. Sai Hua Tua nodded and said with his words, Don't worry, since your majesty is Linger's godmother, I will do my best to help. Whoever dares to come and offend, I will destroy them. The words had just fallen, but Shang Guanyan hurriedly flew over from the direction of the palace, with a few moments of anxiety on her face. It's not good, Your Majesty. I have just received the latest information that the Fire Spirit Kingdom and the Golden Spirit Kingdom are joining forces to visit our Ice Spirit Kingdom in 3 days. The visitor is not good. Chapter 41, Mayor, dress nicely and follow me to see Elder. What? Jean and Fire are coming to visit my Ice Spirit Kingdom? After listening to Shang Guanyan's report, Li Chuanfeng's several faces were aghast. The expression on the Empress Chile face wasn't very pretty anymore. Is the news true or false? Your Majesty, everything I have said is true. Envoys from both countries have been sent. Shang Guanyan reported with a grave expression. Lu Qingxue nodded thoughtfully. Did the messenger say exactly what he came to do? The emissary is saying, just coming for a friendly state interview. But the main characters who came to visit are the two countries' national masters, as well as their own country's eldest princess. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. My subordinate thinks. Shang Guanyan presented the messenger's letter to the Empress and Li Chunfeng. After the two of them finished reading, the Empress frowned and pondered without a word. But it was the short-tempered Li Chunfeng who suddenly snorted coldly. A friendly country visit? What kind of friendship is there to talk about between our Ice Spirit Kingdom and their Jean and Fire Kingdoms? They hate to break through our Ice Spirit Kingdom borders. This is the weasel paying homage to the chicken. I didn't guess wrongly that the two old things, Fire Yuan and Jin Shang, should have also broken through to the half-step desolate stage, and wanted to come and flaunt their power against Lao Zi, thus pressurizing my Ice Spirit Kingdom to cede its territory, or even, to surrender. Like the Ice Spirit Kingdom, among the 4 southern domain countries, the Gold Spirit Kingdom and the Fire Spirit Kingdom both had peak heaven stage experts that existed in their towns. The strength is also extremely strong, not inferior to Li Chunfeng, and the national power of their 3 countries is in between. In the past, the 3 countries kept each other in check and were balanced. But right now, as soon as the 2 countries of Gold and Fire joined forces, they, the Ice Spirit Kingdom, immediately fell into a disadvantageous situation. And the situation was very unfavorable. This solid equilibrium, which has been in place for many years, could be upset. What the State Master said is very true. If it was half a month ago, we might not really be able to defend ourselves from their coming attack. But now, the State Master and Senior Sai are both half steps into the desolate stage now. So what do I have to fear? This time, I will make them return home and defeat. The Empress' eyes were cold. For this enemy that had been sent to her door, she wouldn't mind burying the other party's top battle power here if she had the chance. As for retaliation from both countries afterward, more on that later. Li Chunfeng and Sai Huaitua looked at each other and nodded confidently. Your Majesty needn't worry much. With the 2 of us here, everything will be fine. However, hearing this, on the side, Shang Wanyan's face was not only not soothed, but instead, she had some desire to speak. Seeing this, Chu Linger by her side asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, Sister Shangwan? Your face looks so ugly. Is it, Auntie coming?" Although Chu Linger was young and had never had an aunt, Chu Mo had had physiological education for her long ago, so she also understood that a woman's face would look ugly when her aunt came. Shang Wanyan shook her head slightly. "No, it's just that, there's a piece of news that might be unfavorable to us." The Empress Sword God and the others looked sideways. Xiao Yan, could there be anything that could be worse than 2 countries visiting? Shang Wanyan let out a long sigh, lightly biting her lower lip and hesitating for a few seconds before slowly opening her mouth. "Your Majesty, according to the news, it seems that the 2 countries of Gold and Fire were annexed by the Weaponry sect and the Tianyi sect a few days ago. My subordinate is worried. The sudden visit of their 2 countries is actually authorized by the 2 great sects. We are naturally not afraid of the experts of the 2 countries of light, but my subordinate is worried that the envoys will be mixed with experts from those 2 great sects. In addition, the old ancestor of the soul-suppressing sect has also come out of the gate. The situation seems to be greatly unfavorable for my Ice Spirit Kingdom." The moment these words came out, the Empress and Li Chuanfeng's few people all changed color. In the past, plans would not intervene between empires. This was an unwritten rule of the continent. But now, the Gold and Fire countries had both joined the sect, and of the 4 great empires in the southern domain, only they, the Ice Spirit Kingdom and the Wood Spirit Kingdom, were left. With the perverse actions of the 2 countries of Gold and Fire, it could not be ruled out that it was authorized by the sect behind them. And the Jin Soul sect also laid out early to send Lu Ji to secretly seize the empire. The current situation seems to be very crisis. The spearheads of all the great powers were pointed at the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Li Chunfeng blocked more than 2 countries, but could not stop the clan. Unless he could break through in the past few days, there is only a hint of possibility. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxue, who had always not changed her color, her face sank at this moment. If it's really someone from the clan, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. Li Chunfeng gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand and looked into the distance as if he were dying. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. With me here, even if I have to fight with everything I have, I will still protect the Ice Spirit Kingdom." For a while, the hearts of several people became heavy. The sky was no longer so blue, as if there were countless dark clouds blocking the sunlight and blinding them to hope. A single soul-suppressing sect left them helpless, let alone 3 sects gathered together. Seemingly seeing Lu Qingxue's annoyance with them, Chu Linger was quite understanding and pounced into Lu Qingxue's arms, and looked up at her with concern. "Mother, why don't Spirit find a way to contact Father and ask him to help? As long as Father is willing to make a move, he won't be afraid even if more people come." Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed again, shaking her head slightly in rejection. "Linger doesn't need to. Mother is not related to your father and already owes him a lot of favors, so how can we let him bother with such trivial matters again? Moreover, since the Shura king has gone into seclusion, then Mother shouldn't disturb his peace and quiet. This is a matter for my Ice Spirit Kingdom. Spirit's goodwill is appreciated by Mother. We'd better take care of it ourselves." Lu Qingxue didn't want to owe favors, but Chu Linger was especially eager to make the other party owe more favors. "After this is not rewarded, you will have to give your body in return." "Mother, why don't you marry my father?" so we can be a loving family. If mother is in trouble, father will definitely come out to town, and then we will fix whichever one comes. What do you say? Chu Linger blinked her eyes and followed Lu Qingxue like a tiny human trafficker. The corners of Lu Qingxue's mouth twitched as a flash of longing flashed through her eyes. Mother actually has a husband, only that she can't go looking for him for the time being. So, mother can't marry your father. Being rebuffed by the other party, Chu Linger's eyes darted around, not knowing what idea she was playing again. So my mom was married? SSSH, wouldn't that be daddy's favorite? I remember my father said once when he was drunk that he was no different from Chow Mingda in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although Linger didn't understand what this meant, but this kind of godmother, wouldn't it be more to daddy's liking? Just as Chu Linger was imagining things, Lu Qingxue took a long breath and waved her hand slightly. It's okay, things haven't gotten to the worst yet. Take a step and see what happens. Soldiers come and go, water comes and earth covers the earth. I only hope that the soul-suppressing sect doesn't make an entrance to intervene for the time being, so that we'll be slightly better off. Hearing this, Shang Guanyan seemed to have thought of something, ruffled the bangs on her forehead, and spoke softly. Your Majesty, the soul-suppressor sect probably won't make an entrance for a while because, last night their old ancestor Zhao Dezhu, it seems that when he stood up for the disciples of the sect, he fought on the weaponry sect, and it just so happened that the old ancestor of the Tianyi sect was also at the weaponry sect, and the two of them teamed up to repel him. With his protective character, he will definitely find a way to get out of this bad breath first. At those words, the crowd looked at each other and their eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly the best news that the few of them had heard today. The muddier the water was, the safer it was on behalf of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. At this moment, within the Soul Suppression sect, Zhao Dezhu was covered in injuries and was in a rage. His mother's, bah, what day? That son of a from the Tianyi sect is actually harboring in the weaponry sect. Are they conjoined giant babies? And the two of them dare to make a move against old ancestor me? Eat the bear's heart and leopard's gall. That master, and rest your anger. Really can't disciples this breath will not come out right? Both of their sect ancestors are also out of the gate, and aren't too easy to mess with. Fire Charmer and a group of clan executives, kindly advised. Zhao Dezhu, however, was full of anger and not at all happy. No way, this is no longer your business. They hit my Zhao Dezhu's face. If this revenge is not taken, in the future, the world will know that I, Zhao Dezhu, can't cover the disciples of the sect. Where do you want me to put my face? Seeing this, the incomparably seductive fire mistress put her hand on her forehead and sighed helplessly. Master, the two of them are working in tandem. Although your strength is stronger than theirs, one person is not good enough to deal with two of them at the same level of power. It's hard to beat them with two fists, especially that old undead from the weaponry sect, who recently refined a desolate rank lance. It's not a good fight for the old ancestor to have a weapon inferior to theirs. Hearing this, the corner of Zhao Dezhu's eyes trembled, and an aura flashed through his mind. A chopper filled with invincible blade intent surfaced in his mind. Thinking about that knife, Zhao Dezhu instantly became excited. Right, weapons. If I could borrow that senior's divine sword, it wouldn't be easy to slaughter the two of them? Quickly, Mayor, get ready to go with me to visit senior. By the way, remember to wear a nicer dress and dress nice and sexy. Chapter 42, what kind of evil thing is this? What? What did you say we were going to do? Master? Fire Mistress seemed to think she had heard wrong. This was going to meet the super duper? At the moment her heart was both excited and thrilled. Zhao Dezhu rolled his eyes and couldn't wait to yell. Go you! Remember to wear something pretty. With a wave of his robe, a powerful chi was flung out at Fire Mistress. Then he threw her bang into the room while he waited outside himself. Half an hour passed by, and Fire Charmer hadn't come out yet. Zhao Dezhu, who usually did things in a thunderous manner, was extraordinarily patient today. This woman. Makeup is like decoration, also divided into fine and simple decoration. Scrape putty white powder and so on. Always need some time. In order to old ancestor I can evening big brother. Old ancestor wait. After a few more minutes, inside the soul-suppressing sex patriarch's cave, a woman wearing light makeup and a long skirt walked out. As the woman stepped out with lotus steps, heaven and earth seemed to be eclipsed in beauty. In the past, Fire Charmer was sexy and seductive, but today, she looked particularly dignified under the long dress. Many of the male elders and pro-disciples within the sect looked straight in the eyes. Too beautiful. The dignified temperament with the seductive peach blossom eyes gives a feeling of desire. Master, how is it? Is this dress formal enough for my apprentice? Zhao Dezhu shot a glance, frowned, and waved his hand in disgust. Why are you getting so bad at dressing up? So clueless. What expert would like such a long skirt? Change into a shorter one. Go! Fire Mistress. Mayor I tell you. When you arrive at the senior's house, do not lose your manners. In addition to showing your good strengths as much as possible, Zhao Deju and Fire Charmer flew in the air, constantly approaching the recess mountain. Along the way, Zhao Deju explained quite a few rules of the small courtyard for the other party. Fearing that this disciple of his would disgrace him, Fire Mistress smiled helplessly. Got it, Master. In my heart, my disciple has rehearsed it countless times. Promise I won't upset Senior. Fire Mistress looked herself up and down with a strong confidence in her eyes. A short chest-wrap leather jacket plus leather skirt. Not only will the proud place to show more upright, that small waist and long legs are perfect reveal. A woman's strengths are used to her advantage. Charming but not Thai. Sexy but not Thai. How many men in the world can resist being touched by their own beauty? Don't dislike my master's nagging. If you perform well and make it into Senior's eyes, even if you're given a cup of tea, you're a sure thing. Zhao Deju spoke bitterly. Fire Mistress blankly glanced at him and secretly said in her heart, one is not a dog licker. A cup of tea will make me happy? What are you kidding? At least this girl is also a natural beauty of the generation of the sovereign. Only other people lick me. There is no let me be a licking dog. The two were both experts and flew very fast, arriving at Recess Mountain after a few hours. Zhao Deju, who had already been here once, landed outside the courtyard with Fire Mistress in a like manner. Senior, is this Senior's residence? Fire Mistress asked suspiciously as she pointed at the courtyard. That's right. Don't you point to the plaque, asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you doing? Zhao Deju answered and was just about to give an explanation when Fire Charmer's action startled him. Landing in front of the courtyard, Fire Mistress subconsciously surveyed the courtyard, and the plaque at the entrance was the first thing to fall into her eyes. This writing, it's pretty average. I see that the courtyard owner's calligraphy isn't good either. How can it be as magical as Master said? There were a few moments of contempt in Fire Mistress's eyes. As soon as the words fell, a majestic force of rules above the plaque came towards the two of them. In this instant, Fire Mistress felt that there was an overwhelmingly ferocious beast coming at her. Frightened, her pupils shrunk violently, her delicate body trembled tremendously, and she couldn't exert half a bit of strength in her body. Boo! The power of the rules struck the duo, blasting them out and smashing them heavily into the trees. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the duo. A cough, how is this word so strong? Even I can't resist it by half. Climbing up from the ground with great difficulty, Fire Mistress had a shocked expression on her face. A plaque has abused them, both master and disciple, so how powerful should the senior himself be? Zhao Deju wiped the blood and became furious, cursing at Fire Mistress. I didn't tell you not to mess around. Last time I came to the plaque, you didn't even whip me, but this time you're doing it with me. It must have been your outburst that angered Senior. I should have known that Master didn't bring you here. Your mouth is hairless and you can't do anything right. Fire Mistress's neck cringed, and she couldn't help but mutter. No way? Elder really knows about the conversation between us? Nonsense. That's a super expert who has long had divine sense. As long as Senior wants to, even what color blasphemy you're wearing today, he can know. Zhao Deju sighed with hatred. Fire Mistress was startled and hurriedly straightened her chest. Just in time. What if Senpai likes my kind? Master. So are we going in now or not? You need to change your bubbly personality. How come you haven't changed at all after being the patriarch for so many years? Alas, no matter what, you've made Senior angry, so you have to go in and sincerely apologize anyways. Wait for the two of us to adjust our breath and tidy up our appearance before we try to see if Senior will let us in. After saying that, the master and disciple immediately sat down and began to apply their energy to calm their breathing. Fire Mistress no longer dared to reach out and point after being visited by the plaque. Just can't help but grunt coldly in her heart. When this girl becomes the main mother of the small house and becomes a human being, the first one to tear down this plaque of yours. Inside the courtyard, Chu Mo didn't know what was happening outside. At the moment he was still wielding a hammer and pumping iron. After a few days of use, he realized that the knife he had beaten was actually quite durable, and wouldn't break no matter how much he slapped the garlic. Not only can you chop vegetables, but you can also use it to chop firewood. So he had a sudden idea to build a long sword for himself, and at the same time give his daughter, Chu Linger, a female model sword. Both himself and his daughter are now great hands above the 5th or 6th rank, and with the grass character sword skill in their possession, how could they not have a decent weapon? You can't really pull a blade of grass and fight with someone. How unprepossessing. Clang. Mud. This unicorn arm has gotten stronger and stronger since I learned how to pump iron. You'll have to control it from now on. Don't play with the gun too hard and end it for yourself. Chu Mo spat a few words at the system, which completely ignored the LSP. Just as Chu Mo was struggling to strike iron, not far behind him, the Northern Plains ice wolf tethered to that stone pier opened its eyes once more. Looking at the incomparably devoted Chu Mo, the ice wolf's eyes were cold. and there were a few moments of grief. Ow, tramp. God knows how this emperor has been living these past few days. I have never seen such a sinister and despicable person. Every time I open my eyes, not waiting for me to yell a sentence, it's a brick to me, over and over again already 48 times. This time you finally did not realize that I woke up again, right? Damned little scum, daring to treat me like this, and using a rope to tie me up. White Wind, will tear you to pieces. A murderous aura bubbled in the ice wolf's eyes, and his mouth whimpered softly. As the royal son of the Northern Plains ice wolves, to actually be tied up like a dog by a 6th grade scum was simply a strange shame. If this man is not killed, it will not be enough to quell it. If I hadn't accidentally fallen into the wrong path, how would I have ended up in this situation? White Wind tore the rope around his neck with a claw, and with a shake of his wolf body, he bowed and slowly stalked towards Chumo, each step falling with extreme care for fear of being detected. On that day, it was feinted by Chumo's sneak attack. Today it would return the favor in its own way, and similarly sneak attack and kill the other party. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer, and Chumo didn't even know that there was a huge threat approaching behind him. Looking at the distance of only 5 or 6 meters left, White Wind grinned, revealing sharp wolf teeth. Just as it was about to pounce and bite with all its might, Chumo let out a loud roar. Holy Nema! 10,000 smashes finally filled it up. Get out of here! Broken sword! The sword that had just been crafted in Chumo's hand was casually thrown backward by him and landed precisely in front of Bifone, plunging straight into the earth. The fiery red sword nourished a puff of green smoke. White Wind was a bit startled and stopped his body. Could it be that this pussy has found me out? How is that possible? Humph, who cares? So what if he finds out? Can he still be my opponent? Suffer death. The words had just fallen, and when he was about to strike Chumo with all his might, the sword in front of him suddenly bloomed with a terrifying sword intent. Pinned White Wind down easily, unable to move, feeling the powerful force that made his bones fall apart. Bifone was shocked. Mudbloods. What's going on here? Why can't I move? My old heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, it hurts. When White Wind opened its eyes with great difficulty and saw the sword that was suppressing it in front of it, the wolf's body couldn't stop a shudder, beginning to suspect the wolf is alive. T-on. What grade of great evil is this? Chapter 43. This dog actually knows how to massage? White Wind crumbled inside. One must know that he was the royal son of the Northern Plains Ice Wolf clan, and he was a mongrel-like existence in the northern domain, having seen an unknown number of supreme treasures, not only his own, but also those of other racial clans. There was no lack of desolate order treasures, and even the treasures of the town clans within the 3 major demon clans. The Flood Order supreme treasures he had seen and touched, but regardless of the grade, even a flood-ranked supreme treasure could not emit such a terrifying sword intent. With just a sword intent, it actually made him, who was a half-step demon king, completely unable to move, with only his eyes able to roll. Could it be, this is a Zeus level? No, it's a U-level supreme treasure? He was able to build a U-class super treasure. How strong should he be? Definitely not a 6th grade martial artist. It's over, I've fallen into the wrong path today. I may have to fold here. At this moment, White Wind, pressed into a roasted suckling pig shape by the sword intent, was an earth shape when viewed from above. It can be suffocating. Oh Naya. He did realize I was awake. Killing a dog, bah. Killing a wolf is nothing more than a head nod. If you want to kill it, then kill it. Why do you humiliate me? Bifeng's eyes were wide with rage as he struggled frantically, attempting to break through the bondage of the sword intent to escape. But, no amount of resistance was going to help. White Wind is desperate. Rumor has it that when a super supreme treasure is released, it requires special spirit blood to open the blade. He deliberately left me unkilled. Could it be? Is ready to use the royal bloodline in my body and sacrifice the sword? Damn it, lousy Bifeng. The hallowed royal son is actually going to become fertilizer today? Bifeng's eyes were bloodshot and he used all his strength to raise his head with difficulty, trying to memorize the appearance of the demon in front of him. But when it looked up and saw the image of the other party striking iron, it was the wolf's body that shook and directly pissed itself. Chumo took the hammer and pounded the sword embryo vigorously, and with each fall of the hammer, the power of the rules of heaven and earth would be attracted over. All of it was then compressed into the sword embryo, and a terrifying vortex of rules had formed above Chumo's head. Looking at this scene, White Wind was horrified. The power of the rules it is familiar with. Its father mastered some, so when the demon emperor, but the power of its father's rules was like a glowing fire and a white moon compared to this demon. What a horrible devil. Bifeng was roaring inwardly, but he couldn't escape anyway, and could only watch the other party hammer the sword embryo one hammer at a time. But suddenly, He seemed to have realized something from the seemingly heavy hammering. What seems to be a very heavy hammer is a complete breeze in his hands. Could this be lifting heavy weights? Lifting heavy weights, I have not been able to study the field for many years, but he is actually so skillful in mastering it. Bai Feng didn't even dare to blink his eyes, staring dead at Chumo's movements. After watching for 10 minutes, suddenly its wolf body shook. The half-step Demon King realm that had been stuck in it for decades had actually broken through just like this. Demon King, a desolate order powerhouse, and also mastered a trace of rules. Feeling that the realm had become stronger, Bai Feng's face was complicated. Being a prisoner was actually a blessing in disguise? But what's the point? You're still a fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered? A wave of sadness leapt out of his chest. He himself had not yet said goodbye to the old undead, nor had he mated with the Ice Plains White Fox clan. His fiancée, the little white fox. What a shame. Just as Bai Feng was despairing, Chu Mo, who was not far away, was putting his hammer down inside. Alas! One person busy always too tired. If leisure can enjoy some great healthcare, can have someone to massage me, how good. This otherworldly everything is good. Just can't afford to go to the big healthcare. Alas. Hearing this, the three fires on White Wind's head flickered as realization dawned on him. I see. No wonder he didn't kill me. And no wonder he tied me up here to watch him make iron. So that's how it is. This devil is actually trying to keep me behind and give him a massage? At this moment, a light of wisdom appeared in the White Wind's blue eyes, and it felt that it had completely seen through all of Chumo's intentions. But as the royal son of the Ice Wolf clan, his talent and identity are both powerful and coaxing existences. How can he be a massage dog? Even if this mysterious expert is more powerful, he can't make me yield and put down the dignity of a wolf to be a dog with a lowered head and wagging tail. Right? I, White Wind, am a man-eating ice wolf. In this life, I will die of thirst and hunger. I will not be a massage dog. Bai Feng's gaze was firm, and against the sword intent he opened his voice with all his might and howled as if he were dying, wanting to express the persistence of his heart in this way. Oh, whoa wow. This voice also managed to attract Chumo's attention. Chumo took a sideways glance and instantly walked over angrily carrying a hammer for iron working, with a vicious curse in his mouth. Mother asterisk 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 her. This dog howling is just, actually dared to look at me with that fierce eyes? It's really a vicious dog that's not afraid to fight. If you make me anxious, I'll kill you and eat dog meat today. Although Chumo likes dogs, but in his eyes the dog is disobedient and not afraid to fight, then it can only be chopped up and stewed with radish. This is especially true of such large dogs, as a single slip-up can result in a bite from a dog that has gone berserk. Seeing Chumo rush over with a murderous look on his face, Bai Feng was startled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you going to do, big guy? I look menacing. That's because I'm a wolf from the lonesome north. I am not a dog. Finished. This devil has completely lost his patience. This is to completely destroy me if he can't get me. What a ruthless heart. My wise and valiant White Wind Prince is about to be hammered to death. This is a hammer that builds you level supreme treasures. The power of rules can be pulled by it. How can my small body carry it for a while? It seems that I am destined for this great calamity. Originally, he had wanted to hold out a little longer and have a fish out of water fight with Chumo, but after seeing the hammer in the other party's hand, it realized that things were not good and hurriedly abandoned the insistence in its heart, licking his tongue with a fawning wag of his tail and a soft whimper escaping his lips. It's better to lose your modesty and become a dog than a dead wolf at this point. Pop said, modesty can be dispensed with when necessary. After all, that ain't worth. I have to say, conceding is still useful. Seeing the era in front of him wagging his tail and wimping out, Chumo's mouth curled up and immediately smiled. Hey, you wimpy dog. You never lose an argument. You never win a fight. I have to say, Era's face is still very high. It really looks like a wolf. Wolf-like. But, what's your look, little thing? It's quite chic. 5 for my broken sword? Seeing that Era was completely on the ground, Chumo also put down his hammer and pulled the sword that he had just created in front of him out of the dirt. The sword intent on Bai Feng's body suddenly dissipated, which allowed him to get up. After White Wind stood up, he circled around Chumo, constantly wagging his tail in circles. That looked flattering. Chumo grinned. It's true that a good dog comes out from under the stick. I still like how you were untamed at first. How about you recover a bit? Dogs of the Desolate Order. From now on, I can be a man's dog. Whoever dares to mess with me, let the dog bite you to death. Reaching out and jerking the dog twice, Chumo had a satisfied face. The dog's hair was cold and quite smooth, and the usual meals must be good, so the nutrition was good. Looking at Chumo's hands groping around his head, Bai Feng couldn't help but bare his teeth. I wonder if there are any remnants of last night's youth in this devil's hands. Okay, I don't have time for you. Take a nap first. Trummer dropped the hammer and lay back in the recliner. White Wind was very sensible and rushed over to use his weakened version, Wolf Tooth Wind Fist, to massage and pound Chumo's back. The mind, on the other hand, is in the dark. Humph. This Imperial Son will first take a false step and borrow his power to break through some more strength before seeking an opportunity to take revenge. White Wind, will definitely turn over a new leaf. Seeing that his own era was so smart and had so much strength, Chumo was relieved. Yo, you actually know how to massage? Your technique is good. Come on, use some more strength for me, and I'll reward you with a big bone tonight. It is true that with smart masters come smart dogs. My heart goes out to you. Put your mother's ass on the line. This is clearly the quality of the dog given by the system. The host should not put gold on his face. Listening to Chumo boasting and selling himself, the system couldn't even look at it anymore and directly jumped out to spit. Chumo rolled his eyes and was about to argue with the system when a familiar voice beside him weakly sounded. Senior Zhao Deju. I brought my disciple to pay a special visit today, so I hope Senior won't be angry. Chapter 44, The Lively and Active Fire Charmer. Listening to the shouts beside him, Chummer gave him a sideways glance. Oh, aren't you the one who gave me the wine a few days ago? Come on in. After seeing the visitor, Chumo hurriedly put down his hammer and began to do his best to greet the other party as a landlord. Seeing that Chumo didn't have the slightest bit of anger on his face, as if he didn't hold them accountable for their previous rudeness, Zhao Deju let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled down Fire Mistress and opened his mouth towards Chumo to introduce him. Although with the other party's strength, they already knew about their relationship before they even entered the door. Zhao Deju felt that he still had to explain out of politeness. Senior, this is my unworthy disciple, Fire Mistress. Fire Charmer meets Senior. Fire Charmer was very good at her job, bending over to give a full bow, and since she was wearing a half-wrapped dress, her full chest was perfectly set off. It had to be said that Fire Charmer was extremely good at utilizing her strengths. The charming body was fully opened, the power of seduction was at full point, and with that snow-white piece, it instantly attracted Chumo's line of sight. Chumo followed his gaze and looked down. His eyebrows were raised and he only felt his nose was hot, but thinking that the other party was a cultivator, if he stared and annoyed the other party, would he be chopped up with a knife? Thinking of this, under the threat to his life, Chumo could only smile slightly, shift his gaze without moving, and return a proper bow towards Firemire. Hello girl, the visitor is a guest. Have a seat. Chumo's reaction was a surprise to Firemire. This is really a senior unexpectedly not moved by female color. There were very few men who could remain calm under her seduction. Moreover, this senior still looked this young and so handsome, and his tendon flesh was particularly lean and good-looking. Master said for me to find a way to marry Senior. It doesn't seem like it's impossible. Fire Charmer smiled sweetly. Thank you, Senior. Senior is polite. At Chumo's greeting, the two of them sat down on a stone bench. Chumo smiled and pressed his hand to the two of them. You guys sit down for a while. I've just been working on the iron, and there's no tea in the house, so allow me to wash my hands and put on some clothes, and then go make some tea first. At those words, Zhao Deju was overjoyed. Tea, enlightenment tea. It's good to be able to drink again, and although you can't absorb much of it, it's all greatly beneficial when you drink it in. Okay, thanks. Just as Zhao Deju was incomparably grateful and ready to say thank you, Fire Mistress was one step ahead of him. Elder, don't need to be so polite. Master and I can drink whatever we want. It's too troublesome to make tea. Why don't we just drink water? Hearing this, Chumo nodded after thinking for a few seconds. That's fine. Last time I brewed a pot your master didn't drink much. I think that tea is not appetizing. Then drink water. I'll pour it. With that, he turned and entered the room. No. Appetizing. Very appetizing. I could drink tea 3 times a day. Zhao Deju was crying and roaring inwardly, but he didn't dare to open his mouth and make a sound, so he could only watch Chumo leave. Fire Mistress propped her chin up with both hands and looked at the other side in a florid manner. I thought Senior was 70 years old, but I didn't realize that he was handsome and grounded. Even his walk was so dashing, and he didn't take into account this girl's previous rudeness. How nice. But, good for you Grandma's family. Second Master, why did I accept such a loser like you? I'm going to be so angry with you. Looking at Fire Charm's appearance like this, Zhao Deju broke into a fit of rage. Seeing Zhao Deju get angry, Fire Charmer froze slightly. What's wrong with Master? And what? Why did you refuse Senior's tea? Do you know what kind of tea that is? That's enlightenment tea. Zhao Deju wanted to cry without tears. They say that the daughter is the old man's intimate cotton jacket. Their own love for this father and daughter disciple. How to look like anti-armor inside out. The opportunity that was delivered to her door was actually pushed away by her like this. Fire Charmer's face changed. Enlightenment tea? Why don't? I'll go talk to senior. Or just drink the tea? Zhao Dezhu gritted his teeth and glared at her with hatred. You're also the head of a clan. Can you stop acting like a little girl with such naive ideas? That's enlightenment tea. Senior gave you the chance but you refused. Now you go back to ask for it. What do you take senior for? After learning the truth, Fire Charmer's heart was filled with regret and she sighed and couldn't help but retort. But master, you have repeatedly told me to be polite and respect my seniors. Ah, but my disciple did what you said. Mud. When it was time to show you respect, you pointed to the plaque with disdain and got me smacked. When you shouldn't be allowed respect, you reject it faster than anyone else. Zhao Dezhu covered his chest in pain and didn't say a word. Having lived for hundreds of years, he understood that you couldn't win an argument with a woman, even a woman who wasn't very old. They won't admit any wrongdoing except that they married the wrong man. If it wasn't for this girl in front of him, who was fed by his own handful of urine, he would have chopped him to death. Seeing that Zhao Dezhu didn't speak, Fire Charmer opened her charming eyes and curiously surveyed the furnishings within the courtyard. A ginkgo tree, some bamboo hedges, a couple of houses with some vegetables planted behind them. Master, if I hadn't seen Senior make a move, I would have thought that he was an ordinary 6th grade martial artist. Apart from that handsome face, there's nothing outstanding about him. Zhao Dezhu raised his head with a look of admiration. This is what makes seniors so profound. To be able to maintain the realm of the 6th grade at all times. Even we can't detect any realities. It's the 6th grade any way you look at it. Wouldn't we be able to paralyze the enemy if we learned such a powerful tactic? Hearing him say that, Fire Mistress actually felt it made sense. Even if oneself and others were to disguise their realm, they could still see some flaws. However, Senior Chu is different. Looking horizontally and vertically are all 6th grade. Can't see any breakage. This kind of control has already reached the subtle. Wait, Master, look over there. There's a handsome dog making iron. And with 2 doggy paws, swinging a hammer and still swinging it doggy style. It really looks like that. This dog that Senior's family keeps. It's so smart, and it's especially strong. The disciple wants that kind of a dog too. At this time, Fire Charmer suddenly noticed that in the corner of the courtyard, there was also an iron smithing furnace. There was actually a dog by the furnace, wielding a hammer like a blacksmith. It struck her as amazing that there were such intelligent dogs in the world. Following the direction of Fire Mistress's finger, Zhao Dezhu's face changed and he hurriedly interrupted Fire Mistress, who was still about to speak. You want to keep it? You're tired of living. Take a good look again. What's that? Fire Mistress froze. It's just a dog. Before the words were even uttered, the distant white wind heard the conversation between the two, but he let out a cold snort, and the 3 fires on his head flickered for a while. The aura of the Demon King, desolate rank, on his body was violently pressed towards Fire Mistress. You don't dare to blow up at that devil yourself, but I don't dare to clean up your little girl? I'm trying out a new area of weightlifting, and you insult me as a dog? The berserk aura attacked, instantly causing the unsuspecting Firemire to stagger backward a few steps, and a look of shock appeared on top of her pretty face. What? 3 fires, blue eyes, desolate rank aura. This is the Northern Plains Ice Wolf? My goodness. Senior actually used a Demon King level Ice Wolf as a hard laborer to make iron. Hiss, what a great stroke. At those words, White Wind grunted. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party said he was handsome, he wasn't even going to stay his hand. I don't only know how to make iron, I also know how to massage. As far as licking is concerned, I, White Wind, am a professional, and I must please my master to stay, so that you can learn more. Looking at the ice wolves showing their teeth in the distance, Fire Mistress didn't really care. She was at the peak of the heavenly rank and could have a few moments of self-preservation, and there was also a mid-desolate rank master by her side to protect her. Most importantly, without the senior's word, this ice wolf should not dare to act privately. Fire Mistress cut Ice Wolf a look and tilted her head to the side. Seeing this image, Zhao Dezhu let out a long sigh of deep helplessness. Meyer, don't be so staggering, can't you sit honestly? No way. It's so hard to see such a living superpower. Can't you let apprentice me take a good look at his cave? It's not like my disciple is taking anything from Senior. Just taking a look. Fire Mistress's eyes widened. Growing up in the clan, she had almost always cultivated except for contacting a few higher-ups, so she was curious about everything she looked at now. Zhao Dezhu didn't want to scold her anymore and sighed, shaking his head. Ugh, you. When will you mature and grow up? Say, this ice wolf was only a half step at the desolate stage last time, and now he's actually broken through? That's right, being a dog under Senior. Can he not break through? While Zhao Dezhu was dazed and confused, Fire Mistress's cry of alarm came once again, only to see Fire Mistress boldly walk up to the iron smithing furnace, her eyes staring right at the body of a pink longsword next to her. Master, Look, pink longsword, ah, never seen the color and style before. So pretty. Fire Mistress's eyes glowed. This sword was casually thrown on the ground. It shouldn't be a valuable thing. It doesn't matter if you touch it yourself, right? Just for a second. After hearing the exclamation of surprise, Zhao Deju came back to his senses. Upon seeing Fire Charmer's actions, her face instantly paled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you trying to give your master a death wish? Don't touch. Chapter 45, Fire Charmer, Senior. Let me call you Daddy? Zhao Deju's shout seemed to be a little late. Fire Mistress's hand had already gripped the hilt of her sword. Hearing her master's shout, Fire Mistress asked back in confusion. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Fire Mistress holding the pink longsword in her hand, White Wind, who was pulling the mill next to her, smiled coldly. This, staggering is ballsy. In the next second, unparalleled sword intent erupted from the longsword, directly attacking Fire Mistress, not even sparing Zhao Deju in the distance, all within the sword intent's shroud. Seeing the sword intent that came from the sky, Zhao Deju's old face turned white and he pulled out a pillow from somewhere and stuck it to his back. Boo! The sword intent struck the duo with lightning speed, blasting the master and disciple a dozen meters out and smashing them heavily on the ground. The long sword in Fire Mistress's hand immediately fell to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Pust. When he finished throwing up, he covered his ass and sucked in his breath in pain. It hurts. As for Zhao Deju, he had foresight and had a big pillow to cushion his back and was far away from the longsword. The impact he received was not that great. Looking at the master and disciple who had fallen to the ground, White Wind shook his wolf head, his eyes sneering. Curiosity killed the cat. It's too late for this emperor to avoid this sword, and you guys actually dare to come up to it. The Fire Charmer on the ground, her heart palpitating, surveyed the pink longsword in front of her, her voice trembling. Master, what on earth is this? It seems like it was just built. Fire Mistress turned her head and asked, her beautiful eyes suddenly glaring when she saw the large pillow underneath the other party. Master, what's with the pillow? Without blushing or jumping, Zhao Deju took the pillow back into the storage space and sighed in a lifeless manner. You still have the face to ask what happened. If I didn't have the foresight, I'd have been screwed over sooner or later with your ungrateful disciple. Can you honestly sit here and wait for Senior? This isn't your own clan, so don't stagger around. Behave yourself for your master. Fire Charmer's pretty face flushed, a little embarrassed, and a little weak. It's just that the sword is so pretty. I couldn't help it, so I... Master, what level do you think this sword of Senior's is and why is it so powerful? If we could borrow it, wouldn't we be able to slaughter the Tianyi sect and the weaponry sect with ease? At those words, Zhao Deju laughed bitterly. He also knew that his disciple was highly favored in the sect and had developed a character of a bratty princess. He has told the other side many times, but when he does, the other side doesn't ding. And when he dings, he doesn't shoo. And when he shoos, he doesn't change. He, Zhao Deju, is also helpless. You're more of a bear than a bear. Stop it. You're a little bastard. I don't know what level it is, but it seems to be more powerful than the chopper that Senior built last time. If I can obtain this supreme treasure, it would be a tadpole turning into a butterfly, so perverted that it would take off. What's so hard about slaughtering the Heavenly Clan and the weaponry sect? Fire Charmer wiped the redness at the corner of her mouth and glanced at the Chuemo house, her eyes full of curiosity. This Senior is really powerful. Not only is his martial arts skill great, but he can also build super weapons, and just as handsome as he is, his character is also excellent. Master, you don't know. Seeing my disciple's poise, Senior actually didn't look away. Such character and determination is simply unheard of. Hearing this, Zhao Deju froze and looked Fire Mistress up and down, surprise written all over his face. What kind of posture of his own disciple he was completely clear about, and it was not too much to say that it was a special thing on earth. If he hadn't been raised himself, he'd be a little out of control. Speaking of Senior, he's been in the room for a long time, right? Why hasn't he come out yet after changing his clothes? Inside the room, Chuemo had just turned on sage mode. A man who is bloodthirsty, tastes meat and has been widowed for 8 or 9 years. Today there is such a strong and powerful creature in the house. If he doesn't go into saint mode, he's afraid he won't be able to resist making a fool of himself. He wouldn't be thinking about any flirtatious encounters or anything like that. With his wife alive or dead and his daughter 8 years old, he's a man with a family, but he can't just see a beautiful woman and be moved. Had to cheat and be a saint for a while to keep my mind steady. Guests are not to blame. But then again, this girl is a real gem. Too royal, those long legs, TSK. It's so long and straight. If I put on a black and white silk or something, I can't imagine. Chummer lamented that it still wouldn't hurt to take a look. Even if you're a willow, you have to look at a beautiful woman. It's true that if you stand in front of a beautiful woman, you'll be half as sick. And if you walk in front of a beautiful woman, you'll be refreshed. It's not that he was unfaithful to his wife. Rather it was that he chose to turn on saint mode because he was too faithful. The word color is a knife that cuts off the wallet before the waist. TSK. Host is such a wimp. You've been a widow for so many years anyway. Why don't you consider this girl outside? She's still a virgin. According to the system teasingly flirted. Chuemo waved his hand repeatedly. This matter cannot be done. I can't afford to mess with an expert at the peak of the heavenly stage. And am I such a person? Compared to that, it's still my mother-in-law who has a better figure. And as for face value, it's all the same in the dark. What's wrong with cultivators? As long as they're women they're all the same. Listen to Unico. First call her sister, then sister, and finally become a little baby. Trummer. After ignoring this death-defying proposal from the system, Chuemo changed into a robe and carried 2 cups of water from the well. Ha ha ha, let the 2 guests wait a long time. This iron making body dirty. More rubbing delayed some time. Come, since you 2 don't drink tea, let's have some water. This mountain spring water is very good. I even think it's great. Chuemo placed the clear water in front of the 2. Looking at the water in front of him, Zhao Dezhu felt his heartache. Obviously have the opportunity to drink enlightenment tea, but because of this black-hearted cotton around, the chance to get to the hand are sent away. Alas, but even so, Zhao Dezhu still had a thick smile on his face. Thank you Senior for the water. Senior has created another extreme treasure this time. Baby? Following Zhao Dezhu's gaze, Chuemo saw the pink sword on the ground. Oh, you mean this? For my daughter. Last time I did not give you said. My girl in the outside wandering the world. Weapons must have. But the building techniques are a bit shallow. Iron sword cannot be on the stage. Let you 2 see laugh. Chuemo shyly scratched his head. Compared to the cultivator's supreme treasures that could easily open mountains and split rocks, his sword was indeed a bit out of hand. But, well, at least it's a thought from him as a father. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu took a deep look at the long sword and after memorizing its style in his heart, he smiled awkwardly again. Just now, the master and disciple duo, they were still crushed by this uptight sword. The whole time. Rather, it was the fire mistress next to her who noticed the message in Chumo's words and asked in astonishment. Ha, elder, you have a Dao couple and a daughter? Chumo nodded helplessly and casually explained a few things. After hearing this, the idea of being the master of the small courtyard within Fire Charmer's heart collected quite a bit. Although it was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world, she was still a bit hesitant. After all, she had never even been in love. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to insert yourself into someone else's family. Still, lawless as she was, her eyes dripped and she joked. Then, does Senior mind having more daughters? If I call Senior a father, can Senior also give me a sword that is not worthy of the stage? Pust. Hearing this, he was so shocked that Chuemo spat out a mouthful of water. The other guy did look good. A fine branch bears fruit. If it were any other man, I'm afraid no one would be able to hold it. But unfortunately, I, Chuemo, have currently attained the saintly fruition and am in the saintly mode. Beauty? It's just a cloud. Don't joke, girl. We're both about the same age. How can you call me dad? If you like this sword, I'll give you another one next time you come. It's not something valuable, but you'll have to bring your own iron ore. My house is out of iron. Fire Charmer was overjoyed, secretly saying that this senior was so generous. Just as she was about to say thank you, Zhao Dezhu rushed to interrupt, lifting his water cup and smiling dryly. Cough cough cough. Senior, Meyer is lively and loves to joke around. Senior, don't take care of her. How can such a supreme treasure be worthy of her? Come on, let's drink water. Drink water. Ha ha ha. He just came to borrow a sword. This girl actually did not have a bit of pussy, but also opened his mouth to ask the senior to ask for a sword. Is a sword of this caliber worthy of us? Elder was just talking about giving away the sword. Why did you take it seriously? Seeing Zhao Dezhu raise his glass of water, Fire Mistress rolled her eyes and also raised her glass to honor Chuemo. Elder, Phantom Child honors you. When Fire Mistress finished her imperial voice and breath, she brought the water cup close to her red lips and took a light sip. But it was because of this mouthful of water that Fire Mistress's beautiful peach blossom eyes snapped up. The beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Master, this water actually possesses the power of enlightenment? Wait, after drinking this treasure from Senior, it seems like I'm coming to feel like I'm going to break through. Chapter 46 Elder's Home Enlightenment Tea. By the caddy? Fire Mistress looked at the water in her hand and shuddered inwardly. It was as if this ordinary water had magical powers inside it. With a cup of water in her belly, Fire Mistress only felt a burst of refreshing sweetness, and her own head seemed to have become a lot more lucid. Originally could not see through, could not figure out some martial arts knowledge. At this moment it was actually clear. There is a kind of thatched feeling. It was as if, for a moment, one's enlightenment had increased. The peak heavenly rank realm that had stuck her for a long time, making her unable to comprehend it, was actually enlightened by her after drinking the water. Snap! There was a soft sound from within Fire Mistress's body, as if some membrane had been pierced. The sound was that crisp and clear. Immediately afterward, a powerful heaven and earth aura surged in from the top of her head, and the peak of the heavenly rank managed to step into the desolate rank. Feeling the power of her hands, Fire Mistress was dumbfounded. Just broke through? Is there any mistake? I've been practicing hard for more than 10 years without moving halfway through the realm just because of a cup of water? Elder, this treasure of yours is too powerful. Meyer is convinced. Really convinced. It's so comfortable to drink it, and my stomach is still warm. Fire Mistress raised her head and gave Chumo a thumbs up with a face of adoration. Hearing this, the corner of Chumo's mouth twitched. This girl's speech, how could she be so immodest? Seeing Fire Mistress's breakthrough, Zhao Deju was also pleasantly surprised, and with his mouth open, he drank the cup of water in his hand. Boom! Unsurprisingly, under the magical power of water and his own thick and thin, Zhao Deju also broke through to the late stage of the desolate rank. Hiss! This water is awesome. Voice breaking. Elder, this treasure of yours can really boost your enlightenment for a few minutes of time when you drink it. I didn't guess wrong. This is the legendary Wutai Mountain, the Prajna Spring, commonly known as the Hail Spring of Wisdom Water. Right? Zhao Deju thought that the other party was giving ordinary water, but he didn't expect the water in the senior's house wasn't ordinary. At those words, Chumo's expression was stunned. Wisdom water? Is my water that powerful? I drank half a tank of water and it didn't even work. You guys broke through with one drink? Is it really not simple? This dog system doesn't even have an item description. It's so chicken. Bonanza Spring? No, it's Farmer's Three Springs. It's kind of sweet. Trummer grinned, unimpressed. Zhao Deju had a tactical backward glance. Farmer's Three Springs, and a little sweet? How come I've never heard of it? But this effect is truly awesome. It's almost as good as that enlightenment tea that Senior gave me last time. If the two can work together, I'm afraid the effect will double. Thinking about the enlightenment tea, Zhao Deju was a burst of pain, and he couldn't wait to cut the fire charm around him. At those words, Fire Mistress felt a trace of resentment and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Master, don't be delusional. This Farmer's Three Springs effect is so powerful, I think it wasn't easy for the predecessor to obtain it. It's not bad to be able to give you a sip of it. Why are you still picking and choosing? Zhao Deju sighed and smiled slightly apologetically. Chuemo waved his hand dismissively. It's not difficult to obtain. Isn't this water in the well next to that? If you guys want to drink it, just use a bucket to beat it up. It's enough. Although it was useless to drink it himself, if the other party was useful, he didn't mind making a good karma. Just because you two are so good at blowing things up, I'm sure I'll make a friend out of you. It blew me through the roof, and if it weren't for the system's constant reminder that I'm a loser, I'd almost think I was super strong. The master and apprentice, both skillful speakers and funny. I super like them both. Hearing this, the two of them looked startled and turned their heads to the side. Sure enough, I saw a well not far from the ginkgo tree. The two spurted. A well. How many Farmer's Springs should this be? A cup let her break through the desolate stage. Guarding this well is a pig. Drinking so many spiritual springs can also become a super big brother. Zhao Deju froze. Elder, there wasn't this well in the yard last time I was here. Was there? No. I just moved the well in yesterday morning. And don't tell me the water is really good. Chummer replied casually. The fire charmer master and disciple looked at each other. Master, this kind of extremely high-quality spirit springs should all be guarded by high-grade treasure protection demonic beasts, right? That's natural. The higher the grade of the treasure, the stronger the guardian beast will be. Wait, then when Senior obtained this spring, wouldn't he have killed many beings? Taken a lot of effort? Fire charmer's eyes flinched. This harmless and still handsome Senior in front of her was actually so fierce? But it's worth killing anymore. Chummer shrugged, recalling the events of that night with another burst of emotion. It doesn't take much effort. I've killed a few 100 million beings in a while with these unicorn arms. It's pretty easy. After the kill, the well was acquired. Well, not wrong. I used to punch around to increase my luck before signing in myself. I'm such an honest little man. It's a little embarrassing to say, but I never lie. At those words, the master and disciple duo sucked in a breath of cool air. Killing a couple 100 million in one night? Hiss. But the continent didn't hear where so many living beings died. Did he? He actually broke the void and went somewhere else. And killed him in another dimension? Oh, my god. The U-class bigwigs are as scary as they come. I can't believe it. By the way, Lao Zhao, listening to you liked that tea last time? Just as Zhao Deju and Fire Charmer were looking long and sighing, A burst of doubt came from Chumo's ears. Zhao Deju nodded shyly and didn't hide it. Hiding in front of such a big brother was hypocrisy. Well, the late generation liked it very much. Originally, I brought a cup back and wanted to share it with Meyer to taste it, but that tea was too good and too precious, and I accidentally drank it away. Zhao Deju thought that the other party would ignore his words. Surprisingly, however, Chumo waved his hand enthusiastically. Hi, you should have said so. This is precious, my ass. I'll make you some if you like, and when you go back you can bring some back. Seeing as you had so much left over from last time, I thought you didn't like drinking it, so you couldn't spare it. You wait with Miss Meyer. I have quite a lot of this tea. I'll go get some. It was rare to make two living cultivator friends, so Chumo naturally had to make good friends. After all, it's always good to have more friends, right? And it's good to have someone to talk to and relieve his boredom. Looking at Chumo leaving, Zhao Deju was thrilled. Mayor, I've seen that Senior likes you quite a bit, his eyes looking at you from time to time. This time it was thanks to your face that Master was able to obtain a few pieces of enlightenment tea leaves. Upon hearing this, Fire Mimic proudly puffed out her chest. Senior is indeed quite approachable, and Mimic also quite likes him. But, Senior has a daughter and a wife now. Disciple is a bit hesitant. That always feels, well, not good. The two talked for a few moments. Not long afterward, Chumo walked out of the house with a cloth bag the size of a yoga ball. Bang. The bag flung itself onto the stone table with a dull thud. Zhao Deju Fire Charmer was confused. Elder, what are you? Tea? Don't you and Miss Meyer like to drink this tea? As a friend, right, as a gift to you. It's not worth much. Trummer grinned and opened the cloth bag. It's full of Gautama tea leaves. Looking at this scene, Zhao Deju only felt a dizzy spell in his head, and his heart felt as if it was suffocating. This is enlightenment tea. Even if a Hong-level expert could possess one or two pieces, they would treasure them as if they were treasures. It might come in handy someday when you get stuck in a bottleneck. However, this is a full sack in front of himself, and I don't know how much of a stir it can cause when it gets out. Zhao Deju couldn't say a word in excitement, but next to Fire Mistress, her pretty face flushed red, squealing with excitement. He lunged as soon as he could. So much enlightenment tea. Senior, you're too generous. Trummer dodged out of the way. As a married man, his is a constant reminder that he has to maintain a sense of boundaries with his female friends. Just take advantage of the eyes and forget about the rest. Senior, is this enlightenment tea all for us? Gnosis tea? Is this called enlightenment tea? Chumo gave his tea a surprised look. The system didn't tell itself where the tea came from, but he didn't care too much. It was useless to drink it himself. He couldn't realize the way. In his mind, anything he couldn't use himself was waste. Might as well give it away. It's like a non-smoker who gets good cigarettes and either sells them or gives them away as a favor. After all, when one is in the world, the human condition is more important than anything else. Maybe one day we'll have to ask each other for something. Well, I'm the lone voice, but in my opinion, it's not much of a value. No different from ordinary tea, and I still have a few £100 of it in my warehouse. Plain, ordinary, tea? Chapter 47, Elder. You can be the soul suppressor sex ancestor. Zhao Deju and Fire Charmer were stunned. Was this the grandeur of a big brother? Enlightenment tea is even ordinary tea in his eyes? Then what are they usually drinking? Horse urine? Everyone else's enlightenment tea is by the slice, but this big guy is actually by the pound? I'm treading, Buddha. After the shock passed, Zhao Deju's mind quickly regained clarity, and looking at Chumo's indifferent expression, he felt like he realized a lot. This must be Elder testing my character with Mayor. Otherwise, we are not relatives. How could he send us so much enlightenment tea? It can't be that we're looking at our strength and want to make friends, can it? If I'm not wrong, as long as I take this bag of tea, I'm afraid our master and disciple will be eliminated in this test. Elder will be completely disappointed with me, and it will be impossible for me to come and visit you in the future, let alone make such an excessive request as borrowing a sword later on. Therefore, I, Zhao Deju, must uphold my heart and not let greed take over my reasoning. After thinking through everything, Zhao Deju showed a light of wisdom in his eyes and rose to arch his hand in rejection. Elder, this is too much. No merit. We'll just take a few leaves. When he said that, he picked up about 10 pieces of that look with his hand inside. This also watched as Chumo froze and scratched his head, only feeling that Zhao Deju was a bit of an unattractive person. Take it if it's given to you. You didn't ask for it. Chumo, who crossed over in the latter part of his life, likes people who are more refreshing and does not like this kind of everything, is very rigid and very constrained by the rules of etiquette. This isn't the first time you've been here. You're too polite, aren't you? I'm not good at holding this tea. Take my place, Miss Meyer. Since your master doesn't want it, then I'll give this to you. Take it back and brew some for your master, alright, and drink it slowly. Chu Mo indifferently handed the enlightenment tea to Fire Mistress. Drinking this tea enlightenment he is not experienced, but urine extraordinarily much is true. Looking at Zhao Deju's face, he knew that he was extremely fond of it. Since the last time Zhao Deju left a lot of fine wine, Chu Mo regarded this old man as a friend, and he was never stingy with his friends. Seeing this, Zhao Deju revealed an expression that the old man had indeed guessed correctly. You don't think the enlightenment tea takes up space? Isn't that a lie? You're obviously trying to get to me. Zhao Deju had wanted to open his mouth and refuse again, but Manhwa Fire Mistress fell in line and answered. Good. Thank you, Elder. I don't like fake politeness like Master. It's obvious that you like it, but you hide it. In addition, this is given by Senior. The so-called elders give, not to be resigned. If seniors need anything, they can also tell seniors, and seniors will do everything in their power to fetch it for seniors. It's just that, we probably won't be able to take out something with a value comparable to the enlightenment tea. After all, the late generation's means can't be compared to the seniors. Fire Mistress made a respectful bow. Seeing this scene, Zhao Deju's face turned pale. Inwardly exclaimed, it's over. Barbecue is over. Don't want to come to senior's house in the future. This pitiful pussy. Usually you have to work. Why don't you see your hands so fast? Looking at this youthful, lively, and frank fire sister, Chu Mo smiled in relief. This is the young people. Less rules and formalities. The joke on the joke. With a lot of ease. Old Zhao's kind of old man is too old-fashioned and really uninteresting. Lao Zhao is not me to say that you. Just a little bit of tea. You are polite with me for what? Maybe it's worth a lot to you guys, but not to me. So if you're really over it, just bring me more wine next time. After saying that, Chu Mo poured some well-water brewed tea for the two of them. Zhao Deju picked up the tea, his hands trembling violently, and sipped it while gauging Chu Mo's expression. Seeing that the other party really didn't get angry, Zhao Deju obviously froze. Could he have guessed wrong? Wait, I'm sure I haven't guessed wrong. The reason why Senior is holding the tea for Meyer, is he hinting to me that he has his eye on Meyer? Thinking of this, Zhao Deju's hand is not trembling. People do not tremble. Straight back, extraordinarily spiritual. Ah ha ha ha. Great. It's not worth it for the old man to raise her for so many years. Raise a daughter for years. Use her for a day. The old man's relationship with his predecessor is stable. By the way, Senior, you have given us so many supreme treasures and opportunities. We really have nothing to show for it, and I don't have any treasures to show for it. Why don't I climb up to Senior and marry my precious disciple, Meyer, to you as a concubine? If you can't be a maid, you can. Zhao Deju hardened his head and asked that much. Fire Mistress was stunned, and her always active self suddenly lowered her head shyly. After all, she is a young woman. How can she not be shy about marriage? Chu Mo, on the other hand, was shocked and puffed out a mouthful of water, staring at her dumbfounded. Someone used to pop a woman 3 times with a $6 spud, and today, he used some enlightenment tea in exchange for a beautiful woman who gave her body to him? It's been a long time coming. Are all cultivators so straightforward? But this girl doesn't look like she's too bright. Such a stupid, can't do anything but work. What's the use of it? A cough cough. Old Zhao, don't joke. I already have a family and a daughter, so I can only say sorry. By the way, Miss Meyer, which theater troupe, shucks, which clan did you and old Zhao come out of? Chumhum changed the subject at the right time. Although his own wife was not beautiful and had not returned for many years, but that year or so together, Chu Mo's heart had long been occupied by Lu Qingxue, an ordinary woman. He is not a man of 3, a small family, a mother-in-law, a daughter, and then plant some fields and vegetables. Life is enough. Seeing the other party's refusal, Zhao Deju wasn't disappointed in the slightest. His own disciple, perhaps he was still not worthy of this great master. But it can be later, slowly. And he, Zhao Deju, said Chumo had. His mother-in-law has been away for many years. It is estimated that may have died, so that he himself is not considered to destroy the feelings of others. We, come from the soul suppressor sect, one of the 3 top sects in the southern region, but in the eyes of Senior, it's just like ants going through the motions. It's not enough to worry about. By the way, Senior, why are you suddenly asking about the clan? But is there something wrong? After being rejected, Fire Mistress let out a slight sigh and asked in doubt. Trummer nodded, looking at her with slight embarrassment. It's like this. I currently also have the 6th grade realm well, so I want to learn about the nearby sects, and when I go out from the mountains in 2 years, I also want to enter a sect. Chu Mo had his own plans. The system was going to trap him for 2 years. What realm he could reach in those 2 years depended entirely on his own daughter Chulinger. Besides, he didn't even know where his daughter was now. If he could rely on his acquaintances to get into a clan in advance, It would also make it easier for him to search for his daughter and provide her with a more stable and reliable environment for cultivation. Hearing this, Fire Mistress and Zhao Deju looked at each other, their hearts wildly shaking. All that filled his mind was one sentence: the senior didn't have a clan. The senior wanted to enter the clan. As for Chumo's comment that he was only a 6th grade martial artist, it was automatically ignored by the two of them. A 6th grade martial artist who can dispose of enlightenment tea as if it were dead leaves, can build a super weapon, can easily, with ease, break through a half-step desolate rank ice wolf? Elder, do you really want to join the sect? If the sect doesn't dislike me, if I can get in, I'll get in. It's just, I'm afraid that no sect will accept me, and I don't even know anything about the outside forces. Chumhum nodded and laughed. At those words, Fire Mistress and Zhao Deju were ecstatic. Fire Mistress jumped forward cheerfully and shouted excitedly, "Senior, I'm not going to lie. I'm precisely the sect leader of the Jinsol sect. If Senior can see it, why don't you come to the Jinsol sect? I'm willing to step aside and yield the position of Patriarch to Senior. From now on, you will be our Soul Suppressor sect Patriarch, and Meyer is willing to be the deputy beside Senior, to do miscellaneous work for Senior, and properly serve Senior's food and living. What do you think?" Chuemo froze, looking at Fire Mistress with disbelief, and immediately rebuffed. "No way. I won't be the Patriarch. This staggering big imperial sister is actually the head of a clan? She actually asked me to take her place? What a joke. It would be nice to be an ordinary titular disciple. No strength but in a high position. This is the rhythm of looking for death. When the time comes, I am afraid that my dog cannot protect me as the master." Hearing the other party's refusal, Fire Charmer's eyebrows were slightly frowned. In her eyes this was the senior's disliking the position is too low. That's right. How can such an expert just be a patriarch? Zhao Deju obviously read it too. Arching his hand, he smiled slightly. "Senior, the patriarch is in no way worthy of you. Why don't you become a supreme elder?" Chuemo put a hand on his forehead and looked at him like a little cutie. Glared at Zhao Deju as if he were a cutie. Sovereign, he is too high position. This old man still let him be the supreme elder. This is not intentionally pit him. Seeing Silence roll her eyes, Fire Charmer's beautiful eyes narrowed. Darkly sizing up Zhao Deju, he made a decision in his heart and raised his head once again, looking at Chuemo with extreme seriousness. "Senior, how about this? In the name of the Patriarch, I'll ask my master to withdraw from the position of founding ancestor, and you'll become the Patriarch of the sect. How about it? Filial piety. This disciple is really filial. He's filial to old Zhao." Chuemo was obviously shocked by this. Not only did the corners of his mouth twitch, but even his neck spasmed, causing his head to go bit by bit. Watching Chuemo nod his head, Fire Mistress and Zhao Deju were both overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, great. Thank you, Senior, for the honor. From now on you will be the only old ancestor of my soul-suppressing sect, and I, Zhao Deju, am willing to descend to become a Taishan elder and saddle up for Senior." Chapter 48. You say there's only one pearl? Then what is this? Seeing the duo's beaming faces, Chuemo was speechless. This master and disciple, they're really out of their minds. How dare they let me, a 6th grade martial artist, be their ancestor? It couldn't be that old Zhao was lazy himself and didn't want to deal with the clan's affairs, so he specially found a mat for his back, right? You're so ruthless. I must not fall into your way. So, are you guys serious? True. More real than real gold. The two nodded in unison, their gazes firm. I didn't expect their soul-suppressing sect to have this kind of chance, to be able to obtain the backing of such a powerful expert. Who would dare to mess with us in the future? The corners of Chumo's eyes trembled as he weakly asked. First things first, I can't leave the mountain for the next few years, so I'd like to live right here. Is that okay? Also, I don't care about the clan. It's still you two who take care of it. How about it? Of course. You are now the elder ancestor. We will do whatever you say. By the way, elder ancestor Senior, do you need a maid? I'll let Meyer stay. Zhao Deju was attentive. As long as he could keep the other party, it was worth it even if he took in a disciple he had raised since childhood. Not to mention staying in the mountains and not going out, even if the other side wants to live on his head too. He is 100 times willing. Seeing the other party agree, Chuemo sighed in relief, not expecting these two to be quite good at talking. No. As the patriarch, Miss Meyer is bound to have a lot of things to deal with. How can she stay with me in the deep mountains? Chuemo does not dare to let the other party stay. So lonely men and women get along with a room. How can not rub the gun away? Most importantly, if his future wife Lu Qingxue and daughter Chu Linger came back, how should he explain himself? He was not a promiscuous person, and only wanted to keep his original family. And seeing Fire Charmer reacting was nothing more than a normal physiological problem. Zhao Deju sighed and didn't get too frustrated. close to the water. His fire charmer had plenty of opportunities. All are a clan of people. Can come back from time to visit relatives well. This exploration, not on the kiss? By the way, seniors recently got a treasure. You know a lot to help seniors palm eyes to see what is it? If senior likes it, stay at home. Consider it a gift from the late generation. After he said that, Zhao Deju pulled out a fist-sized, large treasure bead with a crystalline body emitting a fiery light from his storage space. This thing was their soul-suppressing sect's greatest treasure, the Nanming Flame Departure Pearl. How could he not recognize it? This was just a deliberate excuse to give it to Chu Mo as a return gift. Chu Mo took a look. The beads were radiating heat, just like hugging a fireplace, giving him a hint of warmth in the cold winter. Also, the firelight of the beads was very bright, somewhat like a night pearl, but more than 100 times brighter than a night pearl, completely making a room in the darkness of the night look like daytime. Chu Mo's brows gradually furrowed, only to feel a wave of deja vu. Looking at Chu Mo change color, Zhao Deju and Fire Mistress looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. It seems, Senior recognized the preciousness of this treasure. Elder, how is it? Do you like it? I like it, but, I think it looks so familiar. Chu Mo responded while thinking hard. Look familiar? How is this possible? I checked the ancient books, and it seems to say that this is called the Southern Brightness Flame Pearl. The ancient books say that there's only one Nan Mingli Fire Pearl in the entire continent. Zhao Deju waved his hand confidently. This bead could not only give the fire attribute Gungfu cultivation a higher increase effect, but it could also give one more chances to comprehend the rules of fire. Most importantly, it was rumored that by gathering all the North Water Xian Yuan bead, the East Ethereal Wood bead, the West Gung Jing bead, and the Central 100 Days Earth bead, the 5 fixed-state divine beads representing the 5 sides of the continent, one would be able to break through to the legendary U level. It was not impossible to even step through the void and ascend into immortality. Originally this Nanmingli Fire Pearl, is he Zhao Deju in an ancient tomb secretly stolen? Ready to give the fire charm child future breakthrough Zeus level used. However, thinking of repaying the favor, thinking of deep friendship with Chu Mo, the master and disciple duo discussed for a long time before they endured the pain and took this thing out. After all, they understand the reasoning of the Piker's sin, and with the strength of their Jin Soul sect, they simply can't eat such a rare treasure as the Nanmingli Hua bead. If word gets out, it will be all over, so might as well be used to enlist Chu Mo. Let him see their own master and disciple's sincerity. Anyway, are now a clan of people. Fat water does not flow outside the field. Senior had obtained the bead, and if Charming Raider took him down, wouldn't it be back in his hands? You think you've earned it? I never lose anyway. Furthermore, Zhao Deju also has his own calculations. He wants to borrow the knife. Beads is the best knock. After all, take the hand short. If he didn't send Chu Mo something precious and incomparable, he wouldn't even have the face to ask to borrow it. No, I really think it looks familiar. Let me think about it. I'm getting old and my memory isn't so good. Chu Mo knocked his head, and with a flash of light in his mind, he seemed to recall where he had seen this kind of bead before. Old Zhao, you say this bead is unique in the whole world? That's right. The ancient book is so recorded. If the ordinary goods, the late generation is also embarrassed to take out to find the senior appraisal. You say is not it? Zhao Deju smiled smugly and said with extreme certainty as he patted his chest. As for the fire charmer next to her, she also licked her red lips, staring very eagerly at the beads that would greatly benefit her. At those words, Chu Mo's face turned a strange shade of pale, and under the gaze of the two of them, he turned around and walked into the house. 10 seconds or so later, clutching a broken fire pit, he stepped out. Lao Zhao, then help me see what I have here. Chu Mo set the fire pit on the stone table. Zhao Deju and Fire Mistress took a look, and their gazes instantly became dull. In the basin, there was a large bead the size of a head, still dusty and emanating fire. The bead wasn't too different from the one Zhao Deju had, except that one was the size of a fist and the other was the size of a head. Elder, what's the situation with South Bright Flame Pearl? Such a big one. Didn't you say that there's only one of these beads in all of heaven? Why do you have one in your house? Zhao Deju was a bit incoherent, his head full of mush. Chu Mo also had an innocent look on his face. I don't know. I picked it up in front of this house. I saw it hot. I used it as a charcoal grill. You also know that a person sleeping in the winter is a little cold. There is this hot bead sleep solid. In fact, this is the system to sign in to get. In addition to as a small sun lighting heating, not at all egg use, so has not been his assured. I didn't realize that there was such a big deal. Unique? But not anymore. It's too. Pust. Zhao Deju's chest was sweet and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. The thing that he treated as a supreme treasure turned out to be a commonplace fire pit in his senior's house? So, in the eyes of the seniors, The Nanming Li Huozhu equals charcoal fire. Goddamned cultivators use it for warmth. How come I, a cultivator, have never heard of it? As for picking it up, I'm afraid I got it from someone's treasure trove? Zhao Deju already didn't know what to say, but it was the fire charmer next to him, whose focus was different from the duo. The message her ears were listening to, is Senpai implying something to me when he says he's cold sleeping alone in winter? Hiss. She was tempted to say something to Trummer. Elder, you're sleeping alone. I'm also sleeping alone. What a waste to lie down on your own. Call me husband, call me baby, and I'll put you to sleep at night? However, due to the other party's attitude as well as her status, Fire Mistress still chose to be reserved. Chuemo nodded and didn't reject Zhao Deju's beads. After all, as a courtesy, he had given them tea that was useful to them, and they already felt indebted. If they give themselves something and they don't take it, I'm afraid they won't have the face to come back as a guest in the future. It's not easy to have a friend in the deep mountains. How can they let it go? I'll take this bead. You need a light in the outhouse anyway, or you'll easily fall into the cesspool if it's too dark to toilet at night. Chuemo added in his mind. Seeing as the two of them were so rare to the speed, he didn't dare to speak his true thoughts out. Right. Why don't you just say what you have to say? Let's not do this. Let's get serious. Chuemo laughed bitterly with a helpless face. As the saying goes, it's all or nothing. Although Chumo's realm wasn't strong, his eyesight wasn't bad, so he naturally saw that Zhao Deju and Fire Mistress had a purpose. Instead of beating around the bush, it's better to be clear and direct. Anyway, right now it's also a person within the clan. Head up, head down. Furthermore, he was extremely kind to this master and disciple, and did not bully him based on his cultivation. Seeing that Chumo's expression became serious, both Fire Mistress and Zhao Deju's expressions flinched and they became seated upright. Zhao Deju arched his hand. Old ancestor, I'm not going to lie. This time I've come, the late generation does have an ungrateful request. Dare I ask old ancestor if I can borrow that divine sword from last time and give it to my juniors? Elder wants to chop up some crooked sects to set the peace of the clan. Chapter 49, is this a recipe? It's obviously the best sword technique. Knife? What knife? Listening to Zhao Deju's claim, Chuemo was puzzled for a while. Where in your own house is the precious sword that can help a master like the other? Zhao Deju gritted his teeth and gathered his courage and said, Elder, it's that new kitchen knife you built the last time I came to visit. You even said it was the first time you had built it. Just that one, Zhao Deju reminded. In fact, last time, Chuemo even said that he would give him one, but he did not dare to ask. After all, this kind of artifact, there is no reason to give away? It's too late to offer it up as an ancestor. Being reminded in this way, Chuemo slammed his head and came to a sudden realization. Oh, it's that kitchen knife you said was so awesome. Why do you want to borrow it? What's going on? Seeing Chumo's question, Zhao Deju told everything in detail about that bullying act between the Tianyi sect and the weaponry sect. That's it. Not only did they oppress Arjun Soul sect's disciples, but when the latecomers came to our door to seek justice, they were also repelled by them teaming up to use heavy treasures. That's why, the latecomer wanted to borrow that sword of yours, old ancestor, and use it to give face to the clan and teach those two guys a lesson. I'm afraid that in this world, only your sword can overpower their weapons. If I have this sword, my late generation will be able to defeat them. Zhao Deju finished with righteous indignation, and then looked at Chuemo with uncertainty, afraid that he would be rejected or scolded by the other party. After all, that was a super heavy treasure. At those words, Chuemo rolled his eyes. Okay, I don't know what the big deal is, just take it. I've built another one with a better style anyway. Taking 3 steps, Chummer turned around and went back inside the kitchen, pulling out a plain, unadorned knife and walking out. Nah, I'm giving it to you. At least I'm a clan ancestor. All of them are from the same clan. Take it and find out what's going on. Send me? Old ancestor, you really gave me this sword? Zhao Deju's insides were beating wildly, and a rush of blood went straight to his head, turning his entire person red. He had never been so excited in his life, even more so than on the day of his first wedding. Looking at Zhao Deju's appearance, Chuemo frowned. I don't know if this guy has a heart condition or not. It would be bad luck if he got excited and died suddenly in my house. That's right. I'm giving it to you. If you really feel bad about it, bring me some more wine next time you come. I don't have enough cultivation right now to get out of this mountain to go buy wine. Chuemo laughed, unimpressed, and shoved the chopper into Zhao Deju's hand. Wine? That depends on whether the Monkey King is at home or not. Zhao Deju's hands trembled as he stared incredulously at the divine sword in his hand. The hands caressed gently, more gently than when he had treated his Taoist couple back then. After the knife was sent out by Chuemo, the majestic knife intent instantly converged, and the entire knife looked plain and unadorned. However, Zhao Deju knew that the knife had just returned to its original form, and was not ruined. The state was no different from that of Senior Chu. Essentially both were extremely strong existences, only that they were unwilling to be sharp. Holding the divine sword in his hand, Zhao Dezhu felt that even if he was up against the top of the Hong rank, he would be able to fight a battle. Old ancestor. Thank you, old ancestor. With this divine sword, I will easily crush those two sects and ensure that no disciple in the sect dares to bully them. Zhao Dezhu was in old tears. He decided to go back and offer this sword as a treasure of the clan. What are you thanking me for? You all called me old ancestor, so I'll definitely help if I can. After Chu Mo finished speaking, he lay down on the recliner. The second dog, White Wind, was very good at his job and immediately licked his tongue and came up to massage his shoulders with his dog's paws. Chomo stretched, and because his body stretched, a book suddenly fell from his chest. A gust of wind blew through the book, turning it over. Zhao Dezhu subconsciously looked at it, but it was this glance that made him frown. I think he saw a sword technique in this book? He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but just as he was about to take another good look, the book was picked up by Chomo. Old ancestor, this is? Recipes. I have nothing to do to get their own. You also know that I in this mountain in addition to sleep is to eat. So on the aspect of food quite research, how do you need? Send you? Recipes? So this is just a recipe? I've got a knife. What do I need a recipe for? And I Hall of the Supreme Elder. Is to eat is also under the restaurant. Or disciples and grandchildren do well to send. How can not take the turn to do their own cooking? Zhao Dezhu didn't really care, and just thought that his glimpse was a blurred vision. Elder that recipe latecomer thought about it carefully. It shouldn't be necessary. Zhao Dezhu arched his hand and just wanted to refuse, but Fire Mistress, who was sitting on the side, hurriedly opened her mouth to interrupt her. Hey senior, my master is old and confused. In fact, we need a recipe book very much. In fact, my master and I grew up dreaming of being a cook who can cook. A sovereign who can't cook is not a good woman. Thank you for passing on your unique secrets to us. When Meyer learns them, she will definitely come and cook for senior every day. After finishing, Fire Charmer even made a crazy wink at Zhao Dezhu, and from her eyes, Zhao Dezhu read it. Master, you're afraid that you're old and confused. The seniors have given away the divine sword. How would they give a recipe for no reason? There must be a deeper meaning here. This recipe might just have another purpose. And, it can't be that the senior has been in the world as an ordinary person for a long time and wants to eat vegetables, implying that we want a maid or Taoist who can cook. If my disciple learns this recipe, won't he be able to come over every day? You're actually giving up such a great opportunity. This one look, as if it was that blow to the head, made Zhao Dezhu instantly wake up. That's right, wouldn't the senior give away useless things? Hiss, it's still my family's Meyer who sees things through, or else I would have missed out on a great opportunity. When my phantom learns this recipe, then she won't be cooking. She'll be cooking for Mrs. Yes. What Mayor said is alright. In fact, I especially like cooking as a junior. Thank you senior. Zhao Dezhu compensated with a smile and kept arching his hand. Chu Mo rolled his eyes at him and looked at Fire Mistress with a smile on his face again. The distinction was extremely obvious. Then, I'll be waiting for Miss Meyer to come and show off her skills after she learns it. Once she learns how to cook, then the girl will be elevated again. Not only can you do it, you can do it. Good. Seeing that Chu Mo didn't get angry and didn't take back the recipe, Zhao Dezhu heaved a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the fact that Chu Mo's attention was all on Fire Mistress, Zhao Dezhu hurriedly pulled out the secret book and quietly opened it to take a look. Without looking at the first course, Zhao Dezhu's eyes instantly changed from shock to horror. The first dish on the menu is called knife-chopped cassoulet. The name is plain, and there is a drawing of a large rooster with its head held high, with the full steps of slaughtering and preparation written out. It also points out the shortcomings of the rooster and tells the cook where to start the knife to kill the rooster the fastest. After reading the introduction, Zhao Dezhu's immediate image changed. Where there is what rooster in front of the world has long been transformed into a flood world. As for him, Zhao Dezhu, he was currently standing on a huge tree. The big tree towered over the head. From the trunk to the branches and even the leaves, all were haunted by the thick rules of heaven and earth. And at a glance, it was clear that the identity of the big tree was extraordinary. This is the Tongtian giant wood? Zhao Dezhu was shocked, and a name suddenly appeared in his mind. This was something that existed in ancient books, and he was actually lucky enough to see it? Wait, that's clank. Just as Zhao Dezhu was horrified, a special bird chirping sound came from above his head, and even though he had never heard it before, Zhao Dezhu knew it in his head. This is a phoenix. When I looked up, I saw a phoenix, which was very similar to the large rooster in the recipe, confronting a man holding a kitchen knife. The phoenix was powerful and covered in flames, as if it could destroy the sky and the earth with a random strike. while the man on the opposite side was an ordinary person, one, unable to see any cultivation. But someone who could come to the Tongtian giant wood and be an enemy of the phoenix would not be an ordinary person? Zhao Deju's eyes were shocked. The phoenix, the legendary beast, where on earth have you come to? Why could one see such a horrible thing? The phoenix let out a chirp and swooped down towards the man. And seeing this scene, Zhao Deju shook his head and sighed for a while. He's finished. How can a human possibly fight against a divine beast? However, in the next second, he saw the man open his eyes, and the kitchen knife in his hand was lightly lifted, and he swung it at the phoenix. Looking at the knife, Zhao Deju could no longer control it and lost his voice and screamed. How is it possible? This is actually Chapter 50, Two Countries Visit. Crisis arrives. That blade, seemingly plain and unassuming, was actually magnificent. After the young man casually waved out a blade, the blade intent mixed with the rules and condensed, carrying an unrivaled power towards the phoenix. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth was filled with sword intent. Every blade of grass, every tree, and even the air was transformed into blade intent, covering it in all directions without any dead angle. The phoenix was also not willing to show weakness, its body bursting with flames, trying to fight against the blade intent. However, when the phoenix counterattacked, it was as if those blade intentions were born out of divine wisdom, and even instantly dissipated. Just as Zhao Deju froze to perceive the blade intent, a soft sound of poof came from him. At the neck of the phoenix, a roiling sword intent erupted from within, severing and churning all the blood vessels and meridians. Not long after the phoenix shrieked miserably, it lost its breath. Not even a chance to be reborn in nirvana. Its vitality was cut off. As the phoenix died, the power of the rules between heaven and earth transformed into four large characters, chopping Phoenix's blade. Everything in front of them all disappeared, and Zhao Deju reappeared in the small courtyard. It looks like the scene has been happening for a long time, and the real time hasn't actually passed for 3 seconds. At this moment, no one or thing existed in Zhao Deju's eyes. All that was left was that bizarre slash. This is the knife-chopped cassoulet? It's clearly the phoenix beheading blade. No wonder Senior would suddenly give me a recipe book after giving me the divine blade. If it wasn't for Meyer's guidance, I'm afraid I would have lost out on this heavenly opportunity. Who would have thought that this seemingly mediocre recipe is a heaven-destroying sword technique? Even a divine beast like a phoenix can be killed with a single slash. How strong should it be? Zhao Deju muttered something to himself. Then clarity returned to his eyes, and he closed the recipe, placing it solemnly in his bosom for close safekeeping. Zhao Deju raised his head and asked with anticipation, Senior, since you've killed a phoenix, may I ask if you've ever seen a dragon? Mighty? That divine beast? Chumham touched his nose somewhat uncertainly. What do you mean? I killed a phoenix? I've only killed chickens. This old man is a bit baffled. Shaking off his head, Shumo grinned a burst of evil laughter. Although I've never seen a dragon, I've had the honor of being served by one. Hiss. Zhao Deju sucked in a breath of cool air. Being able to be served by a dragon. And you still say you've never seen a dragon? After the shock passed, Zhao Deju's face was solemn as he kneeled down on both knees at Chu Mo and heavily cowed out his thanks. Senior Zhao Deju, I pay my respects to Senior's great kindness. I will definitely eat up this blade technique thoroughly, and in the future, I will also make a dragon serve the late Senior. From now on, this life of my junior is Senior's. Senior's affairs are my affairs, but if there is a command, I will die by all means. Seeing the other party's actions, Chu Mo was filled with confusion. Old Zhao, are you out of your mind? It's just a recipe book and a kitchen knife in the district. And if you want a one-stop service, I'll take you to try it sometime in the future. There's no need to kneel down. On the contrary, it was the fire charmer's eyes on the side that suddenly lit up, as if she had discovered something, and the smile at the corner of her mouth became even more brilliant and charming. Zhao Deju shook his head. Senior, perhaps it's just a casual mention to you, but this is extremely important to me. By the way, Senior, I and may have to leave first. I want to quickly master the secret book before taking Senior's precious sword and going to battle against the Tianyi sect and the others. Zhao Deju had a resolute look on his face. Senior taught me such a mastery, how can I bury it? Chumo scratched his head helplessly. Don't you want to eat a meal before you leave? Thank you, Senior. I won't eat today. Elder Junior already owes enough and doesn't dare to intrude any further. By the way, Senior likes to drink. Here, I still have a jar of extreme daughter red. You see. After Zhao Deju arched his hand and saluted, he suddenly remembered something and touched a jar of wine from his storage space and placed it on the stone table. Seeing this wine, Chu Mo, the old drunkard, licked his tongue. He didn't care if it was a daughter's red or an old mom's red. He reached over and gladly accepted it. The days without alcohol are extremely difficult. Just like the old smokers without cigarettes. The heart is called an impatient. Good. I'll accept the kindness. Since you insist on going home, I won't force you. Then come and visit more often when you have time. Don't forget to bring me wine next time. Seeing Chu Mo accepting that daughter's red, Fire Meyer's pretty face on the side turned red, and she, who was originally as enthusiastic as Fire, suddenly became shy. This was the wine her master had made for her, and would only be brought out for the groom to drink when she married. But since Chu Mo took over daughter's red, doesn't that mean, boing boing? Thinking of this, Fire Meyer shyly stomped her foot, pulled Zhao Deju and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the small courtyard. Senpai, we're leaving. Next time Mayor will come back to serve you. Looking at that master and disciple duo leaving, Chu Mo shook his head and lost his smile. Who says cultivators are hard to get along with? Who says they kill people at every turn? These two are just fine. A kitchen knife and a recipe book. And they're grateful to me. And, it also made me some kind of old ancestor somehow. Hey, the two of them deserve deep friendship. Ha ha ha. It's just that this old Zhao, slightly flirty, still thinking about a dragon at such an old age? Chu Mo slapped away the daughter red, poured a cup for himself, and drank it with great joy. Good wine. Old Zhao is so decent, leaving me good wine every time. This wine must not be cheap. Next time I have to keep him for dinner no matter what. That's right, Tunchan, sign in. Ding. Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a child's version of the Golden Witch Hazel coat. Golden Witch Hazel, soft and silky texture, warm in winter and cool in summer, can be changed into any children's style with the wearer's will, invulnerable to fire and water, amazing defense, and in addition, free of washing. As Chu Mo's order was given, the system's voice sounded immediately afterward. After hearing the reward, Chu Mo's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Isn't it similar to these clothes on me? You don't have to change your clothes for the rest of your life. And you don't have to wash, it won't get dirty. Quickly, mail the clothes to my baby girl. The point that the defense is amazing is important. With this dress, my daughter's safety is guaranteed. That's right, Tuzi. Bring the sword I built earlier along with you. Ding. The mailing was successful and has been completed for delivery. Please take the receipt. Chu Mo nodded. The biggest pleasure of every day, besides jerking a hair, was signing up for the lottery. In case he drew a god-level cultivation someday, he would be able to fly up in the white sun. Ardogsy, don't pull the mill. I'm going to stew a chicken tonight when there's good wine, and I'll reward you with a chicken's neck and ass for being so understanding. Ha ha ha. Chummer greeted the husky and walked into the house with a big smile. White Wind's eyes went cold for a moment when he heard the shout. Treadmill, 2 dogs? I may not be human, but you must be a dog. Sooner or later, I'm going to swallow you up. Fire Mistress, who had left the small courtyard and flew halfway across the street, looked curiously at Zhao Doju. Master, why did you not say a word all the way? But is there something wrong with that recipe? Asked by Fire Mistress. Zhao Deju's expression was solemn. This isn't a recipe, but a true, peerless blade technique that can open up the heavens and the earth. Zhao Deju told Fire Mistress all about the images he had seen earlier. I'm afraid that Senior is more than you level. You know that the Phoenix can also reach you level. And if I'm not mistaken, that figure should be Senior himself. To be able to easily kill a Phoenix, I'm afraid his strength has exceeded this heaven and earth. It's highly likely that it came from above. Senior said that he can't walk away from that mountain for the time being. I'm afraid it's because his cultivation is too high to be rejected by the heaven and earth. And Senior is using that mountain as the eye of the formation at the moment, fighting against the heaven and earth's great Tao. Zhao Deju reached out and pointed to the sky with a few moments of awe on his face. After hearing this, Fire Charmer was shocked. What? Above? Master, are you saying that Senior is an immortal traveling down to earth? Hiss. It's really too terrifying. I didn't expect that we would have such a chance to get acquainted with Senior. But, why did Senior pass on such a move to us? At those words, Zhao Deju gave her a deep look and smiled meaningfully. This has to start with you. You said, why did Senior receive that altar of Daughter's Red? You should know, that is not only for Master to honor him, but it is also a test for Master, in order to give you, Mayor, a good husband. Upon hearing this, Fire Mistress was immediately shy. Master, are you saying that Senior has a crush on me? And that's why he specially gave us Master and Disciple such a precious sword and secret book? Joining our sect is actually for the sake of my disciple? If Master is correct, then this matter is right. Elder may have moved his mortal heart. Zhao Deju shook his robe and smiled confidently. Fire Meyer was overjoyed. Since Senior thinks so highly of Meyer, then how could Meyer fail him? I must be the most perfect woman and then serve Senior for the rest of my life. No more than a well-behaved maid who washes and cooks. Seeing that Fire Charmer was so knowledgeable, Zhao Deju nodded his head straight in relief. Good. A good disciple for the Master. Finally a chance to send, Mary out. That's right, Mayor. Go back and challenge the Tanny sect and the weaponry sect in the name of the sect. Old me, will make them kneel down and call their father. Also, I heard that the Golden Spirit Kingdom and the Fire Spirit Kingdom seem to have voted for their two sects. It's just right that after drying out their sects, we'll seize the supplies of the two countries to honor Senior. Then use the power of the two countries and the clan to find Senior's daughter, Zhao Linger, compared to Fire Mistress Zhao Deju and their happiness. On the other side of the Ice Spirit Country's Empress and the others, their faces were very grave today. For no other reason than, today is the day of the joint visit of the countries of Gold and Fire. At this time the Empress Lu Qingxue sat on top of the dragon chair. In front of the 100 officials stood with their heads bowed. The people did not say a word, seemed to be waiting for something. Just then, Wei Zhongxian, the governor of the Western Factory, quickly rushed in and arched his hand at the Empress. Your Majesty, the masters of the two countries and the two princesses of the two countries have almost stepped into the imperial city, and there are still 3 miles to go. So what should we do? Chapter 51, You two nations, don't you know how to be courteous? Is it finally here? What do you all think? My dear ministers? How should we entertain this group of visitors? Lu Qingxue sat on the dragon chair with her beautiful eyes and asked cautiously. As the words fell, the corner of Jinbei King Lu Ji, the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing an expression of playful banter, and made a wink toward his lapdogs. The group immediately understood. The tall man, the Minister of Justice, Chang Wei, grabbed the first arch and stood out. Your Majesty, since the two countries have sent people here, and they say that they are on a friendly state visit, then I thought that your Majesty should personally go to the entrance of the palace to receive them, and set up an honor guard to welcome them vigorously. Our Ice Spirit Kingdom is a great nation, and your Majesty is a benevolent ruler. We must not lose our manners, and this is a great opportunity to promote the friendship between our three countries. We have been having a lot of wars with our two countries, and the people on the borders are not happy. If the two countries are offended by the issue of etiquette, making relations even worse and leading to more wars, your Majesty is afraid that you won't be able to do justice to all the people up and down the Ice Spirit Kingdom. I still hope that your Majesty will think deeply about it. Hearing this, King Jinbei nodded in satisfaction. Although this Chang Wei did not know martial arts, his brain was indeed flexible. One sentence will Lu Qingxue on the moral high ground. If she treats the ambassadors of the two countries lightly, in the future as long as the war will be able to put all the fault on her head. And if the Empress really put down her stance to greet her, that undoubtedly struck her prestige, which could be described as a dilemma. The Empress frowned, a cold light flashing in her eyes, not denying it. The Minister of War under his command coldly grunted and stood out at once. Towards Chang Wei was a mouthful of spittle. Put your mother's ass on the line. Who is His Majesty? And who are they? Just a couple of state masters and princesses. Are they worthy of His Majesty? And we several countries frequent wars. The relationship has long been poor to know. Plus recently the two countries master breakthrough strength. This time to come is certainly to fold our country's prestige. If your Majesty to welcome will not be just in the right place. It seems that we are afraid of? Since Chang Shangshu also said that our Ice Spirit Kingdom is a big country, then I thought that we should be on standby and put out the strongest armed forces to let them know our Ice Spirit Kingdom's determination in depth. If we go to war because of courtesy, then we can only say that we are not tough enough. Then, what's the harm in fighting? So many martyrs died on the battlefield and we're not afraid of it. How can we be afraid of death and weaken our prestige? In my Ice Spirit Kingdom, there are no generals who are afraid of death. As for certain dogs being afraid of death, I don't know. Zhu Zhengsu looked at Chang Wei with intent. As a hawk of the court and an old general who retired from the battlefield, Zhu Zhengsu's words are extremely sharp. He has one attitude toward foreign enemies: kill. You. Who are you calling a dog? Chang Wei was enraged. Whoever picks up the words and curses is the one who does it. I don't have a broken backbone. Unlike some dogs who only grovel in fear of death. Zhu Zhengsu opened his mouth to taunt without mercy, his body's early heavenly rank aura exploding. Chang Wei was dumbfounded. After all, he didn't know martial arts and didn't dare to make a move. I second the motion. Imperial historian Du Rui and the others arched their hands, echoing Zhu Zhengsu's words. The Empress made an immediate decision. Good. Lu Bing, Zhu Zhengsu, Wei Zhongxian. The three of you will transfer the Imperial Guards of the Brocade Guards as well as all the elites above the ground rank of the West Factory to me. Make sure to display the might of my Ice Spirit Kingdom. The rest of you, just wait with me in the hall. Lu Bing's few people left with the order, and the armed forces in the palace moved at once. Chang Wei's face changed when he saw this and somewhat anxiously arched his hand again. Your Majesty, this matter is not. But before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Lu Qingshue's icy and domineering voice. Come on man, fork it out. Chang Wei. The crowd was in a state of trepidation, not daring to risk another squeak. Although Lu Qingxue is a woman, but the style of action has always been overbearing. And this Chang Wei is the dog of the king of Jinbei. In her mind, the dog would die sooner or later, so why should she give face? As the Minister of Justice was forked away by the guards, the courtroom once again fell silent. The female emperor sat high above the dragon chair. Li Chunfeng held a rusty iron sword in his hand, and sat at his lower hand with an old spirit. Only the king of Jinbei was furious and gnashing his teeth, his mouth continuously emitting cackling sounds, a mouthful of teeth nearly crumbling. Humph, let's let you be complacent. When these two countries topple your empire, this king will go and seek an audience with my soul-suppressing sect ancestor and slaughter the people of the two countries as well. At that time, these three empires will all be in my Luji's pocket, and you, Lu Qingxue, can only be a prisoner. This king will sell you into a greenhouse. A little bit of time passed. About 40 minutes later, the state masters of Gold and Fire, with the two princesses of the two countries, have come to pay a special visit. With Wei Zhongxian's roar ringing out, a line of people slowly walked towards the main hall from outside the palace. At the head of the group were two old men who looked a bit detained and untrained, one wearing a dark golden robe and the other wearing a fiery red robe. The two of them held their heads high and walked over as if no one else was there. Looking at the group of ministers in that great hall as well as the guards outside the hall, the two of them had disdainful eyes and disdainful faces, and they didn't place the force of the guards in their eyes at all. These two people, the state masters of the Golden Spirit Kingdom and the Fire Spirit Kingdom, and the strongest people of the two countries, Jin Shang as well as Fire Yuan, beside the old man, each followed by two women wearing palace dresses of extraordinary temperament, born extremely beautiful. The two women are about 18 years old, slender, and full of bookish flavor, with the light of wisdom in their eyes. At a glance they know that they are not brainless people. This is none other than the Rapunzel of both countries. At the end of the procession, there was a group of guards, each with a cultivation level above the earth rank, but they were blocked by the imperial guards outside the hall. After all, the Grand Hall of Deliberation was not something that ordinary people could enter. This Ice Spirit Kingdom's imperial city. It's not bad, suitable for us to plant flowers. Just that the people are not very good, not polite, to actually send only a eunuch to pick us up. Humph, this is not giving face. The Golden Spirit Kingdom's guard leader laughed sorrowfully. His voice was not concealed, and everyone in the Great Hall could hear it. All the way along to meet them Wei Zhongxian eyes a cold. If not afraid of bad Empress big event, he would have been a palm on the other side of the chute. Your Majesty, the man has been brought. Wei Zhongxian arched his hand and reported. The Empress nodded, and with a slight wave of her hand Wei Zhongxian respectfully retreated to the side. The two state masters and the princess have traveled a long way. Come on, watch the tea. What are the two countries doing here? But do not say for the sake of national friendship. I will never believe it. Lu Qingxue had a strong attitude. Her imperial aura was in full swing, and she did not intend to be vain. With her intelligence, how could she not see that this group of comers were under the orders of the two major sects behind her, to probe the reality of her Ice Spirit Kingdom? If it was weak, I'm afraid that it would turn on the Ice Spirit Kingdom in a thunderous manner. Lu Qingxue was somewhat afraid of the power of the weaponry sect and the Tianyi sect, and behind herself, she did not have a powerful and incomparable man to support her to back her up. So naturally, she had to be a bit tougher in her attitude, not letting the enemy see the truth. I didn't expect that the little girl of the past would actually become an emperor of a country today. It's really an infinite creation. Looking at Lu Qingxue, who was shrouded in imperial aura, Jin Shang shook his head and laughed on the surface, but in fact, he was slightly shocked inwardly. I didn't expect this little girl who wasn't on their minds had grown to this point. Sure enough, my emperor had the foresight to want to snuff out this ice spirit body. Fire Element spoke immediately after. Since your majesty asked, then we won't hide it. We've always heard that your majesty's Ice Spirit Kingdom is full of talented people, so I've been ordered by my emperor to bring the eldest princess here to exchange visits. It's just that at today's meeting, I don't seem to have seen any talents, apart from the king of Jinbei who can fit into Lao Fu's eyes. Could it be that the talents of the Ice Spirit Kingdom have all died out, or were hidden away by his majesty? We have traveled a long way. I hope your majesty will not be stingy. How about letting our three countries spar with each other to promote friendship? With his hands behind his back, Fire Yuan glanced at Lu Qingxue carelessly and opened his mouth to say slowly, his purpose undisguised. Not only that, the two of them also erupted with the aura of a half-step desolate stage, attacking Lu Qingxue directly, as if they wanted to give her a direct blow to make the Ice Spirit Kingdom lose face. Seeing that the duo had such a loose and rude attitude, Li Chunfeng, who was beside the Empress, stood up with a sneer. The same extremely solid half-step desolate rank aura erupted, intercepting the auras of the two. Ha! You two really did break through, and you made a move as soon as you arrived? Do you two old things think that the old man, the state master, is dead? As a subject, since you are here to visit my emperor, why don't you kneel and bow when you see him? Really, the more you live, the more you go back. No matter what your purpose is, first kneel down and talk to the old man. Li Chuanfeng's domineering aura was unparalleled, and he no longer cared about it with his aura fully open. Jin Shang Huiyuan was not willing to show weakness. The two of them looked at each other and similarly exerted their full strength. For a time, swords were drawn within the great hall and the atmosphere was very tense. Chapter 52, A Battle of Wits. A trap for two nations. Boo! As the two sides' auras collided, a loud sound was emitted. The ministers in the hall were all tumbled over by the impact, and the palace maids and other servants all fell to the ground. The scene was a mess. Jin Shang Huiyuan was forced to stagger back several steps by the berserk Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng, on the other hand, did not take a step back, his hands behind his back, looking at the two of them proudly. He, still dare to kick the field at your door? You guys are nothing more than that. You, old undead, you also broke through? Oh, it's us who underestimated you. Looking at Li Chuanfeng's relaxed demeanor, Jin Shang and Fire Yuan's faces flinched, and a few more scruples appeared in their eyes. The arrogance was tightened up quite a bit, and it was no longer as arrogant as it was at the beginning. Li Chuanfeng's breakthrough had really surprised them a bit. After all, in the information provided by the king of Jinbei, the other party had not long recovered from serious injuries, and it would be good if his realm did not slip. So how could he break through? The two of them turned their gaze and looked straight at the Jinbei king with those scrutinizing eyes, as if asking him, what was the situation? Ryu sincerely blinked in confusion, unable to say why. Humph, you want to treat my ice spirit kingdom as a soft target and bully my dynasty? If you want to come to visit, just sit back. If you want to pick a fight, just start it. I've never been a wimp in my life. Li Chunfeng was overbearing and stood beside the empress to support her. Although the empress' natural talent is high, but the cultivation time is still short, and fight with these old foxes. Li Chunfeng is still a little worried. Jin Shang Huiyuan shook his robe and found a stool to sit down. His heart was not afraid of Li Chunfeng even though he was scornful, because they had dependents. Seeing the two lay down, Li Chunfeng also quietly retreated to the side of the empress. His body could not help but tremble slightly. Others didn't notice, but Lu Qingxue did, and Li Chuanfeng's hands were shaking like Parkinson's. How are you, teacher? Lu Qingxue asked cryptically. Li Chunfeng shook his head slightly. The two of them are not weak. I fought against both of them and suffered some minor injuries. I need to recuperate for a while. Your Majesty, you can watch first. Don't worry, Your Majesty, if there is any danger, in front of you, there will be an old minister. In order to create a strong image, in order to give the two countries a downward spiral, so Li Chunfeng chose not to back off and unload his power, and used a dominating stance against the enemy, so much so that he wasn't in the best of shape nowadays. The Empress nodded. With this shock from him, the two countries would definitely be more honest. Jin Shang and Fire Yuan were also adjusting their breathing after they sat down, but they didn't make any more trouble. As for those two princesses, Golden Phoenix and Fire Yunshi slightly arched their hands. I've long heard that the Empress acts decisively and that the Sword God's character is overbearing and stern, and today I've seen that it really lives up to its name. The two women's gazes were constantly sizing up Lu Qingshue's body, and although both of them were also extremely beautiful women with natural beauty, they were compared to each other. It was ultimately eclipsed and fell short. Whether it was his face value, temperament, or realm, he was inferior to Lu Qingxue. For a while, it also gave the two women a little bit of frustration and disbelief. Lu Qingxue lightly glanced at the two of them, and a few moments of murderous aura surged from her body. The two princesses are also bold enough to go deep into my ice spirit kingdom with the two great masters. With the relationship between the three countries, are you not afraid of me, leaving you here forever? When the two princesses heard this, and then looked at each other's demeanor that didn't seem to be faking, they were all of a sudden tightened up and smiled dryly. Ha. I don't think His Majesty would ever do something so tasteless. Two countries at war still don't cut off envoys. And, can we not come this time unprepared? In addition, we have come to visit Your Majesty in the Ice Spirit Kingdom to deliver a gift and ease the tension between the three countries. Lu Qingxue naturally wouldn't make a move. Saying so was just to scare the other party, so that they wouldn't be able to feel the bottom. Although Li Chunfeng was able to fight against the two state masters, he was afraid that someone from the clan would intervene. Oh, a gift? That's right, a gift, the two women responded, clapping their hands behind them again. Someone present the great gift we have prepared to His Majesty. After he said that, an earth-ranked maid came out behind him, holding a brocade box. Under Lu Qingshue's puzzled gaze, the maid opened the brocade box, and inside was a fist-sized, top-grade spirit bead that had reached the peak of the heavenly rank. Just from that appearance, one could feel a large amount of aura surging, and cultivators would greatly benefit from getting it. Your Majesty, please see, this is an ice spirit pearl condensed from 10,000 years of cold ice. There's no need for us to explain the effect and preciousness, right? This bead is a great gift from our two countries to your Majesty. I hope your Majesty won't mind it. Lu Qingxue took the bead and put it in her hand to play with. It was indeed a superb treasure bead. It was very cold in her hand, and it was extremely useful to her, and her gong method and physique were extremely compatible. She felt that, as long as she took this bead in multiple doses, or wore it on her body all year round, it would definitely allow her to break through to the desolate rank. One must know that Li Chunfeng, such a powerful state master, used weapons that were barely at the heavenly rank, and this bead grade could be much more precious than his weapons. This item, I like it very much. Then I will take it. Your Majesty. Wait. This gift is not something that can be given so easily. Oh, the world has rumored that there are countless wise men in the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Today, we would like to see them. This precious bead of mine was obtained in the far north, and the bead has two small openings, one in and one out, with 9 curves inside. My father said before his departure that if the Ice Spirit Kingdom has someone who can thread this bead without damaging the precious bead, then this bead will be given to His Majesty. Jin Feng smiled smugly and interrupted Lu Qingxue's words. Lu Qingxue took a closer look at the bead, and there were really 2 holes. Hearing Jin Feng's words, Minister of War Zhu Jiangsu was furious. If you can afford to send it, then send it. If you can't send it, take the beads and get lost. What do you mean? It's also His Majesty's good temper. If I were you, I would have thrown you hypocrites out long ago. Lu Qingxue waved her hand, waving off the cynical Zhu Jun. The other party's move was obviously provoking her Ice Spirit Kingdom. If she didn't respond to the war, wouldn't it look like no one in her country? My Ice Spirit Kingdom is naturally filled with countless wise men, and there are even more capable craftsmen. So how difficult is it to pass a thread through a mere bead? Upon hearing this, Golden Phoenix and Fire Yunshi looked at each other, and a few smiles of conspiratorial triumph surfaced on their faces. Oh, is that so? Your Majesty is really confident. How about this? How about we add a little bit of color to this matter? If your Majesty can pass through the spirit bead, this bead will be given to your Majesty. If you can't, then your Majesty will have to cede 2 states to our 2 empires. How about that? When these words came out, Lu Qingxue couldn't help but sneer. The sound of your plans to make a disc is heard in the northern region. Your Majesty, you wouldn't dare, would you? It seems that the Grand Empress also has times when she brags about her strength, not even daring to accept such a small challenge. Alas, the duo provoked. Lu Qingxue was not angry in the slightest. The Ice Spirit Kingdom had a total of 13 states, and the other party opened their mouths for 2. It was obvious that the bead would not be so easy to cross. However, if she did not respond to the war, she would lose the country's momentum when the time came, and it would lead to a lowering of her prestige in both the civil and military sectors. At that time, it would not be conducive to her imperial aura. So this challenge had to be taken even if she didn't take it. What's the harm if I take it? But, you guys want to empty your pockets with just 1 bead. That won't do. How about this? If someone under my command penetrates the bead, you same country will take out a state near the border and give it to my Ice Spirit country. Can you dare? When the 2 women heard this, they didn't hesitate to respond immediately. Good. Then it's settled. And I ask your Majesty to sign the Heavenly Dao Oath. The beads were a lot of work for both of their countries, but they were not able to penetrate them with thread. They were equally unconvinced that the Ice Spirit Kingdom could get through. If they weren't so sure, they wouldn't dare to issue a challenge. It seems that this trip, the 2 states are stable, and these 2 states' territory, they took by strength, do not have to share to the king of Jinbei. The 2 women glanced at Lu Ji with their after glances, their faces filled with mockery. That little cutie, still want to borrow a knife to kill someone? I'm sorry, we also want to borrow your hand to take over the Ice Spirit Kingdom without any trouble. Ryu sincerely stood with his hands clasped over his chest, watching with joy. He didn't know that he had sold himself and was helping to count the money. Once the Empress and the 2 princesses had signed the Heavenly Dao contract, the Empress ordered the shaking of the people. Come on people now, bring all the embroiderers in the palace. Wei Zhongxian received the decree and immediately retired. In a short while, he came in from outside the palace with a group of women. His Majesty has decreed that whoever can keep from destroying the beads and thread the thread through these 2 ends will be rewarded by His Majesty. Come on, line up one by one. Wei Zhongxian shouted at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing that there was a heavy reward, the embroiderers were excited and put their best foot forward. However, dozens of mindful embroiderers couldn't get the thread through the beads, and a group of sweaty people gathered around. There was a lot of chattering and discussion, and none of them could come up with an idea. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingxue's face gradually sank, with a few bad premonitions in her heart. Ergo, What's going on? Chapter 53, Wearing the Pearl. Worrying the Empress. Being questioned by the Empress, the group of embroiderers were terrified to the extreme, all kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered. Your Majesty, there's something odd about this bead. Wacky? No, that's right. The holes inside aren't wavy as we thought. They're like a labyrinth, so it's almost impossible to get the soft threads through. No matter if it's a hard or soft needle, it can't penetrate this hole. Please punish your Majesty. The embroiderers were trembling with fear. They had never seen beads like these before, and they looked extremely simple to thread, but as much as they racked their brains, they couldn't do anything about it. At those words, Lu Qingshue's face turned blue, and a bad feeling came over her heart. Seeing that flawless Lu Qingxue suffer defeat, Fire Yunqi and that golden phoenix couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Sneeringly, cluck cluck cluck. So Her Majesty, the only female emperor of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, also has things she can't solve? We thought that the Ice Spirit Kingdom was really as talented as the rumors said, but it looks like it's nothing more than that. We can't even hold on to the land and treasures that have been sent up to us. Alas! If your Majesty really can't do it, then let's divide the territory belonging to our two countries at an early date. We can also go back as soon as possible to resume our duties, and thus take over. That is the jealousy of women. Can't see people who are prettier than them having a better life than them. Lu Qingxue ascended to the throne as an emperor with a woman's body, not knowing how many princesses would aspire and envy for it. Nah, they don't have that means to get to the top. Since they couldn't compare to Lu Qingxue, they would destroy it, and as long as they saw the other party suffer, they would be happy. Lu Qingxue's face was completely cold. Thinking that she actually couldn't manage a single bead in one country, she immediately felt a bit humiliated, but in the way of the emperor's identity, and did not attack. But the words turned to use a slow tactic. There is no hurry. My Ice Spirit Kingdom is a great country. Can it not solve a small bead? Only today in the palace, the most skillful embroiderer happens to be absent. If you two can afford to wait, then how about waiting for another day? Hearing this, the princesses of the two countries exchanged a look with the state master and waved their hands with a contemptuous demeanor. With this group of drunkards under His Majesty's command, we can wait 3 days, not to mention 1 day. If your Majesty can't come up with a solution within 3 days, then, we'll have to honor the contract and return the beads to us along with ceding the land for compensation. After saying that, the two ambassadors got up and patted their asses, flauntingly scanning the Ice Spirit Kingdom's group of ministers with their nostrils. With a disdainful cold snort, he stepped towards the outside of the Great Hall. Oh yes, your Majesty, where will our legion of emissaries rest tonight? Don't worry, Western Factory's Wei Titus will take you through the arrangements. Lu Qingxue suppressed her sadness and waved her hand slightly impatiently. Wei Zhongxian arched his hand and led a group of people toward the Honglu Temple Embassy. Looking at the not-so-luxurious embassy in front of her, the princesses of the two countries took the opportunity to seize the moment and grunted coldly. This is it? This is how the Ice Spirit Kingdom treats its guests? What kind of status do we have? And you're actually taking us to live here? The environment is just too bad. There isn't even a backyard garden. And the air is bad. It's too much worse than our gold and fire country palaces. Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian threw a cold eye and pinched the dead orchid finger and said in a conspiratorial manner, the ambassadors all live here. And if your highnesses aren't satisfied, we can send someone to make a cattle pen and pig pen for you to live in. So it's guaranteed to be spacious. And the air is always good. The two women were furious, and their inner strength was condensed into a palm strike. You seek death. Seeing this, Wei Zhongxian shifted his feet and disappeared into green smoke with lightning speed. She is still whispering. How dare you lose His Majesty's face? It's good that I didn't let you sleep in the latrine. We don't argue with a woman with two mouths, and we can't win an argument. At those words, the two women were infuriated and stormed out, losing their poise. Damn it! A eunuch dares to be so rude, and dare to scold us? Jin Shang and Fire Yuan pressed their hands together, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. Your highnesses, don't panic. The ending of this operation has already been predetermined. This palace, sooner or later it will be ours. At that time, that female emperor's chambers. Your highness can even go and live there at any time. Now, just wait for the female emperor to give away the Ice Spirit Kingdom step by step. Jia Jia Jia. The Great Hall of Deliberation. Wei Zhongxian, who has superb light skills, returned to resume his duties. Your Majesty, the guys have been arranged. Good. Send more people to monitor it, but report any movement in time. Lu Qingxue resumed her cold temperament and turned her head to look at the group of ministers once again. Gentlemen, you are all the people of my Ice Spirit Kingdom, so all of you think of a way to get the thread through the beads as well. The Empress handed out the beads and a group of ministers gathered around to study them. Could the beads not be connected at all? Are they deliberately tricking us to get us into the pit? East Factory Governor Yu Huatian asked suspiciously. Du Ruhui picked up the beads and looked thoughtful. Whether it's connected or not, we'll know once we try it. With that, he put the hole in the bead to his mouth and blew hard. The beads made a conch-like rattling sound. Ha! It's not blocked at both ends. This can ventilate. For a while, the ministers were silent. Seeing that the crowd could not solve the problem, Lu Qingxue announced the retreat of the court with a despondent face. Holding the beads, and Li Chunfeng left the hall, ready to go to the sword pavilion to sit down and slowly think of a solution. Looking at Lu Qingxue's helpless look, Lu Ji was filled with happy triumph. This time I'll see what you, Lu Qingxue, should do. This ice spirit kingdom's great mountains and rivers will immediately belong to me. Lu Ji, walking inside the sword pavilion, Lu Qingxue coiled the beads in one hand with a helpless expression. State Master, do you think, am I wrong to promise? Shouldn't I have signed that heavenly Tao oath? Li Chunfeng shook his head slightly to comfort him. Your Majesty, why be presumptuous? Even if you don't sign today, they will inevitably find a way to force you to sign again. Crisis and opportunity go hand in hand. If we take all of their moves, we can still win a lot of land along the way. The Empress nodded. But how easy was it to penetrate the labyrinth within this bead? Even she couldn't figure it out for a while. After helplessly shaking her head, Lu Qingxue sighed. Li Chunfeng didn't know what had come to his mind, and his face was also slightly stagnant. Your Majesty, after a short encounter today, I realized that after I forced Jin Shine and the two old guys back, they didn't even have a trace of fear. There must be a demon when things go wrong. I suspect, the two major sects have already come. That's why they're emboldened. When these words came out, both of them fell silent. They knew what this meant. If the sect didn't come, they, the Ice Spirit Kingdom, could resist the two countries joining forces. But once the sect intervened, I'm afraid that, it would hang. Your Majesty, rest assured, you have dragon chi to protect your body. Plus if the old minister fights to the death, he is still certain that he can take away the desolate rank powerhouse. Old minister, hidden sword has been around for 100 years, and it's not that easy to be slaughtered. That being said, the haze in the two men's hearts did not wave away. Forget it, those things haven't happened yet, don't want to think about it for the time being. It's better to consider how to solve this bead first. Just as Lu Qingxue was looking at the beads out of her mind, a cheerful laughter rang out from the sky, interrupting her from her contemplation. Cluck cluck cluck. Shangwan's sister, fly faster. It's going to feel so good to fly. It's so exciting. Daddy has never taken me flying before, saying that the ground is the most solid, and Linga thinks he's just plain lazy. Lu Qingxue raised her head to look, only to see Shangwan Yan, who was wearing a silver female model armor, holding Chu Linger as she flew around in the sky. Helplessness and exhaustion were written all over his face. As a guard with a sword, she is now a young and beautiful nanny. Sister, smile. Don't keep your face all day long. My father said that a girl who loves to smile is easy to marry. Sister hasn't married at such an old age. Linger suspects, it's because you don't like to smile. But it doesn't matter. If sister can't get married, you can marry my father in the future. He shouldn't mind you. Chu Linger giggled heartlessly. Shangwan Yan stumbled and nearly fell from the sky. Marrying the Shura king? She couldn't even think about it. Linger, my sister just broke through not long ago. Her inner strength is not thick enough. She flew with you for a day and her inner strength was exhausted. Let my sister go down and take a rest. Ha! His Majesty and Master are here. Let's go down and take a look. Chapter 54, Mother. Don't worry. These beads are all left over from Linger's play. While he was talking, Shangwan Yan also discovered the Empress duo and hurriedly took the opportunity to float down. I have to say, bringing up a child is literally harder than killing the enemy. Greetings, Your Majesty. Shangwan Yan arched his hand and saluted. Lu Qingxue nodded slightly in response. Landing on the ground, Chu Linger flattened her mouth and immediately left Shangwan Yan's embrace and pounced towards Lu Qingxue. Mother, have you also come to send spirit up to heaven, shoulder to shoulder with the sun? In the palace, everyone doted on her extremely, and every day there were quite a few big sisters to play all kinds of games with her. Nowadays, Chu Linger had already been somewhat happy not to think of her father, as if she had already forgotten about the task of finding her mother on her father's behalf. Looking at Chu Linger's lively and naive appearance, the Empress forced out a smile and patted the other party's head. Mother has encountered a difficult problem. She doesn't have time to accompany Linger for the time being. Linger will play by herself for a while first. Originally, I thought that Chu Linger would be good and go play aside when she heard this, but to Lu Qingxue's surprise, the other party's eyes lit up, hugging her and laughing excitedly. Mother, what kind of difficulty have you met? Tell Linger about it. Father said that I've been smart since I was a child. So maybe, Linger can help Mother this time, just like last time? Upon hearing this, The originally sorrowful Lu Qingxue suddenly raised her eyebrows and her heart couldn't stop jerking. Last time when she was at her wit's end, it was this eldest daughter who gave her the idea of food for work, which allowed her to successfully solve the crisis. Could it be that this time, she's okay? You can't. Can you? This time the entire courtroom no one can break the problem. Even the palace embroiderer all pulled. Linger, this 8-year-old girl does not know how to sewing, right? How can it be compared to those who have been working for many years as embroiderers? Lu Qingxue shook her head, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she still told what happened to Linger in front of her. That's just it. If mother can't thread this bead, then she's going to lose a lot of territory. And the emperor's authority will also suffer a great blow, when the country will become more chaotic internally, and the people will be centrifuged. Alas! But mother tried everything she could think of and searched for capable craftsmen, but she couldn't fix it. Lu Qingxue spread her palm out, and the bead was in the center of her hand. Chu Linger curiously opened her wide eyes and pinched the bead from the other party's hand and continuously examined it. Yikes! It's so cold. It's perfect for chilling fruits in summer. Chu Linger's eyes were glowing, lovingly playing with the beads, and putting ice on her small face. Seeing the little girl playing high, Lu Qingxue sighed in disappointment. How can you think of relying on a little girl for something that adults can't even solve? What a sick and desperate thing to do. However, she didn't scold Chu Linger either. Instead she doted on the other party and rubbed her head. If you like it, Linger, why don't you just take it and play with it for the night? And tomorrow mother will take it and return it to those two countries. The moment those words came out, a few sinister smiles inexplicably surfaced at the corners of Chu Linger's mouth. Retreat? Linger likes this bead, and it feels like mother is a good match for this bead too. My father said that the enemy's things are his own as long as he gets his hands on them. Even if he got them from the pit, he has to keep them. I got it on merit. Why should I give it back? Looking at the little girl, who was as treacherous as a businessman, several people were a tactical backward glance. I didn't realize King Shura actually teaches his children this way. He's a little scoundrel. She looks like a cute and cuddly little girl, but she's so thick. But, mother made an oath of the heavenly Tao. If I don't return it, I'll die from the 5 thunderbolts. Alas, if it doesn't work, when it's returned to them, my mother will gather experts at night and go forcefully snatch it back. The longing look that Chu Linger revealed as she played with the beads made it impossible for Lu Qingxue to refuse. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Even if she gave everything, she would fulfill this request of her daughter. Chu Linger raised her head and smiled happily. Mother, there's no need for that. In fact, just thread the beads through, so that the beads will belong to us fair and square. But, Lu Qingxue frowned slightly and just wanted to repeat the difficulty of the beads, but was interrupted by Chu Linger waving her small hand. Mother, this thing isn't that hard. Those Reuben locks, tangrams, and big magic cubes that Dad used to give me at home were much harder than this. It's all a leftover trick that Spirit played with, easily threading the line through. The moment these words came out, and then looking at Chu Linger's unimpressed appearance, Lu Qingxue and Li Chuanfeng's several people, their bodies were shaken. There were looks of disbelief. What? Spirit, you said you've played with this bead? Right. It's easy to say. It's impossible to penetrate this bead with human power. But, we can think of something else. Chu Linger returned carelessly, and even put the bead in her hand and tossed it. Lu Qingxue froze and hurriedly asked, other ways? Linger is the smartest. Quickly teach mother? Chu Linger's eyes twinkled and she smiled wryly. Mother, this is my unique skill. If I do it, you have to promise me one thing. Okay? Okay. As long as it's not too much. Mother will promise you anything. Lu Qingxue nodded her head without hesitation. As long as she could solve the crisis, anything would be fine. And what can a little girl ask for? At most, she can ask for toys or a few days off from school. Seeing the other party agree, Chu Linger was overjoyed. In the future, if Linger asked mother to go back and marry father, she couldn't refuse, could she? This was something she had personally promised. Hey, mother, listen up. We can find a big black ant and tie a soft, thin thread around its waist, then smear the other end of the bead with a little honey or frosting. The ants will then follow the scent to the other end. And in that case, won't the line pass? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng looked at each other, both having a feeling of enlightenment and clarity. They kept thinking about how a person would thread a line through, but forgot that they could use small animals. It's easy to say, but it's hard to think of it without someone mentioning it when your thinking is limited. Good idea. But little Spirit, how can you be sure that the ants won't get lost in the maze inside? When that happens, taking the wrong route will block the way back. And won't that be another failure? Li Chunfeng suddenly realized a problem, and his face became cloudy again. Chu Linger waved her hand. That's why a particularly thin, yet smooth and soft thread is needed. so that it won't block the back way. But where to find this kind of thread? Silk is very fine, but it sticks, and when it gets stuck in the beads the ants break it when they tug on it. Lu Qingxue made a difficult task. The metal wire ants cannot drag. Spider silk and cannot. Other silk threads and afraid of ants bite off. To know the big black ants are still quite strong. Obviously there is a way to do it. But the problem is in the material, which also gives her quite a headache. Chu Linger also scratched her head with a bitter face. Linger's family has quite a few of these threads, but we can't get them even now. At this time, Chu Linger suddenly remembered something. Her eyes lit up, and she lowered her head and pinched the corner of her skirt to happily spin around. Mother, Linger thought of it. Don't you see it on Linger's clothes? This is the new clothes father gave me last night. Not only can I change the style at will, but the quality is very good to the touch. Yo, it's especially silky. Even Sister Shangwan's sword can't scratch my new clothes. Wouldn't it be appropriate to use the threads on this dress? Chu Linger's words once again attracted everyone's attention. Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng sized up the small skirt, and then turned their gaze to Shangwan Yan, seemingly asking if it was true or not. Shangwan Yan let out a bitter smile and nodded helplessly. That's right. With all my might, I couldn't cut off the hang tag on Linger's skirt. Not only that, but I also cut a gaping hole in my sword. A few people were stunned when this was said. Shangwan Yan's sword was also a superb weapon of the earth rank, but it actually couldn't even cut off the hang tag of a dress? Hiss. Worthy of the clothes given by the Shura king. They were too amazing and perverse. Why does my sister always want to cut my hang tag? You cut my tag, so who knows I'm wearing a new dress? Chu Linger wrinkled her little nose and looked at Shangwan Yan with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, several people's faces became extremely complicated. Shangwan Yan, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Lu Qingxue, winky face. Li Chunfeng, Sigma, good point. Your father was right when he said you played small, but we can't even cut off the tag. So how can we remove the silk threads from your clothes? Shangwan Yan's words were also like a blow to the head, waking up a few people. With the clothes in place, how to strip the threads became another challenge. Linger has a way. Last night father even gave me a new weapon that's especially sharp. It should be able to cut a little bit of silk thread. In the next second, when Chu Linger touched out an object from the burlap sack, Li Chunfeng and Shangwan Yan, who were on the side, were shaken. The sword intent in his body was simply uncontrollable and was directly attracted to explode out. This sword, How is it possible? Chapter 55 Immortal Weapon. Linger actually has two immortal weapons. Li Chunfeng swore that he had definitely seen good swords, but he had never seen such a good one. As soon as Chu Linger's sword was brought out, it had already caused him to be overwhelmed with sword intent before it was even sheathed. If it was sheathed, how amazing would the power be? In the middle of thinking, Chu Linger pulled her sword out casually with a clang. Phew! A sword chi broke through the air and sliced on top of the sword pavilion houses, directly shaving the solemn sword pavilion flat. The roofs were all sliced and destroyed into powder by the sword chi, leaving behind only some roofless cultivation rooms with quite a few experts inside staring at the sky in confusion. What? Which one stole our roof? At that moment, the sword in Chu Linger's hand buzzed with a soft sound. This group of sword cultivators in the sword pavilion. The sword Dao internal force in their bodies also exploded uncontrollably and automatically, as if they had formed a resonance with the sword. The internal force forcefully controlled their bodies, causing them to break out of the house in the direction of Chu Linger. This made those sword cultivation experts scared six gods up. To know the crowd inside, but there are ground level experts. Even they cannot control the body. This is what means, stealing a roof is just fine. But this mother is going to steal a man? Let go of us. Where are you going to steal the old man? Plop. The crowd was controlled by the sword intent and quickly rushed to Chu Linger before they knelt down. Seeing this, the group stared wide-eyed with bewilderment written all over their faces. As for Li Chunfeng, he also resisted the urge to kneel down and looked at the destroyed sword pavilion with horror written in his eyes. One must know that Chu Linger had only just turned 6th grade martial artist yesterday, and after taking this sword and just pulling it out for a bit, she had exerted a power above the earth rank. If the user is above the heavenly rank, hiss, wouldn't it destroy the heavens and the earth? What kind of grade of sword is this? It can also control a sword cultivator's internal force? It's as if all sword-related internal forces or sword intent can only bow before this sword. Hiss, too strong. Even when I was in the central region, where martial arts flourished, and I saw that Hong-rank sword, it was nowhere near as powerful as this sword. Seeing Li Chunfeng's horror, the group of sword cultivators blinked their eyes and realized why they had suddenly knelt. Kneeling, this princess with the most extraordinary qualifications. Kneeling is just kneeling. If I can hold on to my thighs, then what's the harm in kneeling again? Linger, Can you show Grandpa the sword in your hand? Li Chunfeng asked. Shivering, Chu Linger didn't refuse, and handed over her sword with great generosity. Grandpa Li, for you. Receiving the long sword, Li Chunfeng had not yet had time to caress it, and the sword shook violently and automatically returned to Chu Linger's hand, as if it extremely disliked him. Li Chunfeng was stunned, his mouth watered with gluttony, and he roared without any manners. Sword spirit! This sword has actually given birth to a sword spirit. Now, rumor has it that only immortal weapons can give birth to consciousness, and a sword with a sword spirit can make all sword moves go straight to the original intent of the sword, and can multiply the power by more than 10 times. Hiss, this kind of legendary thing that only exists in ancient books. Linger, are you sure your father built it? It was no wonder that he was shocked. The things Chu Linger took out really refreshed their eyes and perceptions time and time again. Phoenix flesh, bloodshed body, grassword sword technique, and now a sword impenetrable suit, and an immortal sword. Numb. Chu Linger revealed a look of looking at an idiot. What else? If it's not from my father, can I still know someone else? And who would help raise someone else's daughter? Li Chunfeng tapped his brain, and it seemed to be the same thing. Who would give away an immortal weapon? But, Linger, her father can actually build immortal weapons? Then his strength. Hiss. I'm afraid I've completely transcended heaven and earth. It's horrible. Linger was given his art, and I was passed on a grass character sword technique by Linger. Doesn't that mean I, Li Chunfeng, have also become a disciple of the immortal? Your Majesty, we are saved. This time we are stable. Li Chunfeng turned his head excitedly and shouted at Lu Qingxue. The Empress froze slightly. You mean, this sword? That's right. If I hold this immortal sword in my hand, my old minister is certain that I can cross over and kill a desolate rank powerhouse. And I've also comprehended some of the first move of that grass character sword technique that Linger passed on to me. With the two together, no one in our ice spirit kingdom can move. Even if their clan comes with 2, or even 3 desolate ranks, I can stop them with 1 force. Li Chunfeng had his hands behind his back with his sword intent dispersed in all directions as he proudly looked into the distance. Only after practicing the cursive sword technique did he know how strong it really was. Even if he wasn't skilled yet, even if he hadn't mastered 50% of the first stance yet, this could be his most powerful surefire technique. Lu Qingxue was overjoyed, and her face, which was originally filled with gloom, suddenly blossomed into a happy smile, like sunlight piercing through the night. Good, Linger, now that we have a solution, I'm afraid that the 2 countries will jump over the wall when their treacherous plan fails. At that point, Mother might need to borrow this sword of yours. Is that okay? Although Linger was her goddaughter, it was still necessary to make it clear in advance when borrowing such a precious thing as an immortal artifact. Otherwise, the sword spirit in the immortal sword would not be willing to cooperate and could not be effective. In addition, Lu Qingxue was also worried that using the sword privately would make that Shura king angry. Of course you can. We're a family. Daddy's things are Linger's things, and Linger's things are also Mother's things. So isn't what Daddy gives you equal to Mother's things? Mother, don't worry about using it. Don't talk about 2 families. When Grandpa Li wants the great sword, just tell Linger. Chu Linger's eyes were dribbling. Her father had once told her that a thought was instilled over and over again. Then it would be assumed that this was the case. It's called brainwashing. So now she had to brainwash the Empress Mother, to make her think that she was the family of father in spirit, so that, subliminally, the pretty mother would be stable. Father also do not need to widowed. Alas, I do daughter really for this old man. Worry about Linger, thank you. Then the threads on this dress, can Linger cut them off? Just one. It's good if it can go through the beads. Lu Qingxue didn't notice that the other party was stealing concepts, and after joyfully saying thank you, she was ready to start taking the thread to thread the beads. Now that she had a means of self-preservation, she definitely had to build on it and stomp on both countries. In the face of the 2 countries delivering the territory to her door, she didn't want to let it go. It was the land of 2 states, nearly 1/6 of the Ice Spirit country's land area. It was important to know that the Ice Spirit Kingdom had been losing territory over the past few hundred years, and if she, Lu Qingxue, could widen it after coming to power, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the popularity and prestige of the people. At that time, her empire would be untouchable, and she could naturally find an opportunity to pick up her Manchu MO for a soft meal. Spirit should be able to cut it off, and it feels like this dress is quite obedient. At those words, Chu Linger picked up her sword and prepared to cut a thread down, but before the sword landed on the clothes acted as if it had an aura, automatically popping open a thread and pulling out a silk thread that floated in Chu Linger's hand. Seeing this, the crowd in the arena was stunned. An absurd thought could not help but pop up in their minds. This dress can't be an immortal artifact, can it? It has its own consciousness? Linger, don't move. I'll try hitting an attack on you. In order to verify his thoughts, Li Chuanfeng's gaze was solemn as he waved his hand and chopped out a sword chi, directly attacking the little girl. Just when the sword chi was about to touch the opponent, the clothes on his body moved without wind, forming a curtain of light to cancel out the sword chi and rebound. Seeing this scene, the crowd had been so shocked that they didn't know what to say. The immortal weapon thinks I'm too weak, so it automatically gave the enemy a move? Desolate rank equipment is enough to make waves in the Jianghu, not to mention something like immortal weapons, and today they actually saw two of them. At this moment, looking at Chu Linger's cheerful appearance, Li Chunfeng was like holding a lemon essence. His inner heart was sour. It was called an envy. An 8-year-old girl with an immortal sword as her weapon. Even her clothes were immortal artifacts that could automatically protect her owner. She was simply a walking super rich woman. After shaking off the envy and putting it behind them, the group grabbed a bitter black ant. After half an hour of doing what Spirit said, the ants finally reached the other side with the thread through the labyrinth inside the bead. It's done, Your Majesty. This bead that had us at our wits' end was actually pierced through by me so easily after using Linger Girl's method. Ha ha ha. And what a nine-twisted hole. It's all for show. Li Chunfeng laughed out loud. This cheerful laughter also drew out Sai Hua Tuo, who was taking a nap. Seeing how happy the other party was, Sai Hua Tuo skimmed his lips and floated over in a flash, striking without mercy. Stop smiling. You're ugly when you smile. Pretty people look the same, but ugly people are each ugly in their own way. Li Chunfeng was furious. You tread horse. Old me not with you this person general understanding. Since the beads wear well, tomorrow I would like to see that group of what expression. Dare to underestimate my ice spirit kingdom? I didn't expect it. An 8-year-old girl can solve their problem, and even take over 2 states for my ice spirit kingdom. When I know the truth, I'll be able to infuriate them to death. Chapter 56, Princess of the Fire Spirit Kingdom. Just watch me perform next. After the problem of the ice spirit bead was solved, Li Chunfeng was in an extremely good mood. After handing the beads over to the Empress, Li Chunfeng shook his robe and turned his head to look at Sai Hua Tuo. That's right, Dr. Sai. When we take over the territory of the 2 countries, I'm afraid we'll need quite a lot of military expenses to settle the soldiers and horses. When that time comes, lend me some to slow down? You have a lot of money in Pill God Valley. I'm not borrowing much. A few million taels would be about right. What do you think? Li Chunfeng had already taken the territory of the 2 countries, as if it were in his pocket. Originally, the 2 countries of Gold and Fire wanted to use this Heaven's Tao contract to prevent them from denying their debts when they lost. But the other party didn't expect it. But they, the Ice Spirit Kingdom, came up with a solution. The Heavens Pact was a double-edged sword, both a binding for their Ice Spirit Kingdom, and likewise the sword hanging over the heads of the 2 Jin and Fire nations. No one dares to break the Heavenly Covenant, because those who do are all dead. So after settling the beads, what Li Chunfeng and the Empress had to consider was how to arrange the defense force in the new territory. However, the Ice Spirit Kingdom's treasury is empty at the moment, and it can't get any military pay at all. So Li Chunfeng can only hit the idea on Sai Hua Tuo. After all, he's been eating and drinking him for free for so long, so it's not too much to ask to borrow some money, is it? As for paying back the money, like Linger Girl said, I borrowed the money on my own merit. Why should I pay it back? White whoring, it's awesome. At those words, Sai Hua Tuo rolled his eyes and laughed. Old thing, we're both over 300 years old. What makes you think I have what you don't? Forget it, I'm going to exercise my legs. Bye you. Sai Hua Tuo is gone. Li Chunfeng also flew away after him, leaving behind only a few people from the Empress. On this day, the Empress was in a great mood, and she rarely let go of her efforts to accompany Linger Girl throughout the day. Accompany her to go crazy, accompany her to make a mess. Not the slightest bit of a female emperor's seriousness. There is, just a mother who owes her child for many years, incomparably guilty. Lu Qingxue transferred all of her love for her own child to Chu Linger, as if she was making up for her own regrets. Even this night, even sleeping mother and daughter slept together. After telling the story, Linger leaned back in Lu Qingxue's arms and prepared to sleep. Mother, your chest is so big and soft, it's so comfortable to lean against. Linger likes it so much. Daddy will definitely like it as much as Linger does. Chu Linger nestled in Lu Qingxue's arms and raised her head with a big grin. Lu Qingxue's pretty face slightly reddened and lightly patted the other party's head. Little girl, what nonsense. You will have it when you grow up. It's something all women have. Don't you feel soft and comfortable when you sleep against Sister Shangwan? Chu Linger tilted her head, thought for a few seconds, and frowned as she replied. Well, it's not. Sister Shangwan's chest is as flat as Linger's, and it's so uncomfortable to sleep on. But mother's is different. It's as soft and gentle as a quilt. And for some reason, Spirit feels in her bones that there's something very familiar about mother's chest, as if she's slept against it before. Lu Qingxue froze, her eyes becoming a little softer. This girl should be missing her birth mother inside as well, right? There is such a thin-skinned woman in the world who doesn't want such a lovely and understanding daughter. I can't wait to feed her live widow to the dogs. Like to lean, then Linger will lean. And we'll sleep together as a mother. Good, yeah. By the way, mother, in the future, will father be able to sleep against mother's chest like Linger? Chu Linger narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile. Lu Qingshua's cool face rolled her eyes and gave her a violent chestnut. What are you thinking at a young age? Mother and your father aren't really married. How can they sleep together? Quickly blow out the lamp and rest. Tomorrow my mother still has to hold a court meeting to clean up the princesses of those two countries. Chu Linger was knocked in pain. Ouch, and covered her brain. Pitifully got up and blew out the oil lamp. Mother, take me to see it tomorrow. Maybe Linger can help too. I also want to see if the pilgrimage is lively or not. Lu Qingxue frowned slightly. According to the law, princesses are not allowed to go to court. Only female officials can. But since Chu Linger had opened her mouth, it had to work even if it didn't work. Who let? This is her own daughter. If you don't spoil her, who will? Anyone who dares to blow up a prick and make a comment is just looking for an excuse to replace them. Good. Then tomorrow morning mother will take you with her. Receiving Lu Qingshue's answer, this night Chu Linger pillowed her chest and slept extraordinarily sweetly. That feeling, just like returning to daddy, especially at ease, and left a little dream saliva on Lu Qingshue's chest. As for Lu Qingxue, holding Chu Linger, she likewise slept peacefully, never having been more solid, as if it was just like holding her own personal daughter. Alas, husband, I miss you all. When this matter is over, I will definitely come to seek you all out. At that time, Linger and our daughter can also become the best sisters. I want them both to be princesses. Linger is Yonla. Then our daughter will be the princess of everlasting joy. Early morning court on the second day. There was still this old group of performers in the council hall, standing with their hands down and heads bowed. Chu Linger wore a long skirt and sat next to Lu Qingxue in a well-behaved manner, and no one dared to utter a word of impeachment for improper behavior. In the past, Hushan was killed, and now Lu Qingshue's faction is just Ting on the dragon chair, and it's all very proper. Lu Qingxue nodded with satisfaction, and in her heart, she said, count on you guys to be sensible. The masters of the two countries of gold and fire, at this time, also brought the princesses of the two countries in from outside. A group of people pretended to arch their hands, and Jin Feng's beautiful eyes picked up and laughed playfully. What did Her Majesty the Empress call us here for? Could it be, is it to figure out which two states to divide between us? Seeing this, the 100 officials of the Ice Spirit Kingdom also secretly looked at each other, wondering if the Empress had come up with a solution. Lu Qingxue laughed coldly. Dividing the land? Princess Nanyang is afraid that she's overthinking it, isn't she? Princess Nanyang was the title of Jin Feng. Golden Phoenix raised her eyebrows and teasingly raised her head. Oh, Your Majesty has made a heavenly Dao contract. Is it not going to fulfill it? The Empress smiled faintly without saying a word, confidently sitting on the dragon chair with a motherly demeanor. Seeing this, Li Chunfeng hurriedly picked up. Just this area of beads. We've been wearing them for a long time. It is you who should carve out the land, and it is equally you who should fulfill the covenant. Li Chunfeng spread out his palm, and the ice spirit pearl was clearly laid out in it. Jin Feng's several faces were shocked and stood up with a prancing sound, looking at the beads in the other party's hands with disbelief. What? Dressed up? That's not possible. Where's the thread? Why don't I see it? Jin Feng reached out and pinched the bead, and saw that there was a few invisible thin lines on it, which she wouldn't have been able to see if she didn't have good eyesight. I have already worn this bead. Shouldn't you fulfill the contract? Remember, I want the territory next to the border of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. The corner of Lu Qingshue's mouth hooked up into an ice arc, her eyes contemptuously looking at the few people in front of her. Golden Phoenix was still in shock. You know this bead. Their two countries have spent a lot of time have not been able to handle, and yesterday Lu Qingxue are still at a loss. But why today? How did His Majesty wear it? Oh, this is not something that I have solved. I have no time in my day to care about this little bead. Such a simple thing. My daughter, Princess Yonla, grabbed an ant with her hand and easily solved it. Lu Qingxue said calmly, but onlookers could clearly see the smug color in her eyes. The two women, Golden Phoenix and Fire Yunqi, were startled and looked sideways towards Chu Linger by her side, immediately shaking their heads to interrupt. You mean this little girl is dressed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ants threading a line we tried long ago. It's impossible to get through. Just take the wrong route and you'll block the hole. Li Chunfeng smiled coldly. You two countries have this kind of strong and silky yet lightweight silk thread? Jin Feng frowned and yanked hard on the line. But who knew that the thread on Chu Linger's clothes was actually extremely sharp and embedded into Jin Feng's flesh? It nearly cut into the bone and scared her into dropping it. Hiss, this thread? It actually managed to break through my peak Earth rank physical body defense? Jin Feng shocked. Such a treasure if energy production made into a concealed weapon. And who can not hurt? Lu Qingxue didn't have time for her to think. Slapping the heavenly Dao contract towards the table, she waved her hand in a domineering manner, and that ice spirit bead was sucked into her hand through the air. Your two countries are generous, sending land for thousands of miles. The gift is light. In that case I'll take this precious pearl. In addition, please also ask the two princesses and the state master to fulfill the contract to divide the territory out. I'll be able to go over and take over on a certain day. Hearing this, Jin Feng staggered back a few steps, not saying a word. After experiencing the feeling of stealing a chicken without being able to get away with it, Jin Feng's face turned blue and nearly spat out blood in anger. Unable to think bitterly, he could only wink at Fire Yuan, Jin Shang and the others. What should we do? Do we really have to cut the land to fulfill the contract? This palace is not convinced. Fire Yuanqi's smile tightened, and there were a few more points of indignation and resentment in his eyes. What can you do if you don't obey? The contract has already been signed. Do you want to be reversed and lose your country's fortune? Who knew that she could actually fix the ice spirit pearl? But I have a way to make her spit out more of the ground she ate. Next, just watch me perform. Chapter 57, Two Countries Fighting Over Poetry. Call Gu Yanwu to come back to calm the scene. Fiery Yunqi's gaze was cold, taking out a map and dividing some territories close to the ice spirit kingdom that were relatively barren with the three of them. Your Majesty, the land has been demarcated, and you can go over and take over any time with our deeds. In this regard, our father has explained long ago that we and the state master can take full responsibility for all matters. Your Majesty can rest assured. The Empress nodded and had the map presented. After reading it, he nodded in satisfaction. It's barren, but it's still land. Do you expect the other side to give you much better if you win this kind of bet? This time, did you come over just to give us land and treasures? Seeing Lu Qingxue's question, the corner of Fire Yunqi's mouth curled up in a confident and provocative manner. Of course not. I've heard that the Ice Spirit Kingdom is well versed in both literature and martial arts. And there's Gu Yanwu, a great scholar who's proficient in both qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As it happens, my Fire Spirit Kingdom's Taifu Zhu Jishan and the Pear King's Pear-Piercing Intestine are both here today. So I would like to take advantage of today's opportunity to ask all the scholars of the Ice Spirit Kingdom for some poems and songs. In addition, if we add a little more to the pot this time, how about betting with 2 states of land? As long as your Majesty wins, it'll be the same as getting 4 more states from our 2 countries. And if you lose, not only do we have to return the land we won away, but we also have to compensate us for 1 state each. His Majesty wouldn't dare to respond to such a gift of land, would he? Fire Yunqi had a playful look on her face. After he said that, from the attendants behind him, a middle-aged man with a folding fan in his hand, his right hand possessing 6 fingers, and looking a bit arrogant, came out. The man was accompanied by a fat-headed scholar with 2 8-sided beards, giving him an old and cunning look. Hearing Fire Yunqi's words and then looking at the 2 who walked out, the ministers immediately exploded, and one by one, they couldn't help but cross their fingers and ears. What? Zhu Jishan? He's that Zhu Jishan who chose to retire after crushing the Southern Region's literary world and angrily winning the 2nd place of the Southern Region's 4 great talents back then? I thought he was dead, but I didn't expect that he had gone to the Fire Spirit Kingdom to become a Taifu, which is an opponent that Minister of Rights Gu Yanwu wouldn't even dare to say that he had won steadily. And to the piercing of the intestines is also in. I heard that 100 years ago, the Wood Spirit country's first talent, in its pair of couplets to bet on the life of the pair of couplets, was right to the intestines perforated and bleeding to death. Ah, hiss, with these 2 around, no wonder they dared to challenge our Ice Spirit Kingdom. The artist is bold. The civil and military officials were talking, and there was no one who didn't know about the 2 people that Fire Yunqi was talking about. Fame and talent even above Gu Yanwu. Extremely strong, a good at poetry, a good at couplets. The 2 are all the literary world. Even imperial historian Du Rui, along with Li Chunfeng and a few others, all had their brows locked up, their faces filled with a look of gravity. The so-called reputation is not false. Since the other party dares to use 2 states as a bet, I think the grasp is full. In the past few years, the Ice Spirit Kingdom has been plagued by constant disasters, and the Empire is unable to cultivate it, so it is true that no talent has come out. Plus now that Gu Yanwu has gone to provide disaster relief and is not in the imperial city, they cannot think of anyone else who can fight against these 2 people. For a while, the Empress and the crowd were lost in thought. Seeing that the Empress frowned and didn't say anything, Fire Yunqi continued to open her mouth to taunt. Cluck cluck cluck. The large Ice Spirit Kingdom, with many great scholars here. Are you afraid of a little woman like me? The Ice Spirit Kingdom's literary world is really a mess. It seems that going back, We have to warn all the students that the Ice Spirit Kingdom's Manhwa Academy is, after all, a pose. It's misleading, pathetic, lamentable. It's different in our Fire Spirit Kingdom. The major colleges are filled with famous teachers, and even more talents. That arrogant stance was all over the place. Although the group of ministers were angry, they did not dare to voice out their rebuke because they did not have a bottom line. The Ice Spirit Kingdom was martial, and it was true that the literature aspect was also a shortcoming. But right now, being provoked to come before her, Lu Qingxue naturally couldn't refuse anymore. Good. I shall accept. Come on. Invite all the top scholars from the major academies, as well as the great scholars and great writers. When these words came out, Prime Minister Guanzhong, who had remained silent and had no presence, frowned and arched his hand. Your Majesty, this is not a good move. If we fail, then we will lose 4 states. Even with the 2 states we won before, we still have to take 2 states ourselves. I hope you'll think twice, and never fall into the other side's way. At those words, Lu Qingxue sighed. This Guanzhong is also a veteran minister. Not only is his talent in the art of war great, but he is also a good ruler. Moreover, he also founded the first greenhouse in the Ice Spirit Kingdom, and is the originator of the greenhouse, widely loved and respected by the LSBs. It was only that he had indulged in drink and sex over the years and didn't manage much, but there was no denying that every piece of advice from the other side had been useful. Prime Minister, his country door-to-door challenge. I am if I avoid but not fight. Then spread out the Bingling country's literary world will be placed where? The great students under my command. How can they hold their heads up in the future? This is not only a loss of face for me, but also for the entire empire. Since the founding of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, it's always been about rising to the challenge. So whether we can win or not, we can't avoid the battle. Lu Qingxue's heart is like a clear mirror. The empire's literary world is not much talent. If another major blow is dealt, and the country is completely disillusioned with the literary world and the academy, then I fear that this vast number of students will leave the country to study in other empires. By then, the brain drain will be even greater, which is taking care of the present and losing the future. Guanzhong naturally thought of this and shook his head helplessly. Your Majesty, if you really want to fight, you might as well send someone to call Gu Yanwu back from the disaster area. The heavenly steps fly up very quickly, and should be able to arrive by night. With him in town, when it's a little more stable. The Empress thought for 2 seconds and nodded. Since Princess Pavilion Tao wants to spar with all the literary heroes under my command, then someone, go to the disaster area and recall the Minister of Rights. With an order, Zhu Jun, who was of the heavenly rank, immediately led the order, and his figure turned and rushed straight into the clouds. Fire Yunxi didn't care. Even if Gu Yanwu came, she was absolutely certain that she could win. An hour passed in a flash of time, and the top group of talents and gentlemen in the Ice Spirit Kingdom had all arrived. Your Majesty, since the people are almost here, let's begin. The question will be given by His Majesty, and I will follow it together. You may go together, or you may come one by one. After both sides bowed their hands and saluted, Xu Zhishan stepped out, directly let the female emperor to take the title of the fight poetry. That contemptuous posture, angry Ice Spirit country, a group of talented people, 7 orifices. Damn it, how dare you speak so boldly? We'll definitely have to meet this arrogant person of yours. So what if you are one of the 4 great talents? We don't believe it anymore. So many people can't compare to you, Xu Zhishan alone. Xu Zhishan flung away his folding fan, shaking his head and losing his smile, his attitude arrogant. Ha, just you guys? It's still 20,000 years before you want to defeat me. The atmosphere was tense. Under Lu Qingxue's question, the 2 parties fought back and forth. But after a few poems warmed up, the Ice Spirit Kingdom's side was quickly at a disadvantage. The 4 great talents were indeed not comparable to ordinary scholars. Even those gentlemen from the academy were crushed, and the line of people were forced into a cold sweat and anxious head. Zhu Zhishan is, after all, a leader in his field. No way. This one doesn't work either. It doesn't compare to his poem at all. Damn, why is he so strong? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. Facing the angry howls of the crowd, Zhu Zhishan's eyes were contemptuous, and those 6 fingers of his right hand gently pinched. Incompetent rage. Is this the level of your people? It's because I'm overestimating you. 30 years? It's useless to give you 300 years. Waste is waste. Can't this thing called natural talent be made up by hard work? Hearing this, the crowd was inwardly unwilling, even if they couldn't compete, but all of those mouths were still hardened. Humph, what are you mad about? When our Mr. Gu comes back, there will be a time for you to lose face. That's right. Mr. Gu was a great scholar who has shaken the southern region, so it's not a trivial matter to clean you up. The Empress's face also sank, not expecting so many talented scholars under her command to be so unbearable. Minister of Rights, I, for one, am counting on you, Gu Yanwu? Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Xu Zhishan shook his head with the corners of his mouth slightly curled, and there was no tension in his eyes. Instead, he was relaxed, obviously not taking Gu Yanwu to heart. As soon as the words fell, a breaking sound came from above the sky. Only 2 streams of light landed on the ground, and Zhu Jun rushed in first with an exploding head, panting, "Your Majesty, I have brought Gu Yanwu here." Immediately afterward, Gu Yanwu, whose beard was white and whose explosive head was similarly blown out by the blistering wind, also stepped in. Watching the 2 killjoys make their entrance, the crowd looked as if they could feel hope smiling at them with an ant's smile. "Minister Gu, please also teach this arrogant fellow a lesson." "That's right, we are no match for him. So I hope that Minister Gu will save the day and establish my position in the literary world of the Ice Spirit Kingdom." Gu Yanwu was already on his way and listened to Zhu Jungsa tell him what happened. Facing the compliments of the crowd, Gu Yanwu arched his hand towards the Empress. "Your Majesty, there is no need to be polite. Dare I ask how much certainty Shangshu Gu has?" Lu Qingshu asked. Gu Yanwu glanced at Zhu Zhishan and turned his head, his eyes extraordinarily grave. "Your Majesty, I am only 30% sure." At those words, Lu Qingshu's heart was shocked and changed color for the occasion. You have to know that Gu Yanwu has been famous for a long time, and is the leader of the literary world of her Bingling country. For years the position was untouchable, but now it is. What? Even you are only 30% sure? Then what should we do? Chapter 58, even though I am old, I can still put pen to paper and fight again. At this moment, Lu Qingxue realized that things were not good, and her heart thumped. Unexpectedly, even Gu Yanwu, who was the number 1 in literature in the Ice Spirit Kingdom, didn't feel confident. The so-called 30% certainty is, to put it nicely, 30%. To put it harshly, it's basically a certainty of losing. Minister Gu. Watching the Empress frown, Gu Yanwu arched his hand and let out a long sigh. After a few seconds of hesitation, he still told an unpleasant part of his inner past. Alas, truth be told, the world only knows that I, Gu Yanwu, am a great scholar, but I don't know. 50 years ago, Old Me was also honored as one of the southern region's talented scholars, spirited and popular for a while. But, do you guys know why the old man didn't go to compete during the second talent conference? At those words, the crowd looked at each other. I didn't realize that Gu Yanwu, a great scholar, was one of the 4 great scholars when he was young? Why had I never heard him mention such a glorious past? What's wrong? Peeped at a young woman in the shower and got your legs broken? Can't go? Zhu Juniper, a good friend, speaking an otherworldly version of northeastern dialect, asked suspiciously. He is aware of the fact that although Gu Yanwu is a great scholar and looks all righteous on the surface, he actually secretly likes to look at young women. In his words, man's nature is good. Man is not a good man if he is not colorful. Life is hard for both, and men are still teenagers until they die. The crowd was shocked and tactically leaned back to look at Gu Yanwu. I didn't realize that Minister Gu Shangshu had such a glorious past. Hiss. The crowd got a wake-up call. This guy likes to peek at people's wives, so he should never be allowed to do it in the house in the future. Fireproofing against old Gu. Feeling the vigilant and guarded eyes of the crowd, Gu Yanwu's old face was red with anger, and at this moment he wanted to knife Zhu Jungsa's heart. How could he not hide it? The temperament of the great Confucian collected, no longer like the past that all righteousness, hands folded directly open scolding. Put your ing 5 spice beef cereal fart. How can you say peeping when it's a reader's business? The old man looked at it openly and honestly. Think I was talented and handsome when I was young. I don't know how many widows and young women miss my white body. Even if they are raining hands on me, I am still standing tall. If you don't believe me, you can try it with your beautiful wives and concubines at home, Gu Yanwu said as he flirtatiously blew the strands of whitened hair on his forehead. The crowd was full of black lines. How can this old man have such a sultry side? It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Gu Yanwu took a deep breath. His words turned sharply, and his face sank. However, just when I was at the peak of my life and in the midst of my spring, 2 young men came to me to ask for advice. One is good at painting, one is good at poetry and literature. Gu Yanwu at that time is also a generation of great talent. There are students seeking to learn how I cannot give teaching, but, unexpectedly, just because of this competition, I know what it means that there are people outside of people, and what it means that there is no end to learning. That's right, I lost. When he said these words, Gu Yanwu seemed to have aged several years again, and the whole person laughed bitterly a few times. Being drained of strength, disheveled and incomparable. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past die on the beach. After that, I never dared to go to the talent convention again, not for any other reason, just because I knew, with those 2 in me at all, I couldn't win. And then later, I then happened to meet the late emperor, and was rewarded by him, and came to the imperial city to become a minister of the Shangshu, with my heart set on this aspect of education. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't realize that Gu Yanwu, whose talent was like a mountain in their eyes, had actually lost when he was young, and, thereafter actually chickened out. How is this possible? Who in the world could beat him? Old Gu, you, wimped out? Shu Juniper looked at him with contempt. Gu Yanwu coughed lightly and retorted in all righteousness. How can a reader say goon? You split the goon. It's called from the heart, knowing that I'm not going to be able to beat you. I'm not a little cutie. I'm not a cutie pie. Can't I just keep a low profile? Then, old Gu, is that person you're talking about? Zhu Junx's face was extremely unsightly as he asked softly. Gu Yanwu let out a long sigh. After all, I'm not afraid of your jokes. The shadow in my heart is always going to come out in this life. That's right. That person who specializes in painting is none other than the current head of the 4 great talents of the southern region. That godlike Tang Pak Fu. And the man who beat me at poetry, is him, Zhu Shishan. Boom! These words were like a bolt from the blue hitting the heads of the crowd. The 100 officials in the court had their eyes widened in disbelief. What? The one who defeated you is him? It's over, it's over. Now! Even Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng tensed up, inwardly exclaiming that it was not good. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. And my own country's dependence was actually, ugh. Watching this scene, the few people from Fire Yunshi laughed out loud with an extremely arrogant stance. Your Majesty, why don't we just skip this competition? And your Ice Spirit Kingdom will directly hand over the 4 states. So we won't have to bother with this. We can also leave a few points of worthless face for your Ice Spirit Kingdom. Lu Qingshue's face sank and she didn't say a word. Lu Ji in the corner. See each other fall into the wind-folded face. Has long laughed open flowers. Humph. Woman. What's the use of being pretty? Is this throne something a woman can sit on? When you lose your ground, this king will take the opportunity to seize it. And then I'll see how you still have the face to sit on the dragon chair. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ji had never been this happy before. The more difficult Lu Qingxue was, the more favorable it was for him. When this king takes the empire, old ancestor will be so happy that he will fly. And by then, I will be the red man in front of old ancestor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why the hell didn't you tell me about this? Gu, Zhu Junxu was impatient and had always said what he had to say. Gu Yanwu spread his hands helplessly. You guys didn't ask me either. I thought about this kind of shameful thing. Why would I look for you to say? Did you tell us about your keeping concubines outside? And old me didn't know that these 2 countries suddenly came to compare poetry and literature for you. And, also bet so much Alas! Zhu Junx's face stagnated as he slowly retreated to the side. He's afraid of his wife. He'll be skinned if this gets out. The Empress sighed slightly and pressed her hand. It's useless to say anything at this point in time. Over the years Gu Shangshu's learning should have progressed quite a bit, right? Don't say you'll give up until you get to that point in everything. Gu Yanwu looked disheveled. Your Majesty, although the old minister has made progress, but, alas, the shadow left behind years ago once again loomed over Gu Yanwu's mind, leaving him somewhat devastated. Hearing these words without confidence, Zhu Jun, who had retreated, stood out with a resolute face and angrily patted Gu Yanwu's shoulder to cheer him up. Cheer up Lao Gu. Right now you're the only one who can walk up a few moves. Even though you've improved, others can't guarantee that they've improved too. The moment these words came out, Gu Yanwu's face darkened, and there was a dead silence in the room as well, as everyone stared wide-eyed and deadpan at Zhu Jun. The mind is full of rows of question marks. This pussy, which side is it on? Seemingly realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Zhu Juniper hurriedly changed his words. So what? Even if he's improved, so what? You lost back then. But right now if you don't try harder, how do you know how bad you are today? Don't you think so? You think geniuses like him learn everything fast? You think they can write poetry out of their mouths? I'm telling you, it's all true. Gu Yanwu's veins rippled, closing his eyes to forcefully suppress the anger in his heart, and a pair of hands slowly reached into his arms, seemingly groping for something. Seeing that his cheering was useful, Zhu Junxu brightened up and continued to speak, inwardly still praising himself. I can be such an understanding, troubleshooting, and good base. No, my teammates have been given an inspirational halo by me. It's fine. I've seen your efforts over the years, and although diligence can't make up for clumsiness, I believe that with your scanty qualifications, Naya, boo. Before the words were finished, Gu Yanwu fished out a slate from his arms and angrily slapped Zhu Junxu on the head. Zhu Juniper was caught off guard and immediately fainted as his eyes turned white. I've been putting up with you for a long time. No one will take you as a mute person if you don't speak. Come on, let's get him out of here. With this slam, the crowd clapped their hands. And even Chu Linger covered her forehead with her small hand inside. We were born in the same school, but we are too anxious to be with each other. After the guards dragged Zhu Juniper away, Gu Yanwu took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and arched his hand at the Empress as if he were dying. Muddling through half my life, always doing the teaching from the back, and this time, it's time for me to make a dash for it. In the past, I, Gu Yanwu, was able to sweep the literary world of the southern region with one stroke. And today, since I already have a wolf hair brush in my hand, I should straighten up my back. Your Majesty, though I am old, I am willing to fight one more time for my great empire. All stand down. This battle, I, Gu Yanwu, will take over. Chapter 59, Mother. Actually Linger knows a little bit of poetry too. Gu Yanwu turned resolutely, waving back the students of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, and looked straight at Zhu Zhishan, who had a playful and teasing face. Two great literary champions immediately began to fight poetry. Gu Yanwu was worthy of being a great scholar. Zhu Zhishan, who was still crushing the situation before, can no longer form much of an advantage against him. The two of them fight one poem after another, enough to last 100 years, just off the top of their heads. However, seeing this scene, the Empress and Li Chunfeng were not very optimistic. An hour passed in a flash, and they realized that Gu Yanwu already had a trace of sweat on his forehead. What can be done? Could it be that there is really no one in my Ice Spirit Kingdom who can compete in poetry and literature? If I lose, it's 4 states. I'm afraid I'll be reduced to a sinner and lose face for my ancestors. Alas! Hearing these words, the Chu Linger beside her pondered for a few seconds before suddenly raising her head and whispering, Mother, why don't we let Linger try? Linger you? This is a poetry fight. It's not a verbal fight with Sister Shangguan. Lu Qingxue shook her head slightly. Certainly Chu Linger's cultivation talent was heaven-defying and her calligraphy was astounding. But she did not look favorably on the other party. Poetry fights are not like these. They are not a system at all. And if one is not extremely culturally immersed, how can one become a poet in a short period of time? Moreover, Chu Linger usually never recited poetry, so she was afraid that there was no ink in her stomach. Linger, this is a matter of national importance. But if you fail in a poetry fight, what you lose can be a large amount of land and population. It can't be child's play. Lu Qingxue had a worried look on her face. Even if she extremely favored Linger girl, she didn't dare to joke about national affairs. Otherwise, once Linger failed, it would definitely cause her Ice Spirit Kingdom to suffer a heavy blow. When that happens, I'm afraid it will add insult to injury. Seeing her godmother's lack of trust, Chu Linger flattened her mouth and hugged the other party's hand, constantly shaking and pouting. Mother, Linger actually knows some poems and songs. Father had me go through some kind of 9-year compulsory education. I've been at my father's place, studying for 4.5 years. Another 4.5 years are all graduated. Linger can do it. And Linger thinks, Daddy's poems and songs are a lot more powerful than this pig whatever fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue let out a bitter smile and didn't put it too much on her mind. Ancient books recorded that King Shura was only a martial artist against all odds, and did not record anything in terms of literary talent. Moreover, it was not easy for the other party to reach the peak of governance, calligraphy, and art of war, so how could he still compose poems? One must know, poetry and songs were not useful if one tried hard to learn them. One needed supreme talent to do so. She didn't think that the Shura King's literary talent could also be heaven-defying. Not to mention, Chu Linger who had only studied for a few years. Linger, Mother really can't let you get involved in this. It's a big deal. Mother, believe me. Father said that Linger is a genius. I really know how to do it. Linger is honest. She never lies. Chu Linger wouldn't do it and kept pouting. Lu Qingxue shook her head helplessly. Then Linger, why don't you use the word genius and compose a random poem? Good. Then listen carefully. Mother, if Linger is good at poetry, and my disciple Gu Yanwu fails later on, then Linger will take the stage. Chu Linger was overjoyed and smiled innocently. It's not just poetry. Her father can easily taught her so much. She more or less remembered some. Chu Linger thought for 2 seconds and shook her head and blurted out like Gu Yanwu did. Genius, eek. There it is. Born to be useful. The son of a mouse can make a hole. How's it going? Mother? Eratan is also talented. Pust. Lu Qingxue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. As for Li Chunfeng next to him, he could no longer hold back his laughter convulsions. If the timing hadn't been so bad, he was afraid he would have laughed on his back. Sigh, Linger, you'd better sit properly. Don't add to the mess. While the Ice Spirit Kingdom was fighting with the two countries, Chu Mo, on the other side, was also drying up a storm. 2 dogs, pull faster, fire a little more. Exactly. That's what the bellows needs to be pumped and plugged in quickly like that to get the big wind in. Good behavior. I'll reward you with a piece of pork chop with meat tonight. Old me is just so bold. Ha ha ha. After having the iron working skill, Chuemo would dig up some iron ore in the mountains and come back to build farming tools every day after dinner. The hoes, plows, harrows, hammers and all those in the house were replaced by a set of his. He found that what he had built not only worked well, but was of such excellent quality that a hammer would crack a rock. This system is not useless. At least in the future you can go out as a blacksmith to support your family. Looking at Chumo's commanding appearance, White Wind, the second dog, whose blue eyes were full of wisdom, couldn't help but roll over and couldn't help but howl in protest. Ow, ow, ow. Chuemo skimmed his mouth and gave it a disgusted look. Alright, don't bark. I'll build you a collar and a dog chain later. I won't let you work for nothing. White Wind, listen to me. Thank you for warming this season's mud. Old man is a wolf. You build me a collar and leash? Never mind. Since you strongly sent me, then this emperor will reluctantly receive it. At least, it's a U grade or above equipment. White Wind kept muttering inwardly. It had fallen in love with the job of beating the iron and pulling the bellows, because every time a spark fell on it, it absorbed a tiny bit of the rules. It was a small amount, but it was more than 100 times faster than cultivating on your own. And most importantly, the sparks keep burning it, and it will help it develop a copper head and iron bones. After only a few days of being baptized, its fleshly body had doubled in strength, and even the power of its racial surefire technique, Savage Punch, had followed suit and increased by so much. Now that it was at the early stage of the Desolate rank, it could fight even against the late stage of the Desolate rank. It felt that if it persisted for hundreds of years, it might be able to follow the path of becoming a saint in the flesh. Grass. You stupid dog, don't keep touching the sparks. The dog's head is sticking out under my hammer. In the past, people said you were stupid. I still don't believe it. This is a horse head iron. Either hit the stove with your head or use your mouth to catch the sparks. Bifong was rubbing the sparks with this face of enjoyment, but he was kicked away by another kick from Chuemo, who was incredibly disgusted. White Wind shook his head, growling inwardly. This emperor is being clever. How can I let you see the intention? Looking at Era again and came over. Chuemo, hammer a throw, simply do not hit the iron. Let's get you ing bumped. With that, he stepped aside and did a set of radio gymnastics to soothe his sore muscles. Looking at Chumo's set of movements, Bifong was startled. A huge fist intent formed a vortex. Heavens, what kind of divine grade fist technique is this? It looks so much more powerful than my clan's wolf tooth wind fist. Ah, hiss. I knew it. Hiding next to him as a dog, you can definitely learn a lot of awesome things. Quickly, make sure to memorize it in your mind. Even if you only get the shape of it, when I master this, I'll be the big brother after I return to the clan. As for my old demon emperor father, hurry up and abdicate in retirement. Bifong was excited, and just as he was trying to memorize this set of moves, the extremely fast Chuemo actually finished. Furious, White Wind's hairs stood on end. Couldn't it have been longer? Chuemo didn't know what White Wind was thinking, stretched his back, walked into the house, and after peeing and washing his hands again, he laid down on the bed and prepared for a nap. Looking at the empty wine gourd, Chuemo sighed. Alas, I don't know when old Zhao will come back to play again. The wine is almost gone. Never mind. Old Zhao should be busy with the God of Cookery competition, right? Since he doesn't have the time to come see me, then this old master, a 7th grade great hand, will come to pamper you, Tuanzi. Chuemo rubbed his hands together excitedly and sank his mind into the system. In a state of systemic dislike, clicked on sign in. Congratulations to the host's super lousy luck, obtaining the entire Tang poetry and song lyrics couplets, accompanied by all the examination papers from elementary school to senior high school. Now issued. Please pay attention to check. Pust. After hearing the rewards and looking at the thick pile of scrolls and books within the system package, Chuemo was so angry that he spat out blood. Mad. What the heck? I thought I wouldn't have to do exam papers after crossing over, but I didn't realize. Ugh. What a world. What a big gut. Chumo took the paper with the Tang poetry and song dynasty and made a mistake. It is impossible to do it, and he will never do the questions again in his life. He needed to stop being a small town quizzer, but the rolls and books, they couldn't go to waste. Beneath, Chumo's mind flashed, and he suddenly thought of a plan to deal with it. An eyebrow was raised, a smile gradually perverted at the corners of his mouth, and a wry grin escaped his lips. Chapter 60, My father is a poet. He can write 100 poems in a cup of wine. GGG, my precious daughter is just at a good age to study, although her old father is not around. But as a father she must always let her realize that her father loves her. That's the young mistress who abandoned me as her father. How can I treat her thinly? 2Z. Send me all the elementary school test papers, and the Tang poems and song lyrics. Think of it as a reward from Dad for her hard work and cultivation. Also send a little note over to my daughter, instructing her that the role should not be lost, and that I, the father, will have to check them one by one from now on. Upon hearing this, the system seemed to go down for a few seconds. That host, are you really good like that? Is there anyone who rewards test papers? Aren't you afraid that when you're old, spirit will pull out your oxygen tube? What are you afraid of? I used to be tortured by test papers for more than 10 years, and I didn't even pull out my dad's oxygen tube. Why don't let's dig up your dad and pull out a new one to experience it, the system said contemptuously, although he couldn't see the system's expression. Chuemo felt that it was just rolling its eyes. Get lost, now that I have a daughter. I can't watch her do her papers and have a good time? No life is complete without experiencing 3 years of simulations and 5 years of college entrance exams. Every father, who is looking forward to his son, is no exception. Most of all, he still wants to watch someone else make a paper. Okay. It has been properly cast. In addition, the test paper has been bound according to the host's request. Linger girl can't lose it even if she wants to. Having a father like you, if Linger had known, she might as well have let you paste the wall at that time. At those words, Chuemo gave a middle finger to the void and didn't bother with the system. Opened the empty jar of wine, poured over 2 drops on his tongue, rolled it into his mouth and staggered, lay down with a long sigh and rested. On the other side, inside the palace hall of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, the poetry fight had also reached white heat. Gu Yanwu was already covered in sweat. His face is suffocating red. Wei Zhongxian holding a handkerchief hand and foot to wipe his sweat. Ouch! You have too much water here. Minister Gu. We can't even wipe it over. Gu Yanwu's face stiffened. Can you speak properly? On the other hand, Zhu Shishan, the other party, had a light smile on his face, and seemed to be swimming with ease. Well, 1 incense stick is almost up. Can you do it, Great Confucian Gu? Give me a little more time. I should be able to, Gu Yanwu said eagerly, but the incense in front of him was burning out. Looking at Gu Yanwu's gesture, Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng, several people, sighed heavily. Alas, old Gu he panicked. His mind has blown up. How can he still compose poetry in such a state? Your Majesty, how about breaking the pot? After admitting defeat, I'll borrow Linger's sword and do my best to leave the few of them behind? Lu Qingxue waved her hand and instantly refused. Not good. The sword is our bottom card that can't be exposed. If we let the people of the clan beware, I'm afraid we'll be in danger afterward. We must keep this bottom card and take them by surprise. Li Chunfeng rubbed his temples worriedly. What then? This incense. Before he could finish his words, Fire Yunqi's shrill voice came from beside his ears. 1 incense stick time is up. Great Confucian Gu Yanwu. But you haven't made a poem that can surpass Master Zhu Zhishan. It's better to be willing to gamble and hand over the turf. The Ice Spirit Kingdom's literary world is really unbearable. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the faces of the people were ugly to the extreme, and even those courtiers affiliated with the king of Jinbei were filled with righteous indignation. Gu Yanwu trembled, raised his head blankly, and murmured with a shivering mouth. I lost again? Lost to Zhu Zhishan in poetry once again? He. It is said that people don't fall in the same pit. I didn't expect that after decades of hard drilling, the old man would actually still, alas. In the future, wherever I fall, I will lie down and never move again. Whoever dares to touch me, I will blackmail him to death. Gu Yanwu sat down disheveled and despairing. No more light could be seen in those serious eyes. At that moment, Zhu Jun, who had been forked out, somehow appeared beside him and heavily patted his shoulder. Old Gu, cheer up. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Mo. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gu Yanwu, who had a bitter smile on his face, waving his hand. Don't fool the youth. Put it aside for another 60 years. I'm this old clapper. I'm afraid I'm in the ground. Zhu Jun. Zhu Zhishan smiled contemptuously. You Ice Spirit Kingdom can't do it. Altogether you're not enough for me to fight alone. Literary world bearer? Ha! I could beat you once that day, and I still can today. It's not that I'm targeting any of you here, but all of you here, on literature are trash. Pust. Gu Yanwu spat out a mouthful of blood as he was infuriated, and his entire body instantly shriveled up, looking at Zhu Zhishan's extremely arrogant appearance. Even a woman as cool as Lu Qingxue was so beautiful that she couldn't wait to take her sword and plunge it into the other party. Just as the crowd was raging, the body of Chu Linger beside her inexplicably trembled, and a familiar voice once again resounded in her mind. Ding, the book of Tang and Song couplets has arrived and is being auto-infused. Chu Linger's mind went blank for a split second. A large amount of information surged directly into her mind, propping up her brain a bit, and her person began to falter. Lu Qingxue noticed this. Her face changed slightly, and she hurriedly supported the little girl who nearly fell on the chair. What's wrong with you? Spirit? Just as Chu Linger wanted to respond with a sentence, the princess of the Fire Spirit Kingdom yelled out. Cluck cluck cluck. Your Majesty the Empress. What is the meaning of not saying anything for a long time? Is it trying to play tricks and not recognize that we won? You know, Gu Yanwu even admitted in person that he lost. Is there anyone else who can fight? Then call them all out. None of the people of the Ice Spirit Kingdom dared to fight. Gu Yanwu couldn't even win. So they were just asking for trouble if they went on the field. Chu Linger ignored the other party's words and smiled nicely at Lu Qingxue. Mother Linger is fine. It's just that father just taught me quite a few more things. I think it should be very useful. After saying that, Chu Linger felt the new knowledge in her head and smiled cheerfully, also revealing 2 small canine teeth, and turned her head to Fire Yinshi. Lose? With Linger and my father here, it's impossible for mother to lose. Didn't you guys say whoever comes will do? Then, this battle is accepted by this princess. Chu Linger crossed her arms. Her bottom was full of energy, and she actually looked like she had a few moments of the domineering aura that Lu Qingxue had on her. When these words came out, the ambassadors of both countries covered their stomachs and laughed contemptuously. Put. Ha ha ha. Just you? Milky little girl. You're a princess? And who is your father? It's not right, is it? We remember that the Empress doesn't have a daughter. Not even a marriage. Facing the aggressiveness of the two countries, the ministers of the Ice Spirit Kingdom were unusually united at this moment. The harbor fight and then how to fight is also their own country. But the face of the two countries to come to the people is not the same. The loss of face is everyone's. Although it was also humiliating for Chu Linger, an 8-year-old girl, to go to war, she had already opened her mouth, and there was categorically no possibility of taking her words back. This is none other than our Majesty's righteous daughter and our Princess Yangla. Oh, so what? Gu Yanwu was defeated. What can a little princess do to me? Have you ever read a book? Can you read? Have you read 3 poems? Zhu Zhishan lightly shook his folding fan and laughed disdainfully. As the second disciple of Zhu Juniper, see his newly recognized young master was denigrated. The hot temperament of his angry grunt immediately stood out to support him. How dare you underestimate my master? My master Linger before the age of 3 years old to poetry and the literary world of the group of competitors. 4 years old with poetry across the southern region. 5 years old has not stagnant in things. Grass, wood, bamboo and stone can be poems. People nicknamed the poetry immortal. How dare you look down on it? As for the identity of my master her father, you don't deserve to know. Pust. Zhu Zhishan sputtered with laughter, and the two princesses were also laughing their asses off. The crowd did not believe Zhu Juniper's words in the slightest. If it's so powerful, why haven't we heard of it? And a poet? My ass. Now, even the civil and military officials covered their faces with their hands in shame, and they wanted to carry Zhu Jungsu and ask him a question. Is it really a good idea for you to brag about Princess Yanla, an 8-year-old girl? Do you believe it yourself? Zhu Jungsu, a person who practiced martial arts, doesn't care so much. First blowing cool before. Chu Linger's big eyes narrowed, moved a stool, stood on her tiptoes on the stool and patted Chu Juniper's shoulder like a small adult. Good apprentice. It's still you who understands master. Very much to my liking. As far as those poems he made are concerned, they're nothing but bull ***** in my opinion. To be honest, I can deal with him with my own hands. Chu Linger had already tried her best to make herself appear arrogant, not realizing that the porcelain doll-like looks only felt adorable and unintimidating. After saying that, he made another gesture of pointing out the mountains and turned his head to Zhu Zhishan. And my father once told me that I should give my heart to my own people. If you dare to bully my eldest disciple Gu Yanwu, this princess will definitely find a way to make a scene. He is under my cover. Even though I've only learned from my father for a few years, it's simply too easy to deal with you. Chu Linger blocked in front of Gu Yanwu and shouted with her hands crossed in a domineering manner. Although Zhu Zhishan's poem is very powerful, but the momentum cannot be lost. Chu Linger is adhering to her father's will. A loser doesn't lose. Even if the person is dead, the mouth must still be hard. That protective personality made the crowd's heads spin as they watched. Linger you. Lu Qingxue frowned, her eyes somewhat dismayed. I didn't expect Chu Linger to really run out and answer the battle. Mother, don't worry. My father is a poetry fairy. 100 poems in a cup of wine is no problem. Linger has naturally gained a few moments of essence as well. Next, let's see how Linger will avenge her mother and my great disciple. There is no second in literature. I, Linger, will make my father's poetry spread to every corner of the world. I want the world to know that my father is #1 in literature and martial arts. Chapter 61. What? This girl is actually better than Tong Pak Fu? Hearing Chu Linger's words, Lu Qingxue was stunned. King Shura is secretly helping Linger? Could it be that he really knows how to compose poetry? How can there be such an all-powerful man in the world? However, Shura King, as perfect as he is not half as good as his husband. Forget it, if Linger wants to try, let's just try it. A dead horse is a living horse. While Lu Qingxue was lost in thought, Chu Linger had already launched her challenge. Hey, across the street. Just now my great apprentice lost on the subject of chanting snow and loneliness, right? Then you listen to this princess. As the words fell, Chu Linger's aura changed. At the moment, she gave the illusion as if the one standing in front of her was no longer a little 8-year-old girl, rather, a poet who was lonely to the core. A poem, with great depth of feeling, came out of its mouth. 1,000 birds fly over 1,000 hills. The paths of the people are extinct. Lonely boat demoiselle, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Boom! When this poem came out, it was like throwing a ton of TNT explosives at that calm lake. The crowd was so shocked that their hair stood on end and their scalps tingled. Everyone had never thought that Chu Linger could really compose poems. Even Zhu Zhishan, after hearing this poem, had a look of awe in his eyes. No longer relaxed at the beginning, his face gradually became grave. I've underestimated you. The poem is not bad, but it's just missing a hint of meaning. Zhu Zhishan's words had just fallen, but in the next second, a massive intent descended from the sky. The great hall was enveloped in it, and the picture inside the hall changed dramatically at once. The crowd had long since stopped being in the palace and instead came to the snow-covered riverside. Snow drifts in the sky, and there is a deep-eyed angler by the river, sitting there with a worn-out fishing rod, suffering the harsh wind alone. Even if the straw raincoat on his body was covered with snow, he hadn't moved half a bit, looking out of place with this piece of heaven and earth. Ugh! A long sigh from the angler pierced through heaven and earth. Immediately after that, a sense of loneliness enveloped and attacked towards the crowd, and broke through everyone's defenses straight to their hearts, making them all feel this desolate loneliness to the extreme. A few minutes passed, and the crowd was still immersed in sadness and loneliness, and seemed to think of themselves as anglers, sad because they couldn't catch any fish, had no food to eat, and had no one to keep them company. However, Zhu Zhishan, who was on the side, woke up and burst into a rage, and the whole person's heart set off a huge wave. How is it possible? This is poetic. It's poetic. I can only glimpse a hint of the edges of it in all my life. And how can you, a little girl, have it? A startled roar pulled everyone back from the icy river. The crowd reappeared in the great hall. Where were snow and fishing? There was just a group of clueless people. Looking at Zhu Zhishan's horrified look, Fire Yunqi stroked the hair on her forehead and asked, Master Zhu, this girl's poem is very powerful? Could she have stolen it? Otherwise how could an 8-year-old girl compose poetry? Hearing this, Zhu Zhishan immediately shook his head. No, it can't be stolen. If she stole the poem, how could it be poetic? Categorically impossible. Poetic? Poetic? What is poetic about Big Brother Zhu? Why are you so surprised? The Jinbei king, who was a potential teammate, asked blankly, as this kind of thing seemed to be beyond his understanding. His own qualifications weren't strong, and if it wasn't for the fact that his mother had given him a lot of resources, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to reach the heavenly rank. The Jinbei king's words asked many people's doubts. Zhu Zhishan didn't even turn his head back. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with longing. Poetry is similar to your martial arts practice of sword intent, blade intent, and fist intent, which can only be comprehended by reaching a fairly high level in poetry. Once the poetic meaning is realized, all the poems made will be endowed with a soul that can sway the emotions of the listening poet and make him empathize with them. It even kills people silently with poems that take them to poetry. This is commonly known as poking you in the spine with a pencil. Moreover, the person who possesses poetic intent will be able to step into the desolate rank in the future, and if he has a deep sense of realization, he can even make a dash for the Hong rank and become a giant on the continent's side. Both 4 voices. At those words, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, even a half-step desolate order stayed master in this gold, fire, and ice triad was already a ceiling that was hard to reach. Not to mention that even stronger desolate rank and Hong rank. They didn't even dare to think about how powerful that kind of existence was. They haven't seen it anyway. Then in that case, this little princess can reach the desolate rank in the future? Hiss. I don't know. I, Zhu Zhishan, have been running across the literary world for a lifetime now, and I've only seen poetry in one person, and he is an existence that is beyond my reach. Zhu Zhishan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His expression had a few moments of powerlessness. The king of Jinbei raised an eyebrow. There were still such strange people in the world? When the king ascends to the throne, it is the time when he needs talents, and he must dig it over to be the Taifu. Dare I ask, who is so powerful? Tang, Bo, Tiger. People are nicknamed the life-snatching little scribe. He's the most talented poet I've ever seen, and he's the only one in the southern region who has comprehended the meaning of poetry. and after breaking through the desolate stage, he took his Taoist partner, Xiao Xiang, into seclusion. Speaking of this, Xu Zhishan's impotent expression changed again, becoming a bit puzzled and grave. However, the poetry in him seems to only be able to more or less infect the person listening to the poem, but not like Princess Yangla, who directly puts people in an uncontrollable situation. The two are a far cry from each other. So the future of the little princess, Xu Mao does not dare to assert. Xu Zhishan didn't hide it. The moment these words came out, the state masters and princesses of the two countries of gold and fire stood up with a prancing sound, looking at Chu Linger's lovely appearance. A few people's faces were filled with scorn and killing intent. No wonder the empress would bring a princess to the court. When they didn't finish off Lu Qingxue and let her become a climate, the two emperors already regretted it. This time, can definitely not let this princess with higher qualifications survive. Otherwise it will definitely be a big disaster. On the side, Lu Ji's eyes narrowed as he looked Chu Linger up and down, licking his tongue lewdly as if he was looking at prey. Listening to my mother say, the old ancestor seems to let the clan all over the world in search of a little girl. I think it is the hobby has changed. No longer like young women to change to like lowly. Such an aura-filled little girl, if I were to pay tribute to old ancestor, wouldn't that be a smooth transition? He, Zhao Doju, would also cover me from start to finish. Jia, little girl, you escape and I'll chase after you. You can't fly with your wings. The people's minds were different. While the empress, Li Chunfeng, Gu Yanwu Zhu Jiangsu, and a few others, were elated and a little surprised. I didn't expect that Linger really didn't fool around. She really knows poetry. Asterisk. Then in that case, Linger has only been studying with her father for 4.5 years, and she's already this powerful. So just how strong should her father literature be? It's a match for the ages. Ha ha ha, I told you. My little master's poetry swept the group, and you guys still don't believe me. It's a slap in the face, isn't it? That who? Do you admit defeat? Xu Jiangsu's hands were dancing with excitement. Linger's little master being in the limelight was just as cool as him being in the limelight himself. Xu Zhishan frowned and sneered. Humph. It's just winning a poem. It's a tie at most. Seeing that the other party did not recognize the account, Xu Juniper was furious. I've never seen such brazen people. It's obvious that you lost. What's with the tiebreaker? If you're capable, you should write a poem with poetic meaning. What kind of man is it to be afraid of losing? You're dirtying the bones of a man of letters. Although Lao Gu's strength is not as good as yours, he is at least open and honest, and he dares to admit when he loses. Which is like you, hee. Zhu Jiangsu's words were sharp. Xu Zhishan's face was said to be a burst of green and white. I don't know how to defend myself, but fire Yunqi. This had a quick mind and immediately unraveled the situation. That's not true. The so-called poetry fight is only called a fight if there is a back and forth. So you can't be the only ones to come up with questions. We have to come up with them too. And, next, in order to not have a tiebreaker like this, we have to add a rule. A true poet must not only have good poems, but must be able to make tons of them. I'll come up with the questions, and we'll see who makes more poems in the limited time. How about it? Do you dare to compete? Fire Yunqi's words had sort of awakened Zhu Zhishan. Yeah, that little girl has poetry I can't with. So, if quality doesn't work, quantity will. She's only 8 years old. So what if she's comprehended the meaning of poetry? It is not talent or mood that makes you fast at composing poetry. Is to rely on the accumulation of heritage. Zhu Zhishan read 10,000 volumes of books, poetry and text that is at hand. This little girl can read a lot of books? Once we compare numbers, how can her cultural heritage compare to mine? A wonderful plan. Truly a wonderful plan. Princess Tantao is right. To fight poems, we naturally have to compare speeds. And we have to add stakes this time. And that's betting on this life. The loser not only has to hand over the territory, but also has to cut his own throat and lead a death on the spot. Little princess, do you dare? Zhu Zhishan's eyes chilled, his expression slightly grim. If you choose to be shameless, what's the harm in being more shameless? He already had the suave and erudite Tong Pak Fu pressing on his head now, and he would not allow anyone else to be literary above him. Besides, this is only 8 years old. If he loses to an 8-year-old girl, and the word gets out, the reputation he has worked so hard to create all his life, then all of it will be used as a stepping stone for the little girl. Absolutely not. You can lose a poetry fight, but Lori must die. Chapter 62, Please don't write any more poems. Seeing that the other party was cheating, the people on the side of the Ice Spirit Kingdom were filled with righteous indignation, and everyone opened their mouths to curse the shamelessness. However, Chu Linger raised her head arrogantly and stepped out, ready to answer the battle. Seeing this, Gu Yanwu, Li Chunfeng and several others were startled. They hurriedly spoke out to stop Chu Linger. Linger, What are you doing? Listen to Grandpa Lee's advice. The water inside is too deep for you to grasp. You mustn't answer it. It's dangerous. That's right, Master. This guy is digging a hole for you. Although you are poetic in nature and have received a personal transmission from Lord Shura, poetry is not like anything else. It's not just a high qualification that makes you fast. Even Lu Qingxue, her brows were furrowed. With her intelligence, how could she not see that this was a setup by the opposite side? As long as Chu Linger agreed, she was bound to bury all the advantages she had won earlier, and she would also have to take a life. That was the daughter of the Shura king, who would dare to let her bet her life. Although Chu Linger, even if she lost, no one could take her life. But Lu Qingxue wouldn't do that because she had already treated Linger as if she was her own daughter in general. Which mother would let her daughter die? Linger is back. This Xu Zhishan isn't simple. He's famously fast at composing poems, and no one in the entire southern region can match his speed. There were rumors in the Jianghu that he was set up by a big brother at the talent assembly in the first place, and that he eventually turned things around in 7 steps and was rewarded by the big brother. And because of this, he was named the #1 fastest man in the southern region. In terms of speed, even the most talented man in the south region, Tong Pak Fu, can't compare to him. Lu Qingxue face worried. These decades, after Tang Pak Fu reclusive, Xu Zhishan just like become the southern region of the literary world to carry. Literary world a world, are each other's legend. No one can break his record of 7 steps into a poem. Listen to Mother, come back. This justice will be done by Mother herself. They have already lost according to the previous rule. Hearing the crowd persuade her in such a manner, Chu Linger did not stop. Instead, he turned his head back and glanced at Lu Qingxue with the somewhat dependent eyes of a small child. No, Mother's spirit is certain. What's 7 steps into a poem? I heard my father say that when he was wandering around the world, he was already a god in poetry and literature. In the great competition of the states, it was even a cup of wine and 100 poems. Stunning everyone, Linger has received her father's true teachings, not to say surpassing her father. It's still not much of a problem to have 10 poems in 10 steps. Chu Linger patted her flattened chest and said, her eyes gradually becoming firm. And, they dared to bully my pretty godmother like this, and they dared to hit my old apprentice like this. If Linger doesn't think you all to death, she'll be sorry for the country and the people. Father said that killing should be done to the heart, and defeating the enemy in his best area is the best revenge. Mother, you guys just keep an eye on it. Linger will back you up. After saying that, Chu Linger stepped out, listening to her throwback words, and then looking at the small adult-like desire to protect herself as a mother. Lu Qingxue was a little teary-eyed, and was greatly touched inwardly. Such a well-behaved, understanding and filial daughter. If I were my own daughter, how wonderful. 50 years of short life. Oh no, now let me die in peace. Lu Qingxue no longer block. Even if I lose, the big deal is that I don't want this face. No matter what, I also want to keep the little girl, to do my duty as a mother. Seeing Linger go into battle, Fire Yunxi heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that her opponent would be persuaded to shy away from battle. Good thing, the little girl wasn't afraid to die to get here. As for what the other side said about her father's cup of wine and poetry, none of them believed it. Do you think you have, in your head, a book of poems that no one else has read? Poetry at your fingertips? You're not even drunk yet and you're talking nonsense. Has Princess Yanla thought about it? If you lose, you won't be able to have any fun in your life. Oh, then I must hurry and smile more first. Alright, come up with a question. This princess still has to go kill the little lamb later. Chu Linger pouted and prodded Flame Yunchi with a slight sneer. The corners of the other party's mouth curled slightly, evoking a hint of coldness, and he exchanged a cryptic glance with Xu Zhishan. In that case, let's make it about flowers. No matter what kind of flower it is, as long as whoever has the most poems wins. But no spamming is allowed. Hearing this, the people of the 2 countries of gold and fire laughed triumphantly, while Gu Yanwu Lu Qingxue several. But the face is ugly. You know, what Xu Zhishan is best at is composing poems with flowers as the theme. 7 out of 10 songs are related to flowers, which is totally a short attack on the long. For a while, the crowd couldn't help but sweat for Chu Linger. Chu Linger innocently raised her head. Do rich flowers and random flowers count? My father likes these 2 kinds of flowers the most. The crowd stumbled, and Fire Yunchi even sank her pretty face. No way. I'm talking about the plant that flower. Alright. Whatever flowers you have. I, Princess Linger, can do it. You first. Don't say you won't be given a chance. Chu Linger waved her hand with disinterest, her demeanor extremely relaxed. Xu Zhishan did not excuse himself, and let the people light an incense, shaking his folding fan and began directly. This was a battle that concerned his reputation, and as long as he won, no one would care that he had bullied an 8-year-old girl by bullying her. By then, the only thing that will be rumored in the outside world will be the legend that he, Zhu Xishan, has picked a country all by himself. Flowers have immortal spirits and pens, but the power of transformation is not in Yangchun at the end of the day. The general autumn colors become 1,000 pints, the peach blossoms of the previous time but the dust of the latter. Zhu Xishan walked out 7 steps and a poem was completed. One song, Fire Yunqi shouted, and immediately someone recorded it. Strike the heavenly flower and go down to the purple altar. The dew across the autumn sleeves and the water ringing the ring. I want to take the king away, but I am afraid that the frost will not withstand the cold. 2 songs. As Zhu Xishan shook his fan to compose a poem, the entire hall fell into silence, and only his high voice alone could be heard. Many of the students in the Ice Spirit Kingdom who were watching the battle took out their pens and paper and began to scribble. Even some of the ministers who were fond of poetry and literature didn't let go of this opportunity. You know, this is a poem composed live by a literary superstar. If you miss the chance, it's gone. But even then, they didn't keep up the pace. An incense burner was quickly burned. 9 songs, 9 whole songs. Congratulations to Taifu Zhu for breaking his own record once again. Ha ha ha, Fire Yunqi shouted. Subsequently, bursts of voices sucking in cool air resounded in the great hall, and everyone was moved by it. You know, it's already impressive to form a poem in 7 steps, not to mention composing 9 poems in 1 incense burner. Terrifying, simply unprecedented. 9 songs, 1 incense stick time, and the quality is still all so good. Worthy of a great talent. His name is true. That's right. That's right. I copied 6 songs while I had the chance. If he hadn't been so fast I could have copied some more. By the way, how many did you guys copy? I'm 7 songs. Hostile as they may be. Literature knows no borders. And back in I must frame them. Zhu Xishan closed his eyes and stood forcefully in the center of the hall, quietly enjoying the admiration of the crowd. He liked this feeling very much, and this was his lifelong pursuit. He must not let everything he had be taken away by Chu Linger. Princess Yonla, it's your turn. Didn't you say that you can write a poem in 1 step? Then I will wait and see. Humph. What's the point of being complacent? What's so difficult about 10 poems in 10 steps? Chu Linger crossed her arms and picked her chin at Zhu Jungsu. The other party immediately understood. The bull tall and big, his face flooded with a trace of flattery, and his ass lit a piece of incense. The crowd shook their heads when they saw that the little girl was so arrogant. 7 steps into a poem or 10 steps into a poem could gain respect from others. But, 10 steps and 10 poems, even if you could make them, what quality would they have? This is total contempt for poetry, treating poetry like child's play. Master, order up. Zhu Jungsu responded respectfully. Chu Linger nodded her head slightly, ignoring the contemptuous gazes of the crowd. After taking a deep breath, the entire aura of the person changed. A pair of small, pocket-sized feet stepped forward and the verse came out. Today, I will let you admire my father's poetry collection. The peach blossoms of the mountain temples are in full bloom in April on earth. I hate to return to spring, but I don't know where to turn. A poem fell, and poetry followed, enveloping the crowd once more. Upon hearing the verse, everyone's pupils shrunk and their minds were shaken. This seems not a filler poem. It seems to be 1 point better than Zhu Xishan's, but before the crowd could feel the poetic meaning of it, Chu Linger once again took a step forward. The mood changed once again. Dawn welcomes the autumn dew with a new branch, not occupying the topmost spring in the garden. What is it with peaches and plums without words, smiling at the wind and the sun? 1 step at a time, each song was different, and each time the crowd seemed to be enveloped by the meaning. And then again, it seemed not to be. It was all too late to get a good feel for it before it changed to another mood. The crowd was numb. As for Zhu Xishan's face, after Chu Linger started composing her poem, it changed from disdain to a frown. The frown turned into a frown, and the frown finally turned into horror and incredulity. His face would turn a few shades of white with each song the other made, until the 9th. His body and sanity, which had already suffered several crushes from the intent, had become a bit overwhelmed. After all, he was the person Chu Linger was focusing on taking care of. As nice as it was to have access to the intent, it also depended on whether or not that intent was torturing and attacking him. Seeing Chu Linger take her 10th step, Zhu Xishan's face was bloodless and terrified. If you let the other party make another song, not only will your body not be able to support it, but your reputation will also be completely destroyed. Don't, please, no more poetry. Chapter 63, 10 Poems in 10 Steps. Shocking to the world. Don't do it? How can this be? People can't stand without trust. Linger is a truthful child. If she says 10 steps and 10 poems, then she has to do it. Zhu Xishan's retreat didn't make Chu Linger soften her heart in any way. Her father had taught her since she was a child that when planting, you must cut the grass to remove the roots and never be soft. and she had always taken that to heart. How dare you push my pretty godmother around? Linger won't let you get away with it. Chu Linger's eyes were solemn, and with a few hints of killing intent practiced after killing sheep, she stepped forward again. Poetry mixed with murderous intent came out of his mouth. When autumn comes on September 8th, 100 flowers will be killed when I blossom. A heavenly fragrance bursts through Linen, and the city is filled with golden armor. Linen was the capital city of the Fire Spirit Kingdom, and Chu Linger had taken the original Chang'an and given it a slight alteration. After all, you can't step on your own mother's Chang'an, can you? Once the poem came out, a horrifying and heavenly killing intent appeared out of thin air, and the picture in front of everyone's eyes turned. On top of the battlefield, opposite to the army that couldn't be seen at a glance, every soldier was dressed in gold armor and charged towards them with bravery. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't, and Zhu Zhishan was the one to focus on. 90% of that golden armored army with blood aura and lances in their hands killed him. Zhu Zhishan's face changed dramatically. Before he could struggle, dozens of lances zipped past him. It's heartbreakingly cold. Zhu Zhishan didn't know how long he had been going through, but the pain made him want to die and almost faint, like someone was really killing him. He felt like he had 1,000 holes in his body. I don't know how long it took, as if his own blood had dried up, before the soldiers spat at him and disappeared. The crowd was then able to return to the hall. Well, have you admitted defeat? 10 poems have been composed by this princess, and this incense has only burned less than half. If you don't think that's enough, I'll give you 10 more songs? Chu Linger's voice rang out in the great hall. The crowd that came back to their senses glanced at the incense that was still burning, and shock was written all over their faces. Hiss, 10 poems in 10 steps. The first one is enough to pass on to the next generation. Her Highness really did it. I thought she was blowing her mind, but I didn't realize she was really good. And, this poem has such a great killing aura. Simply unheard of. I just stood at the corner of the battlefield and was shivering. If it wasn't the kind of killing god who fought in the blood battlefield, it would be impossible to have such a strong killing aura. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The princess is too fast. I didn't even have time to transcribe those verses before I was hit only to be pressed down and killed by those golden armored lords. The princess's poem is much better than that Zhu Zhishan's, and I want to frame it and hang it at home. TSK. Worthy of being my Gu Yanwu's master. I thought that 7 steps into a poem would already be invincible, but I didn't realize there are even 10 steps into 10 poems, and I feel that my master still has some strength left. If my master is this strong, how powerful should my master ancestor be? Listening to the crowd's comments, Zhu Zhishan knew that he had completely fallen off the altar today. The poems he made in a short period of time were only passable, but this little girl, every single one of them could be called a masterpiece. How to compare? With what? He was in the same position at the moment as he had pulled Gu Yanwu down from the altar decades ago. The crowd's admiration for him had also been fully transferred to Chu Linger. But, watching the honor that he had created for a lifetime being lost just like that, a mouthful of heart blood spurted out from Zhu Zhishan in front of him. The whole man shriveled up and fell to his knees, as if he had lost all his strength. 10 steps, 10 poems. You really did it. Zhu Zhishan's eyes were hollow, feeling that the whole world was gray. Although the realm of intent couldn't hurt his physical body, it hurt his divine soul, and with the cynicism of the crowd, Zhu Zhishan had lost the courage to live. Chu Linger raised her head arrogantly and looked at him with her small hands crossed. Well, admit defeat? Zhu Zhishan lifted his head feebly, and was hesitating when he realized that the several people beside him, Fire Yunxi, were making crazy eyes at him. Get up! Don't ever admit that you lost. If you dare to admit defeat, not only will you lose your life, you'll also be an ancient sinner of my Fire Spirit Kingdom. I'm going to write you into the annals of history, and you'll be left in infamy for years to come. In time, your children and grandchildren will be reviled. Fiery Yunxi didn't care what blow Zhu Zhishan had suffered. She only knew that Zhu Zhishan was her Fire Spirit Kingdom's dog, and once he conceded defeat, their 2 countries would lose 4 states. Before and after, the entire national territory was directly cut by a quarter. This was unacceptable to her. At those words, Zhu Zhishan, who was originally lost in thought, jerked his head back and looked at the Fire Yunxi several people with disbelief. The heart instantly cooled to the core. One puts one's life on the line for them, and this is what one gets in return. Fiery Clougsy's words were undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhu Zhishan took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Chu Linger. I admit defeat. Whether it's the quality or speed of the poem, you are far superior to me. I, Zhu Zhishan, am convinced. Zhu Zhishan, you dare. Fiery Clougsy's face changed greatly, and he roared in a stern voice. But Zhu Zhishan turned a deaf ear. Humph. You compare with me, how can you possibly win? A famous teacher makes a great student. My father is #1 in literature in the world. As his daughter, how can she be worse? Right. What about the bet? It's time for you guys to honor your promise of my mother's land, right? Chu Linger retreated to Lu Qingshue's side and looked at the other party proudly. Xu Zhishan's eyes were dim and no longer had the light to live. You'll have to ask them for the reward. Also, can I ask? Your father, who exactly is he? And does this poem have a name? Could it be Tong Pak Fu? Calculating the age. His daughter should be almost this old. I really can't think of anyone else whose poetry level could be as high as this. Being asked by Xu Zhishan, Chu Linger proudly stood up, pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the ground, and shouted with a smile. I heard my father say that. The pen name he used back then when he was crossing the literary world was Li Bai, the character Tai Bai. He was nicknamed the Poetry Fairy. As for the name of the poem, Furnishing Chrysanthemums After Failing to Get a Rank. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng, who was on the side, froze. Isn't Linger your father nicknamed the Wine Sword Immortal? How come he has another name? Chu Linger squinted her eyes and waved her hand. Oops. One pen name. One is a martial name. My father said, when one is floating in the world, a few more vests are stable and reliable. Crowd. Xu Zhishan nodded, his mouth repeatedly chanting, Li Tai Bai, Li Tai Bai. Xu Mao has never heard of it. I didn't expect there to be such a strange person. There really is someone outside of people. Poetry Fairy? To be able to teach a daughter like you, he is indeed in charge. To give chrysanthemums after not being ranked. Good, good, Xu Zhishan said as he stumbled towards the entrance of the great hall. Under everyone's gaze, Xu Zhishan raised his head and roared up to the sky. Jesus, both white and mountain. But, to think that his life's efforts were all in vain and he ended up in such a situation. A generation of literary great Xu Zhishan gas and blood attacked the heart, spit out several mouths of blood in the heart, and died of gas. For a while, the hall fell into dead silence, and everyone looked at each other. They never expected that the great talent who has been overseeing the literary world for decades would be pulled down by an 8-year-old child and end up in such a situation. If word gets out, I'm afraid it will cause a major earthquake in the literary world, right? Looking at the original gallant Xu Zhishan died, the chief of staff to penetrate the intestine. The heart also has a few points of rabbit death and fox sadness. The words of Fire Yunshi earlier also made him feel a coolness, and he couldn't help but ask himself inwardly, if he loses his usefulness, will he be treated as an outcast as well? At this moment, the pair of pierced intestines couldn't help but make a calculation for their own future. Princess Tan Tao, the representatives of your two countries have already admitted defeat. Now is it not time to fulfill the contract? A country and then take out 2 states of land to me? Fire Yunshi smiled sarcastically and took a few steps back, his face unsightly. This contract I will definitely fulfill. Before that, dare I ask your majesty if you dare to have another fight? This time, it'll be a pair of couplets fight, and the bet is the land of 4 states. Lu Qingxue wasn't afraid of the other party cheating. After all, she had made a heavenly Dao contract. Oh, if the 2 princesses lose again, then both of your territories will lose half of their territory. Humph. So what? I don't believe it. Our 2 countries can still lose every time. If you want to win me, you have to see if your majesty has the strength. With a hard look in his eyes, Fiery Clouxy directly placed a big bet. She wasn't panicking though, she had the killer on her side. Lu Qingxue does not want to bet against. This time to win has been enough. And then bet if you lose, everything will turn into a bubble. Seeing the good in the bad is the right thing to do. I'm sorry, I don't. Before the words were finished, Chu Linger by her side covered her red lips and whispered in her ear, Mother, gamble. The couplet Linger will too. Chapter 64, Your Highness. You can't do it. I'm 1,000 years old. Hearing Chu Linger's words, Lu Qingxue immediately froze in place. You know couplets too? How many things did your father teach you? What else can you do, you little girl? So, according to this, you basically know everything now, except for childbirth, which you haven't learned yet. Really? Is spirit sure? True. Just as true as my daddy likes pretty girls. Chu Linger replied with conviction. Lu Qingxue's heart immediately had a number. Linger dared to say so. Then she, as a mother, what was the harm in putting up another fight? This land of 4 states, it was too fragrant and tantalizing. A country taking out 4 states was 8 states. And with the land she had won before, the land area of her ice spirit country had directly doubled. No one will be able to shake her empire again. Linger, your father, is so knowledgeable. Of course, my dad can do all kinds of massage and bone setting. As the saying goes, no skill is too much for you. Chu Linger proudly patted her chest. Lu Qingxue sighed with a face. In the future, if she got her husband here, she must let him follow Linger her father to learn more. I thought that on Spirit's face. Her father shouldn't be stingy. Right? If not, it would be fine to let Linger teach her husband. Otherwise, my husband will not be able to do anything. And when he comes to the imperial city, I am afraid that he will have an inferiority complex and will not be able to adapt. So how can he take over the throne? If he doesn't take over the throne, what's the point of me working so hard? As a woman, you should try to keep your man on a soft diet, and mutual support between husband and wife is the way to go for a long time. Good. I shall accept. The one who goes to war is still my daughter. Princess Yongle, come on, sign the oath. When these words came out, the unknown Zhu Jungsu was shocked and hurriedly stood out and went up to the front with a small voice to dissuade him. Your Majesty, please don't. That pair of intestines has been famous for a long time. In the status of couplets is still above Zhu Zhishan. The status is comparable to that of the first genius Tang Bohu. He said the second no one dares to recognize the first. And couplets are not the same system as poems. Not only do they have to be neatly aligned, but they also have to have a common meaning, which makes them more than twice as difficult. If we compare ourselves to him, we are not licking the cat's pussy and looking for excitement. I hope, Your Majesty, you will withdraw your order. Zhu Jungsu was far away and did not hear the whispers between Zhu Linger's mother and daughter, but that pair of piercings is as famous as they come. If we talk about who is the strongest in couplets, he is the king of kings. The empress ignored Zhu Juniper's words and waved her hand with firm eyes. No harm done. Since Linger wants to play, then let her play. If I don't spoil my daughter, who else will? Hearing these undisguised words, the ambassadors of the two countries all laughed wildly. Good. Your Majesty is so bold. It's so domineering that you're willing to gamble with several states for the sake of the little princess. Men, sign the deed. After the two countries signed, Jin Feng and Fire Yinshi both invited the fat-headed pair of pierced intestines to the front of the room. His Majesty's dominance is truly domineering, but it lacks deep thought. This time, you guys are bound to lose. This pair of pierced intestines beside me has long been unique in the world in terms of their pair of pairs, and is even more skillful in mastering the meaning. A dozen years ago also used the realm of intent to put the wood spirit kingdom's Taifu on that white gate tower right to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Who among you can compare with him? I'm afraid that your Princess Yongle, within 3 rounds, will be so right that she'll cry ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked. The wood spirit kingdom's Taifu was even higher in status than Gu Yanwu, and his talent was even more powerful, and he was actually forced to die by the other party. This pair of piercings is really strong. Listening to the commercial bragging of the princesses of the two countries, not only did they not feel pleased with the piercing of the intestines, but they shrunk their necks and inwardly cursed madly. He's a ing asshole. Why don't you take me out of the picture? I saw how Zhu Zhishan died. It's not too much to say that he died a horrible death. Ghost knows whether this little girl's achievement in couplets is also incomparably high. No, can't take this risk. As a mature jungle people, you must know how to protect yourself and stop loss in time as the king. Avoiding the battle is just the first position being occupied. If you answer the battle, you lose your life. You two pussies want to use me as a gun. No way. Cursing in his heart to the pierced intestine, he kept thinking about how to get out of it, and smiled humbly on his face. Aha, I'm flattered. Guys, I wouldn't dare. Seeing that both princesses were cheering for their own combatants, Zhu Jungsu was naturally not willing to lag behind, and also walked out with his head held high and shouted. His battle record counts for nothing. My master Linger before the age of 3 years old to couplets with the literary world of the group of competitors. 4 years old belying pairs across the southern region. At the age of 5 years old has not stagnant in things. Grass, wood, bamboo and stone can be made pairs. People nicknamed pairs of fairy. How dare you look down on it? Onum, clang. Hearing those familiar words, the crowd all stumbled and fell to the ground. Remember correctly, when I composed the poem before, this guy blew it off the same way. Gu Yanwu rubbed his forehead with his hand and hurriedly pulled the smug Zhu Jungsu aside. You Mangina, can't you change your lines? Zhu Juniper shrugged helplessly. But I haven't read much. I only have so much ink in my stomach. Gu Yanwu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the inner urge to hit someone. You're not a cutie. What? You can't even blow a man. Zhu Juniper skimmed his lips. Cutie pie. I'm not. They say stupid people have stupid blessings. Why don't I see it? Gu Yanwu had a head of black lines and angrily scolded. Silly people have silly blessings, but not. Zhu Jungsu, looking at the developments, the eyes of the Jinbei king in the corner stared, his fists clenched. Inwardly, he kept roaring, you bunch of losers, quickly defeat this little girl. Never let Lu Qingxue that get the ground. Not only was the king of Jinbei eager, but both princesses and the state masters of the two countries had become impatient. Cut the crap. Now that the combatants have been finalized, let's get started. Today, I'll let your majesty see what it means to be the number one person in the pairs world. When scholar is not something that any cat or dog can provoke. Chief of Staff, It's your show next. The two princesses swore at the pair of pierced intestines and signaled each other to come forward for the fight. A slight arch to the piercing, a smile on the surface, but in the heart of the mom and pop. Perform. I'll perform the legs of the second oldest man in your grandmother's house. I've gone to the trouble of performing, and if you win, you get the benefits, and I'm the one who has to take the blame and die? Where's the good in that? It seemed that one would have to act on an opportunity. If he can't crush this little girl at once, then he'll have to. Aha! It's settled. The decision was made in the heart of the pair of piercings, and everything had been planned for himself. As a member of the Go religion, he would not want to be spat at for spitting blood. The fat-headed pair of pierced intestines touched the piece of dogskin plaster on his face and walked out with a smile, arching his hand at Chu Linger. Greetings, Your Highness. That, Your Highness, are you first or am I first? This attitude was many times better than Zhu Zhishan's before. This action, the angry fire Yunxi and Jin Feng several instantly exploded with anger, and even the two national masters, Fire Yuan Jin Shang, could not help but open their mouths to rebuke. Right through the gut. What are you doing? This is a competition. Be serious, for the old man smiled sardonically at the piercing. I'm just saying hello, don't be so mean to me. I have dignity too. There's a saying, competition comes second, friendship comes first. Mostly, it's about participation. Well, yes, participation, wouldn't you say, Your Highness? With these words, the two ambassadors were directly exasperated, their faces turning blue. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still useful, a few of them would have wanted to take him by the neck and dislike his intestines with a dagger and perforate them. Tramp, we're setting up an invasion, and you're telling me that friendship comes before participation? You think it's a kid's party? It's a gamble of life, brother. Is it useful for you to talk about friendship with your enemy? Why didn't I realize you were so friendly before? You should be allowed to take the seat of the Buddha of the Western Spirit Mountain. The change in attitude towards penetrating intestine had surprised Lu Qingxue and the others. Remember, this fat guy just started, and he was so arrogant. Could it be this is a new tactic? Showing weakness to the enemy? A few people just wanted to remind Chu Linger, but their speed seemed to have slowed down a few points. Chu Linger had already looked at the other party with a smile. After all, small children have less heart. My father said that people with manners are the ones who attract people's favor. And although you're not too handsome, no, I should say it doesn't go with handsome. You look like a good person. Since this is the case, this princess will let you lose in a better way. You should come up with the first couplet first, or else you won't be able to get it right once I open my mouth. At those words, the pair pierced their guts for a moment. The words of Chu Linger kept echoing in his mind. I'm a good guy? She actually thinks I, who kills people with a pencil, am a good guy? Once upon a time, it seemed that my own self was trying to be a good person. Nope, society forces good people into prostitution. Shook his head at piercing gut. His face returned to normal, and his eyes narrowed as he went straight for the big move. Okay, then I'll make my move. Your Highness, be careful. This couplet is an absolute for the ages. It's not that I'm conceited. I dare say no one in the world can answer that. I thought of this top line 100 years ago, but so far I haven't been able to get the bottom line right. The crowd looked aghast. A superscription that could be treated so cautiously by the pair of pierced intestines must not be simple. Even he couldn't answer. So this 8-year-old Princess Yongla, could she? By the looks of it, he was preparing for a quick battle with a crushing force. For a while, Lu Qingxue and the few others couldn't help but tighten their hearts, and began to worry for Chu Linger. Linger, you, mother, don't worry. Let him be as strong as he wants to be. My father will take care of anything. Chu Linger grinned, squinting her big eyes and smiling innocently, not panicking in the slightest. That polite fat uncle. Get out. Smiling faintly at piercing intestine, he patted his folding fan and said slowly, word by word. Good. Then listen carefully. Princess, the top line is, Smoke locks the pond willow. Chapter 65. For in one breath? This epigram, in fact, was not something he came up with against the pierced intestines, but something he stumbled upon in an ancient tomb. He is, on stage, the king of pears, but in private he has an unknown hobby. That's being a gold digger, or specializing in the graves of those who were great literary figures in life. For it was only in their tombs that he could possess those ancient books which he could not touch, and could, after studying them, enhance his literary training and maintain his present position. This epigraph, which he got from digging up graves in the past, but he could not get it right even when he racked his brains, had become a demon in his mind. The pair of pierced intestines had already mapped out a course for himself in his mind. If the other party could answer this couplet, then he didn't need to continue the competition. It could only mean that the other party's strength far exceeded his, and it was better to admit a mistake in passing than to fight to the end. And he had also left behind an unbeatable couplet, so he could save face if he lost. The best of both worlds. Upon hearing the couplet about piercing the intestines, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and then they all fell into thought and began to whisper. Smoke locks the pond willow? What does that mean? It doesn't look good. So why would the big man with the pierced intestines say that it's an absolute for the ages? I don't know. Even he couldn't get the couplet right after so many years of thinking. It shouldn't be that simple. Let's think about the implication again. The people in the courtroom were talking a lot. Even Du Rui and Guanzhong, a few great literary ministers, were closing their eyes in contemplation. At this time, Gu Yanwu, whose literary level was far superior to theirs, had a flash of light in his head and suddenly roared. Smoke locks the pond willow? Good. What a great couplet. It's really a good couplet. Worthy of being a pair of pierced intestines? To come up with such an absolute. Gu Yanwu's forehead was covered in cold sweat and filled with shock. How in the world could there be such exquisite couplets? This roar also drew everyone's attention. Good friend Zhu Juniper asked with a bewildered look on his face. Old sourpuss, what does this stuff mean? Smoke can lock up a willow tree? Speaking of this, Zhu Juniper raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something unimaginable. So he staggered and roared again, shaking his leg as he spoke, looking arrogantly smug. Wait, I've thought of the next couplet. Misty past shore tree. What do you think? It's almost the same meaning. Anum, clang. The crowd stumbled and fell to the ground. Guanzhong, the originator of this greenhouse, are all blushing and cursing of. Uncultured and disgraceful. I'm ashamed to be in your company. Zhu Jungsu rolled his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you don't want to play with me, then forget it. I'm not going to your greenhouse either. I, Shu War God, will give the order, and at that time, I'll take those 100,000 brothers under my command and go next door to punch my performance. Guanzhong, brother, I was wrong. Crowd. Gu Yanwu collected his mind inside. Stop it you two. This union is not as simple as you think. A few people looked at each other and arched their hands. Old Gu, please also enlighten us. In the face of the crowd's questions, Gu Yanwu stroked his beard and brought a look of gravity in his eyes. When you take these words apart, are they gold, wood, water, fire and earth? The essence of the ice in my ice spirit kingdom is actually water, and the southern region has a total of 5 kingdoms. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. So these 5 characters also represent our 5 countries. As we all know, couplets not only have to be neatly matched, but also have to contain almost the same meaning. This top line looks easy, but it's extremely difficult. So if you want to correct this epigram, you must also consider the 5 kingdoms. It's almost impossible for anyone to be able to correct it. It's enough to be called an absolute for the ages. Gu Yanwu shook his head. Even he had pondered over it several times before realizing the deep meaning it contained. The couplet is really too poisonous and tricky. Even if he racked his brain, barely came up with a few with 5 elements of the side, but also cannot fight neatly. At those words, the crowd came to a realization. I see. The difficulty is indeed great. Then in that case, wouldn't it be extremely unfavorable to Princess Yonla? I don't know. Although this little master of mine can't be judged by common sense, but this couplet, I'm afraid it's hard for her to correct it. Gu Yanwu also shook his head with a sad face. For a while, the faces of the group of ministers all turned not so good, but the people of the 2 countries, Gold and Fire, were happy as hell to see the pair of pierced intestines so powerful. Ha ha ha, why don't your majesty admit defeat? This 1,000-year-old absolute, even to Mr. Penetrating Intestine can't be right, and it's unlikely that anyone in the world can be right. That's right, if we admit defeat now, when Princess Yonla kills herself, we can still consider asking for one less state of yours as friendly compensation. The 2 women mocked with raised eyebrows and gave the pair of piercings a "you're great. Turn around and there's a big reward for that look." But after smiling awkwardly at the piercing, he found the look somewhat insulting. It's like a dog behaving well and being rewarded with a bone by its owner. In the middle of the field, Chu Linger ignored their cynical comments. Her brows locked tightly as she kept searching for a suitable couplet in her mind. Seeing Chu Linger at a loss and hesitant to speak, Lu Qingxue, who was a righteous mother, had a look of heartache in her eyes. Linger, forget it if you can't answer. With mother here, no one can touch you. Whoa, so your majesty is planning to break the contract? Can you afford to be punished by the heavenly Tao? The 2 princesses laughed contemptuously. Before Lu Qingxue could retort, Chu Linger suddenly raised her head, and a delighted smile surfaced at the corners of her mouth. Seeing this smirk, the people of the 2 countries and the opposite penetration of the intestines, the heart is a thump. A bad feeling floats to the heart. She wouldn't be able to get it right, would she? No way. Absolutely no way. It took so many years to get the right pair of piercings. How could she, an 8-year-old girl? However, the reality is not what they imagined. Mother, this is not difficult. Linger has already thought of it. And, there's more than one next couplet. These words immediately set off a furor in the crowd. How can someone say they can get it right? It's not true. Knowing that a group of them had been thinking for so long but hadn't come up with half a hint, how could this little girl come up with the next couplet in half a minute? And, there's more than one next line? Humph. Claptrap. Princess Yanla, please don't make a fuss here. You'll make it hard for Her Majesty the Empress. Jean Feng sneered. She did not think that the first person in the pair of pierced intestines cannot handle the couplet. A little girl can solve in a moment. Fiery Yunshi also raised her condescending head and said in a mean manner, this princess also grew up well read in poetry. I know exactly how profound this couplet is. You a little girl if you can answer. I inverted pull, not right. I and Princess Nanyang on the spot to cut hair as a nun. Hearing this, Chu Linger immediately laughed. Good. This is what you guys said. Oh, Linger hasn't met a nun yet. Listen up. The first pair, the Cannon Jinhai Citadel. Chu Linger crossed her arms and replied loudly, Cannonball Seaport Tower? The moment these words came out, the faces of everyone present changed in vain. To wear intestines is even more directly scared silly. Inner full of shock violently raised his head, incredibly looking at that petite Chu Linger. How is it possible? How could she have come up with such a neat next line in such a short time? This is 1,000-year-old absolute I spent most of my life as not a little seedling. This little girl actually. Just as the pair of pierced intestines brains were shocked into blankness, Chu Linger's voice, which was like that of a lark, came out again. Ha, do you find this unsatisfactory? It's also this couplet still has some shortcomings. The town in the lower couplet and the lock in the upper couplet both belong to the oblique tone, which has the same pitch. City and pond both belong to the flat tone, and they are not good in terms of leveling, but it's okay, Linger still has it. Lamp Deep Village Temple Bell. Uncle Big Fatty. How about this one? Snap. Another bolt from the blue struck the crowd, shocking them into blankness. It's tempting to cry at the piercing. I couldn't get one right, but this girl actually got two right? I'm not being dissatisfied here. I'm being unresponsive. Now, the envoys of the two countries, Gold and Fire, all had huge changes in their faces. Before they could say anything, Chu Linger jumped ahead again. Not good enough? You're not satisfied with this one either? So, peach burning Jinjiang tea, candle engraving river dam pine. What about these two? Looking at Chu Linger's naive appearance, to wear the intestines old tears, he always felt that this little girl, it's in Versailles, pust, to wear intestines to the sky long spit a mouthful of blood. 4 couplets. The whole 4 couplets I can't get a single line right, but she's got 4? Is this still a human being? Is this the descent of the Mandarin? Can you give a face to 1,000 years absolute? The crowd had also long been shocked to the point of numbness. From this moment onwards, no one dared to underestimate Chu Linger by half. An 8-year-old girl. Her learning has left them behind by 100,000 miles. Unbelievable. The ambassadors of the two countries all turned pale, staggering back and falling to the ground. You got it? A mediocre little girl has answered the 1,000-year-old absolute. How is this possible? They wanted to pull a face and say that the couplets didn't work, but they couldn't really open their mouths. Why can't you do it yet? Wait, I have more. Chapter 66, Your Majesty, do you see the standard of my kneeling? Chu Linger rose her small mouth, ready to speak again. To the piercing intestines hurriedly spoke out to interrupt. His dignity at the moment has been pressed to the ground to rub, and then let the other party to continue to say, then how can it be? No need, no need. Princess Yanla is a great talent. This is simply a divine pair. Divine pair. I'm convinced. Looking at the pair wearing intestines this way, Lu Qingshu as several people heaved a sigh of relief, and then looked at Chu Linger this little girl. All became solemn respect. Unexpectedly, an 8-year-old child not only had a high talent for swordsmanship, calligraphy, art of war, and cultivation. Nowadays poetry and couplets, after all, are superb. How could there be such an amazing person in the world? He's good at everything. Could it be? Is it true that she was born knowing? Did Mona forget to feed her Mona soup? Or maybe, it was because her father had fed her with a handful of that made her so powerful? Then the Shura king who had cultivated her into such a supreme talent, how high should his own strength and learning be? Wait, the Shura king is so powerful, he wouldn't have been fed with a handful of as well, right? Hiss, could it be that still has the effect of enhancing qualifications? Since Uncle Fatty thinks it's okay, then, shouldn't these two cheeky princesses fulfill their promise to become nuns? Chu Linger laughed thickly. In her heart, she didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards the Jin Feng duo. In her father's words, this kind of pretty-looking but snarky woman can't do anything but what I can do. Chu Linger also do not understand the meaning of this, and can do and cannot do. This is not a contradiction? Golden Phoenix and Fire Yunshi, two women face gloomy terrible, stammered but did not have a hand to shave the head. Seeing that the two were planning to play tricks, the straight-talking Zhu Jungsu instantly snorted coldly. What? Waiting for us to help make a move? You know, you guys came out here to represent both countries. If you don't do what you say, it will be hard to convince people of your two countries in the future. The two women were disdainful in their hearts, and I didn't make a deed that said I had to shave my head. So what can you do if I rely on it? Even if you tell the world, who will believe we made such a bet? But for this, Zhu Juniper was prepared. Only to see Zhu Juniper smiled sorrowfully, fished out a transparent crystal from his bosom, slowly walked forward to the two women and raised an eyebrow, said softly, "Heh, just now when the two princesses were betting against each other, I had long ago recorded the whole thing with a shadow retaining stone. The two princesses don't want today's events to be known by everyone, do they?" The smile at the corner of Zhu Juniper's mouth gradually perverted. Playing cheeky with him? A military man like him has been shameless for a long time. What dirty tricks haven't he played before? The two girls, Jean Feng, had darkened faces. What do you want? Don't the two princesses know what I want? Looking at the Zhu Juniper with that perverted smile, the two women shuddered. They don't want to shave their heads, but they know that by playing foul Zhu Juniper absolutely dares to cast images all over the continent. When that happens, they'll be really on fire, the two countries of Goldfire, and they'll be scorned by the world. You, count on it. The eyes of the two women were sinister, itching to abuse Zhu Jungsu. Under the threat of the other party, the two women had no choice but to take out their long swords and shave each other's heads, and looking at the field of green silk, both of them were dripping blood in their hearts. So, this is a nun, it's ugly. It's better to look good as a woman with hair. Chu Linger skimmed her mouth in disgust. These words were like a sharp sword that proofed into the hearts of the two women, making them both hard to bear. Chu Linger didn't care what they thought, and turned her head to look directly at the opposite intestine. It's my turn to come up with an epigram next, isn't it? Then listen carefully. This time I'll come up with an absolute written by my dad. Li Tai Bai, King Lingku, the white blacksmith, builds a red furnace, burns black charcoal, sits south to north and strikes something. At those words, the pair of pierced intestines trembled, and suffered a blow to their insides. The couplet, it's fantastic. A top couplet that spells out the character's location and occupation products, while incorporating the four colors of green, white, red, and black, as well as the four directions of southeast, northwest, and north into the couplet. Difficulty is still on top of the smoke-locked pond willow. How does this go right? He felt that he was afraid that he would have to live in Chu Linger's shadow for the rest of his life. Before the pair of pierced intestines could think about it, Fire Yunshi, who was on the side, screamed with a malicious look on her face. Quick, tell her to die. Quickly come up with the next couplet to kill her. If you can't even solve an 8-year-old girl, then you shouldn't return to the Fire Spirit Kingdom. To where Intestine's head also did not return, knocking the folding fan, face with a smile confidence toward the dragon chair. Seeing this scene, the crowd was flabbergasted. Could it be that the pair of pierced intestines could answer? Even Lu Qingxue frowned slightly, looking at the pair of pierced intestines with trepidation. As for the two Golden Phoenix girls, a smug and arrogant smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Their favorite thing to see is this confident and relaxed look on the piercing. But the next second, the duo's smiles froze on their faces. Poof! Your Majesty, do you see, is it standard for a herbrist to kneel? To wear intestines without any Wenhao baggage? A fawning face kneeled in the middle of the hall, towards Lu Qingxue worship. Lu Qingxue froze, and Gu Yanwu and the others were all confused. Pretty sharp. To the pierced intestine hurriedly arched his hand and worshipped. Your Majesty, give me a chance. How do I give you a chance? Lu Qingxue asked. A bitter smile was given to piercing gut, helplessness written all over his face. I didn't have a choice before. Now, I want to be a good person. Truth be told, Your Majesty is indeed a great talent for ruling the country with a woman's body. I've always admired Your Majesty, and my heart for penetrating gut is in gold, fire and ice. Several times I wanted to abandon my darkness and turn to Your Majesty, but I suffered from the lack of a doorway. Well, this time, the grasshopper utilized the trust of these two demonesses and managed to meet Your Majesty. I still hope that Your Majesty will fulfill me. Bowed heavily to the pierced intestines, his fat face solemn, looking as serious as he could be. He knew that as long as he was accepted by Lu Qingxue, he wouldn't have to cut his own throat to apologize. There was also no need to worry about being treated as an outcast by the two countries of Gold and Fire. As for pairing up with Chu Linger, he also wanted to, but his strength did not allow it. Right through the intestine, you dead fat pig. What the hell are you doing? Give this princess get up or you will be condemned to death. As the two Firecloud she girls watched each other's actions, they couldn't help but growl shrilly, completely losing their princess demeanor. The two women had an extremely unpleasant feeling in their hearts. In the face of the duo's questioning, he said nothing to piercing gut, but only put his head against the ground and kept it in a kowtowing position. Lu Qingxue frowned and her gaze went to Prime Minister Guanzhong. Tubby would understand, and after thinking for a few seconds, he nodded and shook his head with emotion. The road goes wide. Your Majesty, this guy can be taken in for a mop-up job. For one thing, the other guy's attitude is pretty good. Secondly, the other party is an enemy literary scholar. If your Majesty takes him in on such an occasion, and we manipulate and render him a little, don't you think this prestige will come? The title I have thought of. Shocked. The enemy scholar of letters traveled 1,000 miles to angrily offer 8 states of land. Although he is not as talented as Princess Yongla, he is still good to be used as an academy teacher, and can thus set off His Majesty's benevolence and generosity, don't you think? The Empress nodded. It didn't matter if the piercing was dead or alive, but it was possible to build momentum by utilizing his identity. It would greatly fortify her empire, and it would also deal a major blow to both gold and fire. Good. Since you have the heart to join me, then I will give you a chance. Minister Gu. I'll leave him to you to arrange. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Yanwu arched his hand and led the order, while his face was ecstatic at the piercing of the intestines. After resolving the pair of pierced intestines, the Empress held Chu Linger, who had jumped to her side, in a hug and made her sit on her rounded thighs. Linger, hard work. Hi, it's no big deal. It's just a poem and a couplet. It's as easy as killing 2 little lambs. Chu Linger smiled good-naturedly. Lu Qingxue affectionately scraped the other party's nose, and her heart was also overwhelmed with excitement. The bigger one's territory, the grander one's empire. Then the soft rice that one would receive one's husband to eat in the future would also be softer and more flavorful. Even if my husband is an ordinary man, with me, Lu Qingxue, I will make him an emperor for the ages. I'll cut down anyone who dares to blow up a prick. I, Lu Qingxue's man, cannot use this throne, but cannot live without it. I am his biggest background. Thinking of that ordinary man, Lu Qingxue had a warm face and her eyes were full of thoughts. After half a minute, when she looked up again, the smile on her face instantly turned into ice, and she looked coldly at the two missions. It's rare to see a change of face so quickly. The 2 princesses and the state master, willing to gamble, the 2 countries together 8 states, should be handed over to us, right? Upon hearing this, Jin Shang's few faces were as ugly as if they had eaten maggots. They no longer knew how to go back and face the people of the empire. Humph, the contract is given to you. We can afford to lose if we dare to gamble. It's just that, even though the territory is big, the Empress must have the strength to eat it. Don't lose them all again within a few days of arriving. Fire element threatened meaningfully. Li Chunfeng, unwilling to show weakness, got up and snatched the Heavenly Dao contract. None of your business. Give it to you. You, *******. Let's go. This isn't over. We'll be back. Fire Yuan was furious, and with a face of reluctance, he took 2 nuns and princesses, as well as a group of people and horses toward the Honglu temple. The Jinbei king in the corner, who gave Lu Qingxue a sinister look, also quietly retreated. He knew, the group had killer tricks yet to play. That was a move that could shake the foundation of the Ice Spirit Kingdom and even kill Li Chunfeng and Lu Qingxue, and it would not be used as a last resort. But right now, not using it won't work. As long as it came to fruition, then Lu Ji would be the yellow bird behind the praying mantis and would be able to sit back and enjoy the spoils. Chapter 67. The clan told me to book my trip first. What should I do? After a few people left, joyful laughter erupted in unison in the great hall. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to your majesty for winning 3 victories in 3 battles and acquiring a total of 14 new states under the 2 countries. My Ice Spirit Kingdom's territory will more than double as a result. Of the 5 countries, our Ice Spirit Kingdom is the largest. As long as we eat this land, I'm afraid that your majesty's dragon chi will grow to a terrifying level. At that time, stepping into the desolate stage will be a matter of course. Lu Qingxue's cultivation level was linked to the emperor's chi. The stronger the emperor's chi, the stronger the strength. This time, she estimated that breaking through from the late celestial rank to the middle desolate rank should not be much of a problem. With the Heavenly Dao contract in place, there was no fear of the 2 countries not handing over their territories, or else the Heavenly Dao would directly exterminate the 2 countries without her having to do anything. As long as eating the territory allowed her to make a breakthrough, she would have no fear of all the sects in the southern domain. Unexpectedly, a little girl picked up on the side of the road had actually become a blessing for her. A female emperor. All this credit is brought by Linger. I want to give Linger a piece of fiefdom, the scope of her own choice. Do you have any opinions? At those words, the crowd was shocked. Princess is a fiefdom, but like this own arbitrary territory, can really never set a precedent. If you set aside a few states, do you give them 2? It's a heavenly reward, to put it politely. As for opinions, who dares to have one? With Princess Yonla's merit and status, coupled with the Empress's current power, they had to rejoice when she stood on their heads and pissed on them. Seeing that no one objected, Lu Qingxue nodded in satisfaction and had someone take out a map of the empire. Linger, you pick. It doesn't matter how big you want it. Pick the land? What can I do with this land, mother? Chu Linger asked with great interest. Lu Qingxue smiled faintly. That is, if you draw a range out on the map, mother will give Linger all the land here as well as her people. Linger has the power of life and death over them, and all the officials are under your management. Investigating corrupt officials and appointing and dismissing officials, you have full power over them. In addition to the people live well, also have to Linger own management. For example, issued welfare tax disaster relief, those are under your control. In a nutshell, within the fiefdom spirit is the top dog, and all of them are your henchmen. Hearing these words, the ministers were all shocked. This is not a fiefdom. This is a fiefdom. Normally princesses' fiefdoms only enjoyed taxes and had no other powers. But Lu Qingxue was completely decentralized. Ostensibly a fiefdom, but actually a fiefdom. Chu Linger's eyes lit up. Isn't this what father said? A simulation game? I let my people live well, and my people bring me lots of resources. So much fun. Mother, I want to play. It's more fun than playing house. Chu Linger was young and didn't realize the benefits of sealing the country. Lu Qingxue favored nodded. Also did not count. An 8-year-old child playfulness is very normal. What does she know about the dynasty? Big deal. Just let Gu Yanwo take care of it and don't mess it up. Since Linger understands, you pick it yourself. Lu Qingxue pushed the map to Chu Linger. The other party stood on tiptoe and lay down on the map and looked at it carefully. And suddenly 3 words on the map appeared in her eyes. Recess Town. Wait, isn't Recess Hill where Daddy lives? If Linger takes this place, then this piece of land will be our family's land. Not only do we not have to pay taxes, but in the future, when Dad gets tired of farming, he can even go out and become an official. That's so nice. And will Daddy be happy when he finds out that Linger has become a big official? Mother, I want this town, and the mountains around it. Just this piece? Lu Qingxue frowned and looked at the tiny piece of land, and immediately waved her hand. Okay, someone come, allocate the entire sea state to Linger, my daughter. Can't be shabby. With an order, Guanzhong and Lu Biao, the minister of household, both of them arched their hands to receive orders. Lu Qingxue's gaze turned to Gu Yanwu and Zhu Jiangsu. I've added 14 new states to the land, and I'll hold a banquet for 3 days from today to celebrate with the nation. Hearing this, Chu Linger was overjoyed. Eating a seat, Linger's favorite thing is to eat a seat, and it's so nice to eat mother's seat. Lu Qingxue didn't know Chu Linger's thoughts, or else she would have been so filial that she would have vomited blood. In addition, the Secretary of the Ministry of War is responsible for sending troops and horses to take over the territory of the 2 countries. Pay attention to setting up defenses. Don't be counterattacked by the 2 countries after taking over the territory. One order after another was issued, and the entire operation of the big machine of the Ice Spirit Kingdom became busy. And those officials who had secretly defected to the Jinbei King, seeing that the Empress' prestige was so high at the moment, all of them also wavered in their stance. Lu Qingxue gave them a deep look, her heart cold. None of these people could escape, just waiting for the territory to be reorganized and for himself to break through to the middle stage of the desolate order. Then he would directly take action. Retreat. Compared to Lu Qingxue and the others who were celebrating their country, the envoys of the 2 countries, Jin and Hua, were not so happy. The group did not leave the Ice Spirit Kingdom after suffering a setback and losing half of the country. Instead, they went back to the Honolulu temple and prepared to conspire out loud. Abominable. What an abomination. The 2 losers, Shu Zhishan of the right piercing intestine, usually bragged about how powerful they were, but in the end, they couldn't do anything to a little 8-year-old girl when it mattered. Shame. This is a disgrace to both our countries. Jin Shang reached out and slammed a table, cursing angrily. As he was talking, Jinbei King Lu Ji brought the Lord of Miao Borderland, Miao Sanbu, and the Blood Sword ancestor in stride. More than a disgrace. You few are simply trash. How did you give this king assurances when you came? And what happened? Not only did she not weaken that, she also gave her such a big territory. In the future, when her royal chi is full, who can still fight with her? It's not enough to make things happen, but it's more than enough to make things happen. What a pig of a teammate. The first second he came in, Lu Ji sat down on his butt and arrogantly taunted with 1 foot on the table. You, unbridled, a mere Jinbei king, don't think that we won't dare to touch you just because there's a clan behind you. Our 2 countries are also supported by clans. Jin Shang, who was already in a bad mood, became furious at the other party's sarcasm. Lu Ji ignored the threat and naturally picked up a cup of tea and drank it. You can try your hand on me, and I guarantee you'll die of poison in the next second. Jin Shang choked on his words for a moment, rather scornfully glanced at Miao Sanbu, this old inbi, and finally forced down his anger and sat down. Humph, you didn't come here specifically to watch the fun, did you? It won't do you half as much good if we lose. And what are you doing while we're there competing against her? Where do you get off saying that to us? The corner of Ryu Sincerely's mouth curled up, and his eyes said playfully, I'm in a corner, providing you with moral support and encouragement. Ah, or what? Jin Shang Huayuan, as well as the two princesses, all snorted and covered their chests, nearly spitting blood in anger. The partnership between them was exactly like one person taking a beating while the others watched the show. Humph, do you think that is going to win? We've been so humiliated. Where do we have the face to go back? Originally, I had planned to settle this peacefully, but now that things have come to this, I can only use that last trick. If we don't finish them off before the other side annexes the territory, when Lu Qingxue becomes established, there will be no more opportunities in the future. At those words, Lu Ji laughed out loud. I told you guys to rough it out a long time ago and you didn't believe me. You didn't believe me, and now you have to resort to this? Ryujin knew the other side's killer move, which was shaking people. That's right, when the two countries were annexed by the sect, the masters of the two countries took on the sect's mission, which was to share the Ice Spirit Kingdom without the sect's entrance, because there was an unwritten rule on the continent that cultivation sects were not allowed to intervene in the empire. The two sects didn't dare to do anything too obvious. However, the two clans were afraid that the Golden Spirit Kingdom and the Fire Spirit Kingdom would miss the target, and they also still gave a guarantee that if they encountered a difficult problem that could not be solved, they could send out a signal to ask for help. At that time, the ancestors of the two clans would put aside their faces and come with their experts, disguising themselves as people from the two countries to forcefully invade. Lu Ji also had the intention that as long as the two clan ancestors came, he himself would be able to immediately notify his own ancestor, Zhao Doju. At that time, the three parties will do it together, with the two countries intervening first. Even if the mainland law enforcement hall pursues it, their Jin Soul sect will not have to bear much responsibility, and with himself, the king, as an insider, he could certainly take the lion's share of the scramble. Although you can't swallow the empire alone, this is a great achievement for the clan, and your position will be secure as soon as the old ancestor is happy. Then don't hurry up. What's the point of dawdling? Lu Ji urged. Jin Shang and Fire Yuan snorted coldly as they simultaneously took out an extremely precious sound transmission stone and sent a distress message towards it. Not long after, the voice transmission stone gave a response, and when they heard the words inside, the faces of the two of them immediately became cloudy. What's going on? Two state masters? The two nun princesses asked in confusion. Jin Shang's gaze was dumbfounded. The old ancestor of the Tiani sect said that he's very busy right now, and that someone is kicking up a fuss in the sect. So let's register and book our trips first, and pay some filial piety to the sect in the meantime. Fire Yuan trembled and stared incredulously. It's too coincidental. Our artifact sect ancestor said the same thing. What's going on here? Who in the southern region dares to go to the two sects to kick the field? The crowd was all confused, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this time, however, a sound of gongs and drums came from outside the house, making the hearts of the people tighten. What's the situation? Could it be that the plan has been exposed and the Ice Spirit Kingdom is planning to strike first? You, go and take a look. Chapter 68, My Strength Comes from Elder Chu. Fire One gave an order to the guards. The guard darted away and dashed back a few seconds later. Your Majesty, there are no enemies, only dancing girls and fine wine, and it is rumored that the Empress is celebrating universally a 3-day feast. At those words, Jin Shang Huayuan let out a long breath of relief. So, it's a banquet. What a false alarm. That old man Li Chunfeng is not weak. We underestimated him. If he really brings experts to surround us, the trouble will not be small. The crowd nodded approvingly. Wait, you're saying, there's a banquet going on outside? Hearing this, Miao Sanbu brightened up and grasped the point. The guard nodded blankly. Ah yes, the banquet has just opened. And lots of pretty dancers. Miao Sanbu was overjoyed and threw away the black robe that was flooded with a grim aura, changing into a scholar's outfit like lightning. Ignoring the astonished eyes of the crowd, the ghost shouted and rushed out. Oh ho ho! Eat the banquet! You don't even call me for the banquet. Wait for me to come. Leave me an elbow. Though enemies, there is no enmity at the banquet. Come on, go on with the music. Go on with the dance. The crowd grimaced. This is the Heavenly Master? Is this the Lord of Miaozhong? It looks like a starving ghost anyhow. They suspected that, in a real fight, They were afraid that a banquet would be enough to trick this old Miao Zheng. Feeling the strange eyes of the people of the two countries, the Jinbei king was even more faceless as he covered his face and gritted his teeth to look at the Bloodsword ancestor. They don't have mats to eat in Miaozhong. Bloodsword shrugged and looked out of the house with a wistful expression. Fukat, wow. Maybe it's more fragrant to eat a seat. So what, alone is better than all. Old ancestor, I'm also going to eat a seat. You guys take your time to discuss. Let me know when you have a result. Live to eat more of other people's mats. Or if I accidentally burp one day, it will be someone else's turn to eat mine. After practicing martial arts all my life, I still can't enjoy myself? After saying that, he also disappeared in a puff of smoke in Honlu Temple. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched, and Fire Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Good. You're a really good helper, King of Jinbei. With the two talents of Wulong and Feng Daisy by your side, why worry about the uncertainty of the world? Ryujin exploded with anger. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Tianyi sect's dojo, it was a gathering of experts. The disciples of the sect formed a large formation, each of their internal forces erupting in strict anticipation. Wei Chuankong, who was an old ancestor of the Tianyi sect, impatiently threw the sound transmission stone in his hand into his pocket. Mud. What a bunch of losers. They can't even handle a trivial matter. Exactly. And I don't know what's the point of keeping them. The old ancestor of the weapons sect, Mei Qianhua, similarly put away the sound transmission stone and grumpily cursed a few times. After cursing, the duo raised their heads and looked towards the sky in front of them with their weapons in hand. In the sky, Zhao Doju, drenched in blood and with ferocious eyes, was leading Patriarch Firemire, as well as thousands of disciples ranging from the Xian rank to the Earth rank to the Heaven rank, and were blocking the mountain gate. On the ground under Zhao Doju's feet, there was also a dense pile of elite disciples from the Tianyi sect and the weapons sect lying on the ground. Zhao Doju, you are so unbridled. Last time, I let you escape back by a fluke, but I didn't think you'd still dare to come over. You're beating a lantern in a thatched room, looking for death. This is my Tianyi sect's dojo. Do you think my Jinzong Grand Formation is vegetarian? Today, the two of us will definitely tell you to have no return. After I kill your master and disciple, tomorrow will be the day your soul-suppressing sect is destroyed. Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua both roared with their voices. Looking at the ground of corpses, the duo's eyes were bloodshot, and a murderous aura filled half of the sky. I didn't expect that this Xiaodiju would be so unethical about martial virtues that he would be able to lay his hands on the sect disciples as well. It's so underhanded. In the face of the duo's threats, Zhao Diju had a scowl on his face and smiled disdainfully. You guys have the face to say that I'm being naughty? You guys took advantage of my Jin Soul sect's disciples going to the toilet and threw firecrackers into my Jin Soul sect's latrine pit. So you're not cheap? You guys are simply cheap. A hallowed formation Dao sect, actually laying a formation up to my sect's outhouse. Is it trying to force my disciples away so that they can steal and eat it? Today, I will seek justice for the in the latrine, as well as the maggots and my disciples. Mei Chuankong's face was stagnant. This is not to allow the disciples to practice the newly learned formations. After all, practice is the best way to learn. After so many years of hostility, this is a small scene. Don't be so serious. I'm serious, you grandma's leg. Go eat. Zhao Deju roared, and with one hand, a 2-meter-long crescent moon blade appeared out of thin air. Drink! Gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, he bellowed and came in for a shirt-busting show, revealing his firm, bulging muscles. Swinging his large sword, he transformed into a 40-meter-long blade and rushed towards the two of them like a stunning sword. At this moment, the cultivation of the late stage of the Desolate Order erupted, and his aura shook the disciples behind him backward by a dozen meters, all of them falling to the ground. The strength of the power is evident. Before Zhao Deju's attack arrived, Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua felt the harshness of the attack, as if it could cut their cheeks through the air. There was even a hint of distortion in the surrounding void. The two of them were shocked. If they let this strike fall on them, they would either die or be injured. Zhao Doju, do you really want to start a bloody war because of a piece of? Seeing that the other party's attack did not half converge, Wei Chuankong's eyes flinched. Not good. This old fellow has recently increased his strength again. No wonder he dares to come over here with great fanfare to find out what's going on. Quickly, old Mei, let's join forces and kill him together with the Grand Formation. Please call me Old Ancestor Mei. Don't be so damned as to say Old Mei on the left and Old Mei on the right. If you don't know, you'll think I'm your oldest sister. Mei Qianhua cursed angrily, but his hands were unambiguous. The duo knew that they were no longer Zhao Deju's opponents in terms of strength, and right now, they could only rely on the Tianyi sect's formations to have a chance of decapitating each other. Formation up. In the nick of time, Wei Chuankong quickly formed a seal. A burst of light flashed across the Tianyi sect's earth, and the light extracted the power of the earth and melted into the two of them. In an instant the two men's internal strength skyrocketed. Feeling that ever-increasing power, the two of them swung out with the same strike. The moves clashed with each other, emitting a terrifyingly loud sound that shook the tops of the surrounding mountains and caused many rocks to fall. Dust rose in all directions, and the large trees on the hill were directly broken by the internal force, and a large, bottomless crack was even left on top of the earth. After a collision, heaven and earth returned to calm. The disciples of the three factions were dazed by the aftermath, and other than the heavenly ranks who could still barely maintain their stance, none of the others were able to stand up. Looking at the huge commotion, everyone's hearts and minds lifted, and they couldn't help but place their sights in the dust and smoke. Hiss, desolate rank big brother, terrifying as hell. That's right, old ancestor almost shaved my head flat with this 40-meter blade. Humph, this is nothing. Our Channy-sex old ancestor's internal power transformed into a horse is what's called a powerful one. I don't know, which side one? There was a gasp from the crowd. In the next second, a silhouette was blasted out of the dust and smoke and fell heavily to the ground. Pust, blood was waving in the sky, and when the crowd fixed their eyes on it, it was actually Zhao Doju, who had the highest and deepest cultivation among the three. Seeing this scene, the faces of this group of people from the soul-suppressing sect all sank, their nerves taut with worry. Ah, master, how are you doing? Fire Charmer was shocked, leaving her opponent behind and swooshing down to land on the ground, heading straight for Zhao Doju. As the dust settled, the arrogant laughter of Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong resounded. Ha ha ha, Zhao Doju, ah Zhao Doju, on my home turf, who are you to fight us? Could it be that this is your first contact with my Tianyi sect? Don't you know that my sect protector formation can't be broken even by an expert at the peak of the home rank? It cannot be broken unless it is at the Zeus level. This is the root of my founding religion. How dare you come up here without knowing what you're doing? The duo's faces were all teasing, looking at Zhao Doju on the ground as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Ahem, I'm fine. Phantom, get out of the way. Zhao Doju wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and climbed up from the ground, lifting his head to look at the arrogant duo without a trace of fear on his face. This grand formation is really strong. Not bad, not bad. Not only is it not bad, this place is where you, Zhao Doju, will be buried. We were worried about how to deal with you, but we didn't expect that we would come to the door ourselves. Who gave you the courage? The corners of their mouths curled up as they drew a dragon with their left hand and a rainbow with their right. An unrivaled internal force continued to solidify in the air, locking Zhao Doju in place. The two of them pushed their hands together, and their attacks erupted in vain, enveloping Zhao Doju and the group of soul suppression sect disciples on the ground. Looking at the earth-shattering attack, all the soul-suppressing sect disciples showed despair. They didn't understand why Zhao Doju came to die. In the face of that powerful attack, Zhao Doju was not shocked but pleased, his robes fluttering in the wind like a worldly superior. Didn't you guys ask me who gave me the courage? Today, old me will tell you that my courage was given to me by Elder Chu. Zhao Doju's face was pious as he knelt down and yelled like a pilgrim. Here's the knife. With a loud shout, the supine moon knife in Zhao Doju's hand was replaced with a kitchen knife. Seeing the plain and unimpressive chopper, Wei Chuankong and his duo froze for half a second before bursting into mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha, Zhao Doju, have you lost your mind? Fighting us with a kitchen knife? You think this is the god of cookery competition? This is playing with your life. Zhao Doju didn't say anything. His eyes closed and he gently swung out a knife according to the knife technique demonstrated in Chu Mo's recipe. Knife chop, cassoulet. Chapter 69. The Heartless Zhao Doju. I'm not done with you. This powerless blade that couldn't even kill a chicken. Yet it caused that duo, who were originally at an absolute advantage, and whose strength was even close to the peak of the Hong stage under the addition of the formation, to have a huge change in color. When a blade came out, time seemed to freeze, and the furious attacks of the two of them were as fragile as white paper under this blade. It was directly torn into pieces and annihilated into oblivion. Wherever the blade passed through, space crumbled by inches, and the duo could even see spatial fragments. A terrifying and incomparable blade intent shot straight up into the sky, killing towards the two of them at extreme speed. Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua looked at each other, their pupils filled with shock. A sense of powerlessness hit the bottom of their hearts, and at this moment, in their minds, only one thought remained. This move is unrivaled. The two wanted to escape, but was locked. Chi escape cannot escape. Strong desire to survive so that the two once again swung a number of strikes, but were crushed by the saber ons with the destructive force. What? How is this possible? What exactly is this stance? And what grade of weapon is this? And why can it emit such terrifying blade intent? The two were powerless to resist, and could only watch the blade on, gradually enlarging in their pupils. Chuckle. As the blade passed, the shoulders of the two were chopped off in unison, and one of them dropped an arm, blood spraying out like a fountain. If the two hadn't forcefully twisted their bodies at the moment of crisis, I'm afraid that this blade would have ended the two of them. Ah, my hand! Damn you for my hand! In the next second, the entire Tianyi sect dojo could only hear the duo's agonizing wails. Looking at this shocking change, all the experts in the arena, no matter what rank they were changed by it. When they looked at the knife in Zhao Deju's hand again, their eyes were filled with fervor. Zhao Deju gasped for air, and his heart was also filled with shock. The power was beyond his expectations. However, although this knife-chopping Kasalean chopper is powerful, it also extremely consumes internal energy. He couldn't even swing 3 blades at this late stage of the Desolate rank. But it was enough. TSK. That's awesome. It's me who underestimated Senior's weapon. This is more than just being able to battle the Hong rank. It's simply killing in seconds. In the future, please call me Zhao Sanjie. If you can't carry my 3 daggers, then you don't have to fight. And if you can carry my 3 daggers, then you don't have to fight either. From the air by a knife chopping down struck into serious injuries Wei Chuan Kong 2 people, in the body of a succession of points, the blood will succeed in stopping. When he looked again at the knife in the other's hand, his eyes were filled with scorn and horror. To be able to emit such a shocking blade chi, and to be able to defeat 2 temporary Hong-ranked powerhouses in seconds, what kind of grade of blade was this? Zeus level? No, it can't be. Even Zeus level doesn't have this much power. Did you hiss? The two dared not think any further. This grade of treasure only existed in legends. Where on earth did this Zhao Deju get it? Damn it, why isn't this chance ours? The two were incomparably jealous in their hearts, and both of them understood at this moment that as long as the other party had a chopper in his hand, they would not be able to withstand it at all. Not even with the addition of the sect protector formation. Zhao Doju, we're all old geezers. We're all examples of clan disciples. What kind of a good man are you relying on a powerful weapon? Even if you win, the rumor will make you lose face. Do you dare not use this cleaver? How about we don't use the formation, and we have a good fight to decide whether we win or lose, and whether we live or die. Facing the enemy's agitation, Zhao Deju smiled shamelessly. He also put the knife in his hand and shook it off. Looking at the opposite duo's heart trembling with fear that Zhao Deju would come back with another knife. What? Trying to morally kidnap me? I'm sorry, but as long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. How much is cheek worth? I'll sell it to you by the pound. There's no point in talking. Today the 3 of us must die on one side. Die! Zhao Deju wailed from his mouth, waving his kitchen knife and rushing towards the 2 men. Seeing that the other party did not fall for it, Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua looked at each other and pulled out their legs to run. Where to run? Zhao Deju how willing to let go of the 2, with the knife and chased after them. He still understood the principle of taking advantage of his illness. After all, he was also an old 6 from the beginning. Between the 3 of them chasing and escaping, they ran for an entire day, not even knowing how far they had flown. From the eastern part of the southern domain, it has been across several states to the west. Even though Wei Chuan Kong and his duo were in a sorry state, they didn't forget to make occasional attacks to interfere with Zhao Deju between escapes. The sound of the 3 of them battling in the air was unending. Zhao Deju roared with gusto. This feeling of invincibility was too wonderful, simply ascending to the peak of life. Even as he passed through the nooks and crannies of the mountain, he was particularly unaware of it. On the mountain, Chumo was sleeping soundly, listening to the crackling sound that whistled through the sky. Chumo rubbed his eyes in confusion. Tramp, disturbing people in the middle of the night. I've seen horse shock, I've seen car shock, but this is the first time I've seen air shock. Are you guys Sikongjin? Worthy of being a cultivator? The thoughts are really avant-garde. When Linger helps me get my wife back, I'm going to try this out. Hee. After a lewd smile, Chumo will that sleepwalking sleep to the bed to the dog a kick to the bottom of the bed. Pull on the quilt and sleep again beautifully, leaving behind a startled, wide-eyed, confused white wind. Asterisk. How did I sleep on the bed? This big guy, smiling so lewdly, he shouldn't be on me. Hiss. He even spared the dogs, shucks, even the wolves. My innocence. How will you let me meet other wolves in the future? Oof. The night passed in a flash. That night, the entire southern region's cultivators knew that the Tianyi sect and the weaponry sect's ancestor had been whisked away by the soul-suppressing sect and fled all over the world. For a time, the might of the soul-suppression sect reached its peak. In the Tianyi sect, Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua, hiding under the table and shivering. Ancestor, where are you? The patriarchs of the 2 clans ran in and shouted. The 2 then shivered and stuck a head out from under the table. Where's Zhao Deju? Has he gone back? Reporting to old ancestor, the Jin Soul sect has withdrawn. Zhao Deju's internal strength was squandered and he couldn't lift his sword, so he left. The 2 patriarchs reported in shock. The 2 old ancestors breathed a long sigh of relief. It's good to be gone. It's good to be gone. Quickly reinforce the grand formation by 5 layers. Oh no! Reinforce 50 layers. The clan should also stop practicing offensive grand formations and give all of them to old ancestor point defense. By the way, that old piker didn't strike out at the disciples to vent his anger, did he? The patriarch nodded his head and arched his hand to receive the order, but did not retreat, instead looking at the duo with a desire to speak. That's not true. It's just that if you have something to say it. Don't be afraid with old ancestor here. After learning that Zhao Deju had left, Wei Chuan Kong and the two of them resumed the air of old ancestors a little bit. Waving his only remaining hand, he gestured for the other to continue. The Tianyi sect patriarch had a worried look on his face, reporting to the old ancestor. It's just that Zhao Deju has ransacked our treasure trove and has an extremely arrogant attitude. Even our clan's dog received 2 big BB pockets for barking a few times, and his face was swollen. If you don't believe me, I drew the portrait. The patriarch of the Tianyi sect took out the picture he had drawn of the dog being beaten. The two old ancestors looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Arrogant as you are, just don't do anything else excessive. The situation is stronger than the people. Bear with it. The patriarch wiped his tears. Aggrieved. That's even if it's not enough. On top of that, he even made the disciples squat in the pit and then sent people to keep throwing firecrackers into the pit. Now the disciples under our command are forced to experience the feeling of flying free. It's been pickled in flavor. The whole clan stinks so bad it's uninhabitable. And that's not all. He also blew up all our cesspools. Now there's no place to. Ooh, what can we do? Pust. Hearing this, Wei Chuan Kong and the two of them could no longer restrain themselves and a mouthful of old blood was spewed out. It's not necessary to destroy a man's latrine if you're going to kill him. That's tougher than killing your father and taking your wife. They swore they had never been so wronged in their lives. Come on people. Investigate for me. Make sure to find out where this old Inbi got the U-grade divine sword. And that magical sword technique as well. As long as we figure out where the knife came from, we can take our chances as well. If we don't get this breath out, old ancestors' thoughts can't get through. The two roared madly. The two patriarchs skimmed their lips and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Why don't you guys come out and beat when they blow up the toilet? Yes, disciple will go and check now. The two patriarchs had just left, when Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua's sound transmission stones, once again, came with a message. The two of them took it out and saw that it was still from the masters of the 2 kingdoms of gold and fire. Instead of hanging up this time, the 2 men roared at the sound stone. You guys, come on and clear my. Chapter 70, Your Highness. The ancestors and the clan will support you from behind. Honglu Temple. Looking at the sound transmission stone in his hand, Jin Shang Huayuan was confused. The old ancestor invited us to die quickly? What is this? Hiss, that's what I'm yelling from my side. Did we do a poor job and the old ancestor got mad? The duo looked at each other in disbelief and tremblingly put the sound transmission stone into their pockets. For a while, the two couldn't help but regret that they hadn't relied on this backer and lost half of their country. The heavens and the earth seemed to dim, and the two could no longer see the future. What to do? As soon as the words fell, a cultivator who was incredibly fast and still wearing the Jin Soul Sect's uniform descended from the sky and landed in front of the Jinbei King. Seeing that familiar messenger, the Jinbei King's expression was solemn as he pulled out 10 taels of gold and handed it over. Hard work. The other party took it and burst out with a smile. You're welcome, Mr. Liu. By order of Elder Hu, I've come to tell you some good news. The Tianyi sect and the weaponry sect were heavily defeated by our clan's ancestor. And now that the clan's top echelons are freeing up their hands, Elder Hu has asked me to explain to you that if you need any help, you should send a message to her. She will come with a large number of people since my clan's old ancestor is so strong. Nowadays no one in the southern region can stop my soul-suppressing sect, and to tell you secretly, the old ancestor has even a super strong person these days, enough to destroy the sky and the earth kind. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhizhi sucked in a breath of cool air. Even the two of them, Fire Yuan Jin Shang, were shocked while their hearts were confused. Something so big has happened and they don't even know about it? A heaven-destroying superpower? Your soul-suppressing sect even defeated our Tianyi sect and weaponry sect? What's going on? The messenger glanced at them and didn't hide too much. After all, with such a big commotion last night, the news would spread sooner or later. Truth be told, old ancestor Zhao Deju has voluntarily abdicated his position to become a supreme elder. The reason for this is because that powerful senior reluctantly agreed to become our clan's elder ancestor after his and the patriarch's repeated invitations. So with the casual help of the new old ancestor, the supreme elder, holding a divine weapon in his hand, easily chopped off one of the heavenly clans and artifact sect's old ancestors, and chased them down for 100,000 and 80,000 miles. Elder Hu said that if you want to do something, Elder Liu, you can do it with all your might. and that the Supreme Elder and the sect, as well as that mysterious senior, are all your backing. They will definitely cover you. After hearing these words, Lu Ji was overjoyed and his back straightened extraordinarily. Now he looks at everyone like a person who inserts a label and sells his head, with his nostrils turned upward in triumph. The sect had a super-duper man sitting in their midst, so wouldn't they be a dominant force in the southern region? In that case, what the hell do I need allies for? I'm flying solo, and I've got the empire all to myself. If it was done correctly, perhaps it could even eat the two countries of gold and fire after eating the Ice Spirit Kingdom. I, Lu Ji, will become the emperor of the southern region for the ages. Ha ha ha. This senior brother, it's really troublesome for you. I hope you won't excuse me for a small token of appreciation. Lu Cheng took out some more gold, as well as a crystal-clear spirit stone and handed it over. Seeing this, that soul-suppressing sect disciple took it with a smile. Who would come to deliver mail and run errands if not for the sake of resources? One tael of gold in the secular world was enough for an ordinary family to live for more than a year, and he got 20 tael for delivering a single letter. Plus there was also a precious and incomparable spirit stone. Blood money. By the way, this senior brother, please go back and inform my mother. Tell her that I need support. Say that her son is being bullied and humiliated every day here. Holding back his anger. Even an 8-year-old child dares to put on my head. Now the gate dares not go out, nor dare to breathe. Let her bring someone to help me quickly. The matter is urgent. And it is late. Lu Ji knew that once Lu Qingxue ate the one territory these days, she possessed a huge dragon chi and national fortune to protect her body. I'm afraid that even if the Supreme Elder of the soul-suppressing sect was deployed, he wouldn't be able to break through the national fortune guard and thus kill Lu Qingxue. So all she could do was hurry up and sell her mother on bringing someone over for a quickie. As for that mysterious strongman, that was an existence that even Zhao Deju had to respect, and he hadn't even considered asking the other party to make a move. Good. Your Majesty can rest assured that the words will be brought to you. After the messenger answered, he turned into a stream of light and shot straight up into the clouds. As the messenger left, a silence fell over the room, and several people looked different. Lu Zhenji felt unprecedented spirit, as if the river and mountain are in control. On the other hand, Jin Shan Huayuan, as well as the two princesses, were frowning with regret and worry in their eyes. I see, no wonder when the summons for help was sent yesterday, the old ancestor would say that someone was kicking the field. So it's all because the soul-suppressing sect has hit the door. Most importantly, the two clans combined still lost so miserably, and actually invited us to die afterward? Outrageous! The duo let out a sigh of relief. Now that they had no backing, they didn't know how they would be able to reclaim their territory. Had I known that these two clans were pulling so much, I shouldn't have listened to their encouragement, and the duo's intestines repented. Now that Lu Ji, who was looked down upon by them and even treated as a second-generation ancestor, has become their life savior. Your Highness, then what do you think of our cooperation this time? The two put their postures extremely low, but Lu Ji was full of disdain. Oh, cooperation? What cooperation? Is there cooperation between us? Don't start rumors about me. Be careful, I'll sue you for slander. I'm the rightful prince of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. I'm just here to have a seat and watch the fun. After saying that, Lu Zhenji laughed up to the sky with his hands behind his back and walked towards the outside. Looking at this situation, it seems that he is also ready to go to eat a banquet to celebrate. Upon hearing this, Jin Shang Fire Yuan and the two of them frowned. With two people's experience were not understand. This is the other side has a big background. Floating. So the two of them, the losers, no longer deserve to work together or share territory. Thinking about this, the two countries showed a bitter face. If the territory is not taken back, then the fortunes of both their kingdoms will decline. Inevitably, they would be eaten up and swallowed up by the Ice Spirit Kingdom, the Wood Spirit Kingdom, and their ally, the Earth Spirit Kingdom, with no crumbs left in the end. The two of them would also be reduced to 1,000 sins, something they did not want to see. Right now, if they wanted to salvage their defeat, then they could only find a new backer, and now the three major sects were only left with the Jin Soul sect. So, the two exchanged a look and nodded. Isn't this Lu Ji right now the equivalent of a rich second generation who is stupid and has a lot of money? AI. Your Highness wait, Your Highness wait, Your Majesty, you are so majestic and handsome. You are really a dragon and phoenix among men. I happen to know how to tell fortunes. I have just done a fortune telling for you, and it's no surprise that you will soon be crowned as the emperor. When you ascend the throne, you will definitely need vassal states, right? Although we two old men are old, we are willing to look up to your majesty and saddle up for you. If you say go west, we will never go east. Moreover, every year during the new year, there are affiliated countries coming to pay homage. Isn't this a great way to gain face? Which emperor of the Ice Spirit Kingdom has this kind of pattern and style? The two of them immediately dropped their postures and nodded their heads with a fawning face at Lu Ji. Hearing these words, Lu Ji's footsteps lurched and he turned his head with a raised eyebrow playfully. Oh, is this what the two of you want? Or what the two countries want? It seems good. It's just that. Why does this king disbelieve it so much? It can't be a lie to this king, right? The two were bitter inwardly, but their faces still had to wear a far-fetched smile, thinking that they were also a country's national teacher, an existence that shook the four directions. Even more so, he ran majestically, trying to expand his territory. It turned out to be. This, of course, is what our two countries mean, as state masters, and with the princess present, plus the fact that the emperor has also said that he has given us full responsibility. We can completely represent the two countries. Your Highness, you can rest assured that as long as your Highness nods, we can immediately sign a treaty of vassalage and guarantee to pay tribute year after year. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji laughed out loud, extremely satisfied with the two old men's attitude. You two are quite capable of stretching yourself. He. What the king said is true. A man should be able to bend and stretch. The two nodded in agreement. Lu Ji's face was cold as he looked at the two of them mockingly. Humph. It's not a man who can stretch and bend. That's a cocksucker. A real man is a man like this king, who would rather die than fold his arms. This is a good man who stands on top of the world. Since you guys said you'd be my vassal state, but this king hasn't seen any sincerity at all. This is hard for me too. Ryu sincerely looked embarrassed and rubbed his fingers together vaguely. The duo's faces turned blue, but they still had to hold back their anger and cater to him with a smile. Yes. After saying that, the two of them pulled out their storage bags and took quite a few precious treasures. Another wink to the two beautiful princesses. The two women laughed miserably, although inwardly extremely reluctant, but for the sake of the country also had to be resigned. Towards Lu Ji paced it up, whining and pampering. Your Highness, we, the two of us, would like to serve your Highness? And only ask, Before the words were finished, the two women were pushed to the ground in disgust by Lu Ji. Mo, take a beating, old man. Is this the sincerity I want? Since you don't know any better, forget it. With this king's future status, there are plenty of people to follow. Chapter 71, I'm so old, and I'm still suffering from this calamity. Jin Shang Huayuan looked at each other in dismay, not realizing that this king of Jinbei was actually unmoved by female color. Even two such good-looking princesses are too much, although there is no hair, but the two women's body looks are one of a kind. This turned off the lights are not all the same enjoyment. He doesn't want this, he doesn't want that. What does he want? Aha, what does the king mean by this? The two of us are old. Our brains are not flexible. We don't quite understand a bit. I hope your majesty will clarify. The two of them arched their hands, their eyes subtly sizing up Lu Ji, trying to see something on his face. If the situation had not been stronger than the others, would they have stooped so low in their position? The king of Jinbei snorted coldly and impatiently pushed Jin Shang, who was very close to him. Stay away from me. The king doesn't like people getting so close to me. You, wait. Before the words were finished, the king of Jinbei looked at his hand in surprise and shook it again out of thin air. It was only when his eyes lifted that he realized he was pushing on the other man's chest. In the next second, the Jinbei king's eyes were filled with greed and joy, as if sizing up prey. He stared at the two old men, Jin Shang and Fire Yuan, with a deadly stare. TSK. I can't tell. The pecs are quite strong. Not bad. Very good. As he said that, Lu Ji went up to his hands and touched and patted the two old men's chests. That greedy and eager gaze startled the duo to the point that their hair stood on end and goosebumps instantly covered their entire body. They felt as if they, themselves, had become little lambs in Lu Ji's eyes. The two bounced out 5 meters away in a backward jump, looking at Lu Ji in horror. Should he be, hiss, King, your majesty, you, what are you doing? Want, Kim sang Fire 1, winky face, faced with such a scene, even though the two had experienced great storms, they could not help but panic. A bizarre scene appeared in the room, and every time Lu Ji took a step forward, the two state masters took a step back in terror. Between one advance and one retreat, he had reached the corner. Your Highness, calm down. We are all men. I know we're both men. I just wanted to see your firm pecs. Take it easy. Here, let me conk. Ryu sincerely licked his lips and held out his guilty hand. Jin Shang Huayuan's pupils widened violently, covering his chest in shock as he roared. Asterisk. Help! The two were still counting on Lu Ji's help to get the country back, and did not dare to make a move against him. One can only hope inwardly that the bastard is a normal person, and can have some scruples to withdraw his hand back. Jia. The more you resist, the more excited this king will be. Seeing this scene in front of them, The two state masters could only use their internal power to protect their bodies so that Lu Ji couldn't touch them, despairing to the extreme inside. Could it be hundreds of years of innocence, unprotected? Even the two bald princesses next to him had a bad chill and couldn't help but shiver. The two of them formed a curtain of light with their inner strength, and Lu Ji was not allowed to advance an inch. His face suddenly pulled down. You two kingdom masters, you don't want to be unable to recover your land, do you? With a single sentence, Lu Xinjin held the two old men to death. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan glanced at each other, bitter inside. After hesitating for a long time, the two of them had to withdraw their inner strength in order to evening their thighs. Your Majesty, be self-conscious. Let's go to our room and study how we got our muscles so big. Consider yourselves if you want the king's help in reclaiming the territory. I'll give you 1 minute. You'll be late. The corner of Lu Ji's mouth curled up as he turned around and opened a room. Stepping inside, Jin Shang and Hui Yuan gulped. The back door could not help but tighten. The two of them looked at each other and gritted their teeth to make up their mind. I don't think there's such a disgusting person in the world. Is there? He said he was just studying how muscles are built. Why don't, for the sake of the country, for the sake of the greater good, let's go in and talk? The two exchanged comments and looked up at Ryu Shang. Your Majesty, is it true that the two of us will come in and teach you how to exercise so that you can return our territory when you ascend the throne? Willow sincerely, holding a cup of tea, found a belt from somewhere and put it in her hand, weighing it constantly. Eyes flamed as they looked back and forth at the two state masters. Oh, come in first. As for the territory, later. The corners of the mouths of Jin Feng and Fiery Yunqi outside the room were both twitching madly. Beast! Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? While the two women had sympathy for the two state masters, they also felt grateful for themselves. If it were not for the fact that the other party was not close to women, they would have been coerced and robbed. The door to the room creaked open as soon as the duo's words left their mouths. Ryu sincerely stepped out of it. Not bad. Don't worry about it. When this king ascends to the throne, the rewards belonging to you will definitely be few and far between. As for reinforcements, they will arrive in 3 days at the latest. Ha 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 ha. Ryu sincerely left with his hands behind his back and a big smile on his face. Seeing this, the two girls, Golden Phoenix Firecloud She, hurriedly rushed into the house, only to see the two state masters, just like a little girl, pulling the quilt to cover their faces and crying. Ooh-hoo. Seeing this image, the heart of the two Jin Feng women was in awe. Not knowing how to comfort them, they could only let out a long sigh. Alas, the two state masters, they have given too much for the empire. Our two countries, we really can't apologize to the state master. Two people do not speak, okay? This opening, two old men crying more than dead parents. That's a poignant call. Woohoo, the fortune teller said that there was a hurdle in my life at the age of 300. I thought it was the grave being plowed, but I didn't realize that I guessed wrong. At such an old age, I actually suffered this great calamity. We thought he was going to say something about the kingdom later, but we didn't realize it was actually later. We're unclean. Unclean. Golden Phoenix Firecloud She. Amen. Compared to the two of them, Jin Shang and Hui Yuan, who were crying in pain. On the other side, Lu Qingxue had just retired from the court, with Li Chunfeng and Zhu Zhengzi Gu Yanwu a few, just finished eating the seat of the guy, straight to the sword pavilion. Your Majesty, the matter of taking over the country, the last general has already arranged it out. Huang Fusong and Lu Ji have already traveled to the two countries to make the handover, and with the Heavenly Dao contract in hand the two countries won't play tricks. It is expected that within 3 days, the mission can be completed, and as for the two armies, it may take 5 days for all of them to withdraw. Zhu Zhengsu, the secretary of the Ministry of War, followed behind and reported with an arch. Lu Qingxue nodded. Huang Fusong and Lu Ji is also one of the 3 masters of his ice spirit country. The ability is very outstanding. Have them to do things, Lu Qingxue, rest assured. As soon as possible. Late is late. Just wait until the territory is in my hands. I can proceed to break through the desolate rank, and then immediately impact the middle rank. If the State Master and Divine Dr. Sai also break through, then the strength of my Ice Spirit Kingdom will double, and even if the 3 clans gather together, I will be able to even the odds. As for that King of Jinbei, I can also have no fear, and directly take action to eradicate him and those party members, and give the court a major blood change. Upon hearing this, Zhu Juniper naturally knew the urgency of the matter. Your Majesty, then I will send someone to rush the Huang Fusong duo again. Oh yes, mentioning the clan, the last general has something to report. Lu Qingxue frowned slightly and turned her head to look at him. What is it? But there's no harm in saying, last night the old ancestor of the soul suppression sect, Zhu Zhengzi, sighed and reported the first-hand news he had gotten to the Empress in every detail. After hearing this, Several people's faces immediately became grave. What? Zhao Deju broke through to the late stage of the desolate rank? And also forcefully defeated the remaining 2 clans? This is all, indeed, unexpected for them. According to the original plan, Zhao Deju's strength was no more than the middle stage of the desolate order, so they could just ignore it after collecting and organizing the territory. But now, it seems things have changed. Hiss, Your Majesty. Things are not good. It seems that the old minister must make a breakthrough with that fellow Ouyang Mingri, in a hurry in these few days. Only by breaking through the desolate rank, along with Linger's precious sword, we might be able to fight against them. Li Chuanfeng's eyes were solemn. The Empress nodded. Good. When the time comes to make a breakthrough, I will protect the 2 of you. Between the several people talking, they had already walked to the sword pavilion. Inside the sword pavilion, Chu Linger was lying on her desk, not knowing what to think about. The valiant Shang Guanyan, on the other hand, sat on the sidelines, curling her fingers to play with the handful of hair in front of her forehead. Upon seeing Lu Qingxue enter the door, Chu Linger instantly jumped over with joy. Mother! Looking at the little girl's lively appearance, Lu Qingxue's heart haze is swept away. The mood is much better. What's Spirit doing on her desk? By the way, where's your big brother Ouyang? Hearing the question, Chu Linger flattened her mouth in distress. Linger is working on the test paper given by father. Father is bad. I hate him. It's better to let him be a bachelor for the rest of his life. As for big brother, he seems to have gone ash picking. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng and Zhu Zhengse Gu Yanwu looked at each other and exclaimed with a tactical backward glance. What? The ashes? Which house is this old man ashamed of? Chapter 72, King Shura's examination paper. It's not ordinary. Oh, big brother is picking the dust off my mother's house. He does it every day. Several times a day. Hearing a few people ask, Chu Linger smiled innocently. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng and Zhu Zhengse several snapped their eyes wide open, revealing expressions of disbelief. What? This old man, Sai Hua Tua, who is so handsome because of his good looks, has come to His Majesty's house to steal the dust? Hiss, he's so horny. Just as a few people were about to go and raise an accusation, a silhouette outside the house walked in. How is it possible? Why is it like this? It's obvious that this elixir is potpourri, but why don't I feel the power to detoxify the poison? Could it be that I'm not eating it the right way? The crowd glanced sideways at the sound, only to see Sai Hua Tua walking in from the outside with half of the bitten-off elixir in his left hand and a pot of pitch-black potting ash in his right hand. The eyes were blankly puzzled, and the mouth kept mumbling something over and over again in a fiendish manner. That originally handsome, white face was now dark with pots of gray. It's more pure than even Pao's black. Seeing this scene, several people froze. Skimming ash from the bottom of the pot? It turns out that what Linger said about picking up the ashes is actually real picking up the ashes? For a moment, a few old men couldn't help but feel flushed. People's little girls were so innocent that people like themselves actually thought, ahem, what are you doing? What's the use of hugging pots of dust all day long when you don't cultivate hard and strive to carry the enemy for me after your breakthrough? Li Chunfeng frowned and blocked in front of Sai Hua Tua. This greeting also pulled Sai Hua Tua, who was in the midst of a contemplative walk, back to reality. Looking at the group of acquaintances in front of him, Sai Hua Tua grinned with his large white teeth. Oh, cultivate this matter is not urgent. I am selling my strength to you guys, not selling my body. Let nature take its course. When it's time to break through, it will naturally break through. It doesn't matter if the enemy comes. I'll fight if I can, but if I can't I'll run away first and come back to collect your corpse when you guys hiccup. Don't worry about it. After you die, your wife and I'll raise her. Hearing these shameless words, the corner of Li Chuanfen's mouth twitched. What kind of teammates are you? What? The ashes are ready, and this is going to dig a hole and bury me? Upon hearing this, Sai Hua Tu shook his head with a sad expression. No, I'm studying this elixir of Linger. Last time she didn't give me one to use for research. She can cure the Yen King's fury with a single pill. If I can't figure out the formula, I won't be able to sleep at night. I feel that, once I figure out the refining techniques involved, it will be a breeze for me to break through the desolate rank. It's just that, how this elixir looks like pot ash. I have also tried many kinds of ways. Soaking the pot ash in water, alchemy, external application, internal consumption. I have tried them all but none of them. Alas, the rest of my life, it is estimated that I will be pouncing on the top of the pots of ash. I have to say that the Shura King is really powerful. The district pots of ash can actually be utilized to the extent that it can cure 100 poisons. And compared to him my medical skills are really too shallow. Sai Hua Tua had a look of emotion on his face, and there was still a strong sense of frustration inside. He had spent so many days studying the pills himself, but, even if the pills were given to him, he couldn't even find half the way out. If you can't study it, just forget it. I'll have someone burn it for you when you die. There's plenty of time to study it. Right now the breakthrough is important. Li Chunfeng told Sai Hua Tua about the soul suppression sect. Sai Hua Tua frowned. But, if this matter of the heart isn't resolved, I feel like I can't meditate and cultivate. Seeing this, Li Chunfeng sighed. He also knew that Sai Hua Tua was obstinate in nature. And once he decided to do something, once he started, he could not pull back even 9 oxen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach the level of uniqueness in the southern region with his medical skills. If you really can't, you can prepare some Yama King's Fury and eat it yourself. Then try it with potting ashes. Anyway, you and Miao Sanbu are from the same school, so you can do what he can do. Li Chunfeng spat impatiently. A word woke up the dreamer. Sai Hua Tuo's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. Why didn't I think of that? What a great idea. You guys sit down for a while. Don't be polite when you're in your own home. I'll get busy first. I have a hunch that this wave of maneuvers will allow me to advance. After saying that, Sai Hua Tua disappeared in a puff of smoke while holding the bottom of the pot, leaving behind a confused crowd. Li Chunfeng took a deep breath and angrily cursed. Tramp, where did you get the face to say that? The sword pavilion is mine. You really don't see any outsiders. After cursing, a few people turned their heads again to look at Chu Linger, who had resumed sitting back at her desk. Linger, why haven't I seen you killing lambs in the past few days? You can't practice martial arts for 3 days. You have to stick to it. Otherwise your top-notch qualifications will go to waste. Li Chunfeng said softly, his attitude very different from when he spoke to Sai Hua Tua. He was afraid that his tone would be a bit heavy and scare Chu Linger. Chu Linger shook her head with a distressed expression. I don't have time. It's my father's fault for making me do the test papers. He won't let me go home until I finish them. The crowd looked at each other and all narrowed their eyes and smiled. A test paper? From King Shura? Oh, that's fine then. Go ahead and do it. Chu Linger, looking at Gu Yanwu's several heartless, and not helping herself to share her homework. Chu Linger exploded with anger. Suddenly, Chu Linger's mind flashed and thought of a good way to solve the test paper. Chu Linger's face was solemn, her small hands behind her back, and she looked at Gu Yanwu and Zhu Jun in a righteous manner. Ahem, 2 disciples you have been worshipping the master for many days, and the master has not even preached to you. This is quite a self-reproach inside. That's why today, the master is going to send you division tasks for training. Hearing this, Gu Yanwu Zhu Jungsa thumped inwardly, and a bad feeling surged to his heart. Next, Chu Linger opened her mouth. Here are 2 sets of test papers. Take them and study them, and try to finish them early for your master. Looking at the 2 sets of test papers handed over by Chu Linger, the duo's smiles froze. Can you still do that? This is your homework, not ours. That, senior, isn't this not quite appropriate? This is, after all, Elder Shura King testing you. That's right. I've never done a paper. I'm a reckless man who leads soldiers to war. You give me this specialty is not the right one. The 2 of them waved their hands back and forth. Chu Linger immediately glared with her big eyes, bulging her mouth and threatening fiercely. Humph. I don't care. This is my test for you anyway. The 2 of them helplessly took the roll and looked down, only to see a dense pile of words. 1 language and 1 math. Gu Yanwu took the language paper. Zhu Jungsa took the math paper. And the 2 of them looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Never mind. Since it's master's order, let's do it. I'm at least someone who was a general. I can count millions of troops. It shouldn't be hard to do the math, right? Gu Yanwu, have always given questions to others, and today it's actually someone else's turn to give me a test paper. The wind and water are turning. After the 2 whined, they sat down in their chairs and each lowered their heads in preparation for the questions. But after reading the questions on the test paper, the faces of the 2 of them, from helplessness gradually became gloomy, because they found, I can't believe I haven't seen these questions before. I thought they were easy, but it turns out, I don't know anything. This what it takes 3 hours to release water from pipe A and 2 hours to enter water from pipe B. How many hours does it take to release and enter at the same time? Holy, isn't this a lot of water? 1 in and 1 out. Don't you mind wasting it? Which brainiac came up with that question? Zhu Jungsa's heart was straight and he cursed. Gu Yanwu trembled and gave a big BB in shock. Mother asterisk. This is from the Shura King. You dare to scold him. Are you not looking for death? Being reminded by the other party, Zhu Jungsu also seemed to realize that he had made a slip of the tongue, and hurriedly looked left and right, and saw that there was no thunder falling from the 9 heavens, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Alright old pig, let's do it honestly. This exam paper of the Shura King, even Master Linger finds it difficult. Wouldn't such an immortal like being intentionally make a set of question papers difficult for his daughter? Do you think he simply wants to watch his daughter do the questions? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This move must have a deeper meaning. Besides, with our knowledge, where are the topics we haven't seen before? The reason why we can't read it is perhaps because we're not in the right realm. When we are able to comprehend the knowledge contained in the test papers someday, I doubt we can step directly from the heavenly rank to the desolate rank. Gu Yenwu stroked his beard, and in his vicissitudes and deep eyes, he revealed a glimpse of I have seen through everything. Perhaps, this was King Shura's test or promotion and training for their two disciples. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other, as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, and were instantly energized. Upon rereading the title, it seems to reveal something different. Chapter 73, Old Ancestor? That senior's name is Chu, and he lives in the recessed mountain. A little bit of time passed. Chu Ling'er handed over the test paper to Zhu Jun Gu Yenwu, then joyfully in Shangguan Yan, to the side to play with rag dolls. Inside the study, the empress was dealing with political affairs and planning the future map. Li Chunfeng was meditating on the first stance of the grass character sword technique with his eyes closed. Zhu Jungsu bit the pen, 10 fingers counting are fast counting cramps. That all kinds of boring and tricky topics let him headache incomparable. As for Gu Yenwu, his brows were furrowed as he worked on his language paper. What does it mean for a gentleman not to exalt a man by his words, or to invalidate his words? Oh, it's not so simple. To me, a great scholar, it's simply a child's topic. After reading the title, Gu Yenwu smiled wisely and prepared to put pen to paper. The moment the pen was put down, it suddenly paused. In his mind, he could not help but recall when Chu Ling'er taught him the whirligig language. Whirling dervishes? Confucianism? Wait, the questions that Senior Shura King has asked shouldn't be so simple. Allow me to think about it. When Gu Yenwu closed his eyes and thought about the whirling words, the old man with bulging muscles and a slate in his hand, it was as if he comprehended a lot in this instant. Hiss. Is that supposed to mean, move your fists and cut the crap with the guy who can't talk his way out of it? A gentleman is not powerful if he is not heavy. Meaning a gentleman has to hit people hard or he can't establish his authority? I get it. I totally get it. So that's what whirling dervishes are really all about. I, Gu Yenwu, knew that King Shura wouldn't take out the test papers for no reason. This is indeed an attempt to promote us disciples. Ha ha ha. Gu Yenwu had already seen his future, with a big sword in his hand, muscles all over his body, and never making noise if he could do it. This was his path of cultivation. There is an article in Confucian law that says, if you have the ability to do something, then you should learn the language. It turns out to mean that you can't read a book without a lean body and brawny strength. After comprehending the true meaning of Confucianism, Gu Yenwu's realm broke through once again and had reached the middle stage of the heavenly rank. This change of heart also looked at Zhu Jungsu with envy. Ha ha ha, I've made a breakthrough. Old pig, did you read what's inside? It's really useful. Gu Yenwu roared with excitement. Zhu Jungsu's face changed for a moment, scratching his head with some uncertainty. I seem to have discovered some secrets as well. You see, the title says that the triangle has stability. I've also learned a truth from this, which is that if you want to live in harmony with your husband and wife, you need to keep another concubine, so that the formation of a triangle will be stable. Do you think it makes sense? He. I'll go back and talk to my lady, and then bring back that concubine out there fair and square. Upon hearing this, the Empress and Li Chunfeng, who were on the side, both gave sideways glances with strange eyes. Gu Yenwu's face was even darker, his forehead veins popping. You're a ing talent. You just comprehended this? Zhu Jungsu's eyes narrowed, revealing the light of wisdom. Of course it's more than that. I have also discovered an unbelievable law that if one side of a triangle has a length of 3 and the other has a length of 4, then the length of the last remaining side is definitely 5, and vice versa. After hearing Zhu Jungsu's words, Gu Yenwu immediately took out a ruler and drew accordingly. Found out, it's kinda exactly what the other guy said. My goodness. Old pig, you actually found something so powerful? The corner of Zhu Jungsu's mouth curled up and he patted his chest proudly. He. I think, this must be some kind of heaven and earth law, and I was the first to discover it. So from today onwards, I will name this law, Old Zhu's Law. I can discover such a law. Do you see how good I am? Gu Yenwu's face closed and he waved his hand in disgust. Don't look. Disgusting. Zhu Jungsu. Just as Zhu Jungsu was gloating, Chu Ling'er's words came to his ears. Second disciple. My father told me about this one you're talking about. It's called the Law of Hooks. Someone discovered it a long time ago. Zhu Jungsu's face was bitter, and his mood was not beautiful. Yeah, this hooker guy is really fast. Ugh, forget it, let's just be honest and do the questions. Maybe there can be some other law for me to break through? Even old Sourpuss broke through. I can surely do it too. Just as the two of them were burying their heads in their papers, On the other side of the Tiani sect, they were also working on a big infrastructure. The two old ancestors of the Tiani sect and the weapon sect, both wearing masks, stood on the martial arts field, bitterly directing their disciples to rebuild the outhouse and septic tank. His grandmother, this golden fire and two kingdoms have only just defected to us, and they're actually unable to command, letting them bring people to clear. They actually unilaterally sanctioned us and cut me off. Pissed off old me. When this is over, I will go and clean up his two countries. How can it be when a dog but does not have the consciousness of a dog? The two were extremely dissatisfied with the attitudes of the two countries, gold and fire. Just as the two were discussing how to clean up the two countries, a stream of light descended from the sky and landed in front of them, fixing their eyes. It turned out to be the scouts that the two of them had sent out to inquire about the place where Zhao Diju's chance had been won. Reporting to old ancestor, disciple has inquired about where that precious sword of the soul suppression sect came from. What? Speak quickly. This Zhao Diju was able to defeat us greatly because he was holding a precious sword, and one of us even chopped off a hand. I can't stand it if this breath doesn't come out, old ancestor. Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua were ecstatic. If the two of them also had precious swords and artifacts, would they be afraid of Zhao Daju? When the time comes, I will definitely cut him into sticks to avenge the broken arm. According to someone in the higher echelons of the soul-suppressing sect, Zhao Diju went to a place called Recess Mountain twice some time ago. After he came back, not only did he himself break through the realm that had been troubling him for decades, even his disciple, Fire Charmer, followed suit. That sword seems to have been obtained from a mysterious powerhouse in the Recluse Mountain, and for that reason, Zhao Daju even ceded his position as an old ancestor and willingly became a Taishan elder. The scout reported respectfully, and after hearing his words, the two old ancestors' hearts fluttered and became a little nervous. What did you say? Zhao Daju has befriended a mysterious strong man? Is the news reliable? Old ancestor is reliable. This is information given by a senior member of the soul-suppressing sect. 99% of it is true. The scout nodded in response. These days whoever's clan hasn't had a few traitors planted in it has no face to say they're a big clan when they go out. Wei Chuankong's face changed for a moment. Obviously the news that the scout said was not what he wanted to hear. This mysterious powerhouse might completely upset the balance of the southern domain. Do you know the name of that strong man? He didn't call Oh, old ancestor asked for a name It seems like his surname is Chu. At that moment the scout didn't know what came to mind and then spoke. Oh right. Listening to that high level of the Jin Soul sect, this mysterious strong man didn't go to reside in the Jin Soul sect. They haven't even met him. It seems, the other party is still staying in the Recess Mountain. Hearing this, the duo frowned. Still in the mountains? You didn't go to the Soul sect? Wait a minute, you're an old ancestor and you're still not going to sit in the clan. Wouldn't this mean that the relationship between that big brother and the soul-suppressing sect wasn't all that good? Since Zhao Deju could go and get acquainted with that strong man, why couldn't he and the others? It is said that as long as the Ho dances well, there is no wall that cannot be dug down. Digging women is entertainment. Digging men is business. Surname Chu? When Zhao Deju fought us before, he said that his base came from Senior Chu. That's right. It must be him. Old May. Why don't the two of us go and take a look? What if that mysterious person also appreciates us? Wei Chuankong shouted excitedly. Mei Qianhua's eyes narrowed, but he shook his head. Mysterious and powerful people are generally eccentric in nature. Aren't you afraid that the two of us will be killed by that mysterious person in one fell swoop because we are too ugly? I think that for something like pathfinding, we two old ancestors should not do it ourselves. What are so many disciples under our command used for? Wei Chuankong froze and nodded thoughtfully. That's a good point. This method is very stable. Come on people go and invite the two patriarchs here. There are great matters to discuss. With a command, two peak heaven stage experts fell from the sky with a huff a few minutes later. The duo arched their hands and asked, Greetings, old ancestor. May I ask what instructions have been given for summoning us here? Here's the thing. Boobs and mimosas. Moses and Moses, you hear me? Wei Chuankong explained things briefly. The two patriarchs frowned, filled with doubt. Old ancestor, why don't you two go for this opportunity to meet a strong person? Wei Chuankong waved his sleeve robe and looked at the two of them in a serious manner. Cough. As an elder ancestor, you should give your juniors more opportunities to practice. We believe that the two of you can make it. This Qiankuan formation disc in my hand is my Tiani Sect's town treasure. The two of you bring it with you. Wei Chuankong pulled out an 8 trigrams array disc and solemnly handed it to the two of them. Mei Qianhua also pulled out a large fireplace and similarly handed it over to the two patriarchs. This is my weapon sect's town treasure. The Samadhi False Fire Furnace modeled after the divine weapon Samadhi False Fire Furnace. Bring it along as well. If that mysterious person isn't strong, then we'll just take his dog's life. To be able to pull the strings with Zhao Deju, He deserves to die regardless of whether or not that knife is his, because weakness is the original sin. If he's really powerful, then treat him respectfully. Explore how the other party's character is again, and come back to report with us. Remember, go and return quickly. Old ancestor will be waiting for your good news. Chapter 74, He's a superpower? He's a bit weak. After receiving the orders from the two elder ancestors, the two vice patriarchs arched their hands. After pulling out a map and finding the directions to Recess Mountain, he rushed up into the sky and disappeared into streams of light into the Tiani sect. Seeing this, Wei Chuan-kong nodded in relief. Now, the two of us will be waiting for good news. If these two boys can also get their hands on a supreme divine artifact, then our clan will be able to expand a bit more. Even, it's not impossible to enter the central region in the future. Mei Qianhua nodded slightly and stroked his beard. It is extremely. But have you ever thought of a question? If the artifacts only get one, will it be for you or for me? At those words, Wei Chuan-kong visibly froze. This seems a big deal. However, it was obvious that no one was willing to give in to a weapon that could defeat the Hong rank in seconds, and those who won divine weapons won the world. A truth they still understood. Mei Qianhua's eyes narrowed and laughed. Of course it's for me. My weapon sect has divine weapons in order to research that forging method. Big deal. I'll give you a desolate order supreme treasure as compensation. What do you say? We're brothers. We're all on the same rope. So I'm holding it just like you're holding it. Wei Chuan-kong laughed coldly. Humph. No how. Your wishful thinking is heard in the northern region. My Tiani sect is slightly stronger than your weapon sect. Of course I have to manipulate it. You said you were a brother. Shouldn't you let me be? The two were wide-eyed, and the atmosphere grew heavy. The plastic alliance flipped instantly when they almost choked each other at the drop of a hat. At that moment, the scout, who was standing on the sidelines, opened his mouth weakly. Nah, since the two elder ancestors are both brothers and are so insistent, then the disciple has spent a lot of funds before in order to spy on the news, so you guys can see that the funds, who is going to pay for it? At those words, the two of them had a blank expression and decisively reached out to point at each other. Find him. The artifact goes to me, and the debt goes to him. After all, a good brother can't rob everything. You have to leave one for the other. Scout. Half a day passed in a flash. Tiani sect patriarch Yang Feng, and weaponry sect patriarch Yu Hua. The two of them had finally arrived at Recess Mountain after a long flight with the treasure of the Jin clan. The duo flew in the air, their eyes constantly scanning below, their eyes sharp and pointed, like eagles. The duo frowned as they took in the overgrown look of the nook and cranny of the mountain. Yang Feng spat out a few words in dissatisfaction. Old you, do you think our old ancestor is sick? Where would any high person come from in these barren mountains? It's too desolate for ordinary people, let alone a high person living here. Maybe it's the soul-suppressing sect, digging up an ancient tomb somewhere, and then spreading false news to the outside, saying that there's a mysterious strong man here, pulling the tiger's skin to make a big coat. Even if there are strong people around, wouldn't it be more appropriate for an old ancestor to pay a visit than us juniors? After all, Ginger is still old and hot. Yang Feng didn't really believe in such things as there being strong people in Recess Mountain. What was the difference between a remote place like the southern domain and a barbarian land in the eyes of several other domains? The strongest martial artists are just like that. How can they hide their masters? Yu Hua laughed bitterly for a few moments. Since it's the order of the old ancestor, let's look for it. And didn't you find it? The air here is much better than the air in the sect. At least you don't have to smell that disgusting. You smell my robe and my hands. They're all pickled in flavor. Yang Feng took a deep breath and realized that there were indeed many trees here, but the air was also really fresh. Then look for it, went out paddling. After saying that, the two of them moved and flew over around the Recess Mountain again up, after circling around and around, not to mention the cave of a high-ranking person. Apart from the wild animals and the ordinary people who occasionally went into the mountains to hunt, not a single martial artist was seen. Just as the two of them were about to leave, suddenly Yu Hua's gaze was attracted by a small, inconspicuous house halfway up the mountain. Wait, old Young, look at that. What is that? A small courtyard in such a desolate place? There must be a demon when things go wrong. And outside that courtyard, it seems like a living person, right? Let's go. Let's fly down carefully and take a look. Hearing Yu Hua's words, Yang Feng followed his gaze and saw that there was a courtyard in the middle of the mountainside in the distance. The two exchanged a look, collected their breath and floated down carefully, coming not far from the courtyard and carefully observing it. Inside the courtyard, Chu Mo was holding a collar in his hand, and a piece of iron bone that he was constantly polishing. Beside him stood a lively, tail-wagging, very excited-looking husky. Don't be hasty, second dog. Don't worry, this is what I built for you. Are you afraid I'll rob you? What if I don't sharpen the edges in case the iron shavings cut you? I can't afford to take you to the vet. Chumo pushed Era away in disgust. As a quality dog owner, he understands his dog and needs a collar. But Era was so energetic that it was obvious that a normal leather collar wouldn't fit him, and spent the whole day either banging his head against the brazier or jumping around wildly. So, Chumo then spent a day building an iron one, and took the name, Tightrope. Looking at the plain and simple iron collar in Chumo's hand, Bai Feng was so excited inside that he was practically flying with joy. You great babies, tightropes and iron bones. This imperial prince will also have his own instinctive magic treasure. And it's still 2 of them. This is a U-level treasure. Among the 3 major demon clans in the extreme north of my land, the strongest treasure of the town clan is only a flood-level treasure. Compared to this collar, it is not a half a star. Even if, the circle it's a little ugly, but as long as he took it back, I'm afraid that Pops, he, would be crying and begging to take a look at it, right? I think that the royal son of the Ice Wolf clan, is here to condescend to be a dog? So hard to pull the bellows. And today I finally have a reward. Ow, 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 ow. White Wind was so excited that he roared wildly. Hearing the wolf howl, Chuma rolled his eyes and slapped the dog on the head. It's said that Era is closest to the wolf bloodline and looks the most alike. So it's true. There's no need to be so excited. Next time I'll get you an iron chain to make up a 3-piece set. As the dog of my Chumo family, you can't be shabby. Alas, I don't know when that old Zhao guy will come over. Last time he took my chopper and said he'd bring me wine. So far there's been no word from him. Chumo, who was guilty of alcohol addiction, couldn't help but spit it out. And in his heart, he cursed Zhao Dizhu 100,000 times. Bad old man bad. Take the baby and put up his pants and don't remember him. All of this happening in the courtyard was also caught in the eyes of Yang Feng and Yu Hua, who were hiding their forms in the sky. The 2 had superior ear power, and Chumo's whispering was all heard by them. Chumo? His surname is Chu? It seems like that senior that old ancestor handed over his surname Chu. Could it be him? Yang Feng's heart jumped as he asked in doubt. Yu Hua frowned and thought. This guy also mentioned Zhao Dizhu, saying that the other party took his chopper, and the weapon Zhao Dizhu used last time. It was a chopper, wasn't it? Remember I even mocked him a few times. Hiss, if I'm not wrong, he should be the senior we're looking for. It's just, the news says that he's not a superpower? Why is the other party only at the 7th grade martial artist realm, and has a useless dog? The 2 of them looked at each other with confusion in their minds. Couldn't figure out why someone who could take out a U-grade treasure sword was a 7th grade little scum, and why he was lingering in this nook and cranny of the mountain. This inner cannot help but make a muttering. Did not figure out before but also did not rush forward. At that moment, Yu Hua raised his eyebrows, and a light flashed in his mind as if he had thought of something. Do you think, could it be that this guy accidentally obtained a U-class treasure sword but didn't recognize it, and ended up being cheated by Zhao Dezhu, who was passing by? Zhao Dezhu may have felt bad in his heart and lied that he would come next time to bring him wine in exchange, after leaving and making a show of accidentally meeting a mysterious big brother to give a knife, so as to give the Jin Soul sect to create a kind of. There is a super strong backing image, so that the world as well as other masters dare not think of his precious knife? Chapter 75, Chu, we're here to take your life. After listening to Yu Hua's analysis, Yang Feng froze for a few seconds, then carefully observed a few more times, and when he was sure that Chumo really only had a 7th grade cultivation, he came to a sudden realization. Right, you have a point. This is a U-level supreme treasure. Something of legend. Having one out in the world is extraordinary. How could you possibly take it and give it away? He, Zhao Dozhu, is handsome and has 2 more sculptures, and it's rumored that U-level treasures protect their owners. So Zhao Dozhu couldn't snatch them. It must have been that Zhao Laolu who used a trick to cheat it out of this guy's hands. I told you that the mysterious strongman has become their soul-suppressing sect's elder ancestor. So how could he not go and live in the sect? No matter how bad it is, he has to go to the sect to show his face, right? But the Jin Soul sect's senior management has only been seen by Zhao Dezhu and Fire Charmer. This must be a joint effort by his master and disciple to deceive the world. What a deep mind. If we hadn't gotten inside information, we would have almost been fooled. Yang Feng was grateful beyond measure. It was good that his sect had sent the 2 of them. Otherwise, he had fallen for Zhao Dezhu's trick, thinking that he was really covered by a superpower. At that time, they would be terrified all day long, worrying that strong people would beat down their door to exterminate them, so much so that they would have no desire to cultivate. Then after that, their cultivation was surpassed by the soul-suppressing sect as a whole, and they were finally annexed. FFS, that's a horrible plan. The 2 men winced, their minds already brainstorming a shocking conspiracy. Since we know the truth of the matter, what's there to hesitate about? We should just go back and expose Zhao Dezhu's sinister face. But before that, let's first take this brat's dog's life as our old ancestor said. If it wasn't for his sword being tricked by Zhao Dezhu, Would our clan have suffered such a great humiliation? He is also an accomplice. Damn him. Yu Hua's eyes narrowed and he directly revealed his form, falling from the sky and landing in the middle of the courtyard. Not even bothering to walk through the gate, Yang Feng followed closely behind and also fell down together. The piker was the main cause of the damage to the clan. Even if the other party was no longer without the divine sword, the two hated Chu Mo with a passion. Sensing the movement behind him, Chu Mo turned back his head in confusion. When the Eye of Truth saw through Yang Feng's duo's cultivation, Chu Mo frowned. Cultivators? Two peaks of the heavenly order? What's going on? Why did you come to my house without a word? Could it be another guest pretending to be an ordinary person, just like old Zhao? Thinking of this, Chu Mo brought on a few smiles, patted the iron shavings on his hands, and got up and laughed. You too, may I ask if there is something you want to do in my humble abode? The house is simple. Why don't you come in and sit down? Hearing his words, and then looking at the other man's weak appearance, Yu Hua Yang Feng, two people inwardly determined once again. This is a 7th grade small scum, if it is really a master, and will not be so polite to the two of them, would have been a slap in the face. The faces of the two gradually became gloomy, their auras exploding with killing intent. Do, you have to go inside? I didn't realize that you're good with men, but your math is wrong. The two of us don't do it with men. Humph, to tell you the truth, today we are here to take your dog's life. The two no longer hide. Seeing this, Chu Mo's brows tightened. At this moment, he also realized that this visitor was not good. He didn't seem to have offended any cultivators, right? Sure enough, there were good and bad people, whether they were cultivators or ordinary people. Want to take my dog's life? Nah, my 2 dogs are lying there. Take them yourselves. Fetch and go. You're not welcome here. Trummer reached out and pointed to Era beside him. As soon as these words came out, the auras on Yu Hua and Yang Feng stagnated, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. White Wind also tilted his head and looked at Chu Mo with those blue dog eyes as if he was looking at him. It would like to ask, you damn have never read a book? What comprehension? Throwing their heads back, the Yang Feng duo stormed back to their senses. Tramp, we're taking your dog's life, not your dog's life. At those words, Chu Mo skimmed his mouth and gave the duo a despicable look. Mud, what's wrong with you? Didn't I let you take my life? I didn't stop you. But the two of them were spitting out fragrance, which made Chummer very upset. Chu Mo had his hands behind his back, his robes were windless, and he gave an inscrutable cold snort, like a supreme expert. Humph, giving you guys face? Just letting you take it, you didn't take it. Now you want to take my dog's life. It's not that easy anymore. I, Chu Mo, am not one to be bullied. Seeing this stance of Chu Mo preparing to make a move, the duo's hearts flinched. Could it be that this guy is pretending to be a pig and we're looking the other way? Is he actually an expert? Just as the two of them were beating a retreat, they saw Chu Mo, who was all righteous, step back and protect Era to his body, and then he angrily pointed towards the duo. Dare to trespass on people's homes? Get on. Give me a bite to kill them. I'll give you an extra meal tonight, with a chicken leg. Seeing this image, White Wind's wisdom-like eyes revealed a look of contempt. Chu Mo, however, didn't feel the slightest bit of embarrassment, but instead opened his mouth with a straight face. What are you looking at? Your master. I got to where I am now by 3 things. Enough of a wimp, not being righteous, betraying your brothers. If you're told to go, you go. Don't be such an ass. Chumhum kicked second dog and didn't worry about it too much. This dog, because it was given by the system, was obedient in front of him, but it was undeniable that the dog's true realm was the desolate rank. The wasteland ranks against the 2 heavenly ranks is still a dog's play? Hearing Chu Mo's words, Bai Feng was shaken. Wimpy? No honor? Selling out your buddies? Shagasan. So this is the senior's way of dealing with the world. White Wind remembered. In the future we'll certainly take these 3 as the principle of dealing with the world. It seems that senior is using the enemy's hand to teach me the true know-how and reasoning of mixing in the Jianghua. Sure enough, this is a good senior, nurturing me at all times. There are only 2 heavenly rank scums. This senior can solve them with a wave of his hand, but he left it to me to deal with them. I'm afraid that he doesn't want to see the results of my recent cultivation, right? Since this is the case, how can I, White Wind, not put on a good show? White Wind got up, and in the racial principle that a lion fights a rabbit with all its might, put the polished dog collar on the ground and shook his neck. The desolate order's aura exploded, and a cold aura glowed in his eyes as he killed Yang Feng and the 2 of them. Today, let you and the other scum try the racial skills of my Ice Wolf clan. Savage, punch. The 3 fires in front of Bai Feng's forehead lit up, forming a terrifying curtain of light that enveloped him. White Wind's 4 claws stomped with force, toppling his head and charging straight at Yang Feng, Yu Hua and the 2 of them. Feeling the aura on the dog, Yang Feng and his duo were shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Desolate rank? How is it possible that a 7th grade martial artist has a dog of the desolate rank? Hiss, wait. This doesn't seem to be a dog. It's from the Icefield's Ice Wolf. Worry. I've kicked the bucket today. Old you. Quickly sacrifice your treasure to finish it off. The duo of course knew what kind of existence the Ice Plains Ice Wolf was. It was a very ferocious demonic beast. As long as they were targeted by it, it would be a case of either death or immortality. However, the two of them weren't particularly panicked because they were carrying the 2 desolate rank treasures given by their old ancestor. Possessing this treasure would allow them to cross over and kill wolves now. The 8 trigrams formation plate and the 3 flavors false fire furnace were offered up by the two of them, and with the infusion of internal energy, the formation plate instantly formed an impenetrable mini-formation that enveloped the two of them. The duo had just done this when White Wind's attack arrived. Boo! White Wind's savage charge slammed into the formation but failed to break it, only making a loud noise. White Wind was furious. Not satisfied with this, the demonic power of condensation and continued to crash several times, but all to no avail. Seeing this, Yang Feng and the two of them were relieved. Ha ha ha, the Northern Plains Ice Wolf is nothing more than that. It's a good thing old ancestor gave us the treasure, or else we'd be in danger today. You've attacked so many times. Now it's our turn, too, isn't it? The duo's internal energy struck into the Samadhi false fire furnace, and a white flame erupted from the furnace. This furnace was an offensive treasure of the weaponry sect, and it was incredibly powerful. Feeling the flames that were so hot that they came over his face, Bai Feng's face changed drastically. The Ice Wolf was naturally afraid of fire. This was a tribute restraint. Even if it was a desolate rank it panicked. Seeing Era retreat, Chumo's face changed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You iron-headed dog. Don't retreat, but crash. What will I do if you retreat? Dead dogs don't die, old men. Get on. Chumo let out a roar, causing White Wind to pause. Knowing that you can't do it, you do it. There must be a deeper meaning to this move by the senior. Could this be also developing my fighting skills and courage? By overcoming your inner fears, you can transcend your ego for a breakthrough? In that case, White Wind, will go out on a limb. White Wind hissed, sweeping away his fear and brazenly rushing towards the duo once again. Just as the terrifying flames came into contact with White Wind, the collar around his neck gave off a faint glow. But it was this ray of light that extinguished all the flames and gave White Wind unrivaled power. Boo! The White Wind crashed into the formation, and the originally impenetrable formation disk, even at this moment, became dim, and even the fire in that furnace, all instantly extinguished, and the smiles on the faces of the Yuhua duo instantly turned into horror. The treasure was destroyed, and the two suffered an extremely strong backlash, their blood spurting wildly as they transformed into humanoid fountains. Before the two could return to their senses, White Wind snapped their necks with a bite. Good doggy. Well done. Seeing this, Chumo rushed forward while the two had just broken off and were still hot. Moving his blood-stained body, he thrust his white hand into the two of them. Faced with this experience delivered to his door, he was ready to unleash the characteristics of the bloodshed body. However, soon after, Chumo's brows furrowed. Chapter 76, The Soul Lanterns of the Two Patriarchs. Extinguished. One of Chummer's hands became a pump, or the mega power kind. The internal energy and blood chi that had not been completely lost from the two of them was directly turned into the purest energy and forcefully inhaled into his body. The energy contained by the two peak heavenly rank powerhouses, even if they had lost a lot of it, it was still very huge relative to Chumo. For a time, it was extremely difficult to hold up his stomach, and even his face became blue and purple, and his body even began to tremble and twitch. This scene caused White Wind to look stunned. What the hell? Does it mean that my own master would have a sheepish fit at the sight of blood? Chumo's current situation was no different from a sheep's epilepsy, just short of foaming at the mouth. However, with the intervention of the system, Chumo quickly recovered and the excess energy was rationalized and transferred away. In addition, the realm had crossed directly from a 7th grade martial artist to the late yellow rank. Returning to normal, Chummer breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Bai Feng's dismayed and contemptuous eyes, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you looking at? I've eaten too much and I'm full. I'm not sick. After cursing a few times, Chumo hurriedly sank his mind into the system and began to raise his voice. What the hell? Where is my energy? It was clearly able to break through to the Xian rank in one fell swoop. And you embezzled it? Unity-san cannot look at your little energy. The system to not help you. The host early special support stupid. Although the body of the bloodbath can absorb a part of other people's power for their own use. But you're obviously with the demon pet this big. Open pick up. The body can't suffer When people's 7th grade, they just sucked rabbits and boars and so on. But you sucked the peak of the heavenly order. Or 2, what a ing tiger. The system humanized itself and rolled its eyes. Chumo smiled sarcastically. Nah, this is not the first time I sucked blood to take it. When I sucked it a few more times it will be fine. By the way, where did my extra energy go? It has been forcibly passed on to the host's daughter. Chu Linger. You can check the attribute column for details. Chumo nodded and opened his attributes to see that his daughter had actually reached the middle yellow rank as well. This upgrading speed was extremely fast. After all, after reaching the yellow rank, every small step up required far more energy than the sum of the 1st to 9th grades. However, Chumo was still slightly dissatisfied. Even though he had taken advantage of the heat, he still hadn't absorbed much. Most of the feats were dissipated due to the body dying itself. If it was a living heavenly rank for him to thrust to death, then surely the energy absorbed would be even more. This is good. One person cultivates and 2 people upgrade. Double happiness. This is. Ha ha ha. By the way, the system discuss a thing chant. You put me out. I take the second dog to kill monsters. It kills me to make up for it. How about it? You're thinking about fart eating. Practice honestly for 2.5 years. And when you're done, Unico will release you as required. The system ruthlessly rejected Chumo's proposal. Chumo didn't care. He just casually said that, after all, something like demonic beasts going out to kill people would easily cause some living Buddhas to mob them. In particular, one's own behavior of instigating a dog to bite is particularly inviting to a fight. The feeling of being in the late Huang rank is so powerful. Without realizing it, I'm also a generation of experts. Schumer threw a few tigerish punches, satisfied with his power. This is so strong after only half a month of practice. How strong should I be when I've practiced for 2.5 years? Peek right out of the gate? Looking at Chumo's mesmerized face, the 2 dogs on the side whimpered a few times, obviously also feeling very satisfied with their collars. Trummer hemmed and hawed and jerked the dog's head. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with your performance. It's said that Era has never lost a fight and never won a fight. I didn't realize that you're still an alternative and quite capable of fighting. Go on. That iron bone is also rewarded to you. Nothing to gnaw more. In the future, less bite the quilt and house pillar those. Chumo pointed to the freshly polished iron bones on the ground. Foam froze as he looked at the self-talking Chumo, his heart ecstatic. Senior is satisfied with the results of my recent cultivation. I knew he was cultivating me to instruct me when he just told me to charge with bravery. With this tight band, this emperor is already powerful beyond measure. With this you leveled bone again. How strong should I be? When I return to the far north, I'll definitely enjoy priority mate rights. As for Chumo's self-talk and his yellow rank cultivation, it was naturally ignored by White Wind. In his eyes, this was a boring strong person who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Not to mention displaying a yellow ranked cultivation, or a U ranked cultivation. He didn't think he would be surprised by half. White Wind leapt forward and pounced on Iron Bone, pressing his feet together to take a bite. Immediately, a violent and pure energy came from the bones, constantly polishing and strengthening its 4 wolf teeth, as well as the pair of front claws. White Wind was wildly shaken inside. In an instant, he understood the role of this treasure. The tight band is the main offense and defense, and the iron bones are the main cultivation. Hiss. One internal and one external. Comprehensive. With these 2 treasures, is it still far from the path of one's physical body becoming a saint? White Wind was grateful. Elder has really gone to great lengths to cultivate me and reward me. In the future, I, White Wind, shall do my best, and I shall never go west when my seniors tell me to go east, and I shall never raise my head when they tell me to pout. In the future, when I, by Feng, inherit the demon throne of the Ice Wolf clan, I will raise my clan to come to your house and open a large dog farm. Let all my people hang out with you. Just as Bai Feng was moved to almost give his body in return. Chumo on the side was also caught by the 2 things in front of him. This formation disc and furnace are so big. I don't know what grade it is, but it must be an extraordinary treasure to be used by 2 heavenly rank experts. Alas, I accidentally exposed myself as unseen again. Allow me to try what's useful first. Chumo will touch the hand on the table. Big gossip array. East clap west knock. And even dropped a few drops of blood up, but pounded half a day. Did not see its reaction. Mud. Didn't they say that all babies can recognize their owners by blood drops? Could it be broken? Skimming his lips, he went back to working on the stove, and after 10 minutes or so, a small amount of white flame emerged from the stove as the internal energy poured in. Trummer froze for a moment, his eyes disgusted. This is it? It's not as useful as the fire in my forge. It takes up space, and it's a shame to throw it away. Forget it. Airdogsy, come and give us a hand. We'll make a table out of this bagua formation and set it up in the yard. The fireplace, just move it aside and use it as a barbecue. You definitely haven't had a barbecue before. Seeing as you're so brave today, I'll make you some barbecued chicken wings later. White Wind sniffed and immediately jumped over. After possessing a U-ranked supreme treasure and then looking at these two desolate ranked treasures in front of him, his heart rippled and he even wanted to laugh a little. What can be called a town treasure in the outside world is only worthy of being a table, chair, bench and barbecue grill when it comes to my master's house. Under Chu Mo's command, the two of them buried the body and made a table out of the 8 trigrams formation disc. Because the above comes with lines, Chu Mo also specially engaged in a pair of wooden flight chess. With the stone table will become an otherworldly version. Gossip flight chess. Life is good for one person and one dog. Grilling barbecues and playing a tense and exciting game of flight chess. It had to be said that after having White Wind, a humane dog, in the house, Chumo was no longer so lonely. On the other side, however, the Tanny sect was not having a good time. The two old ancestors were in a hurry inside the sect hall. Even such an important event as overseeing the construction of the sect's outhouse, the two of them were not in the mood to bother with it. This, Young Feng and Yu Hua, the two brats, why haven't they heard anything after going out for so long? There shouldn't be any accidents, should there? While the two were talking, a disciple suddenly rushed in a panic. Seeing the visitor, the two men's faces changed, because this disciple, who was the one who guarded the soul lamp, once he appeared here, it was bound to be no good. Report! Something big is wrong, old ancestor. The soul lamps of the two patriarchs are extinguished. Chapter 77, A Visit from a Strong Man. Old Zhao heard you have a divine sword? Hearing the disciple's report, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong's faces changed dramatically. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he asked again in horror. What? What did you say? The soul lamp is out? That's right. Just now. It went out. And both of them together. That disciple shivered and reported. The death of the two patriarchs was no less than a super earthquake for the sect. Even the two of them, Mei Qianhua, were appalled. Dead? How could they be dead? They were just going to scout the wind. And the two of them were still holding the Jin clan's greatest treasure. Even if we wanted to kill the duo who possessed the supreme treasure, it would be nearly impossible. How strong would it be to kill both of them? Could it be that there really is a mysterious powerhouse in the Recess Mountain? Or is it the kind that kills innocents indiscriminately? The two looked at each other and shivered, not knowing what to do for a moment. What should we do? With those two's rigid and reckless character, it's rather possible that they'll ignore our instructions and just kill the door instead. This is undoubtedly offending that strong man. Plus they are wearing clan clothes. The other party must know that they are from our two clans. What should we do if we pursue them? Wei Chuankong asked in a panic. It was truly a house of rain. And the accidental deaths of two high-end combatants had undoubtedly made this already not-so-great sect even worse. Most importantly, in the future, the outhouse, who's going to transfer people to build it? Should we send another smart one? If the male can't do it, we'll send a pretty female disciple. He can't kill the female disciple too, right? Mei Qianhua's eyes narrowed. He believed that there was no man in the world who would not like beautiful women. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Wei Chuankong waved his hand. Not good. Whether it's Yu Hua and the others who have offended a superpower or not, I think we should make a trip in person to scout it out. I can't sleep or eat until I figure out why. You know we can't run away from the monk, but we can't run away from the temple. Moreover, the supreme treasure of the two of us is still left behind, so how can we not retrieve it? At those words, Mei Qianhua's brows gradually furrowed, his heart in a bit of a quandary. Can kill the two patriarchs who hold heavy treasures? That strength is undoubtedly above the two of them. This ghost knows whether there is any danger. If he didn't go, the two supreme treasures wouldn't return, and the strength of the sect would be greatly reduced again. This was a desolate rank treasure, not a street item, and they had only gotten such a piece after a lifetime of exhaustion in life and death. Going is a must, but how to go has to be planned, Mei Qianhua said. Wei Chuankong wisely stroked his beard. I already have a plan. Let's start with this, and then this. Do you understand? It must be stabilized. Someone come na. Call Yi Wuxin to this old ancestor. A few moments later, a woman wearing a long dress with a pure and lovely look, who appeared to be around 20, flew in from the distance. Greetings, old ancestor. The woman bowed to the duo with a flourish. Seeing the visitor, the duo nodded straight in satisfaction. There shouldn't be any man who can't hold back his heart, right? This is the first love model that men love. It's so innocent. Although two patriarchs died, it would be blood money if they could abduct each other to the clan. So the matter of seducing the mysterious strongman with beauty on this trip had a high success rate. Go! After giving the woman a brief explanation of the plan, the two of them rushed up into the sky, taking advantage of the night to head straight for Recess Mountain. At the same time, a few streams of light flashed outside of the Soul Suppressor sect, also ushering in a few big names from the eastern region. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, lately your soul-suppressing sect has been very hot. Even we've heard the wind. That's just it. My scouts report that you've also obtained a superb sword, and that even the two of you, Mei Qianhua, have been run over by you everywhere? Come on, come on, come on. We've come all this way to be guests, so at least show us. 3 bright laughs came from the sky, followed by a figure leaping down from above the clouds. There were 6 of them. Of the 3 people in the lead, one of them was a middle-aged man with knee-length hands and 2 ears over his shoulders, giving off a very honest look at a glance, with 2 short swords hanging on his waist. The second was also a middle-aged man, looking to be in his 40s, with a full beard and a relatively short and lean figure, just 160 centimeters tall, wearing a long sword on his waist. The whole person looked slightly lewd from his looks and temperament. The last one is a purple beard and blue eyes of the young man, the same extraordinary temperament, looks like a person in a high position. Moreover, all 3 of them were at the peak of the desolate order realm. With this kind of cultivation, wherever he went, he would be a giant of a party. Behind the 3 of them, there were also 3 early-stage Hong rank guards following each of them, powerful enough to crush the entire southern region. Hearing these familiar voices, Zhao Dezhu rushed out of the house with a swoosh. A happy smile spread across his face as he greeted the trio. Ha ha ha, Xian Da, Mang Da, Zhang Mo, why do you 3 big guys want to come up to my place? It's been a long time since we've seen each other, so we can't come to see an old friend? Why, aren't you welcome? The trio laughed and flirted. That's right, these 3 people were the 3 strongest vassals in the eastern domain, the long split, crumbling eastern Han Empire, King Liu Bei of Han, King Cao Cao of Wei, and King Sun Quan of Wu. The 3 have a complicated relationship with each other, although they don't see each other very well and always want to each other up. However, their relationship with Zhao Dezhu was quite good. They were all old friends who had stolen chickens and dogs together when they were young. Shucks, they had experienced many times. Zhao Dezhu laughed at his words and hurriedly led these 3 people towards the house. How come? For the 3 great kings to come. It makes my soul-suppressing sect, a small sect, flourish. Thinking back to the days when a few of us stole monkey wine together and watched widows bathe together. It's really a vivid memory. Ha ha ha, please come in. Zhao Yun, Jian Wei, Gan Ning. The 3 of you don't freeze, quickly please come in. Tonight's visit from an old friend. The old man is in a good mood. When floating a big white, Zhao Yun Dian Wei Gan Ning, was the Hong rank guard of the 3 of them. The group talked and laughed as they arrived at Zhao Dezhu's cave. Fire Charmer was very knowledgeable and hurriedly had a large table of dishes made and a lot of good wine prepared. Then stand to the side obediently and serve tea and wine to these bigwigs. There is no national affairs at the table. No hatred, only Jianghu anecdotes. The atmosphere is very cordial. After 3 rounds of wine, Liu Bei smiled and raised his glass with a long sigh of exclamation. Hiya, old Zhao, you are not generous. Know that we came to see your super treasure knife. Drink for so long but you hide it. The treasure knife is not mentioned. This is not treat us as brothers. Cao Cao burped and drunkenly agreed. That's just it. Stingy. One look won't make it any less. We'll rob you of your sword. Won't we? Sun Quan also couldn't help but laugh and scold. Be nimble with your hands and feet. Don't force us to tie you up. Seeing that several people couldn't wait, Zhao Dezhu didn't hide it and waved his hand rather generously. Since the brothers want to see it so badly, how can I not give it to them? Get ready. I'll let you have a look. Remember, it's just one look. Don't blame me for being stingy if you miss it. The crowd looked solemn and stared intently at Zhao Dezhu, fearing that they would miss a single movement. In the next second, Zhao Dezhu pulled out a kitchen knife from his storage bag, and with a flash of white light, he stuffed it back into his storage bag. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. This Tama was really a glance. Can't you give me half a second more? But just this moment alone also caused Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan's faces to change drastically. Even the 3 early Hong level guards behind them had eyes filled with shock. The 6 people only felt a blade intent that was invincible to the point that it was enough to destroy any defensive magic treasure come crashing down on them. Such a blade intent caused the 6 of them to go numb in their hearts. It was simply impossible to resist. In the next moment, a burst of voices sucking in cool air resounded in the room. Hiss, so strong and scary. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Zhao, you're blowing up with luck. Where did it come from? Having this sword, you are truly covered. No longer do you have to be an old 6 to steal chickens and dogs from other territories. Bullseye. Looking at the several people's shockingly unseen appearance, Zhao Dezhu smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. But it's just slow to say where the knife came from. Eventually the 6 men softened up and got them drunk before they were able to get the word out. What? Old Zhao's sword was actually given to him by a super senior after he used monkey's wine to befriend a super senior? To be able to possess such a divine blade, how powerful should that senior be? It's true that the entire continent has hidden tigers and dragons. This chance is very powerful. Wow. I'm so envious of Chow Chow. I'm not leaving tonight. You guys can go back if you like. Since Meng De is not leaving, how can I, Liu Bei, leave alone? As soon as Zhao Deju gets drunk, the three start hooking up again. Sun Quan bristled. What's the point of pretending? I don't know what you guys are planning? Since we all have the same idea, why don't we get old Zhao sober and have him take us to pay our respects to such a high-ranking person? Chapter 78, The Door God Spares His Life. Word to the wise. Then let's wake him up. Sun Quan's words were unanimously endorsed by Chow Chow and Liu Bei. The three looked at each other and nudged Liu Bei. Hanzhong King, you're better at dealing with men. Go on. Liu Bei would understand. His mouth Jia laughed and stretched out his hand towards Zhao Deju to touch him. Zhao Doju, who was in a daze from drinking, only felt a big hand gently caressing him in his dream, making him extremely comfortable. Zhao Deju forced himself to raise a trace of spirit, wanting to see which beauty was so knowledgeable, but when the eyes opened, the beautiful woman was not found, but the face of a lewd man, reflected in the eyes. Zhao Deju was shocked, his drunkenness disappeared, and he jumped backward several meters. Ouch! Liu Daer, what are you doing? Hey, it's not dry yet. Don't be in a hurry, said Liu Bei, squeezing his eyebrows. Zhao Deju, a burst of chills. Goosebumps rose all over. It is said that Yushuhan is all base. Today I see that it is true to its name. The upper beam is not correct. The lower beam is crooked. Seeing Zhao Deju's sobriety, several people hurriedly stated their intentions. Hearing that he said he was going to meet Senior Chu, Zhao Deju was a little less reluctant. Why don't we just talk about knives? Don't change the subject. We're just going to pay a visit and meet this person who can give a divine sword. Just how powerful it is. The three of them responded in unison. And even the few behind them, Jianwei Zhao Yun, were all eager to try, their eyes looking forward to it. Such an expert is simply unheard of. It's a living legend. Zhao Deju sighed and looked embarrassed. It's not that I'm not taking you guys, but this senior is secluded in the deep mountains. If you guys go rashly, I'm afraid of upsetting him. Several people looked at each other with some reluctance in their hearts. At this time, Zhao Deju suddenly thought of something and spoke once again. However, if you guys have extremely good wine, perhaps Senior will be willing to see you. Good wine? Ha ha ha. Who in the world doesn't know that I, Chow Chow, love wine? And wouldn't I not have some excellent wine on me? Quickly take me there. Chow Chow proudly patted his storage bag. Liu Bei rolled his eyes and similarly touched his waist storage pouch. Showing off. Speaking as if I am poor in wine. My third brother is a seller of wine and meat. Do I, Liu Bei, lack it? Sun Quan was stunned. You all have wine. What about me? With a few people pestering him, Zhao Deju was ready to leave that night and take the 6 people to Recess Mountain. Fire Charmer naturally stayed within the sect to handle matters because her seniority was too low to qualify as a peer. Before she left, Fire Charmer also touched a purple scarf from her bosom with a red face and solemnly handed it over to Zhao Deju. Master, don't forget to give this to Elder. I embroidered this with every stitch. It's not very pretty but, it's a first. Looking at Fire Mistress's petulant appearance, Chow Chow's few people revealed meaningful expressions. Fire Mistress stomped her feet and ran away, causing the crowd to laugh. Lao Zhao, you've hit the nail on the head with this idea. You're willing to put down blood money. Hey, what a thing to say. Young people pursue their own happiness. How can I interfere? Ha ha ha. Zhao Deju waved his hand, complacency written all over his face. Fire Charmer's poise was at the top of the list even when looking at the entire southern region. Seeing this, Sun Quan, who was on the side, seemed to be enlightened and stroked his chin. Beauty, his sister-in-law did Xiao, appearance especially above the fire charm, but unfortunately a widow. I do not know whether this senior it's a good idea to give it a try. A few people with different minds, pulled up into 7 meteors and rushed straight to the Recess Mountain. After a night of traveling, it was dawn when we reached the Recess Mountains. A few people blinked in confusion as they looked at the surroundings of Recluse Mountain, and then at the small courtyard in front of them with a closed gate. Is this where you said that senior lives? Are you sure you're not fooling us? Zhao Deju's expression was extremely pious as he gave a serious explanation towards a few people. Don't look at this yard as broken, but it's the people who live in it that count. Remember never be more respectful to seniors. Otherwise, don't look for me if you suffer. After saying that, Zhao Deju shook his robe and stepped forward to knock on the courtyard door. Elder, are you at home? I, Zhao Doju, have brought good wine as a guest. After calling out a few times, the yard didn't even half move. Zhao Deju helplessly spread his hands. Brothers, we're not here at the right time. Senior seems to have gone out today. Why don't we wait? When this was said, Liu Bei Chow Chow did not have any opinion. After all, older and more stable. The youthful Sun Quan, on the other hand, was not the same. and skimmed impatiently. Come on. It took all night to get here. What if he goes away for many days and doesn't come back? We're still here in the northwest wind? In my opinion. Let's go in and sit down first. There's a stone table inside. We don't mess around with his stuff. Just sitting down should be fine. Anyway, that senior isn't home, so he doesn't know. From the moment he saw this little shabby courtyard, Sun Quan didn't really believe that a big brother could live here. Whose place is so shabby? Not to say it's splendid, but at least it should be like a courtyard, right? Zhao Dezhu frowned and hurriedly waved his hand to try to dispel Sun Quan's thoughts, and also reached out to point at the gate with a few scruples on his face. That won't do. We're here as guests. How can we enter uninvited? And we can't even enter without the door being open. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan surveyed the dilapidated gate with a disdainful expression. Just this ordinary gate and bamboo fence. How can it hold back our several experts? Just fly in casually. You guys would like to wait for you guys to wait. I, Sun Zhongmo, will go in first to take a look. If there's nothing outstanding, I still have to rush back and get busy with my official business. The high-minded Sun Quan snorted coldly and wanted to leap over the fence and tumble into the small yard. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu was shocked. Asterisk. Don't mess around. Elder isn't home. There's no way you can fly in. However, it was obvious that his dissuasion was of no use. As Sun Quan had already risen up in the air, Zhao Dezhu's face was shocked, and he hurriedly backed out for many meters and ran to a large tree to lie down. Seeing this image, Liu Bei Chao Chao and Zhao Yun Dianwei were a few for a while. Old Zhao, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just going over a wall? Is it necessary to run so far? Zhao Dezhu held his head in his hands and lay down skillfully. You guys, you're about to find out, he said and yelled again towards the plaque. Master Plaque, I'm on my own. Lighten up. Zhao Dezhu hadn't forgotten that Chu Mo was the new ancestor of his soul-suppressing sect, and it wasn't too much of a stretch to say that he was one of his own. As soon as the words fell, the plaque on the dilapidated gate suddenly blossomed with a majestic and tyrannical intent. The intent locked Sun Quan in midair directly and blasted him with lightning speed. Sun Quan's face was shocked as he realized that as the peak of the desolate rank, he was powerless to resist. Nani? What the hell? Boo! The context easily jerked Sun Quan away and crashed heavily into the large tree behind Zhao Dezhu in the distance. But a mouthful of Sun Quan's old blood spurted out. Falling to the ground, and Zhao Dezhu looked at each other face to face. Seeing this turn of events, and then sensing the unparalleled berserk intent enveloping them, the five Liu Bei and Chao Chao at the gate also had a huge change of color. Asterisk. Not good. Run. The five realized that things were not good and pulled their legs out to escape, but they were not as fast as the plaque on the door. The intent transformed into a large fly swatter and came down hard towards the five men's asses. Bang bang bang. The five people were similarly jerked away, dropping down around Zhao Dezhu like dumplings. A group of people lay weakly on the ground, wide-eyed. At this moment they seemed to understand why Zhao Dezhu was lying under this big tree in advance. Turns out, he's been smoked a long time and has experience. Seeing the miserable faces of several people with bleeding mouths and noses, Zhao Dezhu laughed extremely happily. Hehehe, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer before your eyes. I've told you to be respectful, you don't believe me. You've messed with Master Plaque, haven't you? Several people were afraid afterward, each covering their chests, no longer as contemptuous as before. Hiss, the six of us are at least East Domain bearer level characters, especially Zhao Yun, Jian Wei, and Gan Ning, who are even Hong rank super experts. Even if we put it in the central region where martial arts are in full bloom, it's still at the level of a big brother. But as strong as the six of us, we were completely abused by a door panel? This door panel has a spirit. It's actually a super divine artifact as well? Then how strong should the owner of this courtyard be? At the very least, he's above you level, right? No wonder he was able to gift you that divine sword. We're convinced. Liu Bei Chao Chao. A few people were shocked, but someone took a divine weapon to suppress the gate. What a great stroke! The six looked at each other and struggled to get up. With an apologetic face, he walked to the front door and bowed respectfully to the plaque. Please, Gate God, forgive us for our rudeness. We would like to make amends to Senior Chu with good wine. We would also like to wait here patiently for Senior to return home. As soon as these words came out, the berserk intent on the plaque instantly dissolved. It turned into a soft mood, enveloping several people. The few people who felt the change were shaken, staring with wide eyes in disbelief. And compared to the meaning of this plaque, the hint of meaning on their bodies was extremely ridiculous. They knew this was the Gate God forgiving them and sending them a great opportunity. A few people saluted again, suppressing the gratitude and restlessness within them, and hurriedly walked over to the large tree that had just given them a bump. Each of them found a tree branch, sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes, realizing this profound state of mind. With such a chance in place, Even waiting here for 10 years, or even 100 years, would be worth it. While a few people were mesmerized in the mood. On the other side, Chu Mo, who had taken the dog into the mountains to hunt, was also carrying a large pile of prey and returned with a full load. Chapter 79. Xianbi's breath control is really strong. Good. Today's harvest is very good. Two dogs didn't realize you were a good hunter. Chu Mo was carrying 2 wild rabbits in his left hand, grasping a dozens of pounds of wild sheep in his right hand, and carrying a more than 300 pounds of wild boar on his shoulder. With so much harvest in just one morning out, the happy smile on Chu Mo's face was almost grinning to the back of his head. Men, they're just so easily satisfied. Since breaking through the yellow rank, his power had increased quite a bit. In the past, carrying 200 pounds was a bit of a struggle, but now even 1,000 pounds is a breeze. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng rolled his eyes. He was a wolf king of the desolate order, so catching some wild game wasn't a big deal? Once the demonic aura is released, how dare they move? When we get back we'll shut up the sheep and rabbits and feed them, and the boar will be destroyed tonight. I don't know why, but I feel like I've become a better eater lately. 1 person is better than 5, and I especially love this game. Sure enough, all the good food is written in the penal code. Thanks to this world. Put aside my previous world. Eat these things would have been locked up and stepped on the sewing machine. Chu Emotes get inside. The world was cruel nowadays, but a little scum like him was comfortable living in the deep mountains, and with 2 wives to keep you company, the left and the right. You're not alone in this life. Hearing Chu Mo's words, White Wind's 4 dog legs stopped. These careless words of the other party had set off a furor in its heart. What? This rice bucket? Shucks. This big guy actually came from another world, breaking the space barrier and forcibly traveling here? It seems like U-level powerhouses can't even travel through dimensions, right? Could it be that he is already more than U-level? Hiss. He shouldn't have any reason to lie to me. A dog, right? Sure enough, White Wind, still underestimated him. Just as Bai Feng was shocked in his heart, Chu Mo also dropped the boar on the ground and curiously turned his head back. Why don't you leave? What's with the twitchy mouth? Brain attack again? That's right. All the other cultivators have mounts. Come over here second doggy and let me ride them too. This era given by the system was very big and looked very imposing. Almost as big as half a buffalo. In Chumo's eyes, this thing was a nice ride. Not to mention the IQ. The face value alone captured him, and riding it surely pulled him in. Hearing this, White Wind immediately showed his teeth and said no. I, Tama, am a lone wolf from the north. I will inherit the Wolf Emperor's throne in the future, and I have my dignity. I, White Wind, in this life, even if I die of thirst and starvation, there's no way I'm going to let a human ride, even if you're super strong. Looking at the eyes thrown at him by the dog he had raised, Chu Mo seemed to read them and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He'd heard it all before. Every era would think of himself as a head dog and would refuse his master's commands. Even in their eyes, the pooper scooper is the little brother behind them. Of course Chu Mo would not argue with a dog, so he would never beep if he could do it, and kicked over. He's a grandma. What's wrong with riding for a while? We're all under the same roof. Don't be so stingy. Big deal. I'll build you another pair of chains. That's always fine, right? You're happy to be a mount you get down. If you're not, forget it, you don't want to have the chains either. Chu Mo knows that this dog in his house, just like the dog walking suit he built, can also understand some human language, so he began to implement the routine of the big stick and sweet dates. At those words, Bai Feng's eyes lit up, the stubbornness in his eyes scattered, and he immediately fell to the ground. Seemingly worried that Chu Mo was sitting uncomfortably, he even made the hair that was as hard as a steel needle soft, compared to the U-level chains. What was the dignity of the wolf clan? It was now that it was told to call its father down to get down as a mount, and it would not hesitate. Trummer rode up with a cold grunt, and moved his butt to adjust his seating position. Nice! Premium soft seat with its own heated butt. Most of all the back is big enough and roomy enough. They say women like to ride big and I found that I like it too. Of course I'm talking about the dogs. Heave. Run for your life. White Wind. I'm a wolf on my treadmill. Not a horse. A person and a dog. With the prey at breakneck speed towards the small courtyard, all the way to the fast wind blowing face. Chu Mo actually had a feeling of driving a supercar. It's this blast of wind, it hurts a little bit to hit your face, and it's more like a branch from the jungle snapping at your face than a blast of wind. When Chu Mo rushed to the entrance of the small courtyard, he was startled by the scene in front of him. Asterisk. What's the situation? On the big tree at the entrance of the courtyard, there were actually 7 experts sitting there, and when they looked at it with their true eyes, they were actually all above the desolate rank. Even, there was the Hong-ranked Great Hansen. Chu Mo was stunned. thinking that his era had offended someone outside and had dragged himself into being sought after. Inside, he panicked. I, a yellow-ranked martial artist, was blocked at the gate by 7 big brothers. What should I do? Wait online, very urgent. Just as he was about to run away quietly, he happened to see Zhao Deju in the tree, and Chu Mo was relieved. Mud. People have 7 children on one vine, but I have 7 old men on one tree. What went wrong? Zhao, what are you doing? Trummer opened his voice in greeting. With a voice like a bell, the mood suddenly disappeared, and the 7 people were pulled back from the mood. The 7 people frowned and wanted to see which interrupted their chance. After seeing the visitor clearly, Zhao Deju was ecstatic. Gentlemen, the seniors are here. Elder, I see that you like fine wine, so I've brought a few people who also love wine with extremely fine wine to exchange ideas with you. A few people also arched their hands obediently. Greetings, senior. As soon as Chu Mo heard that there was wine, and then looked at the few people who were very polite, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. It is true that people are divided by groups. Old Zhao knows how to be polite, and this group of cultivators also knows how to be polite. Very good. It was just that the title senior, was it common in the cultivation world? How is it that anyone who sees a scum like him is called senior? System, tell me honestly on your feet, did you hide my cultivation? Chummer seriously wondered if he was actually a supercilious man by nature. Don't you have any idea what you're hiding? Can you fly? Can you crack rocks? The system struck mercilessly. Chu Mo choked on his words for a moment, as if he didn't know anything else but how to play the gray machine. Shaking off his head, Chumhum greeted with a smile. Quickly, come in, gentlemen. I'm not good at anything else, but I love wine. It just so happens that I shot a wild boar. Tonight I'll fix a few good dishes. Let's sit down and drink slowly. Ha ha ha. Chu Mo pushed open the gate and flew into the yard on Era. Seeing this, the crowd frowned, and Liu Bei Chao Chao opened his mouth to ask in a whisper. Old Zhao, is this the senior you're talking about? Although the mount is not bad, it's a desolate rank ice wolf. But, how come he's only in the late yellow rank? What kind of senior is this? Yes, the yellow rank can kill us with a fart. Did he really give you that precious sword? This door plaque is also made by him? Zhao Deju blinked and shot a glance at Chumo's back, raising an eyebrow. The S is very round and perky, it's worthy of being a senior. What a great body. What? Yellow rank? Last time it was only a 7th grade martial artist. How come in a few days you haven't seen seniors showing off their yellow rank cultivation again? You guys don't underestimate your seniors because of their realm. Hasn't the lesson just given by Master Plaque been enough? What you guys see, that's just what senior wants to show you. Do you guys really think you can see through senior's realm? If you don't believe me, take a good look and see if you can see anything. Zhao Deju gave a wink to a few people with a smirk. Liu Bei, Chao Chao, and the others frowned, but realized that no matter how they looked at it, Chu Mo was in the late Huang rank, not high at all, not low at all. Several people were not stupid people, and at their level, where could they not understand what was going on? The face couldn't help but change. Even if we deliberately suppress our realm, we can still detect the desolate rank aura leaking out as long as we look with our hearts. And the higher the realm, the harder it is to suppress it. But not this senior. Looking horizontally is yellow and vertically is also yellow. In addition to being yellow completely, there really isn't a single trace of any other realm's aura. Could it be that senior's control over his own breath has reached the subtle level? Hiss, isn't this even more powerful than a supreme treasure that conceals the breath? Zhao Deju smiled and nodded, revealing a meaningful smile. These few people were usually arrogant as hell. They were people who regarded themselves as high, and now that he saw them in such an unseen manner, Zhao Deju felt a sense of superiority inside. He himself is at least a man who has been in contact with his predecessor twice, but he knows much better than you guys. Hey, old Zhao, what are you guys doing outside if you don't come in? At least come in for a cup of tea and sit down for a while. It's not the first time you've been here, so what's the point of being polite? After putting the prey away and seeing a few people still muttering in the doorway, Chumo waved enthusiastically. It had been many days without alcohol, and the system did not allow him to go out to buy alcohol. His heart had long been pressed. Hearing Chumo shout, Zhao Deju hurriedly nodded his head. We had mud on our shoes and we were afraid we'd get the front yard dirty, so we're scraping it off the grass outside first, and we'll be right there. After saying that, he explained to the 6 people beside him. Go in, pay attention to the etiquette. Although senior is very approachable, we can't forget the proper etiquette. Chao Chao's few people nodded solemnly, and after putting away the contempt in their hearts, they followed Zhao Deju into the courtyard with one foot in front of the other. The plaque on the door, this time, didn't clean up after them, and relieved a few people. Upon stepping into the courtyard and seeing the 8 trigram stone table in the courtyard, several people were shaken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This thing, how did it get here? Chapter 80, Haters at the Door. Isn't this the heavenly monarch sex treasure? Chow Chow asked. Not quite sure. Being in the eastern region, he had naturally heard of the Tiani sect's greatest treasure. Zhao Dezhu nodded with narrowed eyes. Be bold. This thing is from the Tiani sect. I fought with Wei Chuan Kong countless times. Even if it turns to dust, I can still put it back together. But this bastard shell, isn't it Wei Chuan Kong's heart treasure? Why does it appear here in senior? I am puzzled. There was also a sigh of relief and exclamation from the crowd. Desolate rank treasures were equally tempting and extremely rare for them. But this is such a treasure. But it's made into a table. What a great deal. Wait, Lord, you guys look over there. Just a few strands of smoked meat hanging above that stove. It seems familiar too. At that moment, the 2-meter-2 tall bald man behind Chow Chow, Jian Wei, reached out and pointed toward the corner of the courtyard, shouting in an urn. The crowd was sidelined. This does look a bit familiar. It seems to be something from your southern domain as well. Old Zhao, would you take a look? Zhao Dezhu fixed his eyes on it and tactically leaned back. Worry, isn't this the old thing Mei Qianhua's greatest treasure? The reason why the weapon sect can build tons of equipment and treasures is because of this cottage furnace. I didn't realize it was actually used by old ancestor Im to smoke bacon. Several people looked at each other and all smiled bitterly. It's true, one has to be angry than the other, but in the eyes of seniors, these two pieces of equipment aren't just worthy of being a table and an oven for smoking bacon. But what's going on with these two equipments that seem to be heavily damaged? By the way, old Zhao, why did you call your predecessor old ancestor? Zhao Dezhu smiled mysteriously, triumph written all over his face. He. Senior promised to be my soul-suppressing sex old ancestor last time. Why do you guys think I'm called old ancestor? Hiss. When these words came out, several people were appalled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old knucklehead, you're really fast. Actually hiring this kind of expert as an old ancestor. This is the best decision you've ever made in your life. Hey, I think so too. Zhao Dezhu was overwhelmed with smugness. Right in the middle of several people's discussion, Chu Mo changed out of his hunting clothes, put on the system-given no-wash robe, carried a large pot of tea, and walked out from the house. He didn't wear this robe for general work for fear of breaking it. After all, it was the only good-looking piece of clothing he had. As soon as he stepped out from the house and saw them watching at the table stove, Chu Mo couldn't help but smile. These two seem to be broken, but they work pretty well for smoking meat, so I'll let you guys laugh at them. Wait for the smoke for a while. Next time you guys come, take a sliver of bacon home each. This pork is healthy without hormones or feed. Come on, everyone, let's have some tea first to moisten our throats. Chu Mo is still very hospitable. After all, it is rare for a living person to come once in a deep mountain forest, and it is good to accompany him for a chat. As he watched Chu Mo walk towards him, Liu Bei, Chow Chow, and Sun Quan were shaken to the core, not for any other reason, but simply because the other party had a thick rule power permeating his body. This scene undoubtedly caused a great earthquake. Within the crowd, the power of rules they were familiar with, the three guards behind them had mastered quite a few, but compared to the other party, it was simply the ocean and a small puddle. This is still not the late Huang rank? Even the late Yu rank doesn't have this kind of power, right? Space was distorted by it. Several people no longer dared to underestimate Chu Mo, and inwardly, they even felt a bit terrified and constrained. Thinking of the previous slight, several people began to shiver, not even daring to take the teapot handed by the other party. Elder is too polite. We don't need to drink it. We've long since incapacitated. Snap. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Dezhu threw a big BB in Sun Quan's face, cutting off his next words. Hey, old ancestor, they don't drink. I drink. I love to drink this tea of your family. I can't feel strong without drinking it for a day. Hey. Zhao Dezhu smiled fawningly, watching a few people change color. He was filled with a sense of superiority inside. I told you to respect your seniors and not to look down on them, but you didn't listen, so now you're slapped in the face, right? But the good thing is, this senior is an old ancestor of my soul suppression sect. A few people's refusal made Chunham touch his nose. In his eyes, his own tea seemed to be less appealing, and the group was dressed either rich or expensive, and thought they had drunk better tea. He didn't have any other tea, though. After all, the system had only given him a few £100 of the stuff, no other varieties. After handing the tea to Zhao Dezhu, Chu Mo took out 7 more cups and set them up. Old Zhao, you've been here a few times. Help me greet a few brothers, huh? I'm going to make a meal. The first 2 times you didn't get to eat. Today you have to stay and eat some. It just so happens that I've been hunting wild game, and the flavor of the wild things in this nook and cranny of the mountains is one of the best. Zhao Dizhu protected the teapot extremely babyishly on his chest, responded joyfully, and from his storage bag, pulled out a large vat of aged beautiful wine. Don't worry about it, old ancestor. Oh yes, this is the good wine that was promised to old ancestor last time. Consider it as a filial honor from the late generation. As the vat of several hundred pounds of wine was set out, the yard was filled with the smell of wine. Trummer sniffled in intoxication, his smile gradually widening. Good wine, but this big vat, isn't it a bit too precious? How about, I give you money? I still have a little bit of savings left. No. We are all from the same clan. It is my honor to be able to honor my old ancestor. Besides, the knife given by my old ancestor last time, such a great favor. 100 tanks won't be able to repay it. Zhao Dizhu was flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. Chumo didn't say much either. Too polite between friends would seem to be a raw deal. That's fine. Next time you want to build some kind of trinket, you tell me. I've been getting more skillful lately, though I don't always build things you can look at. At those words, Zhao Dizhu's heart was ecstatic. Old ancestor is giving me a promise? Promising to give me a superb equipment that I want? Hiss, what do you mean I don't always look good? Old ancestor is too modest. A big man like you is rubbing a sweaty dirt pill. That's a treasure to be found. After saying that, Chuemo arched his hand at a few people, gave a look of excuse, and went straight to the kitchen with the big wine jar in his arms. With a good wine, all the work is energized. Cut vegetables, drink a couple of sips. Cool. When Chuemo left, Chow Chow and the others breathed a sigh of relief as if they were relieved, no longer feeling so oppressed. Chumo's existence was like a 1,000-ton boulder that pressed on their hearts, leaving them breathless. It's horrible, just horrible. Old Zhao, why don't you step on the horse and tell us the true realm of our senior? I wouldn't even have any doubts if you said he was the number one person in the world. A few people glared hard at Zhao Dizhu with a grumbling face. Zhao Dizhu rolled his eyes. How would he know the old ancestor's true realm? He only knew that he was very, very strong. Pouring a bit of tea for himself and taking an extremely precious little sip of it, Zhao Dizhu revealed an intoxicated look. Did you guys hear me when I said that my predecessor was strong? I told you guys to respect it. Did you? Some people just belong to, don't know the height of the sky without eating some losses. So this tea is still the original recipe. Senior is so good to my old Zhao. A few people looked at each other and sighed, regretting their behavior. I think that Senior knew about the contempt of the few of us, so he deliberately revealed some cultivation to deter us. Sigh, obviously they are all old men, but they still make this kind of mistake. It seems that they have been in a high position for too long and are used to looking at people through their nostrils. Seniors are also a wake-up call for us. After a few people came to their realization, they got up and arched their hands at the kitchen and bowed deeply. After doing so, a few people shifted their gaze to the teapot in Zhao Dizhu's arms. For some reason, they always felt that there was a special scent floating in the air, as if enlightenment could increase after smelling it. Combined with Zhao Dizhu's abnormal behavior before, several people had a number in their hearts. Old Zhao, this tea of yours, it's not simple, is it? Zhao Dizhu smiled mysteriously and held the teapot dead in his arms, showing it off towards a few people. Hey, don't get any ideas. You guys, you said you wouldn't drink the tea yourselves. Now it's mine. To tell you the truth, you're missing out on the great opportunity given by the old ancestor. This is the enlightenment tea, and the ingredients put in this are particularly sufficient. Such a small pot, put a big handful of tea leaves. Hearing this, several people only felt a wave of dizziness and nearly fell to the ground. His face was even more unsightly, and his intestines were green with remorse. What? Enlightenment tea? And a handful of tea leaves? Hiss. No matter what today, you have to score us a little bit, or else we'll unilaterally sanction you. A few people softened and intimidated and lured. And finally Zhao Dizhu shared a small cup of tea out with one person, and that made a few people grateful. I didn't expect that this senior would be so generous. We are ashamed. Brothers, later on, take out some of your treasures. All of them. Although senior may not necessarily look at it, but it's all from our hearts. Chow Chow waved his hand and proposed to the crowd. Just as a few people were chatting feverishly, two old men in the middle of the desolate stage, as well as a particularly pure woman, also came amidst the sky of the recess mountain. These three were none other than Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua, as well as their clan's golden flower, Yi Wuxin. It should be here. I seem to have sensed a trace of the Bagua formation plate's aura, and the aura of my Tiani sex Yangfeng has lingered here. Wei Chuan Kong's eyes condensed, and his fists clenched in a murderous manner. Mei Qianhua closed her eyes and felt it, also frowning. That's right. I also felt the aura of the Samsara false fire furnace, and my disciple Yu Hua had also appeared. Search well. This man must be in these mountains. At this moment, Yu Wuxin seemed to have discovered something and spoke to the two of them. Two old ancestors, Look at that, there's human smoke. Chapter 81, This girl has heavy taste. Yi Wuxin let out a dainty cry, instantly attracting the gazes of the two old ancestors. Fixing his eyes, he saw that there was green smoke curling up. There's a home in the middle of nowhere? It's most likely the home of that reclusive expert. Quick, let's go down and take a look, Mei Qianhua said thoughtfully, and the three of them floated down, landing outside the small courtyard. Looking at this small, plain and uninteresting courtyard, the feeling within the two old ancestors grew stronger and stronger. That's right, my supreme treasure is in here. It's just that, the aura seems to be shriveled. It should have suffered a heavy blow. It seems that the two of us old men can't rush in, lest we startle the snakes. Wei Chuankong's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his years of experience in the jungle let him know what it meant to be steady. Heartless, go and poke around the situation. This is the last supreme treasure I have on me. It can conceal my cultivation. As long as you wear it, even if the god of heaven comes, he won't be able to see your cultivation, and will just treat you as an ordinary woman. That way there will be no danger. Even if he's berserk, he won't lay a hand on a beautiful woman. After you go in, you find a chance to contact the other party and probe their cultivation. Then come back and tell us. Wei Chuankong fished out another palm-sized jade pendant and handed it to the pure and lovely Yi Wuxin. The other party took it, softly ruffled her hair, and with a smile at the corner of her mouth, she stepped towards the small courtyard. Alright, old ancestor, I believe that disciple can definitely probe for useful information. Inside the courtyard, Chuemo changed back to the old clothes he used for hunting because he had to fry food and was afraid that the fumes would make his robe smell like oil and smoke. With the cooking skills he had practiced over the years, the rice was soon steamed. Come on, little flying stick, yuck no. Here comes the rice. You guys serve the rice first, the food will be ready soon. Bringing a large bucket of rice onto the table, Chummer gave an explanation and headed back toward the kitchen. Seeing Chuemo being so hospitable, the 7 people were flattered and courteously shouted, Elder, any small dish will do. We're not particular about food. Chuemo waved his hand without looking back. Hi, it's rare to have a living person as a guest. High and low have to cook more. Just wait for me for a few minutes. I'll fry both pots together. It's quick. The crowd froze and laughed. A living person coming as a guest? It's hard to believe that Senior has seen dead people come to the door. Ahem. There is also no such opportunity. Chomo hemmed and hawed and closed the kitchen door. Looking at Chuemo being so approachable, the several people all laughed out loud and were no longer so restrained. Look guys, just now the rule power in Senior's body disappeared again, and reshaped into the late Huang rank. This control at will is simply so strong that it makes us look up to it. Liu Bei shook his head in a fit of emotion. Chow Chow nodded approvingly, picked up a rice spoon, and began to serve his meal. This rice in Senior's house is so white, soft and large, and it smells so good. For some reason, smelling this rice scent, I feel that my age-old disease and the damn poison in my body seem to be getting much better. Chow Chow took a deep, greedy breath into his bowl of rice. There was actually a feeling of relief through the body. Liu Bei raised a few eyebrows and mocked. There has to be a limit to kissing ass. You've been abstaining from food for too long to become a starving ghost, right? We are at least great lords in high positions. What meals haven't we eaten? Chow Chow ignored them and looked at each other with Xiao Dezhu, and the two of them used their chopsticks to pick a bit of rice and put it in their mouths and chewed it. This is not chewed, but once chewed, only to feel that the rice was sweet in the mouth, and a soft power instantly flowed throughout the body. The damn poison in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels was actually a few % less at this moment. The duo stared in disbelief, realizing that there were quite a lot of drugs to get high on to cultivate to this level. Inside every elixir, there will be Dan poison, and Dan poison is extremely difficult to discharge. All between the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. 1 or 2 may be fine, but the amount that accumulates over time will be horrifying, and the future outbreak will definitely die an ugly death. I didn't realize that this rice can actually cure stubborn Danmu poison. Senior? The 2 men glanced at the bucket of rice and then at the 5 guys who still didn't know what was going on, and with a dark nod chose to suppress their inner shock and bury their heads in their hands and start drying the rice. He. That's right. I should have been abstaining from food for a long time, so I would feel hungry when I smell the smell of rice. Mr. Chow will eat some dry rice first to pad his stomach, so you guys can chat for a while. Chow Chow smiled and coped, his mouth not stopping moving. He soon finished 2 bowls of rice and was still serving it and continuing to eat. Liu Bei's few were initially disdainful, thinking that Chow Chow was embarrassing them, but as they watched Chow Chow and Zhao Dezhu work so hard to dry their food, they gradually realized that something was wrong, so they followed and served a little bit, and when the first bite was taken, a few people immediately gave themselves a big bibble. Marred. I thought that you Chow thief was, but I didn't realize that several of us are. You actually want to monopolize the great opportunity. A few people instantly turned on the dry rice mode. Even if there were no dishes, they all ate with incomparable sweetness and satisfaction. When Chuemo came out from the kitchen with the dishes and saw the empty barrel that was still dripping and spinning on the floor, his whole body froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Where's my rice? You guys ate without food? There's 7 of them? Embarrassed, Chow Chow took the grain of rice at the corner of his mouth, pinched it up and put it in his mouth, and scratched his head awkwardly again. Senpai's rice was just too delicious. I didn't control my mouth in the heat of the moment. Sorry, to think that I, Chow Chow, have also eaten mountains of delicacies, but when compared to Senior's rice, it's not as good as something a pig would eat. By the way, Senior, as a token of apology, these fine wines will be taken as my filial piety to you. Chow Chow waved his hand, and instantly the floor was covered with all sorts of good wine. These are all his treasures. Usually cannot afford to drink a few sips, today he gave them all away. But, it's worth it. Not to mention this chance just now. It's worth it just to get to know Senior as a person. Upon hearing this, Chuemo was visibly stunned. What did you say your name was? Late Senior Chow Chow. Character Meng Da. Currently the king of Wei of the Eastern region's Eastern Han Empire, so I'm sorry to make you laugh. Senior. Chow Chow embarrassed arched his hand. In the outside world this Wei king name is enough to deter the curfew, but in front of the seniors is certainly not enough to look at. Just a small fight. Pust. Hearing Chow Chow's words, Chuemo almost sputtered in shock, and after putting the dishes away, he quickly raised his head to ask, "You're Chow Mengda, king of Wei? The one who likes human wives? What about them? It can't be Liu Bei and Sun Quan, can it?" "That's right. Liu Bei, Sun Quan, great Senior." Liu Bei's few people hurriedly got up and saluted. Even Zhao Yun Dianwei and a few others were respectful. Chuemo was dumbfounded, and for a moment he actually began to wonder if he had traveled to the wrong place. It was only after the system explained again and again that Chuemo believed that this was an overhead parallel world and not ancient times, and the characters that appeared all had their own destiny trajectories that were different from those of his Chinese world. Chow Chow shyly touched his beard. "How did Senior know about this little hobby of mine?" Chomo waved his hand. "This matter of Hello Man's wife. Everyone in our world knows about it. It's nothing unusual, and with you the same hobby, can be not a few? Whisper to tell you. Ahem, in fact, I also have some knowledge of this area. We are in the same way ah." At those words, Chow Chow's eyes lit up. "I didn't realize that you'd like to do the same. Since we're talking about this, I'm not sleepy anymore. Why don't we sit down and chat over a drink? Senior?" Chuemo nodded and was just about to sit on the stone bench when a timid, soft female voice came from the front door. "Hi, you guys. Can I ask if I can come in and ask for a drink of water?" At those words, Chuemo froze. "I can't believe there are still people who want to beg, spit and drink. This girl is so heavy." Chapter 82 Shooting 100,000 times. You'll be invincible when you come out of the mountain. Hearing the sound and looking sideways, the few people only saw a girl with no cultivation and extremely pure, standing in the doorway. Zhao Diju's few people merely glanced at Yi Wuxin before staring back at the dishes on the stone table. Beauty on the age of 20 is of no interest to Chow Chow, not to the base-loving Liu Bei, and likewise not to the Lolita-loving Sun Quan. It wasn't as good as the food on the table. If the rice had such a strong effect, then the food, would it do something else? Yi Wuxin, who had concealed his cultivation with a supreme treasure, didn't know that these were all oddballs, still thinking that he could charm this group of people. Seeing this, Chuemo shook his head and smiled. Recently more and more people were coming to Recess Mountain, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad. "Come in girl, tea is still available, and as for Recess Town is in that direction." Chummer greeted and casually pointed his finger in the direction. Yi Wuxin smiled sweetly, pretending to be soft and weak, and stepped in to take a sip of water. She knew that men ate it up. "Thank you, sir. It's not easy to run into a nice guy like you in the middle of nowhere." As he spoke, Yi Wuxin was still taking a moment to survey the people in the courtyard. Since Zhao Deju's back was turned to her, she didn't see the other party, plus the fact that several people were in front of Chuemo, deliberately restraining their aura, and Yi Wuxin didn't recognize Liu Bei and the others. As a result, Yi Wuxin realized, in this courtyard in front of him, there was just a group of ordinary people with no cultivation, as well as a fellow who was merely in the late Huang rank. The corner of Chumo's eyes twitched. Just met and was sent a good man card. This girl does not know how to do things. It's better to be here than not. We just happen to be eating. Would you like to sit down and have some too? Yi Wuxin smiled faintly. Her eyes looked towards the stone table where everyone was sitting together, and her pretty face lost its color. That pure and lovely face instantly lost its blood color and became pale, because she recognized that the table was the treasure that her clan's ancestor had given to her sect master. The 8 trigrams formation diagram. Now that the sect's treasures have landed here and been made into a table, then wouldn't the sect master, Yi Wuxin's eyes misted with water, and he didn't know if he was scared or sad. Seeing the other party's eyes moist, Chu Mo was surprised for a moment. Girl, why are your eyes watery when you say water? Have you thought of something sad? Yi Wuxin was startled and hurriedly collected his mind. No, it's just that it feels like there aren't many good people like Mr. And my little girl was touched by that. Looking at Chu Mo's cultivation level, Yi Wuxin's eyebrows frowned tightly as if she had thought of something. That's not true. Their group of mortals and a yellow-ranked martial artist couldn't kill the sect master. So the perpetrator was someone else. With his eyes vaguely scanning the surroundings, Yi Wuxin again noticed the stove that smoked bacon on that side, as well as the Northern Plains ice wolf next to the stove. The incomparably intelligent Yi Wuxin came to a sudden realization. So that's how it is, the Desolate Order ice wolves are swift and courageous. It might really be possible to kill the two sect masters under a sneak attack. Just, why is this Desolate Order ice wolf in the small courtyard? Looking at that yellow rank guy's stance, it seems like he's the courtyard owner. How can a yellow rank gift Zhao Dezhu a divine sword? Could it be that he accidentally picked up the divine sword but didn't recognize it and was cheated by Zhao Dezhu? With a heart full of doubts, Yi Wuxin squeezed out a few smiles and thanked Chu Mo. Thank you, sir, for your kind words, but my daughter needs to hurry to Recess Town, so she won't be eating. Alright then, I won't impose since you have something to do. Chu Mo waved his hand indifferently and sat his butt on the table, pouring wine and preparing to eat and chat. Only when Yi Wuxin left did Chu Mo spit out a sentence in disbelief. This heavenly rank girl can get lost too? It's true that wayfarers don't distinguish between realms. The heavenly ranks? Hearing Chu Mo's careless words, several people raised their eyebrows. I didn't expect that we all looked away. Ah, just now that girl actually used a treasure to hide her cultivation. Senior deserves to be a senior. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. However, a few people didn't care. The district was just a heavenly rank. Hidden or not hidden, it was just like that. No threat at all. Elder, this meal, it's okay, just eat, let's drink with the food. By the way, where were we? Trummer waved his hand graciously. Chow Chow grinned. Talk about fine wine and a man's wife. Chu Mo slapped his brain. Oh yes, fine wine. It's rare to come across someone who loves wine. So I'm suddenly inspired to recite a poem. Oh, Elder is also well versed in poetry and literature? Then we shall be all ears. Ha ha ha. The crowd cracked up. Trummer straightened his features, his eyes darting around. Anyway, the system said that this world is not the Chinese world, and the fates of the characters on both sides do not overlap. So, Trummer is ready to plagiarize. To leaks when cut. Life is geometrical. What can relieve your worries but Dukang? How are you all doing? Chu Mo picked up his wine cup and chanted poetry as he drank. When the crowd heard it, they hastened to exclaim that it was a good poem, and Chow Chow, in particular, actually resonated with it in his heart. It just felt like the poem, like it had something to do with him. I didn't realize that the senior poetry and literature together is actually so powerful. Not people who know about wine simply can't do this poem. I'm convinced. I wonder what the senior has to say about the widow. Chow Chow rose to make a toast. With a look of adoration, Chu Mo drank it all in one go, and gave Chow Chow a scowl and a bad smile. Speaking of widows, that brings us to the gun trick. At those words, Zhao Yun, who was silent on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. Gun technique? Elder, a certain person also has a small research on the gun technique, but has recently fallen into a bottleneck. Yun dares to ask Elder, what is the essence of the gun technique essentials? Chu Mo chucked a piece of spicy rabbit meat and said cozily as he took another mouthful of wine. As for the essence of this spear technique, it's no more than thrusting, fork stabbing and stabbing. It may seem simple, but as long as you eat it up, your speed will come up. With speed, you have to control the rhythm. When to go fast and when to go slow can vary from person to person. This is the essence of the gun. You realize it yourself. The smile at the corner of Chu Mo's mouth gradually perverted, and having been single for many years, he still had a say in this. After hearing these words, Zhao Yun was shaken and immediately fell into a state of epiphany. Stick a fork in it? The state of S.I. As long as you practice a movement to the extreme, you can be invincible as well. Zhao Yun. Get it? This is the mystery of the gun technique. Zhao Yun gave himself, in his heart, a cultivation plan. 100,000 shots and you're invincible. And at this moment, outside the courtyard, Yi Wuxin also came to the side of the Wei Chuan Kong duo. Seeing the intact Yi Wuxin return, the duo sighed in relief and asked in a hurry, what's the situation? Reporting to the old ancestor, the two sect masters are indeed dead, and the supreme treasures of our two sects were indeed left behind in this courtyard, and the supreme treasures were severely damaged. Not only that, the Bagua formation was made into a stone table, and the Samadhi false fire oven was made to smoke bacon. Alas! Yi Wuxin had a sad face and reported truthfully, "Is that true?" The two asked incredulously. "When it is true, it is truer than real gold. My disciple saw it with his own eyes. I dare to vouch for it with my head." At those words, the two old ancestors were so shocked that they staggered backward, completely losing their strength and falling to the ground, wailing continuously. "What? Really dead? And both of our supreme treasures are still, ugh. To be able to kill a peak heaven stage holding a supreme treasure, and also severely destroy the supreme treasure, then how powerful should this strong person inside be? Our hope of taking the treasure and taking revenge is dashed. It seems that we can only find a way to befriend him. Hate." The two had desperate eyes. Yang Feng and Yu Hua, but the two of them were their personal disciples, betting a lot of effort. The two were filled with pathos and piled two small mounds of earth on the spot to serve as the graves of Yang Feng and Yu Hua. The two squeezed out a few tears and couldn't help but cry. "Alas, Yang Feng, Yu Hua, even though we are master and disciple to each other, we can be said to love each other like father and son. This revenge of killing our son and seizing the treasure is not shared by all. If this revenge is not carried out, how can the two of us be worthy of being your masters? So the two of us will sever the relationship of master and disciple with the two of you today. And if you have knowledge of it in the bottom of your springs, please find another way." Seeing the duo in such a posture, the corner of Yi Wuxin's mouth twitched. "I'm sure you'll be able to break off your relationship with me and hire someone else. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get your face off. Then what? Don't grieve for a moment. Two old ancestors, our intelligence may be wrong. There are no experts inside. Only 7 rice buckets and a late Huang-ranked martial artist, and the most powerful is just a desolate rank ice wolf." Chapter 83. May I ask old ancestor how to deal with these two ungrateful things? What? Just a desolate order wolf and a yellow order guy? With them wouldn't they be able to kill Yang Feng Yu Hua, who is holding a heavy treasure? Mei Qianhua and the two of them were suspicious in their hearts and did not immediately believe it. Yi Wuxin's beautiful eyes stared, revealing a gaze that saw through everything. "I suspect that the divine sword was acquired by chance by this guy in the courtyard, and then tricked away by Zhao Deju, and the two sect masters went in probably because of a bit of a clash of words. And then the owner of the courtyard saw the supreme treasure and had bad intentions, so they made a false pretense on the surface and secretly attacked the sect masters. In the end, when the two sect masters were dying from serious injuries, they sent out counterattacks at the cost of heavy damage to their supreme treasures, only to be dodged." Yi Wuxin told all that he had seen, as well as his own guesses. After listening to her report, the Wei Chuan Kong duo felt that the analysis made sense, and that Yi Wuxin was also the most delicate-minded person in their clan. I guess the truth is as good as what she said. Otherwise, with just one desolate order ice wolf, how could it possibly kill Yang Feng and Yu Hua? So it could only rely on sneak attacks, or drugging. Thinking of this, the two men's despair was swept away and their hearts were filled with anger. Suddenly, he raised his head, and killing intent filled the surroundings. Damn it! Surprisingly, people rely on a dog's power. Snake attacking and drugging, raping and killing, abusing and killing my disciple, and also attempting to seize the treasure, failing to seize the treasure, and daring to defile my Jin's own treasure like this. This is undoubtedly standing on our heads and ting on us. I can't even spare the array disc myself, and he made me a ing table, and smoked bacon in a stove? I want him to die a horrible death. Old May, come with me and kill them and finish them off. I'm going to torture him to death and then throw him into a cesspool for 7 days and 7 nights. Wei Chuan Kong was furious, and immediately threw out a long sword, and Mei Qianhua rose up from the ground, and killed straight to the small courtyard from the foot of the mountain. Inside the courtyard, after 3 rounds of wine, the people were talking to each other. One drank in a daze. Senior, I didn't expect you to have such profound knowledge. You are proficient in all kinds of poems, lyrics and songs, especially this Shuddering the Lock has benefited us greatly. When I, Liu Bei, return, I will give this holy book to my second brother so that he can study it well. Liu Bei flushed and placed the secret book given by Chu Mo into his arms, arching his hand in thanks. Sun Quan also nodded his head gratefully. That's right, a trip to Senior's house is better than 10 years of hard training, and the greatest chance is still seeing that door plaque. If I could see it up close, I would have no regrets in this life. Hearing the words of the crowd, Chu Mo burped and nodded his head greatly. If you want to see it, then I'll let you see it. With that, he got up and went to the entrance of the small courtyard and removed the door plaque. Looking at this plain, unadorned, and even somewhat worn-out plaque on the table, the 7 men rose and paid heavy obeisance as if they were on a pilgrimage. Thank you for the great favor of the gate god. After paying their respects, just as several people were about to take a closer look at the plaque, A majestic internal force descended from the sky. Boom! Boom! Chummer's Gate, as well as the hedge garden, was instantly destroyed, raising a cloud of dust. Even the dishes on the stone table of several people were all contaminated. The scene also stunned everyone. How dare an iron-headed waif take liberties with Elder? He's finished. As the dust settled, a sorrowful laugh resounded in the middle of the sky. Jia jia jia. Stupid trash. Actually dare to kill my disciple to take away the most precious treasure. No one can save you in these 7 rice buckets today. I said. 2 silhouettes appeared out of thin air, and that middle stage of desolate ranks cultivation fully erupted. Looking extremely berserk, the two had already agreed that they must appear as an image of absolute suppression, to make this murderer die in horror, in despair. However, in the next second, the color of pride on the faces of the two of them solidified. Old May, why do these people look so familiar? Familiar? Heartless said it's just a bunch of rice buckets. How could it look familiar? Maybe you're too far away to see them clearly. After all, you're old. Mei Qianhua waved his hand in disbelief. Looking at the duo in the sky, Chumo's face turned ironic. At this moment he didn't care how high the other party's cultivation was. Not cursing a few times was not enough to quell his anger. What the hell, do you guys have eyes up your asses? I worked hard to make this dish, and you two sons of ES ruined it, and my yard has also been ruined by you two. What the hell? Watching Chu Mo lose his temper, Zhao Deju and the others were silenced, fearing that the other party would blow up in anger and wipe out the few of them as well. On the contrary, it was the two people in the sky who laughed out loud, completely not putting Chu Mo's curses in their hearts. Hey, I'll smash it. What can you do to us? Come on, come and hit us, you little scum. Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong disdained to the extreme, sneered, and another internal force erupted. Toward the Chu Mo residents bombarded. Chu Mo's eyes went cold. Dogs get on and bite their chickens. I've never heard anyone make such an excessive request. Hearing the order, White Wind wailed and rose from the ground, shaking the collar around his neck in order to kill the enemy. Seeing this scene, it was as if Zhao Deju's 7 people had seized the opportunity to perform, and their auras erupted in full force. Master Wolf, wait, how can you do this for such a trivial matter? We'll take care of it. Dare to offend Senior. No matter who these two are, death is not enough. After saying that, the 7 people's peak desolate order and flood order auras shot straight up into the sky, and at this moment the sky was dyed black, giving off an extremely depressing feeling. Dark clouds and thunder. The 7 of them swung together, not only intercepting the attack, but also parrying it in the process. Looking at the furious attack that came blasting in, the smiles of the Wei Chuankong duo in the air suddenly froze. Their faces changed violently, and their eyes almost stared out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 4 peak desolate ranks and 3 flood ranks. How is that possible? How could such a big shot show up in this Thai place? Didn't Ji Wuxin say that the ones sitting in the courtyard were 7 rice buckets? I'm going to hell with the rice buckets. If this is considered a rice bucket, then what are the two of us? Run! Realizing that something was wrong, the two backhandedly stacked dozens of layers of defensive internal force shields on themselves before pulling out their legs and wanting to escape. Had they known there was such a group of people here, they would not have come even if they were killed. But how could the two of them in the middle stage of the desolate order outrun the counterattacks of the 7 big men? It was instantly enveloped. Snap! Like swatting a fly. It was swatted from the sky and embedded into the ground a full half-meter deep. It was as if the bones of the two had been slapped apart, struggling to get up from the ground, to be close enough to see the looks of the few people who attacked. Wei Chuankong, 2 people's faces suddenly turned white, and even their speech stuttered. I, you, Tamid, Zhao Doju, and Liu Bei, Chao Chao, and Sun Quan? Why are you guys here? Wei Chuankong, 2 people almost cried. A Zhao Daiju can arbitrarily need the 2 of them. Not to mention that there are a few East region usually can only look up to the big brother. At this moment, they both also realized that they had bumped into a gun. Wanting to turn around and slap Yi Wuxin, he realized that they had run out of ing sight long ago. Zhao Daiju and a few others fixed their eyes on it, and there was a cold hum. Oh, who did I think it was? But it's you two. You two are a steel pipe poking a frog. Tops. To actually have the courage to come to my soul-suppressing sex old ancestors' home to make trouble, and dare to break something in the old ancestors' home. You two are looking for death. Looking at these people in front of them, Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua, shaking like a pendulum, no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning, the cold sweat on his head, one by one, dripped down to the ground. It had been more years than the two of them could remember, and the last time they'd been this scared was the last time they'd been this scared. So, if I say that everything before was an accident, would you guys believe me? Do you feel convinced yourself? I remember you just called us rice buckets, and you called Senpai a little hot chick, haha, you guys have some guts. A few people looked at Wei Chuan Kong the duo intently, and their killing aura was unreserved. The two were so frightened that they kept swallowing their saliva, and even if the furnace and the Bagua formation were right in front of them, they didn't dare to take a look. At this moment, in their hearts, the two of them had already Ziji Wuxin 100 times. Mercy, mercy, gentlemen, this is all really a misunderstanding. Listen to my sophistry. Ah no, listen to both of us explain. The two men kowtowed frantically, and when life and death were on the line, there was no such thing as dignity. Seeing this, the seven coldly snorted, frightening Wei Chuan Kong and his duo so much that their hearts almost jumped out. Daring to disturb the old ancestor. You guys simply deserve to die. However, if the old ancestor doesn't open his mouth, we don't dare to decide what will happen to the two of you. Dare I ask old ancestor how to dispose of these two ungrateful things? Chapter 84, Lu Ji, here comes the turnaround battle. Ancestor? At this time, the two of them, Wei Chuan Kong, who were in a panic, also noticed Zhao Deju's address to Chu Mo. The duo's hearts fluttered, not realizing that this scum, who was only of the yellow rank in their eyes, was actually some kind of old ancestor? He's the mysterious sword-giving powerhouse? Could it be, he's hiding his cultivation? But no matter how he probed, he was still of the yellow rank, but to be honored by these seven bigwigs as seniors, it certainly wouldn't be so simple. Yi Wuxin, I'll kill you. How dare you lie about the military? The two of them could be said to hate that Yi Wuxin who had escaped. Looking at the familiar appearance of the several people, Chu Mo couldn't help but wonder. Old Zhao, you know these two extrajudicial maniacs? Zhao Deju arched his hand and nodded his head in response. Back to old ancestor. I do know each other. Old acquaintance. And, if I'm not mistaken, old ancestor, this stone table, along with that furnace, were both acquired only recently, right? Chu Mo nodded. Indeed. Just last night two people came and tried to take my dog's life. Turns out, my dog killed him back. So he left these two things behind. What's the matter? They're related to each other? You have an old relationship with them? Chu Mo suddenly thought of something. Zhao Deju mentioning these two objects should be related to these two maniacs in front of him. Maybe, it's what the novels say. Hit the little one and come back for the old one. But, why do they want to kill me? How much trouble has my two dogs caused? If old Zhao had an old relationship with them as well, things would not be easy. He himself was at least nominally an old ancestor of the soul-suppressing sect. Zhao Deju thought that Chu Mo was raising an offense and waved his hands in fear. How? I don't have any relationship with the two of them. And there's still a feud going on. Those two are the two factions that oppressed our soul-suppressing sect last time I approached you. Old ancestor. I didn't expect that they would actually run here and try to assassinate you. Old ancestor. They really deserve to be killed. Trummer came to a realization. When he looked at the two again, his eyes were also completely cold. It's a new feud coming together. Want to die or live? Want to live. Want to live. Old ancestor, spare my life. Spare my life. Ouch. The two kowtowed in a hurry, and before they could finish their words, they received a kick from Zhao Deju. Zhao Deju stormed out. That's my family's old ancestor. You can't call it that. The crowd squinted at him with disdain. Chu Mo coldly smiled. It's also easy to live. As long as you help me build a better looking yard, turn over the farmland land, and fix my gate, I won't kill you. At those words, the two were ecstatic. Yes, sir. The two of us will definitely do it properly to ensure that senior is satisfied. Chu Mo waved his hand with disinterest. Go! The duo immediately pulled out axes, wood knives, and the like from their storage bags, and began to go felling trees in preparation for rebuilding the small yard. With a bunch of flood rank experts and this mysterious strong man, the two didn't even think about escaping. Watching the two go into the mountains to cut down the trees, Zhao Deju was visibly stunned and asked with some confusion. Old ancestor, are you really letting these two off the hook? Chu Mo rolled his eyes and looked at Zhao Deju like he was an idiot. How could it be? Their family, old and young, tried to kill me, and I'm lucky if I don't send their whole family to the crematorium. I said I wouldn't kill them, but I didn't say, you can't. How to do it later. You understand. For now, let them work on the infrastructure first. My house also really needs to be repaired. The land should also be turned. Free labor is not used for nothing. Chu Mo's heart is like a mirror. Although his own strength is not great, but he understands the matter of eradicating grass and removing roots. Saint's mother, this thing should not be. If it really came to the end of the world, the first thing he did was to first take the Saint's mother teammates to sacrifice to heaven. Moreover, this time, he could let Zhao Deju beat these two extrajudicial maniacs to death, and then he would come to make up for it. This ensures that you don't lose much internal energy and absorb more. Beautiful. It's time to soar another wave of strength. This humanoid rechargeable treasure. It's so useful. At that, Zhao Deju sighed in relief and gave a thumbs up. old ancestor is wise. Chu Mo waved his hand. It's just a pity, I can't eat this meal. Alas. Liu Bei Chow Chow. Several people picked up the dishes on the floor and cleaned them up. Smiling. It's fine. We've also eaten almost everything. Because of Senior's meal, the intent in our bodies has thickened quite a bit. And most of all, the damn poison has all but disappeared. There is no way to repay such a great favor. If we can turn into a woman, we will definitely return the favor with our bodies. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the several people's bold words, Chu Mo's favorability towards them skyrocketed. These guys are pretty good to get along with, except for Zhao Yun, who was pretty stumpy looking. Senior, in the future, but there are orders. Just open your mouth. A few of us still have some power in the eastern region. Helping Senior run errands shouldn't be much of a problem. Chow Chow patted his chest in assurance. As soon as these words came out, Chu Mo's expression immediately became somewhat lustful, and his smile gradually tightened. Actually, I do have a little something I'd like to ask you guys for a favor. Elder, please. My wife ran away from home 8 years ago because of some ulterior motive, and I've been waiting at home for 8 years, and I haven't heard a word. So I'd like to ask you all, if you have any free time, could you ask around and keep an eye out for me? Chu Mo let out a long sigh. Although his wife was not beautiful, she was the best net in his heart. It was she who accompanied herself through the most confusing and terrifying years of her arrival in the other world. It was she, too, who gave herself a home and a daughter. Liu Bei Chow Chow. Several people looked at each other. Their minds were different. I did not think that the seniors actually have such a past. What kind of brain-dead woman would choose to run away from home and away from her seniors? No problem. May I ask Senior Madam what her name is? Is there a portrait available? Called Lu Qingxue? No portrait. Not very good looking anyway. But excellent figure. Having not seen her for 8 years, Chu Mo's memory of his wife was stuck at 8 years ago. The wife at that time, a woman with half her face disfigured, was naturally not very good looking. But Chu Mo had long since gotten used to it, and it was nice to turn off the lights at night and block the other side of his face with his hair. Hearing this abstract description from Chu Mo, several people frowned slightly. Don't worry, Senior. We will inquire about all the women named Lu Qingxue in the eastern region as well as the surrounding area, and at that time, we will personally send the portrait and information over to Senior. What do you think? Chu Mo arched his hand, his eyes having a few moments of despondency. Having not seen her for many years, his wife should have also forgotten that there was such a husband in the deep mountains who only knew how to farm, right? Otherwise, why didn't she come back for a meeting? Chu Mo also knows that his wife's family history may not be simple. Even in the year of amnesia, the nobility of the body cannot be hidden, as if it was born. If they were really the children of a great family, according to their own virtues in the past, how could they be worthy of them? Then thank you all very much. If she has her own life with her own family now and is doing well, then I won't bother her. The crowd looked at each other inside. This Senior is really a person of the utmost emotion. Right guys? Would you like some more pastries or something? I'll make them? Trummer shook his head, trying to keep his mind off his wife. At those words, several people nodded their heads in delight. Good. The elder gives, and may not be resigned. Chu Mo. Martyr. Shouldn't be polite with you thick-skinned people. At the same time when Chu Mo's family was in a state of peace, on the other side of the Chang'an imperial city, there was a crisis that was looming towards it at the moment. The house of the king of Jinbei. Your Highness, elder whose support team should arrive at midnight tonight. At that time, the king won't have to be aggrieved and can turn over a new leaf. And my clan's supreme elder Zhao Deju, last night with 6 super experts, went to visit my clan's new old ancestor. Among them there are 3 peaks of the Desolate Order and 3 Hong Order powerhouses. With their backing you can rest assured that you can do your work. The messenger from the Soul Suppression sect smilingly transmitted a message. Upon hearing this, the corners of Lu Ji's mouth curled up, and he spiritedly had someone take out 500 taels of gold and gave it to the messenger. Ha 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 ha, I, Lu Ji, have this background, and I have my mother and the Supreme Elder in them to cover me. Who is she? Lu Qingxue little, to fight with me? Miao Sanbu, blood sword, follow me tomorrow to force the palace. I'll make the sky blind me no more. I will use the blood of Lu Qingxue and that old clown Li Chunfeng to color this blue sky red. I will have my scribe weigh in and ascend to the throne of Queen. Looking at the Lu Ji, who was laughing wildly up in the sky, Miao Sanbu let out a long sigh with his hand on his forehead. This guy's middle-agedness is back. Anyway, I don't care who you fight. I have only one opponent, and that's Sai Hua Tua. Blood Sword licked the skin of his mouth with a lecherous face. I've got my eye on that little Shang Wanyan. Lu Qingxue and the others did not know about all this happening in the Jinbei King's residence. At this moment, she was watching with Li Chunfeng, Sai Hua Tua and the others, horrified, surrounding Chu Linger. What did you say, Linger? You got up from a nap and you broke through from the 6th rank to the middle yellow rank? Is there any mistake? Are you dreaming or are we? Chapter 85 Reinforcements arrive. Lu Ji's mother, Aang. Linger just woke up from her nap and realized that she's much stronger. The bed was collapsed by my slap. Chu Linger raised her head in confusion and looked at the group of elders in front of her. At the moment she had no bed to sleep in, and was standing on a stool in a nightgown, with her little bare feet, and a resigned look on her face. Unsure, Saihua Tua took her pulse several more times, then fished out a dark pill from his pocket. It's no problem. Strong as a bull. If you guys are still uneasy, why don't you, Linger, take a potpourri pill first? That one has miraculous effects. Li Chunfeng stormed up with a kick. Roll. You've gone ing crazy playing with pots and pans, haven't you? You can't decide what to do with pots and pans? After cursing, a warm smile immediately returned to his face. Linger, tell Grandpa Li, what did you dream? Why did you break through from the 7th rank to the middle yellow rank overnight? After Grandpa figures it out, he'll be sure to put his pillow higher tonight and try to have the same dream. Gu Yanwu and the others also perked up their ears, wanting to hear the reason for the breakthrough. To go from the 7th rank to the middle yellow rank in this one night. Not to say it's absolutely unique, it's also a rare occurrence. Chu Linger frowned and thought for a long time before she tilted her head and replied weakly. I dreamt that my father reached out and practiced, then shared a bit of his internal energy with me, and I somehow broke through. Hearing this, the crowd snapped to attention. Transmission in a dream? This is a means that only immortals have. Even you level can't do this step. Hiss. Linger her father. The immortal realm is solid. Are there any more such fathers? We sincerely want to worship our righteous father. Seeing that Chu Linger was not overdrawing her life force, the crowd was relieved. By the way, Your Majesty, the territory of the Fire Spirit Kingdom has been collected, and this is the deed sent by Huang Fusong. Also, the army has finished stationing itself. Even if the Fire Spirit Kingdom counterattacks, we can still hold out for a while. As for the Golden Spirit Kingdom side, it's a bit hindered, but it's not a big problem. It's just a matter of these 2 days. Shu Jungso respectfully handed over a bunch of land deeds, all of which were for those 7 states in the Fire Spirit Kingdom. Nowadays, the national maps of the Ice Spirit Kingdom had all been revamped and expanded quite a bit. Lu Qingxue nodded and took the contract, and a 5-clawed golden dragon immediately formed above the Imperial City. The golden dragon chanted a few times, resonating through the Imperial City, before a dive merged with Lu Qingxue. That Lu Qingxue, who had only reached the late stage of the heavenly rank for not even a month, once again completed her breakthrough and directly reached the desolate rank, just a foot short of reaching the middle stage. And, the realm was extremely solid. This was the benefit of cultivating the Emperor's Qi. They didn't need to specialize in cultivation. As long as they ran the country well, their cultivation would naturally soar. Good. My Ice Spirit Kingdom also has a supreme expert. I no longer need to fear the streams of the Tianyi sect and the Weapon sect. If your majesty can make a breakthrough so quickly, if the late emperor is alive in his grave, he would certainly be very pleased as well, right? Li Chunfeng was in old tears. The other party was also a daughter-like existence in his eyes, and watching the other party become stronger was simply more comforting than becoming stronger himself. Lu Qingxue nodded, rubbed Chu Linger's head, and picked up a comb to brush the other party's hair. All of this, thanks to Linger's help. Otherwise, where would I have been able to make a breakthrough so smoothly? It's also possible that I would have been forced to lose my power last time. Chu Linger smiled good-naturedly and honestly sat in front of the bronze mirror. Li Chunfeng suddenly thought of something and spoke again. By the way, Your Majesty, news has come from the borders of the Southern Wood Spirit Kingdom that the King of Jinnan seems to be returning to the Imperial City to resume his duties in just these 2 days, and the Wood Spirit Kingdom has already been shattered by his blitzkrieg and declared a truce. For such a great feat, the old minister is only afraid. I'm afraid that he'll bring his merits to force a marriage on His Majesty. After all, he has been in love with His Majesty for not a day or two. Speaking of the Jinnan King, Li Chunfeng let out a long sigh, his face complex. The royal family, the Lu family, has 2 princes, one of whom is the unfilial son Lu Ji. This guy is a playboy, too ambitious and unsuitable for the job, and only knows how to be in a hole. The other is the late emperor's righteous son, the king of Jinnan, Lu Hao. This person is not only very ambitious, but also the qualification of the sky. At a young age will reach the peak of the heavenly stage, and can fight well. Looks is also extremely handsome and dashing. The Imperial City in love with him countless thousands of girls. However, he fell in love with someone he shouldn't have, and that was his righteous sister, Empress Lu Qingxue. If Lu Qingxue hadn't lost her memory, hadn't met that ordinary man, and hadn't given birth to a daughter, Li Chunfeng would still be happy to set up the 2. But now, he also knew that Lu Hao and Lu Qingxue, it was impossible. For so many years, he knew clearly how much Lu Qingxue had paid for that man, and no matter what young talent she had never faked it. The Empress frowned slightly, pondering for a few seconds before waving her hand. No harm done. If he returns with his achievements, I will reward him heavily. But if there is any other thought, it is absolutely impossible. I already have a husband and a wife for one day and for life. Even if, husband, he is ordinary. Even if he doesn't know martial arts. But what does it matter? All I know is that I am happy when I am with him, and my heart has an unprecedented sense of security and warmth. Thinking of her husband Chu Mo, Lu Qingxue's gaze softened, her eyes filled with longing. She had never told anyone what her husband's name was, for fear of getting the other person in trouble because of her identity. But now, she was already in the Desolate Order. Her territory had more than doubled, and her prestige in the court was unprecedentedly powerful. It is also time to announce to the world the existence of my husband. I have the ability to protect him. I've been working hard for so many years just to give him a hot, soft meal, and no one is going to stop me. Listening to the duo's conversation, Chu Linger had a sense of tightness in her heart. Someone wants to steal Linger's beautiful godmother? How can this be? What's that, King of Jinan? Linger is going to beat you to death. After getting up and packing up, Chu Linger was taken to the hunting ground to start today's portion of the massacre. Having reached the middle of the yellow stage, her hunting targets had also changed from small goats and chicks to other small demonic beasts that possessed cultivation. The hunting was much more difficult, but with Wei Zhongxian and Shang Guanyan guarding the area, there was no danger. The day passed in a flash. This night, the Jinbei King's mansion was surprisingly lively, not for any other reason, just because the reinforcements from the Soul Suppressor sect had arrived. Mother, you've come. My child is suffering here, and is about to be bullied to death by them. Whoa whoa, Lu Ji, a handful of snot and tears, howling and screaming. That tragic situation is really sad to hear people see tears. Who isn't a baby anymore in front of their old lady? He, daring to bully my Huiyui's son. This little girl Lu Qingxue is looking for death. That palace, for my mother, has not returned for decades. Tomorrow I will let it change ownership. In the future, we mother and son will always live here, and together we will take charge of this great and prosperous world. Opposite Lu Jinjin was a young woman wearing a short skirt, bumpy and mature and beautiful. The young woman pacified the king of Jinbei while her eyes showed a cold aura as she surveyed the brightly lit palace in the distance. Thoughts like a tidal wave. At the beginning, she was also once the late emperor's imperial consort, with her beauty and seductive bedside manner, doubly favored. Later on, he joined the Soul Suppression sect by chance, and only then did he give up his glory and wealth to leave this place. Now she vows to take back everything she has lost. Mother, is it reliable? Once you make a move you won't have a chance. That Li Chunfeng is already half a step at the desolate stage, and there's also a Sai Hua Tua who's also half a step at the desolate stage. Even the two guest ministers under me are no match. If we can't suppress them with absolute power, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble afterward. Lu Shi reminded, and also reached out to point at the blood sword in Miao Sanbu beside him. Hu Yui turned around and surveyed the two. When she saw the blood sword licking its tongue and sweeping back and forth over her body with an obscene face, Hu Yui's eyes chilled and she backhanded her hand. An attack that reached the desolate class level came out of his hand and blasted the blood sword, spitting blood out of his mouth, and flew out a dozen meters backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Blood sword was shocked. Desolate rank. You've actually reached the desolate rank. Didn't the rumors say that you were only at the peak of the heavenly rank? Hu Yui's face was cold and murderous. Wastes. If you can't even handle two half-step desolate ranks, what's the use of keeping you? If you dare to hit this elder again, you won't have to live next time. Being angrily scolded by Hu Yui, Blood Sword was silenced and did not dare to say a word. Miao Sanbu's eyes narrowed and he left the royal residence without looking back with a cold snort. Looking at how powerful Hu Yui was, Lu Ji was ecstatic. Mother, you broke through the desolate rank? Well, Mother made a breakthrough the other day with the help of your uncle Yu. Hu Yui clenched her fist out of thin air, confidence written all over her face. He said, and pointed to a man behind him. Oh yeah, let me introduce you. This is the vice-sect leader of the Soul Suppression sect, Gao Xiang. Chapter 86, The King of the North, has rebelled. As she introduced the man behind her to Lu Ji, Hu Yui's eyes became softer. At those words, Lu Ji turned his head to look at the other party. Standing in front of that Goliath, Lu Ji only felt like a big mountain pressing down on his heart. The might was a few points stronger than Hu Yui. And most importantly, Lu Ji realized that the man actually looked a little like himself. Galzius? A ball? Is there anyone else with that name? Lu Xinji scratched his head in confusion and arched his hand respectfully towards the man. Greetings, Uncle Gao. Looking at Lu Ji's appearance, Gao Xiang rubbed his hands together excitedly and turned his head towards Hu Yui to ask. Senior sister, This is my son, Ba. My senior nephew? It's all so big. Hu Yue nodded. That's right. He is. Pro. Listening to this inexplicable conversation between the two, Lu Ji was puzzled, but did not say anything more. Now in his eyes, or get rid of Lu Qingxue ascended to the throne as the emperor, is the main thing. Uncle Gao, since you're a vice patriarch, you should be very powerful, right? The corners of Goliath's mouth curled slightly and he puffed out his chest without saying a word. Hu Yue, who was at the side, covered her mouth and laughed a few times as she explained. It's been more than 100 years since your high uncle broke through to the desolate stage, and his strength is quite a bit stronger than the patriarch fire charmer. Your high uncle's strength could have broken through to the middle stage of the desolate stage, but he didn't choose to break through, but instead, he settled down for 100 years. Nowadays, even if it's a late stage of the desolate rank against your uncle Gao, it's just a 50-50 split. Mother whispered to you, if it wasn't for Supreme Elder Zhao Diju's recent breakthrough to the peak of the desolate stage, this clan's top position, I'm afraid I'll have to move it. Do you think your uncle Gao is awesome? At those words, Lu Ji inhaled a breath of cool air. FFS. That's a big guy who can cross the line. No wonder it could help his mother break through to the desolate stage. To be able to hold back for 100 years. This heart. This city, horrible. I didn't realize my old lady could get on a boat like that. How did she do it? Uncle Gao is awesome. With Uncle Gao at the helm, then this operation to take over the Ice Spirit Kingdom will definitely be stable. Virtuous nephew can rest assured. Not only will I personally assist you this time, I've also brought along a few up-and-coming talents at the early stage of the heavenly ranks, as well as dozens of earthly ranked powerhouses. With this lineup, how can a mere lord of a small country fight me? These people are all close friends that uncle has privately cultivated. Even the old ancestor can't command them. Goliath patted Lu Ji's shoulder with a soft gaze. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji was ecstatic and thanked him repeatedly. Uncle Gao, you guys are tired from coming all night and all day. Nephew will immediately have someone arrange for a bath. Hey, no need. Your mother and I have some big things to discuss. Just prepare an upper room for us. Goliath waved his hand and rejected Lu Ji's offer. Lu Ji complied and prepared the best room for the two of them. After watching Goliath and Hu Wei walk into the room and close the door, Lu Ji hurriedly collected his breath and quietly attached his ear to the door. He wanted to hear what the two were secretly talking about. Could it be discussing how to seize the position of sovereign? Hiss, the southern region is afraid of a major earthquake next. Ryu sincerely was excited beyond belief. Soon, however, the movement inside the room made Lu Ji's face stiffen. Listening to the commotion inside the house, Lu Ji's face was a shade of green and white. No wonder your old lady can get on such a big boat. That night, Lu Ji tossed and turned. Early the next morning, a group of ministers gathered in the palace's council hall. Lu Qingxue, as usual, was listening to the minister's report on the recent events around the country. Is there anything else? If there's something to report, if there's nothing to report, leave the court. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly flew in backwards from outside. Pust! The silhouette smashed heavily under Lu Qingxue's dragon chair, and a mouthful of blood dyed the hall red. Looking at this sudden silhouette, the civil and military officials looked shocked. Lu Bing? What's going on? That's right, this person is the relief return of the Jinui commander. Lu Bing, as a peak Earth-ranked expert, he was actually beaten and spat out blood today, still in front of the Empress. Seeing this scene, the crowd also realized that something was wrong. For a moment it all felt like the sky was falling. Who does not know that the commander of the Brocade Guards is the right arm of the Empress? Lu Bing's strength is not particularly strong, but he represents the face of the Empress. Who, exactly, was so bold as to dare to seriously injure her most loyal henchman in front of the powerful Empress? Isn't this a vicious slap in the face of the Empress, provoking her imperial authority? Looking at Lu Bing, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood on the ground, Lu Qingxue's eyes went cold. Men, go get Dr. Sai. Lu, what's going on? Xu Jiangsu rushed forward, helping Lu Bing up and stabilizing his injuries with his inner strength. Ignoring the pain, Lu Bing struggled to get up and knelt down towards the Empress. Your Majesty is in big trouble. The Jinbei King has brought a group of strong men and killed their way into the palace. The Brocade Guards and the Imperial Guards are completely unable to resist. What? The King of Jinbei? Where did he get the nerve? A strong man? Where does he have help besides Miao Sanbu and the Blood Sword? The 100 officials looked at each other and began to talk. In the next second, a rampant laughter resounded outside the great hall. Ha ha ha, Lu Bing, dare to block my king's path. When my king said I want you to get down, then you have to get down. Immediately afterward, Lu Jiji stepped in from outside with dozens of strong men in a spirited manner. The left side followed the blood knife elder ancestor who held a blood knife in his hand and was dressed in blood-colored robes. And the right side similarly followed the lord of the Miao borderland, who was dressed in black robes and exuded a gloomy and cold aura. With his hands behind his back, Lu Xinjin just looked straight at Lu Qingxue on the dragon chair. Not the slightest bit of fear was visible on his face. Lu Bing's eyes were seriously injured, and in the face of Lu Ji's insults, he was no longer able to speak, but could only stare angrily. On the contrary, Zhu Jiangsu, the secretary of the Ministry of War, got up and angrily rebuked Lu Ji. Lu Ji, how dare you? This is the Golden Palace, not a place for you to be reckless. Lu Xinji disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Who did I say it was? So it's the Minister of War. You little trash of the heavenly ranks. You're qualified to call this king by his first name? Wanton? You call this recklessness? Then you will see even more wanton behavior next. Ha ha ha. Men, slap your mouths. With a command, the corners of the blood sword elder's mouth curled up as he raised his hand and slashed towards Zhu Jun. The blade was as swift as electricity. Zhu Jiangsu's eyes stared, his internal energy attached to both fists, and he swung out a fist to fight against it. Boo! Zhu Jiangsu, who was also of the heavenly ranks, was actually shaken backward a few steps, worthy of being a long-established mid-heavenly rank. Awesome! But, Lu Shi, the blood blade ancestor is your backbone? Then you're underestimating us too much, aren't you? Zhu Juniper shrugged it off and looked at his opponent suspiciously. He didn't believe that the Jinbei king, who had been able to hold back for so long, would suddenly lose his mind and rebel. This was by no means his bottom card. Lu Xinji laughed out loud and waved his hand behind him, and in an instant, 6 or 7 celestial rank auras erupted out. Dozens of earth-ranked auras followed close behind. Looking at this scene, everyone changed color, knowing that the Ice Spirit Kingdom of a month ago, even if it emptied out its national power, it couldn't take out so many heavenly ranks. Only the female emperor, with the sword god Li Chunfeng, and the Jinnan king, who was far away in the southern domain, were heavenly ranks. The rest of them, the strongest of them, were only at the earth rank. But today this Jinbei king, but easily revealed the strength of the complete abuse of the Ice Spirit country. No wonder he broke out today, no longer hold back. So it is. It dawned on the crowd. Looking at how strong the king of Jinbei was, a lot of people among the 100 officials immediately began to choose their positions and slipped their hands to Lu Ji for a while. Lu Xinji accepted them all with open arms. Ha ha ha, your colleagues have a good eye. I think you can all guess the purpose of my Lu Ji today with your wisdom. Supporting me, Lu Shi, in the future will ensure that you will continue to enjoy glory and wealth, and you will never have to worry about being liquidated by this one day. At these words, nearly half of the 100 officials rebelled. Does it matter to them, the families, who is the emperor? As long as they are honored and prosperous, the sky is not their concern when the sky falls. But the matter of the 100 officials mutinying was not stopped by the empress, who merely gave Guan Zhou a look and told him to record these people. Lu Qingxue didn't panic in the slightest, sitting steadily in a fishing boat. The news of her breakthrough to the desolate rank had not been announced, so it was a good time to take this opportunity at the moment to see which ones were available. Dynasty, it's time for a major wave of bloodshed. And, watching the 100 officials around him gather more and more, Lu Ji became more and more rampant. Lu Qingxue, as you can see, you, a woman, has run the dynasty centrifugally. Why don't you give this throne to me to sit on? The water here is too deep for you to grasp. Listen to my king's advice and step aside. The walls are falling down. Many officials also followed Lu Ji's words and began to show their loyalty. That's right, the throne is held by the virtuous. I implore your majesty to abdicate the throne. Looking at the group of people in front of her, the empress was impassive and even wanted to laugh a little inside. Even Chu Linger, who was on the side, skimmed her mouth. Just this many people are not enough for Grandpa Li to fight alone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chunfeng joined hands with Sai Hua Tua. Lu Shi, I thought you could stay calm. I didn't expect this bit of power to make you drift. No guesses, these are all people from the Soul Suppressor sect, right? But since you dared to plot against me, even if you have the Soul Suppressing sect behind you, you will not be able to escape death today. Chapter 87 Sai Hua Tua, on the wonderful uses of potting ash. Li Chunfeng stepped in and looked coldly at Lu Ji. Sai Hua Tua stepped forward and waved his hand. A row of silver needles lightning-like stabbed into various acupoints on Lu Bing's body. In an instant, Lu Bing's face looked much better, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Thank you, divine doctor. You're welcome. Here, take this pill and don't forget to tell me if it has any effect later. Sai Hua Tua fished out a brocade box from his bosom, carefully pinched up a black and still falling pill from the box, and fed it to Lu Bing. Looking at the other party so solemn, Lu Bing looked solemn. This must be an extraordinary elixir. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of the divine doctor's brocade box? It's just, why does this stuff look a bit like potting ashes? Could it be that the surface of precious elixirs all look so plain and unadorned? After taking the elixir, Saihua took out another small notebook and started recording a study of potting ashes on internal and external injuries. Seeing that Lu Bing was saved, Lu Ji was not annoyed, but instead laughed out loud. It's futile to save them. They're going to die later anyway. Li Chuanfeng's gaze chilled as he looked at the group of experts behind Lu Ji. Don't you know that sects may not intervene in the empire's disputes? Not to interfere in the internal affairs of the empire? Are you not afraid that the law enforcement hall will clean up your Jin Soul sect? In the face of Li Chuanfeng's questioning, the group of experts kept their mouths shut, and there was only indifference in their eyes. Ryu sincerely snapped his fingers and smiled triumphantly. No, 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 they're not from the clan. This is the guest ministers that this king has invited on his own merit. You bad old man, don't spill blood. Be careful of this king suing you for slander. Li Chunfeng didn't argue. There are times when fists make sense. With his backhand, he pulled out his own rusty iron sword from his storage bag. The sword flower was pulled out, and the tip of the sword was pointed straight at Lu Ji. Who cares where you got the foreign aid? If you dare to speak out in the Golden Palace, you are all destined to die. Look at the sword. Li Chunfeng pointed his toes, like a spirit swallow pouncing straight at Lu Ji and the others. A wisp of sword chi condensed at the tip of the sword, and the attack instantly became overwhelming. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been shocked by this sword move. But Lu Ji was unconcerned. Just with you, an old undead with half a foot in the coffin. Do you want to stop this king? 8 years ago, if you hadn't gotten in the way, this throne would have been returned to this king. Today, this king vows to take back everything he has lost. All of you, get on me. This king will make this old undead's blood splatter on the spot. Lu Ji was emboldened by his own mother and Vice Patriarch Gao. He didn't believe that there was anyone else within the palace who could resist the two great desolate rank experts. With a command, the blood sword elder ancestor crossed his sword and killed Li Chunfeng, and behind him, the 7 heavenly rank experts formed a battle formation and killed together as well. Several people combined their efforts to block Li Chuanfeng's attack. Li Chuanfeng's eyes slightly condensed. Can't let go here. Can you dare to go outside the temple to fight? That's exactly what I want. This golden palace belongs to the king from today, so it can't be broken. Ryu sincerely answered and led the experts outside with a loud laugh. The battle was once again underway, not in the great hall, and Li Chunfeng was not afraid of damaging the palace. Let go and start a dozen or 8. Seeing the intense fight between the two sides, Lu Ji made another wink to Miao Sanbu. Then Saihua Tua is all yours. Miao Sanbu pretended to be surprised. What? Your Highness, don't you know he's my senior brother? Someone like you still cares about senior brothers and sisters? Lu Ji was puzzled for a moment. Your Highness, you're mistaken. This person is my beloved family friend. Hand and foot brother So, it has to be increased. Miao Sanbu had a teasing, evil smile on his face. Shaking his wrist, a black mist filled with poisonous gas appeared out of thin air in his palm, and he also picked his chin at Saihua Tua. Isn't it time for you and I, master and brother, to duke it out? After a lifetime of fighting, all the grudges happen to be settled together today. I'd like to see if Master Hua Tua was wrong in passing on the Green Bag Sutra to you in the first place. Saihua Tua snorted coldly, holding a handful of golden needles in his hand, and said back with great vigor, I'm not afraid of you. I am no longer the cripple I was at the beginning. So it's not easy for me to kill you? The two roared and instantly battled into a ball. Medicine can save and kill. Both of them are extremely strong in the path of medicine and poison. The formation of the battle circle are also poisonous gas? Lu Ji sighed so many experts, but no one dared to participate in the field to enter to support Miao Sanbu. Even, one by one, they all avoided like snakes and scorpions, moving away from the battle circle of the two, fearing that they would be touched a little bit and die of poison. The two men fought fiercely, releasing and detoxifying poison in an endless stream of moves, but they couldn't do anything to help each other. It's not a solution to fight like this. They were all taught by the same master. They can't break the moves. Miao Sanbu dispelled the poisonous aura from his body and yelled. Saihua Tua similarly shook away the poisonous mist from his body and nodded. Alright then, let's use a stance other than what master taught us. Words. The two are no longer confined to the means of medical Tao Poison Road. The momentum of an explosion began the martial arts battle. However, Miao Sanbu soon lost the upper hand and roared in horror. You've refined your kung fu again? Crap. You think I'm you? Standing still? You're bound to lose today. Asterisk. Slow down. Why don't we just use the moves we learned from our master? Fighting to death hurts our feelings. Miao Sanbu was shocked. In terms of real strength, he was not half a point worse than today's Saihua Tua. But where would Saihua Tua go as he wanted? This slap after slap huffed on the other party. letting out all the pent-up frustration he had felt in the past few hundred years. Simply put, it's one word: awesome. Tramp. Let you rebel against the division. Let you find things for me to do. Let you steal my spirit pills. Let you peek at my beloved senior sister taking a bath. Today, I will beat you, a rebellious disciple, to death on behalf of my master. The more Manhwa Tua fought, the more excited he became, while on the contrary, Miao Sanbu had already vomited blood crazily. Just as Miao Sanbu was sent flying by a palm strike, Manhwa Tua lightning fast pulled out a blackened pill and shot it towards his opponent's mouth. Seeing this scene, Lu Bing, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, somehow always felt that this pill looked familiar. Miao Sanbu's face turned white. Asterisk. What do you want to feed me? But, gulp. The elixir was successfully swallowed, and Miao Sanbu immediately knelt on the ground, furiously picking at his throat, but he couldn't vomit it out. Is this potion of mine good? Don't bother. This stuff melts in your mouth. After all, it's still me. Oh Yang Mingri. Who is more skillful? You stepped on a horse and gave me something to eat? Miao Sanbu completely panicked. The corner of Manhwa Tuo's mouth curled up and he shook his leg proudly. This is my recently created elixir. The sooner or later pill. There is no cure for this poison. In the future, you must take one for 3 days to control the toxicity. Otherwise, you are bound to bleed to death from the poison's 8 orifices, and finally turn into blood. Moreover, with your strength, you can't even detect where the toxicity is hiding. If you want to live, follow me and serve the Empress, and I will give you an elixir once every 3 days to renew your life. You, think about it. Manhwa Tua had a few selfish thoughts, although the other party was ungrateful and had also been his enemy. But the heart is not very bad, coupled with the fact that it is his handful of urine fed up the senior brother, to ask him to really kill the other party or a little bit under the hand. Hearing this, Miao Sanbu's face was bloodless as he sank down and tried to sense every corner of his body, yet no toxins were found. At this moment, Miao Sanbu's bouts were in chaos and his hands were at a loss. He had a long-standing grudge against Manhwa Tua, and he didn't believe that the other party was talking out of his ass, much less that he would feed him fake medicine. So there is only one truth. The drug really has no cure, so strong that even I, the Lord of Miaojiang, cannot discover where the toxicity is hidden. What a great sooner or later pill. It's scary as hell. So, old man's fate will be controlled by others? No, it can't be. I am the Lord of Miaojiang. In this life, even if I die of thirst and starvation, I will not bow down to Manhwa Tua, let alone serve a woman. Poof. Senior brother. May I ask what position my younger brother can hold now that he has joined His Majesty? The corner of Manhwa Tuo's mouth twitched. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Hey, good Lu. Elder brother you say. Just that potion. Miao Sanbu had a fawning face, devoid of any sense of propriety. Naturally, you won't be missing out. As long as you serve well, your life will be safe. After saying that, Manhwa Tua then once again took out his small notebook and began to take notes on the deterrence of popery to the enemy. Putting the little book away, Manhwa Tua breathed a long sigh of relief. I didn't realize potting ashes are so practical. After doing so, Manhwa Tua gave a wink to the Empress. The Empress nodded in response. With an evil gangster like Miao Sanbu, some of the dirty work, on the contrary, can be done by him, and there will be someone to take the blame for the future marching and killing the enemy with poison. Very good. Today's harvest of a backstabber, whether it is the Empress or Manhwa Tua, is satisfied beyond measure. While Miao Sanbu and Manhwa Tua were dueling it out here, Li Chunfeng, on the other side, also used his surefire technique, the hidden sword technique, hiding the sword for 100 years. I finally used it today. If you dare to commit a crime against my ice spirit kingdom, old me will behead you with a sword. Sword. Chapter 88, The Curse of Sword Technique. At those words, a stern and unusual sword chi erupted from Li Chunfeng's body, and it completely locked the Bloodsword Elder Ancestor in front of him, as well as the other 7 Heaven Stage experts. The sword aura was like a rainbow, charging straight into the sky, and it was as if the sky had been sliced through a crack. Looking at the sword, the 100 officials were overwhelmed with emotion. The sword god deserves to be a sword god, striking out with a shocking killing move. That's right, these 8 people can carry it? I'm afraid, they'll be cold. The Jinbei king will also be like a shock, never having any hope of turning the tide again. So the question is it too late for us to beat a retreat and return to His Majesty's command again? Crowd. Feeling that unrivaled attack that was comparable to the middle stage of the desolate rank, the 8 people's faces changed drastically. Such a powerful attack was actually struck by a half-step desolate rank? It's just unbelievable. Don't! Old knocker, stop it. The Bloodsword Elder Ancestor roared furiously with a face of fear. Li Chuanfeng's eyes were expressionless as he slowly inserted his sword back into its scabbard, forcing himself to turn around and retreat back to the Empress. Just then, a change of heart occurred. An equally powerful force appeared out of nowhere and blocked his hidden sword art. The two collided, setting off a huge shockwave that blasted the crowd to the ground. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. What's going on here? Now, even Li Chuanfeng's face changed. How is that possible? When the dust settled, the crowd could only see a beautiful young woman with abundant beauty standing in front of those 7 people, blocking the fatal blow for them. As for the blood sword elder ancestor, he was unfortunate enough to be cut in half by a sword, with his intestines, liver, and lungs falling all over the place. The scene was extremely bloody. Lu Qingxue hurriedly covered Chu Linger's eyes. Chu Linger dissatisfiedly took away her hand. Mother, I've killed more small animals than the salt you guys eat. There's no need for that. Also, can I just get up there and suck some blood? It's such a waste. Looking at Chu Linger's appearance that she was eager to try, Lu Qingxue hurriedly pulled her back to discourage her. The matter of opening up. They just know it themselves. If it spreads out, those self-righteous people in the Jianghu Lake shall not treat Linger as an evil cultivator? Linger, don't mess around. Let's see what's going on first. There's actually someone who can block the state master's hidden sword technique. The death of the blood sword elder ancestor failed to create any waves in the crowd. Even Lu Ji didn't say anything, as if it was a chicken or duck that died. This also made Miao Sanbu, who had just surrendered, feel a coldness within his heart, and a feeling of sorrow for the rabbit's death struck his heart. Who art thou? Report your name. Li Chunfeng frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. Speak my name and frighten thee. Cluck cluck cluck. Li Chunfeng, you haven't come back for decades, and you actually don't remember this palace? The young woman covered her mouth and laughed, looking so flavorful that many of the old men in the arena looked straight in the eyes. Just such a beautiful young woman could block Li Chunfeng's invincible strike? Li Chunfeng fixed his eyes and his face changed slightly. You're the consort who from back then? You're actually so powerful nowadays? I didn't expect that Lord State Master actually remembers this palace. It's really flattering. Hu Yue giggled, but in reality, her right hand was behind her back constantly shaking. Li Chuanfeng's anger-laden strike, she blocked it down seemingly easily, but in reality, she had already suffered a great loss. For a half-step desolate stage to be able to strike a mid-desolate stage attack was truly out of her expectations, worthy of being the sword cultivator with the strongest attacks. Looking at the visitor, Lu Qingxue frowned and thought for a few seconds, as if she had thought of something. Consort who? Father's favorite concubine? The birth mother of the king of Jinbei? Didn't you go to the Jinsol sect? Now that you have appeared here, what is your intention? Don't you know that people of the clan cannot intervene in the empire? Are you not afraid of the law enforcement palace? Upon hearing this, Hu Yue had a disdainful look on her face and snorted coldly. To that continental law enforcement hall that Lu Qingxue had spoken of, she had already had her say. This palace didn't come here today as a sect elder. Don't forget, this palace is still the imperial consort, as well as the mother of the Jinbei king. The hands of the law enforcement palace are not so long yet. Today's palace has broken through to the desolate stage. What will you imperial family hold against it? Just rely on this old undead thing? You're a good-looking little girl. If you have the sense to hand over the throne, this palace can still consider pledging you to my son as an imperial queen. Lu Qingxue was expressionless and did not reply. Ryu sincerely skimmed his lips in disgust. On the contrary, Li Chunfeng snorted coldly and sheathed his long sword once again. Imperial concubine? I'm sorry, but if you want the throne, you have to see if the old man will allow it. You're just a rebel in my eyes. Old me has recently learned a new killing move that is unprecedented, so it's a good time to practice it on you. After saying that, Li Chunfeng rose up in the air, his body continuously condensed sword intent. Looking at this posture was brewing a big move. Hu Yue's mind was in awe. There was not a trace of gullibility. This was an old senior who had been famous for a long time, although her realm was not as good as hers, but who knew if she would be guttered. It's good to be careful. After waving off a few heaven stage experts behind her, Hu Yue also flew into mid-air, constantly scheduling her entire body's internal energy, preparing to use her desperate means. Looking at this scene, everyone in the arena swallowed their saliva and their fists could not help but clench. This kind of expert duel was a rare sight in 100 years. This battle is the one that determines an empire and who will be in power in the future. After 10 seconds or so, the two of them finished storing up their power, and Hu Yue was the first to attack. The third style of the chopping eagle blade technique, chopping eagle and removing roots. The majestic saber chi was mixed with a hint of saber intent, and it came straight towards Li Chunfeng to kill him. Li Chunfeng did not panic in the slightest and slowly opened his eyes. At the moment, he gave off a feeling as if he were a small blade of grass in the wind, as if a gust of wind could break it. Li Chunfeng coldly smiled, raised his hand and swung out a sword. His mouth released a loud roar. The first stance of the grass character sword technique. Grass, you old wood. Poof. Hearing this stance, Hu Yue nearly stumbled and fell from the air. The crowd was all stunned as well. This domineering sword stance had such a domineering name? Good. Very good. The god of swords is really something else. But it was this sword, as powerless as a small blade of grass, that carried the momentum of breaking the sky, not only tearing apart Hu Yue's attack, but also striking her into serious injury. Pust. Hu Yue fell from the sky, and when they saw this scene, everyone changed color. Half-step desolate rank. Actually seconds the desolate rank? What the hell? This Li Chunfeng is going against the odds? Li Chunfeng seized the opportunity and slashed out another sword. Chi. Take your life while you're sick. Eat another move from me and I'll kill you for 3,000. Hu Yue was alarmed and roared in a stern voice. Li Chunfeng, you dare. Brother ornate, save me. As the words fell, a stream of light from the Jinbei King's mansion rushed violently, not only stopping Li Chunfeng's attack, but also striking straight as if it were a bamboo. Li Chunfeng's face changed drastically and he crossed his sword to block, but he was blasted out dozens of meters away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, obviously suffering from internal injuries. It's really one thing after another. This turn of events also made the hearts of the crowd lift again. A middle-aged man who emitted a monstrous aura emerged in mid-air, with 1,000 beautiful Hu Yue in his arms. The man scanned the Empress and Li Chunfeng and the others with those disdainful eyes. Dare to hurt my senior sister. You guys are looking for death. The man's appearance gave everyone in the arena an extremely oppressive feeling. Sidehua Tua Gu Yenwu and the others had a stern look in their eyes, all gathered together as if they were on the verge of an enemy, looking at the man with vigilance. Is the old thing alright? Are you blind? Can't you see I'm bleeding from being ed like I'm fine? Disliked by Li Chunfeng. Sidehua Tua choked on his words for a moment. Gu Yenwu hurriedly rounded up the situation. This person is extremely strong. Not one person can fight against him. I suggest, group beating. Zhu Jiangsu nodded in agreement. I second the motion. Seeing the clear attitude of the crowd, Li Chunfeng naturally would not answer the battle single-handedly. His own family knew his own business. He was not an enemy at all. Together then, the crowd drew up and began a siege. That one internal force after another attacked towards Goliath. The king of Jinbei was startled and wanted to order all the heavenly rank experts beside him to support him, but he was stopped by Goliath. No need. It's nothing more than a piece of dirt. It's all broken with a wave of the hand. Nephew, watch how strong your Uncle Gao is. After saying that, he met the many experts of the Ice Spirit Kingdom with a flash. Li Chunfeng and the others had the advantage in numbers, but the situation didn't improve at all, and the crowd was all pressed. This is still Gao Xiang deliberately stayed his hand, wanting to tease the crowd. Otherwise Li Chunfeng's group could not hold out for 10 minutes. But even so, all of them were vomiting blood and their lives were on the line. Looking at how strong Gao Xiang was, Chu Linger also shared Lu Qingshua's small fists clenched tightly and her eyes were indignant. Xiao Yan, protect Linger. I'll go support the state master. Lu Qingshua's eyes were icy cold. She who was already at the desolate rank naturally knew how strong Gao Zi was. Even she had little certainty. At that moment, however, Chu Linger folded her hands and opened her mouth to recite. Father, quickly help Linger. Old grandpa and the others can't hold out much longer. Linger doesn't want a pretty godmother fight. In case your godmother dies, you'll have to be a widow for an unknown number of years again. Father. Hearing this prayer, Lu Qingxue and Shang Guanyan both stumbled. On the other side, Chu Mo, at this moment, had just woken up from his wine. The first thing I do when I wake up is rub out my eye boogers and start checking in. The usual rules. Snappy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the increase artifact. 1 set of black and white stockings each. Chapter 89, Zhaodiju. I don't know why my right eyelid keeps jumping. What the hell? Black and white stockings? Is this the increase artifact you were talking about? I can't go to a fight in this thing, can I? Looking at the 2 pairs of stockings in his hand, Chu Mo blinked in confusion. The system signing in really had anything outrageous. For example, the other day he signed in and got a pair of floral triangular panties, saying that it was something to increase the speed of recovering inner strength. Just putting it on can make the internal energy expenditure proportional to the speed of recovery, which is equal to being able to use a big move as a flat A. A few days further on, I also got a lace superskirt that said it would increase immunity and reduce the damage taken. Just yesterday, he got another pair of 18cm high heels that enhanced the power of his moves by 50%. The attributes are sick. The flowered panties were not so bad. No one would know if they wore them. But the short skirt and stockings and high heels, how can an old man wear it? You're going to make me a big woman? Chu Mo placed all of the items he had obtained over the past few days on the stone table and inwardly questioned towards the system. The system pondered for a few seconds and slowly explained. Host, correct your thinking. Dresses were just made for men to begin with. And stockings were at first only worn by the male nobility of Europe. And women weren't even qualified enough to wear them. Also, high heels are likewise made for men. So, all of this is a male item. So why are you looking down on it? Isn't it normal for the system to give out these rewards? Chumo blinked and picked up the object suspiciously. I've never read a book, so don't lie to me. If the system deceives the host, then the penalty will be to let the system crash by jamming the machine and poisoning it. Chumo's questioning several times seemed to have made the system slightly angry. Chummer smiled sarcastically. Pull back. What am I going to do if you're going to break down? Forget it, let's trust you for now. But I can't possibly use this thing if you send it to me. How embarrassing. The host cannot use it, but cannot be without it. There is always time to use it. Right. Such as for the host's wife. Doesn't the host want to see your wife in stockings and short skirts and high heels? The system teased. Chu Mo had a jolt. If he covered the half of his mother-in-law's disfigured face, and then wore this half-covered look. Fizzle. Trummer's smile grew perverted. Carrot carrot. Just then, a confused voice rang out from beside him. Why are you up so early? Old ancestor, we've all just woken up. Well, I woke up from drinking too much and getting pissed on. Chu Mo for a sideways glance, only to see the ground within the courtyard, climbed 7 sleepy-eyed lords up. It was Zhao Deju and Chow Chow. Several people, last night's party drank up, so they did not use their inner strength to get rid of their drunkenness, so that, all of them were drunk. But even so, that Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua, who were lumbering to build a small courtyard, didn't dare to make a move against them. They were worried that the old S were scamming them both. Elder, the small courtyard has been renovated and the gate is done. Dare I ask, what else do I command? The two asked cautiously. Chu Mo frowned and pointed to the hoe casually placed in the corner. There's a few acres of land out there, so take a hoe and turn it over for me, and apply some fertilizer along the way, and as for the rest of it, we'll talk about it when the time comes. With fawning faces and nodding heads, the two men came to where the hoes were placed. Wei Chuan Kong extended his hand out, but just after touching the hoe, his entire body was shaken. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes, and his body began to tremble more than once. Mei Qianhua was puzzled for a while and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? You started shaking when you held the stick? What's this hobby?" Wei Chuan Kong was horrified and didn't say a word, just handed the hoe handle to the other party. Mei Qianhua skimmed his lips and took it, and his expression in the next second was just like Wei Chuan Kong's. Horrified, shocked, greedy, and confused. This hoe is actually a U-grade divine weapon? A U-level artifact is actually just a hoe in his house. No wonder the chopper in Zhao Deju's hand is U-level. It can't be, everything in his house is U-level, right? But he just handed it over to us? What the hell does that mean? Old Wei, why don't we take it and run? As long as we have this artifact, Zhao Deju is nothing. Mei Qianhua gulped, greed taking over his reasoning, and this incomparably bold idea sprouted within him. Wei Chuan Kong is also moved beyond measure. Who is not moved by the U-level treasure? Even the U-level powerhouses themselves are all moved. Soon, however, the greed was brought under control, and he hastily snatched up the hoe to interrupt the other's offer. Do you want to die? If he can take out a U-level artifact with his hands, I think his strength has long been astounding. So where can you run to if you take it? If he wants to kill you, no one can protect you. I suspect that senior is specifically testing the two of us. Think about it. We were making moves towards him yesterday. Today he's letting us touch the divine artifact. Do you think he doesn't know that it's a divine artifact? He would not know the value of it? No, he definitely knows. That's why I can guarantee that as soon as we run away with our hose, we'll be suppressed into a bloody mist with a palm in the next second. This explanation from Wei Chuan Kong was like a blow to the head, waking up Mei Qianhua. Mei Qianhua had a moment of trepidation and patted his chest in fear. Another careful glance was taken at Chu Mo, who was talking to a few people, and only after seeing that the other party was not different did he breathe a sigh of relief. Words to the wise. It's definitely a test for us. Don't they love to do that with these high people? Perhaps, that's how Zhao Deju withstood the test in the first place, and thus gained the favor of his seniors. If we abide by our hearts, can't we be rewarded as well? That way, not only can we save our lives, but we can also join their gang. The two of them looked at each other, and both of them had a refined look in their eyes, feeling that Chu Mo's plan had already been seen through by the two of them. The two men picked up their hoes and arched their hands respectfully. Elder, then the two of us sinners will go digging, and we promise to dig properly. Watching the duo copy their hoes and leave, Zhao Deju frowned slightly. Old ancestor, Aren't you afraid that the two of them will run away with this treasure? Chu Mo waved his hand in disbelief. Not afraid. It's just a hoe in the district. It's not a big problem. The crowd also stopped talking. Who could take something from such a strong man without opening his mouth? At this time, several people also noticed these things that Chu Mo had placed in front of him. Ha! What are you doing, elder? What are these, again? Oh, I'm making notes on how to use the items and their effects. When you have a lot of stuff you're afraid you'll forget what it's for, so it's necessary to write a little note up there. Chummer smiled in response and stuck the written note to his stocking. It was a habit he'd picked up recently, fearing he'd forgotten the descriptions of the items, so it was most reliable to write them down. And there are some things he needs to prepare for his daughter in case she doesn't know how to use them in the mail. Upon hearing this, Zhao Diju's few people looked at each other, and envy and desire were written on each of their faces. To be treated as a treasure by a senior, it must be something special. Several people took the look of these few things on the table to heart. In case you see a similar treasure in the future when you are wandering the world, you can also collect it. So as not to look away. Last night everyone made a breakthrough thanks to Senior's blessing, and I also successfully reached the Hong rank, but I don't know why my eyelids just keep jumping today. Alas! Zhao Diju sighed. Chu Mo had a burst of emotion. This group of cultivation bigots really eat and drink water to break through. It felt so simple to cultivate. Which eye jumped? Right eye. The so-called left eye jumps peach blossom. Right eye jumps chrysanthemum blossom. Old Zhao Yu and Xian de last night he. Chumhum squeezed his eyebrows with a wicked grin on his face. Zhao Diju turned his head violently and stared at Liu Bei dead in the face. Liu Bei shrugged his shoulders in confusion. Don't talk nonsense, senior. I was lying with Meng De last night. Then why do these eyelids of mine keep jumping? It's as if something big has happened. Zhao Diju rubbed his eyelids and looked worried. Chu Mo just wanted to use science to explain a few sentences, but suddenly the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that Chu Linger is in danger and is sending a distress signal to the host. Please support the host as soon as possible. The moment this beep came out, Chu Mo burst into flames. Instant impatience and panic set in. Chu Mo hurriedly got his mind into the system and glanced at Chu Linger's attribute bar, and he saw two big red words, imminent danger. Asterisk. What's this? System quick. Mail my daughter all the babies I've signed up for lately. Then what about the Great Restoration Pill, the Blue Return Pill, and the Healing Pill? Don't leave any of them behind. Ding! The package is being cleared for mailing. Mailing has been completed. Wait, stockings just don't. Chapter 90 Linger, what's the use of this pair of black and white socks? Linger, it's fine. Mother can handle it herself. There's no need to trouble the Shura King's side. Looking at Chu Linger's worried face that kept praying, Lu Qingxue squatted down and kissed her. Then he got up, and with a flip of his backhand he pulled out an aquamarine blue longsword with a cold aura, and wanted to meet the enemy to support Li Chunfeng and the others who were caught in a bitter battle. Even though, she knew that she had just been promoted to the early stage of the desolate rank and her strength might not be as good as the enemy in front of her, she could not retreat. At that moment, the burlap sack on Chu Linger's body suddenly sank. Chu Linger was overjoyed. Mother wait, father heard spirit's prayers and seems to be sending me a baby. At those words, Lu Qingxue's footsteps lurched and she glanced sideways for it. Chu Linger smiled joyfully and tipped the burlap bag upside down a few times, and quite a few bottles and jars fell out of it with a jingle. On each jar, there was a small slip of paper taped to it writing what it did and how to use it. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue glanced at the mid-air, and seeing that Li Chunfeng's few could not die for the time being, she squatted down and studied the bottles and jars with Chu Linger. Although they had Chu Linger's sword as a finale, they could not use it now because after finishing off this batch of people from the Soul Suppression sect, their old ancestor was bound to come out. That artifact, it has to be saved to deal with the biggest enemy, Zhao Doju. If Zhao Doju had been on guard, he wouldn't have been able to fight with the effect of surprise, knowing that, the other party also had a divine sword. Strength should not be underestimated. Look, mother, daddy has given so many treasures. This great restorative pill is awesome. It restores all of your internal energy in 3 seconds. Hiss, this stretching legs and gazing ice pill can actually bring the dead back to life? Isn't this just giving an extra life? And these stockings, this is actually for external use. According to the instructions, you have to take off your pants and put it on your leg? Mother, you quickly put it on. It can enhance the power. Chu Linger picked up the black and white stockings and handed them to Lu Qingxue. Surveying the short skirt and high-heeled black and white stockings, Lu Qingxue frowned slightly. She who had always worn long skirts and dragon robes was actually conservative inside. Plus, emperors had to maintain their majesty and noble and holy temperament. So contraptions like this were ironically not to be worn out against the enemy. So exposed. Even if you want to wear it, you can only wear it in your room, Or, wear it to your husband. How can you wear it out for others to see? You want to see 70% of my skin even if you're not my man? That's a good idea. But right now if you don't wear it yourself, who else can wear it to defeat that powerful Desolate Order enemy? While Lu Qingxue was thinking about it, an explosive sound was emitted from above the sky. Li Chuanfeng's few people were like leaves falling in the wind, withering one after another. It fell from the air with a thud, the same as a dumpling. Put! The crowd spat out blood in unison, and the few Shangguan Yan's heavenly ranks that were playing assist were fine. However, Sai Hua Tua and Li Chunfeng, who were the main force, were struck by this heavy blow and were almost cut off. How dare a couple of crooked and cracked jujubes stand in my way of Goliath? Do you really take me for an ordinary deserted rank? In the air, came Goliath's proud laughter. Watching Gao Xiang being so raw, Lu Ji cried out from the sidelines, and Hu Yue licked her lips as she winks. She just loved the way Goliath was raw. If Zhao Dezhu hadn't broken through to the peak, I'm afraid that the position of the oldest ancestor of the soul-suppressing sect would be him. Gao Xiang. Right now, the civil and military officials on the ground were all shocked, not expecting that the god of war of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, the invincible master of state who had not lost a battle in hundreds of years, would. Surprisingly, he lost. He was also defeated so completely, and he was pressed throughout the entire fight with the many against the few. Is the enemy really that powerful? Terrifying. Li Chunfeng on the ground was already in and out of breath. Shang Guanyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed over to help him up. Master, how are you doing? Master? Li Chunfeng was powerless to speak, trembling and difficult to raise his hand to try to pick up the sword in the distance. But how could he not do so? Shang Guanyan put Li Chunfeng down again and hurriedly looked at Sai Hua Tua. Divine Doctor, get up and save my master. Sai Hua Tua was no better with broken bones all over his body and struggled to move his fingers. There was a bitter smile on his face. I'm all about to receive my box lunch. Do you think I can still save people? I didn't realize, I was just doing a job, but I ended up mixing it up to sell my life. Blood loss. Watching the two strongest combatants fall, Shang Guanyan and Gu Yanwu, a few of them, fell into despair. Looking at the powerful and unrivaled Goliath in the sky, for a moment he didn't know what to do. Could it be that the heavens are going to kill my Ice Spirit Kingdom? Your Majesty, I may not be able to serve you anymore in the future. I will go, to avenge my master's death. Shang Guanyan turned his head as if he were dying, his eyes gradually firming up, holding the broken sword in his hand and looking straight at Gao Xiang. Lu Qingxue and the Ice Spirit Kingdom were the things she guarded, even if she had to give her life. Looking at Shang Guanyan who was still so loyal, a few of Zhu Jiangsu also braced themselves and gathered their internal energy. Although I am old, why would I hesitate to fight? It's just that in the future, I may not see the picture of the Ice Spirit Kingdom growing. Your Majesty, take care. A few people took a deep breath, putting life and death at risk, and mobilized their internal energy to start brewing a killing move. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue waved her hand and said coldly in that irrefutable tone, all of you stand still for me. You're no match. I'll do it myself. Your Majesty, I'm afraid you're also not his opponent. He's really strong. He's not even at the early stage of the Desolate rank. I'm afraid his true battle power has already reached the late stage or even the peak of the Desolate rank, and he's extremely experienced in battle. He can completely kill people over the level. If His Majesty had succeeded in taking over the Golden Spirit Kingdom and broken through to the middle stage of the Desolate Order, he might have been able to defeat him with the help of his royal chi. But right now, alas, Gu Yanwu Zhu Jiangsu sighed long and loud, and the combat experience and realm are major factors that affect the combat power. Originally, in a maximum of 3 days, Lu Qingxue would be able to completely eat up the territories of the two countries and possess overwhelming strength. But time is not waiting for anyone. I did not expect Lu Ji reinforcements to come so quickly, and also so powerful. It was really out of their expectation. Goliath clasped his hands on his chest with a teasing face as he looked at the crowd, his body dispatching his internal energy in preparation for the final decapitation. He enjoyed this, the thrill of abusing his enemies in despair. Watching his enemy wail in despair and unable to do anything about it was a bit perverted, but he felt good. Lu Qingxue smiled coldly as her dragon robe shook and a huge dragon chi protected her body. There is no harm. I only need to resist for a few moments. You guys listen to Linger's arrangement. After saying that, Lu Qingxue rushed straight into the clouds and raised her hand to kill. Iced the world. With one move, heavy snow suddenly fell in the sky, and the temperature dropped dozens of degrees straight down. The surrounding buildings were directly frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the extreme coldness came at Goliath. Goliath raised his eyebrows, greedily glanced at Lu Qingxue, and suddenly straightened his waist. Good. I didn't expect this empress to be so beautiful. Great. After muttering in a low voice, he shattered Lu Qingxue's attack with a palm. the body flashed and battled with it. The two were so fast that only the sound of clashing moves could be heard in the air, but no silhouettes could be seen. Seeing this, Miao Sanbu, who was watching the battle on the ground, clenched his teeth and thought about the death of the blood sword earlier, and after struggling internally, he also stepped out. An attack was launched against Goliath. A burst of poisonous mist flung at the other side, in an assist for the Empress. After all, if Sai Hua Tua hiccuped, he wouldn't have any sooner or later pills to eat, so it would be better to die with a bit of modesty. Seeing that the enemy was being held back, Chu Linger hurriedly stopped the Shangguan Yan. Several people. Shangguan's sister, don't be anxious. Father has already given the treasure. I will feed this stretching legs and gazing eyes pill to Grandpa Li and the others, and then feed the great restorative pill and it will be fine. After saying that, Chu Linger poured out a bowling ball-sized elixir from the altar. Break it in half with force. Shangguan Yan understood and immediately held Li Chuanfeng's chin hard, making his mouth open. Chu Linger slammed half of the bowling ball and stuffed it all into Li Chuanfeng's mouth. In an instant, Li Chuanfeng's eyes bulged out, and those powerless hands lifted once again, frantically slapping his chest. But it didn't get up. Chu Linger scratched her head in confusion and looked at the introduction of the elixir again. What's going on here? Are you any better, Grandpa Li? Why can't you still get up and fight? Could it be that the one father gave is a fake medicine? Shangguan Yan looked eager. Could it be that one elixir can only save one person? And because we broke it apart it's not potent enough? Why don't you try stuffing the other half in? Linger? Chu Linger's eyes lit up. Good idea. Otherwise Grandpa Li won't even be able to recover and take on the enemy. As for Big Brother Ouyang, we'll save him later. As soon as the words fell, he was ready to shove the other half into Li Chuanfeng's mouth. Li Chunfeng looked horrified, and as soon as he bounced off the ground, he exclaimed, I can. Li Chunfeng felt that if he didn't get up, he was afraid that he would be stuck with the elixir. When the time came, he would be the first half-step desolate rank to choke to death on pills. These two girls, really two tigers. Just stuff them, not caring whether they can fit or not, and whether they can take it or not. Seeing this, Sai Hua Tua on the side muttered sympathetically, it's really, sitting up in shock from a dying illness. Shouting sister I can, alas. Seeing the other party recover, Chu Linger, Shangguan Yan and the two girls were overjoyed, and hurriedly took the other half of the bowling ball and went straight to Sai Hua Tua. Sai Hua Tuo's face went white. As it was, Sai Hua Tua, who did not die at the hands of his enemies, almost died at the hands of his own people. 2 minutes later, the duo was back to full strength. Just as the two of them were about to fly into the sky again to help the Empress, Chu Linger handed 2 items towards them. Linger, these 2 black and 2 white ones, are they socks? What are they for? Chapter 91, The Black and White Twins. That's right, this is a sock. As written in the instructions, take off your pants and put them on your bare legs to increase your fighting strength by 50%. As things were urgent, Chu Linger hurriedly explained, her demeanor incomparably exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng and Sai Hua Tua looked at each other with a skeptical expression. What did you say? Wearing socks increases your combat power by 50%? Are you kidding me? And, you still have to wear it with bare legs? So many people and in the middle of the palace. How embarrassing. I mainly don't know if this efficacy is real. 50% of combat power. How terrifying should it be? Even a desolate rank treasure can't do that. The two of them were resistant. 2 socks could be 100 times more powerful than a desolate order supreme treasure. How could they look like fakes? Think of the identity of the two. Is also famous for many years of the old-timers. One of the respected. How can they make public pants naked battle this kind of thing? It's just degrading. The two of them would never do such a social death. Oops. The situation is urgent. And you guys don't want my mother to get hurt, do you? And, this is a treasure from my father. If he says it's okay it should be okay. How could he lie to spirit? Chu Linger anxiously urged. For some reason, seeing Lu Qingxue in danger made her heart tense with a gripping pain. As soon as they heard that it was said to be a treasure given by the Shura King, Li Chunfeng and Sai Hua Tua raised their eyebrows and immediately took it. The Shura King's kind of astonishingly high person, leaking something through the cracks of his fingers, was unattainable. Ahem. The Shura King is a truthful person and never lies. We trust him. That's right. Compared to social death, it's still worse to die in battle. But, with only a 50% increase, I don't know if I can that guy. When the time comes, that bunch of experts behind him will swarm up. And there's the desolate rank Tu Fei on the sidelines to cope with the situation. Our chances of winning aren't very high. Little spirit, do you have any other treasures? Chu Linger hurriedly turned back and searched through her pile of treasures. A super short skirt was soon rummaged through, as well as a pair of high heels. The two of them lit up and made a decisive move to fight for it. That sock can increase your battle power by 50%. Who knows how strong the thing in Linger's hand is? This kind of supreme treasure is wanted by anyone. Li Chuanfeng's quick eyes and hands grabbed it first. Holding the two supreme treasures in front of Sai Hua Tuo, he flaunted. If your hand is quick, your hand is slow. Ha ha ha, the supreme treasures are mine. Sai Hua Tuo was furious and cursed indignantly. Damn it, it's true that the older you get, the faster you get. You second man. The corner of Li Chuanfeng's mouth curled up and he asked towards Chu Linger in a smug manner. Spirit, can I have the manual? Of course. Grandpa Li, you two speed up. Mother is falling into the wind. Chu Linger handed over the instructions. When Li Chunfeng took a look at that method of use, he immediately stiffened in place, and his mouth even lost its voice and roared. What? This short, raggedy thing to use in place of pants? That's all the fabric? Li Chunfeng hesitated, but when he saw the effect behind him, he gritted his teeth and was ruthless. Increasing damage immunity by half and these shoes, increasing the power of moves by half. With the socks just now, wouldn't it be seconds of heaven and seconds of earth and seconds of air? It just seems so humiliating. When Sai Hua Tuo, who was on the side, heard these words, his eyes reddened with envy. Give it to me if you don't want it. I'm not afraid. Shaking off his head, Li Chunfeng looked up at the heated situation, backhanded himself a curtain of light, which dissipated after 3 seconds. A bearded old man with a long sword in his hand, wearing an ultra-short skirt with black stockings, and with 18 centimeters of hateful heights on his feet, appeared in front of the crowd with a crooked twist. Seeing those black silk thighs, and then looking at those leg hairs on the legs that were sticking out through the stockings, everyone present, no matter the enemy, was dumbfounded. Anum, clang, clang. A sound of weapons falling on the ground came out. Hui Wei, who was a woman, was dumbfounded. How can an old man be more Thai than an old lady? Even the fierce battle in the sky paused for it. Looking at her state master in this outfit, the empress stumbled and nearly fell off, her dragon chi nearly collapsing. The treasure given by the king of Zhenbei is actually used like this? Hiss, the state master is truly extremely enlightened. That uninformed crowd, inwardly, were even more vocal about how hot it was. Is this the new tactic? Planning to blind the enemy? Feeling the various gazes of shock, confusion, disgust, contempt, and admiration from the crowd, Li Chunfeng wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Especially the fiery gaze mixed in the crowd made him feel uncomfortable, like he was being stared at by a hungry wolf. I don't know which sent it out either. This, oh Yang Mingri, does old man look ugly? Li Chuanfeng's old face was red. This was simply the scene of social death. It was still in front of all the top brass of the empire, and his centuries-old image of a serious and high-minded man was all but ruined. Sai Hua Tuo puffed out a laugh, but realizing the timing was off, he hurriedly covered his mouth again, but he was suffocated and trembling all over. Not only that, Sai Hua Tuo also took out a shadow-retaining stone from his bosom and recorded the scene. It's not weird. It's pretty good looking, especially those thighs. Poha. I didn't realize that you still have this kind of posture. Old man? Don't worry about it. Tomorrow, you'll be on fire. You are the star of tomorrow and will lead the fashion trend. Sai Hua Tuo laughed his ass off. Li Chunfeng was furious. Possessing an increase? He held down the other party and put on that pair of white stockings for him. Now Sai Hua Tuo couldn't laugh anymore and looked at the sky lifelessly. Grandpa Li, since the equipment is on, you two quickly help mother. Chu Linger covered her eyes and prodded again. These words also pulled the two back to reality. Oh yeah. It's a shameful and ugly outfit, but the increase is really powerful. I have felt an invincible power. That in the sky. You suffer death. Eat my leg. After saying that, he and Sai Hua Tuo and the two of them rushed straight into the clouds. Looking at the duo that rushed in ready to give him a whiplash, Goliath's face changed drastically. Asterisk. What the hell? You two dead old men don't take it from me. Boo. The two sides were separated by a single touch, and with a number of increases, Li Chunfeng and Sai Hua Tuo were like gods of war. Originally, Goliath was able to easily defeat both of them, but now, he was being suppressed to death. Looking at the two pairs of thighs wrapped in black and white stockings that kept interlocking, the crowd looked confused. The empress retreated in disgust and landed beside Chu Linger, covering the little girl's eyes. Shang Guanyan lowered her head to look at her fingertips, picking at the dead skin, feeling that this master was very embarrassing. Gu Yanwu's face reddened. Excitedly Fierce Sleeve exclaimed, degrading ah. Zhu Juniper rolled his eyes. Asterisk. You're cursing, but why do I see you so excited? Could it be that you want to go and touch the state master's thigh? Don't say, it's quite decent. If it's for my concubine to wear, it'll be seductive. Hissing, Lu Ji in the distance has long been Li Chunfeng fascinated, cannot move his eyes. Heart thumping straight. I didn't expect this enemy actually, ahem. When this king catches him, I will let him enjoy this king's love. While the crowd was stunned, the battle in the sky had already been divided into winners and losers. The originally invincible Gao Xiangzui was actually beaten by the transformed Li Chunfeng and vomited blood. Even if he exploded all his strength, he couldn't do much damage to him. Pfft, how is that possible? Why can't you hit it? Why is your attack so strong? I want to report. I'm going to report you to the law enforcement palace for practicing evil kung fu. And, which one of you two has foot odor? Goliath was kicked into a serious injury by two legs, one black and one white, and his chest was sunken. Not only that, but he felt like the place where he had been kicked in the chest had been reeking of foot odor, like dead fish. Hu Yui and the others were shocked and rushed up to support them. However, none of them had a single enemy and were instantly defeated by Li Chunfeng Sai Hua Tua and his duo. For a while, the invincible duo became, in the eyes of the crowd, the black and white twins. Feeling the invincible power within their bodies, the duo didn't seem to feel much shame. This in stockings, it's Thai, but it's also strong. The duo would love to sing a song about how lonely it is to be invincible. He, if you dare to violate my ice spirit kingdom, you will be executed even though you are strong. Do you think we, the Empire, don't have a backer behind us? No, you are wrong. You can't mess with our backers. Looking at the heavily injured and dying Gao Xiang and Hu Yui and the others on the ground, the civil and military officials were shocked. Dun stepped on the wrong side of the fence again. Lu Xinjin was even more pale, not expecting that his own mother, his own big backer, was actually easily defeated? What now? Just as Li Chunfeng and the others were overwhelmed with complacency, they were preparing to strike a final move to end them. Goliath, however, smiled sorrowfully. Jia. You guys think this is a win? You guys think we don't have any backers? Our clan's old ancestor holds a U-level divine weapon in his hands, killing you guys like dogs. If you dare to hurt us, you're all equally looking for death. After saying that, Gao Zizi's face turned hard and he fished out a rocket from his pocket, and set it on fire quickly, yelling, an arrow through the clouds, 1,000 armies to meet. Chapter 92, which idiot sets off fireworks in the daytime? The rocket rose into the air with great speed. In the blink of an eye, it rose above the sky and exploded, the fire forming an arrow-like shape that lit up the entire sky. The light was so penetrating that it could be clearly seen even from far away. Seeing this, Li Chunfeng and the few others couldn't stop their faces from changing. Not good, that cloud-piercing arrow. But there's Jin Soul's sex distress signal. Only the top can have it, and it won't be used at all until it's very critical. Once we use it, I'm afraid, the soul suppression sect will come out of the nest next. I didn't realize he had this with him. Careless. The crowd looked at each other and their bodies began to tighten. Although Li Chunfeng and his duo's strength had skyrocketed with the increasing divine artifact, who knew if they could resist Zhao Deju, who also possessed the divine blade? That's the peak of the desolate order. When the signal was sent, and then looked at the crowd with this great change of color, Gulzius was reckless and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, you guys are finished. You're completely finished. Once our clan's supreme elder arrives, there's absolutely no way you can survive. And to tell you the truth, my clan also has a super expert covering it. That's an invincible big brother in the world, even able to ignore the Continental Law Enforcement Hall. What are you going to resist with? These words also attracted the attention of Li Chunfeng and the others. This black and white twin fiends were furious. We don't know if we can beat your old ancestor, but right now we are able to take you down easily. You've been beaten like a dead dog, and you're still so arrogant? You're looking for death. The duo swooped down from the sky, without saying a word to Gao Xiang and Hu Yui, as well as the bunch of experts were punching and kicking. Goliath screamed as he was beaten. Don't! Gently, hitting someone without hitting their face, kicking someone without kicking their balls. Ah! Stop! Splat! With a kick right in the center of the bullseye, the crowd only heard something burst, and all the males in the arena, for a split second, had their thighs tighten. Cold sweat broke out across his entire back, and he felt the pain in himself even from a few dozen meters away. Ouch! Goliath let out a miserable whine and curled up on the ground, no longer able to move. Hu Yui's face changed violently. It's over, I'm afraid I'll have to live a hard life in the future. After hitting the vent, the crowd will Gauzius Hu Yui Lu Ji and other people bundled into dumplings, and then gathered together to discuss the countermeasures. What should your majesty do? Should this group be killed or? The empress expressionlessly surveyed Goliath and the others, thinking for a few seconds before saying faintly, don't kill them first. Anyway, Zhao Deju is bound to come this time. With his protective character there will be a battle between him and us. This battle is unavoidable. Instead of killing these few losers now, it's better to keep them and chop them up in front of Zhao Deju before the big battle. This will provoke Zhao Deju's anger, thus making him lose his mind. A vice sovereign and a high-level elder, as long as an expert duel loses his mind. numerous breaks will appear. At that time, that's our chance to turn the tables. At those words, the crowd came to a realization. Although Li Chunfeng and the others were only half steps into the desolate stage, they possessed a divine weapon increase. Plus Linger had a super divine sword there. They still had the confidence to go 50-50 with Zhao Dezhu. Therefore, at the critical moment, as long as the other party's mind is greatly disturbed, the chances of winning will be a few more points. Good. Since that's the case, we'll wait for Zhao Dezhu to come, after this time. No matter who wins or loses, the situation in the southern domain will change drastically. On the other side of the Nook and Cranny Mountain, in Chumo's yard, the crowd watched as Chumo's face changed drastically. Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? But what happened? Chumo did not reply. His mind immersed in the system. After seeing Chu Linger's dangerous state, returned to normal, only then did he exit the system and heaved a sigh of relief. Oh nothing, my daughter was just in a bit of danger. What? Your daughter is in danger? Which one dares to make a move on the young lady? The few of us will definitely skin him. Zhao Dezhu was shocked. Cao Cao and the others also had their faces changed. There was actually someone who dared to make a move against the closest relative of such a super expert. Wasn't that looking for death? That's right. Not only should we skin him, but we should also pull out his bones and destroy his whole family. Does Senior know which ungrateful thing has disturbed Miss Chu? We will immediately go forward to finish him off. We are at least all Hong ranked now. Isn't it easy to kill anyone? Looking at the righteous indignation of the several people, Chu Mo nodded his head in relief. The group was quite conscientious, so it wasn't a waste for him to cook a few meals. It's okay, I've just solved it. My daughter is currently out of danger. The crowd also breathed a long sigh of relief and gave Chu Mo a thumbs up. A big man is a big man. He sits at home and his support comes from the sky. It's awesome to not be able to leave your house and already go and hit the assistants. This behavior, in turn, made Chumo's image in the hearts of the crowd once again elevated. Rather, it's us who are worrying blindly. Old ancestor, you are so powerful. Since you dared to enlarge the young lady out, would you not have the certainty to protect the other party? Chu Mo spread his hands without speaking, a bitter look on his face. He doesn't want to let his daughter out of the house. Who's going to cook for him? Nah, it can't be helped that my daughter grew 2 legs and ran away on her own. Aha, overkill. Say, are you guys ready to go home now? No breakfast before you go? No, I don't know why. I'm very upset today. I feel like something happened at home. I want to go back and check. Zhao Dezhu had a worried look on his face as he arched his hand and thanked Chu Mo for his kindness. Several of Cao Cao's eyes flickered. And at this level of the Hong stage, premonitions usually didn't occur. But whenever there's a hunch, it mostly comes true and doesn't go nowhere. This, your soul-suppressing sect is also a major hegemon in the southern region nowadays. Along with Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua both plowing and digging here. No one should dare to mess with it, right? I don't know. So that's what puzzles me the most. Zhao Dezhu let out a long sigh. As soon as the words fell, a sparkling firework suddenly came from the sky. Chu Mo was the first to be attracted to his gaze. Ha! Look! Someone is actually setting off fireworks in the middle of the day? Whose brain is fried? What a waste! The crowd fixed their eyes and nodded approvingly. Indeed silly enough. What fireworks in the daytime? It's not a banquet. However, when he saw the scene after the fireworks bloomed, Zhao Dezhu's face instantly changed drastically. I'll go. Isn't this a distress signal from Maijin Soul sect? Doesn't that mean that the who set off the fireworks came from Maijin Soul sect? I knew something was wrong. No, old ancestor, I have to hurry back and take a look. Zhao Dezhu got up to fly in the direction of the fireworks display, but Cao Cao held him back. Don't panic. When will you arrive when you fly like this? By the time you fly there, it'll be too late. So what do you say? Could it be that I'm just going to watch from here? No one would send out a distress signal if it wasn't a big deal for the clan. After all, this thing isn't cheap. Zhao Dezhu shouted heartily. Liu Bei's few people stroked their chins, looked at each other and nodded. Now that everyone is a great master above the Hong rank, and with that divine blade that Senior gave you, perhaps we can all combine our efforts to split a spatial tunnel for a short distance teleportation. Doesn't this save time compared to you flying over? Moreover, with Senior sitting in the town, there's no danger for us to try. And if we master the void teleportation technique, if we want to come to Senior's place as a guest in the future, we can just teleport over directly. At those words, Chu Mo froze and looked at the several people in confusion. Me? Breaking the void? If I had this power, I would have gone back to Earth to play the fool. Why would I still stay in this field to hunt? Don't tease, you teasers. I'm going to be dependable, and sows will grow trees. However, Zhao Dezhu was ecstatic. He wouldn't dare to bother Chu Mo with such a small matter like temporarily opening a space tunnel. After all, he already owed the other party a lot. Zhao Dezhu immediately pulled out his divine sword, and several people combined their efforts in one place to make a fierce chop towards the void. The furious blade intent slashed out a spatial teleportation tunnel the size of a dog hole. Seeing this, the strongest, Jianwei Zhao Yun, rushed to use his internal force to strongly support the spatial opening so that it would not close. Succeeding in their first attempt to open a spatial tunnel was an exciting moment for a few people. Liu Bei and the others turned back to Chu Mo and said goodbye before drilling into this dark dog hole one by one. Elder, we will leave first and bring good wine to visit next time. Ha, well, remember to inquire about my mother-in-law's whereabouts for me. Chu Mo waved his hand and admonished again. Watching the several people disappear in front of his eyes, Chu Mo had to sigh. This high-strength people, drilling up dog holes are extraordinarily dashing. Chapter 93, 3 years have passed. I, Lu Hao, am back. Outside the Golden Palace, a few of the Goliaths were still enjoying the whipping of Miao Sanbu. From the time he defected to the Empress, Miao Sanbu became extraordinarily violent and vicious when he struck out at the people on Lu Ji's side. It seemed like handing in a pitch. Snap! The square continuously resounded with the sound of Miao Sanbu's indignant whipping, and just then, there was a distortion in the sky. Immediately after, a crack appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The crack gradually became larger and larger, and was eventually propped open to become the size of a dog hole. Seeing this, the faces of everyone in the arena changed drastically. Space Shuttle STH. Those who could reach this step were all ruthless people in the world. But why did this kind of ruthless person in front of him come to the Ice Spirit country? Lu Qingshue's face sank, and a pair of tender hands, as slender as lamb's fat white jade, were clenched tightly, interpreting the nervousness within her. Could it be that the soul suppressor sex reinforcements have come? How can they be so fast? Li Chuanfeng's few were also holding their long swords in their hands, staring intently at the spatial dog hole with tension written all over their faces. It would be fine if it was a passing bigwig, but if it was related to the soul suppressor sect, how could one fight such a strong enemy? As the crack in space solidified, a man with a full beard emerged from inside. The man surveyed the surroundings with a delighted glance. Yo, don't seem to be looking in the wrong place this time, do you? Once you're done, you'll be proficient next time. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingxue and the others had a happy face, as if it wasn't Zhao Dezhu, but immediately afterward, the joy on the faces of several people instantly solidified, because with the 6 experts coming out afterward, a man with a divine sword in his hand, eyes full of murderous aura, and an incomparably berserk aura also climbed out from inside. Who released the cloud-piercing arrow? Looking at this person, Li Chunfeng and the others were like enemies, and their hearts sank to the bottom as their mouths lost their voices and screamed. This is Zhao Dezhu. He actually broke through to the Hong rank? How is this possible? The desolate rank can still be fought, but this Hong rank with a U-level supreme treasure in hand, do we really have a chance? For a while, Li Chunfeng and the others were in despair. In this situation right now, even if one possessed Chu Linger's divine sword, even if one had a divine artifact, one was afraid that it would be difficult to win the Hong rank and the half-step desolate rank, but there was too much difference. Moreover, in front of me, there are 7 Hong ranks, one of them is bad enough. Let alone 7, how can we fight? The civil and military officials on the ground, including Lu Ji, were carefully sizing up Zhao Dezhu. This was the former ancestor of the soul-suppressing sect that had shaken the southern region? The legend who killed the Tani sect and the weapon sect? Taishan Elder. Help! Help! It was us who released the cloud-piercing arrows. Upon seeing Zhao Dezhu's appearance, Gao Xiang and Hu Juiyi on the ground hurriedly roared loudly. Zhao Dezhu, who had stepped out from the spatial tunnel, also noticed the duo on the ground who had been beaten beyond recognition. He was startled, and even the murderous aura in his body was stagnant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the are you two? Supreme Elder. It's us. I'm Vice Patriarch Gao Xiang. Ah, she's Elder Hu. Goliath responded in aggravation. I think he came running with great vigor, trying to make a show of himself in front of his mother-in-law. But now it was, the face and the face of the loss were gone, and even the lifeblood was gone. It's not that we don't work hard, but the enemy has the technology and they're open. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhu suddenly realized. So it's you two. What's going on here? Speak up boldly. If you dare to injure my soul-suppressing sex people in the southern region, this isn't over. The two were overjoyed. They knew that this Zhao Dezhu was extremely protective, and with him there was a guarantee of life safety. Not only that, but revenge. The two of them, with a snotty nose and a tearful face, added to the story and twisted it right up. The duo rocked up as the underdogs who came back to visit their families, only to be brutally beaten up by the group. Supreme Elder, that's how it is. I accompanied my senior sister back to see her former residence, but I was beaten up by this female emperor, and 2 perverted old men, And they broke my eggs. Boing boing. People are so miserable. Goliath cried miserably, both hands still pinching his orchid fingers as he wiped his tears. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu raised an eyebrow as a burst of tactical backward movement. Mentally, I can't help but wonder if the side effects of this egglessness are coming so quickly. That's what I'm talking about? Hu Yue was even crying. Damn it! To come back to visit your family and be met with this kind of poison. Did you not report the name of the soul-suppressing sect? We don't dare to. We are afraid that the law enforcement hall will involve the clan. Ugh. The duo sighed in self-condemnation. Hearing their explanation, Cao Cao laughed a few times. Old Zhao. It seems like you don't have a great status in the southern region. This district is a small empire that dares to move earth on your head. If this were in my eastern region, who would dare? That Wu Wan? Or that Xiangnu lineage? Let's see if I don't kill them. A few people said one thing to each other, saying that Zhao Dezhu was furious to the extreme and felt disgraced. Just as he was about to mobilize his inner strength and smash this palace with a slap, Li Chunfeng and Sai Hua Tuo, the two black and white double devils, suddenly flew up into mid-air. The two of them arched their hands at Zhao Dezhu and Xiao Qiao a few times. Greetings, seniors. What these two have said is very different from the reality. They are visiting relatives in the name of. The duo explained it as well. Zhao Dezhu wasn't too relieved about this explanation. He trusted his eyes more. Regardless of whether this was the case or not, he had to find face first. If the senior members of the sect were bullied and he didn't even find a face, the sect would inevitably lose cohesion in the future. However, after seeing the dress of the two Li Chunfengs, Zhao Dezhu's 7 people were dumbfounded. What kind of look is this? It's quite chic. It'd be great for a granny to wear. The corner of Cao Cao's eye twitched in disgust. Liu Bei's eyes glistened. Hiss, a little interesting. Never seen the style. Actually feel a little exciting. So I want to talk with the two of them by candlelight at night. Even more so, I want to let my second and third brothers wear this as well. Sun Quan frowned and kept stroking his two rubbed mustaches. Wait, the things on their legs and feet. They seem familiar. I seem to have seen them somewhere before. Sun Quan tried to remember, and finally thought of where he had seen it before. Wasn't there also these 2 sets of black and white socks on that stone table this morning at Elder's house, along with the high heels that could break your legs? Being reminded by Sun Quan, the angry Zhao Dezhu regained a few moments of sanity. That's quite a resemblance when you take a closer look. Could it be that they are not related to the seniors? Thinking of this, Zhao Dezhu hastily put away his anger, and a smile was instantly put on his face. Come closer, both of you, and let the old man feel the sock to see if it's what I think it is. As for hatred, how about later? Hearing this, and then looking at Zhao Dezhu and Liu Bei's lewd smiles, the faces of Li Chunfeng and Sai Hua Tuo instantly tightened and became gloomy. Damn it! Killing is nothing but a headache. You two actually hit our 2 old men? That's right. And you want to touch our legs? I'll touch your grandmother's leg. How dare you want to talk about it later? You don't have to take a piss and look in the mirror to see if we're such people. The 2 men went out on a limb and cursed at Zhao Dezhu. Unexpectedly, this Shen Soul sect's old ancestor, actually okay with this bite, really let a person chills. Lu Ji on the ground, after hearing the conversation of a few people, but a face of excitement, inwardly exclaimed that I am not alone. It was close to going up to Zhao Dezhu and pulling him down, talking about life. Seeing the duo with such an attitude, Zhao Dezhu's smile faded away and his anger surged up again. Damn it! I spoke well to you, and you all insulted me like this? A genial person like Senior would not be acquainted with such goods as you who know no manners and have no tutelage? Today, you must die. Where these sock shoes came from, I'll take my time torturing you after I capture you. With that, he raised his right hand high and prepared to attack. Li Chunfeng was also not willing to show weakness and looked back at Chu Linger, intending to use that absolute divine sword now. But just as the swords were drawn, a relaxed laugh sounded out of thin air. Ha. Elder Zhao, state masterly, can you give a certain person face? Both sides sit down and talk properly to explain the misunderstanding clearly? Hearing this, everyone gave a sideways glance and placed their eyes above the sky. One could only see a man wearing silver battle armor with an extremely dashing look descending from the sky. The man looked to be around 25 years old, with a domineering temperament, exuding battle intent all over his body, and his cultivation had even reached the middle stage of the desolate rank. Beside them were 2 extremely beautiful women at the early stage of the desolate order, and the 2 beautiful women had their eyes all over the man. Behind the 1 man and 2 women, there were 10 heaven stage experts following closely behind. Not only that, at this moment, the imperial city actually resounded with the sound of jingoism, and it was as if the crowd had come to the middle of a battlefield. The few experts flying in the sky realized that there were actually hundreds of thousands of troops that had appeared in the imperial city in a startled manner. Looking at the visitors' extraordinary aura, Zhao Dizhu was puzzled for a while, but he didn't attack rashly. Who art thou? The man didn't reply, ignoring everyone around him, his gaze fixed on the icy cold-faced Lu Qingxue. It was as if the entire world was left with that stunningly beautiful and cool woman. The corner of the man's mouth quirked, hooking up an evil and confident smile, and said in that domineering and overwhelming tone, "The 3-year period has come and gone. I, Jinnan King Lu Hao, return to your majesty. With me, Lu Hao, here today. No one can hurt you in the slightest." Chapter 94, Father's Love Enemy Appears. Jinnan King Lu Hao. Isn't he at the southern border defending against the Wood Spirit Kingdom? How did he appear here? I don't know. And with 100,000 soldier warriors, is he going to rebel? Hiss. You guys, look at his cultivation. He's actually in the middle stage of the desolate rank, even stronger than State Master Li Chunfeng and His Majesty, worthy of being the first genius of my Ice Spirit Kingdom. Looking at that heroic young man, the civil and military officials couldn't help but murmur. There was doubt and shock in one's eyes. 100,000 soldiers. With the number of people could even pile up strong people, and the Jinnan King who was only at the early stage of the heavenly rank 3 years ago had such a cultivation level after 3 years. This natural talent is truly terrifying. King of Jinnan? I've heard of this guy. Not a bad young man. He has a few moments of this Wei King's demeanor from back in the day. I've also heard of it. Lu Ritian. Isn't he the child adopted by the late emperor of the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Is this the return of the god of war? Realizing that his sister is being bullied, and with a single order 100,000 generals are charging for his sister's performance? Liu Bei Chao Chao's face was strangely discursive. Zhao Dezhu also did not immediately make a move. That Lu Hao has an extraordinary temperament, and the row is still so big, and the deserted rank is a maid. I am afraid that the head is not small. Without knowing the origin of the other party, he did not dare to move, so as not to offend the undeserved. Listening to Chao Chao Liu Bei's undisguised words, the crowd couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths, and when they looked at Lu Hao again, they didn't have that shocked feeling anymore, and instead, they wanted to laugh a little. Lu Qingshue's icy face also had a few moments of sulking. She was actually being flirted with? The one who was angriest was still Lu Hao. He had managed to create an image of the Geisher war god, who saved beautiful women from the fire, only to have it ruined by a single sentence from these two goods. Qingxue, I'm back. Lu Hao shook his battle armor, and his eyes softened with intense greed and love as he looked at Lu Qingxue with dead eyes. He believed that in this kind of crisis moment he, Lu Hao, only needed to help Lu Qingxue solve her difficulties and let the other party see his strength. Then, it's easy to capture the other person's heart. For the sake of this heroic rescue scene, he had been waiting for a long time, somewhere in the capital. But after seeing this stunning woman in front of him, he felt that this wait was worth it. While Lu Hao was talking, the two women beside him, who both had outstanding temperament and looks, were also taking the time to measure Lu Qingxue. The two women had a stunning look in their eyes, even if they were also the existence of a party that was stunning. But compared to Lu Qingxue, the two women were somewhat ashamed of themselves. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Lu Qingshue's eyes narrowed, her icy face somewhat unhappy. Come back, just come back. What? Still want me to give you a firework to celebrate under? Also, don't call me Qingxue, please call me your majesty, or imperial sister. Qingxue is not for you to call, only my husband can. I have also told you many times that I have a husband, so don't use that look and tone of voice to speak to me. If you're going to help then you're on, if you're not then stay out of the way. When these words came out, an uproar was created among the civil and military officials. An ice-cold and pure empress who actually has a husband? It's not true, is it? Being rejected so mercilessly by Lu Qingxue, and then listening to her nonchalant words, Lu Hao's face was a bit unsettled, and he smiled sarcastically. Lu Hao heart some anger, in the way of too many onlookers and can only be forced down. However, the two maids around him raised their willow eyebrows and cursed at Lu Qingxue. Bold! How dare you speak to our holy son like this? An emperor of a small country in the district. Who gave you the courage? Hearing this, Lu Qingxue and the others caught the keyword in the words. Saint's son? Everyone's face was strange for a while. What holy son? Could it be that? Lu Hao had a great chance. As soon as the words fell, Lu Hao turned his head toward the two girls and roared. Shut up! She's my royal sister. You dare to interfere even if she teaches me a lesson? Stand down! The two women's faces changed slightly, and they were a bit reluctant to speak. This, saint's son. Lu Hao's eyes chilled. I told you to back off. Seeing that the other party was angry, the two women flattened their mouths and retreated with a long sigh. At the same time, he didn't forget to give Lu Qingxue a, you're on your own, look. After drinking back the two women, Lu Hao put up a bitter smile on his face again and turned his head to Lu Qingxue. Imperial sister, 8 years ago when I revealed my heart to you, you told me you had a husband. 3 years ago the same excuse was used, and now it's still the same reason. Can't we change it? You say you have a husband, but I've been secretly searching for 8 years and haven't found a single trace. Not even a single man who's ever approached you. So how did you come to have a husband? So, this must be something you lied to me about, right? Lu Hao. Because of his gongfu, though he could tell that Lu Qingxue had lost her Yuan after that 1 year of her disappearance in the first place. But he had used countless forces over the past few years to secretly search for the man that Lu Qingxue had spoken of, but no trace of him had been found. Therefore, with the phrase husband, this was just an excuse that Lu Qingxue was looking for. As for the yin, maybe it was too intense a fight when she was killed, or she took too many steps and broke it? In Lu Hao's heart, Lu Qingxue was still the flawless dream goddess. At those words, Lu Qingxue's face sank and her heart thumped violently. Who told you to inquire about who my husband is? Lu Hao didn't flinch. The corner of his mouth quirked as he raised his head and responded with that domineering look. I just want to see who is worthy of the perfect you only. If he's powerless, ha! However, I'm satisfied with the results. There is no such person in existence. So you, Imperial sister, are destined to be mine. No one can snatch you away. Feeling the other party's ruthlessness, Lu Qingxue inwardly felt a sense of gratitude. Fortunately she had not mentioned her husband's information to anyone. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at the sudden killing out of a Lu Hao, eyeing Lu Qingxue so much, the Chu Linger on the side was furious with her mouth bulging out. This is my girl's booked stepmother. I haven't even dug in yet, and you crooked-lipped war god dare to come and grab it? Mother, he's so ugly. That mouth is so crooked. If daddy saw anyone with a crooked mouth pretending like that, he'd be the first to rip his mouth off. Chu Linger jumped to Lu Qingxue's side and held her hand, looking up and innocently saying. At those words, the crowd stumbled. Combining Lu Hao's previous appearances as well as his verbal gestures, they felt no longer able to look directly at the domineering and peerless Lu Hao, who was like a god of war. In everyone's heart, they couldn't help but label Lu Hao, crooked-mouthed pretender. However, Lu Hao didn't have the heart to care about this. His attention was all attracted by what Chu Linger was saying with her. Lu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother? Hey, replied Chu Linger subconsciously. The crowd couldn't help but laugh at Chu Linger's ghostly appearance. Lu Hao's head was filled with black lines. Why did you call her mother? Because she is my mother. My father's wife, I am her daughter. Why can't I call her mother? And don't you realize that I look like mother? Chu Linger tilted her head and asked in a pretense of doubt. At this moment, she was like a frog with a heart of gold touching her stomach, and every word was like a small knife, stabbing at Lu Hao's heart. Upon hearing these words and seeing Linger's looks clearly, Lu Hao was struck by lightning and staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground. He grew up with Lu Qingxue, and vaguely remembers each other's childhood appearance. But it is not Chu Linger this kind of looks? How is it possible? How is this possible? Where did you come from? She can't have a husband and daughter. Impossible. Qingxue, you tell me that this is fake, right? Lu Qingxue frowned. Although she knew that Chu Linger was being weird and wanted to deliberately anger the other party, she still nodded along with Chu Linger's words. That's right. She is my daughter. The entire Ice Spirit Kingdom knows that Linger has been crowned Princess Yangla. Lu Qingxue was not afraid of Chu Linger being harmed. There was sure a king protecting her at all times. Even if the world was destroyed, Linger would be fine. Right now, with this opportunity, it was possible to completely rebuff Lu Hao and let him die. Boom! Lu Hao's years of faith and perseverance instantly collapsed, and the whole person lost his mind and became manic. The goddess that he had been chasing after for so many years by all means, had become a wife? And with a little kid at his side? In the past, when he was rejected repeatedly, he was still able to find excuses and reasons to comfort himself and tell himself that he still had a chance. But right now, years of hard work went up in flames. He wasn't angry that Lu Qingxue gave birth to a child, but when he thought about the process of the other party's pregnancy, he felt a tearing pain. All the darkness and viciousness inside also came out. Looking at Lu Qingxue as cold as ice, Lu Hao had hatred in his heart. So what if it's a wife? What I, Lu Hao, have decided, no one can take away. Watching a few people chatting about family matters, Zhao Dezhu in the sky couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, that crooked-mouthed kid, which path do you hang out in? I'm talking to you. How dare you ignore it? What? You're going to stop me from avenging the senior members and disciples of the sect? If you can't tell me an identity that will make me jealous today, I'll even kill you together. Chapter 95, Lu Hao's huge background. Just when Lu Hao was being made a joke by the crowd and felt that he had lost face, Zhao Dezhu's words allowed him to successfully find a chance to save face. He himself was no longer this tiny Jinan king now, and compared to his true identity, even the emperors of the 5 great empires of the southern domain were not worth mentioning. As long as you report your identity, are you afraid that these people won't worship or stick up and kiss their asses? As soon as you see the power of the background behind you, when the time comes, you, Lu Qingxue, will understand how big the gap between your so-called man and me, Lu Hao, really is. The corner of Lu Hao's mouth curled up once again, regaining his confidence. In the past, many holy daughters of cultivation sects and princesses and empresses of empires, after hearing about his identity, were trying to find ways to climb into his bed, wanting to have a fish and water affair with him and make some dewy love. Although Lu Qingxue was his youthful obsession, she was still a woman, and in his eyes, he didn't think that any woman would be able to control herself after knowing his identity. I'd like to see what it's like when you're as cold as ice and you're sucking up to a man. Since I can't get the perfect you, I want you to crawl into my bed of your own accord. Lu Hao put his hands behind his back and looked at Zhao Dezhu arrogantly. Have you ever heard of the Jiuhua mountain? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhu and Xiao Chao's few people looked at each other and their faces changed drastically. You mean, that 10 Hong ranked, and even Zeus ranked terrifying powerhouses sitting in that one sect, known as the strongest and most mysterious 9 Huashan in the western region? That's right. It seems that the people of the southern region are not all barbarians. To actually know that my clan has a Zeus level sitting on the ground. Lu Hao's nostrils turned to the sky, contemptuously scanning everyone in the field. In his opinion, these were all barbarians, even Zhao Dezhu, who had a Hong rank cultivation, as well as Cao Cao and the others were not in his sights. Zhao Dezhu frowned. Just now they addressed you as the Holy Son. Could it be that you are? Lu Hao smiled proudly. I was originally an orphan, but a year ago I met my biological father by chance, and from then on my fate was rewritten. As you have surmised, that Zui-level old ancestor Wu Zhang of the 9 Huashan mountain is none other than my own father. I am his only son. I wonder, is this status enough for you to give face and leave it at that? The moment these words came out, the top brass of the empire all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Li Chunfeng, Sai Hua Tua, and Lu Qingxue were all shocked. The great name of Jiuhua mountain is as famous as thunder, and it is not too much to say that it shakes the continent. In the southern domain, the desolate rank was the top bigwig. But Nineveh Mountain is only a minor chief. 9 Huashan 1 door 10 Hong rank. Underneath the desolate rank hundreds of strong. The heaven rank is even more like a traitor. Want to overthrow the weakest southern domain is simply a word. Most importantly, there are still Zhu levels in Jiuhua Mountain. That is a living legend. The world has not seen 1,000 years of Zeus level powerhouse activities. This kind of existence, but wherever stomping feet, the entire continent should be shaken 3 times. It can be said to be the absolute strong man who turns his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. And there are countless cultivators who will fight for their heads to serve him at his command. Lu Hao, an orphan who fed on the identity of the late emperor's adopted son, actually transformed into the only son of a Zeus-level powerhouse? With this status, wouldn't you be walking horizontally across the entire continent? No wonder there is such an undercurrent of contempt for everyone. No wonder there are desolate ranks as attendants. Lu Hao clasped his hands on his chest, in quietly enjoying the crowd's boasting, his eyes still glancing at the ice-cold Lu Qingxue from time to time, his mind already fantasizing that the other party climbed into his bed with a winking smile on her face. However, Lu Qingxue's performance disappointed him. After listening to Lu Hao's introduction, Lu Qingxue was only stunned for a few seconds before she once again resumed her icy appearance. It was as if none of this could move her. Even Zhao Dezhu and Xiao Chao's few people had likewise regained their bashfulness, compared to the powerful and invincible elder Chu behind them. What was the 9 Huashan? It's true that Jiuhua mountain is powerful, but this is an internal matter within my Zhen Soul sect, and when a disciple of my sect came back to visit his family they made a move to severely injure him. Sacred son, you think, as a supreme elder I shouldn't avenge my disciple's death? Shouldn't seek justice? Zhao Dezhu pointed to Lu Ji and Gao Xiang and the others on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao smiled contemptuously and shook his finger, his eyes teasing. Visiting family? No. According to this holy son's investigation, this Lu Ji is not the late emperor's own son. When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar, and even Lu Ji himself was confused in both eyes. Cao Cao, Liu Bei and the others were even more wide-eyed, their hearts burning with gossip. Only Li Chunfeng sighed and was silent. Zhao Dezhu froze. Not the late emperor's son? Could it be Green? Lu Hao snorted coldly and nodded. That's right. He is your soul suppression sect, Cao Xiangzui's own son. According to my investigation, this Hu Fei from into the Zhen Soul sect after, on the basis of beauty and Goliath adultery gave birth to a son. The late emperor, in the way of your clan power, dared not speak out in anger. So, do you think they're still visiting relatives? A clan member trespassing into the empire, even beating them to death is not too much to ask. Upon hearing this, The civil and military officials immediately understood why the late emperor insisted on passing the throne to Lu Qingxue, who was a woman. So it is. I didn't realize that the emperor's head was also green. Lu Qingxue turned her head to look at Li Chunfeng. State Master, is this statement true or false? Li Chunfeng sighed helplessly. It is true that he was not born to the late emperor. So, the throne can only be given to you. Your Majesty. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu knew he was at a disadvantage and glared angrily at Gao Xiang and Hu Yue. Humph. Serves you right. I can't believe I'm following Chao's example of greening other people's women. Feeling the contemptuous and playful eyes of the crowd, Lu Zhenji burst into tears. How is it possible? How is this possible? So, it turns out that I'm actually a wild seed? That's right. You are the wild seed. Lu Hao had a sneer on his face, and after he finished ignoring the staggering backward Lu Ji, he turned his head to look at the ready to lay down Zhao Dezhu again. How about it? You soul-suppressing sect still want to take revenge? Do you have the ability and qualifications to do so? If you had retreated just now, this would have been over. But you're shameless. Now, if you don't kowtow to me and apologize, I'm afraid this can't end well. Lu Hao was emboldened in order to display his overwhelming background and strength in front of Lu Qingxue. In order to make the other party cater to him like and flatter him, Lu Hao's words and demeanor were all full of arrogance. Zhao Dezhu's few hung steps are a fitting stepping stone. However, he didn't panic. At this level of Hong stage, he definitely knew what he, Jiuhua Mountain, stood for. How could a few Hong rankers in the district dare to offend a holy son like himself? The imagined image of Zhao Dezhu kneeling down and kowtowing did not appear, only to see Zhao Dezhu and Qiao Qiao's several faces grim as their auras exploded. Ha! Making us kneel and kowtow? You've really got a big mouth. I used to have a friend with breath as big as yours. He ended up eating cilantro for a month before he got better. I suggest you go back and eat some too. Zhao Dezhu, who was originally in the wrong and ready to leave Gao Xiang and the others behind, suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Hao with a cold smile. Lu Hao's face sank with killing intent. What? Do you guys mean you want to disobey my Jiuhua Mountain and make enemies of my Jiuhua Mountain? Can you afford to take revenge? Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu laughed a few times, his face full of disdain. One must know that Chu Mo is the old ancestor of the soul-suppressing sect, and although he, Zhao Dezhu, is in the wrong today, if he really kneels down and apologizes, wouldn't that be an indirect loss of the old ancestor Chu Mo's face? With Chu Mo behind him, a mere Zeus level was nothing. Even if a U level came, they would have to curl up. Although the 9 Huashan is strong, but do you know what kind of people are standing behind the few of us? In our eyes, the Jiuhua Mountain is nothing. Even if your father came, he'd have to behave himself and call out to the people behind us as seniors. To dare to be rude to us is to defy our clan's ancestors. Today I have to teach you a lesson so that you know what it means to have a high heaven and a high earth. Zhao Dezhu's attitude was extremely tough, pulling out his divine sword and eyeing Lu Qingxue and Lu Hao and the others, ready to fight hard against the 9 Huashan. Looking at the other party's gesture, everyone present gave a thumbs up and felt that Zhao Dezhu was taking his own life. Thought that his mind had drifted after he broke through the Hong rank. Lu Hao's face changed. In the past, when those Jianghu people heard about him, Jiuhua Mountain, they were all eager to kneel down and lick their toes. I didn't realize that someone would dare not put it in their eyes today. And this Zhao Dezhu, wasn't he always a coward and sensible? Why did he freeze up today? Lu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief and he roared in a stern voice, still attempting to scare Zhao Dezhu off. Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to think about it and really make an enemy of my 9 Huashan? The last one who was arrogant in front of my Jiuhua Mountain. The grave grass of his family's entire clan is already 2 meters high. Zhao Dezhu didn't say anything and lifted the kitchen knife. The knife intent shook the sky and directly attacked Lu Hao. Lu Hao was shocked and hastily condensed his internal force and shouted towards the 2 maids beside him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xing Mei and Bamboo Horse. You two come and help me. Chapter 96, Ouch. Auntie, we were wrong. Upon receiving Lu Hao's order, the 2 maids arrived in front of Lu Hao with an explosion of qi. The 3 of them combined their efforts and prepared to block Zhao Dezhu's blow and look for an opportunity to counter it. It was important to know that both women came from the Jiuhua Mountain, practicing powerful techniques since childhood and wearing top-notch equipment, to be able to become the Holy Sun's protector and bed warmer. They were all capable of great skill and could cross over levels. What's so hard about combining forces to block a Zhao Dezhu? Seek death. To actually dare to make a move against the Saint's son. You're finished. Your lineage is finished. Using a sword? Oh, to use a sword in front of our Jiuhua Mountain. You're just showing off. Great mighty heavenly dragon. The 2 women let out a dainty cry and their long skirts were windless. Holding the hilt of his katana with one hand, his eyes flashed at Zhao Dezhu's blade, and he struck a Batusai chop. The swords clashed, and the confident attack of the Lu Hao trio was cut through by Zhao Dezhu. The 3 of them were like kites with broken strings. flying out dozens of meters backwards, heavily smashing into the ground and spitting out blood furiously. But, how is it possible? How can you be so powerful? Lu Hao was horrified. Which is the attack that can be sent out by the Hong rank. His father Zeus rank is afraid to be just like this, right? Zhao Dezhu was satisfied with his strike. After breaking through the Hong rank, he could really get more and more comfortable with this divine sword. The higher the realm, the more he felt that the weapon given by this senior was not simple. I'm afraid, it was more than you level. The corner of Zhao Dezhu's mouth curled up as he lifted the kitchen knife up and pointed it at Lu Hao. How can you understand how powerful the old man is? You must know that the old man is not even 1/10,000,000th of my clan's old ancestor. Do you think that you, Nine Huashan, are worthy of making us kneel down and kowtow? If you beep again, I'll let you splatter your blood on the spot today, and I'll see what your father can do to us. Zhao Dezhu didn't kill him painfully. After all, he couldn't go around pulling hatred for his old ancestor. Looking at Zhao Dezhu, who was so rigid that he actually didn't care about the name of Nine Huashan, Lu Hao's eyes were completely gloomy, indignantly gazing at Zhao Dezhu. After reviewing the situation for a few seconds, Lu Hao realized Zhao Dezhu was afraid that he really had the head iron to dare to kill him. Count on you to be ruthless. I don't care about this matter. Lu Hao's retreat greatly disappointed Li Chuanfeng's group. Is this the same courageous and fearless king of Jinan? In the beginning, he had no status, and it was only through his spirit of not being afraid of death and fighting on the battlefield that he got the title of king of Jinan. It seems, the identity becomes a holy son, and after living a life of comfort, it does change one's character. Mother, do you think this guy is sick in the head? The misunderstanding has been explained clearly. People are ready to leave, and he still has to come together like a cerebral palsy to pull a hate. It's just as well to pull it off, but you can't beat them. To use my father's words, this kind of is a typical piggyback yet. It's so pitiful. Chu Linger crossed her arms and looked at Lu Hao angrily. This person gave her the feeling that he was even more annoying than that Lu Ji. Pust. Lu Hao was exasperated by the little girl's sentence and directly spat out blood, and the image of the god of war that he had created with great care completely collapsed and became a soft foot. You, yellow-haired girl, what do you know? This is called stopping loss in time. Stop loss my ass. You just wimped out. Chu Linger rolled her eyes, then flung herself into Lu Qingshue's arms and cried out in mock fear. Mother, he's so mean. Lu Qingxue raised her head and glared angrily at Lu Hao, itching to smack him a few big mouths. Ryu Hao. I'm going to believe in your evil. Your Majesty, it's better to think about how to retreat from the enemy nowadays. Things have been forced to develop to this point. I'm afraid, the other side won't stop there. Gu Yanwu had a sad face as he arched his hand and said to the Empress. This two sides also tore the skin. See Zhao Dezhu that murderous look. Know that this matter cannot be good. Even the three desolate ranks of the Jinnan king couldn't hold up a single move. How could they fight? Lu Qingxue lifted her head and glanced at Zhao Dezhu with a somewhat grave expression. If there is no Lu Hao from the help, perhaps the other party has gone. But now, to get to this point, the two parties are like water and fire. It is simply impossible for someone to bow down and admit fault. The soul-suppressing sect was a large sect, and the Ice Spirit Kingdom was also a southern region empire. So anyone who wanted face. Zhao Dezhu turned his head to look over at the right time. Tell me, how can we solve it? Regardless of whether my disciple is right or wrong, and regardless of whether or not you're competing for the emperor's throne, you beat my disciple to such an extent that if I, Zhao Dezhu, don't step in to seek justice, how will I be able to mix in the continent in the future? Lu Qingxue took a deep breath, although she knew in her heart that she couldn't beat the other party, but with the arrogance emanating from her bones, how could she bow down, knowing that a battle was inevitable? Lu Qingxue turned her head to look at Chu Linger. Linger, give mother the sword for a moment. Oh good, Mama gave it to you. Chu Linger also knew that the matter was serious and pulled out the pink divine sword from her backpack and handed it to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue held her sword in her hand and pulled a sword flower to get ready for battle. However, Zhao Dezhu, who was on the opposite side of the room, when he saw the sword in Lu Qingxue's hand, his eyes widened violently with a look of disbelief. This is, ********. Isn't this thing the one that Senior built for his daughter? Last time, Mayor and I were even crushed by the divine sword. Zhao Dezhu can be said to have a deep memory of this pink sword. When the sword was just being built, the fire chimera did not listen to the advice to touch the sword. So much so that the master and disciple were pressed down on the ground for a long time. This was the first time he, Zhao Dezhu, had been pressed, or a sword. Even if the sword turned into ashes, he would recognize it. This sword, why did it appear here? Could it be that little girl? Hiss. Zhao Dezhu understood something at this time, and his face changed, both surprised and terrified. Joyful that he had met his predecessor, his daughter. Fearful that he seemed to have offended this little ant. Slow down. Don't make a move yet. I'll ask you a question. Looking at Lu Qingxue about to make a move, Zhao Dizhu hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt. The crowd looked at each other with some uncertainty. If you want to fight, let's fight. We're not afraid of you. Don't try to insult us with your words. Dressed in black and white stockings with a short skirt, Li Chunfeng stepped on her high heels and clattered over, looking at the other party warily. Zhao Dizhu waved his hand repeatedly. What am I insulting you for? I don't have such heavy tastes. I just want to ask, little girl, did your father give you this sword? Are you surnamed Chu? Zhao Dizhu tried to control his facial expression so that he looked like a good person. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger was visibly stunned. How did you know that my father gave it to me? And how do you know that my surname is Chu? Could it be that you know my father? When these words came out, Zhao Dizhu was ecstatic. Chu, and the empress called her Linger? Isn't this Chu Linger, the former's daughter? Zhao Dizhu was already 90% sure inwardly that this was the senior his daughter. After all, there was only one pink Excalibur. There couldn't be a second one. No wonder that the socks and shoes on the legs of these two old men looked so familiar. So they were all sent by the seniors across the room. Done. I told you why my eyes were jumping up and down today. Looks like that's the problem. I almost had his daughter now. According to the elder's protective character, he should already know about it. Will he me up later? Zhao Dizhu had already brainstormed that he would be cut into 18 pieces by Chu Mo and hung in the oven to be smoked into bacon. What should we do now? How can we coax the child? Wait online. It's urgent. Lao Zhao. What's the situation? Watching Zhao Dizhu's face change wildly, a few of Cao Cao's faces, who were ready to assist in the battle, looked at each other from the side. Zhao Dizhu beckoned to a few people and attached his ear over to voice out his guesses. In an instant, the faces of all 7 changed into amiable, fawning expressions. Ah ha ha, it's really a Dragon King's temple in a big flood. So it's little Auntie Linger. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. We've been looking for you for a long time. Truth be told, your father and us that are good friends, old acquaintances. A moment ago we just left from Elder Chu's place after dinner. I didn't expect to run into you here today. Little Auntie, come, come, come. I've got some excellent candies here. Can you have some to calm down your anger? Looking at this sudden change in a few people, Lu Hao and the civil and military officials as well as Lu Ji and others were all stunned. One after another. They felt as if their brains were not working well. Previously, a great power like the Nine Huashan had not been able to make a few people bow their heads, but with just a sword and a name like Chu Linger's, it had made these few arrogant great masters become so lowly? Could it be that the power behind this girl has become so big that it has crushed the Jiuhua mountain? Hiss! The fact that a few people did not choose to make a move was a relief to Li Chunfeng and the others. Your Majesty, the crisis seems to have been solved by Linger? Li Chunfeng turned his head to look at Lu Qingxue, only to find the other party frozen in place. Your Majesty? Ha! Oh, it's good that it's solved. It's good that it's solved. Lu Qingxue snapped back to her senses, and after a perfunctory sentence, she placed her gaze on Chu Linger again. Linger, you said that your surname is Chu? Your father's surname is also Chu, not Zhao? Chu Linger scratched her head in embarrassment and playfully spat out her tongue. Yeah, mother, this is not the beginning of the wandering of the world. Afraid of causing trouble for father, so I used a false name. I'm actually not called Zhao Linger, but Chu Linger. My father also shares my surname Chu. Chu Mo. Boom. The moment these words came out, Lu Qingxue's face changed drastically, and her entire body was struck by lightning. What? Chummer? Chapter 97. What? Linger, your father's name is Chu Mo? Chu Hum? What a familiar name. Hearing the word Chu Mo, Lu Qingxue's mind went blank. Immediately afterward, the fondest memories of the heart came up like a spring. Once that scene filled with sweetness surfaced in her heart. The corner of Lu Qingxue's mouth couldn't help but evoke a happy smile. This smile also made that Lu Hao look dumbfounded. His own goddess, who had been pleasing him for 8 years, had never smiled at him, but just hearing the name Chu Mo, she was so intoxicated and so happy. This Chu Mo, could it be the man who gave her the first shot? Damn it! How dare you, my favorite goddess, Chu Hum? No matter who you are, I want you dead for anyone named Chu Mo. Lu Hao's mouthful of steel teeth clenched. Those called Chu Mo didn't know that because of this name, all the Chu Mo on the continent suffered an undeserved disaster afterward. Your father, is he really called Chu Mo? Isn't he quite handsome and lives on a mountain? Lu Qingxue pressed her hands on Chu Linger's shoulders and asked excitedly. Linger's surname was Chu, and she was the same age as her own daughter, and looked exactly the same as she did when she was young. Plus her father's name was Chu Mo. Could it be that Linger she was her own daughter? Once again, Lu Qingxue was puzzled. Where in the world could there be such a coincidence? So she decided to ask again. although she had lived in the mountains with the other party since she lost her memory. The year she lived there she never dared to go down the mountain because she had no memory of it, so she didn't know the exact name of the mountain her husband was on. Yeah, Daddy is indeed very handsome, and if handsome has to be fined, my father might be fined out of business. He has been secluded in the mountain since he had Linger, but the name of the mountain Linger can't say, in case someone else disturbs Daddy's peace and quiet. That would be bad. Chu Linger said with her head angled in a well-behaved manner. Lu Qingxue once again asked, Linger, didn't you say at first that you came out to find your mother? Then do you know what your mother's name is? Chu Linger shook her head bitterly. Well, I don't know. Every time I ask father, he refuses to tell me for fear of spirit sadness. Only that mama wasn't pretty, but was beautiful and virtuous, and was especially thoughtful and caring toward him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue was disappointed for a moment, not expecting that this most important piece of information was actually broken. Well, at this time, the fawning Zhao Doju crash-landed and flew over, smiling with a shy old face. He, I know what your mother's name is, little auntie. Elder Chu told us about it, and he specifically asked us to find out where she is. As she watched the killing intent of these 7 Hong rank bigwigs dissipate, Lu Qingxue also relaxed. If the 7 Hong ranks really wanted to take a shot at them, there was no need to make false accusations. They could just start fighting directly. Ha, you know my mother's name, old grandpa? Then tell me quickly. Oh yes, why do you keep calling me little auntie? Since you and father are friends. Auntie, how unpleasant. I'm only 8 years old. Chu Linger frowned. Women didn't like others calling her old. Even if she was only 8 years old, she still minded it. Zhao Dizhu hemmed and hawed, rubbing his hands back and forth. As long as he coaxed this girl, wouldn't he be able to claim credit when he went to Lao Zu's house in the future? A random slip of something from the fingers of this old ancestor would be enough to benefit me for a lifetime. Hi, the reason why I call you little auntie is because your father, Elder Chu, and I met at first sight and agreed to become my soul-suppressing sect ancestor a few days ago. So by generation, Miss Linger, you are not our aunt? At those words, the crowd was shocked. So, that soul-suppressing sect's new mysterious ancestor was actually the Shura King? Hiss, then this Shin Soul sect took off in Sidua. With the addition of Spirit's relationship, isn't the Shin Soul sect equal to being tied together with the Ice Spirit Kingdom? I've got a backer in the Kingdom of the Ice Spirit? Lu Qingxue's face instantly eased, revealing a touch of joy, which was undoubtedly good news. Li Chunfeng, Sai Hua Tua, a few old geezers, had long ago greeted them with a smile. Io Elder Zhao, they're all your own people, long time no see. Hey, you're welcome. The sword god's name is as good as a thunderclap, and today's sight really lives up to its name. Ha ha ha, let's not fight and get acquainted. Let's drink a lot tonight and not get drunk. Zhao Dezhu also arched his hand repeatedly, and the two of them kept patting the back of each other's hands as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. That look is as intimate as it gets. Seeing this, the corners of the civil and military officials' mouths twitched madly. Their intestines were repentant, and their hearts were even cooler. This looks great, coaxing running to rebel Jinbei King. Actually just young La Princess Chu Linger, that little brother in the little brother? Not even a brother among brothers. We actually followed the mutiny. Really blind. So that's how it is. My father is invincible under the sun. Being able to be your old man counts as a great chance for you guys. Yo, by the way, you haven't told me what my birth mother's name was? Chu Linger arrogantly raised her head, tiptoed and patted Zhao Dezhu's arm, and praised in an old-fashioned manner. Zhao Dezhu slapped his head and hurriedly replied, Missy, your mother I heard from my old ancestor is called Lu Qingxue. Snap. Zhao Dezhu's words were like a bolt from the blue hitting the heads of the crowd, who all froze in shock. Lu Qingxue? Isn't this? The Empress' hands shook, dazed, her mind blank. Even the eternal coldness on his face instantly turned into disbelief. After freezing for a few seconds, Lu Qingxue exclaimed, Elder Zhao, are you sure that Linger's birth mother's name is also Lu Qingxue? Zhao Dezhu nodded, staggered. Sure, Senior said it himself. By the way, sire, why did you say also? Could it be that you are also called by this name? Lu Qingxue was silent, full of mush, not knowing how to answer. That clear eyes also became bewildered. Seeing this, Li Chunfeng and Shang Guanyin sighed and told Zhao Dezhu what happened to the Empress 8 years ago and how they met Chu Linger. After hearing this, Zhao Dezhu was also stunned for a while, but soon those eyes were completely filled with joy. Both left home 8 years ago and both have the same name, even the same husband's name. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? I, Zhao Dezhu, will be the first to disbelieve anyone who says they are not one person. I didn't expect to find not only the senior's daughter but also his lawn-for mother-in-law today. Double the credit. Zhao Dezhu sized up the Empress with a sigh. Seniors can be really low profile as always. Obviously his wife looks more than heavenly fairies. In the eyes of ordinary people that is the ultimate goddess who never get tired of seeing. But in Senior's eyes it was actually just mediocre and even a bit ugly? The vision of the high and mighty is just not the same. Senpai is a pretender who doesn't know his wife's beauty. It's not hard to find where you've been looking, but it's not hard to get there. I didn't realize that you, Your Majesty, are the lady that old ancestor has been thinking about day and night, so I'm grateful to you. Little Zhao, I wonder when your ladyship is planning to return home to meet with Elder. Elder has been telling us about his longing from time to time. Zhao Dezhu patted his sleeve and bowed respectfully. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue shook her head to regain her senses. When she thought of her husband's uncultivated appearance, she laughed bitterly. Elder Zhao, you may have gotten it wrong. That Elder Chu in your mouth who has accomplished so much may not be my husband. How many people with the same name and surname are there in the world? The one called Chu Mo. There are 438 people in my ice spirit kingdom alone. And my husband is just a mediocre ordinary person. Lu Qingxue clearly remembered that when she first met her husband, he was an ordinary man who couldn't even plant a field well. A wild dog that could chase him everywhere. Even when feeding the pigs, he could be lifted off his feet by the one the family had caught. How could he, so weak, be that Shura king with his world-class martial arts and blood-devouring body? That's right, I can testify to this point. At first I even secretly observed for a long time. Your Majesty's husband, not only does he have no cultivation, he also has no talent for cultivation. It's not too much of a stretch to say that he's a super weakling. But Linger, her father, has long been an invincible big shot in the world, and the two are not connected. Li Chunfeng also sighed and explained that when he found Lu Qingxue, he had stared at the door of his house for days. In his heart, he also hesitated and struggled for a few days to see if he should kill that Chu Mo, so that Lu Qingxue could inherit the throne at ease. But in the end, after seeing the happiness and sweetness on Lu Qingxue's face, his heart softened. If the other party was an expert, wouldn't he be able to not know that he was observing in the dark? After hearing the words of the two, Zhao Dezhu not only wasn't disappointed, but instead became more certain that this Lu Qingxue was the wife of his predecessor. Doesn't Elder just like farming? Doesn't he just like pretending to be an ordinary person? Even Old Man was almost fooled at first. And Senpai had said that his wife was a runaway. And odds are, it was because Senpai wanted an innocent love. So pretending to be an ordinary person, he captured the Empress's heart through his personality. In the end, however, her cultivation was accidentally exposed, and the Empress felt she had been cheated and left home in a rage. Zhao Dezhu squeezed his eyebrows for a while, a look of seeing through everything in his wise eyes. The mind has automatically brainstormed the annual bitter drama of a supreme master and his arrogant wife falling in love with each other. As for whether or not Her Majesty is Old Ancestor's wife, we'll naturally know when we go to Old Ancestor's house to meet him. What do you say? Chapter 98, Why don't Your Majesty come with me to meet Elder Chu? Hair. The old man is going to be hairy. If the Empress was tricked into going back to identify with her seniors, and then coaxed Big Miss Linger to go back as well, then she herself would regulate from there. Wouldn't he himself be a great help to his predecessor when the conflict between him and his wife was settled? When Elder's family is reunited and the husband and wife are in harmony, will my reward still be less when he's happy? After all, couples fight in their beds. After all these years, I'm sure the anger is pretty much gone, and all that's missing is an opportunity for the two to make up. Zhao Dezhu stroked his chin and immediately had a plan in his head. After taking a wary glance at the leaping Cao Cao and the others, Zhao Dezhu hurriedly opened his mouth for fear of being robbed of the credit. Don't hesitate, Your Majesty. I guess you're skeptical too, aren't you? Don't you want to recognize your husband? As someone who's been there, old Zhao, I can understand how bitter it really is to miss someone. Anyway, Old Ancestor's place isn't far from this ice spirit country, so why don't you put down your work and go take a look? Lu Qingxue admitted that Zhao Dezhu's words did make her heart flutter immensely. Whether that Shura King was her husband or someone with the same name, they were all just guessing. But what's more real than a meeting? No matter how much you speculate, just meet and all doubts will be solved. Seeing Lu Qingxue's intention, the Chu Linger beside her was also ecstatic. After giving Zhao Dezhu "This princess is very optimistic about you" expression, she hurriedly pulled Lu Qingxue and started pampering herself. Mother, didn't you say last time that you wanted to visit father sometime? In that case, let's go and be guests together. Mother is so beautiful and married. Father will be very excited. I know, we'll be very happy. Chu Linger realized that she had spoken out of turn and immediately changed her words. Hearing this, Cao Cao on the side lit up, inwardly exclaiming that I am not alone in my ways. The duo's persuasion moved Lu Qingxue's heart, and after thinking for a few seconds, she nodded. Good. Then I'll trouble Elder Zhao. I've thought about it. No matter if Linger her father is that husband I once had, I should pay a visit. After all, he's helped me a lot these days, and besides, I'm also Linger's godmother, so I should go and meet him as a matter of course. However, can we move again in a day or two? Today I want to stabilize the palace. In addition, I need to deal with some chaotic officials, and lastly, I need to prepare a generous gift. After all, meeting the Shura king has to be grand. Seeing Lu Qingxue lose her tongue, Zhao Doju was ecstatic. Doesn't this mean that the senior's wife has figured it out and so her anger is gone? Look, it's all about the apology gifts. As long as this vote is accomplished, I, Zhao Doju, will be a big red man in front of my seniors in the future. Of course there is no problem. When to go is up to His Majesty. As for the rebels and traitors, that Lu Ji Gaoxiang Huiwei and the others, can they be handed over to me to deal with? The clan has produced such scum, actually interfering in the affairs of the empire without my knowledge, and almost injuring the eldest young lady and His Majesty. I, the Supreme Elder, can hardly absolve myself of the blame. Your Majesty, don't worry about it, the result of the treatment will satisfy you. Zhao Diju's eyes narrowed, revealing a strong killing aura. This looked terrifying to Goliath and the others. Lu Qingxue nodded. Now that they were all on the same boat, how could she not agree? Good. Then this Goliath and the others will be handled by Elder Zhao, State Master Li Chunfeng, Prime Minister Guan Zhong, and Minister of Rights Gu Yanwu receive orders for the four of you to cooperate by the brocade guards, and lead the troops to me to kill all of the officials who defected before. As for job vacancies, promote me talents from within the cold school, and those who dare to resist will be exterminated. Lu Qingxue gave orders in a domineering manner. After Lu Ji's fall, along with the disappearance of the threat from the soul suppressor sect, her might was now strong beyond measure. Without any hesitation, the Ice Spirit Kingdom was now in charge, and now it was time to take this opportunity to have a wave of bloodshed. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Yanwu. Several people arched their hands to receive orders, turned his head to look at the group of civil and military officials sorrowfully. The people's faces changed greatly, and they immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically and begging for forgiveness. Your Majesty, spare your life. Spare your life. We don't dare. We won't dare to do it again. Please, Your Majesty, give us a chance. The crowd's heads were all knocking blood, but Lu Qingxue ignored it as if she hadn't heard it, not paying the slightest attention to it, and just waved her hand blandly. Li Chunfeng smiled coldly. Gentlemen, please, go to the heavenly prison first and wait. Wait for the brocade guards to check your family's background before deciding whether you are dead or alive. Hundreds of officials face a white face. All become high officials, whose root is still white. It's already blacked out from the top. Watching Li Chunfeng escorting this group of civil and military officials to retreat, Zhao Dezhu on the side also looked at Gaoxiang and the others with a chilling light on his face. Supreme Elder, we know we are wrong. We are willing to face the wall for 20 years and sincerely apologize to the Empress. Do you think so? Feeling the anger in Zhao Dezhu's eyes, Gaoxiang hurriedly begged for forgiveness, but his eyes were not much worried. Since it was Zhao Dezhu who arranged for them, he definitely wouldn't kill anyone. After all, he, Gao Zi, was the vice patriarch and had a strong battle force. With Zhao Dezhu's character of cherishing talent, would he not kill a high-end combatant? At most, he would kowtow and apologize and be done with it. Thinking of this, Goliath even gave a reassuring look to Huiwei and Lu Ji. But unexpectedly, Zhao Dezhu's next sentence sent him into a tizzy. Ha! If you had offended anyone else, I might be able to bail you out. But, you have offended Mrs. Lu and Big Miss Linger today. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he can't protect you. I say. After saying that, Zhao Dezhu raised his hand and slowly lowered it in the eyes of Goliath. Lu Ji's horrified eyes. Boo! An incomparably thick palm imprint descended from the sky, swatting Lu Ji and the others to death like flies in the square outside this golden palace. Even the ground was sunk 3 meters deep because of this palm. In the deep pit, only a dozen or so clumps of blood and broken meat remained, all of which belonged to Goliath's family, along with those few heavenly rank helpers. After doing all this, Zhao Dezhu's face didn't move as if he had killed a few ants. Your Majesty, this outcome, feasible? I admire Elder Zhao for this iron-blooded tactic. It's just that Elder Zhao isn't heartbroken when the top brass of the clan die? Lu Qingxue nodded her head in satisfaction. She didn't feel half as good about this Lu Ji and the others, especially Huiwei and Goliath. Also Green, her old man, this is a great revenge. Death is not enough. Zhao Dezhu slightly arched his hand. As long as Your Majesty is demoralized, it's fine to kill these few ungrateful ones. Lu Qingxue shook his dragon robe and smiled faintly at the several people, reaching out to make a gesture of invitation to come in. Several people, please, tonight when a great feast is organized, please also tell me the story of that Chu Mo senior. Can you? After all, it's Linger's father, so it's better to know more about it, and I have admiration for that kind of superpower. Zhao Dizhu's several people looked at each other and laughed, instantly brainstorming each other's meaning. This is the wife trying to sidestep the husband she hasn't seen in 8 years to see how it's going. Ha! Good. Then we will tell your majesty all that we know. Let's go. When old brother Li Chunfeng finishes his work later, I'll also happen to exchange sword techniques with him. It was a night of great feasts, songs and dances within the palace. Other than the wailing in the heavenly prison, the rest of the place was still filled with laughter. At the banquet, Lu Qingxue had a serious face, constantly listening to a few people talk about this Shura king's character, habits, hobbies, and so on. Chu Linger also interjected a few sentences from time to time, and the atmosphere was harmonious. However, looking at Lu Qingxue being so intensely interested in this Wachamakalat Mo, Lu Hao, who was unattended in that corner, was as if he had overturned a jar of vinegar. After angrily smashing a few wineglasses, he left the scene with 2 attendants in anger and arrived at the king's mansion that belonged to him. Damn it! Damnable that damn Chu Mo! Not only did he snatch the Saint Sun's most beloved woman, but he also ruined my big event. I won't share the same fate with you. Also Lu Qingxue, this holy sun licked you for 8 years and didn't even touch your hand. I thought you were ice cold and pure, but I didn't realize that you had been ed by a man long ago, and you still pretend to be so cold and proud and pure every day. The world is so messed up. Who are you pretending to be pure for? What's wrong with me? How many people in the entire continent can compare to my honorable status? Lu Hao stormed out, completely losing his demeanor. Seeing this, the 2 attendants, Xing Mei and Juma, hurriedly posted up. Saint Sun, what's so good about this Lu Qingxue? Why do you like her alone? You know, there's no telling how many holy maiden empress princesses who have pursued the holy sun. How can a human wife like her be worthy of the holy sun's status? If the Saint Sun really wants her, perhaps, the 2 of us have a way to help the Saint Sun out. Chapter 99, Lu Hao's evil thoughts and plots. Hearing the 2 women's words, Lu Hao reached out and wrapped his hand around them. Hold one in your left hand and one in your right, and let the 2 girls sit on one leg each. The 2 women were overjoyed. This is, favored? As long as you're favored by the holy sun, what high-level techniques and treasures will you not have? You guys don't understand. In the beginning I was just an orphan who was bullied. Even if I was taken in as a righteous son by the late emperor, it didn't change the fate of being bullied. Inside the palace, Lu Ji bullied me, those worldly sons and county lords bullied me, and even those fops from the ministers' families dared to bully me. Just because I have no power and no background, the late emperor didn't care too much about me. And just when I was most helpless, it was Lu Qingxue who stood by my side and chased everyone away from me. Recalling the past events of his childhood, Lu Hao's eyes became softer and his eyes were filled with love. You guys don't know. At that moment she was as holy and kind as a goddess in my eyes, even if she just faintly asked me if I needed to call the eunuch. But it was because she helped me that one time that I saw a little light in the darkness, and from then on I swore that I would make her my wife, and that in this life she could only be my woman. After that, I became her follower, even though she hasn't paid much attention to me for so many years. But it's this feeling of being in love but not being able to do anything that made me even more infatuated with her. It's just a pity that later on, alas, Lu Hao sighed and didn't say anything else. The 2 maids are interested. Men, the more you cannot get the woman, the better. It's like, someone else's wife is always better than your own family's. What happened after that? Holy sun? Then, she was persecuted by Ryu sincerely and disappeared for a year. And when she returned and was confronted with my advances, she told me she had a husband. I thought it was because I was too weak and my background wasn't enough to impress her. So that's why I found an excuse to reject me. And for that reason, I desperately cultivated and played hard to kill my enemies, and eventually got the title of Jinnan King, but she still didn't look at me with her eyes. Even now that I'm the Saint Son of Jiuhua Mountain, the result is still the same. What is it about me, Lu Hao, that makes me unworthy of her? Where do you guys say I'm not good? Lu Hao cloaked his head. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and at the end of his words, he directly growled. The eyes were filled with resentment and jealousy, as well as resignation. Looking at the Lu Hao with bloodshot eyes, the 2 women sighed. In the past, this kind of dog-licking behavior was called infatuation, but I don't know when it started, but it has become the jianghu everyone scorned, dog-licking, and the likes of the Holy Sun is undoubtedly the king of dogs among lickers. Licking dogs, indeed, did not end well, and just put aside that they did not like licking creatures like dogs. Saint Sun, it's just that Lu Qingxue who doesn't know what's good for her. Wouldn't a man as outstanding as the Saint Sun be unworthy of a mere female emperor? Actually, the Saint Sun walked into a misunderstanding. That's why he failed to obtain Lu Qingxue's favor. Thinking of Lu Qingxue's perfect face and body, the corner of Qing Mei's mouth, who was rather sharp and sinister looking, curled up, and her jealousy exploded. At those words, Lu Hao froze. What misconception? He. In fact, women know women best. And there's no need for the saint's son to start with the heart first if he wants to capture her. There's a saying that the fastest way to capture a woman is to take over her body first. So why doesn't the saint's son forcefully possess her first? As long as the saint's son uses strong-arm tactics to break her inner pride and crush her self-esteem, she will still be at your mercy? It's just the empress of a small country. Can she still escape from the holy sun? Thinking that the perfect Lu Qingxue had been slept with by other people long ago, Lu Hao's heart was torn with pain. After listening to Qing Mei's words, Lu Hao's unwilling eyes gradually began to pervert, and the evil thoughts and hatred within his heart grew. She destroyed my love. Then, Lu Hao, will destroy her. Doesn't she disdain me? I'd like to see if she still has that cold expression she used to have when she's gotten by me. Humph. Lu Hao snorted coldly. He himself was the holy son of Mount Jiuhua. What was her proud imperial status in front of him? It is her honor that this holy son favors her. Sure enough, licking dog is a long time always feel the other side honored. It turns out that she is not worthy of me. Wait, she's not weak now, and she's protected by her royal qi. Plus Zhao Deju's group are guests at the palace. If I overpower her, then Lu Qingxue is bound to resist. When the time comes and there is a big commotion, Zhao Deju and the others are bound to hear about it and come to support us. So how can we fight? What can we do? Lu Hao frowned, a little guilty. Today, when he was given a stab by Zhao Deju, he knew that this group of people was not something he could resist. The desires and evil thoughts within him, again, made him not want to give up. At that, the green plum and bamboo horse looked at each other and smiled. Lu Hao raised his eyebrows. Oh, you two have a plan? The two women nodded, fished out a packet of powder from their arms, and smiled sorrowfully. Saint's son, this is the treasure that the Holy Lord gave us to use to defend and protect you. As long as you inhale or drink it, then no matter if it's a desolate rank or a flood rank, you will completely lose the power to resist. Whether it's internal force or royal qi, it can't be mobilized. So when the time comes, can it still make a noise? Lu Hao's eyes lit up as he snatched the medicinal powder. What a treasure! I didn't realize that my father was actually this kind of person. Drugged? It's really exciting to think about it. The goddess I've loved for decades is finally going to fall into my hands today. Lu Hao, will definitely crush your condescension today and make you pay the price for rejecting me so many times. After saying that, Lu Hao left the Jinnan king's mansion with the medicinal powder in his hand and headed towards the imperial palace. Inside the palace, the banquet had just ended not long ago. Zhao Deju Chao a few, and Li Chunfeng Zhu Zhengsa Gu Yanwu a few talked to each other, and reopened two tables, talking and blowing awesome. And after Lu Qingxue greeted a few people, she brought Chu Linger to the imperial study, wanting to ask that Shura king's preference again. After all, as a daughter, Chu Linger understood her father better than anyone else. Linger, you say, mother, remember, when we go to see your father tomorrow, we must prepare things. We mustn't lose our manners. Oops, mother doesn't have to be so complicated. You're so long and beautiful. As long as the person arrives, my father won't mind what gifts are brought. And, he's just an alcoholic. He drinks heavily all day long. Just bring him a few bottles of health-enhancing wine. Just that kind. Live snakes, live scorpions, centipedes, wasps. He loves to catch those weird ones and make them into wine. Chu Linger waved her hand indifferently as she wore the dress that Chumo had given her. Lu Qingxue secretly sighed. King Shura actually drinks? That's still a good husband for me. Lu Qingxue, he didn't drink a drop of alcohol when he was with me. That's fine. Someone come, bring me all the best wines from the state cellar to the imperial study room. Lu Qingxue ordered towards the door, but instead of getting a response from the palace maid, the door to the imperial study was pushed open from the outside. Oh, what does imperial sister need so much good wine for? With a smile on his face, Lu Hao stepped in. As Lu Hao entered, a faint fragrance was emitted from the study. Lu Qingxue's brows were furrowed in some displeasure, and her face had a look of rejection on it. Nothing. What is the purpose of the holy sun coming here at this late hour? And you're a big man who carries a scented pouch to rub women's incense with? Lu Hao lightly arched his hand, rather like he had a feeling of seeing through the red dust. Imperial sister doesn't have to pretend to be cold. I've just gone back and I've already thought it over. Maybe, we're siblings after all. Since imperial sister has a husband, I've also thought it over. In the future, Lu Hao, won't pester you, imperial sister. I'm going back to inherit my father's foundation and cultivate well. The sky is the limit. So tonight, I've come early to bid farewell to imperial sister. As for the scent on your body, it is my Jiu Huashan secret scent bag. Bring it around to clear your mind and refresh your spirit. I'll send you a few if you like it, imperial sister. Lu Hao unhooked the scented pouch from his waist and made a gesture to hand it to Lu Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's frown soothed quite a bit, but she didn't take the scented capsule either. My husband is allergic to scent, so I never wear it. Take it back. Lu Hao skimmed his mouth, and his heart was gloomy. This asshole husband again? Chum hum, right? Oh, after tonight, I'm afraid you, Lu Qingxue, will have no face to face him again. At that time, you, Lu Qingxue, will become my Lu Hao's plaything, and him, Chumo, I will let him see with his own eyes how you were ravaged by me. Jia jia jia. Chapter 100, Today, you will be my meal. Seeing Lu Hao's face unchanged, Lu Qingxue nodded slightly. It's good since you've thought about it. Now that you're also a saint's son, this district of Ice Spirit Kingdom is really not suitable for you. The behemoth that was Jiuhua Mountain could be more than hundreds of times more powerful than the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Their holy son surely can't come and continue to be the king of Jinan. Lu Hao nodded inside with a sad face. It's just that if I leave my imperial sister, then she won't have any capable generals by her side to assist her. Lu Qingxue waved her hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. Anyway, with your strength, it's not very useful to stay by my side. Don't worry about it. Lu Hao's expression stagnated, and his head was full of black lines as he laughed dryly a few times. Imperial sister is really good at joking. I'm at least in the middle of the desolate rank. Oh right, since I'm leaving, then these armies in my hands will be handed back to Imperial sister. There's also the half of the Wood Spirit Kingdom that was fought down before. It will also be given to Imperial sister together. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he took out a large pile of deeds from his storage space, as well as the Wood Spirit Kingdom's surrender letter, and the Wood Spirit Kingdom's Imperial Seal Jade Seal. All these things were placed on the desk by Lu Hao and pushed in front of Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue took a look at those deeds and froze. Half of the Wood Spirit Kingdom has been fought down as well? How come there's no war report from the front line? Lu Hao touched his head and laughed helplessly, with a few moments of confidence in his laughter. A mere Wood Spirit Kingdom. How long can it last under my Lu Hao? If I hadn't heard the news from the capital that Lu Ji was intent on plotting against the king, where would I have come back to serve the king? The reason I didn't have the scouts report back was that I was going to come back and give you a surprise to give you after I had fought all of them. Except, nowadays it doesn't seem to be necessary. At those words, Lu Qingxue was silent for a long time. Although he had not been false to this Lu Hao, overall the other party was still working hard for the sake of the empire's boundaries. Moreover, with half of the Wood Spirit Kingdom, her emperor technique would be able to go further, and when the half of the Gold Spirit Kingdom was collected, she would definitely be able to break through to the Hong rank. At that time, her Ice Spirit Kingdom would also have a big brother sitting at the helm, and would no longer be a small country in the eyes of the other frontiers. Thanks, it's been hard on you all these years. Seeing Lu Qingxue thanking him, Lu Hao seemed to freeze, and after a few seconds, he waved his hand expansively. Hi, what are you talking about? If I didn't have Imperial sister in the past, I'm afraid I would have already been bullied to death by them, and how could I have survived until now? By the way, Imperial sister, in the past there was Lianpa and the former emperor who released the military power in a cup of wine. Now I, the king of Jinan, and my Imperial sister, isn't it also coming to such a show? This is also a good way to let the beautiful names of the two of us be known for 100 years. It would also be a good story to pass on. What do you think? After saying that, Lu Hao pulled out another altar from his storage space. A wine altar made of extremely high-grade jade. Lu Hao slapped open the seal of the wine, and a rich to the extreme fragrance of wine instantly filled the entire study. Moreover, the aroma of the wine was filled with an aura that made people feel invigorated when they smelled it. However, Lu Qingxue was unmoved. Eyes wary, he waved his hand and refused. You know, I never drink. Lu Hao inwardly laughed coldly. Don't drink? Today you have to drink even if you drink. And you have to drink even if you don't. Lu Hao controlled his mind and let out a long sigh from his mouth. I say, Imperial sister, I've fought for the Empire for so many years. I've done hard work without merit, right? Just take it as a farewell drink for my brother. Isn't it okay? If you're afraid of poison, it's always okay if I drink it first, right? Lu Hao picked up the wine altar and poured a cup for himself, tilting his head and drinking it all into his mouth. After finishing, he also smacked his lips. This wine is really quite good. It is my Jiuhua Mountain's agar jelly and jade dew. Drinking it can increase your internal strength for a year. Refining a bottle is not easy. If not for my father's high status, I wouldn't be able to drink this. Imperial sister, now you always believe I'm not a bad person, right? You're my goddess. What bad thoughts can I have about you? Looking at Lu Hao's pandering appearance, Chu Linger on the side instinctively felt that something was fishy. Even though Lu Hao was currently very courteous, she just looked at this Lu Hao with great displeasure. How dare you steal my daughter-in-law from my father? I'm lucky if I don't beat you to death. Seeing this, Chu Linger hurriedly pulled Lu Qingshue's hand and said arrogantly, my father said that girls can't drink drinks given by other men. And this wine of yours, it's so precious to talk about. But I don't think it's anything more than ordinary. Hearing this, Lu Hao instantly laughed, looking at Chu Linger with a sneer on his face. But usual? Oh, what do you know, you yellow-haired girl? My Jiuhua Mountain's agar jelly and jade dew is the second best wine in the entire continent without any hesitation. And the first best wine is the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, one of the strongest people in the central domain, using the legendary U-level divine lotus, the Buyao Bai lotus, along with a unique secret method to make the Bai lotus liquid. Eating it will increase youth forever, and also increase longevity to increase cultivation. But that kind of divine wine can't be produced in 1,000 years in a small bottle. It's simply impossible to flow out. And essentially the Buyao Bai Lian is a medicinal herb, so the Bai Lian liquid can be said to be a medicine, and can't be considered a wine. As a matter of fact, my Jiuhua Mountain's agar jelly is the best wine, Lu Hao said proudly. After saying that, he wanted to pour a cup for Lu Qingxue, but in the next second, Chu Linger rolled her eyes and pulled out a 2-liter-sized jade bottle from the sack, with a piece of paper attached to it with the 3 big words Blue Lotus Liquid written on it, and then below that is the ingredient list, and efficacy. Are you talking about this? I seem to have, yeah. Mother, if you want to drink, just drink this from Linger. Father said to be on guard. He doesn't look like a good person to me. Chu Linger pouted and looked at Lu Hao vigilantly. After saying that, he pulled the cork off the bottle, and a wave of life force gushed out from it. Feeling this strong life force, Lu Hao's heart and mind shook wildly, and his heart had long been turned upside down. Asterisk. How is this possible? Where did you get the Blue Lotus liquid? And there's so much of it? Yaoqi can only take out a small cup in 1,000 years. You are the amount of people for tens of thousands of years. Fake. This must be fake. There's no way the Blue Lotus liquid could be obtained by a little girl like you. Lu Hao roared in shock and tried to reach out to grab Chu Linger's wine, but was stopped by Lu Qingxue. What do you want to do? Taking it out on a child? You can really do it. Lu Hao frowned. With his knowledge, he certainly knew that this was real wine that Chu Linger had taken out. That rich life force could not be faked. Seeing that his move to seize the wine was stopped, Lu Hao immediately withdrew his hand, his heart bursting with ecstasy. When this saint's son finishes you, Lu Qingxue, the Blue Lotus liquid in this little girl's hand, will it still be able to escape? This is the Blue Lotus liquid. My father couldn't even drink a single drop of this superb treasure, and I actually got it today? It's really God's help. And since this little girl looks just like you, Lu Qingxue, and is your daughter, I'd like to raise her and experience it all over again. Ahem. Rather, I was out of line. I was wondering where she, a little girl, got this stuff. Chu Linger rolled her eyes and smiled disdainfully. Of course my dad gave it to me. You think my dad is like your dad, always giving inferior things? My dad only gives me the best. It's just that, after my father gave it to me along with those medicines last time, I felt that this what's-his-name bilberry liquid had a medicinal odor that wasn't pleasant to drink, so I just kept it untouched. Seeing that a little girl could also despise himself, Lu Hao choked on his words for a while, but could not yet say anything to refute it. That's a big gap between dad and dad, that's a big gap. No, I have to ask my father to work harder. He's useless and a disgrace to me as a son. Lu Hao was secretly vicious inwardly. While Lu Hao was frothing, Chu Linger also poured wine for Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue picked up the wine cup given by Chu Linger and gestured slightly at Lu Hao. Sister and brother, ruler and subject, this cup will be a practice for you. After saying that, Lu Qingxue elegantly finished her wine. As the Blue Lotus liquid entered his stomach, a majestic life force surged in his dantian. Lu Qingxue, who had just entered the early stage of the Desolate Order for a few days, had actually broken through to the middle stage of the Desolate Order. Feeling the strength become stronger, Lu Qingxue was overjoyed. However, in no time, Lu Qingxue's face began to change. The power in his body actually receded like a tidal wave, pressing out of his control. In just less than 3 seconds, she felt that she had turned into an ordinary person and could not perceive half of the internal force in her body. Not only that, the whole body was so weak and feeble that it was a struggle to lift his hands. Lu Qingxue fell onto the chair, her face changing dramatically. What's going on? In the next second, a rampant laughter sounded in the study. Ha ha ha, Lu Qingxue, today you are my meal on a plate. I, Lu Hao, have been looking forward to this day and night finally. Today I must taste your iceberg empress. Chapter 101, Lu Hao. How dare you touch senior's wife? I'll kill you. Lu Hao recklessly sized up Lu Qingxue in this state. Looking at the other party's expression of despair, shocked anger, and disbelief. A feeling of vengeance arose and instantly took over his sanity. Watching Lu Qingxue turn into a mollusk, Chu Linger on the side also had a huge change in color. Mother, what's wrong with you? Why don't I go call Brother Ouyang to come and take a look at you? Chu Linger got up and wanted to rush out of the study to get help, but Lu Hao casually struck out an internal force and blocked the door of the room. No matter how much Chu Linger bumped into it, she couldn't get out and could only return to Lu Qingxue with a face of anger and helplessness. Mother, Linger can't get out. Lu Qingxue laboriously pulled Chu Linger behind her. Anger was written all over those frosty cheeks, and in a stern voice, she roared at Lu Hao in shock. Did you do this? Lu Hao nodded with an emboldened nod, scanning up and down Lu Qingxue's delicate body. His mouth scat inside, and the expression on his face was already sickly. That's right. It is precisely the means of this saint's son. Aren't you Lu Qingxue noble? Aren't you cold and arrogant? Today, this holy son will break your pride and let you know what happens when you reject me. Lu Hao. Not to mention, this body is really perfect. It's too mesmerizing for this saint's son. Seeing that Lu Qingxue was powerless to resist, Lu Hao was in no hurry instead, eyes teasing, quietly admiring this shocked and panicked appearance of the other party, his heart full of fulfillment. Lu Qingxue was puzzled and didn't understand how she had fallen into the trap. Obviously she hadn't let her guard down and didn't trust Lu Hao much. Why is that? I have not drunk from you, nor have I come into contact with you. What have you done to me? Lu Hao approached step by step. The maids outside the palace had long been sidetracked by him. Right now Lu Qingxue was a lamb to the slaughter in his eyes. You pussy's sense of precaution is quite good. Do you think this saint's son hasn't thought of that? In your eyes, it's alright if you don't drink my wine? I don't know that the air can poison you too. Lu Qingxue was startled, and a brilliant light flashed in her mind, as if she had thought of something. You mean, scented pouches? Exactly. Why else do you think I'm here stalling with you? You, die for me. Lu Qingxue was furious, barely lifting a trace of internal energy, trying to get up and strike Lu Hao, only to find that he couldn't even take 2 steps and fell back into his chair. Lu Hao smiled smugly and laughed. Don't bother. You've been hit by my 9 Huashan's 10 fragrant soft tendon dispersant. You can't resist even if you're at the peak of the Hong rank. The medicinal effect will last for an hour. This 1 hour is enough time for the saint's son to toss and turn. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingxue was sad and angry. She didn't want to be spoiled by Lu Hao. Her body could only be touched by Chu Mo. Now that this had happened, she also knew that she was powerless to resist, and Li Chunfeng, Zhao Dezhu and the others were drinking, so it was impossible for them to notice her study. It seems that, only, Lu Qingxue's face showed a death wish. Her eyes were determined. Even if you die, you must remain innocent. Husband, in the next life Qingxue will still be your wife. Linger, when mother dies later, you'll cry out for your father. He'll come to save you. As for mother, I may not have the chance to accompany you again in the future. After saying that, Lu Qingxue closed her eyes, and her dantian began to blossom with bright light. This dance is just like preparing to self-destruct and become flying ash. Lu Hao was shocked. The prey in his mouth still wants to go up in smoke? You want to be beautiful? This holy son has not tasted you yet. If you want to die, you have to ask me if I agree. You think you're a self-destructive soldier? I'll see how you explode after destroying your dantian. Lu Hao made a move towards his opponent's dantian, attempting to stop Lu Qingxue from self-destructing. Watching the scene change so quickly, Chu Linger immediately howled. After the small body forcefully broke away from Lu Qingxue's hand, it stopped in front of her with a firm and angry gaze at Lu Hao. Mother, spirit doesn't allow you to kill yourself. Linger will protect you. After saying that, he decisively pulled out his own pink divine sword and swung it forcefully and frantically at Lu Hao. The first stance of the grass character sword technique. Grass you old wood. The second stance of the grass character sword technique. Grass you day ye. The divine sword's body glowed greatly, and 2 raging sword chi came towards Lu Hao to kill him, and tore his casual strike apart. Lu Hao smiled disdainfully. Milky yellow hair girl, how dare you swing your sword at me? Watch me, asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Hao reached out his hand in disbelief, wanting to slap away this weak sword issued by Chu Linger at the middle Huang rank, but the moment his hand touched the sword chi, his entire face changed dramatically. The right wrist was even directly chopped off, and a fresh palm fell to the ground, with 5 fingers still pumping automatically. The second sword chi, on the other hand, sent him flying, leaving a foot-long and inch-deep wound on his chest and face, deep enough to see through. Blood gushed wildly, and Lu Hao was in pain, rushing to stop the blood by pointing repeatedly on his arm. Ah, your mother, how is it possible? How can you, a yellow rank, send out such a strong attack? On how he thought about it, he never thought that Chu Linger would actually be able to break through his defenses and still be able to seriously injure him? What on earth for? Just as Lu Hao was thinking about his doubts, Chu Linger's body swayed and almost fell down due to her dislocation, and her long sword fell off her hand to the ground as a result. Dangling! This also scared Lu Qingxue to interrupt her self-destruction in a hurry. Her face was pale, and she held the Chu Linger who was about to fall down in her arms with extreme effort. Spirit, how are you? Mother, Linger is fine. It's just that the moves are too laborious and Linger doesn't have the strength. Chu Linger grinned a far-fetched smile. The grassword sword technique was powerful, but her realm was too low, and she was able to slash 2 swords with her yellow rank cultivation, still relying on the divine sword in her hand. Jia, you little girl has managed to piss me off. I, Lu Hao, have never been so heavily injured in my life. No guesses. You were able to injure me because of this sword, right? I didn't expect that I would actually have such a game today. Ha ha ha, I'll hurt you as much as you hurt me. I, Lu Hao, have revenge on the spot. Go to hell. I'll kill you little girl before I taste it while it's hot. Lu Hao's perverted expression, paired with the deep wounds on his face, looked incomparably hideous. Chu Linger's attack really angered Lu Hao, so Lu Hao raised his left hand and used almost 70% of his internal force to strike towards Chu Linger. Watching the attack flying towards Chu Linger, the corner of Lu Hao's mouth curled up, as if he saw the image of Chu Linger's death and Lu Qingshue's grief. But the next scene that happened made his eyes widen violently, only to see Chu Linger rise with great difficulty once again, breaking free from Lu Qingshue's embrace and blocking the front. When the attack came into contact with Chu Linger, the skirt on her body suddenly blossomed with a radiance that annihilated the attack, and not a single wind or wave could be turned up. Worry! You actually have a body protection treasure? To be able to completely block my mid-desolate rank attack. What grade should this be? Even the Zeus-level supreme treasure my father used could only block 90% of it. Are you? This saint's son has sent. If you want to drive a defensive treasure, you must consume internal energy. Today I'd like to see how many times you girl can carry it. Lu Hao was ecstatic, looking at the sword at Chu Linger's feet, as well as the clothes on the other party's body. He seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body. I didn't expect that today. Not only would I be able to obtain a pair of mother-daughter flowers, but I would also be able to obtain 2 supreme treasures, one for offense and one for defense. I'm sure Pops will be impressed if I take it back. Just, what exactly is this little girl's origin? The equipment on her body is even better than this saint's? With the mindset of a cat playing with a rat, Lu Hao continuously hit attacks trying to break the defense. Anyway, Lu Qingshue's medicine had an hour effect. He was fast and left more than enough time for 2 minutes, so there was plenty of time to tease the 2 girls. Under the defense of Chu Linger's skirt, all of Lu Hao's attacks were resisted, and the furious Lu Hao began to launch attacks with all his might. A strike came out to bombard Chu Linger. This time the skirt seemed to be enraged. Not only did it not annihilate the attack, but instead it also rebounded the attack back. What? No good. Lu Hao was shocked and rushed to dodge, but he couldn't dodge in time and was pierced through the shoulder by the rebounded attack, leaving a big bloody hole. Boom! The entire imperial study was smashed to pieces and collapsed. This huge commotion also caused several of Zhao Deju's faces, who were drinking, to freeze. What's the situation? Old Liu Palace at night also engaged in demolition? Quite dedicated. Turn around, this demolition team introduced to me. Hiccup. Demolition? We don't have any projects at the palace lately. Allow me to see what's going on. Li Chunfeng drank himself into a stupor and leapt onto the roof. But when he looked at the collapse of the imperial study, Lu Qingshue's mother and son were standing helplessly in the rubble. The entire back was instantly covered in cold sweat, and the alcohol was gone. Mud horse. Lu Hao, you have big dog guts. Give me death to come. Li Chunfeng went through the air, holding his long sword in his hand to deliver a shocking blow. After Zhao Deju's few saw the image in front of them, they were also chilled through and through, and the 7 of them were even more furious than Li Chunfeng. Day, you immortal board. How dare you make a move on Madam and Missy? You're a rat licking a cat's pussy. Looking for excitement for nothing. Chapter 102, 9 Huashan's visitors. Wanting to capture Chu Mo. 7 majestic attacks from the Hong rank powerhouses descended from the sky, locking Lu Hao. Lu Hao's face changed dramatically. Not good. Things have actually been exposed. Damn it. Lu Hao hurriedly pulled out a flying shuttle from his storage space, and in the nick of time, he stepped in with 1 foot. The crowd fixed their eyes on the shuttle, and it was actually a top-tier Hong-ranked magic treasure. What? This is actually 9 Huashan's runaway artifact, the Void Shuttle? That old thing Wu Zhang actually gave this kind of treasure to Lu Hao? It seems that this is extremely favored. In a blink of an eye, the Void Shuttle fled with Lu Hao at an extremely fast speed. The mountain won't turn. You dead girl. This saint's son will surely nip you in the bud. And you few trash Hong stage. I'll make sure you know what happens when you offend my Zhouhua mountain. No one will be able to protect you. Lu Hao cut through the night sky, turning into a stream of light and escaping in an instant. Before leaving, he did not forget to subtly strike a transparent thing the size of a grain of rice at that Lu Qingxue. The little grains of rice stuck to her hair and instantly became one with it. Lu Qingxue, who was weak and powerless, didn't notice the abnormality. Looking at Lu Hao breaking through the air, Zhao Dizhu was furious. Thief Chow, you guard Missy and Mrs. Lu. Oh no, Mrs. Lu is a human wife. I don't feel comfortable with you guarding them. Zilong, you and Lu De Air keep watch. A few of us will go after that. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Dizhu immediately led a few Sun Quan to chase after him. Because of the poor protection of himself and others, he almost disgraced Madame and Missy, which is a great offense. If the seniors knew, they would be scolded to death. After Lu Hao fled, Lu Qingxue also completely lost her power, and the two mothers embraced each other on the chair and heaved a sigh of relief. How are you, sire and Linger? Ouyang Mingri, you old thing, quickly give his majesty and Linger a look. Looking at the two daughters' weakness and powerlessness, Li Chunfeng looked worried and hurriedly greeted Sai Hua Tua to come over to see the doctor. Sai Hua Tua nodded, and two golden threads shot out and wrapped around the two women's wrists before they began to hang and check their pulse. After 10 seconds or so, Sai Hua Tua secretly sighed in relief. Your majesty was hit by the soft tendon dispersion. You'll be fine once the medicine has worn off. The side effects are not significant. As for Linger, she's off her rocker like last time. Just have a good meal and sleep. The crowd was relieved to hear the diagnosis. Li Chunfeng beckoned to the palace maid who ran in the distance. Come on people, nah. Why don't you hurry up and help his majesty and the princess to rest in their rooms? If you dawdle any longer, I'll chop your heads off. The palace maids were terrified and carefully helped Lu Qingxue and Chu Linger walk towards the bedchamber. After walking a few steps, Lu Qingxue suddenly remembered something and turned her head to Li Chunfeng and said, oh yes, there should still be a bottle of extremely good wine inside the ruins, so the state master will find it out. Don't waste it. With those words, mother and daughter were served into the room. Li Chunfeng, on the other hand, led the men and started rummaging through the ruins. On the other end, Lu Hao, riding the void shuttle, also fled back to the Jinnan King's mansion in a hurry. Watching Lu Hao go home, the two girls, Xing Mei and Juma, rushed to welcome him. You got what you wanted tonight, Your Highness? Wait, this hole in your chest, what's going on? The two women looked at each other with injuries all over them. Lu Hao didn't have time to explain and looked up at the sky, watching several streams of light speeding towards him, scaring him to death. Run away. There's no time to explain. You two get up here and operate the shuttle. Pulling on the two women, Lu Hao recognized the western location and continued to start the escape road. The two women incarnated into engines, constantly supplying the void shuttle with internal energy. After a night of pulling and fleeing, the three of them took turns controlling it, and finally escaped Zhao Dazhu and the others by using the void shuttle. Inside a cave on an unknown mountain, the two women bandaged Lu Hao's wounds and got a bowl of medicine out. Holy Sun, take the medicine. Dry this bowl and your injuries will soon heal. Lu Hao took it and gulped down a few mouthfuls, extremely defeated and angry. Damn it, the pussy in my mouth actually ran away. I didn't realize that little girl had so many excellent treasures on her. This is stealing a chicken and not being able to eat it. This breath, this revenge. I, Lu Hao, must report it. Lu Hao's shocking anger also caused the two women to look at each other. What's going on with the Holy Sun? Lu Hao recounted what happened, and after listening to it, the two women froze for a while and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Waste of man. Can't even handle a little girl. She's immune to internal force. You can't use physical attack to push her away? Saint Sun. Then what should we do now? Lu Qingxue has so many Hong rank guards. We can't retaliate. What do you say? Should we go to the clan to bring help? They have Hong rank, but we also have quite a few Hong rank in Zhihua Mountain. Oh. The two women said one thing to each other, constantly giving Lu Hao ideas. The corner of Lu Hao's mouth curled up as he wisely swept over the two women. Don't worry guys, I already know what they are planning to do today. With the 7 great Hung ranks guarding them, even if we call in the clan Hung ranks, it won't be good unless my father can make a move. However, since I can't take revenge on Zhao Dezhu and the others, then I'll take revenge on Lu Qingxue. I'll make her lose her reputation and make her ashamed to face the world. Make her willingly become my plaything. Lu Hao snorted coldly, his eyes filled with sinister and cold intent. The pain in his chest was a constant reminder that this revenge could not be forgotten. The two women looked at each other and asked suspiciously, making her willingly become a plaything? Does the Saint Sun have a plan? Lu Hao nodded, revealing a sinister smile. Of course, with my Lu Hao's wisdom, isn't it easy to pin her down? Doesn't she have a heartfelt husband named Chu Mo? What do you guys say if I catch that guy? Will this Lu Qingxue come crying and begging for me to let him go? When the time comes, she'll agree to whatever I ask, right? Lu Hao's smile gradually perverted. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Nothing gave him a greater sense of accomplishment and the thrill of revenge than this incident. The two women froze. How do you know where that Chumo is? Saint's son? Lu Hao didn't reply, just fished out a transparent spirit stone from his bosom. After inputting the internal force, the stone resounded with the conversation between Lu Qingxue and a few of Li Chunfeng, as well as their plans to go to Chummer's house the next day. Even Chummer being in the recess mountain, were all aired. Last night before I tactically retreated, I left a grain of my Jiuhua mountain, the most covert eavesdropping bead, on Lu Qingxue that body. Now their every word and action is in my hands. Since they're going to Chumo's house, can't I take a shortcut to get there first, and then try to do something else after I've taken down the adulterer? Xingmei's eyes lit up. I didn't realize that the Holy Sun actually had this operation. However, the other maid frowned with a worried expression. But, from what that Zhao Deju and the others said, that Chu Mo seems to be a super expert, and is still above the martial Zhang Sacred Lord. Can we catch that guy? Facing the maid's question, Lu Hao sneered disdainfully and immediately waved his hand to interrupt her words. Impossible. It definitely can't be a super expert. My father said that there are no U-class powerhouses in this world. Not even in the central domain where martial arts flourish. Zeus-ranked powerhouses can't pick 10 in the entire continent. They are already the top handful of people, let alone you rank. By my estimation, that what's-her-name Chumo is at most a mid or late Hong-ranked martial artist, but with the good equipment obtained inside some ancient tombs or relics. That's what makes Zhao Deju and the others feel powerful. It's not enough to be feared. Allow me to call an elder over from Jiuhua Mountain, and with some big formations and plans, I will be able to capture that Chumo. I, Lu Hao, have been fighting for so many years, and I know countless means, so you guys just see how I can solve it, Lu Hao said with conviction, a conspiratorial glint in his eyes. Immediately after that, he picked up a sound transmission stone and punched an internal force into it. 5 minutes later, a space tunnel the size of a dog hole appeared out of thin air inside the cave. Inside the dog cave, a young man with early Hong rank cultivation crawled out. Looking at the visitor, Xingmei and Bamboo Horse were visibly startled and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Elder Ji. This person was none other than one of the 10 great elders, the transmission elder of Jiuhua Mountain, who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, but in reality, he was already 800 years old. The visitor nodded slightly in response, placing his gaze on Lu Hao, and after seeing the other party's injuries, his gaze gradually sank. Ji Taichu has met the Holy Sun. Dare I ask what the Holy Sun commands? Also this injury of the Holy Sun. Chapter 103, Departure to the Recess Mountain. That's the way it is. Do you hear me? Lu Hao, oh no, I should say Wu Hao, told Ji Taichu all about what happened. Since leaving the Ice Spirit Kingdom, he had completely changed his name, taking his father's surname and no longer using the previous Lu Hao. After hearing this, Ji Taichu didn't know whether he was truly angry or not, and he split a stone with a palm. Damnable, to dare to bully my holy son of the Jiuhua Mountain like this. If I don't kill this group of people, it will be my fault as the elder of transmission. Sacred son, you rest, I'll go find that group and kill them all. Ji Taichu made a gesture to leave, but in reality, he cursed inwardly. Tramp, summoning me over in such a hurry. I thought your ancestral tomb had been dug up. It turns out that it was just a failure of drugging. So damn shame on me. Jiuhua Mountain, Elder Ji. Wait, there are 7 Hong-ranked opponents. It's hard to beat them with 2 fists. I'm afraid it's hard for you to fight against them alone. It's too difficult to kill them. All I want you to do is to go to a place called Recess Mountain and look for a guy named Chumo. He's probably a mid or late Hong rank powerhouse. You have to find a way to capture him alive. That way, I can proceed with the subsequent plan. Wu Hao hurriedly called out to Ji Taichu and told the other party about his first step of the plan. Upon hearing this, Ji Taichu's face was haughty as he coldly hummed. It's only the middle stage of the flood rank. Even if he's in the late stage, what can he do? This elder was also a genius back then. In order to strive for a solid realm, I've been settling at the Hong stage for another 500 long years. Even if I'm a great elder at the peak of the Hong stage, I'll be able to fight. Coupled with the many supreme treasures in his possession, with the intention of counting without intention, how difficult is it to take down a wild-born cargo? The Saint's son can rest assured that this elder will be able to complete the task with ease. Those who came from large clans were far more powerful than the wild ones. That's why both Wu Hao and Ji Taichu had a sense of superiority within themselves. Wu Hao nodded with satisfaction. Although the other party's realm was not high, his strength was indeed extremely strong. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to become a power transmission elder. I don't worry about Elder Ji's work. This is the map of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Take a look at which direction the Recess Mountain is in. We must set out as soon as possible to tie up that Chu Mo before Lu Qingshue's group arrives, so that the initiative is in my hands. Truth be told, that guy may have dug an unimaginable ancient tomb and has many supreme treasures on him. Even the incomparably precious bilberry liquid. When we take him down, the strength of our Jiuhua mountain can still be enhanced by a wave. The blue lotus liquid is only possessed by Yaoqi in the entire world. According to Wu Hao's speculation, this Chu Mo might have plowed the grave of which Yaoqi ancestor. Wu Hao pulled out the map and a few people viewed it. After determining the location of the recess mountain, Ji Taichu directly broke through the air. Looking at Ji Taichu leaving, the three of them, Wu Hao sighed in relief. Saint's son, why is Elder Ji flying over? Can we catch up? His strength is completely capable of tearing through the void and constructing spatial passages. Aomaman Bamboo asked suspiciously. Obviously you can tear through the void, but you choose to fly. Eat your heart out? Wu Hao was in a good mood and casually explained. That Chu Mo is of the Hong rank. I'm afraid the spatial fluctuations caused by tearing through the void will arouse his suspicion. And we still have time. That Lu Qingxue is currently in the Imperial City and hasn't departed. So, the success rate is great. The two women came to a realization. So that's how it is. Elder Ji is quite meticulous in his work. It's just, didn't that eavesdropping bead say inside that Lu Qingxue would be visiting Chu Mo today? Why haven't they set off yet? Listening to the two women's questioning, Wu Hao took out his eavesdropping bead and checked the movement again. The face gradually became strange, but soon the eavesdropping beads were tucked into his arms. Forget about that for now. Life is short. We should have fun in time. When I take down Chumo, that will suffer when the time comes. Ice Spirit Kingdom's palace. The entrance to Lu Qingshue's chambers. Zhao Deju and Li Chunfeng Sai Hua Tue a few, with dogtail grass in their mouths, leaned against the pillar in boredom, with helplessness written all over their faces. His Majesty used to do things in a thunderous manner. Why is he dawdling around for hours today and can't get out of the door? Alas! Li Chunfeng let out a long sigh. Zhao Deju waved his hand in an accustomed manner. Look at the things those palace maids are holding. I didn't guess wrongly that Mrs. Lu is putting on makeup. Women's makeup, just like the renovation, is relatively slow. Have to scrape putty coating powder? Miscellaneous down. Slow is normal. Like my disciple, Fire Charmer, draw a makeup and pick a skirt. It's impossible to go out without 2 hours. Just get used to it. Sai Hua Tua, who was on the side, crushed a pot of ash and looked at several people with a smile. A lot of people died in those ministers' homes in the past 2 days, and they're all having a feast, so why don't we go and have a feast too before we come back? Good idea. Let's go. Xiao Lu, you wait here with General Manager Wei, and when His Majesty comes out you immediately inform us. Let's go to Chang Wei's house to have a meal first. Li Chunfeng's eyes lit up. A few people pulled up and went straight to the house of the Minister of Justice. Inside the room, Lu Qingxue had just been made up by the palace maid, sitting at her vanity and looking in the mirror. Even she almost fell in love with herself. The light makeup set off the stunning face so perfectly that no flaws could be picked out. 3,000 green silk casually sprinkled down hanging at the waist, smooth and silky, a touch of red on the lips, so that the cold and unappetizing breath, more than a few points of charm, as if the 9 heavenly fairies down to the mortal world, plus that let countless women envy and jealous of the towering chest, and surplus a grip without half a bit of flabby waist, charm directly burst. I didn't realize that myself, who had always worn no makeup, actually looked this good with makeup? Mother, it's so beautiful. It's almost as beautiful as Linger. If father saw it, he would be so happy. Chu Linger gave a thumbs up and complimented, her big eyes flashing as she was stunned. Lu Qingxue glared at her without any good humor. Are you praising mother or yourself? I also don't know whether your father is my husband who I haven't seen for 8 years or not. Alas, all kinds of coincidences are proving that the two are one, but my husband doesn't know any martial arts at all. Forget it, don't want to think about it. We'll know when we meet later. Linger, which dress do you think is better for mother to wear? Lu Qingxue got up and came to the closet. Looking at the cupboard full of incomparably exquisitely crafted dresses and skirts began to make a mistake. On weekdays she only wore dragon robes and nightgowns, so she didn't even have to think about which one to wear. But today, she was going to meet the Shura king who was suspected to be her husband, so she had to dress perfectly. Mother looks good in anything, but surely the shorter you wear it the better my father will like it. Chu Linger smiled wryly. Lu Qingxue ignored the words and picked her way through the array of long dresses. Suddenly, a long, tattered dress made of patches and burlap came into view. Looking at that particular set of skirts, Lu Qingxue's gaze flickered and a decision was made in her heart. That's the set. Lu Qingxue reached out her hand to take the skirt out and put it in front of her body to compare, and found that it was slightly too big. Ha! It's just this. It's as plain as Linger's clothes when she first came down from the mountain. This outfit doesn't match your mother's beauty. Why would your mother wear this? Chu Linger tilted her head with a puzzled face. When she was trying to wear new clothes she didn't have anything to wear. She could only wear the old clothes her father sewed. Lu Qingxue, on the other hand, had good ones that she didn't wear, and specialized in picking the worst ones. This woman. She's so complicated and incomprehensible. Lu Qingxue clutched the tattered long dress tightly in her arms, her eyes soft and incomparable. This dress was sewn for me by my husband back then, stitch by stitch, and it was the same set that my mother wore when she was leaving, and I've always kept it. If your father is none other than my husband, whom I haven't seen in 8 years, then I'll wear this better than anything else. I also wanted to see if he would recognize me. Lu Qingxue's face had a rare touch of small playfulness. When she was disfigured, she didn't look good, and now that she had changed so much, the other party wouldn't necessarily recognize her. So the dress, that's the tip. Chu Linger skimmed her mouth, seemingly unable to understand. Mother, then shouldn't we set off? Linger also wants to go home to see poor daddy. He must be living a very lonely life on his own. Lu Qingxue nodded and quickly changed the hemp skirt on. Then he took Chu Linger and pushed open the door of the room, asking towards Wei Zhongxian and Lu Bing outside the door. Is all the good wine I want ready? Looking at the well-dressed Lu Qingxue, the two of them flashed with amazement in their eyes, and even the eunuch Wei Zhongxian couldn't help but be stunned for a while. The duo woke up and saw that Lu Qingxue was not angry. They hurriedly bowed their heads and presented a bag towards the other party. Your Majesty, it's ready, all packed inside this storage bag for you. Lu Qingxue took it and nodded with satisfaction. Good. During the days I'm not here, you must cooperate with Prime Minister Guanzhong and handle the affairs of state. Also, go get Elder Zhao Deju and State Master Li Chunfeng and the others, and depart immediately. Chapter 104, Xianbi has gone to play with a girl. As Lu Qingxue and the others made preparations for a few hours and wanted to set off, the other side of the foot of Recess Mountain also welcomed an uninvited guest. Tramp. It's really a nook and cranny mountain. It's really remote enough. This elder has searched left and right for so long, and if I hadn't spent 5 taels of silver to hire a guide in town, I wouldn't have been able to find this. It's so hard. Looking at the remote and incomparable nook and cranny of the mountain, Ji Taichu cursed angrily with a head full of black lines. Ji Taichu calmed down, leapt up and flew into mid-air, and began to fly around the large mountain in order to check out the terrain. After circling around a few times and living up to his expectations, he finally saw that small courtyard of Chomos, this uninhabited and broken mountain. Yet there's such a small courtyard. The person the saint's son is talking about should be hiding here, right? Ji Taichu's eyes were ruthless, and his body swayed before he rushed down. Allow me to observe and make sure there are no formations or ambushes. Then I'll come and take your dog's life. Ji Taichu's heart is like a mirror. He is powerful, but he is not powerful. As an old man, he naturally understands the reasoning that a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. What's more, according to the intelligence, this Wachamakala Chumo was also extremely likely to be at the late stage of the Hong rank. Just pay a little lip service to it, but don't underestimate it in practice. Ji Taichu carefully landed on a large tree outside the courtyard and quietly squatted on it, trying to observe everything within the courtyard with his superior hearing and eyesight. Inside the courtyard, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong, one holding a small rice hoe, the other holding a basket of flower seedlings, digging and planting, to the small courtyard environment to do a major transformation. That's right, they both haven't been terminated by Trummer yet, on the grounds that they work very hard. This kind of free labor with high force is not used for nothing. How refreshing. I didn't even think that one day I, the high and mighty ancestor of the Tiani sect, would fall in love with doing farm work. Wei Chuankong wiped a handful of sweat and said with vigor, thanks to the duo's efforts these days, Chummer's field and ground were turned and filled with crops, and the duo had also built a farm not far from the small courtyard, specializing in breeding small animals so that Chumo could go and pick out food for dinner. In the past, Chumo's small yard can be used to August autumn wind rage, rolled my house on the threefold thatch to describe, dilapidated not. However, with these two goods, the small courtyard has obviously been remodeled to become a lot more exquisite, similar to a courtyard. With days like this one where clothes came in and food came out, Chumo felt that he had degenerated. If you're willing to say it, who knew that following senior, even digging in the earth, could result in such great gains? It's only been a few days and I've broken through to the late stage of the desolate stage. Now even if senior drives me away, I won't leave. Cut the crap and do it with all your heart. Otherwise, if Elder comes back later and sees that we haven't finished, we'll be out of food again tonight. You have to know, how is it not a kind of honing when Elder makes us work hard? In the past, could you have touched this kind of artifact and eaten the kind of magical rice that Master Dog ate? Mei Qianhua rolled her eyes with a look of contempt. As he said this, he reached out and pointed to the small hoe, and the rice, in Era's dog bowl. Wei Chuankong's expression was austere, and he nodded with extreme approval. You're right. Even if it's hard or tiring, as long as I can have a bite of the kind of rice in Master Dog's basin, the day's hard work is all worth it. Say, should we take a leave of absence to go back to the clan and report to those little brats? I'm afraid they'll flip out. Mei Qianhua waved his hand. Our 2 clan ancestors aren't dead, so what can they do if they turn over the sky? It's so delicious to stay here at seniors to rub their noses in it. After Wei Chuankong thought for a few seconds, he nodded with extreme approval. The duo started working on planting again, and did so with a fervor. The era on the side, but also cocked his tail to point at the 2 men from time to time. In response, the 2 men's faces are hung with a fawning smile in response. He shouted with a dog master on the left and a dog brother on the right. Seeing this scene in the courtyard, Ji Taichu on the big tree had his forehead veins popping out. Tramp! Listening to them, these 2 aren't the courtyard masters, but some kind of broken clan's ancestors? The old ancestor actually doesn't care if the clan disciples die or live. Running to dig up and plant a field for someone, and he's still so complacent and happy? Most importantly, treating an ice wolf of the desolate rank so politely. It's really a disgrace to us martial artists. Humph, since you don't consider yourselves as human beings, I can't keep you today. This elder will let the 2 of you, along with what's her name Chu Mo, die. Ji Taichu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Listing these 2 men and a dog is certain death. However, just to be on the safe side, Ji Taichu still took out some spirit stones and his figure flashed continuously. Around this courtyard around each place placed some. Look at this frame is laid in unimaginable array. This elder isn't just heaven-defying in terms of battle prowess. He's also not weak in the art of formations. With this god-sealing formation, I'll be able to use my Hong rank cultivation to exert the strength of a peak Hong rank or even a half step of the Zeus rank. So whether you're of the Hong rank or the desolate rank, I'll be able to wipe you all out in one fell swoop. Ji Taichu proudly clapped his hands and put away the remaining spirit stones before striding towards the small courtyard. Inwardly, he was even more contemptuous of that Chu Mo, and he didn't even realize that he had laid a big formation here in a big and bold way. It's obvious that he's not that strong. If he was a supremely strong man, wouldn't he let someone set up a formation near the dojo? A palm strike would have come a long time ago. Crunch! The door of the small courtyard was pushed open by Ji Taichu, and this commotion also attracted the attention of the Wei Chuankong duo and the dog White Wind. Which one are you looking for? Where is the owner of the small courtyard? Call him out. Ji Taichu asked the duo with his nostrils turned skyward and commanding. Wei Chuankong and the 2 of them looked at each other, feeling a bit dissatisfied with Ji Taichu's attitude. But they didn't snap. Dare to come to the seniors so aggressively, either his enemy or his deceased. No matter which own these 2 small shrimps cannot afford to offend. The 2 spread their hands with a slight smile at the thought. Oh, Elder was kindly invited by the soul-suppressing sect leader, Fire Charmer, to take some food to the top of the mountain for a picnic. Might have to come back later. Why don't you sit down and wait? Ji Taichu frowned with a puzzled expression. Fire Charmer? Which expert is this again? To actually be able to mix with the master of the small courtyard? She's not an expert, just a very pretty-looking desolate rank girl. It seems like she's taken a liking to Senior and wants to pursue him. The 2 explained casually, ambiguity written all over their faces. It had to be said that a good-looking one like Chu Mo really had a forced use. Fire Charmer is also a ravishing existence with countless suitors, but I didn't expect to still fall at the feet of a senior. Such a hot, off-the-chain little wild horse. I don't know how long Chu Mo can hold out. However, after hearing the words of the duo, Ji Taichu burst into a rage. What? He's gone on a picnic with the girl, and you're asking me, Ji Taichu, to wait here for them to finish blowing off steam? Outrageous. Ji Taichu's face was vicious. Since he's not here, then this elder will take your lives first. There are actually 2 more desolate rank treasures in this courtyard? That's also an unexpected pleasure. No wonder the saint's son said this guy has a lot of treasures. Wait for him slowly after I collect these 2 broken desolate rank treasures. Ji Taichu then saw the Samsara false fire furnace in the courtyard, with the stone table made of that 8 trigrams formation plate, as well as those bacon hanging in the furnace. A trace of joy flashed in Ji Taichu's eyes. Although the desolate rank treasures were of little use to him, they were also an unexpected gain, and taking them back to the clan could exchange them for a lot of resources. As for the bacon, it's still good for a drink. After saying that, Ji Taichu slightly raised his right hand, and a formation violently appeared in the sky. The formation was like a spring of water, pouring internal energy towards Ji Taichu, forcing his realm up to a half step of the Zeus level. Feeling this extreme power, the corner of Ji Taichu's mouth quirked and his right hand gently pressed downward. A berserk force headed straight for the Wei Chuankong duo. Seeing this scene, the duo's faces instantly sank. ********. Thought you were here as a guest. Didn't realize it was a home invasion. Elder has gone off to play the field with his sister, leaving such a heavy responsibility as guarding the home to us. How can we both let him down? You're fighting with us in Senior's dojo? Watch me dry you up with a hoe and make you into flower fertilizer. The duo did not panic in the slightest. They believed that their seniors had definitely noticed this scene in the house, and were probably secretly observing the two of them. In order not to be kicked out of the house, you have to fight even if you can't, and you mustn't wimp out. Mei Qianhua, holding a rice-planting hoe, went forward to meet him. Wei Chuankong held the basket in his hand and also had his eyes rounded as he stormed forward, not caring about the other party's realm. Seeing this scene, Ji Taichu couldn't help but snort coldly. Looking for death. How dare two trash catch me hard? Before the words were finished, the scene that happened in front of him caused Ji Taichu's face to change drastically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell are you guys? Chapter 105 Chumo. I always feel like there's going to be a fire in the house today. Mei Qianhua's seemingly plain hoeing caused Ji Taichu's face to change drastically. Such a strong intent? How is it possible? The intent emanating from a hoe was actually quite a bit deeper than the intent on the Holy Lord. What kind of grade of treasure is this? Zeus level? No. Could it be, U level? Hiss. Ji Taichu didn't dare to imagine that there weren't even any U-level powerhouses in the world. And that something like a U-level supreme treasure could really exist? Such a strange thing. Not even the Holy Lord possessed it. This seemingly powerless hoe in front of him carried the momentum of a mountain of pressure, causing Ji Taichu to feel endless pressure. Under this pressure, even Ji Taichu, who possessed half-step Aegis level strength, wanted to kneel down and kowtow for mercy. On him, breaking or snapping, Ji Taichu's strike was easily torn apart by Mei Qianhua holding a hoe, as if it was as simple as shredding a piece of paper. How dare you break into a house and rob it? Do you think we are dead? That's right. The two of us are old servants of the predecessor's family, so we won't allow you to be wild. If we let you snatch the things, how can we face the seniors? If you want to grab the treasure, step over the corpses of the two of us. Either you us to death, or will you to death. Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong all righteousness let out a loud roar. The look of death, as if saying that they are really very loyal. Ji Taichu looked aghast, arching his hand and sighing. Such a loyal old servant is rare in this world. If Ji Taichu knew that these two goods had actually only been captured for a few days, he might be so angry that he would vomit blood. Humph. Flattery doesn't work either. Daring to steal is your death sentence. Suffer death, little thief. With a face of excitement, Wei Chuankong raised the flower basket in his hand high and smashed it towards Ji Taichu, holding a supreme treasure in his hand. He wasn't at all deficient in this half-step Zeus level. Normally, not to mention the Zeus level, even a Hong rank was an existence they looked up to, not expecting to actually be able to hang on to the Zeus level today on the strength of their seniors. It's an opportunity that can't be missed. Today, the two of them finally experienced what it was like to have a dog in power. No wonder that Ice Wolf was so godly. Facing this flower basket of Wei Chuankong, Ji Taichu's cold sweat behind his back instantly soaked through his clothes. All he felt was a heavenly crash, as if the sky had collapsed. Even the formation he had carefully arranged was destroyed under this strike. Poof. Mercy. The two big men spare your lives. I don't dare. Never again. I actually have an old relationship with the owner of the yard. It was all a joke just now. Ji Taichu's will to fight was completely gone, and his inner pride was completely crushed by this hoe and flower basket. Kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly, the flower basket stopped a centimeter above Ji Taichu's head. Ji Taichu was sweating coldly. In the past, he felt that it was impossible for him to die with his strength, but now, for the first time, he felt that death was so close to him. You said, you have an old relationship with your predecessor? That's right, that's right. The owner of this yard has a wife and a daughter, am I right? Ji Taichu wiped his cold sweat and carefully brought out the information that Wu Hao had informed him, and fooled Dao in an attempt to muddle through. Hearing him say this, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong frowned and nodded. Indeed, since you know such secrets, are you really an old acquaintance of your predecessor? Since you are an old acquaintance, do you not know the strength of Senior? But why did you forcefully take Senior's treasures? The two's eyes narrowed as they looked at each other suspiciously. Ji Taichu's eyes flickered as he stammered. I'm actually the debtor of the courtyard owner. He borrowed money from me to buy alcohol and didn't pay it back based on his cultivation, so I had to come and take something to cover the debt while he was away. After hearing this explanation, the duo thought for a few seconds before nodding. We don't dare decide on the debt of this predecessor, but he's not here right now, so we'll find him and talk to him personally when he comes. Today we will spare you first. If you dare to rob again, the two of us will never show any mercy next time. The duo's eyes revealed a ferocious light as they glared viciously at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu was like an amnesty, rolling and crawling as he fled towards the outside of the small courtyard. There is a mistake in the intelligence. Woo, how that mistakes me. Tell lousy Hong rank? These two desolate ranks are still so perverted. How can I still fight a Hong rank holding a U-level weapon? If it wasn't for my quick reflexes, I would have to be accountable here today. Looking at Ji Taichu's hasty escape with his tail between his legs, White Wind, who was lying in the corner of the doorway, couldn't help but snicker. A Hung rank, relying on a strength-boosting array, dares to come to my master's house to sow discord? You're really looking for death by hitting a lantern in a thatched room. However, it was this disdainful cold snort that was noticed by Ji Taichu, who had fled to the doorway. Feeling the contemptuous gaze coming from the dog, Ji Taichu's heart felt like it was being stabbed with a sewing machine. Instantly, the anger ignited. Horses, it's just that the two of them despise me and bully me. At least they are the servants of the master of the courtyard. But you, a mere dog, dare to despise me? Ahem. Ji Taichu didn't dare to make a move, but he spat on those three fires on White Wind's forehead. White Wind's face instantly pulled down, and he stood up on all fours, showing his teeth for a while. Dare to thee this dog, master? You want to die? Watch my Wolf Clan stunt. Top you. White Wind shook the collar around his neck and violently charged towards Ji Taichu. The collar's white light was so great that even the void was cracked by the impact. Ji Taichu's face turned pale as he hastily mobilized all his internal energy to protect his body in an attempt to resist the blow. Boo! However, White Wind's attack was not so well blocked, and the dog's head slammed directly into his stomach. Ji Taichu instantly flew out dozens of meters backwards, ribs broken a dozen. All 5 viscera and 6 bowels were seriously injured. Along the way wildly scattered blood. For a while, the breath shriveled to the extreme. Wajnama, I can't beat a man. I can't even beat a dog? Woo how? What day your grandma? Ji Taichu's eyes were filled with incredulity, and his heart regretted to the extreme. I thought it was an easy mission, but I didn't realize that I almost lost my life on the trip out. What kind of monsters are gathered in this one small courtyard? It's not even a problem that 2 desolate order trash can use U-level treasures, but now a watchdog actually has a U-level artifact? The owner of this yard, is he a wholesaler of artifacts? What realm is he in? Can't think too much. See the 2 miles and 2 air of the dog still want to charge. Ji Taichu exhausted all the internal force. Hard to tear open a space dog hole, the head stretched out and drilled in. Humph, count on you to run fast. And if you dare to spit on Master Dog's head, Master Dog will dare to knock you down and cross his legs to pee on your head. White Wind snorted coldly, shook his fur, and walked idly back to the door. Looking at this scene, the Mei Qianhua duo let out a long sigh. Life is short, and this one takes a shortcut. You know, we don't even dare to mess with Master Dog. After Ji Taichu fled, Chu Mo also happened to walk back from outside with his hands behind his back, with a fire charmer by his side. However, Fire Mistress was not half happy, and even black lines covered her delicate and seductive face, simply because she was carrying, on her shoulders, a 400-pound boar. Blood dripped and colored her red dress even redder. Senior, didn't you guys go on a picnic? What's going on here? How come you're back so soon? Wei Chuan Kong blinked in confusion. Chu Mo raised his eyebrows and pointed at the boar on Fire Mistress's shoulder. Luck, we had just sat down before we had a chance to build a fire, when that red dress on Miss Meyer attracted a wild boar. So, I'll have to hurry back and take care of the boar in order to keep it fresh. Upon hearing this, the corners of Wei Chuan Kong's 2 people's mouths twitched. This Fire Mistress's intentions were obvious to even a pig. I didn't expect this senior to be so unintelligent. No wonder people had a black line. By the way, what's going on at home? Why is it so messy? Chummer picked up the boar and slammed it heavily on the ground, also noticing the mess in the yard. Mei Qianhua reported what had happened before truthfully. Chu Mo frowned. Debtor? I never owe money. In the future you guys be careful. Don't be fooled. Never mind. Which one of you is going to help me with this boar piece by piece? Hearing this, Fire Charmer rushed forward, with a stroke of her sleeve, revealing her small hands as white as lotus roots. She came up again with a smile. And, old ancestor, I can see that you enjoy handling wild game. Phantom Child will help you. Looking at the coquettishly smiling Firemire, Chu Mo was jolted, and a feeling of uneasiness inexplicably welled up in his heart. I don't know why, but I always feel like something big is going to happen today. Like, my house is going to catch fire. What's going on? While Chu Mo was puzzled, Ji Taichu on the other side also fled back to the cave where Wu Hao was. A dog hole suddenly appeared in the void, and Wu Hao fell out of it. Seeing the man and 2 women in front of him, even though Ji Taichu was dying, he forced himself to fight back an angry curse. Put! Holy Sun! All day you, 2 Grandpa. Chapter 106, Saint Sun, Chumo's Love of Women. A sudden burst of roar almost scared Wu Hao to death. Holy sun! Is it alright? What do you say? Mud! Wu Hao cursed angrily and turned his head to try to find trouble with Ji Taichu, but when a few people looked at Ji Taichu's miserable state, with more out of breath than in, their faces changed. Not bothering to pursue anything else, he hurriedly put on his clothes and helped him up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to go catch Chumo? A mere Hong rank, why did you make it like this? It was fine if Wu Hao didn't say this, but as soon as he heard his words, Ji Taichu was furious and spat out blood, forcibly propping up his body. He grabbed Wu Hao by the neck and growled with a fierce face. District Hong rank? I district your ancestors. Where did you get the face to say that? Is that a normal Hong rank? I can't even beat a dog in his house. You're asking me to die. After Ji Taichu cursed, he fell to the ground again powerlessly, panting heavily. Wu Hao wiped the spittle from his face and looked at Ji Taichu blankly. What the hell is going on? Ji Taichu sighed, feeling that his internal organs had been shattered beyond repair, knowing that his life had come to an end. With his last breath, he broke off and told Wu Hao what had happened with great difficulty. That's it. After hearing this, Wu Hao was shocked. What? One of his family's desolate rank servants, or even a watchdog, has a U-level divine weapon? Even if you've borrowed the formation to reach the half-step Aegis level, you're still no match at all? You don't even know what that Chumo looks like to you? How could he be so strong? Wouldn't I, then, be unable to kill him and avenge you? Wu Hao was confused. Ji Taichu was the most promising elder of Jiuhua Mountain besides him, and one of the 10 top pillars. I didn't think it would come to an end just because of this chummer. If he could not solve Chumo and bring back useful treasures, then he would definitely not be able to escape responsibility for the death of this Ji Taichu. When we go back, not to mention the position of Saint's son, I'm afraid the punishment won't be too light. For a while, Wu Hao's face became cloudy. He had an incomparably deep hatred for this man who had taken Lu Qingshua's first time, but the other party's powerful U-level divine weapon made him feel a sense of powerlessness. Watching Wu Hao's face change, Ji Taichu, who had already closed his eyes and was about to die, suddenly opened his eyes again. Wait, although I haven't seen that Chumo, I learned something from his servant's words that could be a turnaround for us to turn the tide. Wu Hao raised his eyebrows with a joyful expression and grabbed Ji Taichu for a while and shook him. What is it? Tell me. That Chumo he is very horny and cool with beautiful women. So Saint's son can start from that point. I also hope that the Saint's son must avenge this elder. After Ji Taichu finished speaking in a broken voice, his head lolled and he completely lost his life, and his heart stopped beating. Seeing this, Wu Hao gave a wink to the two maids. The two women understood, and with a face full of disgust, they changed Ji Taichu's corpse into new clothes and wiped the bloodstains on his body clean. This is, after all, the elders of Jiuhua Mountain. Even if they die, they must be dressed up and the aftermath must be done decently. Looking at the dashingly dressed Ji Taichu, Wu Hao sighed heavily. Hein, you're so beautiful. I didn't realize it was still so handsome even after death. The two childhood sweethearts put the corpse into their storage bags with a look of emotion. Saint's son, I didn't expect a supreme expert like Elder Ji to perish. What should we do now? Should we report the matter of the U-level divine artifacts, along with Elder Ji's death in battle, back to the sacred lord and let him decide? When these words came out, Wu Hao's heart fluttered, and he immediately opened his mouth to interrupt. He had already visualized the image of his father chasing him for 100,000 miles with a great sword. I can't. Once the news is revealed, no matter if my father can get a divine weapon or not, I will not be able to hide the fact that I killed Elder Ji, and a heavy punishment will be inevitable. Could it be that you guys want me to be confined or even relieved of my position as the Holy Son so badly? Who will nourish the two of you then? The two women took a few steps back in panic, their heads shaking like rattles. No. How come? The Holy Son may be short, but it's better than nothing, so let's. Before the words were finished, feeling Wu Hao's murderous gaze, the two girls panicked and slapped themselves. What we mean is, the joy given by the Holy Son cannot be replaced by anyone else. We can't wait to follow the Holy Son every day. How could we bear to let you be punished? And don't you know how loyal we are to you? It's just that, what should we do if we don't report it to the Holy Lord? Paper can't wrap fire, sooner or later. The sect will know that Elder Ji is dead. Wu Hao took out his eavesdropping bead and sensed it, and when he realized that Lu Qingxue and the others had already set off towards the recess mountain, he was also anxious. Time was not waiting for anyone. One had to come up with a way to solve this Chumo in the shortest possible time in order to completely dominate Lu Qingxue, making her a forbidden domain. Even, one could take those U-level artifacts and go back, and get the credit back. Wu Hao's head was running extremely fast, constantly analyzing the information and weighing the pros and cons. According to what Ji Taichu said, Although they are powerful, they are only relying on the high grade of their equipment, and in actuality, they are only at the desolate rank cultivation level. Therefore, this saint's son will not go back to my father because I want revenge, not only for Ji Tai Chu, but also for myself. He, Chu Mo, robbed the blood that should have belonged to me. How can you let me endure such a monstrous revenge? Wu Hao said with a murderous aura. The two women looked at each other. Revenge? But we can't beat it. Upon hearing this, the corner of Wu Hao's mouth curled up, and he smiled wisely. Don't panic. With this witty and clever head of mine, I'm still afraid I won't be able to come up with a solution. That Chu Mo is good with women, so we'll use them to get close to him. Then after gaining his trust, we'll storm up and give him a fatal blow. Then capture him. If you're smart, you should use your brain, not solve problems by force. After hearing these words, the two women lightly bit their lower lips and looked at Wu Hao pitifully. The Holy Sun wouldn't be wanting the two of us to approach him, would he? Wu Hao's eyes were strange, playfully sizing up the two women. It had to be said that the two women were already good-looking, and they did have a bit more flavor after completing their metamorphosis. But it was limited to this, and was not the best candidate in Wu Hao's mind. You two, although you two are pretty, you're not qualified. Even if you can get close to each other you won't be able to kill that Chu Mo. I need a woman, who is extremely beautiful to look at and whose realm is extraordinary. And she must be a virgin. A veteran florist like Chu Mo must have had countless women. How rich is his experience? He can tell at a glance if she's an original, and only an original can make him interested, so he can approach him easily. The two women were relieved that they weren't allowed to go on such a dangerous mission. After all, there could be countless holy sons, but they only had one life. But, where would the saint's son find such a beautiful-looking woman with a high cultivation level? Ha! Is this still hard to find? Have you guys forgotten, Hua Shiyu? Wu Hao raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully. At those words, the two women were shocked. Saint's son, you mean, the 100 Flower Valley's master, Hua Shiyu, who possesses the peak cultivation of the Hong rank. She is one of the top 10 golden flowers of the continent, mature and charming, with countless suitors. It's even the guest second elder of our Jiuhua mountain. But Saint's son, Hua Shiyu, she has a lonely and arrogant nature. Even the face of the Saint Lord doesn't work well with her. Even, there are rumors that the Saint Lord is also in love with her. Can you invite such a woman? Wu Hao nodded with an accomplished smile, a mysterious smile flashing across his face. I can, because, I have something on her. Chapter 107, Lord of the Valley of Flowers, Beauty Plan. Handle? The two women looked puzzled. Hua Shiyu, but she was one of the goddesses in the hearts of high-level cultivators throughout the continent. Not only was he born with the body of 100 flowers, with his own seductive body fragrance, but behind him was a clan made up of all beautiful women, the 100 Flowers Valley. The disciples within the 100 Flowers Valley were all extremely good at the yin-yang dual cultivation way. If anyone could obtain Hua Shiyu's favor, they would undoubtedly be entering heaven. Moreover, Hua Shiyu had never had a relationship with any man in hundreds of years, and had always remained saintly. But what would be the handle of such a goddess? Wu Hao didn't explain. The less people knew about that kind of secret, the more valuable it would be. Just keep an eye on her. All I have to do is summon her and she won't dare not come. After saying that, Wu Hao touched out a voice transmission stone and typed a message into it. Not long after, a spatial crack appeared in the cave. This time, the cracks could be much bigger than the ones that Ji Taichu had opened up. It was enough to prove that the person who tore through the void was far stronger than Ji Taichu. Under the trio's gaze, a pair of jade feet without steps stepped out from the spatial crack. The 10 toes were coated with crystalline nail polish, looking crystal clear and perfect like a work of art. Even if they stepped on the ground they wouldn't stick to any dust. Immediately after, the sheep's fat white jade-like smooth, without a trace of fat calves revealed. Looking up her calves, it was a pink wraparound skirt that came just above her knees, covering the round, thin thighs. But after the thighs came out, the visitor squeezed hard, but did not succeed in getting out. Seemingly stuck by the spatial crack, a slightly angry voice came out of the crack. Why does it keep getting stuck in my chest and can't get out? Damn it! Open it for me! The voice was as extraordinarily beautiful as the call of a lark. With a furious cry, the space was propped up again, only to see a gorgeous woman with exquisite to the extreme features finally squeeze out. As the woman landed, the two volleyball-sized tired lumps on her chest still stumbled for a moment. Seeing this scene, Wu Hao gulped down his saliva, only feeling that the waves were coming so chesty. If Lu Qingxue was the ice-cold ice goddess, and Firemire was the fiery little witch, then the woman in front of her was a ripe peach. The figure is plumped up just right, with more meat showing fat and less showing thin. Summing up that the big ones are big and the warped ones are warped. A wraparound skirt set it off even more seductively. This was a woman who could stir up the animal desires of all men just by her figure and temperament. After Hua Shiyu walked out of the crack, she looked at Wu Hao's greedy gaze, as well as the two women's jealous and envious eyes. The beautiful face immediately pulled down and couldn't stop a cold snort. Humph, put away your lewd eyes, or else, even if this valley master blinds you, your father won't be able to help you. Speak, what is it that you want me to do? Don't think that just because you hold that little bit of my little secret, you can make excessive demands on me. If it wasn't for the means your father gave you to save your life, you would have been killed by me last time. When push comes to shove, what's the harm in this valley master even exposing that little secret? I don't think my avid suitors would mind this little problem of mine. Hua Shiyu's eyes were cold with a threatening intent. Wu Hao smiled disdainfully, knowing that Hua Shiyu was just pretending to be calm. This secret he held was definitely enough for her to drink a pot of water, and if she wasn't pushed particularly hard, she would never fish out of water. That's right, last time when Wu Hao visited Hundred Flowers Valley, he accidentally broke into Hua Shiyu's residence. He found out, this 10,000 flowers goddess, who ranked in the top 10 in the Jianghu, actually had a very bad behavior. That is, she would take men's yang energy in private. Of course it was not using her body to extract her yang to replenish her yin, but killing men and throwing them into the alchemy furnace to extract her essence and yang, so that she could maintain her appearance of about 30 years old. There is no woman who doesn't care about her looks, especially such recognized goddesses, and they can never tolerate themselves getting old. After all, women who are hundreds of years old and take good care of themselves still age. Unless she could get the Yao Qi's blue lotus liquid, there was nothing that could keep her youthful forever. However, this practice of hers was no different from that of a devil, even if the people she refined were all poor and vicious Jianghu Ronin. But once it got out, it would still seriously damage her reputation and even be brushed off the golden flower list. Because of the concern for reputation, this Hua Xie, who had always viewed herself highly, was led by Wu Hao's nose. Don't worry, Flower Fairy, it's not excessive. I only need you to use your beauty to get close to a martial artist around the Hong rank, then seriously injure him and capture him alive. That man is greedy for beauty. I think with Flower Fairy's charms, it'll be absolutely easy to succeed. Wu Hao shook his robe and explained towards the other party. Upon hearing this, Hua Shiyu sneered and pulled her legs out. Delusional. How many people in the entire Jianghu want to have a kiss with me? I, Hua Xie, have kept my body like a jade all my life. I have never even touched a man. You actually want me to sacrifice my beauty to get close to men? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see if you're worthy? Watching Hua Xie twisting her plump body toward the outside of the cave, Wu Hao was not the least bit panicked. After glancing her back up and down, her expression perverted and teasingly opened her mouth. Flower Fairy also doesn't want that day's incident to be known by everyone, right? I've got a video of the shadow retaining stone in my hand. Actually, it doesn't require much sacrifice on the part of the fairy. As long as we confuse him and find a chance to feed this medicine to him, we can easily take him down. I, Lu Hao, swear in my father's name that if this matter comes to fruition, I will destroy all the evidence related to the fairy, and if I violate this oath, I will punish my father with no good death. What do you think? Wu Hao took out a bag of medicine called Heavenly Thunder Hooking Fire from his pocket and put it in front of him and shook it. This medicine was a divine medicine that he had bought from the Acacia sect at a high price. As long as one eats, no matter what grade of expert, they will be dominated by animal lust, completely losing their sanity and realm, turning into an ordinary person who just wants to vent. Not how. Hua Shiyu's pretty face was cold and unmoved. The corner of Wu Hao's mouth curled up. What if I say, that person has a lot of billion liquid? At those words, Hua Shiyu's face clouded over, and after hesitating for a long time, she finally stopped in her tracks. Are you sure it's the blue lotus liquid? That thing is an absolute treasure in all of Yao Qi. Even the top echelons of Yao Qi may not be able to drink it. Okay, I saw his wife drink it with my own eyes, or his daughter take it out. I still dare swear on my father's name. Then first you swear to prove that what you say is true. Hua Shiyu walked back. She admitted that her heart was moved. As long as she got this blue lotus liquid, she would never have to refine a man's lifetime essence again for the rest of her life. One could even utilize the life force in it to restore her physical age to her true 30 years. It should be known that the first beauty of the central region, the Holy Lord of Yaohe, was already 2,000 years old, but still maintained a virgin body of 20 years old, just because of the possession of this blue lotus liquid. After Wu Hao smiled and swore, he solemnly handed over the Heavenly Thunder Hook Fire to Hua Shiyu. That person is in the Recess Mountain. According to the map, orientation is here. I still hope that the fairy will go quickly. Also, don't your strength or you'll easily cause him to be wary, and he has a U-level divine weapon on him. To kill you, you won't necessarily be able to beat him, so the safest thing to do is to pretend to be an ordinary woman. which has the highest success rate. Hua Shiyu received the medication with a look of contempt and then stuffed it into the full gap in her chest. This action watched Lu Hao's heart was on fire, and he couldn't help cursing. What a ing special thing. What? U-class equipment? Hua Shiyu was surprised for a moment, but compared to U-grade equipment it was still youth forever that was more tempting to her. Alright, there's no need for you to say it. This valley master knows. As long as I wanna hide, even you level can't see my cultivation. Wu Hao nodded rather approvingly. I believe that no one in all of heaven can surpass you in the fairy's art of concealment. Time waits for no one. So, I'll wait here for fairy's good news. Without looking back, Hua Shiyu tore through the void and squeezed in hard. Seeing this, Wu Hao smiled sorrowfully. With a superpower like Hua Shiyu assassinating you, I'll see how you, Chu Mo, can survive. As long as I take down you, Chu Mo, and obtain that you great equipment, this Lu Qingxue and Hua Shiyu, this saint's son will take them both. Jia Jia Jia. In the nook and cranny of the mountain, Chu Mo didn't know that there was a supreme beauty who wanted to drug him down in karma waste, nor did he know that his wife, having entered the town of Recess, was coming toward the foot of the mountain. At this moment, he has a guest from the west in his home. Brother Chu, you really haven't seen a fellow named Ji Taichu come here? But why is there his scent here? I've been chasing and killing him for a long time. If Brother Chu knows the information, I still hope to tell. I, Sima Changfeng, will be grateful. Chapter 108 Zeus level powerhouse descends on the small courtyard. Looking at the guy in front of him with a bubblegum hairstyle who called himself the sect leader of Putuo Mountain, Chu Mo had a helpless look on his face. Just got home from dealing with that boar and this one fell out of the sky. Moreover, this person was also extremely strong, and was actually a Zeus level powerhouse. Even Chu Mo was a bit flustered by such a big man. Brother Sima, I just thought about it and heard from my two old servants that there was indeed a Ji Taichu who came here before and tried to steal from me. But, it was fought off by the two of them and my dog. So I don't know where he is. Chu Mo spread his hands and carefully looked at the guy named Sima Changfeng. Such a big man cannot be offended. Or the other party is not happy. Casually collapse a fart to collapse his family. Even Zhao Deju cannot cover him. Opposite Chu Mo, there stood a young man who appeared to be around 25 years old, looking at Chu Mo with the same caution. The youth's pupils were dilated and his entire body was uncontrollable, shivering and trembling. He had no doubts at all about everything Chu Mo had said. In fact, from the moment he landed in the courtyard, his insides turned over. Holy, to think that I, Ghost Seeker, am also the head of Putuo Mountain, one of the two strongest sects in the western region. Looking at the world, I am also atop of the world masters. Even if the Jiuhua Mountain of Wu Zhang see me, also have to courtesy 3 times to shout a ghost brother. However, he didn't expect that in such an inconspicuous little courtyard, there existed a big brother whose rule power was spread all over his body. My god, as an intermediate Zeus level, I can barely control some of the rules, and even if he stands still, he can make the rules of heaven and earth all revolve around him. What kind of realm is this? He's not going to fart me to death? The ghost was terrified, his heart full of regret. Had he known that there was such a great power in the courtyard, he would not have forced himself to fly in. It's hard to leave now or not. Sima Changfeng and Chu Mo both stared wide-eyed and smiled sardonically, neither knowing what to say next. The atmosphere was once awkward. Just then, the door to the guest room was opened, and Fire Mistress, who had soiled her body because of the pig's blood, took a shower and changed her clothes. From the inside of the house, she walked out with long, round, refreshed legs, brushing her hair as she went. Elder, this what's-his-name shower gel in your house is really good. It actually strengthens the skin after taking a bath. It's just too awesome. And this shampoo, it works so much better than soap nuts. And it smells extra good. Fire Mistress shook her long, smooth and incomparable hair that was draped over her chest towards Chu Mo. At this time, she also noticed that Sima Changfeng, who was dryly laughing face to face with Chu Mo. Ha, there are guests in the house? Old ancestor, you guys sit down first. I'll go bring you tea and water. After a light smile, she immediately put away her comb and curtsied in a greeting. And then he respectfully walked into the kitchen and started making tea. In her eyes, those who could laugh and chat with the old ancestor were bound to be friends. This junior of course have to have the eyesight a little bit. Came to the guests to help the old ancestor tea and water to greet a little bit. Is the natural thing. As long as you perform well. You're still afraid that the old man won't like it? Wouldn't it be nice if the old ancestor, once happy, would leave himself as a personal maid? Or take in as a concubine wife or something? After having Fire Mistress open her mouth to break the awkwardness, Chu Mo smiled and began to greet the other party as well. That, Brother Sima, since you're here, why don't you sit down for a cup of tea and a meal first? Sima Changfeng nodded numbly, his heart pounding wildly from the moment Fire Mistress appeared. He just thought this girl, So beautiful. So seductive. So stunning. Those long legs, he could play with them for a year. Oh no. A lifetime. Good. Since Brother Chu invited me, how would I dare not respond? Then I will disturb you. Sima Changfeng arched his hand, but his gaze remained subtly at the kitchen location, as if he wanted to take another look at Fire Mistress's long legs. Come on. Don't look. Other girls are going into the kitchen. Wei Chuankong rolled his eyes and spat. He and Mei Qianhua didn't have the eye of truth, so they couldn't see through Sima Changfeng's strength, plus a great god like Chu Mo was at the side, so the two of them didn't have much constraint. Sima Changfeng smiled awkwardly and turned his head to arch his hand at Chu Mo. Brother Chu, it's my fault for being rude. Dare I ask if this girl is your wife? No. Didn't you just hear her call me old ancestor? I'm the clan's old ancestor, and she's one of my juniors who just came to me as a guest with nothing to do. As for my wife, someone else. Chu Mo slowly shook his head and did not hide it. He wouldn't make a move on any woman until he had his wife's whereabouts. After all, he had a daughter in tow. If we find a bride, we don't know if our daughter can accept it. Late bloomer? Ancestor? Not husband and wife? Hiss. Great. Upon hearing this, Sima Changfeng was ecstatic, and his mind was instantly active. Selfish sat down on the stone bench, excitedly. I think Sima Changfeng is usually considered a high position of power, and I have seen even more beautiful women. But like just that girl, this kind of fairy, really never seen. If it weren't for the fact that this girl's strength is a bit lower and her fame is lacking, she could have been ranked in the top 10 of the continent's golden flower ranking in terms of her face value and temperament. I didn't expect that I would still be able to find such a supreme fairy here. I'm sure that those who can accompany such a wunderkind like Brother Chu are no ordinary people. At those words, Chu Mo nodded and smiled, not denying it. Miss Meyer is indeed extremely beautiful, and her body is even hotter than ever, overflowing with both youthful and seductive aura. But, what does Brother Sima mean by this golden flower ranking? Hearing Chu Mo's words, Fire Mistress, who was making tea in the kitchen, felt a surge of joy in her heart. Because of the excitement, her pretty face was suddenly flushed, and her mind was filled with thoughts. Senpai, saying I'm pretty? Is that implying something about me? Sima Changfeng to Chu Mo, a burst of squeezing eyebrows, looking at Chu Mo as a kind person. Self-acquaintance. He also opened the box of words. This golden flower ranking, was formulated by the continent's most mysterious power, the Tianji Pavilion, along with the continent's strongest women's sect, Yao Qi. The list is full of super beauties, ranked by men from all over the continent based on strength, looks, status, and temperament, and voted on. All the fairies on the list are the goddesses in everyone's heart to come. The top 10 fairies on the list are all single and have countless suitors. Even, martial artists of our strength have not been able to get a kiss. Chu Mo's expression was startled. He didn't think that this continent actually had any Tianji Pavilion and Yao Qi. It seemed, this unknown continent had a lot more to explore for him. Chu Mo's heart and soul yearn for. When his strength is strong, he will come to a trip and take a good look around this continent. Even a master like you can't possess one? Doesn't anyone use force? Sima Changfeng sighed slightly. Use force? We wouldn't dare. The fairies on the golden flower list didn't marry because there were too many suitors as long as they didn't pick out a husband. Then it will be under the protection of Tianji Pavilion and Yao Qi. But anyone who uses force against them will die a horrible death. In the past, that old ancestor of the Acacia sect in the central region, a great expert of the middle stage of the Zeus level, used his strength against the lily fairy at the bottom of the list, and as a result, before he could even begin to get his hands on her, he was beaten to dust by the many experts who had arrived in a joint effort. But, those beauties who are not on the list, many of them disappear and die tragically every year. Alas! At those words, Chu Mo sucked in a breath of cool air. This beauty to the extreme can really do whatever it wants. Just like those goddesses of the blue star, there are always a lot of protectors behind them. So, there's such a thing as chasing stars in the other world. I didn't expect that Mayer's face could receive high praise from Brother Sima, and I don't know if it's good or bad. Chu Mo had a worried look on his face. Although he didn't have much of a close relationship with Fire Mistress, he was at least a good friend. Once this kind of extremely beautiful woman with little background is exposed, her beauty may lead to some mischief. Most of all, he was worried that someone would misunderstand and kill him, the old ancestor, with a slap, and that would be an unjust death. Sima Changfeng rolled his eyes. What is Brother Chu worried about? With a strong person like you around, which one would dare to make a move against Miss Meyer? By the way, Brother Chu, I wonder if you don't mind if I pursue Miss Meyer? When I see Fairy Meyer, my heart is like a deer in the headlights. It's really hard to control my emotions. I've been single for 1,000 years, and I want to get out of it. Sima Changfeng gathered his courage and asked Chu Mo, a bachelor for a lifetime. He finally experienced what it meant to have a heartbeat. At those words, Before Chu Mo could say anything, the Wei Chuan Kong duo on the side rolled their eyes and muttered in disdainful whispers. You're still a deer in the headlights. I'm afraid that the deer in your heart has already been messed with many times by a certain beast. Sima Changphone, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, Trummer, Fire Charmer. Chapter 109, is Mr. Chum Hum at home? What do you two mean by that? Could it be that Miss Meyer has already been slept with? Sima Changphone covered his chest with a pained expression, nearly vomiting blood. The goddess he'd just taken a fancy to, or the less competitive kind that no one had noticed, had thought he could easily take it and use it to build a bit of a relationship with a superpower. But the results, ugh. At these words, Fire Charmer blushed with shame and squirmed in the kitchen with a pot of tea, not daring to come out. On the side, Chumo's eyes glared as he looked at the Mei Qianhua duo with that murderous gaze. The two of them were shocked and hurriedly changed their words for fear of being chopped by Chu Mo. Ah no, what we mean is, Miss Meyer is just admiring Elder Chu. It's not difficult for you to pursue her. Moreover, if Senior Chu doesn't open his mouth, who dares to pursue Miss Meyer? It's not looking for death. The two of them spread their hands and gave Sima Changfeng a good-for-nothing expression. Even if the other party claimed to be the head of one of the two major sects in the western region, the two of them couldn't look at each other, and didn't think that this guy with the name of what's his name? Ghost Seeing Charm, could pick up Fire Charmer. Bubblehead, only a girl with blind eyes would like it. No wonder it's not for no reason that you've been single for over 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Sima Changfeng's face shifted for a moment, fixing his eyes on Shumo's body that was entwined with the power of rules. He also looked at the other party's handsome and compelling face. Sima Changfeng sighed, realizing the gap between the two. If the other party doesn't open his mouth, does he dare to rob with this strength? Hey, don't make love to each other. Love is free, and I have a wife, and I'm clean, so how dare I miss my wife? As long as Miss Meyer has her eye on you, what does it matter to me? Trummer waved his hand with a slight sigh. If he didn't have a family and a daughter and a wife, he wouldn't have minded having a sensational love affair with Fire Charmer. But when a man is married, he should have his own responsibilities and duties, even if his wife is not beautiful. But the chaff must not be abandoned. One cannot destroy two women for one's own selfish desires. Therefore, he could only politely reject Fire Charmer in this way, which was better than hanging on to the other party without giving a response. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Fire Meyer lightly bit her lower lip, tears continuously swirling in her eyes, and a wave of discouragement ran through her heart. Himself, is this a rejection? Soon. However, Fire Mistress wiped her tears and regained her confidence. Sure enough, the senior isn't such a good chaser. I didn't expect him to be so emotionally attached. His wife has been gone for 8 years and he hasn't even put her down. In the face of my love offensive actually not responding in the slightest, this is enough to prove that Senior is a dedicated and good man, worthy of being entrusted for life. Such an infatuated male. If I can walk into his heart, I will definitely be very happy in this life, right? At that time, Senior will definitely favor me alone and won't rain on my parade. Fire Charmer's eyes gradually became firm, her pink fists clenched to cheer herself up. Me, Fire Charmer, I will definitely take you down. You run away and I'll chase after you. You won't be able to get away. Ghost Seeker was also ecstatic, with the other party's nod. This meant that he could start flirting with girls. Ha ha! Don't worry, Brother Chu. Although I, Sima Changfeng, haven't had a Taoist couple in the past 1,000 years and haven't chased after a fairy. But if you haven't eaten pork, you've always seen a pig run, right? I've memorized all those love treasures, the book of picking up girls and the like within my sect, and I see that Brother Chu is able to gain the favor of the fairy, so he should also know the essence of flirting with girls, right? How about, we exchange ideas? Seeing that a super strong person like Chu Mo actually didn't have a rack, Ghost Seeker got up the heart to climb high and tie up with the nobility. If you can get acquainted with this kind of strong person, when you go to the middle domain in the future, you will have the capital to blow awesome with those in the middle domain. Chu Mo was slightly stunned. Experience in flirting with girls? One had a gross experience. In Chu Mo's eyes, flirting with girls was the easiest of all, where there was no experience or routine. Bitch, sleeping? Sleep. It's that simple. If the other person doesn't say yes, just ask again with another person. A man should be open-minded. It doesn't cost him anything anyway. I'm not really. Before Chu Mo could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the greatly grinning Ghost Seeker with a smile. Hi, Brother Chu is too modest. There's one thing that little brother doesn't understand. I hope that Brother Chu won't be stingy with his advice. Dare I ask Brother Chu, what is the most taboo when interacting between a man and a woman? At those words, Chu Mo's brows furrowed, and after thinking for a moment, he raised his head extremely seriously. It should be most taboo to lie about your gender? Poof. Upon hearing this reply, the crowd stumbled and fell to the ground. The corners of Ghost Seeker's mouth twitched as he climbed up from the ground, giving Chumo a thumbs up in admiration. A word to the wise. Brother Chu said it really well. Next time you are not allowed to say it again. Chumo scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. He was still quite fond of the self-centered Ghost Seeker in front of him. The other party not only didn't bully, but was also particularly approachable. Just like those sons of ES in the dorms in their previous life. While the two were talking, Fire Mistress also carried the teapot and walked out with her long round and smooth legs. Seeing this, Sima Changfeng immediately smiled and reached out to welcome him, wanting to take the piping hot teapot. Miss Meyer, let me help you carry it. Be careful with the boiling water. Fire Charmer rolled her eyes and hung him out to dry with a single stagger of her body, and then rather obediently poured a cup of tea for Chumo. The body bowed slightly, and the snowy whiteness of the chest was displayed in front of Chumo's eyes. Old ancestor, come and drink some tea. Let's see how the tea brewed by Meyer tastes. Chumo inwardly exclaimed in decent exposure and tilted his head to the side, but in reality, his eyes couldn't take his eyes off of it, still staring dead on. Ah, this tea is so white. Ah shucks. I said this teacup is so big. Never mind. Forget I said anything. The Fire Chimera burst of joy, waist bent even lower. A cup of tea poured for a long time did not finish. Chumo wiped his nose and in order to hide his embarrassment, he hurriedly changed the topic and asked, that who? Brother Sima, quickly sit down and drink tea. Ah, by the way, I ask you, who is that Ji Taichu you said before? He was beaten by my old servant. He won't be looking for revenge, right? According to the formula in various novels, hitting the small one will inevitably find the old one. Chumo was still a little panicked. Seeing that Fire Mistress didn't care about him, Sima Changfeng didn't lose his temper and came to the table to pull out the stool. Come, Miss Meyer has worked hard. Sit down. Looking at this man who had no appearance of being a guest, Fire Charmer once again gave a blank stare and came behind Chumo to pinch his shoulders. Old ancestor has worked hard. Meyer will squeeze your shoulders. Chumo shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression. Sima Changfeng sighed. For the goddess not to be distant, the boy must learn to lick. I won't give up. When he finished, he sat down on his butt and picked up his teacup and took a sip. As the tea entered his mouth, even a bigwig like Sima Changfeng, who had been in a high position for a long time, roared in shock with both eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Enlightenment tea. Brother Chu, you actually used this kind of tea to entertain me? I am not honored. Sima Changfeng knew the preciousness of the enlightenment tea. Even if it was useful for the Zeus level or even the U level, it was rare to drink it once in 100 years. After drinking it, Sima Changfeng's attitude became extremely respectful. Originally, he thought that with Chumo's cultivation, he would look down on his own self who was only at the Zeus level, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually treat him with such sincerity. Brother Chu, that Ji Taichu you're talking about is nothing to worry about. With your strength, exterminating his entire family is naturally more than enough. However, with Brother Chu's strength and status, he naturally doesn't care to make a move on them. If his family's old one dares to come, all you need to do is ring this bell, and I, Ghost Seeing Worry, will immediately arrive to do your bidding. Trummer blinked in confusion. With my own cultivation I could have ed over his entire family? Then what's the point of panicking? His whole family combined is not as good as one yellow-ranked martial artist like me. My dog can even destroy him in a group. Chumo sighed with relief. The original continent is not all Big Brother. There are still a lot of small shrimp. Seeing that Chumo did not speak, Sima Changfeng, whose chatterbox attribute was activated, smiled mysteriously again in order to draw closer, and cheaply came over. Brother Chu, I'm telling you, that Ji Taichu clan has a guest second elder, Hua Shiyu, who's a thief, and it's still a goddess fairy in the top 10 of the golden flower list. That figure and that look are really moist. It's just a pity that doesn't show any false colors to all the men, and even dares to throw her face at me. Sima Changfeng was a bit indignant, his fists clenched with a bit of ruthlessness, and continued, if he, the Jiuhua Mountain, comes to trouble Brother Chu, I'll take this opportunity to destroy the Jiuhua Mountain and capture that flower Heiyu and give it to Brother Chu as a token of appreciation for his generous treatment. How about that? Only a strong person like Brother Chu can be able to dominate this kind of beauty without fearing the pursuit of Yaoqi and Tianji Pavilion. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chumo had a look of fascination on his face. He would like to see what this continent's top 10 ranked goddess looked like. As for what Sima Changfeng said, fearless Yaoqi, he directly ignored it. This person is afraid that he is not a colorful and hungry man, and he doesn't even want his life for the sake of female sex. Oh, don't kid yourself. My little body can't carry the retaliation of those big shots, and where would I meet that kind of goddess? It will never cross paths in this life. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a knock at the door of the small courtyard. Duck duck duck. An extremely nice female voice then sounded. May I ask if Mr. Chumo is at home? Chapter 110, Two Girls Competing. What's the situation? Another guest? How come there are so many more people coming to Recluse Mountain lately than before? The shouts from outside left Chumo stunned beyond measure. In the past, the nooks and crannies of the mountain, but the ghosts do not come to the door. Not even a year to see a guest. Brother Chu, listening to this voice seems to recognize you. Sit tight, I'll go open the door. The ghost saw a scowl for a moment, and hastily got up and headed for the front door. Crunch! The door opened and a mature, flirtatious face came into view. Chumo's eyes lit up, and his pair of eyes swept the woman up and down like a scanner. 98-58-90. Hiss, perfect gourd body, convex on top and curved on the bottom. No way. What man wouldn't love this kind of body? Ghost Seeker's eyes were rounded, like a 1,000-watt bulb, and he directly looked out of his mind and didn't move. A pair of eyes were filled with amazement, and that heart was beating indisputably. Those hands, in particular, couldn't help but make a veiled grip toward the void, as if pondering whether or not they could control those two basketballs with one hand. Girl, you, looking for Brother Chu? That's right. Is Mr. Trummer here? The woman curtsied and saluted, and the smallest gesture could stir a wave. Looking at the demented bubblehead in front of her, the woman did not move on the surface, but in fact, she was wildly shaken inside. Isn't this the prodigal son from Putua Mountain? Why is he here? Moreover, he also called that Chu Mo as Brother Chu. To be able to call this prodigal son brother, this Chu Mo is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. I'm afraid that it's not only the Hong rank, but it's also highly likely that it's the Zeus rank. The woman instantly recognized the identity of the ghost seeker. After all, the other party was famous in the western region. Thinking about the cultivation of Chu Mo and this ghost seeker, the woman not only didn't panic, but instead became excited. If I can play these two Zeus levels into my hands, my reputation and status, Flower Sun Moon, will swell to a point of no return. There, sitting there, Sima Changfeng came back to his senses and wiped his nosebleed, fawningly pointing towards the table. The woman hid a smile, as if she was used to seeing men get nosebleeds over her. Twisting her plump and mature body, she walked towards Chu Mo. Looking at the woman's face of pure desire and that ripe body, Sima Changfeng froze and his brows grew furrowed. Have I seen her somewhere before? And I can't tell her cultivation level? Thinking to no avail, Sima Changfeng shook his head. This closure of 200 years out, many memories actually blurred. Watching the woman come in front of Chu Mo, Sima Changfeng had a burst of envy and made a meaningful bad smile at Chu Mo. That look seemed to be saying, Brother Chu, what a good fortune. This girl is not inferior to Miss Meyer at all, and is also a goddess that can make it to the golden flower ranking. Chumo rolled his eyes. What's the point of being pretty? It's not like he can have a happy snap. You are Mr. Trummer? The woman looked at Chu Mo with a dimpled smile and asked with that seductive voice. Chu Mo was filled with doubt and nodded slightly. I am Chu Mo. Dare I ask the girl if you are? I don't think we have met before. The woman nodded and said with utmost seriousness. We have never met before, but we will be with each other in the future, accompanying each other until old age. When these words came out, Chu Mo was so dumbfounded that he stumbled and fell to the ground. But, what the are you talking about? Chu Mo picked his ears in disbelief. He who possessed the eye of truth was clearly aware of how strong this watery and incomparable woman in front of him was. Flood rank Pika. Looking at the continent is also a powerful expert to come. Such a beautiful woman who has never met suddenly told him to grow old with him. How it sounds is absurd. The woman leaned down and swished her pretty face in front of Chu Mo, her breath exhaling. To tell you the truth, my youngest daughter happened to meet a high-ranking person from the Tianji Pavilion who did a fortune-telling for me, and said that my true destiny lives on this mountain, and is a man named Chu Mo, and Mr. happens to be named Chu Mo, so, it must be you, Mr. After saying that, he even threw a wink of desire at Chu Mo. She was sure that no man could remain calm under her seduction and would surely be led by the nose. It had to be said that this kind of mature woman was able to display her own strengths to the fullest, and even Chu Mo gulped. The charisma was so great that it was completely not comparable to a little shoot like Fire Charmer. But unexpectedly, Chu Mo stepped back and dodged. Don't joke, girl. I don't even know your name. How can we be together? And where does fortune-telling count? My fate is up to me, not God. Hearing these words, both Ghostseeker and Hua Shiyu's hearts were flabbergasted. What a great I'm not God. How strong must this be to say such a thing? It's okay. My name is Hua Shiyu. Now you know my name. So, man. Sleep? When Chu Mo took a step back, Hua Shiyu took a domineering step forward, and make no secret of who they are. When she knew that Chu Mo was at the Zeus level and held a U-level supreme treasure in her hand, she changed the plan she had set before. Decide to go all out and take this man down for good. When these words came out, Chu Mo hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but Fire Meyer was like a kitten protecting its food and directly exploded her hair. With a sway of her body, she stopped in front of Chu Mo, looking at Hua Xie angrily as if she were an enemy. What kind of foxy girl is that? Do you know what comes first? My family's old ancestor is not for a frivolous woman like you to chase after? I don't know how many men I've been with behind our backs. Don't dirty our eyes. You're not welcome in old ancestor Chu Mo's house. Please get out. In the face of Fire Mistress's scolding, Hua Xiyu was unmoved. After faintly glancing at Fire Mistress, she proudly puffed out her chest and coldly snorted with confidence. Yo, so it's a little bean sprout. Looks a little bit, but with this fairy then you are still tender. My pursuit of happiness has nothing to do with you? I, Hua Xiyu, have always been clean. I still have all my palace sand. So what is frivolous about it? I'm just daring to love and hate. Daring to show my love. Besides, it's up to Mr. Chu to welcome me or not. And by the looks of you like Mr. Chu too, right? Since that's the case, how about letting Mr. Chu choose between the two of us? And see which one of us is better and prettier in Mr. Chu's eyes. The two women held Chu Mo's arms left and right, placing them at their chests, and stared at him with extreme menace, wanting to hear his decision. Chu Mo is in pain and happy. Is this how you test the old cadres? Which old cadre can stand it? Chu Mo smiled sarcastically. These two incredibly powerful women were fighting and quarreling. Where did he, a scum yellow rank, dare to open his mouth? It's a dead giveaway. If the two of them couldn't get this fine body of theirs, would they get annoyed and slap me to death? Thinking of this, Chu Mo shivered and could only look at Ghostseeker for help. Brother Sima, help me. Ghostseeker turned a deaf ear and rubbed his chin with an expression of dawning realization as he exclaimed. I remembered. This girl turns out to be Hua Xie, the one I told you about before. That 100 Flower Valley's master. The fairy that ranked in the top 10 of the Golden Flower ranking. Hiss. Brother Chuyu, this charm is really too big. I did not expect this kind of fairy actually took the initiative to pursue you. Spread out, the entire Jianghu have to explode. Do not know how many experts will come to find you to decide life and death. Ah, Brother Chu, a great beauty of this caliber has been delivered to your door. And you're actually still squirming and hesitating? You are truly a model for my generation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Mo furiously rolled his eyes and raised his middle finger to Sima Changfeng without any goodwill. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of a group of high-ranked cultivators bombarding him indiscriminately. Mud. They're trying to kill me. How can I afford to retaliate with this body? If you think they're good, go ahead. At those words, Sima Changfeng's eyes lit up furiously and his face was ecstatic. Seriously? Then I'll be polite. After shaking out his robes and striking what he thought was a handsome pose, Sima Changfeng then blew a smattering of bangs on his forehead. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly in a smile as he raised an eyebrow at Hua Xiyu. Miss Flower, Brother Chu, this person already has a family. You two are not destined for each other. Why don't, how about, we have a relationship together? Looking at the tawdry Sima Changfeng, the corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Chapter 111, that's right. He is my husband. As soon as I saw this flower girl, my heart was pounding like a deer in the headlights. Sima Changfeng's brazen appearance refreshed Chu Mo's 3 views. You just said the same thing to Meyer. What the hell? You want to be a scum? Aren't you afraid of that little deer in your heart, knocking you brain dead? Sima Changfeng waved his hand and smiled, not knowing where he pulled out a folding fan, snapping it open and gently fanning the wind. Hi, Brother Chu is wrong. Just after being a licking dog, I realized a truth. Lick one man as a dog. Lick 10,000 as a wolf. If you are a wolf among dogs, why fear the king of the sea? I am a 7-foot man. I should be open-minded. How can I hang myself on a tree? Cast a wide net to catch more fish. There is always one that is suitable. This is called pattern. Sima Changfeng shook his head for a while and said unapologetically. Chumo despised it beyond measure. After getting acquainted, he could see that the guy was a debauched prodigal son. Press is not a single person. So you've been casting your net for all these years and you're still a bachelor? Hey, don't pay attention to these details. It's just that I don't want to settle for less, brother, but now that I've changed my attitude towards life, I'm being nonchalant now. That said, what do the two fairies think of me? With a background in strength, although I'm not as handsome as Brother Chu, I'm still quite good. Consider it? Sima Changfeng, a burst of squeezing eyebrows toward the two women, came over, wanting a kiss. With a burst of annoyance, the two women slapped each other violently with a left and a right. Pop. Snap. Get out of the way. Looking at the two fierce women, Sima Changfeng rubbed his face with an aggrieved expression. Did he count himself as having snapped with two fairies? An angry tigress is really not to be messed with. And this has nothing to do with cultivation. After Sima Changfeng retreated, the two women went toe-to-toe again. Fox Mei Zi, old ancestor is a righteous man. Don't you dare interfere. None of your business. I'm willing to pursue Mr. Chu. What do you care? The two women each took a step forward, their eyes revealing a murderous aura, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Looking at the two women at each other's throats, the four men in the yard crouched in fear in the corner. Sima Changfeng showed his teeth in a burst of egg pain. Brother Chu, why don't you give in to them? We can't even drink tea if we keep pinching them like this. Chomo sighed and shrugged helplessly. I do want to so the two stunning that do not move, that is false. But if I cannot control the lower half of my body, how can I face my daughter and wife in the future? And from the time this flower girl came, that bad feeling in my heart became clearer and clearer. As if, the next moment there would be a great disaster. Sima Changfeng froze for a moment. At a realm like Brother Chu's, what in the world could make him feel that a great disaster was on the horizon? It can't be the sky falling, can it? What Chu Mo didn't know was that at this moment, not far outside the courtyard, there were 9 men and 2 women descending from the sky. Mrs. Lu, this mountain is where Elder Chu lives, and that courtyard is precisely his home. This small courtyard was renovated. I did not expect Mei Qianhua Wei Chuan Kong 2 speed is quite fast. Zhao Dizhu pointed to the mountain and courtyard at his feet and introduced Lu Qingxue, who was dressed in ragged linen. Zhao Dizhu how to think did not think to understand. Such a beautiful woman. Why wear a broken hemp clothes? Mother, let's go inside. Daddy should be at home. Linger also misses Daddy. I especially miss the snake soup he made. It's especially delicious. I'll ask Dad to make it for you to try later. Chu Linger said as she excitedly pulled Lu Qingxue's hand. He was already in the middle of the yellow rank. If father knew, he would be very happy, right? However, Chu Linger's cheerful invitation went unanswered. With a sideways glance, he only saw Lu Qingxue looking at the small courtyard and the surroundings, in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. Mother? Mother! No matter how much Chu Linger screamed, Lu Qingxue did not respond. Looking at the familiar surroundings, dusty memories from deep inside came flooding back. Lu Qingxue, who has always been cool and calm, and whose face does not change even when Tarzan collapses in front of her eyes, gradually filled her beautiful eyes with mist. The image in his mind, overlapping with his surroundings, and then looking at the towering ginkgo trees in the small courtyard. Lu Qingxue lightly bit her lower lip and took out a withered yellow ginkgo leaf that had been touched smooth and reflective from her bosom. The tears of joy and excitement could not be stopped, falling drop by drop on the leaves. She could never forget how Chu Mo and she had planted the tree with their own hands when she was pregnant. 8 years ago, she was taken away by Li Chunfeng under the ginkgo tree. 8 years later, she finally returned to the small courtyard and saw the familiar and overwhelmingly fond place. Why are you crying, Mother? It's fine. Mother is happy. Linger, you said, your father lives in here? Lu Qingxue wiped her tears and picked up Chu Linger in a hug, touching her forehead affectionately. Chu Linger was a little unsure, and gently nodded her head. Yeah, I've been living here with my dad since I was a kid. I remember exactly which place has a pit. Lu Qingxue cried with joy. Good, quite good. Mother especially likes it here too. Thinking that as soon as she pushed open the door, she would be able to see her man that she had been thinking about for 8 years. Lu Qingxue trembled with excitement. Husband, do you know how I've been living for the past 8 years? How tired and lonely I am to be alone without you. Only I know. Well, it's been worth the 8-year wait. Your wife, she's already an empress. You'll be the emperor's man in no time. Lu Qingxue slowly stretched out her hand, wanting to open the gate of the small courtyard, but when that white jade-like hand touched the gate, she lightly bit her lips and hesitated. How should I explain to my husband that I've been missing for 8 years? Tell him the truth. That I left without saying goodbye, actually spent 8 years in the palace as emperor and was served every day? Will he be angry about it? No, he will be. If he is angry, how should I coax him? Will this make the couple's relationship completely broken? You have to know that even the best relationship can't withstand the scrubbing of time. In addition, husband is obviously a super expert. But why did he hide it from me? Why didn't he go out of the mountain to look for me? What are his reasons? Could it be that in his mind, I'm not really that important? Not worth looking for? Or maybe he's been taken over by the old demon? Lu Qingxue made a mistake. Her mind was incomparably complex and entangled, and all kinds of outrageous guesses came out. Zhao Dizhu's few people, looking at this hesitation of hers to push the door, were instead filled with confusion. What's wrong, Mrs. Lu? The senior is right in front of you. Push open the door and you'll know if he's your husband. What are you still hesitating for? It's come to this. I'm already 99% certain that the senior Chu in your mouths is my husband. But, Lu Qingxue frowned. The man she had been thinking about for 8 years was about to be right in front of her. Just push open the door and she could see it. However, Lu Qingxue was a little frightened and nervous, her mind rehearsing 10,000 images of meeting Chu Mo. Did he or she just jump into the arms and cry out for a good husband? Or is it better to look at each other with 4 eyes, weep uncontrollably, let him take himself into his arms, and then explain his previous untimely departure? Just as she was hesitating and uncertain, 2 delicate female voices came out from the courtyard. Fox may z you get out of the way. Old ancestor is mine. Little bean sprout you spread your hands. Mr. Chu is the man of my reservation. You don't want to steal it from me. Hearing this commotion, Lu Qingshue's face changed drastically and instantly became gloomy. The heart was burning with anger and a few moments of panic. What? There's actually a woman in the yard? Damn it! Boo! The door was opened with force, and Lu Qingxue burst in angrily. Chapter 112 Chumo, what? You said your name is Lu Qingxue? Clunk! The gate was knocked down by the furious Lu Qingxue and slapped straight down on the ground, stirring up a puff of dust. This great commotion also stopped the argument in the yard. The dust settled and Lu Qingshue's figure was revealed. All eyes were drawn to her. While the crowd was sizing up Lu Qingxue, she was also angrily sizing up the courtyard. When she saw clearly the familiar handsome face of Mo that she had been longing for day and night, Lu Qingxue couldn't wait to immediately jump into the other party's arms and sweetly shout out to her husband. But this impulse was forcibly suppressed by her because she didn't know if Chomo would be resentful and reject her throwing himself at her. After all, it had been 8 years, and she wasn't sure if Chomo's feelings for her had faded. Moreover, there were 2 other beauties in front of her whose looks were not inferior to hers, pestering her husband, which gave her a strong sense of crisis. Girl, what are you? I don't owe you any money. Do I? Why did you ruin my newly installed gate? Chu Mo looked at Lu Qingxue with a dumbfounded face. What kind of sins did his gate create? Noticing the strangeness in Chu Mo's eyes, Lu Qingxue had a bitter face. My own husband didn't recognize me after all. However, Lu Qingxue did not blame Chu Mo. After all, 8 years ago she was disfigured and ugly, but now she looks like a heavenly fairy. Even if her parents cannot recognize her, even if you wear the same clothes you wore 8 years ago, so what? How many people in the world can remember what style of clothes they sewed 8 years ago? Perhaps, for him, sewing for me with his own hands is just something he does as he goes along? But for me, it was extremely heartfelt. Lu Qingxue shook off her head and didn't bother with that. As his eyes turned, he looked at Hua Shiyu and Firemeyer, one of them holding one of Chu Mo's hands. When Chu Mo was filled with helplessness again, Lu Qingxue instantly forgave the other party. My husband, he didn't do it voluntarily. He didn't want to touch a woman. It's all because of these 2 pussies seducing him. Lu Qingshue's willow eyebrows went up. Her hands crossed her waist and she immediately rebuked angrily. You 2 vixens, spread your hands. No hugging him. Looking at the courtyard to another beautiful woman to fight over the wind, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong as well as Sima Changfeng were all tactical backward and admired incomparably to give a thumbs up to Chu Mo. Hiss. Another one. A high hand. Nah, I should say lover boy. That's right. People sitting at home. Beautiful women fighting at the door. Senior is really a heifer upside down. Awesome rushing to the sky. Alas, I originally thought that Sima Changfeng, was already the most favored male god of women in Jianghu, but I didn't expect that there would be characters like Brother Chu. I also don't know how Brother Chu did it. Sima Changfeng, would also like to taste what it's like to be fought over by a goddess. You guys don't say. Although this girl is dressed in a tattered linen dress, it doesn't affect her charm at all. She looks cold and with a bit of nobility, so people have a desire to conquer. Sima Changfeng used that gaze of admiring a work of art and gave the newcomer Lu Qingxue a pout. When their eyes looked at the other 2 women again, a few of them that were envious, and the courtyard was suddenly filled with the smell of 100-year-old vinegar. Brother Chu, publish a book. Come out with a book on flirting with girls. My little brother will absolutely pour out everything to buy at home and study it all night long. Sima Changfeng arched his hand with wild eyes. Chu Mo broke free from the entanglement of the 2 women and retreated to the side, hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky at 45 degrees and said in a high, deep voice, actually, flirting with girls is really simple. Just 3 points. Big money, big tools, and my handsome face will do. Whispering to you all, I don't really know this hemp-clothed girl either, and I don't know how she managed to find her. So if I have to blame it on my damned charisma, it's really nowhere to be found. But to be honest, this girl is really pretty, but I don't know why. But I actually feel as if I've seen her somewhere before, as if she's very familiar. Looking at Lu Qingshue's stunningly beautiful and delicate appearance with picturesque brows, Chu Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt within his heart. Obviously he had never seen this girl before. Why did he have a familiar feeling, but not to the other mature beauty, Hua Shiyu? Especially, after feeling the angry eyes of this hemp-clothed girl, his heart trembled uncontrollably and inexplicably, and he was a bit scared. This action of Chu Mo's was pure pretense in the eyes of Sima Changfeng's few people, and a few people raised their middle fingers. Brother Chu, Senior, your routine is outdated. You don't mean to say that she looks like your first love or wife, do you? Chomo scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Right. That's what it feels like. He spoke from the heart, but was greeted with a blank stare from several people. As Lu Qingxue entered, a smell of gunpowder immediately filled the courtyard. Firemire and Hua Shiyu dropped their preconceived notions, and the two girls' gazes flared as they stared back at Lu Qingxue without showing any weakness. And where are you a village girl from? How dare you compete with us? Being provoked by the two daughters, Lu Qingxue, who was the rightful wife, let out a cold snort. Oh, ask me who I am? Tell me who I am. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death. All you need to know is that my husband and my relationship with Mr. Chu is destined, and I'm sure he'll recognize me. Lu Qingxue confidently shook the tattered linen clothes on her body, wanting to give Chu Mo another hint. Even though Chu Mo didn't recognize her, she didn't get discouraged. Who let her appearance change too much? Even for normal people, 8 years of not seeing a person's mind will fade away, and once you meet, you won't necessarily recognize them. At those words, the two women frowned and cried out in their hearts that something was not good. Seeing how she was so sure of herself, could it be, this woman really had an old relationship with Chu Mo? From the moment she knew that Chu Mo was Zeus level and possessed a U level artifact, Hua Siye didn't want to complete the mission. She just wanted to fake it. By tricking the U level divine weapon into her hands, she who possessed the divine weapon would not only continue to occupy the top 10 beauties list, but she would also be able to step into the top 10 masters list as a result. What kind of honor was this? She would never allow this Lu Qingxue to come and intervene and ruin her plans. Oh, Mr. Chu, would a person of your stature know this village girl? At those words, Chu Mo fixed his eyes and looked Lu Qingxue up and down for a few moments, his brows gradually tightening. After thinking for a few moments, he suddenly brightened up, and his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Opening his arms, he lunged towards Lu Qingxue, shouting as he ran, "Ha ha, you're finally back!" As they watched Chu Mo rush over, Hua Shiyu and Firemire's faces changed dramatically. They really know each other and seem to be on good terms. End of story. Lu Qingxue, on the other hand, gave the two women an expression that you guys lost, and then shyly and incomparably lowered her head and slowly opened her arms as well. Inwardly, he instantly simulated dozens of times the image of being pampered to Chomo. I didn't think you'd finally recognize me. Before the words were finished, Chu Mo brushed past her with open arms and pounced on Chu Linger, who had walked in with Zhao Deju and the others. Behind her, Chu Mo picked up Chu Linger in his arms and lifted her high, shouting in excitement. Ha! The little girl is actually willing to come back today? Have you had enough of the wild? Right now, he was listening to a couple of women arguing. One had 3 sizes too big, his brain buzzing with confusion. The smile on Lu Qingxue's face froze, and her hands froze in midair, embarrassed. Looking at the sneering gazes of the two women again, there was an inner burst of anger. Chu Mo, when my old lady recognizes you, I will hollow you out and punish you severely. Lu Qingxue gritted her teeth and cursed. Chu Linger was very happy when she saw Chu Mo, and after giving Chu Mo a kiss she flaunted it. Well, Daddy, look at Linger, she's already in the middle of the yellow stage. Chu Mo wiped his saliva in disgust, popped her in the head and laughed. Linger is the best. By the way, this girl beside Daddy, is she here with you? Chu Linger dribbled around. She felt that watching her old man enter this shura seems to be quite happy. Better to be punched in the face by my mother. Make you tell me to do my homework usually. Chu Linger nodded gloatingly. That's right, she's the godmother that Linger recognized. After Linger went down the mountain and got lost, she met her godmother, and it was under the guidance of her and Grandpa Li and a few others that she learned to cultivate. Oh yeah, Grandpa Zhao and the others are here too. Seeing this, Zhao Deju's few people went forward and arched their hands. Greetings to old ancestor, senior. Miss Chu, we have already sought back. Chu Mo nodded his head repeatedly. The little girl is disobedient, let you guys take the trouble. All are your own people. Come in and sit down. Tonight, I will definitely make a good meal to thank you. You're welcome. Old ancestor is welcome. A few people cracked up laughing, rubbing their hands back and forth so quickly that their mouths were grinning to the heels of their heads. After greeting Zhao Deju's 7 people, Chu Mo turned to Lu Qingxue again with an incomparably grateful arch and salute. Thank you, girl, for taking care of Linger for so long. Linger is truly blessed in 8 lifetimes to have such a beautiful godmother as you. By the way, may I ask the girl's name? Looking at Chu Mo's courteous appearance, Lu Qingxue's anger subsided and a hint of mischief arose in her heart. You didn't even recognize me when I warned you. I wonder, after you hear my name, will it be a surprise? When the time comes, I won't let you off easy. Lu Qingxue reached out her hand to lift Chu Mo up and smiled wryly. You're welcome, sir. Actually, my name is Lu Qingxue. Boom! The moment these words came out, Chomo's mind went blank. The whole man's face changed greatly and he roared in shock. What? You said your name is Lu Qingxue? Chapter 113, Have you found your mother? Chomo was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. For how many years? He had never heard the three words Lu Qingxue again, and today he finally heard them. Could this woman be my wife who has been missing for 8 years? Chu Mo couldn't help but fantasize, but soon questions arose within him. My wife is as gentle as water. If she were my wife, she would have jumped into my arms long ago. Where would she be like a tigress? Destroying the gate of my house? Besides, if she were my missing mother-in-law of 8 years, she'd kill me if she saw me in the arms of two women. And compared to his own wife, the woman in front of him was nothing but the same name. It was the size of the chest that was much larger than his wife's. Chu Mo was clear about the size of his wife, which was not as grand as the girl in front of him. But, Chu Mo was a little confused. Even if the two could not be linked together, he still felt that this girl gave him a kind of, especially familiar feeling. In his heart, how could not be waved away? He was tempted to delve into where the feeling was coming from. Chumo's exclamation of surprise made Lu Qingxue very satisfied. It seems, husband still remembers his name. That's right. My name is Lu Qingxue, and I'm also the Empress of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Taking this opportunity, Lu Qingxue spoke out her identity, which also counted as a precaution for Chu Mo, just in case he can't take it when the time comes. Hiss, you're the Empress of this empire? The highest-ranking woman in the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Chu Mo was stunned for a moment, but he didn't have much to show for it. A desolate order female emperor was just that. It's about as strong as your own dog. So why kneel? A charming smile appeared on Lu Qingxue's face, and in those big clear eyes, only Chu Mo seemed to exist. As fake as it gets. The taxes you pay come to me in my hands. At those words, Chu Mo scratched his head in desire to speak, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he weakly opened his mouth. So what? I've never paid taxes. Poof. Lu Qingxue stumbled, not realizing that her husband was under her own regime. The tax evader? Chu Mo suspiciously sized up Lu Qingxue for a few moments. This girl looked like she had a good temperament, but she didn't look like an emperor in any way. It is said that the emperor is overbearing. A sentence down the king of the air scattered. But this girl's eyes, but like their own little fangirl. And that's wearing. Unlike, whose emperor wears these clothes? Chu Mo shook his head in disbelief. And what does the empress come to me for when she has so much to do in the day? Looking for a husband of your choice? Don't make fun of me, girl. Who stipulates that the emperor cannot wear old clothes? Could it be that, Mr. Chu doesn't find these clothes familiar? Lu Qingxue smiled and gave the hint again. Well, it seems to be really familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere before. Chu Mo frowned and stared, thinking for more than 10 seconds before his eyes gradually became grave. Looking at the other party's dress, Chu Mo thought of his long-lost wife. When the conditions were bad, she could only wear such raggedy clothes. At that time, his greatest wish was to earn more money and buy her a beautiful dress, but now that he was in a position to send her neon, she was gone. Alas! This dress, it really seemed like the one she had sewn in the first place, but the person wearing the clothes was not her anymore. Chu Mo really couldn't connect the person who was as beautiful as heaven in front of him with his own clown wife. Aside from the clothes and name resemblance, there's nothing in common at all anymore. Miss Lu don't have to be like that. Chu Mo, don't discriminate against the poor. Once I was so bitter over. Come on in, don't be out in the cold. Since you're Linger's godmother, you're also your own family. That old way. You two fixed the gate. Better replace it with an iron one. Chomo shook his head, burying his thoughts in his heart. Reaching out to the courtyard, he greeted Lu Qingxue, the pretty girl, to enter. The corners of Lu Qingxue's eyes twitched, not understanding how she had become poor again in a blur. She also didn't blame Trummer for not recognizing the clothes on her body. Who in their life can remember clearly? A dress from 8 years ago? What's more, he was a different person from 8 years ago, so even if his mother came, she wouldn't recognize him. Similarly, Lu Qingxue was in no hurry to let Chu Mo know her true identity. She was still trying to figure out what was going on with these 2,000 women in the yard. She hadn't shown up for 8 years, so if her husband really couldn't resist the temptation to find a new love, what should she do? Will you choose to join in and tolerate him, or will you angrily brush it off? Chu Mo brought Lu Qingxue and a few others to take their seats, while Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua retreated rather knowingly and began to repair the gate. The two looked at the plaque at the gate for a moment of confusion. You say, that girl just kicked the door like that. Why didn't this door god get mad? I don't know. Maybe the door god is afraid of tigers too? Upon hearing the duo's words, the plaque shuddered slightly, as if interpreting its trepidation. Inside the courtyard, as Lu Qingxue took her seat, the three girls immediately hated each other, each as if they were enemies. Lu Qingxue gave the two women a wary look. The two women, on the other hand, put aside their preconceived notions and began to share a common enemy. Chu Mo couldn't stand this depressing atmosphere, while leading Chu Linger to the side. Good daughter, did you find your mother this time away from home? Chu Linger nodded her head obediently. Found it. What? Found it? Where's your mommy? Chapter 114, how's your mother? Found it, but I don't want to tell daddy and mommy where it is. Mother said to let you go to her on your own. Chu Linger smiled wryly and winked subtly at Lu Qingxue again. Lu Qingxue secretly nodded her head. Mother and daughter smiled at each other. Chu Mo was furious. You girl has hardened your wings, haven't you? Is your mother married now? Do not let you tell me? Thinking of this, Chu Mo's tone became quite lost, and there were a few moments of disillusionment. So is she doing well now? Mother is doing well. She hasn't married, and she's been missing you, father, but she has had the hardship of not being allowed to return all these years. Chu Linger was very resourceful, and in order to maintain this family harmony, she had been helping Lu Qingxue with her assists. Hearing that his wife was not married, Chu Mo's eyes lit up. Not married? That's good. What is it that she's suffering that she can't tell me? Is it for fear of involving me? Chu Linger nodded. It's not that I'm afraid of involving your mom. It's that I'm afraid of involving you. Father, if you, father, suddenly realized one day that mother had a compelling reason to hide it from you, would you be angry? As soon as these words came out, Lu Qingxue's pair of alabaster-like hands were nervously clenched together. Chu Mo frowned, not understanding why his daughter was asking such a question. But still, he shook his head. No, because your mother and I are husband and wife. Since she has a hard time, it must be for my good, and I know your mother well. At those words, Chu Linger happily clapped her hands. Lu Qingxue also heaved a sigh of relief. Since her husband wouldn't be angry, she wasn't afraid. Moreover, the husband also said that he wanted to be with himself and also recognized the husband and wife relationship. Doesn't that mean that he is still very important in his heart? But, in what way should he confess his identity? So that he can surprise him and not look out of place? This was a reunion that he had been looking forward to for 8 years, and he could not afford to be hasty. One must awaken the memories of the other. A little bit. Mr. Chu, I'm sure you'll be able to meet your wife soon, and you'll be happy too. By the way, Mr. Chu, these two fairies are. Lu Qingxue's eyes narrowed as she asked. In an instant, a cold aura enveloped Chu Mo's entire body. Chu Mo did not know why, and only felt a cool air bubbling up from his bones, as if once he answered poorly, there would be a disaster coming his way. Chu Mo waved his hand, pointed towards the two women, and answered truthfully. She's a latecomer to the clan, here as a guest, and the other one I'm not too familiar with, also just came as a guest. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue burst into a joyful smile, clearly satisfied with this answer. Mr. Chu, have a seat. Qingxue will pour you a cup of tea. Lu Qingxue bent down and poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chu Mo. Looking at Lu Qingxue's coquettish smile, Chu Mo was in a trance. It was as if he had returned to 8 years ago, and every time he came back from chopping wood and hunting, his wife would tenderly pour a cup of tea for him. Sweetly called out, "Husband, sit down and rest." Chu Mo shook off his head, his eyes softened. Sorry for being rude. Looking at the girl, I couldn't help but think of my wife who I haven't seen in years. Hearing this, Sima Changfeng on the side furiously rolled his eyes and showed contempt. Brother Chu, this method of teasing a sister is slightly old-fashioned, but the acting skills are still noteworthy. But if you can flirt with a girl like this, I, Sima Changfeng, would like to pull upside down. The words were ignored by several people before they were finished. Lu Qingxue inclined her head and smiled sweetly like a young girl. It's okay. It's human nature to miss one's wife. Doesn't this prove that you are a man of love? Sima Changfeng, why is it that if I hit on you like this, I'll get a big biker pocket, but Chu won't? Could it be that, being good-looking, really does have a forced use? Watching Lu Qingxue and Chu Mo browbeating each other, Hua Shiyu and Fire Mistress on the side had a huge change in color. The two looked at each other and rushed forward. Old ancestor has been tired all day. Mier will press your head. Since Mayor presses the head, then, Shiyu will pinch the legs for Mr. The two women reached out their hands to grab a head start and massage Chumo. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue's face instantly sank as she slapped the two women's hands away and angrily rebuked. What are you two foxy girls doing? You don't know that Mr. Chu has a wife and you're still furtive? Have you no shame? The two girls were also not willing to show weakness. What's it to you? Who are you to control us? Lu Qingxue was furious, her pink fists clenched, itching to slap the words "I'm Chumo's wife" on the two women's faces. I am Linger's godmother, and that alone is enough. If you guys keep this up, don't blame me for being rude. Who's afraid of who? We also have the right to pursue happiness. Come on if you want to do it. The three women went toe-to-toe. and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Seeing this scene, the crowd only felt their scalps tingle and quietly retreated to the outside of the courtyard, constantly shivering. It's horrible. It's really too horrible. Zhao Dezhu wiped his sweat. Sima Changfeng shivered. That's right. I thought it was a good thing to have many girls, but today, it's better to come alone. Chao Chao Lubei nodded his head in unison. Fighting a war is not as oppressive as this kind of thing. This senior who is in the center of the storm actually doesn't change his face. We admire that. Even Chu Linger, who was a female, was afraid afterward. Women are too scary. In the future, when I have a sweetheart, if he dares to womanize, I'll dare to make him practice the sword script of warding off evil in the Sunflower Treasure tutelary that my father told me about. At that, a few people froze. Missy, what's so great about these 2 feats? Hi, it's nothing really. My dad said, to practice the skill, you have to go to the womb first. That's all. It's nothing. Chu Linger waved her hand in disbelief. The crowd's crotches tightened and the tactics backed up. That's all? That's all? Hiss. Listening to the 3 women's chattering and arguing, Chu Mo was not in a very good mood. Immediately, he clapped his hands. Shut up, all of you. Have you had enough? Will you let me sit in peace for a while? Chu Mo's words immediately startled the 3 women. The 3 girls immediately silenced their voices. Not only did they not get angry, instead they felt that the Chu Mo at this moment was so manly. Seeing the 3 girls shut up, Chu Mo also felt that his tone was a bit heavy, so he explained. I don't hold it against any of you. You 3 are really too loud. I just want to be quiet and be a pretty boy. The 3 women nodded, and in their hearts, they said, which one is this Jing Jing again? Even though on the surface the 3 women didn't fight anymore, secretly they had been battling with their eyes, wanting to split the difference. The 3 top goddesses sit together, and no one is convinced of anything, when they couldn't hold each other. Lu Qingxue had a flash of light in her head and came up with a move to retreat. It's getting late. Mr. Chu, you're hungry too, right? I'll go and cook for you. I know what you like to eat. Lu Qingxue got up, ignoring Chu Mo's surprised eyes, and went straight to the kitchen with a stroke of her sleeves. Back then, she had been at the helm of the spoon after Chumo had taught her the art of cooking, so now she also has to use that familiar flavor to awaken Chumo's love and thus win the fight. After all, to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first. Chumo was grateful beyond measure and got up to follow, wanting to get out of this place of wrongdoing. Compared to Hua Xiyu and that fire mistress, he preferred to stay with this elegant Lu Qingxue. I'll join you. After all, you're a guest, and you can't cook for so many people on your own. Seeing Chu Mo and Lu Qingxue enter the kitchen together, the 2 women, Hua Xiyu, exclaimed that it was not good. I didn't expect to actually be given the upper hand by this move by Lu Qingxue, but if they were to cook, how would they do it? All 10-fingered goddesses who have never been in the kitchen. That was careless. The 2 women were chagrined beyond measure. Listening to the lack of movement within the courtyard, the group of people outside the courtyard secretly gave Chu Mo a thumbs up, exclaiming that the senior was powerful. I can actually take care of 3 tigers by myself. As Chu Mo walked into the kitchen, in a short while of effort, the kitchen resounded with the sound of clanking. Listening to the 2 women's hearts' extraordinarily bad taste, Hua Shiyu's eyes stared, placing her gaze on Fire Mistress and said in a deep voice, It's done. Let's all get to the point. Do you also have an agenda for Mr. Chu? Fire Charmer's face was strangely silent. Speaking of purpose, does craving his lean body count? I know even if you don't speak, we're actually along for the ride. But, as you can see now, another interceptor was killed out. And this White Lotus advantage of hers is very huge. If the 2 of us don't work together, sooner or later we'll be compared to her. Hua Xiyu said coldly. She had never imagined that one day, as one of the 10 goddesses, she would lose out to an unnamed empress in a charisma contest. At those words, Fire Mistress realized the urgency of the matter and her face sank. What shall you do? Humph. I thought that we should put aside our preconceived notions and defeat this whatever Lu Qingxue first. As for the rest, we'll split it after we drive this woman away. Hua Xiyu only assumed that this Fire Mistress was thinking about Chu Mo's U-level divine weapon just like her. Fire Mistress froze. This man can still be divided? Did she want 2 women to serve 1 husband? How can that be? My flame charmer is still a chick, but she's open. So why can't I be? Do we really want to see Lu Qingxue monopolize old ancestor? After thinking for a few seconds, Fire Mistress lightly bit her lower lip and made a difficult decision. It's also better to have 2 women sharing a husband than to be kicked out. That's good. Do you have a specific plan? Yes. Hua Shiyu's red lips gradually rose. Looking left and right, seeing that no one noticed her, she cautiously touched a packet of medicinal powder called Heavenly Thunder Hooking Fire from her bosom. After reading the name of the medicinal powder, Fire Mistress was shocked. What are you? Are you going to drug it? Chapter 115, Husband and wife finally recognize each other. That's right. This is our chance. An air of intrigue flashed across Hua Shiyu's mature and charming face. Later on, I'll go to the kitchen to help serve the food and stall Mr. Chu and the other two. So you get some good wine and put this medicinal powder into it. Mr. Chu has just suffered a setback and is not allowed to meet his wife, so he must be grieving inside. And he will definitely drink our toast at this time. Just wait for him to drink it. Then we'll join forces to repel that woman. And then, the two of us will take down Mr. Chu together. When the raw rice is cooked, he can't be cruel to us and abandon us, right? After listening to Hua Shiyu's plan, Fire Mistress frowned and gazed in thought. Somewhat hesitant, she had wanted to capture Chu Mo with her charm, but she hadn't expected to go as far as drugging him. It was really not what he wanted, but he had to do it. That Lu Qingshue's advantage was too great. Old ancestor, he's so strong. I'm afraid he's already invulnerable to all poisons. Does this medicinal powder of yours work? It works. This is not a poison. It is just a trigger for the most primitive desires. No matter what grade, as long as you eat it, you're bound to have trouble controlling yourself, and eventually be dominated by your desire. Hua Shiyu's pink fist was lightly clenched, confidence written all over her face. Fire Meyer still felt that it wasn't quite reliable. After all, the feeling that Chu Mo gave her was just a little too profound. Not good, just to be on the safe side. Add me to this. After saying that, Fire Mistress also gritted her teeth and fished out a packet of powder called Dry Fire from her bosom. The two women looked at each other and laughed in unison. At this moment, within the kitchen, Chu Mo was also chatting with Lu Qingxue in one way or another, looking at the other person's side and back, and then looking at this atmosphere and picture of the two of them cooking together. An illusion arose in Chu Mo's heart. It was as if it was back to 8 years ago, cooking with his wife. It really seems like, Chu Mo murmured in a daze. He swore that he was by no means attracted by Lu Qingshue's beauty, but the feeling that the other party gave him was really too much like his wife. Lu Qingxue sighed darkly, feeling incredibly guilty for leaving 8 years ago. Husband, don't worry. In the future Qingxue will never leave again, and will never let you stay a widow. In knowing that Chu Mo wouldn't be angry at her for hiding it, Lu Qingxue already had no intention of hiding it anymore. In a short while of work, Lu Qingxue made a special dish as she remembered, small onions mixed with tofu. She was sure that this dish would awaken Chumo's memory. Mr. Chu, would you like to try my small onion with tofu? Chu Mo, who was chopping vegetables, turned his head and immediately froze. Small onions with tofu. Where are the green onions? Why don't you put scallions? Lu Qingxue tilted her head, her eyes gentle to the extreme. Because, you don't like scallions. That's why I didn't put them in. You don't like scallions. Then I don't like it either. I only like what you like. Boom. The moment those words came out, Chu Mo was struck by lightning. Once upon a time, my favorite was tofu with scallions, but my wife hated the smell of scallions, so I never spared them in my own cooking. When his wife also asked him why he didn't put onions, his answer was exactly the same as the Lu Qingxue in front of him. When I heard this today, it was like going back to 8 years ago. The figure of his wife constantly rejoined and then separated from Lu Qingxue. Looking at the blank-eyed Chu Mo, Lu Qingxue dug a piece of tofu with a spoon and sent it to Chu Mo's mouth. Here, try a bite of this. Small onions with tofu without scallions. See if it's to your liking? Trummer subconsciously opened his mouth. Tofu in your mouth. Salty. However, Chu Mo was so excited that he was trembling. Because, his wife cooks and can't get a handle on the salt. How did you know how to cook this dish? Who taught you? Lu Qingxue smiled faintly and dug a spoonful of tofu herself, putting it into her mouth. Filled with nostalgia, he picked up his plate, looked up at Chumo, and said to himself, once I was persecuted. My life was on the line, and I even lost my memory and disfigured my face, and nearly came to the end of my life. But the sky's the limit, and in desperation I ran into a man, and his name is Chummer. He picked me up and doted on me and took care of me in every way. That's how our relationship came together and we were finally married. There was no matchmaker, no bride price, but we were happy. Lu Qingxue paused when she said this. The Chu Mo across from her, on the other hand, was trembling and excited to the point of tears. His mouth choked and he couldn't get a word out. Lu Qingxue's eyes were also moist, and a very happy expression appeared on her face. But, he's so stupid. He obviously loves green onions himself, but he's never had them again in his life because I don't like them. And he's lying to me that he doesn't like them either. This dish of mine. Ah, it's him who taught me how to make it. It's just that, after all these years, I've never been able to grasp how much salt to put in. So what do you say, am I stupid? A rare expression of petulance surfaced on Lu Qingxue's cool face. What was said was also very plain, but it was because of these plain, but deeply imprinted into the hearts of the two, lingering in this life. Chu Mo stretched out his trembling hand and gently placed it on Lu Qingshue's shoulder, shouting softly in fear, Kyoso? That look, afraid that everything in front of him is a bubble. Husband, you've lost weight. Lu Qingxue had long since burst into tears, and tears continued to drip down her cheeks. A pair of smooth hands couldn't help but touch Chu Mo's face, with heartache and strong love in his eyes. Looking at the little bit of tofu that remained at the corner of Chu Mo's mouth, Lu Qingxue stood on her tiptoes and closed her eyes to bring her red lips up. Feeling that familiar tenderness, Chu Mo wrapped his hands tightly around the other's thin waist, no longer able to part. He finally realized why this old shirt was so familiar, and it turned out, it was all sewn for the other man, stitch by stitch, by himself. And finally, he understood why the other man kept giving him the illusion that he was seeing images of what he had once been with his wife. So, this heavenly beautiful Lu Qingxue is that clown wife of his 8 years ago. When I look back, the man is in the lights. This kiss, time is frozen. This hug, ended 8 years of thinking and waiting. By now, Chu Mo still does not know that the woman in front of him is his wife? Then it is really better to die head on the tofu. Qingxue you, all these years. Husband, I'm sorry, I'll give it to you slowly when it's night, okay? Tell you everything, bit by bit. If you're still angry after hearing this, then my concubine is at your disposal. How about it? Chu Mo stroked the other party's hair and greedily breathed in the scent of the other party's body. Good. Just in time, I also have a lot of things that I want to say to you. Qingxue. The two of them got tired of each other for a while, and then, as they had done 8 years ago, one of them stir-fried the vegetables and the other chopped them. Every now and then they looked back and smiled at each other with endless sweetness on their faces. Likewise, there are endless words of love inside. But right now, it's not the time for couples to talk freely, because there are guests outside. In a short while, with the two of them working together, a rich aroma came out of the kitchen. Upon smelling this odor, everyone in the courtyard shook and felt their spirits rise. Hiss! It smells so good. For some reason, smelling this odor I feel like I'm much stronger. My muscles and internal organs have been strengthened. We're powerful people above the desolate rank and Hong rank. Just smelling the smell can strengthen our bodies. What kind of dish is this? The crowd looked at each other with shock written all over their faces. Even Hua Shiyu was also, only feeling that her body had become much younger. Even some, the love is hard to control. Hua Shiyu forced down her desire and squeezed the medicinal powder in her hand, the corner of her mouth curling slightly. What's your hurry? The big plan will come true in a few moments. Wow, that smells so good. I'm going to go see what my dad and mom are cooking. Chu Linger dashed into the kitchen, and in a short while ran back thievishly, showing off to the crowd. Snake soup. My dad made snake soup. It's a golden-colored snake. My dad calls it the golden strip. The meat is delicious. I caught it yesterday. Upon hearing this, Sima Changfeng and Zhao Diju's few didn't feel much at ease, just faintly sighing. Senior's cooking skills are really good. A snake can make this extreme flavor. However, several of Li Chuanfeng's faces were odd, muttering softly, I'm afraid, the snake in Senior's hand is not necessarily a snake. Sima Changfeng froze. What else could it be if not a snake? This Miss Chu has said it's a snake. Li Chunfeng looked up at the sky with a deep gaze and shook his robe as he slowly opened his mouth. Once, Senior gave Linger a roasted chicken, but it allowed me, who was dying from serious injuries, to completely regain my vitality. Only later did we realize that it was a phoenix. And now this snake soup. What snake have you guys seen that can strengthen the flesh? Not only that, smelling the odor makes your body feel hot. Don't you guys feel weird? Upon hearing this, Sima Changfeng was shocked. As a Zeus level he certainly knew how strong the Phoenix clan was. What? A phoenix? Brother Chu, this is too terrifying, isn't it? But with his means and realm, he can indeed slaughter phoenixes. The people were all experts and instantly understood what Li Chunfeng meant. Upon further careful consideration, they have changed color and asked in disbelief. Are you saying, Elder Chu, this snake of his, is actually a dragon? He used dragon meat to entertain us? Hiss, I'm afraid that's the only explanation. Rumor has it that the dragon's nature is the most lustful, and it has a powerful kidney tonic to help the yang, and it's the best godly thing to strengthen the body. Aside from dragon meat, there is nothing in the world, I'm afraid, that can make us unable to control our inner restlessness. Today we are blessed. Senior Chu is too generous. This favor will be hard to repay in a lifetime. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Creatures like dragons, which regular people couldn't even see, and they were actually able to eat them today. I don't know how many people will envy it when it gets out. Chapter 116, Stoning Your Own Feet. Listening to their conversation, Hua Shiyu reinforced her idea of drugging herself. This Chu Mo, she must have it. Hua Shiyu gave a look to Fire Mistress. Then she got up and walked with elegant steps inside the kitchen. Mr. Chu, Slave, let's help too. Before Chu Mo could reply, Lu Qingxue rejected in a deep voice. Now that the relationship has been made clear, she, Lu Qingxue, is the hostess here and naturally has the right to speak. No need. You get out. What can you do to help? You know how to fry and cook? Don't bother us is the biggest help. I can help you guys with the food. You guys are busy with yours. Hua Shiyu had a thick skin, picked up 2 plates of food and headed outside. Seeing this, Fire Mistress then took out the 2 bottles of 100-flower brew given to her by Hua Shiyu, gritted her teeth and started adding ingredients to it. Old ancestor, don't blame me. Fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. It's better for you to be slept with by me than by that Lu Qingxue, right? Fire Mistress and Hua Shiyu separated the dishes from the wine. The spiked ones were put on their own table, and the unspiked ones were put on another table for Sima Changfeng and the others, so that they could avoid getting it wrong. Time passed little by little. The dishes on the table were gradually enriched, all of which were wild game that Chu Mo had gotten himself, or vegetables that he had planted himself. Chu Mo and Lu Qingxue also both came out from the kitchen, and the moment they untied their aprons, they looked at each other and smiled. This kind of plain love makes both of them become incredibly peaceful and contented inside. Seeing this, the 2 fire charmer girls gnashed their teeth in envy and jealousy. Chu Mo pointed to the 2 women. You guys make up a table. I'll just sit with Linger Qingxue and my dog. Hearing those words, Hua Shiyu's face changed slightly and she immediately stepped forward to stop Chu Mo. Mr. Chu has been busy all day. Quickly sit down with us to eat. Where would we dare to move our chopsticks without you? The master. Coming. And, I also have my 100 Flower Valley's unique wine here that I want you to taste. There aren't many people who can drink 100 Flower Brew in the whole world. Chu Mo frowned. His wife was beside him. How could he sit at a table with another woman? Decidedly rebuffed. No, I'm fine on this side. The 2 women looked at each other with reluctance. Then in that case, Mr. Chu, come. My slave will pour you a drink, and the 2 of us will toast you. Here's a toast to the past, and a thank you to old ancestor for his generous treatment all along. Chomo let out a long sigh and nodded, which was not refused, reaching out to take the glass. Not too familiar, but etiquette must be observed. Seeing this, Fire Mistress and Flower Heiyu's faces were overjoyed. His eyes burned as he looked at Chu Mo, his heart frantically urging him to drink. You instead drink ah. Chu Mo sniffed and lifted the wine cup up. Quite fragrant. By the way, this kind of good wine you 2 drink too. The 2 girls heart a thump, in order to not let Chu Mo heart suspicion, and then think of a moment later anyway. Also have to 3 people fighting landlords. Maybe he could behave to his satisfaction when he drank it himself? The 2 women put their hearts on the line and tilted their heads back to drink it straight. Sir, we're ready. You drink too. Chummer gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Magnificent. In that case, Chu Mo tilted his head back and prepared to drink it, and a conspiratorial gaze appeared in the eyes of the 2 women. As long as this wine is drunk, Lu Qingxue, what are you going to fight us with? Before the words were finished, Lu Qingxue's brows furrowed. A woman's 6th sense told her that there was something wrong with this wine. Lu Qingxue somewhat angrily grabbed Chu Mo's hand. Wait, husband, drinking is bad for your health. So, no drinking, like a wise wife and mother. Lu Qingxue discouraged Chu Mo. Looking at her with this look of concern, Chu Mo did not hesitate and directly put the cup down. Good. Listen to you. I'm not drinking. Seeing Chu Mo's refusal, the 2 women's faces changed drastically, and they were in a great hurry inwardly. I've taken off my pants and this is what you're showing us. Drink up. Didn't you say you love wine? How to fall off the wagon at a critical moment. Moreover, why did this call Elder Chu her husband? Chu Mo put his wine glass down and nodded to Lu Qingxue with a soft gaze. Lu Qingxue smiled in satisfaction and even gave the 2 girls a provocative look. You want to fight with me? You guys are rat-licking cats then. Nothing to get excited about. On the other hand, the 2 fire charmer girls were in a hurry to get their heads out of their asses, and their faces were unsightly. Sir, are you really not drinking? This is 100 Flowers wine, the top 5 in the continent. No more drinking. Thank you both for your kindness. Let's just eat the food. It's all wild game yet. It tastes great and smells good. Trummer smiled and waved his hand. Lu Qingxue also smiled sweetly and gave Chu Mo a handful of vegetables that she had fried with her own hands. Come on, eat some of this. Look how thin you've gotten. Good. You eat more meat too. Chu Mo grinned and also thoughtfully put a handful of meat in Lu Qingxue's bowl. Lu Qingxue blushed. Just as the 2 of them frowned at each other, the faces of Hua Shiyu and Fire Mistress on the side gradually turned red. The medicine kicked in. I'll go. What now? Hua Shiyu forced down the medicine and said with difficulty. Fire Mistress also clenched her shell teeth. I don't know. Looking at the changes in the 2 women, Chu Mo's face was shocked. What's wrong with you 2? Wine too spicy. Hi, you two can't drink, said earlier. The first drink are like this. Why don't you two eat something? Ease and ease. The two women were as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, and their hands were busy pinching a piece of snake meat. Snake meat in the mouth ignites the dynamite barrel like a flame. The medicine exploded with a bang. It became the last straw that broke the camel's back. In the presence of this drug, they are no different from mortals. Help! Help! The two women looked at Chu Mo with burning eyes. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue hurriedly pulled up Chu Mo and led him to jump back out 3 meters away. As Chu Mo disappeared, the two women lost their target and looked at each other. In an instant, the scene went straight out of control. Seeing this movement, Chu Mo was dumbstruck, and Lu Qingxue also looked strange. The other people in the courtyard who were eating their meals were all stunned as well, and one person had a lump of snake meat in his mouth, almost forgetting to chew it. Even the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground without him realizing it. Hiss! I didn't realize that the two of them being so good looking were actually holy, indecent exposure. Let's all move our tables out to eat and leave the yard to the two of them. Chu Mo picked up Chu Linger and held up the table with one hand, kicking and kicking to drive the crowd out of the courtyard. Looking at the two women on the ground, Lu Qingxue shook her head and sighed. Thanks to me treating the two of you as love rivals. I didn't realize, it's me who's being small-minded. Both of you don't have any qualms. I'll go first. The two girls wanted to die so badly. No, you guys, let us explain. That's not what happened. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Dizhu rubbed his hand against his forehead with a great sense of facelessness and cursed with hatred. Meyer actually likes women? No wonder he hasn't been close to men for decades. So that's how it is. This master of mine actually only realized it today. It's because I cared too little for her. Alas, why didn't she hold back? She had to expose it in front of us. Shomo also marveled for a while. It's a pity it can't be born. I have to say, this Tianji pavilion is really accurate in fortune-telling. Saying that the other half of that flower girl is in the recess mountain, in my Chumo's house. I didn't expect, it's still true. Convinced, in the future, if you have the opportunity, you must find the heavenly pavilion to calculate your fortune, and see when you can have a soft meal. Listening to the movement in the courtyard, Sima Changfeng had already cried tears. I can't believe I've lost my love twice in this one day. I kind of understand. So the one who can snatch the goddess in my heart is not only limited to men, but could also be a woman. No wonder those supreme goddesses don't look for men. The reason is actually like this. Chapter 117, Holy Lord, Musashi. Time passed, and this night, the group ate their fill and then found a cave to make do for the night. As for Chu Mo and Lu Qingxue, who had been reunited after a long time, they naturally wouldn't be crowded together with the crowd. The two of them came to the top of the mountain together and found a cave. On this night, the couple's long goodbye naturally goes without saying. The two fairies were long gone from the yard at dawn. Inside an unknown cave, Wu Hao looked at the disheveled hair of Hua Shiyu with a shocked face and roared. But, what did you say? You went all night? And not only did you not catch Chomo, but you were instead slept with by a woman? Wu Hao was stunned. A girl ranked in the top 10 in the entire continent was not given to a man for the first time, but instead, to a woman? If I'd known you were giving it to a woman, I'd have given it to me. Thinking of this, Wu Hao was moved and looked at Hua Shiyu tentatively. So what? Why don't you let me try too? Get out! Hua Shiyu, who had lived for 1,000 years and had seen countless men, how could she not understand what the other party's eyes meant? Angrily, she swung out an internal force and blasted Wu Hao out more than 10 meters away, sticking to the cave and gouging it. Wu Hao smiled sarcastically. Rest in peace. Rest your anger. You see now that the two of us have suffered so much. Even you can't do anything about that Chu Mo. What do we do now? Is this something you can swallow? Hua Shiyu's charming eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Thinking that she was also a magnificent goddess, there were countless people who adored her and pursued her, and even the sacred lord of Jiuhua Mountain, a hallowed Zeus-level powerhouse, was in love with her. But now, it couldn't take an unknown Chu Mo. How could it be satisfied? Most importantly, the great equipment in Chu Mo's hand was something she really longed for. As long as she had this treasure, she would definitely be able to control her own destiny, and would no longer need to rely on the Tianji Pavilion and Yao Qi for protection. That Chu Mo is not weak, and with that guy Sima Changfeng in his house, it's not easy to deal with. What? Sima Changfeng, he actually hung out with that Chu Mo? Damn it! Two enemies have piled up, so it's just as well to settle new grudges and old grudges together, and while settling that Chu Mo, settle Sima Changfeng along the way. Without Sima Changfeng sitting in the center, how can Putuo Mountain fight against us? At that time, Jiuhua Mountain and you, 100 Flowers Valley, will be able to dominate the western region. Wu Hao jumped down from the wall, wrapping both hands around the thin waist of Qingmei bamboo horse, and said sinisterly, although he, Jiuhua Mountain, is the #1 force in the western region on the surface, that Putuo Mountain is not much inferior. The so-called one mountain cannot be two tigers, the two forces because of equal strength who is not convinced by anyone, so openly and secretly fight for 1,000 years. There has long been a deep-seated grudge, and most importantly, that Sima Changfeng has also slept with Wu Hao's father, Wu Zhang's concubine. That's the biggest shame of the Jiuhua Mountain. The information you gave was wrong. From what I've observed that Chu Mo's strength isn't below the Zeus level, now that Sima Changfeng is mixing with him. This is undoubtedly a dangerous signal for the Jiuhua Mountain. I think we should take the lead so as not to be caught in a passive situation, and the one who can fight against both of them. I'm afraid it's only your father, the Holy Lord of Musashi, Hua Shiyu said with a sullen face. Wu Hao nodded after thinking for a few seconds. Good. Since that's the case, then I'll call my father. He probably wouldn't have stepped in when I was bullied before, but you were bullied. He will definitely make a move. Who doesn't know in the Jiuhua Mountain that he's your licking dog? After saying that, Wu Hao took out a voice transmission stone and typed a message into it. At this moment in the western region, on the towering Jiuhua Mountain, white clouds surrounded and enveloped the entire mountain. The spiritual qi around Jiuhua Mountain was rich, far beyond the major clans in the southern region, and flock after flock of geese flew in and landed on the mountain to rest, bringing a lot of vitality to the mountain. This mountain is seen by many local residents as a fairy mountain, with fairies living on it. Halfway up the hill, there is a wide square. In the center of the square stood a huge statue. The statue depicts a man with a samurai sword in his hand, a samurai helmet on his head, and a stern look in his eyes. This statue was carved in the likeness of the Holy Lord of Jiuhua. The eyes of the statue are incomparable, and looking at that fierce appearance, it is known that the Holy Lord of Jiuhua himself is a ruthless person who can cut his own belly at the drop of a hat. On the plaza, there were also many devout janitorial believers kneeling or burning incense, and the entire mountain was filled with the scent of incense and candles. Some seek wealth, some seek peace, and some seek children. The first two may not be too effective, but the one seeking children are very effective, and those women are taken to a secret room by the Jiuhua Shan. Seeking children, Jiuhua Mountain basically have to answer, and Jiuhua Mountain will also give the baby in the belly of the name, such as Matsu ******* A, Tano, Yoshizawa, Bodo, Aoi and so on. The scattered, untouchable and unseen power of faith gathered together and slowly floated toward the top of the mountain. At the top of the Jiuhua Mountain, there stood a palace where Wu Zhang, who was the Holy Lord of Jiuhua, lived in seclusion and cultivation, and the power of faith of those incense burners were all absorbed into his body little by little. Endowed Sacred Lord. Recently the sect has been economically depressed, and many believers have run away to Putuo Mountain, with much less incense, and the life soul lamp of my clan's transmission elder, Ji Tai Chu, went out. Second elder Hua Shiyu has already gone to check it out, but there is no news at the moment. We suspect that it is that Putuo Mountain that is behind it. Half-step Aegis level, wearing a pitch-black samurai uniform that covered his mouth and nose, the great elder Hanzo, with an indignant face, he reported to the man on the futon in the center of the great hall. The man slowly opened his eyes, his face unreadable. I know, the power of faith isn't what it used to be, and by the way, are there still a lot of people seeking children these days? This is a lot, but our warriors in the mountains are having some trouble holding on, and one of them is crying out that their legs are weak and their backs are aching. Hanzo, with his long sword held in his right hand and the shamusu on its sheath held in his right hand, bowed 45 degrees to the Holy Lord Miyamoto with a reverent expression. Musashi waved his hand in a nonchalant manner. Go and ask those cooks to make more sea cucumber and antler soup for my warriors of the Jiuhua Mountain. We must make my Mount Jiuhua's cherry blossom bloodline spread throughout the entire western region. By then, the western region will all be ours. So what can he, Putuo Mountain, take to fight us? Hanzo raised his head to meet Musashi's gaze, and after seeing that deep gaze, he hurriedly lowered his head again in fear. Hi, Holy Lord is wise. The world didn't know how powerful their Holy Lord was, but he was aware of how far-sighted the Holy Lord was. Even if he, Hanzo, had a half-step Aegis level, he didn't dare to look directly into Musashi's eyes. Musashi was his faith, and he believed that under Musashi's leadership, Jiuhua Mountain would be able to finish off Putuo Mountain, and even occupy the southern and northern regions. Just as Hanzo finished his report and was about to retreat, there was a sudden movement in Musashi's storage bag. You wait a minute, something may have happened. Musashi called out to the other party, and then took out the sound transmission stone from his storage bag, and his mind sank in to listen. After listening, Musashi crushed the transmission stone and didn't say a word. Nonetheless, Hanzo, who had followed Musashi for many years, felt a monstrous murderous aura that made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Holy Lord! But something has happened to the Holy Son? What does it matter if he dies? It's just a ration that this Holy Lord has cultivated. Even if he doesn't die at the hands of someone else, when he breaks through to the Hong rank he'll die at my hands and be devoured by me. Musashi's tone was cold, without a trace of emotion. At that, Hanzo was shocked. Since it wasn't the Holy Son, who was it? Could it be that? Hiss. It can't be second elder Huashiyu, can it? She had an accident? Musashi didn't deny it and nodded. Slept with. Boom. The words hit Hanzo's head like a bolt from the blue. Who doesn't know in the entire western region that Huashiyu is Wu Zhang's forbidden domain, and that people have licked it for 1,000 years without eating the meat? How dare someone cut off Musashi? You're looking for death, aren't you? No wonder this Holy Lord was so furious. Who did this? The subordinates will go and finish him off. Musashi blushed a bit strangely. A woman. Hanzo froze. What? A woman? Women sleeping with women? Chapter 118 Musashi's Art of Extinction. Although it was done by a woman, the initiator was Sima Changfeng with another mysterious man. Musashi got up and reached out to stroke the katana in front of him. The eyes were soft, as if caressing a lover. In the next second, the katana left its holder, and Musashi held it in his hands as he strutted towards the outside of the hall. You come along too. Follow me and learn more. In the future, the matter of the clan picking up the big pillars will eventually fall on your head, and they'll all have to realize death if they dare touch my inner woman. Sima Changfeng? Do you really think that this Saint Lord is on par with him? This time, let's show him just how the Saint Lord can crush him. Watching Musashi leave with his katana in hand, Hanzo nodded respectfully. Haji, not only was he the Grand Elder, but he was also Musashi's only disciple. He knew that this Holy Lord's true strength was not only limited to the early stage of the Zeus level, and that he was completely capable of killing his way into the central domain to take his place. It's been leading up to it and it's just a big game. The Palace of the Nine Wonders was opened, and in an instant the pink glow was so great that from the mountainside it looked like a blooming chrysanthemum, a cherry blossom. Seeing this, those disciples of Mount Johua all knelt down with their samurai swords in their hands and yelled in reverence. The sun rises in the east, only I am undefeated. Holy Lord of the Nine Wonders, Wenchang Wudu, 1,000 years to unify the world. The sound shook the sky as Musashi and Hanzo shattered the void and left directly in front of all the believers. Inside the cave, Huashiyu and Wu Hao were still waiting in agony. As a gate formed in the void, the duo instantly became ecstatic. Musashi and Hanzo stepped out from it. Father, you're finally here. Snap. Before Takashi Hao could finish his sentence, he was slapped by Musashi and sent flying out to cling to the wall. I told you to properly cultivate to the Hong rank, but you had to come out and cause trouble. I'll punish you to go back and draw your sword 100,000 times. Looking at Wu Zhang's icy look, Wu Hao's face was bitter and he was silenced, not daring to say a single word. He always felt that this father of his was completely unlike a father, with no fatherly love at all. Instead, I look like a captive. Why didn't you paste me on the wall in the first place? If that's the case? Ignoring Wu Hao's expression, Wu Zhang turned his head to look at Huashiyu. Now that your palace guard sand is gone, Tianji Pavilion has moved you out of the top 10 golden flowers list, and without me, I'm afraid that no one will be able to protect you. You know, beauty can, sometimes, be a sin. So how do you do it? Do I need to teach you? Huashiyu lightly bit her lower lip, her insides tense. She knew that with her beauty and the reputation she had accumulated over the millennia, many big men must have missed her and wanted to occupy her body. Without the Tianji Pavilion and Yao Qi to shelter her, she was a pretty-looking mobile stovepot, and the district's peak Hong rank was simply not enough to protect herself. So clinging to a strong person was a choice she had no choice but to make. That is fine, but I need you to give me one thing. Otherwise I'd rather blow myself up than give you the 100-flower body to enjoy. Huashiyu's heart is like a mirror. Don't see that Musashi has been pursuing her for 1,000 years, but he actually doesn't love her. People like him only had martial arts and katanas in their eyes, and the reason why he was chasing after her was actually just thinking about her 100 flowers body. This special physique of the body of 100 flowers, coupled with the 100 flowers valley technique, could accelerate the speed of cultivation by more than half as long as one double cultivated with her, and this was the main reason why she, Hua Xie, was able to be ranked in the top 10 of the golden flower ranking. Are you threatening me? Musashi's eyes went cold. Huashiyu straightened her neck. This is a deal. Trust me. I have the strength to be able to escape from you. If you're unwilling to give me what I want, I'll escape and trade with that Sima Changfeng and the others. And I don't think he'll refuse me. Musashi was furious inside, but held his tongue. Say, what's that? You level artifacts. Huashiyu coldly spat out a few words. Musashi froze for a split second and laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, you think there's such a thing as a U-level divine artifact? Even if there is, how would I hand it over to you? Are you worth it? Hua Shiyu didn't panic and spoke lightly. Don't reject it just yet. I know the whereabouts of U-class artifacts, and there's more than one. I only need one of them. From now on, my person is yours. That weapon is also equal to yours. How to calculate you don't lose. Hearing this, Musashi and Hanzo's faces both changed as they looked at each other in disbelief. What did you say? You know the whereabouts of the U-level artifacts? That's right, I've seen it with my own eyes, and the Saint's son knows about the U-level artifacts. But, the enemies guarding the artifacts are very strong. Together with Sima Changfeng there are at least 2 Zeus level, and there are also 7 or 8 Hong-ranked powerhouses. Moreover, that Chumo's entire body is haunted by the power of rules, and he calls himself a brother with Sima Changfeng. I doubt, could he be U-level? So, even if the Holy Lord makes a move, I don't think the odds of winning are too great. Hua Shiyu informed Musashi of all the news she had scouted out, and when she thought about the strength of Chu Mo and the others, she was not optimistic within. After Wu Zhang heard this, his gaze went to Wu Hao. Wu Hao nodded. Ji Taichu has seen a U-level artifact. He died at the hands of the artifact. If you don't believe me, old dad, you can dig him up and ask. Oh yeah, you're stepping on Ji Taichu's buried bones right now. Musashi grimaced and moved back a few steps, and then with a disdainful face, he said to Hua Shiyu in an extremely conceited manner, U grade? What are you thinking? Where in this world is there a U rank? The peak of Zeus rank is the strongest battle power. As for what you said about the power of rules being all over the place, even the U level can't do it. Do you think there would be such a strong person? The odds are that it's some kind of bluffing blindfold. Moreover, if it's a superpower, he, Sima Changfeng, doesn't even have enough shoes to lift for the other party, so how would he dare to call himself a brother? Looking at Musashi's scoffing look, Hua Shiyu thought for a moment and felt as if it made sense. Where in the entire continent is the U level? Never even heard of it. That's also true, but even so, the 2 Zeus levels on the other side aren't something we can deal with, especially since that Chu Mo is also holding a U-level divine weapon. Ha. What's so hard about that? Did you forget what day tomorrow is? Tomorrow? Hua Shiyu looked puzzled and stretched out her hand to pinch it, not knowing what came to her mind. Her face changed dramatically. Tomorrow is actually a day of absolute Ein that comes once in 10,000 years. Could you? The corner of Musashi's mouth quirked up as he gripped his katana in one hand and nodded grimly. That's right. I'm going to set up the 3 extinction formation for Sima Changfeng and the others. And with this day of extinction Ein, even a U rank in the world would have to bear a grudge. Not to mention 2 Zeus levels with U-level weapons in their hands. This set of formations, no one in this world has been able to let me use them yet. Sima Changfeng and that what's-her-name Chu Mo have died in peace. A U-class divine artifact. I'm bound and determined to get it. This is my future dependence for slaughtering the central region. Jia. Hua Shiyu sucked in a breath of cool air, her face pale and her eyes scornful. As the second elder of Mount Jiuhua, she knew that Musashi had a killer weapon. The man in front of him was not only incomparably exquisite in the way of the sword, but his own formations were also a masterpiece, especially that finale means 3 overwhelming formations. It is known as the most evil formation. If you want to make a formation, you need 999 hearts of boys and 999 hearts of girls, and these boys and girls have to be abused to death to make a formation. So by virtue of powerful grievances, it can bring about powerful effects. As long as one was enveloped by the grand formation, even the peak of the Zeus level would lose all internal power and be reduced to an ordinary person. And the 3 extinction array in the day of the absolute in use, the power is tens of times or even 100 times. Even if the immortal on the world will also die with hatred. I didn't expect that this man would be prepared to use this trick in order to deal with Chu Mo and Sima Changfeng. Blame Chu Mo for their bad luck. They even ran into the once in a 10,000 years absolute Ein day. The expression on Hua Shiyu's pretty face also gradually perverted into madness. At that time, that Chu Mo who disdained old me and even caused me to lose my Yuan Ein. I'm going to make you kneel at my feet and repent. Chapter 119 Husband. Draw me a picture. When she thought of Musashi's extermination tactics, Hua Shiyu heaved a sigh of relief. There was no one in the entire continent who could escape from the 3 extinction formation that was added on the day of extreme Ein. I, Musashi, originally prepared this formation to break into the ancient ruins and use it to kill people and seize treasures. But right now, since we have a U-class divine weapon, it's not a loss to use it here. Anyway, boys and girls, as long as I want to, I can kill them everywhere. It's just 20,000 boys and girls, even if it's 200,000. So what? As long as it allows this holy lord to become stronger and reach the peak of the martial Tao, It's fine to kill those mole crickets. Musashi grimaced and jaggedly laughed. Hua Shiyu shuddered. This was simply a pervert who would do anything to become stronger. Heh, heh. Then slave will wait for the good news from the Holy Lord. Don't forget to share one with me. Musashi smiled evilly and stared at Hua Shiyu with that very aggressive gaze. Reaching out, he swept him up in a handful of hands. Hua Shiyu trembled, her eyes terrified and not daring to resist. Only Musashi leaned down and licked at the location of his earlobe. Hua Shiyu was then like a frightened bird, trembling. Musashi smiled smugly. After I take care of Sima Chanfeng and the others, I'll come back to enjoy you. After saying that, he quickly drew his sword with one hand, and with a battling sword slash, he cleaved open a spatial crack and stepped in with his arm around Hua Xia. Hanzo was close behind. The spatial rift gradually closed, and there was no longer any figure of Musashi inside the cave. The extremely oppressive feeling disappeared with it, and the childhood friend took a long breath and sat down on the floor. So strong. This sense of oppression from the Holy Lord simply made us unable to stand up for a while with weak legs. That's right. Zeus-level powerhouses are as terrifying as they are. Ah, with the Holy Lord here, your vengeance can definitely be avenged. Holy Son, it's just that now, what should we do? Is to go back and draw our swords according to the Holy Lord's punishment? After a moment of marveling, the two women looked at Wu Hao in doubt. After thinking for a long time, Wu Hao shook his head disdainfully. There's no rush to draw the sword. What's the use of practicing that? If I draw my sword 100,000 times, will I still be invincible when I come out of the mountain? If I have that kind of time, I might as well take you two to practice thrusting forks and stabbing zaps. What's more, my father has gone to kill Chu Mo and Sima Chanfeng. I can't be idle either. That Lu Qingxue actually disdained me. When that Chu Mo dies, I'll see what she still has to rely on. I'll make her regret it and make her kneel beside me and beg me to take her. Jia. Wu Hao laughed perversely, his voice hoarse as if a steel nail had been driven in his throat. Unpleasant to hear. The two women were slightly stunned. Does the Holy Son have a plan? Of course. Don't forget. That Emperor of the Wood Spirit Kingdom was so eager to give his daughter and wife to me in order to flatter me. So, I want to give him a chance. Since the clan can't intervene in the empire, I'm going to unite the three countries, the Wood Spirit Kingdom, the Gold Spirit Kingdom, and the Fire Spirit Kingdom, and retaliate against the Ice Spirit Kingdom. I'm going to make that Lu Qingxue homeless. I'm going to make her the ruler of a fallen country. At that time, do you guys think she'll kneel down and beg me? Wu Hao smiled wisely with an open expression. The two women nodded. The Holy Son is wise. Shall we depart now? That's right. It's better to be early than late. Take advantage of the fact that Lu Qingxue hasn't returned to the empire in time to dispatch her troops to meet the enemy. I can't wait to enjoy that pussy. Wu Hao licked his lips and led the two women to break through the air. On the other side of the recess mountain, Chu Mo and the others didn't know that a crisis was about to descend. Nowadays, he was indulging in love talks with Lu Qingxue. After not seeing her for 8 years, the clown's wife has now turned into a big goddess. An experience that could well be described as, like repudiating your wife and marrying her again. It's worth it to take one wife and enjoy the feeling that comes with both. Looking at the noble and cool woman in front of him, he couldn't wait to pull the other party to play a game of golf and have another hole-in-one. Had enough? Chu Mo smiled as he put down his chopsticks and asked with a soft gaze. Nowadays, there are more people in his family, and he has to have 3 tables for a meal. One for the 3 of them, one for Zhao Deju and the others, and one for the dog. Lu Qingxue wiped the corners of her mouth and unapologetically burped, rubbing her stomach and nodding contentedly. I'm full. It's been a long time since I've eaten something this delicious. They're all my favorite dishes. I didn't expect. Husband, you actually remembered what I like to eat. Chumo rolled his eyes and glared at her in an unfavorable manner. Oh, it's good if you like it. I'm still afraid that if you, the Empress, have eaten mountain delicacies for a long time, you won't be able to get used to eating this coarse tea and rice. Last night when everyone was chatting, Chu Mo already knew through Li Chuanfeng's mouth that this mother-in-law of his wasn't blowing awesome. But, really the Ice Spirit Kingdom Empress, the one who really blew the awesome turned out to be just himself. I didn't realize that I was just going to be a soft touch. Husband, don't savor it. My concubine will make it up to you. Right, eating is also full. This first eat no matter. After eating wash the dishes. Dishes let linger to clean up. Husband, we both go to do something monumental. Lu Qingxue patted Chu Linger's head and commanded. Chu Linger, who was burying her head in picking up her rice, blanched. Mother, I was picked up, right? Oh no, it seems like I was really picked up by you. Daddy, can you bear to let mother bully me? Chu Linger pitifully turned her gaze toward Chu Mo. The corner of Chu Mo's mouth curled up as he teased. Just go if you're told to go. Consider it your punishment for running away from home. Don't forget to sweep the floor as well. A girl's family has to work more as they get older. They can't act like a big lady. Said 2. The couple looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The atmosphere was warm and sweet for a while, but the person in question, Shu Linger, was not cozy at all. She only felt that this home was cold. It was hard to get her mother back, but the couple, they were full of malice towards her. This family, not a moment longer. Shu Linger's face was bitter. That look was as aggrieved as it could be. And she didn't forget to glare viciously at Shu Mo before cleaning up the dishes. When I didn't have a mother-in-law, you called me Linger baby. When my mother-in-law came back, this daughter of mine became a stinking pickle. Ha, man, what would you say is monumental to do? Trummer asked, turning his head. Lu Qingxue smiled. Let's draw a picture. Paint us all. This way, we can take the painting out and remember it when we're old. What do you think? Lu Qingxue desperately wanted a portrait of Chu Mo. If she had a portrait in the previous 8 years, she wouldn't have to hold that ginkgo leaf to sleep at night. Likewise, if a portrait was left for Chu Mo, it wouldn't be so bad that he would read sage books every night. At those words, Chu Mo's face stiffened and he shrugged helplessly. But I don't know how to draw. Even the brushes and ink at home are substandard. And the paper is yellow. How can I draw? When these words came out, Sima Changfeng, who was chatting with Zhao Deju's few people on the side, brightened up and volunteered to come up. Ha! Brother Chu, I can do this painting thing. I also have all the ink, paper and inkstones, all of which are of the finest quality. You can draw? Aren't you only good at flirting with girls and being a scumbag? Trummer looked at him suspiciously. Sima Changfeng flirtatiously blew his bangs and proudly patted his chest. He. How can you not have a little means if you want to flirt with a girl? Truth be told, I not only know how to draw, but I've also been immersed in the drawing path for 1,000 years. A handful of painting skills out of this world, but also by the people of the western region known as painting saint. There are countless masters who seek to paint, but no one is worthy of my hand. But you, Brother Chu, I'm happy to serve you both. Ha, even teach you to draw. Sima Changfeng pulled out a pen, ink, paper and inkstone, wanting Lu Qingxue and Chu Mo to pose so that he could draw. Chu Mo stood upright, but Lu Qingxue was not happy. Her beautiful eyes rounded and glared angrily at Sima Changfeng. In that very threatening tone, he said, go back and eat your food. I want my husband to draw for me. Even if he draws poorly, I want it from him. And, I'm going to draw a photo book. Chapter 120, Using Painting to Enter the Way. Looking at a cool beauty like Lu Qingxue who could actually curse, Sima Changfeng and Chu Mo both froze. What? I'm serious, I can paint. And my attainments in painting are extremely high. Don't worry with my relationship with Brother Chu. I won't charge you guys any money. Come on, trust me. Sima Changfeng still wanted to explain a few words, but he was pulled back by Zhao Deju behind him by his collar. Don't be a bleeping nuisance. If you really want to paint, you paint me one. Painting for you? Painting a sculpture? Pull back. Sima Changfeng also did not resist, letting the other party pull him back to the dining table once again. After a big night of sleeping together, he and Zhao Deju's few people had already hit it off. It's true that only men who have slept together can understand how much baseness is involved. Seeing that Sima Changfeng was no longer in the way, Lu Qingxue smiled faintly again and looked at Chu Mo with eyes like crescent moons. Husband, come on. I'm posing already. Chu Mo touched his nose, holding those pen, ink, paper and inkstones of Sima Changfeng, and made a mistake, writing and whatnot on his own, and composing poetry. After all, the system had given those skills. But, painting is kinda sad. He could have drawn a picture of a chicken pecking at a phoenix, and at this level, his mother-in-law actually asked him to draw a photo album? There's no mistaking it. And Sima Changfeng, who was at the table next to him, was also overwhelmed with emotion. This girl is really difficult to serve. Obviously my drawing skills are out of this world, but she doesn't want me to draw. Favoring to make things difficult for Brother Chu. The two of them have a grudge? Upon hearing this, Zhao Deju, Li Chunfeng and the others furiously rolled their eyes and couldn't help but spit. You shut the hell up. People's young couple making out and spilling their guts. What are you doing to make a scene? Eat your dinner. That's right. Dragon meat and fairy rice can't stop your mouth? Sima Changfeng picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat once again, his mouth sighing repeatedly. Young people nowadays, really, finding ways to find excitement. Alas, the world is going downhill, and people's hearts aren't what they used to be. Ahem. Next time I'm going to get a girl to experience this kind of play. Drawing portraits? Good idea. Chu Mo didn't know that Sima Changfeng, the scum of the cultivation world, had already made him up over and over again. At the moment he was asking the system dad for help. Quick! Son of a dog, save me quickly. I haven't seen you in 8 years. I can't even do this little request from my wife. Can I? Sign me up. Son of a bless me. Seeing as I haven't signed anything out lately, it's not too much to ask for me to get a drawing skill, is it? Roll. The system must guarantee fairness and impartiality. Never falsify. What you draw is what you get. The system cursed angrily. And then a golden disc in Chumo's mind began to rotate rapidly. That dense variety of rewards overwhelmed him. Stop. 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 Knock. 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 The pointer gradually stopped, and the system's beep sounded immediately afterward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine painting skill. The system comes with actual pictures of various divine beasts for the host to copy and paint. Chumo's mind was forcefully inserted by a not-so-small force. Immediately after that, there was an additional booklet with photos of the five-clawed golden dragon, the divine beast white tiger, the unicorn phoenix, and so on, all kinds of exotic beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. From that clarity, you'd be saying that the person who took the picture was there, and no one would suspect a thing. Chumo trembled, feeling the changes in his mind, and a sense of familiarity arose within him when he held that brush again. It was as if the pen was his right and left hand. System, what are you doing giving me this photo of exotic beasts? Are you drawing them and putting them in your house to ward off evil spirits? None of your business. Take it if you're given it. You may not use it, but you can't live without it. Humph. The system seemed to still be angry at Chumo for calling it a dog's son, and after that mechanical voice cursed angrily for a few sentences, it blocked Chumo as the host. Chumo shrugged and exited the system. Thanks, dog system. System. He knew that the system's diabolical nature was definitely helping him in the dark. Otherwise, with his handicap, he would either draw snake meat or chicken meat, and would rarely get anything good. After having a divine drawing skill, Chumo was confident and put the brush on his fingertips and swished it around. Good, madam. Since you want to draw a picture, then I will draw it for you. It's just a small matter. I guarantee it will be exactly the same as you yourself. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue smiled sweetly, not caring at all if the other party's drawing was good or not. In front of Chumo she was no longer the ice empress, just a happy little woman. Sima Changfeng, on the other hand, secretly bristled and muttered in a low voice. A man as strong as Brother Chu would actually blow his own trumpet in front of his wife? How can painting be so simple? It's easy to draw, but it's extremely difficult to draw well. The way of painting is divided into 5 realms. The absence realm, the spirit realm, the wonderful realm, the drunken realm, and the 5th realm, which is also the strongest realm of transformation. For those who enter the Tao by painting, each realm corresponds to a martial level. The spirit realm corresponds to the Zeus level. The drunken realm corresponds to the Yu level. And it is rumored that when one reaches the realm of transformation, they can slaughter immortals with a single piece of paper and calligraphy. So how difficult is it to cultivate the way of painting? No less difficult than martial arts cultivation. It's even better. After all, this thing is all about talent. However, the drunken realm and the realm of transformation only exist in legends, and the only ones who can get to the spirit realm and the painting Dao to be able to endow a portrait with a spirit in the heavenly realm are only me and the Wu Daozi of that central region. Looking at Brother Chu's stance, he doesn't even look like someone who can paint. Upon hearing this, Sai Huatua and Li Chunfeng, a few people, nodded approvingly. That's right, Senior has reached the pinnacle of cultivation, calligraphy, art of war, poetry and song, as well as governance. It's impossible for this one person to be good at everything. After all, there's only a limited amount of energy. Combine that with the fact that Senior himself said earlier that he couldn't draw, so it should be true that he's not good at drawing. But, what's it got to do with us? They can draw whatever they like. It's not in your way. That is, a sage surnamed Kong once said, less with no heart and more with the heart. Although several people didn't believe that Chumo could draw, they still didn't forget to dislike Sima Changfeng. This guy is purely salty and just wants to show off his painting skills. Sima Changfeng had a look of admiration on his face, not expecting Chumo to know so many skills. It was really unexpected. While the few people were talking, Chumo had already taken a pen and waved it around. The wolf hair pen was in his hand, like an arm waving. Lu Qingxue, on the other hand, sat in front of the stone table with her hands propped up on her chin, looking at Chumo with a sweet face, looking at the Chumo painting. At first Sima Changfeng's face was still a bit disdainful, but after looking at it for a few minutes, his face gradually became grave, until finally, the gravity turned into surprise, and the surprise into disbelief. Chumo was very fast, and in just under 3 minutes, a beautiful fairy appeared on the paper. That look was exactly the same as Lu Qingxue. It was perfect. A coquettish smile and beautiful eyes. The crowd was incomparably awestruck. I didn't expect Senior to hide so deeply, and really know how to draw. The painting was excellent in the eyes of the crowd. However, In the eyes of a great man of the painting path like Sima Changfeng, there was still a flaw. Alas, it's a pity. Only its shape but not its spirit. This painting failed to reveal the love in Miss Lu's eyes, failed to give the portrait a soul, and is ultimately just a dead thing. Although Brother Chu's painting skill is strong, it hasn't reached the peak, and it's even still a bit far away from the third realm, the spirit realm. If I were to paint with all my might, there would be a soul in the painting. Sima Changfeng was a little disappointed. He originally thought that Chu Mo would be able to surprise him, but he didn't expect that it would be nothing more than that. In the field of painting, it seems that no one in the entire continent can surpass himself. Just as the thought fell, the Chu Mo in front of him stroked his chin and seemed to have found something wrong as well. Suddenly, he pulled out an altar of extremely fine wine and gulped and drank freely. The crowd was a little unsure. What was this painting and drinking operation? Between the doubts, the altar of wine quickly bottomed out, and the wine wetted Chu Mo's lapel. Snap! The wine altar shattered. Chu Mo let out a loud laugh. Half drunk, half awake. This state is the best. Ha ha ha. Wife, today, my husband will show you what it means to have godlike painting skills. The laugh fell, and the halting pen swung again. Instead of landing on the portrait, though, he lifted his pen and wrote next to it. The hearts of the crowd also lifted up as they put down their brushes again, each one staring intently at the drawing paper, wanting to see what else Chu Mo was going to do in the end. Sima Changfeng was also puzzled for a while. Could it be that this brother Chu still had something to hide? But the painting had already taken shape, and it was impossible to change it. So what was the meaning of what he was doing? Chapter 121 Drunken Realm Powerhouse. Terrifying as hell. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Mo wrote furiously, sentence after sentence of poetry, tying the knot as husband and wife, and loving each other without question. I wish to find a man of my heart and not to part with him. In the sky, I wish to be a bird with two wings, and on earth, I wish to be a twig with two branches. The king is a rock and the concubine is a reed. A bushy reed is as tough as silk, and a rock does not shift. The crowd read along with Chu Mo's poem, and a poetic feeling came over them. It is like seeing the picture of a woman who is a beautiful woman and who will stay with her favored man for the rest of her life. That unwavering love made the crowd instantly give a thumbs up in praise. Good poem. What a poem. After finishing a poem, Chu Mo put the pen down completely. In the next second, it was as if the portrait had been given a soul. The fairy in the painting became alive, and in contrast to the previous painting that was like a pool of dead water, it was already very different. The crowd didn't know if it was an illusion, but only felt that the eyes in the painting also seemed to blink, and the portrait actually had an expression. What Lu Qingshue's own expression? The portrait seems to follow to make what expression? The two are the same. The crowd shook their heads, and when they looked more closely, they seemed to have returned to their original state, and this change of events also puzzled them. Could it be eye candy? Why do I feel like the painting is moving? I also have this feeling that the portrait is blinking its eyes at Elder Chu. Seeing this scene, Sima Changfeng's face was shaken, and a huge wave rose within him. The entire person staggered backward, and his mouth couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? This is empowerment? How is that possible? Empowering the spirit emphasizes a single stroke, from the brush to the painting, requiring that the portrait be given a soul and place at one time. The test of essence and spirit is immense, and the difficulty is no less than that of performing a Zeus-level full-strength strike. Moreover, Brother Chu, what he drew before was clearly dead, without any semblance of life, but now why does he have a soul after mentioning the words? Could it be that he, hiss? Sima Changfeng's scalp tingled as he thought of something unimaginable. His exclamation also managed to attract Zhao Deju's and their attention. Chow Chow and the others couldn't help but be curious and ask, could it be what? Speak half the words and half the chickens are short. Although they didn't quite understand it, they knew by looking at Sima Changfeng's expression that Chu Mo seemed to have done something extraordinary. Sima Changfeng took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner shock. It took half a minute to speculate in disbelief. Legend has it that the fourth realm, which is comparable to that of a U-level powerhouse, is the muddy drunken realm of poetry and painting interaction. The most notable feature of the drunken realm is that it is meant to show poetry, strengthen the flux, sublimate the theme, and nourish the mood. Poetry is the heart of heaven and earth. Painting is the heart of nature. To paint by means of poetry and painting that complement each other, one can make the painting transcendent. And this is the drunken realm. Only when calligraphy and poetry have all reached the point of pure perfection can they come to complement the way of painting. And one is indispensable. It would be difficult for an outsider to achieve such an accomplishment in one of them even in their entire life, let alone the three paths in one. That's why the difficulty of reaching the drunken realm is even a few points higher than a first-grade martial artist cultivating to the U-level. After listening to Sima Changfeng's words to himself, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It's an insider's view and an outsider's view. What's the point? What's the point of talking about people, anyway? Sima Changfeng pointed at the portrait and did not mince words in explaining. It can be said that a painting made by a drunken realm powerhouse with a lot of effort can be completely used as a U-level divine artifact, and it can even become an out-of-body incarnation of the person in the painting. This portrait is the incarnation of Miss Lu. The portrait has a spirit. Miss Lu can manipulate the portrait to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and in the end, the portrait feeds back to myself, which can help with cultivation and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Also in times of crisis, the portrait can be used as a stand-in puppet to avoid certain death. After hearing Sima Changfeng's explanation, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. This, a simple painting, was actually comparable to a U-level divine artifact? And blocking one lethal damage? FFS, doesn't that make it an extra life? It's too perverted. Painters still have this kind of skill. It's true that there's no such thing as a waste profession. Only wasteful people. So what, why don't you draw one for each of us as well, brother Sima, so that we can save our lives as well? The crowd rubbed their hands together and fawned at Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng rolled his eyes furiously, and the slave kicked the crowd. Scram! I'm only at the spirit realm, not the drunken realm. Even if I reach the drunken realm, there's no way I'll give you guys a painting. Because every time you make a painting like this, the person who made the painting is bound to have a great loss of vital energy and essence, and recovered in 3 or 5 months. One must not paint unless one is a close relative. And the painting of the drunken realm is not omnipotent, because the portrait and myself have soul ties. Once the painting is destroyed, his or her own person will also suffer a serious injury. Light is damaged soul. Heavy is into a coma for a lifetime shall not be awakened. Seeing Sima Changfeng speak so seriously, the crowd skimmed their mouths and stopped hoping. Is that really the case? But why is it that Elder Chu doesn't seem to be weak at all? The power of the rules on his body hasn't even weakened by half. Sima Changfeng fixed his eyes and realized that it was just as the crowd had said. Chu Mo didn't have a single thing to do. For a moment, Sima Changfeng choked on his words. Maybe he is more energetic after being single for 8 years? Li Chunfeng stroked his chin and asked tentatively, could it be that Elder Chu, whose true realm is more than just some drunken realm, has reached the highest realm? When these words came out, Sima Changfeng couldn't help but snort and directly interrupt them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The drunken realm is equivalent to the U-level, while the realm of transformation is already the realm of immortals, and every painting made is an immortal artifact. You guys think this world can accommodate immortals? With the heavenly Tao blocked, there isn't even a U-level, so how can we talk about immortals? Brother Chu being able to reach the drunken realm is already beyond everyone's expectations. Seeing Sima Changfeng so certain, the crowd stopped talking. After all, the other party was at the Zeus level and definitely knew more than they did. But even if there were no immortals, the U-level Chu Mo was enough for them to look up to. While the several people were talking, Chu Mo also removed the drawing paper, blew it dry with a smile, and reached out his hand to hand it to Lu Qingxue. Okay, honey, how do you like it? It's my first time to draw. Please don't mind if it's not good. At those words, Sima Changfeng let out a mouthful of old blood with a puff. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he looked at Chu Mo. What the hell? First time drawing? Don't tease. Who believes it? Chomo scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Anan, I swear it's the first time, but it's an embarrassment. Sima Changfeng was silent. To a strong person of their level, as long as he swore that it would all be true, because the heavenly Tao would bind him. Thinking that he's Sima Changfeng 1,000 years to step into the spirit realm, has been the continent Tianji Pavilion Grand Elder, known as 10,000 years rare to see the painting road genius. But in front of me, this Chu Mo had reached the drunken realm on his first painting. Compared to him, what was he? Rubbish? Lu Qingxue took the portrait and nodded straight in satisfaction. She also heard Sima Changfeng's words and naturally knew how important this portrait was and how much effort Chu Mo had put into it. Your own husband, that's nice. Lu Qingxue solemnly put the painting away into the fullness of her chest, then pulled Chu Mo to sit down. Hard work. Are you tired? I'll give you a massage, and I'll cook you something delicious tonight. Hi, I'm not tired. I'll draw more for you. Say yes to the photo book. Then I'll have to draw dozens of them. For your dinner, I'll give it all up. Chomo waved his hand, rehung a piece of paper, and lifted his brush to prepare to draw again. Sima Changfeng skimmed his mouth and said in his heart, the first time you draw you still don't know how tired you are. When you draw a few more times, you should regret what you said. Sima Changfeng watched as Chu Mo put up his brush and drew again, and with his hands clasped over his chest, he quietly waited for the scene where Chu Mo became so tired that he fainted. However, as time passed, that one painting produced from Chu Mo's hand, Sima Changfeng, a Zeus-level powerhouse, seemed to have become numb. ********. 100 of them. A whole 100 of them. All drunken realm portraits. Treadmill. Are you made of iron, Brother Chu? No. Are you made of kidneys? You're so hardy. Chapter 122, Drawing the Dragon. The Living Immortal. Emma. Finally finished drawing. This hand is so sore. Trummer shook his wrist and put the brush down. Looking at his relaxed face and listening to his Versailles words, Sima Changfeng's entire body was like petrified. Hear thou. Do men speak? 100 paintings that were all drunken realm were equivalent to 100 disposable U-grade equipment. Even getting a portrait of the spirit realm by himself was already emptying his body, and it would take 10 days and half a month to recover. As for Chu Mo, after finishing 100 sheets, his wrists were actually just sore. What kind of monster is this? Sima Changfeng's head was dizzy. After shaking off their heads and then looking at the pile of drawing paper in front of Lu Qingxue, everyone's eyes were filled with that strong envy. Even Sima Changfeng, a Zeus level, was envious to the point of being red in the eyes. For an ordinary person to get one, they could be treated as a family heirloom, while the other party, a woman at the late stage of the desolate rank in the district, possessed 100 of them. Trenching like no one else. Is this the pattern of the big man? This elder Chu can be called a wife-favoring fiend. Who under the heavens has this kind of handiwork? And who is willing to put in so much effort for a Taoist? I also don't know if elder Chu, he, likes men. As long as I can exchange 1 or 2 portraits, I'll be fine. Ha ha ha. The crowd gave Liu Bei a despicable look and let out sighs of relief. This empress is really blessed. It's true that for a woman to be awesome and coaxing, she either has to sleep with her awesome or her mom's awesome. Lu Qingxue was satisfied and organized the portrait, and then took out something similar to a staple from her storage bag and nailed the portrait in place. Husband, thank you so much. I'm very happy with it. The drawing is so good. You've just had so much to drink. Why don't you lie down and rest? Chu Mo waved his hand. You're saying thank you to me? Humph. Let's see how I'll punish you later. Let's not rest yet. There's still quite a bit of ink here. It's all wasted if we don't use it all up. Looking at the remaining ink in front of him, Chummer decided to draw something else. But think about a time actually do not know what to draw good. Landscape painting is not interesting. Figure painting he just spent 100. Already tired. What do you guys think? What would be good to paint? The people looked at each other in dismay. To this extent of the portrait, where they dared to open their mouths indiscriminately to make suggestions? This, whatever you like to paint, senior, then paint it, just as he was torn. Chu Mo suddenly noticed the pile of pictures of the giant beasts of the mountain and sea scriptures in his mind. Chu Mo's eyes lit up and he immediately had a goal. Ha! There! I know what to draw. The crowd looked puzzled. Senior, what exactly is worthy of your painting? Oh, I'm going to paint something to ward off evil spirits and put it on the front door. Chu Mo casually answered, then once again picked up the pen and paper. Mind a convergence according to the photo in his mind. Began to draw. This is an ancient exotic beast. Ghosts and demons are most afraid of these things. The crowd was dumbfounded for a moment and turned their attention to Cao Cao. Mangde, you're the ugliest here. Could it be that Elder is planning to paint a portrait of you and stick it on the door? Cao Cao's face was a shade of green and a shade of red, and he was somewhat cackling, not knowing whether to be happy or angry. I didn't expect that one day I, the king of Wei, would become the thing that wards off evil spirits because of my ugly appearance. However, they soon saw that what Chu Mo had drawn was not a portrait. You guys see what Senior is drawing? Cao Cao pointed toward Chu Mo's face. The crowd fixed their eyes on the portrait, which was already roughly framed. A snake-like creature, curved and bent, was drawn on the paper. Seeing this, a few people scratched their heads in uncertainty. The head is like an ox, the horns are like a deer, the ears are like an elephant, the collar is like a snake, the belly is like a snake, the scales are like a fish, the claws are like a phoenix, and the palms are like a tiger. How is this so much like the dragons recorded in the ancient books? Could it be that Senior is drawing a dragon? Even they themselves were taken aback by these words. If it was a regular person drawing a dragon, they would just smile and ignore it. But Chu Mo was different. With the other parties Means and Realm, not only had they seen dragons, they had also killed dragons and invited them to eat dragon meat. And if he was drawing a dragon at this moment, wouldn't that mean he was creating a dragon? Or a dragon soul? The drunken realm was capable of granting the portrait a soul. And they didn't expect that today they would actually have such a chance to see that mysterious dragon soul with their own eyes. Thinking of this, the crowd trembled with excitement. Even the Zeus-level Sima Changfeng was no exception. Each and every one of them couldn't take their eyes off the ground, staring at Chu Mo with a deadly stare, wanting to witness what that dragon soul was really like. As the brush strokes, the details of the dragon are refined. The scales, the lines, the whiskers, all of it. After 10 minutes, Chu Mo put the pen away and patted his palm murmuring, finally, it's done. It's much harder than drawing people. After saying that, Chu Mo turned to look at the crowd. See how the painting looks? As soon as the words fell, a dragon began to wriggle on the drawing paper behind Chu Mo in front of the crowd. That piece of scale armor was so detailed that it actually reflected under the sun's rays. Looking at that dragon's soul, the crowd was stunned and directly dumbfounded. Alive! The painting is really alive. The dragon is moving. Hiss. So this is what a true dragon is like? It's really insightful. At the moment, the dragon's soul wasn't big and was bound within the paper. But even so, the crowd was in awe. Seeing the crowd full of horror, each mouth roaring with exaggeration, Chu Mo turned his head full of doubt and surveyed his painting. When he turned his head, the dragon stopped, as dead as a dead thing and no different. Chu Mo was incredibly surprised. What the hell are you guys looking at? What live? The crowd was silent. Their minds were all on the painting, and their mouths were all still muttering, not even noticing Chu Mo's question. A true dragon, this is a true dragon. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Chu Mo burst into a fit of anger and cursed. Real dragons, I think you guys are the real deaf. Tap the horse. An angry curse also woke up a few people. Zhao Dezhu a few hammed and hawed and didn't get angry. On the contrary, Sima Changfeng, a connoisseur, was frowning. He felt that this painting still had flaws. Brother Chu, are you still not finished with this painting? I always feel that it's not perfect. It's missing that much. Not finished? Chu Mo somewhat perplexedly surveyed the painting for a few moments, and after thinking for a moment he finally realized what the problem was. I know why. I just drew the dragon with my left hand. So, if you draw a dragon on the left, you have to draw a rainbow on the right. After saying that, Chu Mo swished a few strokes and added a rainbow out next to the dragon. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after the rainbow was drawn, the crowd actually realized that the dragon, the corners of his mouth were twitching, and he was speechless. Sima Changfeng still shook his head. It's not right. It has nothing to do with the rainbow. This dragon gives me a feeling like a premature baby, not fully developed. At this time, Chu Linger finished cleaning up the house, and came over with a jump in joy. As she watched the crowd slurping around a painting, Chu Linger fixed her eyes on it and couldn't help but skim her lips. Ha! Daddy, you're drawing a dragon. How come this dragon of yours doesn't have eyes? It's a blind dragon? The speaker has no intention of listening. Chu Linger's words were considered to have awakened the dreamer with a single word, causing Sima Chanfeng to become enlightened. Right, eyes. Brother Chu, your dragon doesn't have eyes. So that's where the problem lies. Chu Mo slapped his head and said with chagrin, look at my memory. How can you forget to dot the eyes when drawing a dragon? After saying that, he once again picked up the pen and ordered the blind dragon's eyes. When the eyes were painted, the storm clouds suddenly changed color. At one time, the wind was fierce. The clouds covered the whole nook and cranny of the mountain, and the thunder in the sky rumbled straight away. Seeing this image, Chu Mo's face was shocked, leaving the drawing paper behind and running towards the backyard on his hands and knees. Asterisk. It's thundering. It's raining. What the hell kind of weather changes at the drop of a hat? Linger, quickly help me put away my clothes. I've also dried a lot of jerky. Put it away together. After Chu Mo left with Chu Linger, the dragon on the drawing paper suddenly rose up in the air. The paper that actually broke through in front of the crowd formed a true dragon soul. The dragon's soul shot straight up into the clouds, breaking into the dark clouds in an instant, followed by a dragon's roar that seemed like a cow, not a cow, and like a horse, not a horse, coming out of the dark clouds. Moo! The voice was low, powerful and penetrating, so that people couldn't help but listen to it. Even the internal energy in his body was stagnant and not very controlled. Looking at this turn of events, and then looking up at the dragon souls that kept weaving in and out of the dark clouds, Sima Chongfeng's face changed drastically. A pair of eyes almost glared out, shivering in horror as he yelled, asterisk. Pen for bone, paper for body, ink for soul, creating a dragon's soul out of a painting. This is the peak realm of the Tao of painting, the realm of transformation. I originally thought that my Sima Chongfeng's painting Tao was already unrivaled in the world, but I didn't realize that Brother Chu, his painting Tao has actually reached the realm of the immortals. Doesn't that mean that he's a living immortal? Hiss. Chapter 123, 18 Great Beasts Protecting the Courtyard. Looking at Chu Mo's painting skill that had reached the state of perfection, Sima Chongfeng was so excited that he burst into tears. He had initially thought that Chu Mo was just a relatively strong Zeus level, at most a U level. However, he did not expect that the other party had reached the immortal realm, so it was no wonder that the power of rules was so thick all over his body. I, Sima Chongfeng, actually have such a chance to drink with an immortal and call him my brother? As the crowd froze, the dragon spirit once again chanted and made a dive back to the blank drawing paper. With the return of the dragon's soul, the dark clouds and thunder and lightning instantly dissipated, and the sky cleared up once again. The people's internal energy, too, became able to control it on their own. This is the pressure of a divine beast? Terrifying. Just a dragon's soul is so powerful that we can't even mentally resist it. How strong should a true dragon be? But as strong as a true dragon, it can only be made into an undercooked dish in the hands of Senior. Alas, earlier there was a door god, and now there's an additional dragon soul. Senior, this courtyard is simply stronger than the defense power of those holy lands in the central region. I would like to see if there will be any ungrateful who dare to come and offend Senior. Several people from Zhao Diju side, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong, on the other hand, their eyes dodged. The two of them are the words in the mouth of the other party, and there should be no more than them. However, they were lucky. With that respect while working, they had become Chu Mo's old servants. Now it's just anyone who kicks them out. They're not going anywhere. Immortal's servant, walking out with his own face added, just as the crowd was talking. Chu Mo also cursed and came over from the backyard. Grandma, this weather is simply faster than a woman flipping her face. It really changes at the drop of a hat. It's changed several times in just 2 minutes. By the way, what are you guys talking about? Just now I seem to have heard a cow mooing in the sky. Did one of you blow the cow up to the sky? Chumo's realm was too low and wasn't able to see the dragon soul. After all, things like dragons, which belonged to higher dimensional creatures, were impossible to see without reaching a certain level of strength. Seeing Chumo joking, the crowd also laughed. They didn't believe that a great power that could create a dragon soul would not know that it was a dragon chant. They only thought that, in Elder Chu's eyes, the creation of a dragon soul was nothing more than a trivial matter of snapping their fingers. And this was the pattern and mentality of a high person. Looking at Chumo's flat expression, Sima Changfeng had fervor in his eyes. After shaking his robes, he actually plopped down in front of the crowd. Senior is above. I still hope that you won't abandon me. Please accept me as your disciple, and I will serve you to the best of my ability. I only ask that when Senior is free, he can give some slight guidance on the way of painting, even if it's just a tiny bit. After seeing Chumo's attainments in the Tao of painting, Sima Changfeng no longer dared to address the other party as Brother Chu, because he, a tiny Zeus level, was not worthy of being called a brother with the other party at all. Even when he knelt down to pay homage to his master, he hesitated for a long time, and inwardly he was still worried that Chu Mo would not be able to look at him. After all, he had spent 1,000 years to reach the spirit realm. In the eyes of outsiders, he might be an extraordinary genius, but in the eyes of the Chu immortal of the realm of transformation, I'm afraid he wasn't qualified. This behavior of his drew an uproar from the crowd. A supreme powerhouse like the Zeus level actually had to worship a master. In the face of Sima Changfeng's kneeling, Chu Mo clearly froze for a few seconds with a dumbfounded look on his face. You want to worship? Worship a scum like me? Scum? If Senior is scum, then what are we? I still hope that Senior won't give up. Sima Changfeng smiled bitterly, the opposite side of the strength of the extraordinary, and still so low-profile modesty, and then a pang of shame when he thought about how high-strung he used to be. I'm sure the big brother pattern is unusual. The corner of Chumo's mouth twitched and he waved his hand indifferently. It's not necessary. Let's forget about worshipping the master. Let's just call ourselves brothers. At those words, Sima Changfeng looked disheveled. Sure enough, the immortals are not looking at my trashy qualifications. This is a rejection, ugh. However, Chumo's next sentence caused his spirits to rise and he became ecstatic. You want to learn how to draw? Then I'll teach you. Really, really? Chumo nodded and immediately started teaching mode. Of course, you have to remember that the highest level of painting is no skill, no realm. The beauty of painting lies between likeness and unlikeness. It's the natural way of painting, not too intentional. That brings out the essence of the painting. Chumo's words were like an enlightenment, causing Sima Changfeng to come to a sudden realization. In the painted Tao, the membrane that had plagued him for 500 years was actually pierced with a snap. Painting naturally? To be between likeness and unlikeness? Wonderful. Too wonderful. A word wakes up the dreamer. Brother Chu, I understand. Before I didn't break it for a long time. It was probably because I wanted to draw the same thing as the original too much, but I didn't expect that it would fall short instead. As Brother Chu said, why do I need to restore it? Why can't I paint a painting that surpasses the original? Looking at Sima Changfeng's excited hands and feet, Chu Mo smiled in relief. The children are teachable. Come on, take up your brush and draw with me. Saying it 1,000 times is not as good as picking up the guy and doing it for real once. Only having done it, you can easily find the trick next time. Upon hearing this, Chow Chow on the side nodded his head in agreement with extreme approval, scowling at the crowd for a while. That's right, that's right. I'm pretty good at the practical maneuvering argument, so why don't you? Before he could finish his words, he was kicked out 2 miles by Sima Changfeng. Off. After ignoring Cao Cao, Sima Changfeng was instructed by Chu Mo, and the two of them drew together. A picture flowed out from the two men's hands, drawing the beasts of the mountain and sea scriptures. There is a unicorn, a phoenix, a white tiger, and a xuanwu. Countless foreign beasts and auspicious creatures that Chu Mo couldn't see were flying around the courtyard, and the crowd was dazzled. These divine beasts could not be seen at all on weekdays, but now they could be viewed up close, which was undoubtedly another strange encounter for the crowd. Looking at Chu Mo, who was constantly drawing and teaching, Lu Qingxue sat on the stone bench with her hands resting on her cheeks, filled with sweetness and pride. Well, I didn't realize that my husband was an immortal. All this time he didn't tell me. Was he worried that I would be scared because of his identity? Sure enough, husband is a considerate man who has thought of me in every way. I didn't expect, Lu Qingxue, was actually immortalized. Ahem. It's so nice to have the honor of meeting you in this life. Thinking of last night's craziness after a long goodbye, even a cool woman like Lu Qingxue couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and exhilaration. After all, at the age of a wolf like a tiger, alone in the room for 8 years, where the ordinary woman can endure this loneliness, Lu Qingxue couldn't wait for time to stop, so she could stay with Chu Mo forever. If she had known that her husband was an immortal, she would have needed King Empire, and she shouldn't have left 8 years ago. A little bit of time passed, and there were a total of 18 ancient beast souls in the courtyard, with all of the ferocious beasts such as Lu Wu, Yingzhua, Tao Tai, Poor Qi, Block Beast, and Chaos. The ferocious aura filled the entire small courtyard, but did not harm the crowd by half. When the 18 paintings were finished, Chu Mo put the brush down and stretched. Gu, I'm exhausted after working all day. Just drank a lot of wine again, and painting fatigue overload. This sleepiness some on the head. So what you study your own research. I'll go to get the painting under the sun, and lie down and squint for a while. Chu Mo gave an explanation to Sima Changfeng and moved the 18 paintings to the sun, and then he moved a recliner and laid his butt down on it. Sima Changfeng respectfully and incomparably arched his hand. Yes, master. I'll practicing again. Don't call me master. You're not my disciple, Chu Mo said casually with his eyes closed. Sima Changfeng looked helpless. Even if you don't accept me as a disciple, you are still a master in my heart, so I'll be a named disciple. Lu Qingxue smiled faintly and didn't care if these two were master and disciple or not. Stepping forward, he reached out his hand and tenderly pressed Chu Mo's temples. In less than 10 seconds, there came the sound of Chu Mo snoring, enough to see how mentally exhausted he had become from painting back to back. Looking at the quiet handsome face, Lu Qingxue leaned down and stole a kiss, drawing a burst of slurping and snickering from the crowd. Lu Qingxue instantly blushed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. However, at this moment, a spatial gate appeared outside the courtyard, and 2 men and a woman walked out from it. The 3 were none other than Musashi, Hanzo, and Hua Shiyu. Looking down at the courtyard below, the corners of Musashi's mouth quirked. This is it? I seem to see Sima Changfeng's figure, and I also seem to see the image of him kneeling down and begging for mercy and calling for his father later on. After saying that, Musashi looked up at the sky and sneered. The 3rd hour of noon has arrived. The time of the Mostin has come. This Saint Lord will slaughter the 2 Zeus levels and angrily seize the U-level divine artifacts today. Formation. Chapter 124, Making a Move on Senior? You're taking your own life. With a light voice, Musashi lifted out a basket of precious and incomparable spirit stones from his storage bag, along with 999 boys' hearts and 999 girls' hearts. The hearts were all bloody, as if they had just been dug out, and there were quite a few of them covered in minced meat, which caused Hua Shiyu's scalp to tingle as she watched. Musashi reached out and grabbed a few handfuls of hearts and spirit stones, and was about to scatter them around the nook and cranny of the mountain. Seeing this, Hua Shiyu winced and looked at Musashi in great confusion, her winking eyes slightly blinking. Sacred Lord, isn't this 3 minutes past noon the time when Yang Qi is at its peak? Why, are you placing the 3 overwhelming formations at this time? Wouldn't it be much better if we waited and got it at midnight? Musashi reached out and crushed a spirit stone, spilling the powder through his fingers, before raising his head with a cold face and saying expressionlessly, "You are right. The yang energy is at its peak at noon in the middle of the day, and even mortal hitmen who carry out executions choose this time. But you're forgetting one thing." Hua Shiyu froze and ruffled her hair, looking at Musashi with winks. "What is it?" "The opposite is true when things are extreme. Yang to the extreme will give birth to yin. This is the law of heaven and earth. The yin that dares to come out when the yang is at its peak is also the most ferocious. And once the once-in-a-million-years day of extreme yin arrives, then the fierce yin qi, which is infinitely expanding, will eventually overwhelm the yang qi to envelop the heavens and earth. So, midday is really the right time to set up a formation. Not the time of the day as you see it. With the help of this massive yin qi, the 3 extinction formation can isolate all auras and the rules of heaven and earth, suppressing everyone into ordinary people, even the Yu level. Facing Hua Shiyu, a forbidden person, Musashi patiently explained. After all, the two of them would have to double cultivate in the future, and it would be easier to change positions with a better relationship. Hua Shiyu nodded in understanding and said no more. Musashi turned back, flying in midair with his hands waving repeatedly. One spirit stone after another was precisely scattered by him to every corner of the recess mountain. This control, but it could make the cultivators in the Jianghu worship. The spirit stones fall to the ground and blend into the earth, ensuring that the formation will not be damaged by animals as well as passers-by. As the spirit stones in his hand gradually ran out, all the scattered spirit stones responded to each other and began to faintly glow. The hearts of those children, boys and girls, were also emanating an extremely strong aura of resentment. The yin qi and the resentment qi both blended together, turning into an invisible force that began to stir up the wind and clouds. The heavenly jade, earthly jade, and human jade have all been laid out. The 3 overwhelming formations are complete. Musashi pinched his seals repeatedly, and that low voice ran through heaven and earth. Hanzo and Hua Shiyu looked aghast and cautiously looked around. As Musashi's voice fell, the wind rose in an instant, and the sky was once again covered with dark clouds. An oppressive feeling of stormy weather sweeping across the sky. The sky was blocked by dark clouds, and was suddenly plunged into darkness, with no more half-sun in sight. The animals in the mountains seemed to sense the impending danger and were all startled into fleeing in panic. The nook of the mountain was affected by the formation at this time, and a thick fog spread, which echoed the darkness of the night, blocking the sight of people and animals. Looking at this scene, Hanzo and Hua Shiyu were shocked, and even though they were outside of the formation, they couldn't help but feel chills. Is this, the 3 overwhelming formations? What a strong sense of oppression. As if the moment we walk in, we will become lambs to the slaughter. That's right, as long as he is enveloped by my formation. Not to mention a Zeus level holding a U level artifact, even a U level would have to die with a grudge. Unless, he is an immortal to have the slightest possibility of surviving. Look guys, that Sima Changfeng and the others in the courtyard have started to panic. It's no mistake that at this moment, they've lost all of their internal energy. Let's go down there and let them welcome the fear. Jia jia jia. Musashi smiled morosely and let out a strangled laugh before idly floating down towards the small courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, the sudden onslaught of darkness didn't block out the sight of Lu Qingxue and the others. All of them were above the desolate rank. How could they not see through the district fog? However, the negative effects of the formation caused their faces to change drastically, completely losing their sense of security. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? Why can't I use my strength anymore? It's like, I've charged 10 rounds in a row. Even my legs are weak. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Me too. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. I suspect that someone has made a move against us. But Senior Chu is here. Who is so bold? The internal force could not be mobilized and his body was in a weakened state, causing Zhao Daiju and Wei Chuan Kong to be appalled. It was Sima Changfeng who was more calm. After all, Zeus-level powerhouses had seen great storms. However, at this moment, his face, too, was not very nice, but rather very grave. There's no need to suspect. It's someone who has struck out against us. This formation is correct. It should be a forbidden art recorded in the ancient books. The 3 extinction formation. The 3 extinction formation? What the hell is this? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Sima Changfeng explained for the crowd before raising his head to vigilantly survey the void. This is the most heartless formation. Every time the formation is set up, at least 20,000 boys and girls will die. Those who can set up this formation are all heartless people. It's just that, I don't know exactly who set up the formation, and why it was set up in the recess mountain. Could it be, its senior's enemy? After hearing his explanation, the crowd shuddered, and one became righteously indignant. This man, he deserves to die. Especially Lu Qingxue, who was a human mother, was even more furious, her pretty face turning blue. How painful should 20,000 hearts be, to be hardened out of those children of a few years old? Thinking of this, and then looking at Chu Linger's cute and well-behaved appearance, Lu Qingxue's entire body was bad. We must know that these children are also the flesh of their parents' hearts, but because of the selfish desires of some cultivators, they are brutally abused in such a way, which is really heartless, damnable. Such an insidious person. Killing him would be considered cheap. If he falls into my hands, I will definitely pull out his tendons and bones and make him beg for his life and death. As soon as the words fell, a rampant voice rang out of thin air. The voice was hoarse, full of grimness, and hard to hear. GGG, kill me? Can you kill me? I didn't expect, there's actually such a stunning beauty here, and she's even an ice spirit body? That's lucky. Later on, this holy lord will let you know what it means to die of lust. Having an ice vibrant body, a shot when breaking through can also prevent going off the deep end. Musashi, dressed as a samurai, stepped within the formation with Hanzo Hanahi Moon and floated in midair. Those thick mists automatically gave way to the array maker Musashi. Seeing the visitor, the crowd's hearts and minds fluttered as if they were facing a great enemy. Who art thou? Sima Changfeng directly exclaimed. What? Holy Lord Wu Zhang of the Johua Mountain? It's actually you. This is your trick? What do you intend to do? Musashi smiled sorrowfully, his eyes sharp and with a touch of mockery. Ghost Seeker, long time no see. I've even laid out such a large formation. What do you think? What am I doing it for? Knowingly. You want to kill me? Do you know where this is and who lives here? I don't have a problem with you making a move on me, but, if you dare to make a move here, you are taking your own life. I advise you to be kind. Sima Changfeng roared in a stern voice, afraid that he would disturb Chumo's purification because of his own grudge. Musashi bristled in disdain as the divine beast pointed toward the recliner. I've killed tens of thousands of boys and girls, and you're still asking me to be kind? You're still so naive. As for your comment about self-destruction, of course I know who lives here, isn't it that loser in the recliner? Even though he is at the Zeus level and holds a divine weapon. But after entering my great formation, do you think he can do anything against me? Look, he doesn't even have the courage to open his eyes and look at me. Today is the day you will bury your bones, and that U-level divine artifact will be smiled upon after I kill him. Looking at Chumo's body covered in lingering rule power, Musashi was not at all alarmed. Being enveloped by the three extinction formation, how could one still mobilize the power of rules? This was definitely a blindfold without a doubt. Hey, old ghost, why do you look flustered? Is this guy powerful? Zhao Dizhu patted Sima Changfeng's shoulder and asked suspiciously. Ghost Seeker's eyes stared at him and cursed without a good reason. Nonsense. Zeus level ah, and with the three overwhelming formations to add to it, we're already meat on the chopping block. Upon hearing these incomparably tense words from Ghost Seeker, Zhao Dezhu and Xiao Chao and the others rolled their eyes and waved their hands in disbelief. Hey, alarmist talk. There are seniors in our panic? The sky has collapsed with a tall man to support. You see, seniors sleep so well, completely did not put him in the eyes of it. Let's also sit down to drink tea at ease. A few people pointed at the still sleeping Chomo, then sat on their asses and drank the enlightenment tea. Sima Changfeng froze. It seems to be so. Really, the emperor is not in a hurry. After having a bottom line in his heart, Sima Changfeng raised his head and couldn't help but sneer. He, today you're finished. Elder Chu will definitely nin you to death. Musashi's eyes were cold, revealing a cruel smile. Thanks for the reminder. Usually villains die from talking too much, and since the time of extinctioning is only for a short while, it seems that it's better for this holy lord to finish you off before it's too late. Then, who will die first? Forget it, let's start with this guy. Facing this holy lord without even opening his eyes. Too crazy. Musashi continuously pinched and mobilized the huge heaven and earth aura, condensing it into a 40-meter-long giant sword that slashed straight towards Chumo. Seeing this scene, even for the crowd who knew Chumo's realm, their hearts still couldn't help but lift up. Senpai, be careful, don't fall asleep. The crowd wanted to push and shove Chumo, but they found that they were unable to move because they were suppressed by the yin chi. As he watched the giant blade slash down, Musashi's expression gradually perverted. Ha. So what if it's Zeus level? So what if it's a U-level artifact? Give me death. The words were barely out of his mouth when the next thing that happened made his jaw drop. Asterisk. What's going on? Chapter 125, This man is immune to magic. The illusory giant sword slashed with the momentum of breaking the sky, as if nothing could block the sword. Facing Musashi's strike, the crowd felt an extremely strong oppression, as if they were just a flatboat in the ocean that could be swallowed by the waves at any time. But it was such a powerful attack that when it landed on top of that sleeping Chumo's head, Chumo happened to snore. Hulk blew the power of the rules on his body, forming a thin protective film, and that heaven-opening blade power landed on the membrane, but it was instantly dissipated without turning up any wind or waves. Looking at the unharmed Chumo, the crowd breathed a long sigh of relief and began to whisper. Seniors are indeed seniors. Facing this kind of killing move that makes us unable to resist, they actually solved it with just a single purr. Hiss. Too strong. Who in the world can injure Senior? I told you that Senior is invincible. Oh, Musashi, you're in a mess. But seriously, are you vain? I can't believe you can't even poke the membrane on your Senior's body with so much force. How humiliating. Sima Changfeng didn't avoid it and mocked loudly. Chumo being so strong gave them enough security to become emboldened. What's wrong with no cultivation? So what if there's no heaven and earth aura? We have Elder Chu. That's enough. Even if the sky is falling he can hold it together. Lu Qingxue was also proud that such a powerful man was her man. How many lifetimes have I been blessed, facing the mockery of the crowd, and then watching that powerful strike dissipate? Musashi's face was a shade of green, a shade of white, and a few moments of disbelief. Especially the questioning eyes of Huashiyu and Hanzo made him furious. Do you guys think I'm vain? This, Lord Holy Lord, my slave hasn't tried it either and doesn't really know. Anyway, it doesn't look as if it's good. Huashiyu replied coyly. Inside, he was already despising and disdaining, blowing so much when he came here, but ended up being soft when he fought. What's the use of a man who can't even break the membrane? You still want me to follow you? Musashi was furious, his hair standing on end. However, before figuring out how Mare could neutralize his attack, he didn't launch another attack. Musashi was silent, fixing his eyes on Chomo. The opponent's defense just now was not even clear to him. Glancing Chomo up and down, Musashi noticed under the other man's butt, the rocking chair made of wood, and on the chair, there seemed to be quite a few spells carved into it. It dawned on Musashi. So I see, I found out where the reason is. No wonder this guy won't get up and keeps lying in his chair. That chair, in fact, is a defensive artifact, which according to my estimation has definitely reached the U level, or else it wouldn't have been possible for it to hold up to this blade of mine. Upon hearing this, Huashiyu froze slightly and followed her gaze to also discover that there was something wrong with the recliner. Holy Lord! So what now? I just used only 50% of my strength, so I wasn't able to kill him. Now I'll use 10% of my strength. Together with the 3 overwhelming formations even U-level divine artifacts won't be able to defend against it. Don't worry about it. This Holy Lord said that he would capture him and hand him over to you, so he definitely won't go back on his word. Let's see me brew up a bit and give him a strong blow. Musashi made a fist in his chest and once again looked at the crowd with that disdainful look in his eyes. As Musashi pinched his knuckles, a huge amount of heaven and earth aura swarmed in, forming a vortex of aura. The magnitude of the sound was so great that even Sima Changfeng was surprised by it. What? This pussy has actually broken through to the middle stage of the Zeus level? It's even close to the late stage. How strong should he be now that he's using his Sakura slash? Even I don't have the confidence to take this move from him. Seeing that the former big brother was now this shocked and flustered, Huashiyu felt a pang of satisfaction within her heart and looked down on him proudly. You guys are finished. If you dare to go against the Holy Lord, you're not worthy of death. So what if you're at the Zeus level? You'll be prisoners in a moment. Let's see how this fairy abuses you. Cluck. Seeing Huashiyu's words of mockery, Sima Changfeng and the others didn't know that this Wu Zan was attracted by her leaks. However, Sima Changfeng's mouth, which was also hard and sharp, immediately spoke out in a sarcastic manner. Isn't this the little lily? What? Are you changing your taste? Want to wait for me to die while it's hot? Actually, it's not necessary. I won't resist if you come now while I'm alive. These frivolous words immediately caused Huashiyu to reveal an expression of utter disgust. A sneer escaped her seductive red lips. Sharp teeth. I'm afraid that mouth is still hard when you're dead. What use is a mouth? Can it kill me? Sima Changfeng hemmed and hawed and licked his tongue rather shamelessly. Kill you? No. I think a mouthful would still work. As the words fell, Huashiyu became furious. The Musashi on the side had also finished storing up his power and successfully opened his move, and a ball of aura as big as a basketball court coalesced behind him. Shut up. If you want to test your mouth, only this Holy Lord can do it. You won't be able to taste it. Suffer death. With this strike of annihilation, Musashi drew his katana like lightning, and the large ball of aura behind him instantly merged into the blade. A sharp and incomparable attack was launched at Chumo. As soon as the blade came down, the void shattered as if it could not withstand such an attack. But wherever the blade chi passed, no matter if it was a tree or a stone on the mountain, all of them were annihilated into flying ash. Even the recluse mountain had the appearance of being split in half by a sword. Looking at his thunderous strike, the corner of Musashi's mouth curled up in triumph. This was his own skill that he had practiced for 1,000 years, and as long as he was given time to build up his strength, killing people over the level would not be a problem. A mere U-level artifact wants to resist me? When I kill them, the artifacts will all be mine. The beauties are mine too. Musashi was internally roaring with excitement. L drop. All 4 forehead drops. But in the next second, his expression once again froze on his face, because Trummer rolled over and happened to fart again. A yellow smoke visible to the naked eye erupted out of Chumo's pipe, instantly blowing that Gaijin attack into dissipation and collapse. Seeing this, the crowd was dumbfounded and covered their mouths and noses. ********. What kind of move is this, senior? Can't you change to a more civilized way of facing the enemy? Hiss. Could it be that senior is saying that this guy is no better than a fart? This is the arrogance of the strong. Sima Changfeng and the others exclaimed. Oh my god. Daddy's farts stink. It stinks worse than a weasel. Mother, let's not have him anymore. Farting with his pants on. It's pickled in flavor. Mother, from now on, let's fart with our pants down. Chu Linger covered her mouth and nose with a face full of disgust. Lu Qingxue patted her head and softly said, Linger, it's precisely because we women like to do the pants-off farting thing that someone invented skirts. We'll just wear skirts. Crowd. Pust. Listening to the crowd's uninvited conversation, Musashi spat out a mouthful of blood and yelled in disbelief. How is it possible? How is this possible? Isn't his cultivation suppressed? Why can't I hurt him in the slightest? Musashi was in a cold sweat. He had used all his strength and hadn't been able to kill his opponent, even in a suppressed state. A single fart resolved his full strength strike. So how strong was this guy? It's over. If the effect of the formation disappears, he will be hacked to death? What's the point of playing? Looking at how perverse Chumo's defense was, Musashi fell into despair for a moment, not knowing what to do. He had never seen such a monster before. Actually, immune to move damage? Even the 3 extreme formations with extreme couldn't harm him by half. Just as it was despairing, Hanzo, who had little presence on the side, had his eyes reveal a brilliant light. Sacred Lord, I'm afraid that this fellow is more than just at the Zeus level. From what I've observed, perhaps, it's already at the U level. And even if a U-level powerhouse's internal force is suppressed, their physical body defense is still there. And with the instinctive protection of a U-level artifact, it is possible for them to be immune to internal force. However, my subordinate has a method to kill him. Musashi rejoiced, grasping at a straw in despair. There's no turning back. Since I struck out, then I must kill him. Otherwise there will be no end of trouble. And the nether hour is almost over. So if you have any ideas, say them immediately. Hanzo arched his hand respectfully, a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. Holy Lord, this is worry is chaos. Since he relies on the divine weapon to be immune to internal force, then we can just not use internal force. My subordinate thought that we could choose to use physical attacks and kill them in close quarters. This method will definitely work. If it doesn't work out, my subordinate is willing to stand upside down and strain and proceed to finish it with his mouth. Chapter 126, Formation God Centipede. Phoenix showing its power. Looking at Hanzo's wisecracking look, Musashi woke up as if in a dream. Right. This guy is immune to aura and internal force by virtue of having a divine weapon. So wouldn't it be better if we don't use our internal force to attack remotely and use melee combat instead? Hanzo, do you have a problem with leaving this to you? Musashi turned his head and patted Hanzo on the shoulder in a majestic and solemn manner, with a strong look of expectation in his eyes. Hanzo's expression stagnated. His fawning smile instantly turned into horror, his head shaking like a rattle. Holy Lord, my subordinate is not strong enough to handle the task. In case the hour is delayed, my subordinate will die. And killing this kind of strong man is a world-defying feat. Spreading it out will surely boost your reputation. I thought that this credit belonged to none other than the Sacred Lord. Hanzo gave Hanzo a pat on the back, which instantly made Musashi feel good. He is not the other party, does not even open his eyes. He can easily dissolve Musashi's attack. Ghost knows that he has no other means. What if you go in there yourself and fold up inside? Musashi naturally knew what the other party was thinking, and after waving his hand indifferently, he said indifferently, with your little bit of strength you can't help him at all either. As for physical damage, this Saint Lord already has a way. It is an even stronger existence than this Saint Lord. Hearing Musashi's words, Hanzo, who was on the sidelines, was shaken to the core and fell back several steps in shock. Sacred Lord, are you going to summon it? That's something you spent 1,000 years cultivating. You're not afraid. Hanzo didn't dare to say anything else, and this look of fear also made Hua Shiyu excited, her eyes burning at Musashi, wondering what tactics the other party was going to use. Musashi smiled contemptuously. You mean you're afraid it'll break? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is the best in physical output, specializing in killing, and its strength has long reached half-step U level, even when compared to U level. So how could it fail to kill a guy whose strength is confined? With those words, Musashi glanced up at the sky and saw that the time of the absolute Ein was almost over. Hurrying to quiet his breath and concentrate, he began to build up his strength to summon his bottom card. Seeing this, Hua Shiyu asked towards Hanzo in confusion. Grand Elder, what is the Holy Lord doing? Hanzo shivered and, as if on a pilgrimage, knelt reverently toward the void. The Holy Lord Sama is summoning the style gods. A style god? What is this? Hua Shiyu was at a loss. Even with her experience, she had never heard of this thing. Hanzo took a deep breath and replied softly. seeing as you're going to be the sacred lord's woman, I won't hide it from you. In fact, the eastern domain is 10,000 miles further east, and there's a hidden kingdom there, the Sakura Kingdom. The people in there all cultivate hidden weapons and sword techniques. Everyone is extremely vicious and has great strength with their swords. But, there is a skill that is even more terrifying than the sword technique, and that is the style. One could also say totem. This style god is extremely strong. One style god in the same realm can fight 3 martial artists. Hearing this, Hua Shiyu was inwardly shocked, not realizing that there were actually kingdoms outside of the continent, and there's this powerful as hell style god. It's horrible. Could it be that you and the Holy Lord are both from there? That's right. Hanzo didn't deny it. Not only that, but the Holy Lord is also the best of the IGA clan, and his style god, the strongest in the IGA clan, is known to be invulnerable to everything, a combination of speed and power. Even if I were to join forces with the Holy Lord, I wouldn't be its opponent. Hua Shiyu was shocked. No wonder this Wu Zong dared to defy Sima Changfeng. So it turned out that he still had this kind of killing move in hand. Not only that, the other party clearly had the strength to take out Putua Mountain, yet they were still able to remain hidden. What exactly was the purpose of this? While he was thinking, Musashi also finished casting the spell, and at the moment, his face was pale and his breath was shriveled, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. You can see how much it really consumes to summon a god. Come on out, ward little destroyer. Musashi roared madly, his face hideous and horrible. Upon hearing this roar from him, Hua Shiyu and Sima Changfeng and the others below all let out a puff of air. Destroy dad? So tough. This holy lord is really a social cow. Hanzo looked into midair with a frenzied expression. How about Flower Girl? The name of the god is very dominant, isn't it? I can see that you're interested in the style god. With your relationship with the Holy Lord, when the time comes, you can ask the Holy Lord to touch the style god lord for you. The corners of Hua Shiyu's mouth twitched as she shook her head repeatedly to refuse. Just then, a space door appeared startlingly above the heads of the crowd. An extremely terrifying aura brewed within the door, and the void was shattered as everyone watched. A centipede of about half a meter, black in color and with countless long legs, crawled out from inside. Looking at the densely packed feet, the crowd's scalps tingled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm most afraid of these animals with lots of feet, or no feet at all. Gross. Hiss, you guys look. That centipede breath is so strong. It feels like in front of it. This Zeus level of mine is just like a little bug. It's too strong. Moreover, that centipede actually comes with a gangjin killing chi, which is the strongest killing attribute. My god, even from this far away, I can feel my face being cut. So sharp. Can Senior hold up? Sima Changfeng had a worried look on his face. With the appearance of the style centipede, all the clothes on the people were cut by a sharp breath. Even the skin was cut with a number of blood marks of varying depths, looking miserable. Even Sima Changfeng, a Zeus-level powerhouse, was no exception. His body was riddled with holes from the Gungjin Chi. The only ones who were intact were Chumo's father and daughter, who were wearing clothes produced by the system. If Lu Qingxue wasn't under Chu Linger's protection, I'm afraid it wouldn't be any better. Looking at the immensely powerful style god, Musashi gasped and didn't drag his feet, pointing excitedly towards the courtyard. Go! Ward little destroyer, take out the guy in the recliner. Feeling the scent of a living person, the centipede was extremely hyperactive. With the front half of its body raised high, the densely packed legs instantly squirmed and crawled towards Chumo. As the centipede approached, the pressure grew heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that the crowd in the courtyard couldn't move, and even opening their mouths to remind Chumo had become a luxury. Jia Jia Jia, little Kiba is the divine beast of my great Sakura kingdom. Do you still want to resist in front of it? Today, I'll let you see the power of this treasure of mine. Looking at the desperate faces of the crowd, Musashi's heart was filled with pleasure. In the beginning, it was with this style god that he easily killed that strongest martial artist in the Sakura country, Honda Tadakatsu, who was known as a half-step U level. Now that Chumo's cultivation was forbidden, under the mouth of his own style god, wouldn't he be easily abused? The centipede was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it crawled behind Chumo. That long body was raised, and the extremely sharp muzzle was aimed at both of Chumo's waists, and a dash of Gungold chi flashed on the muzzle. Do it! Karma his loins! Musashi yelled. The centipede moved, attacking with lightning speed, biting towards Chumo's waist. Musashi's face was ecstatic, so excited that he was trembling. As long as they were touched by his style, they would either be killed by the Gungjin Chi or poisoned by the poison. Today, I, Musashi, will slaughter the gods. Yuzhen Vong, I haven't killed one yet, but at the very moment the centipede bites, an accident occurs suddenly. Of the 18 paintings beside Chumo, The one depicting a phoenix flashed violently. A red, about 3-pound rooster jumped out of it. Cluck 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 cluck. The rooster chirped and a bloodline suppression came from it. And the centipede style god was like an enemy. Before the centipede in Musashi could react, in the next second, the rooster pecked at the armor on the back of the style centipede. The centipede tried to resist with its gung-jin chi, but the other party's pointed mouth easily broke through the attack. The cock's pointed beak landed on the centipede's waist, and the centipede let out a mournful cry, struggling for a few seconds before immediately losing its life. With a single blow, the rooster raised its head and its sharp beak transformed into a bloody mouth, swallowing the centipede in one gulp. After burping extremely humanely, he lifted his wings and flew, once again returning to the portrait. As the centipede disappeared, the oppressive feeling was gone, and the crowd was able to resume their actions. Looking at the mere 3 pounds of rooster that had actually killed that strong and invincible centipede with ease, everyone present was dumbstruck. Musashi, in particular, was shocked and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Put. What is this thing? Why would my half-step U-level style god be eaten? Can someone tell me what's going on? Musashi's eyes bulged out from shock. At this moment, he was sweating coldly. His last finale was easily solved by the other party. It was important to know that one style god was unbreakable in everything. And not only that, but the defense was unbelievable as well. After all, he had become a half-step U-level by relying on his fleshly body, and that centipede shell was tough as nails. It's safe to say that the attack and defense are all tapped. Even if one were to strike with all one's might, one would not be able to harm the style god in the slightest. But such a powerful god was lost in the blink of an eye. Can I stay here? Musashi gulped, no longer interested in pursuing the question of where the god had actually gone, or trying to figure out what the cock was. An extremely unpleasant premonition swept through his heart, and at this moment, he only wanted to flee. Hurry! Run! Holy Lord! You don't want your little Kiba? Hanzo asked in shock. Don't! Run away! Chapter 127, You're all immortal beasts? Musashi once again spat out blood from his mouth. The death of the style god had damaged his mind severely. Not only that, he actually couldn't feel the connection with the style god himself anymore. This made him panic inside. Such a powerful style god was gone just by saying so. What kind of tactic was this? He no longer dared to play the calculations of the U-level divine artifact, and he could not wait to have 2 more legs to immediately escape from this place. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be killed in a single blow. Just like the style gods, the body shape turned. Musashi turned into a stream of light far away. This flight will fly for half an hour. Watching the scenery around him continue to recede, Musashi didn't know how far he had flown, and didn't even dare to turn his head back the whole way. Hoo, I'm so tired of this Saint Lord. I finally escaped. I've never been so down in my life. That man is really too terrifying. If it weren't for the 3 extinction formation locking them down, I'm afraid we wouldn't have had a chance to escape at all. Musashi panted and wiped away a cold sweat as a feeling of having been robbed of his life came over him. However, just as it was catching its breath, Huashiyu and Hanzo had a jolt and poked Musashi with frightened eyes. Holy Lord! You quickly look at the surroundings. Hearing the duo's trembling words, Musashi thumped inwardly and mechanically turned his head to glance around. His face turned desperate. Asterisk. How is it possible? Why are we back over the courtyard after flying for so long? That man he's actually still there. What a hit! Musashi was trembling. His face was white, and cold sweat was gurgling. The crowd in the courtyard, meanwhile, was dumbfounded as they watched a few Musashi posing in the air for half an hour of flight. Are they the monkeys' jokers? They say they'll run away but they don't. And they're playing a pantomime here? Zhao Deju narrowed his eyes in mockery. Sima Chongfeng's gaze flickered as he seemed to have discovered something. No, it's as if there is some kind of power that has imprisoned them in time and space, causing them to have the illusion of escaping. Once spacetime is confined, no matter what means you use, you can't escape the time cage, unless you can cut through the long river of time. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Confining time and space? How strong must this be? Could it be that this was the work of Chumo? While the crowd was puzzled, the 18 paintings in the courtyard suddenly flickered with a faint glow. The portrait condensed into a physical object, and the 18 souls of ferocious beasts and divine beasts shot straight up into the sky, surrounding the 3 Musashi men in midair. The ferocious beasts had a teasing expression. Run! Why don't you run, little reptile? Looking at the ferocious and incomparably hideous beast souls, Musashi was shocked, and he didn't understand what the hell these were. And the rooster that had killed his style god with a single blow earlier was also listed. Feeling that terrifying aura from them again, the 3 Musashi immediately puffed out a mouthful of heart blood, their breath becoming shriveled. What the hell are you guys? A thing? We're not a thing. A large turtle stuck its turtle head out of its shell and smiled morosely. At those words, Musashi froze. "You're not things?" The 17 ferocious beasts all stiffened their faces, and one of the long worms lashed out with its tail, sending the turtle flying and falling to the ground. The turtle shell landed on the ground, still dripping and spinning, and the long insect chortled. "Simpleton, shut up if you can't talk. You're the one who's no good." The turtle's smooth, rounded head shrank back and smiled sardonically, not daring to refute the long worm's words. Just as the ferocious beasts surrounded Musashi, that Huashiyu suddenly shrieked in a trembling tone. "Holy Lord! I know what they are. I once had the honor of reading a spectrum of foreign beasts in Yaochi, and I seem to have seen these foreign beasts on it." Hearing this, Musashi, who didn't know much about the continental beasts from Sakuragoku's origins, hurriedly turned his head and urged, "Quickly tell me." Huashiyu nodded and explained in a heart-stopping whisper. "This Wangba seems to be the legendary divine beast Shinwu, with limbs that can hold up the sky. That winged, long-legged snake, like the Ing Long in the records, is said to be able to transform into a daughter's body as well. As for that rooster, it should be the male of the phoenix, the divine phoenix. We just appeared to have run away and ended up back here. We should have been moved by the Ing Long who has mastered time. We can't escape." With her memory, Huashiyu introduced some of the divine beasts she recognized. The divine beasts that were introduced to each other raised those lofty heads as if they were showing off themselves. The ones that weren't introduced, on the other hand, showed their teeth and looked at the three with a threatening gaze, as if they would bite the three of them to death in the next second. Every time they heard Huashiyu introduce a divine beast, Musashi and Hanzo's hearts cooled down. Even his own style gods couldn't get through a single move, and he was actually facing 18 divine beasts, making a furious fight. "Divine beast lords, I have no grievances with you. Why are you making enemies of us?" Musashi asked, shivering in a cold sweat. When these words came out, the divine beasts laughed playfully. "No offense? You just took a shot at our master. And this is what you call no offense?" At those words, Musashi's heart thumped as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His head spun and he looked in horror at Chomo, who was still sleeping in the recliner. He is your master? SSSH. But, the courtyard has been covered by the three overwhelming formations. Even you level couldn't possibly come out of it. How did you guys break out of the formations? Could it be that you guys aren't you level, but immortal level? Then he can use 18 immortal beasts to protect his yard. What kind of person is he and what is his identity? Musashi felt numb. The strength of the guards was so strong. How strong should Chomo, who was the master, be? What had he done to himself? No wonder the other man didn't open his eyes to him. Was one worthy of being treated with open eyes by the other? I thought I had killed my way to the heavenly palace, but I didn't know that I hadn't even been able to get into the southern heavenly gate. So perhaps what I had done was just a grasshopper yawning in the eyes of that Chomo, wasn't it? Since when exactly did immortal beasts suck? Why is this continent capable of carrying the power of immortals? Didn't they say there are no immortals in the world? No wonder he was able to possess several U-level divine artifacts. So that's how it was. One could really be so profit-driven that one had lost the most basic judgment. Musashi's intestines are reeling. The divine beasts did not answer Musashi's words. A majestic white tiger stepped out, showing its teeth and roaring. It then stretched out its sharp and unrivaled tiger claws and slapped at Musashi. As soon as the attack came out, Musashi's internal energy became sluggish and his pupils dilated violently. In the face of this claw, immediately fell into a life-threatening situation. But as a Zeus level also has its own pride. Will not sit and wait for death? Damn it! So what if it's a divine beast? It's not that easy to take my life. Hanzo, help me. We'll both cast to kill you 3,000 together. With a loud roar, the Musashi-Hanzo duo put their best foot forward, completely infusing their internal energy into his Zeus-level divine sword. When the tiger's claws fell, Musashi drew his sword brazenly and attacked towards the white tiger with a heaven-opening force. The spirit of the white tiger showed disdain, and without even defending, it just slapped down with a claw. Seeing that his opponent was so brazen, Musashi was ecstatic. This strike was an all-out strike that he and Hanzo had pooled their life force to deliver. As long as it hit, the immortal beasts would be enough to drink. So what if the opponent is an immortal beast? Today, they will drag one down even if they die. But the next second, Musashi's joy froze on his face. Boo! His proud strike landed on the white tiger's claws and was instantly torn apart after a loud bang. Chuckle. The tiger's claw entered his chest and pierced his defense. Zzz. When the tiger's claws were pulled out, the blood of the heart sprayed wildly, coloring the sky red. Musashi had been completely churned out of life by the golden shark chi, becoming a corpse that fell down. The same thing happened to Hanzo, the holy lord of Johua, a mid-Zeus level expert. was an existence that could shake the continent with a stomp of his foot. Being killed so easily scared Hua Xiyu so much that she lost her color and hastily knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Mercy, have mercy. I was just passing through. The white tiger turned a deaf ear. It is a tiger. In its eyes there is no distinction between men and women. When it turned its head and prepared to strike, it seemed that Chomo in the courtyard was awakened by the sound made by the collision of the attack. Confused, he sat up from the recliner. Seeing this scene, the 18 divine beasts flickered and instantly returned to the painting. Chuemo raised his head to look at the sky and asked blankly, "What's going on? What's so noisy? I can't even sleep in peace. It's disturbing. By the way, that flower girl kowtowing in the sky, who is she worshipping?" Chapter 128 Zeus-level corpses. Greedy cries. Elder, elder spare my life. Elder spare me. I will be an ox and serve you forever. Looking at Chuemo waking up and not killing himself the first time, Hua Xiyu hurriedly descended from the sky and with a plop once again knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. That mature and charming face was written with fear and regret, and her forehead was not bloody. There was no longer that goddess quality when we first met. Chuemo turned his head to Lu Qingxue and the others. Who can tell me what's going on? How does it feel like the world has changed once I wake up? The crowd choked on their words for a while. They didn't believe that Chuemo, the person in question, would not know what had happened. Recalling Chumo's previous appearance of hiding his cultivation in meditation, the crowd instantly understood what he was expressing. The crowd exchanged a look. Senior did this. It should be that he does not want to reveal his identity as an immortal, and only wishes to be an ordinary person. After all, the stronger the strength will be, the wider the gap with us, and the fewer friends we will have. Everyone must remember not to disturb the senior's purification by telling the truth. And in order to maintain the friendship between the seniors and us, any of you should take the credit for it. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing who would be better to choose. After all, the job of top dog requires thick skin. Eventually Sima Changfeng was pushed out. Sima Changfeng smiled sardonically with a shy old face. So what, master is like this? Miku Miku, Moshi Moshi. Sima Changfeng explained everything that had happened before, only concealing the matter of the divine beast strike, while the credit was naturally taken by him. Only then could Chuemo be an ordinary person again and not ruin his meditation. At those words, Chuemo revealed a relieved expression. I didn't realize there was such a danger. But it's hard on brother Sima. It seemed, it wasn't in vain that he had wasted his energy teaching him to draw. This cultivator still knew how to return the favor. Chu Hum nodded in satisfaction. Sima Changfeng hemmed and hawed. Looking at Chu Mo's relieved face, he revealed an expression that it was true. It's true that my master doesn't want to expose himself, which is high praise for my top bag behavior. Master, what do you think should be done with this woman? Sima Changfeng asked curiously. Such a beautiful woman. Master should not be willing to kill, right? Wouldn't it be nice to raise them as a maid? Something to do as a maid. Nothing to do as a maid? Knowing that this Hua Xiyu was not weak and had been one of the 10 great goddesses, it must be very fulfilling to bully and humiliate her. Chuemo turned his head and looked at Hua Xiyu's headbroken appearance, and the relief on his face turned to ice cold. Kill it. I left her for dinner, and she actually led the wolf into the house and dared to strike at us. So she's already an enemy, and I think it's time to cut off the roots. At those words, the crowd all froze. They thought that the divine beast stayed its hand because Chuemo wanted to raise Hua Xiyu as a forbidden domain. Didn't realize. Elder, really don't stay? She's so pretty. No stay. Enemies do not distinguish between men and women, Chummer said decisively. Sima Changfeng sighed and walked towards Hua Xiye with slight regret. His palms condensed his inner strength just to slash the other party to death. His mouth was still muttering. Master is also really, don't know to let me have a good time first before killing. Alas, today, ghost seeing charms, will have to destroy the flowers with a hot hand again. This stance scared Hua Xiyu so much that she turned pale and screamed frantically. Senpai, let me go. I am willing to be Senior's dog. I'm also willing to make a heavenly oath that I'll only listen to Senior's orders from now on. And this life will all belong to Senior. If I violate this oath, my soul will be destroyed. Please let me go. Elder. Even Musashi couldn't run away from his opponent's hands, and Hua Xiye didn't even think about escaping. In the face of death, she no longer had the dignity of a goddess, and only wanted to survive. Even if, as a dog, it was better than turning into withered bones. At least when a dog is an immortal's dog, it's not shabby. Hearing this, the second dog by phone quit. This woman as a dog, then what I as? This imperial prince's position is not guaranteed. By phone got up and immediately barked furiously at Hua Xiyu with a tiger's eye. Woof woof woof. If you want to be a dog, you have to get in line. The crowd was oblivious. After all, the demonic beasts of the desolate order can't emit human speech yet. and the regular people can't understand it at all. Sima Changfeng stopped his attack and turned his head to ask, Master, are we still going to kill her? She's taken the Heavenly Tao Oath. The Heavenly Tao Oath? What is this? Chu Mo had a puzzled look on his face. Having been in the mountains, he didn't understand this at all. Lu Qingxue took a step forward and stood beside Chu Mo and softly explained, as long as this oath is made, the Heavenly Tao will carry out the branding, and her soul will be in your hands. You'll be the first to know what's going on in her head and what evil thoughts she has, and you can crush her divine soul to make her spirit fly away as long as you want. Chu Mo was slightly startled. Isn't this an intelligent puppet? Being able to guarantee absolute loyalty? There's actually such an oath. This is the first time I've heard of it. It's almost like a golem. An intelligent golem would be an apt description. The crowd sighed. Immortals were equal to the Heavenly Tao of this world. Only such a strong person would be able to disregard the Heavenly Tao Oath. Hua Shiyu was also bitter. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, who would want to be a puppet without any semblance of privacy? But better to die than to live. Chu Mo hesitated a bit and turned his head to look at Sima Changfeng. With this strength, is she considered strong in the continent? Strong. A late-stage Hong-ranked powerhouse. Ranked in the continent as well. And there's also a not-so-small clan behind her, with quite a lot of strong people in it. Most importantly, their clan makes 100-flower wine. That stuff is delicious. Sima Changfeng reported truthfully. Chummer's eyes lit up. Good wine? With an idea in mind. He didn't have any high-end combatants around him to protect him, and Zhao Deju and the others weren't very strong. If he was left unprotected, and he ran into some expert who made a move on him, wouldn't he die a horrible death? It would be nice to have her around as a bodyguard, it seemed. Just as Chu Mo was about to open his mouth, a pair of soft, boneless hands around his waist suddenly pinched a pile of his soft flesh, then rotate 360 degrees. Ow! Chu Mo immediately transmitted a miserable scream, which almost made the ice wolf White Wind think that its kind had come. Chu Mo turned his head without tears, but he saw Lu Qingxue looking at him with a smile, her eyes full of threats, as if to say, you dare take her? You're dead. Chu Mo wanted to cry without tears grinned. How could he forget that his daughter-in-law was still around? Compared to Hua Shiyu or his own daughter-in-law is beautiful cold old conquest desire, and still empress, especially that pair of round smooth long legs old gluttony, hissing. Ahem. So what? You swear, when your soul is in my hands and I make sure you won't have any problems, you'll follow Qingxue around as a bodyguard. She's an empress. She has to be surrounded by a powerful maid slave or something. Don't worry. I don't need you to do much. Upon hearing this, Hua Shiyu was delighted. This senior was indeed lustful and couldn't bear to kill herself. It's great not to have to do a lot. The next second, though, the smile on her face disappeared. You'll be responsible for protecting Qingxue's safety. You'll go up if there's danger. You'll block if there's an attack. You'll kill if there's an enemy. You'll do the dirty work, and you'll take the blame if there's a black pot to carry. You're responsible for massaging her when she's tired. You're responsible for cooking when she's hungry. You're responsible for sweeping the house when it's dirty. And you have to wash her clothes when they're dirty. Any questions? After Chu Mo finished speaking with a serious face, he fawned and squeezed out a far-fetched smile at Lu Qingxue, like the way a man sneaks into a foot wash and gets caught by his own mother-in-law. Lu Qingxue nodded her head straight in satisfaction, so she loosened the twisted meat in her hand. Chumhum sucked in cold air in pain and rubbed his waist frantically. The crowd laughed out loud when they saw the couple's actions. This immortal would actually be afraid of his wife. After hearing Chu Mo's words, Hua Shiyu's pretty face twitched. What do you mean you don't need me to do a lot? But the situation was stronger than she dared to refuse. I do. I'll swear it. Hua Shiyu made a seal with both hands and swore the Heavenly Tao Oath under the supervision of Sima Changfeng and the others. As soon as the oath fell, two pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping Hua Shiyu and Chu Mo. The next moment, Chu Mo's mind was filled with a mini Hua Shiyu, and he really knew exactly what thoughts were in the other party's mind. And, it can also control the other person's life at any time, with absolute power of life and death. Only then did Chu Mo feel relieved. A servant at the peak of the Hong rank was not bad. Alright, change into something plainer. The maid doesn't need to look too good. Don't block Qingxue's glory. After Chu Mo finished mercilessly, as if he had remembered something, he asked towards the crowd again. Oh right, the two guys that brother Sima just killed. What strength are they? Where are the corpses? Sima Changfeng pointed outside the courtyard and replied with a skeptical expression. A mid-Zeus level. A half-step Zeus level. The corpses are all outside. They should still be hot, right? Chumo's body shook and he roared in surprise. What? Zeus level? Quick! Linger quickly follow your father. Let's do it while it's hot. Chapter 129 Upgrading Bugs. After being spared a life by Chu Mo, Hua Shiyu also breathed a long sigh of relief. Although she had turned from a goddess with countless admirers into a slave girl, she was not too frustrated. After all, the slave girl of an immortal's family was of a different class. However, if the news of a goddess becoming a slave girl were to spread, I'm afraid it would create a sensation in the continent, right? See, master. Hua Shiyu quickly set her identity straight, bending over and bowing to Chu Mo, revealing the fullness of that chest. However, the Chu Mo at the moment didn't have the time to care if Hua Shiyu's scale could be controlled single-handedly. He only had the corpses of those two experts in his eyes. Hearing Chu Mo's shocked roar, Chu Linger popped out at once. Daddy, are you going to treat the body while it's hot? The moment these words came out, the entire field tactically leaned back, each one looking at Chu Mo in horror. I didn't realize that Senpai was such a person that he wouldn't even let go of a corpse, or a man's corpse. What a heavy flavor. However, very quickly, Lu Qingshui and Li Chuanfeng's few people thought of Chu Linger's killing body's physique and instantly understood his intentions. Lu Qingshui immediately urged, Linger, quickly go with your father. This is a rare opportunity. After saying that, he stood at the doorway, stopping Sima Changfeng, who had stretched his head to see what was going on, along with Zhao Dezhu, Chao Chao and the others. Gentlemen, it's better not to look at this kind of thing. It involves the secrets of their father and daughter. Lu Qingshui is not a fledgling girl anymore, and knows the truth that you can't guard against people. Even if one's husband's strength was heaven-defying, it was better not to expose a physique like the killing body, as it could easily be mistaken for an evil feat. Looking at Lu Qingshui's serious face, the crowd revealed an expression of dawning realization and smiled with complex faces. Aha, it's true that it's better not to look at such things. Well, that's right. After all, they are immortals. We can understand having a little fetish. It's just that, why is Senior Miss Linger also? Ahem. What are you discussing about master's business? Get lost and go drink tea. Sima Changfeng kicked them back one by one, while looking outside the courtyard with a complicated expression. Inwardly, he was secretly swearing, in the future, he must not die in front of his master, or his innocence would not be guaranteed. Chu Mo didn't know that he had become a corpse picker in the eyes of the crowd because of one sentence. At this moment, he and Chu Linger were dragging the two corpses to the grove with an excited look on their faces, feeling that residual power. Father and daughter were both excited and sorry. Alas, it's a pity. If we had come over earlier, we father and daughter would have been able to ascend to heaven in one step. And now we've already dispersed 7 out of 10. Father, you don't know enough. I've killed thousands of chickens, ducks and lambs, all of which have only reached the 6th grade of martial arts. These two fast-cooling corpses are much better than those chickens and ducks. Chu Linger rolled her eyes, completely unlike other little girls who wailed in fear at the sight of a corpse. Instead, it was exciting. Forget it. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Girl, will both suck it up. Remember to split up. Chomo shrugged it off and brought his hand up to the chest of Musashi's corpse, pressing it against the wound that had been penetrated by the white tiger. A huge suction force came from the body, and the aura within the corpse was sucked into the body along the palm of the hand. Chu Mo immediately showed a soothing look on his face, and Chu Linger, who was on the side, also honored the teachings and drew her longsword to give Hanzo's corpse a cut the other guy's head off. The picture is extremely scary. Chu Mo was also stunned. What are you doing? My daughter? Quickly suck. He is ugly in your eyes? Chu Linger looked aggrieved. It wasn't father that you said to split up. I did what you said. Chu Mo's face stagnated and he was choking and coughing. That's splitting hairs? I'm telling you to suck that Darth Vader. Isn't splitting up like this? What's the problem? You men are such a pain in the ass. If you don't do it, you say we women don't listen. And if you do it, you pick and choose. Alas, who can stand you guys? Chu Linger pouted and spat out in dissatisfaction. Chu Mo's corner of the eye twitched, and did not argue, reasoning with a woman. Even if it is a small woman, you cannot make sense. The father and daughter buried their heads and frantically absorbed the blood, chi and aura left over from the corpse. It was a race against time. The longer you put it off, the less you absorb. To know, this is the Zeus level, the top continental powerhouse. Such a chance the duo was dashing. However, that huge amount of chi and blood soon made Chu Mo, the yellow rank scum, unable to withstand it, and his meridians were swollen and painful, as if they were going to be torn into pieces. Having no choice but to do so, Chu Mo hurriedly roared at the system. Quick! Unity son! Unity father! Help quickly! Our father-daughter dual-core drive can't carry us anymore. We can't afford to waste it. Martyr! If there's something wrong, call me son of a when there's nothing wrong. Why do I have to deal with a host like you? And your behavior of teaming up and letting a large number brush experience is like exploiting a bug. The system doesn't support it in principle. The system was irritated for a while. In order to block all kinds of bugs, it had already grounded Chu Mo, just to prevent him from going out to pick up the slack. Unexpectedly, 1,000 precautions did not prevent that there is a self-delivery, or this kind of large experience tree. Chumo's heart raced as he rolled his eyes furiously and cracked his mouth. You have a fart principle. How many times have you done this? Come on, don't dawdle. At Chumo's urging, the system went down for a few seconds, as if pondering the truth of the statement, as if, this tingy is without much modesty. Forget it, Master Unicorn will help you. Auto drug mode on. If the host can't hold out, give up, don't die. A mechanical voice sounded, and the pills that Chumo had obtained from signing in these days were all fed into his and Chu Linger's mouths one by the system. The meridians that had been propped up and cracked were instantly mended before being torn apart again by the massive internal force. Sharp pain struck the father and daughter's heads straight away, and the two of them grunted in pain, forcing themselves to endure the pain and desperately absorbing it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why does it hurt so much? Holding on to death is better than starving to death. Cherish every day that you're hanging on. The two hoods were on full power, and the realms of father and daughter were also rising as if they were hanging on. Rubbing up. Early Shin stage, middle stage, earth stage, peak earth stage, heaven stage. In just 10 minutes or less, Chumo father and daughter experienced hundreds of meridian tears. Good thing the system automatically knocked medicine to let the two meridians to save. Eventually, as it dissipated while sucking, the two bodies of Musashi Hanzo turned into dry bones, no longer able to draw out a single trace of blood. A gust of wind turned the skeleton into powder and floated away with the wind, saving even the process of cremation. And the realm of Chumo's father and daughter was also vastly different from before. Chu Linger had directly risen to the early stage of the Desolate Order, while Chumo had turned into the middle stage of the Desolate Order. There was not much blood chi left in the two corpses, and it was still able to promote the father and daughter to such a degree, so it could be seen how strong the Zeus level was. Feeling that suddenly powerful strength within his body, and then looking at Chu Linger who was also so strong, Chumo laughed up in the air like a boar who had won a $50 million lottery. Ahahaha, my daughter has the qualifications of a great emperor. It's true that she has inherited my old dad's qualifications. Cultivation. It's just so simple and bland. Alas. Looking at Chumo's excited appearance, Chu Linger was puzzled. Father, weren't you invincible long ago? Why are you only in the middle of the desolate stage now? Chumo's face stagnated and his smile froze on his face. Can I tell you that I owe my training to your daughter? No. Impossible. How can you blow out the awesome and break it? Chumo shook his robes, revealing an expression of fatherly love, and turned around in a profound manner. Ahem. In fact, your father is just hiding his cultivation, wanting to accompany you to cultivate together and retrace the path from ordinary person to expert. After all, you're the only one of your daughters, and on the road to cultivation. How could this old father of mine let you be alone? In truth, Chumo was internally flustered. Linger is smart for her size, so she won't be able to figure it out, right? However, the facts proved that Chumo had overthought it, and this claim of his superior strength had long since become ingrained in Chu Linger's heart. Chu Linger didn't doubt it at all. Instead she smiled sweetly. You're so nice, Daddy. You're a piece of heaven for Linger. Chumo sighed in relief. From Chu Linger's reaction, it was enough to see that his braggadocio-style brainwashing was very successful. Ahahaha, after all, you're the only good daughter Daddy has. Okay, let's go back to the yard. Chumo waved his hand and stepped towards the courtyard. Feeling the strong power within him, he was filled with hope for the future. What a surprise came too suddenly. Waking up from sleep with such a big meal, it seems that one must make good relations with Sima Changfeng and the others. Later, when the system is unblocked and you're able to go out, team up with that guy to kill enemies and pick up your own upgrades. There's a big guy to lead the way, and it's a proper upgrade. It was as if Chumo had discovered a bug in cultivation. Chapter 130, Your Majesty, the Empire is in a state of emergency. The father and daughter returned to the courtyard in a refreshed state, looking at the crowd all sipping tea with a face of enjoyment. Chumo smiled and greeted them. Yo, big guy drinking? Oi, Master Teacher has returned so soon? Dare I ask Master Teacher? Those two corpses. Sima Changfeng's expression was a bit lustful. Curiosity made him want to ask, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Zhao Diju's few people quickly gave him a look. Don't ask. Knowing too much will get you silenced. Instead, it was Chumo who smiled harmlessly. Oh, you say corpse although they are enemies, but people die like lights. I'm not so bad as to put them outside the yard. When the time comes it stinks and smokes how disgusting it is. So Spirit and I gave the corpses a pollution-free treatment. The crowd nodded. All of them had been there before. Social experience was still sufficient. Naturally they understood a truth. Covered under a small quilt under a bridge hole. Hiding under the quilt and wiping my tears. It doesn't matter if you wipe your eyes afterward. You'll say yes, yes, yes to everyone. So no matter what Chummer, the big man, said or did, they just had to say right, right, right. Master, Miss Linger is still so young. Isn't she afraid of corpses? Sima Changfeng asked suspiciously, his gaze turning to Chu Linger, suddenly noticing her cultivation level, and he was stunned. Wait, big Miss Linger her realm, if I remember correctly, before she was only in the middle of the yellow rank, right? Why did you go out for 10 minutes and come back as a desolate rank? Where did these Shen, Earth, and Heaven ranks go? Missy, how did you upgrade so fast? Sima Changfeng was dumbfounded and couldn't think of a reason why. His shocked roar also attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at each other with shock written on their faces as well. Only Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng and Sai Huatua were the only 3 people who knew about this. But even so, the 3 of them were shocked. Chu Linger smiled happily, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and her pair of small hands waved in disbelief. It's all because Daddy helped me. This upgrade is still quite easy, stretching the realm to reach it. Pust. Hearing this, Sima Changfeng spat out a mouthful of old blood. Stretching to reach it? Hear thou. Do men speak? Who cultivates to the desolate stage without taking pills, shutting down, and killing outside to rise to it? You go out for 10 minutes and come back to tell us that you've reached the barren level? Don't be so outrageous. It was true to the old saying, immortal strokes my top, knots my hair and grants me immortality. It's really good to have a great coaxing dad. Father, shucks. Master, if you don't abandon me, Wind will worship Master as his righteous father. Sima Changfeng hemmed and hawed, arching his hand with a shy old face. Instead, he was greeted with a chuckle from Chunhum. Get out. Sima Changfeng wasn't angry either, and after looking at Chu Linger for a few moments, he sighed slightly. By the way, Master, may I ask how old is Senior Miss Linger this year? Just turned 8 3 months ago. What? You want a present? Chu Mo explained with a calm face. Sima Changfeng and Zhao Deju and the others all stood in place with blank brains. The phrase kept echoing in my head, 8 years old. 8 years old at the desolate order. Now, looking back 10,000 years, whose qualifications are this strong? When I was 8 years old, I was still peeping at the little girl next door taking a bath. Terrifying. No one has ever done this before. To think that I, Zhao Doju, have been cultivating for more than 500 or 600 years before reaching the desolate stage. And I became complacent thinking that I was a big shot in the southern domain. But compared to Miss Linger, what is this qualification of mine? If I didn't have old ancestors' help, where would I have the chance to reach the Hong stage in this life? The crowd was talking. Even Lu Qingxue, who had the strongest qualifications in the arena, was only able to reach the late stage of the desolate stage at the age of 27 or 18 by relying on the Emperor's qi. However, when they thought of immortal Chu Mo's identity, the crowd was relieved again. As the daughter of an immortal, how could her qualifications not be strong? Shaking his head, Sima Changfeng threw envy out of his mind and turned his head towards Chu Mo to ask, by the way, Master, that Musashi has a power under his command called the Jiuhua Mountain. Do I need to go and eradicate it before I bring all the resources to you? After saying that, Sima Changfeng patted himself on the head again. Master is an immortal. How could he look at the supplies from that area of Jiuhua Mountain? You're so salty yourself. Surprisingly, however, Chu Mo froze for 3 seconds before shouting in excitement. Copycat? Ha. This is something I like. Copy. Must copy. But one must remember one principle. One must not take a single needle or thread from his Jiuhua Mountain. Sima Changfeng sniffed and revealed a surprised look. This master teacher of his was clearly strong against the heavens, but why was he excited like a bandit at the mention of copying the family? As you command. I promise to bring all the supplies. By the way, Master, what about those Jiuhua Mountain disciples? Are they to be killed or collected? Sima Changfeng arched his hand. With his character he would kill them all. But when it came to Chu Mo, he wouldn't dare to take the liberty. It's better to ask. To Sima Changfeng's insistence on calling him master, Chu Mo didn't think too much of it anymore. After frowning and thinking for a few seconds, Chu Mo glanced at Lu Qingxue again, had an idea in his heart and said in a deep voice, those who are willing to surrender, then let them take the heavenly Dao oath. After all, Qingxue's empire needs people too. As for those who are unwilling to surrender, physically overpower them, get the supplies from them by the way. And in addition those related to those 2 corpses out there have to be decapitated in order to eliminate any future problems. Sima Changfeng understood and bowed respectfully. Good. Whatever master teacher says, disciple will do. But I want to ask master teacher to lend me someone. Lend me Huaxiyu. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the crowd instantly became strange, as if they were questioning the character of the other party. After getting acquainted with him, who doesn't know that he's actually a prodigal son and an old sex man? Huaxiyu also resisted with her hands protecting her chest. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Sima Changfeng's face stagnated and he cursed without a good mood. What are you guys thinking? This flower girl is the second elder of Jiuhua Mountain. With her stepping in she can better command those captives and the resistance will be much smaller. Moreover, Miss Flower is Master Mother's slave girl, and having her in control of the captives is the same as Master Mother taking control, and will save the handover in the future. Chuemo nodded without hesitation and turned his head to order Huaxiyu. You go. Follow Changfeng to collect and organize the forces of Jiuhua Mountain, then hand them all over to Qingxue. Huaxiyu sighed in relief and curtsied to follow Sima Changfeng, while Lu Qingxue was looking at Chuemo with a touched face. Where to find such a good man, who was considering everything for her? If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't dare to confess her identity yet, she would have wanted to let Chuemo be a little more unrestrained tonight. After receiving the order, Sima Changfeng and Huaxiyu each handed over 2 sound transmission stones to Chuemo and Lu Qingxue respectively. Master Teacher, just call us if you have any orders. Chuemo nodded his head and accepted it, putting the sound transmission stone into his pocket. With a smile on his face, he waved his hand at the duo. Good. It's okay to bring more friends as guests. Go well. After Sima Changfeng respectfully saluted again, he split a spatial passage with a palm, and the two of them stepped in. Watching the two leave, Li Chunfeng, whose heart was in the empire, also arched his hand and softly asked towards Lu Qingxue, Your Majesty, it's been 2 or 3 days since you came out. The empire has just undergone a major change and the situation is unstable, so we need you to keep the scene calm. So, shouldn't we go back too? Lu Qingxue glanced at him faintly and waved her hand in disgust. There is no hurry. With Guan Zhong and Zhu Jun and Xiao Yan and the rest of them, and with all those pricks killed by me, there can't be any major chaos. And after a few days, if the state master is fond of his family, he can go back to sit in the town first. After saying that, Lu Qingxue turned around to look at Chuemo, the indifference and dislike on her face instantly turning into attachment and shyness. There was a sunny smile on that frosty face. It was like a different person from when he faced Li Chunfeng. Husband, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you. I've been in the mountains for a long time and I haven't been able to eat seafood, so, can I have one more meal? Like, shellfish creatures? Chuemo looked at Lu Qingxue with some embarrassment. Lu Qingxue, happy times always fly by. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these few days, Lu Qingxue nestled in the mountains, and Chuemo almost lived a life without shame. What empire, what people were all forgotten in her mind. She only had her husband and daughter in her eyes, and her days were happy and pleasant. But such a life was mercilessly broken after Shang Guanyan followed the address given by Li Chunfeng to Recess Mountain. Your Majesty is not well. That Wu Hao has invaded my ice spirit kingdom with an allied army of 3 countries, and has already amassed millions of troops and is approaching Tiger's Nest Pass. Not only that, the god of war, Xiao Qua, has been defeated and captured, and the Minister of War, Zhu Jun, has personally led the troops and has also been besieged. The current situation of the empire is precarious. I hope that your Majesty will return to the court to sit in charge. Chapter 131, Meeting Empress Chu. What? Zhao Kuo was defeated and captured? Zhu Jungsu is also surrounded? The one leading the troops is still that white-eyed wolf Wu Hao. After listening to Shang Guanyan's report, Li Chunfeng was shocked. Zhao Kuo is one of the top 3 generals in the new generation of the Ice Spirit Kingdom in terms of military skills. I didn't expect that a commander-in-chief like him would actually lose in front of the battlefield with Zhu Jungsu, a veteran general. How is the battle situation today? Where did he, Wu Hao, get so many troops? Li Chunfeng asked in a deep voice. Wu Hao, the former Jinnan king, suddenly turning around and striking out against the Ice Spirit Kingdom was something they hadn't expected. Shang Guanyan slightly arched his hand and replied with an anxious face. Back to the state master. Zhu Jungsu was struggling to hold out with 100,000 troops at Hudian Pass, and even Gu Yanwu has abandoned his pen and carried a greatsword to hang out in battle. Then Wu Hao's troops are all given by the 3 empires of gold, fire, and wood, and the state masters of the 3 countries have also poured out their troops. Looking at this situation, it's a vow not to rest until my Ice Spirit Kingdom is broken. However, when the precarious Tiger Prison Pass was nearly breached, the Emperor of the Earth Spirit Kingdom came with an army of 100,000 to alleviate the danger. When these words came out, even Lu Qingxue, who had always been cool in nature, turned gloomy. Empire's fighting wars were not the same as clan wars. The fight was not about individual force, but about national power. Although the Ice Spirit Kingdom had more than doubled its territory, it only had so many troops. On the contrary, although the other 3 countries have lost territory, they have not lost troops. This Lu Hao, by virtue of his status as a saint's son, engaged in a handful of mergers, undoubtedly giving the 3 countries a bridge and excuse to unite. How many soldiers can be mobilized today in addition to those on the border? Shang Guanyan thought for a few seconds before letting out a long sigh. At most, there are still 50,000 that can be mobilized. But the biggest problem isn't in the troop strength. It's the fact that I don't have enough experts in the Ice Spirit Kingdom. As soon as the two armies charge and engage, our martial generals will face several times the number of experts pincering them. And with the presence of Wu Hao and the two desolate rank attendants, there's no match at all in terms of high-end combat power. So, it is still necessary for the State Master and His Majesty to go back to sit in the town, without someone strong enough to act as the soul of the army. The last general is worried, alas. Shang Guanyan looked sad. Lu Qingshue's face changed slightly, and her heart was full of struggles. After recognizing her husband, she pressed on with the idea of being a bright ruler and not wanting to care about the empire. At this moment, she also understood how the emperors who were obsessed with beauty throughout the ages thought in their hearts. If she could, she would like to be a selfish, dim-witted ruler, never to be separated from the one she loved again. And as for the emperor and the people, whoever she loved, she didn't care anyway. Seemingly seeing Lu Qingshue's hesitation, Chu Mo doubtfully asked towards the valiant Shang Guanyan, "Miss, who is this Wu Hao? And what about the three kingdoms? Is it strong?" Shang Guanyan slightly arched his hand, not understanding what Chu Mo's status was, and not daring to answer indiscriminately. "Dare I ask, sir, are you?" "My name is Chu Mo. I'm Qing Shue's husband." Trummer opened his mouth to reply, but before the word husband was finished, Shang Guanyan revealed an expression of dawning realization. She did know what the name of Lu Qingxue, the husband of her heart, was. Oh, so it's the Empress. I'll see Empress Chu. Chummer, superscript 3. Queen? I'm a man. I'm cracking up. Might as well call my old man senpai. This girl may have a serious illness. But, husband, her name is Shang Guanyan. She is my personal guard, yet she is like a sister to me. Watching Chu Mo's face darken, and then listening to Shang Guanyan's name-calling, even Lu Qingxue, who was in a heavy mood at the moment, couldn't help but snort out a laugh. So it is. Trummer nodded, a pang of sadness in his heart. Shang Guanyan, Ghost Seeing Cho, are they CP? This girl who seemed to be unsmiling and a bit more serious seemed to be quite suitable for her cheap disciple. One hangdog, one serious and cold. This Shang Guanyan will definitely be able to suppress that ghost-seeing charm to death. This girl is indeed pretty, but her breasts are a bit too small, and when she gives birth to a child in the future, the child will definitely be hungry. Chu Mo a burst of squeezing eyebrows, playing bad thoughts, acting as a matchmaker, heart more and more intense. Cough. What is this Wu Hao's origin? Leading an army this powerful? Hearing the question, Shang Guanyan hurriedly arched his hand and explained everything in detail. Li Chunfeng and Zhao Deju, who were a few on the side, also uttered a few words from time to time. After hearing this, Chu Mo came to a realization and shook his head with a sigh. So it's the offspring of those two corpses from before. It's beating up the old one to get the young one? This three-name slave is quite impressive. Actually being able to become the former king of Jinan of your empire based on his war achievements? But his character is extremely bad. Now out of the 5 countries, only water and earth are left? But it seems quite difficult for the 2 countries of water and earth to fight the 3 countries. Chu Mo also found it difficult to do. He was a barren steppe who could not go out of the mountain, even though he wanted to help his wife. But how should he help? Shang Guanyan sighed. It's hard. It's mainly because of the lack of people. Seeing this, Chu Linger on the side didn't forget to pout and arch fire. Father, you don't know that what's his name Wu Hao is bad, and he's been teasing mother, trying to dominate her. As soon as these words came out, Chu Mo's face changed drastically, and a strong jealousy appeared in his eyes. What? How dare you flirt with my mother-in-law? I'll kill him if he doesn't. Inside, Chu Mo was cursing madly. Horse treading, how dare you poach me? This is not a small grudge such as the grudge of killing one's father. Chu Mo coughed lightly and turned his head with incomparable solemnity to look at Zhao Deju's several people. If I remember correctly, there was also a clan behind myself, and I was still an old ancestor. That, Qingshue's empire is short of people. Our clan. Zhao Deju immediately understood what Chu Mo meant, and several people were ecstatic. They weren't afraid of having too much to do, but they were afraid that Chu Mo would have nothing for them to do. Previously, after retrieving his wife and daughter for Chu Mo had allowed them to pick out several U-level divine artifacts for themselves. The treatment, it's unbelievable. Don't worry, old ancestor. With us here, no one can touch the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Going back late, I'll send all of the clan as soldiers, even the dog I won't let go. All together. Chu Mo was relieved and heavily patted Zhao Deju's shoulder. Good. Thanks a lot. But I think Miss Shangwan said that the clan cannot intervene in the empire's disputes, or else it will attract sanctions from the law enforcement hall? The clan will be fine, right? Chummer thought of this serious problem in due course. Zhao Doju, however, smiled wisely and waved his hand in disbelief. You're welcome, old ancestor. The continent has there is this rule. But, if the soul suppressor sect announces that it is disbanding, and then all of them go off as soldiers, what can the law enforcement hall do if they know about it? I don't think your majesty would mind forming a soul suppression army, would you? In Zhao Diju's eyes, compared to Chu Mo, an immortal, what was a mere law enforcement hall? Lu Qingshue's complexion eased up and looked at Zhao Daju in surprise. But, the soul suppressor sect is the heart and soul of your formation. Hi, we're all family members. We don't talk about two families. And senior is a clan elder. Zhao Daju waved his hand indifferently. Lu Qingxue nodded her head and responded, not pushing back. She really needed strength now. It would be best to unify the southern domain in one fell swoop, so that only the Ice Spirit Kingdom would remain in the southern domain. Good. Since that's the case, let's form a soul suppressor army. And you, Elder Zhao, will be the commander-in-chief. Hey, gotcha. Zhao Diju was beaming with joy. His actions would undoubtedly make the immortal more appreciative. Bowing to a mortal his wife is no different than bowing to a mortal Chu. After having Zhao Diju open his mouth, Wei Chuankong, who had taken himself as an old servant of the Chu family, as well as Mei Qianhua and the two of them, also rushed to seize the opportunity to express themselves, that, the two of us would also like to take the Tianyi sect and the weaponry sect and form an army. I hope that your majesty will not abandon them. Chapter 132, Separation again. Good. Then the weaponry sect will be responsible for providing good weapons and battle armor as logistics. The Tianyi army formed by the Tianyi sect is responsible for laying down formations to defend and kill the enemy, acting as an auxiliary. The soul suppressor army then acts as the main force. Lu Qingxue did not treat the duo politely, but she knew that these two were completely captives, servants of the Chumo family. The forces under his command were equal to his own forces, and there was still a fundamental difference from Zhao Deju's soul suppression sect. A slave, a friend. Since everyone has made a move, how can I? Chow. Watch, daring to invade Her Majesty's kingdom, they're looking for death. Allow me to go back and mobilize my troops and horses, bring my 5 good generals with me, and rush to the southern region to provide assistance. A mere allied army of 3 kingdoms. I'll make sure they have no way to return, Chow said in a domineering manner. Liu Bei Sunquan also had a flattering face and arched his hand towards Chu Mo and Lu Qingxue. This is a great opportunity to get closer. How can we miss it? The two of us are also willing to bring troops to help. Your Majesty the Empress can rest assured. Looking at the crowd's enthusiastic appearance, Lu Qingxue and Chu Mo looked at each other and revealed gratifying smiles. As expected, going out depends on friends. I'll remember everyone's kindness in my heart, so if you need anything in the future, just ask. The crowd was ecstatic. It was worth it to get a promise from the immortals, even if it meant pouring out your family's money. Looking at Chu Mo, he had pulled in so many powerful external supporters just by saying a sentence or two. The Shangguan Yan on the side was stunned. The 3 strongest clans in the southern domain had become the 3 armies of the Ice Spirit Kingdom? The 3 strongest vassals in the eastern region also rushed to their aid with all their might. Then what is this unrivaled Wu Hao? With the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms? Shangguan Yan seemed to see the image of the Ice Spirit Kingdom toppling the 3 kingdoms and unifying the southern region. And as a military general, she was so excited that she was trembling all over. After having a boost, Lu Qingxue's heart settled down and turned her head to look at Chu Mo. Husband, will you come with me to the empire? I'll take you to the palace to live a good life. Let's not nestle in the mountains. How about it? Guaranteed to make your life happier than a Teiyukai. Lu Qingxue lightly bit her lower lip and looked at the other party with bated breath. The yard in front of her, where she had lived for a year and married and had a daughter, was the place she was most attached to at heart. She couldn't leave if she had to. But, on the other hand, she wanted to take Chu Mo to the palace to enjoy herself. After all, harboring in the mountains was too lonely. Besides, she remembered her husband's greatest wish was to eat soft food and become the emperor's man. Hearing this, Chu Mo's eyes lit up with some excitement. Into the palace? Think of those court dramas staged on TV, especially that what golden armor. It can be said that all over the place is the beautiful courtesan half wrapped in puffy breasts. Chu Mo was inwardly incomparably excited. Being in the middle of a wave, it was time to make a desperate wave. The better to have that raging wave hit him in the face. Even if the mother-in-law is around and can only look but can't touch, it's still eye-catching, and it's not repeated every day. So what man doesn't like to see this? However, thinking of the dog system's constraints, Chu Mo's eyes dimmed again and he cursed angrily at the bad luck. Alas, I've gotten used to this mountain life, and I have an agreement with certain existences. I can't leave the mountain for 2.5 years. So, it'll have to be 2 years before I can get out of the mountain and go to the palace with you. Xing Xue. Looking at Chu Mo's difficult and somewhat regretful look, the crowd's hearts fluttered. How can someone have a pact with an immortal to be grounded? How strong is this? Wait, Elder said that certain existences had a pact with him. But looking at this heaven and earth, I'm afraid that only the heavenly Tao can be equal to the immortals, right? Could it be that? Elder Chu, he actually had an agreement with the heavenly Tao? Hiss. The horror. Compared to the shock within the crowd, Lu Qingxue sighed with a lost sigh. It's fine. With everyone's help, I'll try to finish off Wu Hao as soon as possible and then come back to accompany you again. After saying that, and wiping the unshed tears from his eyes, he turned away with determination. Zhao Dezhu and a few others combined their efforts and opened up a spatial tunnel for Lu Qingxue to enter. Nowadays, a few people were no longer novices who had just entered the flood stage, and the open space tunnel was no longer a dog hole, fully capable of accommodating a person. Seeing this, Chu Mo waved his hand unwillingly. Go early and come back early. I'll send a message to Flower Slave Girl later and tell her to hurry up and help you after she's done with her work. Lu Qingxue stood in front of the spatial rift and turned to nod her head. Good. By the way, husband asked you something. Your wife, please instruct. So, who's prettier? Me or the old me? Who do you like better? Lu Qingxue asked with teary eyes. Chu Mo instantly stiffened, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The question, a giveaway. This, that, they're both pretty. I like them both. Looking at Chu Mo's stammering, overwhelmed look, Lu Qingxue broke into a smile. Put. Never mind not forcing you, but you'll have to tell me next time I come back. After saying that, regardless of the crowd on the sidelines, sticking up on tiptoe, sending her red lips to Chu Mo's face, after the two of them kissed goodbye, Lu Qingxue stepped into the spatial rift. Li Chunfeng Shangwanyan as well as Sai Hua Tua followed closely behind. Trummer licked his lips, feeling the leftover warmth, just as he was about to have Chu Linger wave goodbye to her mother. Chu Linger, however, suddenly scattered her hands and rushed to Lu Qingxue's side, waving her hand at him. Chu Mo. Mother, wait for me. I'll go with you. It's so boring on this mountain. Father will force me to study. Bye daddy. I'll be back with mother when I've had enough fun. After saying that, the spatial rift closed and Lu Qingxue's figure disappeared from Chu Mo's eyes. For a while, Chu Mo then felt empty inside once again, as if there was something missing in his life. Alas, in just a few days, let me have another experience of being a loner. These two women, one big and one small, are really ruthless. Forget it. If love lasts forever, how can it last forever and ever? After I get through these 2 days, I can go to this world. I must make waves in the palace. Zhao Dezhu's few people smiled at each other and arched their hands towards Chu Mo. Old ancestor, we'll also leave first to return to the sect to coordinate the disciples. Don't worry, master. With our 2 old servants here, we will make sure that madam is safe. The 2 of them, Mei Qianhua, also said respectfully. Chu Mo sighed slightly and nodded, waving his hand to signal a few people to leave. Zhao Dezhu Chao Chao's group immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the recess mountain. Looking at the empty courtyard in front of him, Chomo laid down on the rocking chair with no interest and reached out to jerk the white wind. 2 dogs? You're the only one with me again. You can cook for me tonight. I'm not in the mood. White Wind looked resistant. This emperor has borne the responsibility that a dog should not bear. At the moment Lu Qingxue and the others returned to the imperial city. At the border of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, outside of the first majestic pass, Tiger's Nest Pass, a large army pressed in. The densely packed enemy army was like a black cloud pressing down on the city, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. And inside the enemy commander-in-chief's tent, Wu Hao was dressed in gold armor, with his left hand wrapped around his childhood friend, and his right hand wrapped around the princess of the Wood Spirit Kingdom. It was sweeping in a spirited manner. The 3 emperors and state masters in front of him, those high and mighty monarchs were like ass-kissers in front of Wu Hao, each with a fawning smile on their faces, even going so far as to send their own daughters into each other's arms. Come, saint's son, drink. This is my Wood Spirit Kingdom's good wine. Little emperor toasts you. The emperor of the Wood Spirit Kingdom, Mu Feng, raised his wine cup to make a toast. Suddenly one of the personal guards broke in. Mu Feng's dragon might shook and his face was extremely unhappy. Who let you in? Can't you see that I'm drinking and chatting with the Holy Sun? The pro-guard reported anxiously with a bitter look on his face. Reporting to the emperor. That old Gu Yanwu is carrying a big sword and calling for battle outside. He said that if he didn't let Zhao Kuo and those prisoners of war go back, then he would definitely not rest in peace with our 3 countries afterward. At those words, Mu Feng's face changed. What? Immortality? With a shriek, he got up and was ready to go out to see what was going on. Although they currently had the upper hand, Mu Feng was still more worried about the Ice Spirit Kingdom counterattacking. If this saint's son didn't make a move, how could their Wood Spirit Kingdom which only had half of its territory left, stand up to it? One must know that the Ice Spirit Kingdom was currently the #1 country in the southern region, and Lu Qingxue was even a superpower at the late Desolate stage, and a few of their emperors, because they had lost half of their territories, had fallen to the heavenly ranks. But Mu Feng, who was leaving, was called back by Wu Hao, who had disdainful eyes. Slow down. Where are you going if you don't drink the Wood Emperor? Mu Feng gave a far-fetched smile. Saint's son, I want to go and see what's going on. Wu Hao smiled contemptuously. What's there to see? What are you afraid of with the Saint's son in attendance? Men, go drive that Guyan Wu away. If he dares to come back, send someone to kill him. Isn't it just a mere Ice Spirit Kingdom? Relax, you guys, and see how this Saint's son will overthrow it. Chapter 133, The Empress Herself. After hearing Wu Hao's confident words, Mu Feng and the others' hearts and minds were relieved and settled down a lot. But after another deep thought, these three kingdoms and emperors, again, felt that it was not too reliable. Jin Shang and Fire Yuan frowned. Saint's son, if there was only one Ice Spirit Kingdom we wouldn't be worried, but there is also a tightly defended Wood Spirit Kingdom next to it. The two countries combined are not weak, and it is rumored that Lu Qingxue is already in the late stage of the Desolate Order, so with our strength we might still be able to barely resist. However, that Lu Qingxue is in league with the Jin Soul sect, and the Jin Soul sect's supreme elder, Zhao Doju, is a flood rank expert, and with him behind the Ice Spirit Kingdom, I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for us to fight against it. In addition, we have also heard that Lu Qingxue seems to have found an extremely strong backer, and even Zhao Deju has to be treated respectfully. When they thought about Zhao Deju's strength, a layer of haze was cast over the hearts of the crowd. The expression also became extremely grave. The Desolate Order was already an insurmountable mountain in their hearts, not to mention the powerful and invincible Hong Order, with that mysterious backer that made the Hong Order bow to them. Even though the continent had regulations that forbade clans to intervene in imperial disputes, who knew if they could find loopholes? If the Soul Suppressor sect intervened, how could they still fight? Even if this Wu Hao in front of him was the Saint's son of the Nine Huashan, his father wouldn't necessarily make a move for such a trivial matter. At the critical moment, Wu Hao couldn't stand the pressure, and once he retreated, then the three countries were drawing fire. The crowd couldn't help but worry. Seemingly seeing the worries of the crowd, Wu Hao held the princess of the Wood Spirit Kingdom horizontally on his lap, going up and down with a face of enjoyment. There was still an extremely confident smile on his face. What are you afraid of? A mere soul suppression sect scares you guys? Like Zhao Deju's kind of Hong rank. I have 10, oh no, 9 of them in Jiuhua Mountain. And truth be told, my father has already taken the first elder and second elder out to deal with the so-called backer behind Lu Qingxue. I think, her backer has already lost his head at this moment, and now there is only one Zhao Deju left. So what do you and others have to be afraid of? After saying that, Wu Hao revealed an expression of strategizing and slowly touched a stone from his bosom. Wu Hao sent out an order towards the stone, and in a short while of work, an extremely strong aura descended from the sky and landed in the military tent, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dust and smoke dispersed. A naked body height of more than 2 meters, holding 2 hammers like a tower of strong man emerged in the eyes of the crowd. Looking at the murderous, burly man, the crowd was like an enemy. At this time, Wu Hao waved his hand with a relaxed face, stretched his feet on the table, and said frivolously, "Take it easy, one of our own. Oh yeah, introduce you guys, this is my 9th elder in charge of the warehouse supplies at Jiuhua Mountain, a mid-Hong rank powerhouse. I happened to meet him yesterday when he was out traveling. Now I'll let him join the army and be a fierce general in the 3 armies. In that case, you guys are still afraid of that Zhao Deju?" When these words came out, and then they looked at that powerful and unrivaled strong man, the crowd's eyes lit up. However, a touch of doubt came out within, and the crowd looked at Wu Hao cautiously. "Saint's son, you're so helpful. When it's done, what do we need to pay?" They believe that there is no pie in the sky, and the other party must have something in mind. Wu Hao picked up a shark's fin and picked his teeth, his eyes contemptuous. "What do you guys have for me to figure out? I only need the woman Lu Qingxue. I've been licking her for 8 years, and she didn't give a damn about me, and now I'm going to make her get down on her knees and lick my toes, and I'm going to make her repent. As for the territory, it's all yours, but only if you pay me a tribute of supplies every year. Otherwise, I don't mind helping the empire change its monarch." After hearing these words, the worries in the hearts of the people all dissipated. Not just a little tribute? With Mount Jiuhua as a backing, any amount of tribute is worth it. Each of the towering monarchs and state masters became extremely fawning at once. "Hey, with the Holy Sun strategizing, we are relieved. Come on, Elder 9, quickly take a seat. We'll toast you and the Saint's son, and we'll expect the elder to take the trouble to do the next thing." The burly man nodded condescendingly and pointed towards the empty space in the center of the military tent. Is there a dancer here? The emperors froze and nodded their heads. There. Humph. Why don't you call them up then? Who the hell is going to drink with you without a dance to watch? The burly man slapped the table angrily, and the crowd, with a jolt, hurriedly sent for a large number of dancing girls. Looking at the head-scratching dancing girl, the strong man's face only eased down. Clothes off, bare bladder went up to follow along and twisted up. The posture is alluring and the expression is flirtatious. Ha ha ha, good. The women of the southern region are really watery. This elder is good for that. You few chicks come over here for me and serve me well. The rest of you, proceed to play the music and then dance. In the days following the arrival of the burly man, it was as if a gala had opened in the camp of the three allied forces. Inwardly possessing enough confidence, they were in no hurry to fight Tiger Prison Pass. Instead, like a cat playing with a mouse, they quietly admired the despair of those generals of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. And Wu Hao went to the torture chamber to abuse Zhao Kuo when he was full. Zhao Kuo was tortured with all kinds of extreme punishments, but even so, Zhao Kuo still swore to surrender. Come on, have the guts to beat me to death. Although I, Zhao Kuo, was defeated, I'm not a limp-wrist shrimp who surrenders. There is only General Zhao who dies standing up, not Zhao Kuo who kneels down to live. Zhao Kuo's face was covered in blood. His voice was extremely weak, but his tone was extremely firm. Snap, snap. Wu Hao cracked a few more whips, and after panting and putting down the whip in his hand, he rubbed his wrists and gave an extremely perverted order to the torturer. Mud, a guy who can only talk on paper is so tough? Men, sprinkle pepper on his wounds and rub salt water and spirits on them, and let him have a good time. The torturer immediately followed the order and sprinkled salt and pepper on Zhao Kuo's wounds. In the army prisoner camp, immediately resounded Zhao Kuo's agonizing screams, and the intense pain caused the body to be broken and worn out, and Zhao Kuo instantly fainted to death. Wu Hao reached out and waved away the torturer, and a basin of ice-cold water was poured on Zhao Kuo's face, waking him up from his unconsciousness. How is it? I cherish that you have some talent. If you bring that group of civil officials and military generals from the Ice Spirit Kingdom to surrender to me, I'll give you honor and wealth. Without opening his eyes, Zhao Kuo raised his head with all his might, his mouth hard. Ahem, thee. A mouthful of thick spit spat on Wu Hao's face. A heartbreaking roar was still coming out of his mouth. Ha. I, Zhao Kuo, was raised by the royal family from a young age. I was born a member of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, and I will die a ghost of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. I'm sure His Majesty will avenge me. I'll watch you, traitorous white-eyed wolf. Get your tendons pulled out and your bones lit up by my Ice Spirit Kingdom. Zhao Kuo's mouthful of phlegm made Wu Hao completely lose his patience. The whole face was so gloomy it could have dripped water. Give your face no face. If I didn't want Lu Qingxue to watch these subjects of yours mutiny one by one, would I have left you behind? You're waiting for Lu Qingxue to kill me? You're overthinking it. At that time, I'll let you see with your own eyes how that ice-clear and pure and lofty empress in your hearts is being toyed with by me. Ha. Men, drag them down and torture them. Don't kill them. Wu Hao waved his big hand angrily and was just about to step out. A personal guard, however, suddenly rushed in. The personal guard came up for air and reported archly. Report to the governor of the Holy Sun. Something big is wrong. The Ice Spirit Kingdom's female emperor, with an army of 100,000, rushed to Tiger's Nest Pass, and sent someone to notify you, saying that if you don't send Zhao Kuo and these 50,000 descended soldiers out, this matter will not be resolved well. Hearing this, contempt flashed across Wu Hao's face. With a wave to the crowd, he stepped out. Oh, Lu Qingxue that actually came in person? He. By the looks of it, the Chuemo has already been decapitated by my father. Otherwise how would this pair of adulterous couple be willing to part? Go! Notify all the emperors to come with me and march to Tiger Prison Pass. I want to see how she'll kill me. Without her background, would she dare to make a move against me? Chapter 134 Two Armies at War. The three great emperors who had received Wu Hao's order had already been waiting in the army tent. Each one of them was worried and spinning around in a hurry. Upon watching Wu Hao arrive, several people immediately greeted him. Holy Sun, great things are not good for the Holy Sun. That Ice Spirit Kingdom Empress is too powerful. The moment she comes, she launches her attack with a thunderous force. Not only did he lead his troops to cut through our camp and kill many of our advanced soldiers, but he also killed even the Fire Spirit Kingdom's master, Fire Yuan, with his 3 swords. Look to the Holy Sun to make a move and capture him. The 3 emperors had shock in their hearts. One must know that the state master was the strongest existence in their empire's battle power, and that Fire Yuan had even reached the half-step desolate rank. This strength was almost invincible in their eyes. Unexpectedly, But in the hands of Lu Qingxue cannot go 3 strokes. That sword down. Intestines, liver and lungs spilled all over the place. Even the other 2 state masters tried to rescue them, but they were injured by the blow and could only flee in haste. In the face of several people's worries, Wu Hao waved his hand without panic. What's the hurry? Don't you think this game of cat and mouse is fun? It's just a late stage of the desolate rank. Not to mention me. These 2 maids of mine can carry it. Come, drink this cup before you go. Wu Hao leisurely picked up his wine cup and gestured towards the few people. Where were the several great emperors still in the mood to drink? Lu Qingxue's might had long been burned into their hearts. If you don't solve the other side, you can't even sleep well. Wu Hao didn't force himself, and after drinking the wine, he took 2 maids of honor out of the army tent with his left arm and came to the front of the army. The emperor and the state master, as well as the high-ranking military generals, all followed close behind. The crowd came to a high ground looking out over Tiger Prison Pass. In front of the Tiger Prison's majestic pass, Lu Qingxue, dressed in aqua blue battle armor, sat on a carriage pulled by 9 war horses, holding the aquamarine blue longsword crafted by Chu Mo in his hand. He majestically scanned the allied forces of gold, fire, and wood. Chu Linger was also holding a pink longsword and wearing a set of miniature battle armor, looking east and west with an excited face. By the side of the carriage, Shang Guanyan stood with his sword, and behind him, countless civil and military generals followed with their horses, and hundreds of thousands of troops stood in wait. And on top of the citadel, the bows and crossbows were densely packed, and the cold light emanating from a single arrowhead made people not help but feel intimidated. With this stance, just waiting for Lu Qingxue to give the order, he could make arrows rain down on the sky. Emperor Lu, look how your morale has suddenly risen in your ice spirit kingdom once you arrived. With you here, this battle should be safe. Looking at the woman in front of him who was wrapped in aqua blue battle armor and had a full and nearly perfect figure, the emperor of the Earth Spirit Kingdom, Dustless, immediately gave a thumbs up, amazement flashing in his eyes. Inwardly, he couldn't help but sigh. This woman can be called the first beauty of the southern region. She can be valiant and graceful at the same time. Lu Qingxue nodded her head slightly. Uncle Dust is too complimentary. Thank you, Uncle Dust, for your constant support. If it wasn't for your help from time to time over the years, I'm afraid, after Father's passing, the Ice Spirit Kingdom will soon be overthrown by those countries. Lu Qingxue's gaze softened. Although the man in front of her was the emperor of another country, he was also her father's closest friend. The 2 countries have always established diplomatic relations and remained friendly, and have never been at loggerheads or fallen out of favor. And there had been quite a lot of help to her both explicitly and implicitly. Just like this time, the other party had almost taken out half of their troops to come and help her Ice Spirit Kingdom. Dustless, who looked to be in his 50s, wore a golden armor and waved his hand dismissively. Hi, not to mention the relationship between me and your father, but the reasoning that lips die and teeth get cold. I also know, if your Ice Spirit Kingdom dies, my Earth Spirit Kingdom will be next. Who made us incompatible? Although this is said, the reasoning of the 2 also understand, but can really help each other this point. It is very difficult. By the way, niece, are you sure you can deal with them? They're sitting on 1,000,000 troops, and there are quite a few desolate rank experts sitting around. Uncle is worried. Dustless Trace didn't dare to say anything else before he finished his words. Lu Qingxue nodded slightly. At ease. Isn't it just soldiers and horses? I have quite a few powerful reinforcements. Niece, you have? But according to Uncle's understanding, 80% to 90% of your Ice Spirit Kingdom's troops are here, right? Where did you get the rest of the troops? Dustless had a puzzled look on his face. Beside him, the master of the Earth Spirit Kingdom and the Crown Prince, as well as dozens of military generals behind them, were equally puzzled. But they didn't dare to ask questions due to Lu Qingxue's might, thinking that Xiao Qiao and Zhao Dazhu and the others were about to come to their aid. Lu Qingxue's face was bland and not the least bit panicked. They are still on their way here on horseback. Dusty Wushu inwardly thumped, always feeling that it wasn't quite reliable, sighed heavily and couldn't help but mutter. I know your family well. I don't know how many soldiers you have. I can't believe you're feeding me chicken soup for the soul. Don't forget that as emperor, I'm also a master at drawing big cakes. In Dustless Trace's heart, Lu Qingxue was already strong on the outside, and saying this kind of words about having reinforcements was nothing more than an attempt to settle his heart. She is a woman. Where can she get reinforcements at this critical moment? Even if she tried her best to pull in a few, they would all be too small to be recognized by the general public. Niece, we have to talk about the real. No is no. Cannot be swollen face to pretend to be fat. Your uncle, I am a real person, you lie to me, is not useful. Alas, forget it. The big deal is that uncle's father and son will go out of their way today and accompany you to the end of the battle. As if he was an elder, Dustwathan nagged a few sentences before rolling up his sleeves and ripping the prince, who possessed heavenly rank strength, over by his side. The father and son looked at the enemy camp as if they were dying, and they were ready to go for broke for the sake of this battle. Lu Qingxue also does not explain. To wait for reinforcements to come, we'll be able to stun these people in front of them. While several people were talking, they saw a dozen silhouettes rising up in the air from the enemy camp. Ha ha ha, Lu Qingxue, I didn't expect that you would still dare to show up after all your backers have fallen. Your guts are really as big as your boobs. Wu Hao's extremely mocking voice came through. Looking at the unbridled Wu Hao, Lu Qingxue's face looked odd for a while. My backers are down? How come I didn't know? Isn't my husband my backer? He is a man who is equal to the heavenly Tao, and the only one who can make him so firm and fall down softly is me, Lu Qingxue herself. It's hard to believe that this guy knew that Musashi had gone to Recess Mountain and thought my husband had been killed. You're just getting internet there? Wu Hao was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Lu Qingxue teased incomparably. According to my husband, it's you who is behind in news. Truly, father raised a dog back in the day, and it was better than bringing you up. Hand over Zhao Qua, as well as the tens of thousands of captives from my ice spirit kingdom, or else I will bloodwash all three of your kingdoms, and light you, Wu Hao, with a heavenly lantern. The moment these words came out, the three emperors trembled, fearing that the peak desolate rank Lu Qingxue would strike out at them. Holy Sun, this woman is terrifying. What's the point of panicking? I'm in charge of everything. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold up. Instead, Wu Hao pressed his hand, snorted with laughter, and spoke out mockingly at Lu Qingxue. I won't let go. What can you do to me? Lu Qingxue said no more and turned her head to Gu Yanwu and gave him a wink. Go break their vanguard and raise their morale. As a great scholar Gu Yanwu will be, straightened the head of the spandex scarf, copied up the big sword to lead 3,000 soldiers and horses want to go to war. Tu Wuhan and his son Tu Fei looked confused. Isn't this gentleman a civil official? Why is he going into battle? Being prepared to go and reason with the enemy? Gu Yanwu grinned, and a popping sound came from him, coming in for a clothes-bursting show, revealing his lean, bulging, immense muscles to the crowd. Looking at the constantly bulging muscles, the crowd was shocked for a moment. This tendon, not even a military general who has fought for a long time, right? Is this a civil official? Looking at the shocked eyes of the crowd, Gu Yanwu was satisfied beyond measure. Who says that civilians can't fight? I studied literature in order to reason with the mangaka, and I studied martial arts in order to make the mangaka listen to my reasoning. Your Majesty, I will go and come back. Since they're stubborn and refuse to hand over their prisoners, let's have some hard feelings. After saying that, Gu Yanwu took the lead with his 2-meter-long sword and launched an attack with his army, not caring about his own safety. The big battle is imminent. The enemy army also sent some troops to meet the enemy under the dispatch of the military general. Life is supposed to be short. Why do you guys prefer to take shortcuts? Gu Yanwu laughed coldly. The two armies fought, and the aged Gu Yanwu was brave and fierce, without any skill. A large sword with internal force attached to it can cut down a piece of enemy soldiers with a single slash. Under his leadership, the soldiers of the Ice Spirit Kingdom were unstoppable, killing the allied forces of the three countries. Seeing this, Wu Hao's face sank as he nodded to the remaining two state masters. You two go finish him off. Us? The two state masters looked at each other with scorn in their eyes. Gu Yanwu realm is not as good as theirs, but that intrepid aura, indeed let them afraid. Especially that all tendon meat, take a punch is not a joke. Waste. What are you afraid of? They're just these soldiers and experts. There are no reinforcements. This saint's son can destroy them with a snap of his fingers. I'll just have Qingmei pressurize the formation for you guys. You guys can do whatever you want, and Lu Qingxue won't be able to intervene in your fight. Go on. Today I will break the Ice Spirit Kingdom in a big way, and let that woman know what will happen if she rejects me. Wu Hao. Wu Hao licked his lips and patted his belly with a proud face. When I have captured her, I will let her taste what it means to be miserable. Chapter 135. An 8-year-old desolate rank? Are you kidding me? After receiving Wu Hao's order, the two state masters let out a bitter smile, not daring to disobey and directly break through the air. And that Qingmei, also with an arrogant face, followed behind the two of them, floating in midair to press the formation. Gu Yanwu, suffer death. Jin Shang let out an explosive roar and killed towards Gu Yanwu. Gu Yanwu grinned as his 2-meter-long greatsword swung up. He didn't panic when faced with two enemies that were stronger than him, and he believed that Lu Qingxue wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. The next second Zhu Jungsu and Shang Guanyan, who were also of the heavenly ranks, as well as Sai Hua Tuali Chunfeng, swarmed in under the orders of the Empress, with two half-step desolate ranks and two heavenly ranks joining in. The battle was directly lopsided. The two national masters were instantly suppressed and became dangerously close. The army below was also being massacred by the Ice Spirit Kingdom's elites, and the dead were countless. Seeing this, several great emperors were anxious and rushed to look at Wu Hao. Holy Son, you should quickly let the two fairies make a move. The two state masters are in danger. Wu Hao nodded indifferently and extended his hand to Qingmei with a swing. The other party immediately erupted with the strength of the middle stage of the Desolate Order, and with a flash of his body he forcefully inserted himself into the battlefield, fighting with Li Chunfeng and the others into a ball. With the entrance of the mid-Desolate Order Qingmei, the decline was immediately stopped, forcing a few people back with a palm. Qingmei smiled proudly. Cluck cluck cluck. You mole crickets. You can't even defeat a maid like me, and you presume to compete with the Holy Sun for glory? It just so happens that while practicing with the Saint Sun these nights, I have realized a set of world-turning martial arts, Crouching Dragon Palm. Today, I will take you guys to test it out. Let's see how Qingmei, will push your two countries horizontally with both palms. Eat my Crouching Dragon Palm. Qingmei let out a loud shout, clenched his hands into hollow fists, and after moving them up and down back and forth a few times, he met Li Chunfeng and his group of experts head-on. One person alone to fight 5 people. Mighty, that gold and would two countries' masters, directly reduced to a spectator. Looking at how strong this one maid was, the Three Kingdoms Emperor was excited as if he had eaten a tranquilizer. Holy Son, this maid of yours is awesome. Hi, it's not great. It was still pretty much a rookie when he first started with me. If you're a vegetable, you'll practice more, so you'll be naturally great. Feeling the envious and marvelous eyes of the crowd, Wu Hao waved his hand proudly, his vanity greatly satisfied. How many people in the world could have beautiful-looking desolate rank attendants like themselves? A few people's faces fawned and gave a thumbs-up burst of praise. Aha, it's still the Holy Sun who's great. Wu Hao had a proud face. You guys can rest assured. These high-end combatants of theirs can't even beat one of my maids. So what waves can they turn? Seeing Wu Hao's wisdom, the crowd sighed in relief and set their eyes on the battle circle as well, only to see Qingmei waving her hands in succession, incomparably playfully fighting with the generals of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Those pair of hands that were suddenly going up and down could be described as advancing to attack and retreating to defend. The crowd looked puzzled for a while, only feeling why this palm technique looked so familiar, as if they had experienced it somewhere. Holy Son, what is this Crouching Dragon Palm? Did you teach it too? No. This is something she realized on her own, and she'll naturally know it after practicing it more. The crowd was shocked and filled with disbelief. What? You realized it by yourself? You really don't have the know-how? It looks quite powerful. Oh, nothing else, only the hand is familiar. Wu Hao stuck his crotch out in a high and mighty manner, his face full of reminiscence. When these emperors and high-ranking generals saw this, they raised their eyebrows and instantly understood what was going on. Each one of them was surprised. What a Crouching Dragon Palm! I didn't expect. This can be comprehended as a martial art? This girl is really gifted. In that case, wouldn't we also be able to comprehend a move? The Dragon Claw Hand? Looking at the great battle in the field, the hearts of the emperors were put down, but the hearts of the dustless Trace father and son were once again raised. Seeing that Li Chunfeng and the others' attack was blocked by a mere maid, Dustless was worried to the extreme, as were the generals of the ice and earth countries. Niece, why are you still in the mood for pastries? Why haven't the reinforcements you mentioned arrived yet? Dustless had a panicked look on his face. Lu Qingshue's red lips slightly opened, and she pinched up a fragrant pastry in her hand, and ate it with Chu Linger without haste. Reinforcements, still riding in. Alas, you see, Li Chunfeng and a few of them joined forces and couldn't even manage to get hold of this what's-his-name Holy Sun's maid. The other party is so powerful. What should we do at the moment? Dustless urgently wanted Lu Qingxue to go into battle and crush his opponent with a thunderous force. After all, within their two countries, Lu Qingxue was the strongest, and she was the only one whose realm was above that maid. Lu Qingxue shook her head slightly. There's no rush. It's good to let them fight. The State Master and the Psi Divine Doctor. They've been stuck at the half-step desolate stage for quite a long time. As the words fell, Chu Linger also stood on her tiptoes and patted Dustless' arm in an old-fashioned manner to comfort her. Uncle, don't be afraid. This maid isn't very strong. Even Linger can slap her to death. It'll be fine. Dust Wushu's gaze turned, lowering his head and frowning at the porcelain doll-like exquisite Chu Linger in front of him. Little girl, you're still young and don't realize how strong that woman is. That's not the palace maid beside you. You can hit them when you say so, and they don't dare to hit back. That Wu Hao's maid is a desolate rank. Looking at the southern region, it's a first-class great expert. You have to know that the Tianyi sect and the Weapon sect, those three major sects' old ancestors, are only at the desolate rank. Dust Wuhan didn't bother with Chu Linger either, and after teaching her a few words, he looked at Lu Qingxue again. Niece, it's not that I'm talking about you. What are you doing bringing a little girl to the battlefield? Isn't this adding to the chaos? Lu Qingxue held Chu Linger's small hand, her face proud beyond measure. She is my daughter. My own daughter. I was afraid she'd be bored at home, so I brought her here to have some fun. After listening to Lu Qingxue's explanation, Dust Wushang and the group of generals of the Earth Spirit Kingdom were all astonished. A daughter? The Snow Empress has a daughter? And who is the child's father? Just what kind of man is worthy of a woman as stunningly beautiful as the Empress? Playing around? But, on the battlefield, no matter if it's her own daughter or not, when we really fight later I'm afraid no one can control her. Dust Wushang had a worried look on his face, and the way he looked at Chu Linger was like looking at a small child who didn't know any better. The mouth even sighed. As soon as the words left her mouth, Chu Linger rolled her eyes and snorted a few times with a big grin. Just this group of them? Not a single one of them can fight. They might not be there with a single stroke of my sword. These words fell on Dustless's ears, causing him to become a bit unhappy with his frown. You bare child. You're not old enough to have such a big mouth? Niece, you should control her. Children have to be taught from a young age. Lu Qingxue smiled lightly. Actually, what Linger said is true. She didn't lie. Chu Linger skimmed her lips and did not argue with Dustless, raising her head to Lu Qingxue in question. Mother, I see that the fight over there is intense, and it seems like a lot of people have died. So Linger wants to go first to see if she can pick up the pieces. Lu Qingxue didn't block it. With the other party's physique, it was the fastest to advance in this battlefield. Because there were countless corpses for her to absorb blood chi, it could be much faster than killing chickens and ducks. Go! Come back when you're tired. Lu Qingxue waved her hand. Chu Linger nodded and broke into the air with the pink longsword in her hand. Looking at this scene, Dusty Wushu's eyes rounded and his jaw dropped to the ground in shock. This little girl can actually fly? She's this, above the heavenly rank? To be precise, desolate rank. Lu Qingxue looked into the distance with an expressionless face, but in reality, her heart was full of pride. Dustless stared, as if he couldn't believe his ears, and asked again. How old is she? How long has she been practicing? 8 years old. Probably been practicing for almost 3 months. These words were like a thunderbolt hitting Dustwuthen's head, blowing his head blank, and his heart even set off a huge wave. This 8-year-old child, who had only been cultivating for 3 months actually possessed desolate rank strength. Wouldn't this be stronger than me, the Emperor? I've been practicing for so many years, but I've practiced on a dog? Even his own genius son, Dust Fei, who was reputed to be a genius that could not be seen for 100 years, was barely at the heavenly stage at the age of 30 now. He used to be so proud of his son when people talked about him, but now when he compared it with this little girl, and then when he looked at Dusty Fei, Dusty Wushang was furious. A kick went up towards his son at his side. Tramp! Get back to your old man and practice. Chapter 136, Since ancient times, the left side of the wave has lost. Niece, aren't you worried about the little girl's safety? Even if she's a desolate rank, it's inevitable that she'll be in danger if she rushes into the chaos, and I'm afraid that Wu Hao won't sit back and watch if he strikes at the little girl. Dustless's words came to an abrupt end, not daring to say more. From knowing Chu Linger's realm, he no longer dared to belittle the other party. Lu Qingxue waved her hand in disbelief. She will be fine even if the whole world is destroyed, because her father is always watching over her. After saying that, Lu Qingxue stopped speaking and locked her gaze on Chu Linger. Dustless, on the other hand, his face changed for a while, and his mind was filled with thoughts. It was said that this empress was backed by a mysterious and powerful person, and it seemed that person was her husband. This person, just how strong is he, to actually be able to raise an 8-year-old desolate rank? In the battlefield, Chu Linger was like a gazelle, scurrying to the east and jumping to the west, absorbing chi and blood power everywhere. The chakra of an ordinary soldier wasn't strong and wasn't really useful to her at the moment, but it couldn't be helped by the amount. Chu Linger's realm was still slowly rising. However, the dead corpses were all turned into powder wherever she passed, and this scene also attracted the attention of countless people, including Wu Hao. That little girl, isn't Lu Qingxue that S daughter, actually appearing here? Looking at her it seems like she's practicing evil kung fu? Ha ha, it's not hard to find a place to get it. If this saint's son captures this little girl today, won't he be able to directly pin down Lu Qingxue and force her to obediently submit? Wu Hao flew in the air, and when he saw Chu Linger in the midst of the chaotic army, he was so excited that his head filled with blood. If he hadn't been able to take Lu Qingxue's blood, wouldn't he be able to raise this girl and take it again? Anyway, she looked almost the same as Lu Qingxue. Go, bamboo horse, go and bring that little girl to the saint's son. Do not get her killed. I have great use for her. With a wave of his hand, Wu Hao pushed the maid in his arms out. The maid nodded, confidently. Don't worry, saint's son, A mere little girl isn't a handful? With a sway of his body, he swooped down and headed straight for Chu Linger. The aura of that middle stage of the desolate order blossomed and immediately shook the chaotic army below into scattering. A blank field appeared in the middle of the scene, and the only thing left in the field was the Chu Linger who was absorbing blood chi. Cluck cluck cluck. What kind of evil kung fu was the little girl practicing? Tell sister about it? Seeing that her act of fishing in troubled waters was interrupted, Chu Linger skimmed her mouth in dissatisfaction. The head lifted and looked at Takema innocently. Sister wants to know? But I don't want to tell you unless you can let some blood out to me. Then I'll tell you what I'm practicing. Upon hearing this, Bamboo Horse, a maid from a large clan, seemed to have caught some clues. Eyes playfully looking at Chu Linger. Bloodletting? You're not collecting human blood for your demonic training, are you? Do you know that if word of this behavior gets out, you're bound to be classified as a devil? And at that time, not only you, but even your mother, Lu Qingxue, will be implicated. So this matter, sister, you don't want other people to know about it either, right? If you go with sister, sister won't tell anyone else. How about it? Bamboo Horse had heard from Wu Hao that this little girl had a treasure to protect her body, and it wasn't very easy to take down. So cheat when you can. Chu Linger's face was bitter as she looked at the other party with some fear. Go with you? But you don't look like a good person. Don't worry, little sister. Although my sister is pretty and even Saint Sun said I look like a vixen, I will never hurt you. Bamboo Horse squeezed out a harmless smile on his face and followed Chu Linger's instructions. Chu Linger sized her up for a few moments and raised her head seriously. Sister looks like a fox, but she hasn't become a spirit yet. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not beautiful enough to be bewitching? Takeshi asked in a moment of confusion and disbelief. Seeing her dawdling like this, Wu Hao couldn't help but roar angrily. It means you are. Don't dilly-dally. Hurry up and do it. At those words, Bamboo Horse's pretty face turned red, and her eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. As soon as the samurai sword was drawn, a majestic blade chi slashed out, aiming straight for Chu Linger. Damn it! How dare a yellow-haired girl insult me like that? I will tear your mouth off today. Afraid of you? Don't you want to know what I'm doing? Then this auntie will tell you. I'm doing pollution-free treatment. You will be next. Chu Linger's pink longsword pulled a sword flower and leapt to fly over the right side of the battlefield. Internal energy and sword intent coalesced in his hands, and a terrifying aura continued to brew above the longsword in preparation for Takema's attack. Seeing that Chu Linger could fly, Bamboo Horse's heart was startled, and without thinking, he increased his output power by a few points. The blade aura expanded once again, pushing right up to the 40-meter attack range. Seeing this scene from afar, Dustless couldn't help but tighten his heart and mind, asking with incomparable worry, Niece, go help. The little girl is in danger. Such a powerful slash. Even an old geezer like me is completely unable to resist it. How is the little girl going to block it? Lu Qingxue turned a deaf ear and had absolute confidence in Chu Linger. Chu Linger didn't let her down, and in the next second, a dainty cry rang out over the battlefield. The first stance of the grass character sword technique, Grass you old wood. Second style, Grass you Ono. Third stance, Kozakimi. Chu Linger stored her strength extremely quickly. As the shouts fell, only 3 incomparably powerful sword chi could be seen slashing towards Bamboo Horse with lightning speed. Hearing Chu Linger's sword move, hundreds of thousands of troops, as well as those few emperors, all stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. The corners of Dustless's mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Qingxue. Niece, this sword stance of the little girl, is it centered on both parents, with the genealogy as the radius? Lu Qingxue's pretty face blushed slightly, not knowing how to reply. The sword moves were bad, but they were powerful. Takema's 39-meter-long blade chi was instantly torn apart like paper. At the sight, Takema was alarmed. What? How is it possible? I pussed. Before the words were finished, and there was no time to put up resistance in her hands, the middle stage of the desolate rank was pierced through her chest by the sword chi. Blood spattered out 2 meters away. A sharp pain shot through Takema's chest, followed by a rush of adrenaline hormones, and the pain became imperceptible to his mind. Takenuma lowered his head and looked at the large hole in his chest with an unbelievable look in his eyes. The whole man fell from the sky and hit the ground hard, asking in a broken voice, How is that possible? Why are you this strong? Even though we are both at the desolate rank, why did I lose against a move? Obviously, I'm from a great sect. Takeshi never understood to his death why he was defeated by a little girl. Chu Linger grinned. Don't get it, do you? My father said that since ancient times, the left side of a pair of waves loses. That's why I just ran to the right side. You didn't die unjustly. Let this girl physically overpower you. With those words, Chu Linger swooped down and slammed her fist into her opponent's chest. That original volleyball-sized tiredness was flattened right out by that little fist. Not waiting for Bamboo Horse to grunt in pain, a huge suction force came, and in an instant, it will be all of its blood and internal energy, proportionally purified and absorbed away. A gust of wind blew, dust to dust, and there was no more Bamboo Horse, the maid of honor, in the world. This scene also caused the battle in the arena to stop, and all eyes were filled with shock. The Desolate Rank was a big shot figure in the southern domain, and now he was killed by 3 swords? And the one who did it was a little girl. It's absurd. Chu Linger smacked her lips in satisfaction. Her realm had already broken through to the middle stage of the Desolate Order, and she didn't have an ounce of softness when it came to laying hands on her enemies. It's true, father used to be right, one can only upgrade faster if they have more experience. Suck the other one later. Feeling that her strength had become stronger, Chu Linger's heart was filled with thoughts. The strength of the martial artists in the southern region was no longer enough to satisfy her, and couldn't provide much help to her. After absorbing the chi and blood of thousands of soldiers, it was not even 10% as good as this Bamboo Horse. It seems, it's still necessary to absorb the blood chi of an expert. When I'm done helping my mother here, this girl will have to venture out into the wider world. The northern domain was too cold, and the eastern domain wasn't any stronger, so it seemed that only the middle domain, where the legendary martial arts were flourishing, was suitable for him. Chu Linger secretly made a decision. Just as Chu Linger was lost in thought, a heaven-shaking roar followed. You killed her? You actually dared to kill her? I want you dead. 8th Elder. If you don't make a move at this time, when will you wait? Wu Hao roared furiously. You know, a childhood friend can be more than his right-hand man. After so many days of their own conditioning, it was not easy for them to become proficient in various skills. Now he was killed. How could he not be angry? As the roar fell, a powerful and unrivaled aura belonging to the Hong stage appeared startlingly. Streams of light flashed behind Wu Hao, and a 2-meter-tall strong man was added to the sky. The burly man's breath was undisguised and powerful. Feeling the power of this person, everyone changed color. Seeing this, Wu Hao growled with a fierce face. Lu Qingxue, today, I'll see what kind of undercard you take to block me. Chapter 137, Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao arrives. As soon as Wu Hao's order was given, that tall and lanky 8th Elder, Gu Changfeng, was like an ape, roaring angrily while pounding his chest. Bang! 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 Drink! Who dares to fight me to the death? Feeling that furious aura, the military generals around Lu Qingxue couldn't help but be appalled for a moment. Ah! The Hong rank! It was an insurmountable mountain. How could they resist? How can they resist? Even Dustless was in despair. It's over. This Wu Hao even brought over the Hong rank. Even with your cultivation, niece, I'm afraid that, alas, Wu Hao, you let your Johua Mountain clan elders intervene in the battle. Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement palace will clean you up? Dust Wushang indignantly raised his head and roared at Wu Hao. Wu Hao smiled contemptuously. What sect elder? Where is this elder? This is clearly the governor of the 3 armies. The newly promoted Iron Blood War God only. The identity of the Valley War God has already been recognized by the emperors of the 3 kingdoms and has an imperial establishment. How does it law enforcement hall control me? Trying to use the law enforcement hall to make me jealous? You're thinking too much. Upon hearing this, Dustless' face turned ashen. It was Lu Qingxue who smiled bashfully and asked with some surprise. He's got a grudge against himself for whacking himself like that? Doesn't he hurt? Pust. Dusty Wushu's heart was stuffy, and his face looked at her with a complicated expression. Niece, what time is it? And you're still in the mood for jokes? Lu Qingxue didn't care, but instead opened her mouth meaningfully. Remember Wu Hao's words yet? There are no clans or elders here, only various generals and warriors. If the law enforcement palace asks, remember to answer like this. Dusty Wushang was puzzled for a while, not understanding what exactly Lu Qingxue's words meant. When he wanted to ask for clarification, the unbeatable Gu Changfeng in the distance had already launched an attack, only to see the tall bull dispatching his internal energy. He saw the battle circle on Qingmei and Li Chuanfeng's side and reached out his hand in the air. A huge golden palm then coalesced over the heads of Li Chunfeng and the others and locked them in place. Seeing this, Qingmei flew away from the battle circle in a flash. Li Chuanfeng's few people were shaken inwardly, as if they were facing a great enemy. Quick! Good chance! Whether or not we can break through the Desolate rank under this wave of pressure depends on everyone. Quickly converge your inner strength on me. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly mobilized their internal energy to fully input it to Li Chunfeng, the sword cultivator with the strongest attack. Li Chuanfeng's body swelled up as he was propped up, and his meridians were in severe pain. At this time, the giant palm had already fallen with a world-defying might. Li Chunfeng raised his head with a frantic look on his face despite the pain of the torn meridians. Possessing the power of several heavenly ranks, His entire body transformed into a sword and met the giant palm without hesitation. If it doesn't work, it's a box. Break me. The palm of his hand collided with the sharp sword, emitting a deafening roar. Boom! The dust and smoke suddenly enveloped the entire sky, blocking out the entire blue sky. And that huge impact also toppled the countless armies on the ground. Even many of those who were close to the battle circle were shaken to the point of spitting blood from their mouths. At this moment, the attention of the crowd was all attracted by this collision, and everyone was staring at the sky with dead eyes, wanting to see who won and who lost. In the next second, a pale figure dressed in hemp clothes fell from it, as if it were a leaf falling in the wind. What? Sword Godly actually lost? Dustless's face changed drastically. The 1 to 200,000 troops of the Ice Spirit Kingdom were also in an uproar. One must know that Li Chunfeng was the Ice Spirit Kingdom's #1 expert in the open, an existence like a bearer. Even he had aggregated the internal strength of several other experts and could not beat the other party with a single move. This was still a fight. For a while, the hearts of the crowd cooled to the bottom. It's over, this is really hitting the floor in the outhouse. Not far from sure. However, in the next second, that Li Chunfeng, who had fallen to the ground, let out a harumphing laugh. Broken. This layer of separation of the old me has finally broken through today. Great. Tai that mangaka. Thank you for helping me advance. Li Chunfeng was ecstatic. After seeing that he didn't die, his good friend Saihua Tua couldn't help but curse after he breathed a sigh of relief. You're still provoking the enemy? Don't you want to die fast enough? Li Chunfeng came to a realization and lifted his head and smiled sarcastically. Seeing that one strike failed to kill this half-step desolate stage griffin and was even broken through by the other party, and then listening to the bragging words, Gu Chongfeng was directly enraged. Using me as a whetstone? You seek death. Gu Chongfeng's figure flashed and attacked Li Chunfeng, the 5 top experts of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, directly. A few people's eyes glazed over as they dragged their tired bodies up to kill. 5 people were fighting around Gu Chongfeng alone, but after a few shots, they were all lying on the ground. Even Li Chunfeng, who had already broken through to the desolate rank, was dying at the moment and was not a match for the Hong rank at all. With the realm at this level, it would be even tougher to cross over. Not even for a sword cultivator. Ha ha ha. A few mole crickets are also presuming to be my enemy? Gu Chongfeng laughed recklessly. Feeling the desperate eyes of his enemies, he arrogantly opened his arms and admired the terror of the ants. There was no rush to end the lives of the Li Chunfeng few. When Wu Hao on the side saw this, his face darkened. What the is going on? You're still pretending? 8th Elder. We'll load up later and grab that little girl first. Be careful of the body protection equipment on her. Wu Hao reminded with a dark face. Gu Chongfeng slapped his head. Oh right, I almost forgot. You little girl actually has a desolate rank cultivation? It seems like we have to catch you and slice you up again to study it properly. After saying that, Gu Chongfeng reached out and shook his hand at the void in front of Chu Linger's eyes. The void instantly tightened, as if it wanted to grasp Chu Linger in its hands. Chu Linger was not surprised by the waves, and did not resist with her arms crossed. The corners of Gu Chongfeng's mouth curled up slightly in triumph. In his eyes Chu Linger had already been scared silly by her awesome coaxing self, but the next second, the smugness on his face froze in vain, only to see the skirt on Chu Linger's body blossom into a haze of light, dissipating his attack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? It's actually intact? I still don't believe in this evil. After saying that, another move was struck, but it still failed to startle the waves. Unconvinced, he attacked again and again, and the result was invariably that Chu Linger didn't lose a single hair. Even at the end of the day, Chu Linger danced a joyful pace on the battlefield, as if she had come to her own backyard garden. Seeing this scene, Dustless seemed to understand why Lu Qingxue wasn't worried about the little girl's safety at all. Today is really a small knife sticking in my ass, opening my eyes. It's just as well that there's a desolate rank at the age of 8, but even ignoring the attack of the Hong rank and being on absolute defense? Hiss, what kind of demon is this? And to what extent is her father a demon? How could he raise such a daughter? No, I have to go back and have a daughter as well. This son, don't want it. Dustless glanced at Dusty Fei in disgust. Dusty Fei smiled sarcastically and stealthily took a few steps back for fear of getting kicked. Looking at the battlefield where Gu Chongfeng was still taking it out on Chu Linger, Wu Hao really couldn't help it and cursed a few times in his heart for having a developed limb and a simple mind. Governor Gu, forget about that girl for now. Go and a few of Li Chunfeng to death first. Gu Chongfeng's stance lurched, seemingly enlightened. Yeah, oh, well, let's take care of them first. The spearhead turned and pointed directly at Li Chunfeng Sai Hua Tua a few. Seeing this, several people tactically leaned back, itching to tear Wu Hao's mouth. The fiery Gu Yanwu even cursed. Wu Hao, you are simply a frog tattooed on a tadpole. Wu Hao froze. What do you mean? Gu Yanwu grinned. Show Nima. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. At those words, Wu Hao trembled with anger, pointing at Gu Yanwu and ordering Gu Changfeng, rip his mouth off. I want you to tear his mouth. Even if the emperor comes today, he can't save you. Gu Changfeng nodded his head and broke through the air to kill. Li Chunfeng and the others let out a bitter laugh and gave Gu Yanwu a thumbs up. Worthy of being a great scholar. Cursing is so cultured. But, we're afraid that we won't be able to carry a blow from this big guy. That Chao Mingda's group. Who said they were going to bring help? Why haven't they come yet? As soon as the words fell, the earth in the distance suddenly sent out a vibration, and the sound of countless horses' hooves followed. A flag with the word Chao written on it swayed in the wind and appeared in front of the crowd. In the middle of the army, a stream of light sped in, carrying a sharp momentum to kill Gu Changfeng. Ha ha ha, Chao Chao, have come. Chapter 138, compare the number of people? I have people at Jiuhua Mountain too. Boo! Chao Chao's appearance parried all of Gu Changfeng's attacks, sending up a cloud of dust and smoke. When the dust and smoke fell, the sword-wielding Chao Chao with his inner strength enveloping his entire body was revealed. Chao Chao wasn't very tall, just 1 meter 6, but at the moment, he gave Li Chunfeng and the others an endless sense of security. It's true, only men who have slept together can be so reliable and reassuring. Gentlemen, I haven't seen you in a few days. You don't seem to be having a good time. Do you? Mr. Chao is not late, is he? Chao Chao waved his sword, forcing his head to incline and laugh, his face all concern and no mockery. Li Chunfeng, Sai Hua Tua and the others heaved a sigh of relief and laughed and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a way to speak of the devil. What a timely arrival. If you were any later, I'm afraid we would have landed in a box. Seeing this, even Lu Qingxue, who was holding up her sword in the distance, ready to intercept the attack, was slightly relieved, and the blue long sword in her hand was then put away. She knew that with Chao Chao and the others coming, Li Chunfeng in the battle circle was in no danger. She also didn't need to go to the battlefield to fight anymore. She just needed to be responsible for looking beautiful. Nephew, niece, is this the rescuer you were talking about? So powerful. It's actually a Hong rank as well. Looking at him, he seems to be the famous Wei King of the Eastern Domain, and he has a strong army under his command, and it's all cavalry. Awesome. Dustless eyes were shocked as he looked incredulously at Chao Chao in the arena. Lu Qingxue didn't deny it and nodded slightly. This is just one of them. There are still some reinforcements that haven't arrived. So, don't panic when things go wrong. Take out the retention stone and make a video, and post it in the social circle first. Lu Qingxue smiled, and with great interest, she fished out a shadow-retaining stone from her bosom and began to record everything that happened in the field. Looking at this image, the corners of the mouths of the dustless father and son twitched. What is this woman's brain? Shouldn't a scene like this be serious and passionate? What's the point of making images? Can't you be serious? However, with this district of the Ice Spirit Kingdom of the Great Niece, it should have paid a very heavy price for wanting to invite this kind of strong person, right? Great Niece, at the risk of asking, how many resources does it take to invite this kind of strong person? No need for resources. It's all for the sake of my husband. Consider yourself one of us. Lu Qingxue waved her hand in a seemingly bland manner, but her face was full of pride. Dustless had been shocked beyond words. What's wrong with this great niece? You haven't seen her for a few months, but you've managed to make friends with a powerful person of the Hong rank? With her husband's face? Hiss, to be able to make Hong stage run thousands of miles to rush to his aid. Then how thick must her husband's skin be? Shucks. How big must it be? Sure enough, for a woman to be awesome and coaxing, it's either the man who sleeps with her is awesome or the man who sleeps with the is awesome. But no matter what, Dustless knew that he had not made a wrong choice this time, and had indeed been taken flying. The same Hong rank, not to mention winning, at least not losing badly. Then what? I also record an image first. The flood stage battle, this opportunity is once in a lifetime. In the future, when I am old, I still have the capital to blow with my offspring to blow awesome. While the two were talking, the situation in the field changed. Chao Chao's appearance didn't make Gu Changfeng wary, but instead became even more arrogant. Ha! Where did this wild child Hong stage come from? How dare he meddle in the affairs of my Jiuhua Mountain? You want to die? If you get out of the way now, I can still spare your life. Otherwise it's impossible for you to beat me with that big man beside you. Coming from a large clan, even if they were of the same Hong rank, Gu Changfeng had absolute confidence that he would be able to over Chao Chao and his sidekick, Dian Wei. Upon hearing this, Chao Chao didn't flinch, but instead his face became strangely pale. Nine Huashan? Gu Changfeng smiled coldly with contempt in his eyes, not putting Chao Chao in his eyes at all. Humph, that's right, to be able to cultivate to a realm like yours. How many have heard of my clan's prestigious name? You know, I'm going to kill you like a bag of tricks, and I can summon more flood ranks over here in a minute. At that time, not only you, even everyone behind you, will have to be sacrificed to heaven. In Gu Chongfeng's cognizance, no matter if it was a flood rank or a desolate rank, in their eyes Jiuhua Mountain was a behemoth. There's no one who won't be scared when they hear it. The Wild Road Hongstage should kneel down and kowtow an apology when they saw an elder-level figure like him, but it was not to be. Not only was Cao Cao not afraid, but he was teasing. Oh, did I mention, the support unit is just me and old Dean? Today, I'll show you the new skill I learned from Zhongmo's sister-in-law. De Qiao, the great summoning technique. Come on. Cao Cao raised his head to the sky and roared furiously as 4 more streams of light flashed in the distant sky. I, Liu Bei, king of Hanzhong, come to your aid with all my might. If you two are here, how can I, King Sun Quan of Wu, lag behind? Besides, Chao Thief, when did you ever meet my sister-in-law? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll fight you. Liu Bei brought Zhao Yun, who was in the middle stage of the Hong rank, and landed beside Cao Cao, and several of them looked intently at Gu Changfeng. Sun Quan, on the other hand, was furious and grabbed Cao Cao by the collar, itching to cut him alive. Cao Cao knew he was in the wrong and smiled sarcastically. So what, deal with the enemy first. What I have with your sister-in-law, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later, haha. In the spirit of the greater good, Sun Quan spared Cao Cao for the time being. Turning around, he arched his hand at Lu Qingxue in the distance as a greeting. Seeing 4 Hong steps appear in front of him once again, Dustless had gone numb. He thought that Lu Qingxue's reinforcements would at most be some wild desolate ranks, but he didn't expect the other party to easily get 6 Hong ranks. You have to know that this is a Hong rank, not a cabbage. One is enough to crush all the sects in the southern domain. This thought had just come out when another large silhouette flew in the distance. Commander of the Soul Suppressor Army, I hope your majesty will forgive me for being late with my army to rescue you. The logistics army and the formation department have all arrived as your majesty commanded. We are at your majesty's disposal. Looking at the 3 faces at the head of the group, Dustless recognized them at once and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Asterisk. Zhao Dazhu of the Soul Suppression sect? With the weaponry sect and also the Tianyi sect? Don't be surprised, it's one of our own too. Lu Qingxue waved her hand in an unperturbed manner, and backhandedly took out a small mirror and began to touch up her makeup. There was absolutely no tension from the Great War. If it was in the past, a single desolate rank would be able to scare her. But now, she wouldn't even be in a state of disarray if the Zeus rank came. For no other reason than she had a man behind her who stood up for her. Seeing this one strong person continuously descending, Wu Hao's face turned iron blue. Damn it! How dare you guys come to join the war? How many supplies did Lu Qingxue offer to please you guys? I'll double it, if you do not withdraw. Believe it or not, I will immediately report to the law enforcement palace. Your clan dares to stir up the affairs of the empire. That's death. As soon as these words came out, Gu Yanwu and Li Chuanfeng's laughter resounded in the battlefield, their voices penetrating out a long way. Hey, you can't talk nonsense. All New Age cultivators, don't make rumors, don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors, don't play Yao. Know it? Where is there a clan here? There's only the Soul Suppressor Army with our logistics force. If you keep talking nonsense, beware, I'll go to the law enforcement palace and sue you for slander. Pust. The words that he had said were now returned by the enemy as if they had been given back. Wu Hao couldn't mention how angry and suffocated he was in his heart. It feels worse than eating in flies. You are playing with fire. I'll play Nima. Lao Dang. Whip the hell out of him and shut him up. Cao Cao roared and gave an order to Dian Wei. The 2-meter-tall Dian Wei pulled out the 2 iron halberds that Chu Mo had given him from his waist, and then charged directly at Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng's eyes flinched. Dian Wei's stout body was not lost to him at all, and that kind of humongous aura also made him a little afraid of death. Sacred Son, they will call out, and so will we. Let my Jiuhua Mountain forces descend on this southern barbarian land today. I'll let them know that those who dare to offend my Jiuhua Mountain are taking their own lives. Dian Wei skimmed his lips and shouted in a jar, cut the crap and eat my halberd. In a flash of flowing light, the 2 big men battled in an instant. Seeing that there were still a bunch of Hong ranks left in the enemy camp, those few empires were so scared that their legs went weak. Holy Sun, Saint Sun, hurry up and call out the people, as Elder Gu said. Right, otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be sacrificed to the heavens today. 6 or 7 Hong stages, only you, Jiuhua Mountain, can suppress them in the whole world. We can't wait to see the might of the Jiuhua Mountain. Wu Hao nodded, and seeing that there were many enemies, he also hurriedly picked up the sound transmission stone and sent a distress signal to Jiuhua Mountain. Don't worry, come any more Hong steps, in front of my 9 Huashan, it's all in vain. However, as the message was sent, Wu Hao's face gradually sank. What's going on? Chapter 139, When Elder Hua Comes. You'll be finished. The battle in the arena continued, and after a few moves, Dian Wei and Gu Changfeng quickly fell into a disadvantage. Gu Changfeng, who came from a large sect, was far from being comparable to the wild road Dian Wei, no matter if it was a gongfu or a stance. Even in the same realm, it was always 3 times stronger. Seeing this, Cao Cao and the others raised their eyebrows and brought up their internal energy in order to support them. Gu Changfeng was shocked. One opponent he could still block, but right now this was 7 or 8. Even if he's made of iron, he can't hold up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Young people don't speak of martial virtues, and so many people are bullying me. An old man of more than 1,000 years? Can you all have some face? All of you are people with status and position. Why do you do such a dirty thing? Gu Changfeng forced back Dian Wei with a single move, and looked with incomparable vigilance at the fist-pumping Cao Cao and the others. Cao Cao laughed cheaply and approached towards Gu Changfeng step by step. Hee, you just called us wildlings. How are we people with status? At most, we have an Empire-issued ID card. Liu Bei also smiled with a treacherous face and said, as the saying goes, how can you say underhanded when you hit a dog without looking at the number of people? Brothers, get together and dish him out. A loud roar rang out, and Cao Cao's 6 men plus Zhao Dezhu, a total of 7 Hong steps, swarmed up, instantly blocking its retreat. On the other hand, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong, the 2 late-stage desolate ranks, killed towards Qingmei. At this moment, that untouchable Gu Changfeng no longer had his previous arrogance, and his eyes finally became somewhat fearful. It would be difficult to kill a strong person of the same level at the Hong rank, but a bunch of people of the same level surrounding one would be easy. Even he did not have the confidence to escape from the 7. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shame on you guys. Cao Cao. How dare you scold me? Looking for death you. Cao Cao was furious, and the 7 of them exploded with internal energy, launching attacks at Gu Changfeng. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Gu Changfeng could only hold on to his head and die. Boo! Both attacks collided violently. Although Gu Changfeng was strong, where was he a match for the 7? He was instantly knocked out of the air, his mouth spraying blood furiously, losing half of his life. Put! Saint Sun, have you sent a distress message yet? What are you standing there for? Go eat! Gu Changfeng has a belly full of anger. He was traveling well, but he was pestered by Wu Hao this and had to help himself to solve an empire. This is great. The empire has not been solved, but he has gotten himself into a big mess. Wu Hao held the sound transmission stone in his hand and raised his head with an odd expression. The distress message was sent, but I don't know why. But my father and the great elder Hanzhou are slow to reply. On the contrary, second elder Hua Shiyu replied very quickly, saying that, with a large number of reinforcements are on their way over, and that they won't be long before they arrive. Even, a few other elders of the sect have followed along. At those words, the Gu Changfeng, who was still struggling, instantly acted like he had been given chicken blood. The aura also became high once again, and with a clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he rushed up to fight with a few people again. What? The brothers are all here? What wind blew this day that they gave you so much face? Wu Hao spread his hands with a puzzled expression. I don't know where I got the face. Second elder Hua Shiyu obviously went with my father, but why didn't my father reply and she did? Gu Changfeng was once again sent flying by the crowd, and after vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood furiously, he roared at Wu Hao with fury. What do you care about her? It's good that there are replies, and I figure the sovereign isn't replying, probably because he's still busy. Even if the second elder leads the team, it's still enough to finish off this group of them. Steady, today's treading is steady. Hearing this, Wu Hao nodded thoughtfully, speaking as if it was so. Who cares who's leading the support? It's a winnable fight. He, Wu Hao, a saintly son of the Jiuhua mountain, was actually bullied by a small empire today when the tiger fell. How can I bear this? Don't worry. The second elder even brought her 100 Flower Valley with her this time, and said that we at Jiuhua mountain are almost all out, so it will be hard for a few of them not to die this time. It's just that, it takes at least 7 days for Jiuhua mountain to get here, right? But why are they almost there? This is the thing I'm most perplexed about. Could it be, 7 days ago Elder Guyu sent a signal requesting for support? Wu Hao was puzzled, and his experience from years of conquering instinctively told him that he was afraid that there was a secret he didn't know, but exactly what it was, he didn't know. Gu Changfeng was once again held down by the crowd and rubbed on the ground. Not a single piece of his body was intact. Before he could get up, a large series of attacks came at him again, scaring him so much that he hurriedly rolled on his lazy ass and dodged again and again. Seeing that their battle was so powerful, the soldiers and generals in the surrounding area had already fled, fearing to be affected. You're full of. How long before they get here? I can't stand it if they don't come. Half an hour at the most. Even if you can't top it. Wu Hao shook his head. throwing his doubts out of his mind, and responded with a tug on his voice. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and used all his strength to fend off the attacks. What with the array discs, flood-ranked treasures, and pills, he left no stone unturned. Those tiger eyes, incomparably hateful, looked at Cao Cao and the others. Mud. Once my helpers come, I will kill you all. Even the forces behind you and your families will be thrown to the ground by me. Let me tell you guys, our second elder of Mount Jiuhua is at the peak of the Hong rank. His strength is strong and unrivaled. One person is enough to hang all of you. Daring to strike at me, you guys are in trouble today. Hearing those threatening words, Cao Cao and the others slapped their chests with exaggerated expressions and made an I'm so scared look. The truth is that the fight in his hands is getting more and more vicious. Gu Chengfeng was in agony, and in his heart, he couldn't wait for the reinforcements to arrive immediately, or else he would really have to drink his life away. Only, what he didn't know was that at this moment, the second elder she was expecting, Hua Shiyu, he was bringing a few thousand female disciples with beautiful looks and sexy bodies, with strengths ranging from the yellow rank to the desolate rank, to the recluse mountain in a flying boat. The female disciples lined up in an orderly fashion, the ones with high face value standing at the front, all with anticipation and longing in their eyes. They knew that they had come to pay their respects to their new patriarch, or you could say, their new master. And beside Hua Shiyu, there were also 5 terrified-looking Hong rank experts. These 5 people were all elders from Mount Jiuhua. Originally there should have been 6, but a prick repeatedly jumped across the room and was chopped up by Sima Changfeng in a fit of rage, so there were only 5 left. Behind the procession, there was a mixed group of more than 10,000 men and women, each with a drooping look of both trepidation and fear. These 10,000 or so people were strong, and were the class of Jiuhua Mountain that had traveled across the western region. However, they had all been collected by Sima Changfeng and Hua Shiyu, as per Chu Mo's orders. Second Elder, Senior Sima, may I ask if this new holy lord lives in this mountain? Will he give us all? We've all taken the heavenly oath. We'll never defect. I still hope that you 2 seniors will help put in a good word. With a flattering look on their faces, several Hong rank experts fished out a few extreme spirit stones from their pants and carefully handed them to Sima Changfeng and the 2 of them, trying to engage in bribery to get a few kind words to pave the way for the future. Hua Shiyu skimmed her mouth in disgust and didn't take the extremely heavy flavored extreme spirit stone. On the contrary, Sima Changfeng raised his eyebrows and his face became playful. Yo ho! I told you guys to hand over all your family assets earlier, but I didn't expect you guys to actually dare to hide spirit stones inside your pants? How dare you? A few people were instantly confused. This Sima Changfeng actually didn't follow the routine. You don't even want the best spirit stones? This, senior, listen to our sophistry. Ah shucks, listen to our explanation. Chapter 140 Elder wants to establish a clan? In the face of the several people's sophistry, Sima Changfeng waved his hand disdainfully. Don't play tricks. I'm too lazy to bother with you. Also, you have to remember that this time, you're not meeting the Holy Lord nor, but your master, your Supreme Lord. So, all of you step down and be careful and respectful. You hear me? Seeing Sima Changfeng being so cautious, these few Hong ranks were busy nodding their heads, not daring to be perfunctory at all. After all, having already sworn the heavenly Tao oath, their souls had already been pinched by the Chu Mo that they had yet to meet. If they upset the other party, and the other party wanted them dead, it would be a matter of a thought. Moreover, from Sima Changfeng's words they could also hear that the big brother they were going to pay homage to this time was very powerful. Obey. Don't worry, Senior Sima, we will be respectful. Sima Changfeng nodded, signaling the crowd to remain quiet, and Hua Shiyu also came to the 100 Flowers Valley team. Looking at the warbling swallows and swallows, she couldn't help but sigh. This was all the power that he had accumulated over 1,000 years, but now he was giving it away. However, she was relieved to think that even she was not in control of her own destiny. It is far better to follow behind an immortal than to follow the previous ninjas. Valley Master, why are you sighing? Is it in pity for the fate of the disciples? At this moment, a woman with an early stage of the Hong rank, who was also born with a stunningly beautiful body, came to Hua Shiyu's side with light lotus steps. This person was none other than the 100 Flower Valley's Vice Lord, Hua Rengyu. Hua Shiyu looked self-condemning. Are the disciples complaining about me quite a bit? It's my fault as the head of the valley for not being able to bring you all to a good life, and for not being able to secure your personal freedom. At those words, Hua Rengyu shook her head slightly. The helplessness and compromise of life was written above her pretty face. In fact, the Valley Master needn't be like this. People float in the jungle. Too many bodies can't help themselves. In the past, when we followed Jiuhua Mountain, we had to sacrifice the blood of 500 sisters and brothers every year to keep the clan safe. Did we have a good life? Who aren't we the same with nowadays? Hua Shiyu was disheveled. The Hundred Flowers Valley was not very powerful because it was full of women and what they practiced were all auxiliary techniques. The reason why Jiuhua Mountain didn't exterminate them was just to keep them in captivity as pets. I just hope that expert this time will leave a way for the sisters to live. Hua Rengyu let out a long sigh, not holding much hope for the future. Hua Shiyu looked out at the courtyard halfway up Recess Mountain, her face complicated. It won't. He's no better than Musashi, and it's not a bitter ordeal to follow behind him, but rather a blessing for us, if he wants to, as long as he gives a word down. I'm afraid that even the world's #1 beauty, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, will get her ass up to serve him. Truth be told, with his noble status, even I as the Valley Master, can only become his slave girl. As soon as these words came out, Hua Rengyu and those 5 Hong rank powerhouses all screamed with their mouths wide open in shock. What? Valley Master, you are actually the other party's female slave? You're not kidding, are you? No kidding. Being able to become my master's slave girl is a blessing I've cultivated over several lifetimes, and those people on the golden flower list will all envy me when word gets out. The crowd was stunned, and looking at Hua Shiyu's serious look, they only thought that she had suffered a mental breakdown due to the loss of the Hundred Flowers Valley. You've become someone else's slave girl and you're still so proud of yourself? One must know that Hua Shiyu was once one of the top 10 beauties and was a very powerful expert herself. But this goddess, who is so powerful, who thinks highly of herself, and who has countless dogs licking behind her, has become someone else's slave girl? How it sounds is absurd. Hua Rengyu reached out her white hand to touch Hua Shiyu's forehead, but the other party slapped it away, as if she could see the doubts of the crowd. Hua Shiyu let out a light laugh. Don't be surprised. I'm not exaggerating, and I'm not losing my mind. Valley Master, can you tell us about this master? We can learn more about it as well, so that we don't rush him. Hua Renyu's expression was solemn as she arched her hand. Hua Shiyu's face was odd. Punching? He has always been the only one to punch women, and you want to go and punch him? Your math is so loud that the northern region can hear it. Even I didn't get a chance to punch him. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Someone else is being your licking dog, but you run off to be someone else's licking dog. Is it sick? Looking at the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Hua Shiyu paused. His strength has long since escaped from the past, and that unbeatable Musashi and Hanzo attacked with all their might in front of him, and even sacrificed style gods. But he didn't even lift his eyelids, and simply flung out a few paintings to exterminate the mid-Zu rank Musashi and the half-step Zu rank Hanzo. How strong are the two of them? They are both from the western region, don't need me to explain, right? Not only that, even Sima Changfeng beside me, he is just a disciple of the other party. Hua Shiyu glanced sideways at the petulant bubblehead on the side. Upon hearing this, Ghost Seeker corrected with a solemn expression. It's a named disciple, but it's only something that I unilaterally acknowledged. Master has never said that I'm his disciple, because this bit of strength of mine doesn't deserve it at all. Boom! These words came out like a thunderbolt from the ground, blowing the brains of the remaining parties of the Hundred Flowers Valley and the Nine Valleys sect blank. What? The Zeus rank was crushed to death in his hands like a mole cricket. And Senior Sima, you actually can't even be recognized as a registered disciple? Hiss, then what realm is this new master? Exactly? Could it be that he is? Before he finished speaking, Sima Changfeng made a gesture of silence and pointed to the sky. The crowd didn't dare to open their mouths again, but instead, because of this action of the other party, they were sure of their inner thoughts. Then, surprisingly, it's an immortal. We've become the immortal's henchmen? What a great opportunity. The crowd shuddered, having previously felt stifled by having their souls grasped by others, and having lost sunlight and hope in their lives. However, after realizing that the person was an immortal, the people of these two clans were all like chicken blood. Where was there a trace of dissatisfaction and unwillingness, only wanting to kneel in front of that Chu Mo and express loyalty to him? For the sake of fellow disciples, the master's identity is fine for you to know. Do not convey it out. Otherwise, the crowd was chilled as a massive killing aura enveloped them. A few seconds later it suddenly disappeared again. Okay, girls of my Hundred Flowers Valley, follow me up the mountain to pay respects to the master. Remember to dress up prettier. If you get the master's fancy, then you'll be able to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Valley Master, above the desolate rank, get on the flying boat. Hua Shiyu waved her hand and activated the huge flying boat, carrying some of the best of these 20,000 people to the outside of the courtyard. After all, in Hua Shiyu's eyes, not anyone was worthy of seeing Chu Mo. At the very least, they had to be of the desolate rank. Looking at this simple courtyard with the gate closed, those girls from Hundred Flower Valley trembled with delicacy and hurriedly and excitedly took out small mirrors to fix their makeup. Hua Shiyu and Sima Changfeng stood out, arched their hands at the door plaque and shouted, "Master Gate, We've been ordered to bring people here. Please make it easier. Creak, the door opened automatically. Sima Changfeng and Hua Shiyu looked at each other and shook their robes to lead the crowd to step in. Inside the courtyard, Chu Mo was playing chess with the dog. White Wind, the second dog, had a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, while Chu Mo scratched his ears. I can tell by the way he's racking his brain that he's not as good at chess as the dog. Greetings to Master, Master. All obedient members of the Jiuhua Mountain and Hundred Flowers Valley have been brought here. Also, the resources of the two clans have all been collected and organized. Please ask the Master to make a decision. At this moment, the voices of the Sima Changfeng duo rang out in a startled manner. Sima Changfeng and Hua Shiyu did not understand why Chu Mo, who was an immortal, was collecting and organizing so many resources and why he needed so many people. Could it be that the Master is idly bored and is preparing to start a sect? Hiss. The two looked at each other, so excited that they were trembling. It was as if they saw a brand new sect coming out of nowhere, crushing the holy grounds of the entire continent and overriding everyone. At this moment, the two of them only had one thought in their hearts, and that was that they must enter the new sect and mix up an official position. Hearing the shout, Chu Mo raised his head for a burst of joy, and with a twinkle in his eye, he instantly lifted the chessboard. Chess pieces spilled all over the place. Yo! Finally back? Sit down. Sit down. There are so many girls here today. Oh, doggy, look at the tea. Hurry up and stop stalling. White Wind, if you don't have a chess game, you're still directing my dog to work? Chapter 141, Starting a Sect. The dog ultimately did not dare to disobey Chu Mo's order, skillfully ran to the kitchen to boil water and put tea leaves to make tea. A few minutes later, in front of the 40 to 50 experts that Hua Shiyu had brought up, they were all placed with a cup of tea by Erdogsy, looking at the tea, and then looking at the second dog who was already at the peak of the desolate order. The crowd was in shock, not knowing whether it was better to drink or not. I didn't expect one of the dogs of this mysterious master's family was at the late stage of the desolate rank. Why don't you thank Master Dog? It's your honor to have Master Dog pour you tea, Hua Shiyu reminded in a deep voice. The crowd was startled, and they hurriedly got up and respectfully saluted Erdogsy. Thank you, Master Dog. It was we who were rude. I hope Master Dog will forgive us. White Wind's blue doggy eyes rolled. Picking up a cup of tea with two paws, he opened his two dog legs and walked upright, and ran his ass over to Chu Mo's recliner. The body leaned back, the two dog legs on the second leg shaking, incomparably cozy drinking tea. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched as they watched this, and even Chu Mo couldn't stand it anymore. Tramp, they call you a dog master and you're floating. You're really good. Oh yeah, little maid, these are the dozens of people from the two clans? Chu Mo turned his head to Hua Shiyu and asked in confusion. The other party shook his head and curtsied. Master, this is only a portion of the strongest ones. There are still nearly 20,000 people. The slave girl was afraid of disturbing Master's meditation, so she had them wait at the foot of the mountain for Master's arrangement. Didn't the Master get a hold of their souls when they swore the heavenly Tao oath before? Hua Shiyu was astonished, not understanding why Chu Mo was asking knowingly. Chu Mo scratched his head and hurriedly sank into his mind to take a look, and sure enough, he saw that there were 20,000 or so soul villains that were in his mind. He himself, on the other hand, became the master of his mind, with absolute power to kill. It turned out that when those people had sworn earlier, Chu Mo had blocked the system beat because he thought it was too noisy. There are indeed quite a lot of people. I can see that there are several thousand more girls inside. All from the clans under your command? That's right. All of them are from within the slave clan, and all of them have changed their names to Flower. Chu Mo's eyes lit up as he looked up and down at the group in front of him. The beauties from Hundred Flowers Valley. There are innocent, seductive, mature, playful, and even toddler lowly types. Chu Mo's eyes instantly narrowed, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually perverted when he thought of having so many thousands of beautiful women serving his food and living in the future. It just felt like falling into a sea of happiness. So many flower girl drops to work. Yosi, this Tai Jun. Ah shucks, don't get me wrong. Actually, I myself am a decent person. I'm known as a sit around and don't mess with you Lu Xiaohui. Chu Mo felt a bit rude for the first time they met and hurriedly explained. But who knows, not only did these girls not get angry, but they were shy and made a gesture of refusal. Master, if you need anything, just command, the women said in a delicate voice as they made a full salute. Chu Mo was full of enjoyment. With nearly 10,000 beautiful women serving by his side, it didn't seem to matter whether he went to the palace or not. It never occurred to him that happiness could come so suddenly that he wasn't even ready for it. At this moment, he had a huge favorable impression of Hundred Flower Valley, but to the group of fawning old clappers from Jiuhua Mountain, Chu Mo was a bit tempted to plunge them to death with a claw and brush up on his experience. It's an eyesore. Ahem. Everyone. Say, how am I going to feed so many people? How do I feed them to cultivate? Relying on these resources given by Changfeng alone, without other income and industry chain, I'm afraid it won't be supplied for long, right? Do you two have any good solutions? Standing outside the courtyard, looking at the black pressurized layer of heads under the mountain, Chu Mo made a mistake. It's not always a good thing to have more slaves, and the expenses are higher. In the past, he was a one-man family, but now that his strength had increased and his power had expanded, he was no longer the same as before. But with this incomparably shallow knowledge of the cultivation world, he had no idea how to earn resources at all. So the knowledgeable Sima Changfeng and Hua Shiyu became his advisors. Seeing Chu Mo asking the question, Sima Changfeng and Hua Shiyu exchanged a look. In their hearts, Chu Mo was going along for the ride and was giving them a chance to perform. Master, the disciple has a not-so-mature idea. I don't know if it's appropriate to speak. Not ripe? Then when it's ripe. Trummer blinked and grinned. The corners of Sima Changfeng's mouth twitched as he hurriedly spoke. It's cooked. Already cooked. My disciple thinks that, to feed them, it would be better to form a new clan. What do you say? Hearing this, Trummer tactically leaned back and pointed at himself in a bit of a daze. Starting a clan? Just me? Can I do it? It's not like I know how to create a clan. I'm inexperienced. Moreover, establishing a sect usually requires a feng shui treasure land. To have an abundance of spiritual qia, I don't have the land to engage in these here either. Chu Mo had a skeptical look on his face. What kind of clan was he opening if he was a desolate order scum? The group of people in front of him, several of them were of the Hong rank, and this ancestor of his own was not as strong as a clan junior. You're not ashamed to say it? In the event that the junior under my command messes with a strong enemy, will I, the oldest ancestor, scamper away, or run away? Sima Changfeng hemmed and hawed and pointed at himself and Hua Shiyu with unparalleled attentiveness. Don't worry, Master. The sects have their own industry chain. Master only needs to sit in the town as the sea god pin on the line. The rest of me and little Flower can take care of. Guaranteed to give you a proper arrangement. And these are all original clan characters. And they don't need to rub shoulders. And they're all familiar with the rules of the clan. So as long as the master's words come down, we'll be able to set up a new clan right away. As for the blessed cave, with your means, Master, it wouldn't be difficult at all to create the recessed mountain. What do you think? In Sima Changfeng's eyes, what was building a blessed cave? What doesn't Chumhum have in this little yard? That well alone that constantly bubbled with the water of life was enough to become the clan's base. Chummer had some hesitations and concerns. Having read numerous novels in his previous life, most of those patriarchs were either revolted by the heaven's destiny under their door, or they died shielding each other from disasters. He didn't want to be a resentful seed. Master, what are you worried about? Don't you want to wake up every day from sleep and have a large group of beautiful disciples and grandchildren greeting you? You don't want to have many disciples doing your work for you with a wave of your hand? Just order what you need and who you need to find. Seeing Chu Mo falter, Sima Changfeng struck while the iron was hot. At those words, Chummer admitted that he was persuaded. When he thought of finding his wife before, he had to get help from a few people from Zhaodazhu, if he also had a clan with disciples. It's convenient to do everything in the future. In that case, with the supplies, the people, and the management, let's start a sect, but you two have to look after it for me. Sima Changfeng and Hua Shiyu were ecstatic. In their eyes, Chu Mo's words were releasing a signal to them. In the future, you two will be the second in command of the sect. What does it mean to trust in value? That's what it is. Excellent. I believe that with master teachers means it definitely won't take long for the clan to become mighty in the continent. Alright, don't paint a big cake. What's the name of the clan? Have you two thought of it yet? Chu Mo skimmed his mouth and interrupted Sima Changfeng's horse's ass. Sima Changfeng spread his hands. I don't know how to name names. You can ask Little Flower. Hua Shiyu was also in a difficult situation. This is a major matter. The slave girl doesn't dare to name it. Master, you do it yourself. Seeing the two of them push back, Chu Mo did not force himself. With a sad face, he came to the outside of the courtyard, looking down at those under the mountain. The disciples who were far away from their homes in fear and without support. Chumo put his hands behind his back, staring blankly. It was as if he saw himself in that terrified state when he first crossed over. If he hadn't relied on some good Samaritans for relief, he would have starved to death. Chu Mo suddenly felt something in his heart. Since they have no one to turn to, I'll try to give them a sense of belonging and something to fall back on. I'm going to make everyone who joins the clan like family, and the clan will be their backbone. I've decided. Let's call it the Leaning Sect. Chapter 142 Go. Let him know the world is not a pretty place. As soon as Chu Mo's words of conviction were finished, the sky changed color in an instant and thunder roared. It was as if the heavenly Tao was also bearing witness to Chumo. The Mountain Reliance Sect? Good. That's a very good name for master teacher. In the future, all these people will also have master as their backer. I believe that with master's ability he will soon be able to lead everyone to the top of the continent, so that other sects won't dare to bully. Sima Changfeng danced with excitement. Hua Shiyu also took a long breath. The Immortals clan. Then these sisters of her 100 Flowers Valley should no longer be bullied and have a peaceful place to cultivate. Looking at the adoration and anticipation on the duo's faces, Chumo scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Is it really good for you guys to blow me up like that? But it makes me feel good inside. Worthy of being a grand sovereign. Ha ha. Hearing this, Sima Changfeng giggled. Hua Shiyu was also brightened up. So the master likes others to blow him? Thinking of this, Hua Shiyu pinched the corner of her coat in desire. That master, actually, slave girl, is quite good. Do you want to try? Looking at the other party's seductive posture, Chumo's face was solemn and he turned away with a light cough, hurriedly changing the topic. He is a man with a beautiful wife, so he has to keep his innocence. How can he be easily obtained by another woman? Ahem, later, that's right. Changfeng, you go and tell the disciples at the bottom of the mountain that today we, the Leaning Mountain sect, are officially established. Sima Changfeng nodded and flew down the mountain in an instantaneous movement to announce this matter. In a short while, the nearly 20,000 people at the bottom of the mountain erupted into a terrifying cry. By the mountain ancestor, the power of the law is boundless. The 8 wastes and the 6, the reliance is forever. Hearing the deafening shouts and then looking at everyone's gazes of adoration and trust, Chumo's heart and mind were stirred. The hot blood inside becomes boiling. Is this what it feels like to be a sovereign? It's intoxicating indeed. Ha ha ha. Master's first time being a patriarch, right? Is it cool? How does it feel? I don't think there's any other clan that is more cohesive than our Leaning Mountain sect, and there's no other clan whose disciples are so loyal. Sima Changfeng smiled and flew back. Those disciples on the side sniffed and the corners of their mouths twitched madly. How can you not be loyal? Let's see if you have any cohesion when your life is in someone else's hands. Chumo nodded. Cool. I didn't expect that Chumo, would have a clan. Seeing Chumo's satisfied face, Sima Changfeng smiled and rubbed his hands together, asking shamefully, Master, then do you think that my disciple can enter the sect as well and mix a position? Chumo was taken aback for a moment. Aren't you the sect leader of Putua Mountain? Another Zeus-level powerhouse. You're not aggrieved by running this small sect of mine? Sima Changfeng was flattered and hurriedly waved his hands. It's not aggravating. There's no one who stipulates that you can't work for someone else if you become a patriarch. Not to mention, it's an apprentice's blessing to be able to saddle up for master teacher. It doesn't matter if Putua Mountain has me or not, and there's no one in the western region who can move them. It doesn't matter. Just go back and take a look in a couple decades. Looking at Sima Changfeng, who was so adamant in his request, Chumo nodded and no longer excused himself. It's all been said and done, and it hurts to push back. The other party was so strong. Exactly what position he would be allowed to take. Chumo hadn't thought about it yet. This clan has not even taken shape yet, and the positions and all that are not set. I still have to think about what to do. How about your positions until I figure it out? Sima Changfeng arched his hand, willing to listen to master's arrangement. The people nodded their heads in succession, and did not have half an opinion, much less dared to have one. The man in front of them, who appeared to be only at the desolate rank, was their master. At this moment, the former 100 Flower Valley Vice Lord, that wiser-looking Huarengyu seemed to have thought of something and respectfully opened her mouth. By the way, master, what are the rules of our clan? It just so happens that everyone is here. Why don't you tell us the rules of the door, and we'll all take them to heart? At those words, Chumo was stunned. After a few seconds of unbelievably deliberate thought, he gave the other man a deep look and nodded. That's a very constructive offer. There are no rules. By the way, what's your name? Back to master. Slave servant Huarengyu, who entered the Tao with music, is especially good at the zither and shao. Huarengyu respectfully knelt down and introduced herself. Chumo sized her up for a few moments, and his heart moved slightly with a different thought. This girl looks much more normal than that little lily of the valley. Hua Shiyu, just like those big girls, with a kind of intellectual beauty. Now that he is the head of a clan, he has to have a capable secretary around to work for him, right? Something for the secretary to do. Good at the piano? Meaning you can play and sing? And can you play lullabies? Recently, my liver is on fire, and I don't sleep well during the day and night. If you can play, find a place to live in the small courtyard over there, and play the zither for me if you don't have anything to do. Hearing this, Sima Changfeng immediately gave Chumo a squeeze of his eyebrows, a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. That group of male powerhouses also had meaningful smiles on their faces, and there was envy in their eyes. One must know that Hua Rengyu was also a great beauty that could rank in the top 3 in the western region. Shomo blushed. I'm talking about proper blowing and singing. Get it? This is not explained well. Once explained, Sima Changfeng smiled even more ambiguous. I understand. The apprentice understands it all. In terms of enjoyment, it's still master. Chu Mo sighed powerlessly. You guys, forget it. Too lazy to explain. Hua Shiyu patted Hua Rengyu's shoulder inside as she admonished. This is your blessing. Be sure to take advantage of it. Even sister me, I don't have this opportunity to stay by my master's side. Alas. Hua Renyu's pretty face was flushed as she gently nodded her head and bowed to Chu Mo. Here. Whatever the master says, the slave girl will do it. Alright then, I'll summarize the door rules. Trummer slumped back in his chair, taking a pen and paper as he wrote and thought. The crowd, on the other hand, waited in agony. 10 minutes later, Chu Mo handed over the door rules to Hua Shiyu. Take a look. You guys can discuss the details and refine them, but the most important thing to remember, sect disciples traveling outside must not offend Lin, Xiao, Yi, Chu, the surnames of the people. If really offended, that must be driven to extinction. Never leave a future disaster. If you are recruiting disciples, those who like to talk to themselves with ring jade pendant necklaces are given priority. Those who have survived 3 or more major disasters and have mysterious fiancés are given priority, and those whose parents have been withdrawn from their marriage are given priority for the strange disappearance of their parents. Oh yes, just arrived at the gate by the clan elders, difficult to target, priority admission. In addition, the mouth like mysterious smile, his opponent like Jia smile. You guys just directly notify me. I personally come to the interview. After Chu Mo thought about it and realized that nothing was missing, he breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd nodded their heads for a while. Although they didn't know why this immortal patriarch would set such a rule, they still all kept it in their hearts. Don't dare to be negligent. Yes, the slave girl will convey it now. Hua Shiyu respectfully replied, and was about to turn around and go down the mountain when she was called back. You wait first. I still have things to finish. Looking at the incomparably desolate nook and cranny mountain that had been inhabited for more than 10 years, Chu Mo spoke again with sadness in his eyes. The clan's big mountain is still desolate. Not even a big hall house square or anything. It's too hasty to say that the establishment of the mountain is too hasty. It still needs to be properly constructed. In the next period of time, please cut down the trees and repair the houses, and try to build up the hill sooner. As for the scheduling of supplies, you will arrange it by Shiyu. Make sure that the supplies are implemented accurately and put an end to any acts of corruption. This is the sect's first start-up capital, but anyone I find out is embezzling supplies, don't blame me for being merciless. Shumo's face sank and said in a very threatening manner. Though he was a salted fish, he was not a dead fish, already being a patriarch. Then one should show the seriousness of a patriarch when necessary. Most importantly, he only had this amount of supplies in total. All of them were given to the old man to covet. What would the old man take to build the clan? Hua Shiyu nodded and was just about to open her mouth when the sound transmission stone in her bosom emitted another sharp vibration. Hua Shiyu's face changed slightly as she pulled out the stone and held it up in front of Chu Mo. Master, that Wu Hao is being mercilessly beaten by the master mother and the girls, and has already asked the slave girl for help many times. Dare I ask, master, if the slave girl wants to go over and help out a bit? Wu Hao. Chumo's eyes narrowed slightly. Wasn't this his love rival? Listening to Linger, he even tried to poach me many times. Can this be tolerated? Now that I've caught you, I'm not going to let you get away with it. Help! It has to be helped. Go on, do what you know how to do, and be as grumpy as you can with your methods. He must be made to feel that the world is not a good place. Chapter 143. Sister Flower, you hit the wrong person. When it came to enemies, especially love rivals, Chu Mo did not speak of mercy. He was not a merciful man by nature. You know, in his previous life, he was able to do such things as robbing a fake beggar's rice bowl. Where did he get the benevolence and morality? After receiving the order, Hua Shiyu saluted and flew towards the mountain. After ordering quite a few disciples from the Zhohua Mountain and the Hundred Flowers Valley, they flew towards the border of the Ice Spirit Kingdom at breakneck speeds in their flying boats. After all, not everyone could tear through the void, and treasures like flying boats were great transportation. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also particularly energy-saving, far more convenient than flying on your own. After Hua Shiyu left with the group of Hong-ranked desolate rank powerhouses, only Hua Renyu and Sima Changfeng were left on the mountain to be able to coordinate the overall situation. Master, the slave girl will go down the mountain first and lead the disciples to cut down the trees and open up the mountain. If there's anything you command, just give a word. Okay, go on. Don't call me master from now on. It sounds weird. Call me master. Chummer waved his hand and laid his butt down on the rocking chair next to the second dog. A man and a dog crossed their legs and started rocking their chairs by keeping the same frequency. Seeing this, the corners of Sima Changfeng's mouth twitched madly. No wonder that dog is so skillful at reclining his chair. So there is a master and a dog. Changfeng, this girl is quite good. She's quick. Chu Mo closed his eyes and complimented Hua Renyu. Sima Changfeng nodded appreciatively. Not bad indeed. By the way, master, what are you going to plan for the clan? Which treasures are you planning to get as the clan's treasure? Chu Mo frowned. Where did he get the heavenly materials and treasures for his disciples to cultivate in a small deserted order where the doors don't come out and the doors don't go out? However, the sect couldn't be without facilities to accelerate cultivation. Otherwise it would be too unlicensed. Nowadays, I can only hope that the system will give something for signing in every day, like some kind of enlightenment stone or something. This, allow me to think about it. Draw a drawing first. The first time you open a mountain and set up a sect you must plan it out. As for the treasures, take your time. Chu Mo was so excited that he took out a pen and paper and began to draw the clan planning map. Where to build a public outhouse. Where to build a plaza. Where to get greenery. He was thinking with his heart. Sima Changfeng didn't say anything more and nodded as he also moved out a rocking chair and placed it on the ground. But went down and rocked with the second dog with his eyes closed, cozying up to the winter sun. On the other hand, Wu Hao, on the other side, was not comfortable anymore. At this moment, he and Gu Changfeng were already surrounded. The army also stopped doing battle and just lined up to watch them fight from a distance. That sentence of Gosain's son became incredibly sarcastic in Wu Hao's ears at this moment. The unstoppable Gu Changfeng was even more paralyzed on the ground, with not a single part of his body in good shape, already beaten beyond recognition. His ribs were almost completely broken, and he could no longer move his arms and legs. Without the presence of the defensive array disc Wu Zhang had bestowed upon him in the past, he and Wu Hao might have been razed to dust. But even as miserable as he was, that mouth of his was still very hard. Damn it! The southern region group of scum bullied me into old age and powerlessness. How have I, Gu Changfeng, ever suffered such grievances in my life? As soon as the second elder of our sect arrives, you will immediately die. Zhao Deju and the others showed disdain and opened their mouths to sneer and mock while attacking that defensive array plate. Second elder Hua Shiyu? Even if she comes, what can she do? When she sees our Empress Majesty, she'll have to respectfully greet her. Even if your patriarch comes, it won't help. And to tell you both secretly, in fact, your patriarch Musashi, along with that masked Hanzo who doesn't dare to see the light, is already dead. You guys are pathetic. You're actually waiting for the dead to back you up. Maybe they're still waiting for you too in the Yellow Springs. Hearing this, Wu Hao couldn't help but snort. Pressure didn't believe it. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My father is of the Zeus rank and has the great style god in his body. Who in the world can hurt him? You guys don't think about destroying both of our minds. If I let you be arrogant for a little while longer, you'll have to die right away. Blessed with a defense array plate, Wu Hao didn't look flustered. It had to be said that the power of the Zeus rank's defensive array disc was really not bad, and it had carried several great Hong rank experts for 10 minutes of rounds of attacks. However, just when Wu Hao was complacent, there was a clicking sound on the array disc, and a crack visible to the naked eye was expanding. The arrogant colors on the faces of the two instantly solidified. Seeing this, Gu Changfeng's face became anxious. Holy son, did you rush me? Didn't you say reinforcements would be here in half an hour? This formation disc has cracks. It's not far from collapsing. This is the only piece of Zeus-class treasure that I have, and it's just going to be destroyed. Wu Hao was equally anxious. Coming. Elderflower said that she's coming in her boat and will be here soon. As soon as the words fell, the array disc in front of the two of them snapped and crumbled into two halves. The two's faces instantly became terrified. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's going to be cold. In an instant, several attacks came towards the two of them. Desperate beyond belief, the two slowly closed their eyes, ready to lead their next to death. Right at this moment, a stream of fire descended from the sky, cutting off the crowd's attack and giving Wu Hao and Gu Changfeng another hope to live. What's the situation? The sound of breaking air rang out, and a huge flying boat flew in at great speed and stopped steadily above the two of them. Hua Shiyu was like a fairy as she led a portion of the female disciples of Hundred Flower Valley from the sky. Those Hong rank elders of Mount Zhohua also led their disciples to follow closely behind. Seeing this scene, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Those three emperors looked at each other. Holy son, this is... After seeing the visitor, Wu Hao and Gu Changfeng hugged each other, overjoyed. Ha ha ha, it's here. My reinforcements from Zhohua Mountain are here. I'll tell you when you're done. If you all kneel down and beg this saint's son right now, perhaps I can still consider whether or not to spare you. The two were emboldened, their backs straightening once more. seeing that those extremely powerful reinforcements had really come. Even the millions of troops under the command of those three kingdoms became highly demoralized. The cries were deafening. However, Zhao Dezhu and the others didn't have the slightest bit of fear in the face of the reinforcements. Instead, they nodded slightly to Hua Xiyu. Hua Xiyu similarly nodded in response. Seeing this, Wu Hao blinked in confusion. Elder Hua, this is an enemy. There's no need to be so polite. Oh yeah, where's my father? Your father went on an adventure far away, and he said he would wait for you there. Hua Xiyu answered playfully. The reason why he intercepted Zhao Dezhu and the others' attacks was also as Chu Mo had instructed, to give Wu Hao a little bit of hope before letting him despair. So, that's what's so torturous. Wu Hao froze. Expedition? What can make my father go out? Could it be ancient ruins? Hua Xiyu nodded. That's right. One could even say the desolate ancient ruins. I'll send the two of you over there after we settle things here later. After hearing these words, Wu Hao's eyes snapped wide open, filled with intense surprise. What? Ancient ruins? And my father is still waiting for me? Ha ha ha. You guys see, my father loves me the most. You guys dare to bully me like this. Now that my father has sent out all of my clan's underpinnings, you guys are dead. 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 Wu Hao patted his chest with incomparable pride, the bragging color on his face undisguised. With Hua Xiyu and the many Hong rank elders by his side, he looked at Zhao Dezhu and the others as if they were dirt dogs. Elder Flower, then please also trouble you to take action to resolve this matter. Finish them off before it's too late, so that this saint's son can go exploring at the desolate ancient ruins. Gu Changfeng was also dying to chime in. That's right, Sister Flower. Finish them off. I don't think I'm cold yet. I can still be salvaged and rescued again. Seeing that the duo kept urging, Hua Xiyu nodded. Don't worry. This will settle the matter and then immediately send you to your father's place. Hua Xiyu's internal power surged and transformed into a large hand that covered the sky. Good. Crush them. Harder. Like swatting a fly. Seeing such a picture, Wu Hao and Gu Changfeng were shaken and cried out in excitement. It was as if he saw the image of Zhao Dezhu and the others, being crushed into pieces in despair. But in the next second, the two's faces changed violently. This was because the large hand that covered the sky did not grab Zhao Dezhu's several people, but instead held them both in a death grip. The two were pinched by the large hands and could not move. Breathing became extremely difficult, and the bones in their bodies were making crunching sounds. Apparently it's all broken. The duo's eyes whitened in pain, and they roared in disbelief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Elder Flower. Sister Flower. You hit the wrong person. Don't pinch us. It's bursting fast. It's them you have to pinch. Chapter 144, Hostage Taking. Is it useful? Wu Hao and Gu Changfeng, who had already been pinched and bruised, couldn't even speak. They didn't understand what kind of medicine this stupid woman, Hua Xiyu, had taken wrongly, that she was actually unable to distinguish between her enemy and herself. Hit the wrong person? There was no mistake. Didn't you tell me to settle this quickly and send you to your father? Hua Xiyu teasingly looked at the duo, her voice soft and charming. However, Wu Hao didn't have the heart to care whether she was soft or not, because he felt he was about to be pinched to death. No, that's right. But, there's nothing but, then I haven't hit the wrong person. Master said, if the trouble can't be solved, then just solve the person who made the trouble. Besides, I'm not just sending you to meet your father, who, along with Hanzo, has been waiting for you on the road for a long time. Hua Xiyu's smile tightened and her gaze was as cold as bone-piercing ice. Wu Hao trembled, his heart cooling to the bottom, his eyes widening in horror. At this moment, if he can no longer realize that things are haunted, then he really is. What did you say? Isn't my father in the desolate ancient ruins? Yeah, didn't the Yellow Springs Road appear in ancient times? It's no problem, right? How is that possible? My father is a Zeus rank. Wu Hao was desperate beyond belief, hissing with disbelief. In the past, Musashi was dominant and unrivaled, and who could stop him as he marched across the western region? How could such a super strong person, who could be ranked in the top 20 even when looking at the continent, die? So what if it's Zeus level? To tell you the truth, your father and that Hanzo have long since been taken care of by my master Chu Mo, a district Zeus level. How dare you offend your master? Isn't this looking for death? Hua Xiyu sneered, not to mention the Zeus level. In her eyes, even the U level would have to respectfully call out Big Brother in the face of their master. What? Your master is Chu Mo? How is that possible? After hearing the other party's words, Wu Hao was struck by lightning, and his heart became dead gray. I didn't expect that small character Chu Mo, who wasn't on his mind, could actually kill his father? Hua Xiyu didn't explain and increased the force in her hand on her own. That Gu Changfeng, who was already seriously injured and dying, couldn't hold on any longer and transformed into blood mist with a bang, losing Gu Changfeng, a big man. To share the pressure for him, Wu Hao's body was also overburdened and let out a burst of cracking sounds. Right at this moment of imminent death, Wu Hao's mind flashed with an exquisite light, grasping a glimmer of hope to live. Hurry put his best foot forward and let out a roar. Lu Qingxue, if you kill me, then Zhao Kuo and those 50,000 descended soldiers will also die immediately. Don't you boast of being a wise ruler? Can you let more than 50,000 people die with that loyal Zhao Kuo? At those words, the crowd's faces changed. Even the bland-faced Lu Qingxue furrowed her brows and turned her head towards Hua Shiyu to wave. Wait a minute. Don't kill him. Yes, Mother-in-Chief. With a respectful nod, Hua Shiyu withdrew her huge palm, and Wu Hao fell heavily to the ground as a result, retching several mouthfuls of blood furiously. However, Hua Shiyu didn't let Wu Hao go either. With a wave of one hand, a golden rope of Hong rank quality flew out from inside his long sleeve, binding Wu Hao. Lu Qingxue flew forward, her eyes blazing as she forced her eyes on the other party. Where is Zhao Kuo? Release him with those 50,000 soldiers to me. Facing that very threatening gaze, Wu Hao wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead, he snorted. Ha ha ha. Release them? What a beautiful thought. They are my talismans nowadays. To tell you the truth, they've all been locked up by me in a formation, and as long as I give them a thought, they'll all have to be buried with me. As a benevolent emperor, you wouldn't want anything to happen to those soldiers who put their lives on the line for the empire, would you? If you choose to take my life, then, think about how many of your subordinates will be chilled? In that case, why don't you let me go? Think about it. Wu Hao climbed up from the ground and fed himself a healing pill while enduring the severe pain. Raising his head, he recklessly blackmailed Lu Qingxue. Hearing the duo's unapologetic conversation, those imperial soldiers and generals, their gazes all converged on this empress, wanting to see exactly how she would make a decision. Lu Qingxue's eyebrows were locked. The other party's words undoubtedly poked her soft underbelly, and even she couldn't figure out how much truth there was in Wu Hao's words, and whether he could really decide whether a soldier would live or die in a split second. Undeniably, she wanted very much to kill this rebel, but she couldn't gamble with the lives of 50,000 soldiers. Not to mention, Zhao Kuo was captured by the other side, and that was her beloved. If she could be saved, but she didn't for her own selfish desires, it would definitely centrifuge those old ministers and old men who had followed her. The benevolent government that she had spent 8 years of her life building up was naturally ruined. Your Majesty, now, what should we do? Our scouts really didn't find out where the 50,000 troops were hidden. I have just searched the air with old Zhao as well, and they have not found it. Li Chunfeng asked with a sad face as he descended from the sky. Lu Qingxue shook her head slightly. She knew that Wu Hao knew formations. The reason why she couldn't find it was basically certain that it was hidden by the formation. Hang him first, and what suggestions you have may also speak with me. After thinking for a while, the crowd all shook their heads bitterly. Your Majesty, it's not good with a hostage in this guy's hands. That's right, if we can't free the hostage, we'll be threatened by him all the time. It's just too tied up and suffocating. Seeing that the crowd was at their wits' end, a flash of light flashed in the head of Hua Shiyu, who stood beside Lu Qingxue and looked like a maid of honor. Rushing to attach his ear over, he said softly in Lu Qingxue's ear, Master Mother, why don't you ask Master if he has a solution? Higher people like him always think differently from us. Perhaps, he can solve it peacefully? When things don't work out, just hug your thighs. Even if the sky is falling, there's a taller man to hold it up. A word woke up the dreamer, and Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up. Immediately, she fished out a pink sound-transmitting stone from her bosom, which was the very best goods she had gotten from Sima Changfeng. Not only can you transmit sound, but you can also transmit real-time images. It can be a great thing for couples to keep in communication. An internal force was punched in, and the sound transmission stone flickered in a short while. Immediately afterward a very small silhouette was dropped in front of her eyes. That person was none other than Chu Mo, who was lying on a recliner trying to plan the construction of the sect. Qingxue, what's up? Yo, you guys are fighting over there? I haven't seen you for a few days, but you've become a war correspondent? Quick, show me what it's like to fight a war? Chumham raised an eyebrow with an excited look on his face. Hearing this, beside him, that Sima Changfeng and her Dogzi also suddenly came over and started to grab the camera. Three faces huddled together. The corners of the eyes of the crowd trembled. How long has it been since we've seen this? That Sima Changfeng has actually been infected and learned to swing for the fences as well? Stop it, there's something for you. And here's the thing. Lu Qingxue waved her hand and a boundary enveloped the crowd. After determining that it wouldn't be heard by Wu Hao, he told Chu Mo everything that had happened before, in detail. At those words, both Sima Changfeng and her Dogzi frowned. Not good nah. Woof woof. I thought so too. Instead, it was Chumel who stroked his chin thoughtfully. He used a formation to control 50,000 soldiers? So many people are just standing in a line and it's still black. So this formation is definitely not too small. It's actually not that hard to find it. Right. Are my two old servants around? Qingxue, you make them both come out. There's a great use for them. After Chu Mo gave an explanation, Lu Qingxue waved her hand to the side. Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong immediately ran over, fawningly saluting. Master, the old slave is here. Chu Mo rolled his eyes without any good humor. Be serious. Others look good when they smile. You two look funny. I remember you two are good at formations, right? The two looked at each other and nodded. Aha! Although I, Mei Qianhua, do not have a high realm, my attainments in formations are not low. After all, I have been immersed in this path for many years. Master, are you thinking? With a relaxed face, Chu Mo snapped his fingers. What I mean is, while letting Qingxue and the others distract Wu Hao, I'll let you two sneak off to find out where the formation is, and then think of a way to break the formation to save the Jiaoqua and the soldiers. Without the hostages, you still have the restraints? I assume you two can do that? Hearing this, the duo swore and patted their chests. This is a good opportunity to get credit. How can they let it go? A formation set up by a mere desolate rank. As long as I'm given time, it's simply too easy for the old slave to find it. Master, feel free to rest assured. If it doesn't work out, the old slave is willing to pull upside down. Before the words could pass, they were interrupted by Chumo with a smile. You shut the hell up. Anyone who swears such a thing is a pussy. Alright, you two go and fix it, and when you get Wu Hao killed later, give me a live stream, I'll give you some pointers on how to fix him. After having a plan, Lu Qingxue and the others put away the sound transmission stone and came in front of Wu Hao. The group began to bargain with several country emperors, as well as that Wu Hao. Looking at the group of experts in front of him, Wu Hao, who was tied up with 5 flowers, always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. And taking advantage of this opening, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong quietly retreated behind the crowd and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 145, Lighting Heavenly Lanterns. Lu Qingxue, what's the point of you guys surrounding me and asking questions? Instead of delaying here, it would be better to release me. To tell you the truth, that Jiaoqua has already been abused by me to the point of serious injury, and if he doesn't get any more treatment, I'm afraid he won't last the rest of the day. Do not say, Jiaoqua, that rice bucket ability is not good, but the bones are quite hard. Even if I took the patella, and suffered all kinds of torture, did not surrender. This brainwashing is really powerful. After Wu Hao took the healing medicine, his body recovered quite a bit. Nowadays it's all about shaking your feet and speaking out to taunt the crowd. Holding a hostage in his hand, he was not the least bit panicked, not worried at all that he would be taken out, because he believed Lu Qingxue would never dare to risk the world and ignore those people to death. At those words, Lu Qingxue looked at the sky and smiled playfully. Who says it's useless to surround you with questions? No, the effect is seen. As soon as the words fell, 2 streams of light appeared in the sky, only to see Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong, carrying a bloodied and dying young man on their backs, descending from the sky. Seeing these 3 people, Wu Hao thumped inwardly. His face changed dramatically, and he roared in disbelief. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. How is that possible? How did you guys find him? I said, why are you guys surrounding me and asking questions? But it turns out, a delaying tactic. I really believed you guys. Upon seeing the young man behind Wei Chuankong, Wu Hao came to his senses. Your Majesty, this Xiaoqua has been saved. But, he's not doing too well at the moment. Not only has he lost both his legs, the flame of life is about to go out. The duo gave a quick report. After landing, Xiaoqua opened his eyes with difficulty. When he saw the Lu Qingxue in front of him, he pulled the corners of his mouth again as if he was relieved and struggled to get down from Wei Chuankong to kneel. The guilty official pays homage to his Majesty. This loyal look of Xiaoqua also moved the crowd beyond words. At first, they thought that Wu Hao was exaggerating, but they didn't expect what happened to Xiaoqua was even more serious than what he said. He has been tortured like this, but he is still holding on to his life and is unwilling to surrender. How many people in the world can compare to his loyalty to Xiaoqua? Don't move! Dr. Sai, cure the disease! Lu Qingxue hurriedly shouted and stopped the other party. Xiaoqua laughed. His body was at its limit due to the severity of his injuries and the fact that he had not been allowed to eat for many days, and he nearly fainted to death. Sidehua Tuo's quick eyes and hands. A handful of silver needles pulled out and quickly inserted into Xiaoqua's body, stabilizing his injuries. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue let out a slight sigh of relief. Her gaze chilled as she turned her head to look at Wu Hao. Tell me, how do you want to die? Facing the threat, Wu Hao's face changed, but thinking about his chips quickly calmed down again. Die? Ha ha ha. Although you saved Xiao Qua, you only saved him alone. Don't forget that there are still 50,000 people whose lives are pinched in my hands. I don't believe that you can save these 50,000 people. This formation of mine will never be found by anyone but me. Looking at Wu Hao's emboldened appearance, Lu Qingshue's face tightened and became a little less pleasant to look at. On the other side of the sound transmission stone, Chu Mo, who was watching the battle in real time, also frowned. Old Mei, you really didn't find the formation? Wei Chuankong and his duo looked ashamed. Master, the two of us have searched all over this neighborhood and really haven't seen any formations. What a hell! Even you two couldn't find out. Chu Mo was astonished for a while, just as the crowd was thinking. Xiao Qua, who had gotten a little better under Sai Hua Tuo's rescue treatment, suddenly coughed a few times. Ahem! Your Majesty, you don't need to look for those 50,000 people anymore. They've all already rebelled against the enemy and surrendered. And those 50,000 have put on the uniforms of the Union Army and are standing in the midst of the enemy's army. So there's no formation at all. And there's no way His Majesty could have found it. As soon as these words came out, Wu Hao changed color explosively, but he was quickly stabilized by him. Humph. You can try if I can make those 50,000 people bleed in an instant. Come on. Do it to me. Let those 50,000 people be buried with me. Do you dare? However, despite his efforts to control his expression, that momentary change was also discovered by Lu Qingxue and the others who were always watching him. With their eye power, how could they not know that Wu Hao was just pretending? The stone in Lu Qingxue's hand came from Chu Mo's teasing voice. That Zhao Qua, you say 50,000 troops surrendered? That's right. Dare I ask, who are you? Zhao Qua nodded weakly and looked at Chu Mo's tiny image, inwardly curious. To actually be able to talk directly to the Empress? And looking at the many fellow officers, it seemed as if they were quite respectful of this person. What exactly is the identity of the person who can make everyone do that? Chu Mo was still hesitating whether to confess his relationship with Lu Qingxue in front of everyone. Or do you choose to continue to play deaf and dumb and play along with your own mother-in-law? Instead, that Sheng Guanyan attached her ear to Zhao Qua and whispered loudly. That's Empress Chu. Be respectful, or His Majesty will chop off both your heads. Hiss. Empress? The guilty minister has met Empress Chu. I hope the Empress will not be offended if I am rude. Zhao Qua hurriedly saluted. Inwardly, he sighed. This good-looking not only has the use of force, but also can eat the softest soft rice. Genuinely envious. I just hate that I don't have this handsome face. Alas. Hearing the two of them say Empress on the left and Empress on the right, Lu Qingxue and the crowd couldn't help but laugh. For his part, Chu Mo's face was dark, and even through the sound transmission stone, he could feel that he was not in a very pretty mood. But to his own people he couldn't afford to have a fit, and that ghostly anger had to be vented on Wu Hao. Humph. How dare this girl use hostages to blackmail us? Where did he get the hostage? This is clearly 50,000 chaotic troops with weapons in their hands. So in my opinion, let's just do it. Using the enemy to threaten us. Isn't that hilarious? Once Chumo's icy voice came out, it was as if the crowd had received a holy decree, and they no longer cared. When the break is not constant, the opposite of the chaos, always looking forward and backward is easy to be led by the nose. Oh, hang him up and light the lanterns. Lu Qingxue waved her hand icily. Zhao Deju and the others then Jia laughed harshly and took out a pair of ropes to tie up Wu Hao once again, then threw them into the oil tank for immersion. Feeling the cold oil in the tank, and then looking at the several people's determination to kill, Wu Hao was shocked. How dare you guys? If you don't let me go, I'll let them die immediately. The crowd was indifferent, just using their internal force to push the oil cylinder in order to let Wu Hao's skin absorb more. Wu Hao's body, too, was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, propped up by the grease, like a balloon blowing up. Wu Hao couldn't stand this severe pain that tore through his body, and turned his head towards the Three Kingdoms Emperor with a frantic roar. How dare you torture me like this? Then let's die together. Kill them. Quickly kill those 50,000 descended soldiers from before for this holy sun. However, unexpectedly, those emperors who had previously looked up to him did not make any movements at this moment. Instead, the three emperors, with a few state masters and various generals, poofed down towards Lu Qingxue. Empress, we are not sincerely against you. It's all because of this Wu Hao. He's the one who utilized the identity of the sacred lord of the Zhouhua mountain to coerce us. And if we, as a small country in the district, don't go along with him, we'll have to be killed immediately. We are truly helpless. I still hope that the Empress will be clear and spare our lives. We are willing to surrender unconditionally as a subsidiary of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Seeing the three great emperors in such a posture, Wu Hao was infuriated and spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing out loud, "Wallflower! White-eyed wolves! You bunch of... It's a loss for me to honor you so much." Several emperors turned a deaf ear. All of them were old and experienced, naturally recognizing the facts. Even a behemoth like the Nine Huashan was taken care of by the forces behind Lu Qingxue, and even the second elder of the others lifted the clan as a slave. How are they going to fight the three little empires? Pile them up with millions of soldiers? Soldiers aren't stupid, they won't give their lives away. Lu Qingxue didn't reply. This was a good opportunity to unify the southern region. Where would she let these three people go? It's not dependency she wants. It's frontiers. State master, go and serve them several emperors well. When I deal with Wu Hao, I will come and deal with the empire. Li Chunfeng nodded and drew his longsword to look at the several people in a very threatening manner. Please? Several emperors' faces were bitter. How could they dare to resist this desolate order sword cultivator? They could only tie their own hands and follow to be guarded in the military formation. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue's gaze turned and moved to Wu Hao, and raised the sound transmission stone high so that Chu Mo could pronounce judgment on him. Facing death, Wu Hao's face was incredibly pale, and his entire body trembled in fear. What are you doing to me? No! Chu Mo grinned and waved at Huaxiyu. Blossom, this is also soaked up with grease. Go ahead and light him up. Chumham was never merciful to his love rivals. After saying that, Huaxiyu struck out with an internal force, sending the earth-colored Wu Hao flying, and tied it to the big banner. Huaxiyu flexed her fingers and a beam of firelight landed on Wu Hao. That Wu Hao, who had been soaked in grease to the point that his entire body was fat, was instantly set ablaze and let out a mournful and agonizing cry. Seeing Wu Hao in such a miserable state, the crowd shuddered. Chapter 146, Map of the Central Region. Linger runs away again. As Wu Hao was hung up to light the sky lantern, the battlefield was quiet, and only the heartbreaking screams could be heard. Aha! Spare me! Spare me! I'll do anything you guys want me to do. Don't burn it! Even the hairs are burning. Flames flared up from the soles of the feet, and Wu Hao, soaked in grease, became flammable. In the face of Wu Hao's plea for mercy, the crowd's faces were calm, not moved in the slightest. If this bastard hadn't started the war, would so many warriors have died? Seeing that it was useless to beg for mercy, Wu Hao's heart was like ashes, and he could only watch his body gradually turn into ashes from the bottom up, and he suffered intense pain, due to the excessive amount of grease in his body, coupled with the tenacious vitality of the desolate order. He was burned hard for 4 or 5 bells before he completely lost consciousness. The flames gradually went out, a gust of wind blew by, and Wu Hao's ashes were scattered with the wind. The crowd was also relieved, but the hearts of the 3 emperors and those millions of soldiers were raised. Wu Hao is finished. Is it their turn now? For those who put down their weapons, I can promise to spare you from death. Lu Qingxue, dressed in battle armor, flew to midair and shouted towards the million-strong army. The internal power wrapped around the voice and carried it out a long way. She was not so bad as to get angry with these bottom soldiers. After all, after taking the 3 kingdoms, these soldiers would all be hers. Upon hearing this, the soldiers didn't have any hesitation, clanging and dropping the weapons in their hands. All of them, even the country's emperors, had been invited by others to be their guests. So they, the little shrimps, still insisted on a hammer? Who in the military wants to fight? It's not even a last resort to go into battle. With a start, it took less than 5 minutes for the million-strong army to surrender. At the order of the Ice Spirit Kingdom's headquarters, these descended soldiers will be centralized and guarded, along with the Earth Spirit Kingdom's allied forces. Don't make a mess, otherwise, I'll only ask you group of generals. With a wave of her blue longsword, Lu Qingxue gave orders to those generals behind her. The crowd respectfully arched their hands. The last general will follow your orders. Xu Zhengso's figure flashed, and with a number of soldiers and generals, he began to build a centralized camp to manage the surrendered soldiers. Chu Linger was also overjoyed and wandered above the battlefield, subtly absorbing those remnants of blood qi. Seeing that the matter had come to a close, the Emperor of the Earth Spirit Kingdom, Dustless, also flew over. After a few seconds of hesitation, the father and son sighed and made an unexpected internal decision. Niece, this gold, fire, and wood kingdom has already been returned to your Ice Spirit Kingdom. Then uncle, this Earth Spirit Kingdom, why don't we give it to you all together? Lu Qingxue raised her eyebrows in surprise. Why did Uncle Dust say that? Seemingly seeing the other party's concern, Lu Qingxue's expression slowed down and continued. Your Earth Spirit Kingdom is still the Earth Spirit Kingdom. With the relationship and affection between our 2 countries, you can rest assured. Previously, when the 3 kingdoms pressed in, the Earth Spirit Kingdom had to join forces with the Ice Spirit Kingdom, but now the crisis had been removed, and the Ice Spirit Kingdom was dominant. so it was normal for Dustless to be worried. However, Dustless shook his head and glared at his son with hatred. The unification of the southern region is also a general trend. And uncle is getting old and doesn't want to work like this anymore. What about Crown Prince Dusty Fei? He doesn't seek advancement and only swings for the fences. It would be a waste to give him the empire in the future. On the other hand, my niece is a great talent, and she is a strict and benevolent ruler, so the people and everything else will live well. It's best to leave it to you. Dusty Fei smiled sarcastically. Compared to ruling the country, he preferred hooking up and listening to music. What's the point of being an emperor? For the sake of enjoyment? So, why try when he can just take the easy way out and swing for the fences? Lu Qingxue looked deeply at the father and son. So what does Uncle Dusty plan to do in the future? What about us? We'll just be idle princes or something. The emperor is not as comfortable as a prince. Less work, more money, closer to home, and a lot of peace and quiet. Dustless flung his large sleeves and laughed in relief. That's right. Dad, you finally said something human. Swinging is the truth. Dusty Fei's eyes lit up and he gave Dusty Wushu a thumbs up. All that was welcomed was a beating. Lu Qingxue nodded slightly and did not push back anymore. Alright then. In the future, when the Earth Spirit Kingdom becomes the Ice Spirit Kingdom's feudal state, Uncle Dust will be the king. As you know, I don't have a lot of wise men under me, so I'll have to ask Uncle to take more care of the important matters within the feudal state. Dustless froze, then instantly understood the meaning of the other party's words. Where was this no talent management? It was clearly a disguised attempt to delegate power to him. Dustless, without destroying the relationship between the two families. Good. Then I will take charge of it for the time being. Your Majesty, don't worry. The day you find a virtuous person to take over the government, I will immediately give up my power. Lu Qingxue nodded and looked at each other with Dustless, smiling heartily. Seeing that the two of them laughed, the group of civil and military generals also laughed, and the atmosphere was cordial for a while. After negotiating, the civil and military generals of the Ice Spirit Kingdom held their heads high and went to deal with the turf together with Dustless, and Lu Qingxue also idly said to Chumo's small silhouette, softly, husband, when I'm done with this side of things and have thoroughly integrated and gathered power in the several empires, I'll come back to you with mountains of delicacies. In the sound transmission stone, Chumo's cheerful laughter was heard. Good. I've been busy lately too. I just formed a clan and still have to plan. Next time you come, bring more artisans and stuff. I'll have great use for them. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue came to be interested. A clan? You actually created a clan after not seeing it for a few days? Seeing this, Hua Shiyu, who was on the side, made a salute and explained everything that had happened all over again. Your Majesty, the master has consolidated several forces of the Jiuhua sect and rebuilt a leaning sect. Now that His Majesty has unified the southern region and has the master behind him as a backer, this western region and the southern region can be said to be under control. At those words, Lu Qingxue's expression perked up. It was important to realize that a few months ago, she was still worried beyond belief because of a soul suppression sect, but nowadays, it is already sitting on the western and southern regions. It's so true that things happen, and happiness comes so suddenly. All of this was because of the man on the opposite side of the sound transmission stone. Without him, where would the glory come from? Husband, then you get busy first. Remember not to womanize, or else. Trummer's neck craned and he snapped and laughed. Under Lu Qingxue's threat, the husband and wife closed the sound transmission stone connection. For some time afterward, Lu Qingxue was dividing up the group of ministers and rewarding those diehard and veteran ministers profusely. Based on the principle of killing one group and pulling one group, several empires were quickly reorganized by her. Even more so, a new empire was formed, the Kingdom of Leaning. As for Lu Qingxue herself, she had also managed to break through from the late stage of the Desolate Order to the mid stage of the Hong Order because of that huge imperial qi she had obtained from collecting the 5 countries. As Guanzhong took the files of the new empire's founding to the law enforcement hall of the continent to keep the files, Shu Linger was also tired of staying in the imperial city, that lively and active personality. Even the good life of the imperial palace failed to lock her up. Mother! Linger misses daddy. I want to go home. Inside the palace, Shu Linger was wearing a small skirt and lovingly hugging Lu Qingxue's arm to be pampered. Lu Qingxue put down the official business in her hands and smiled lovingly. Good. Mother will have Prince Zhao and the others send you there. Walk the air transportation faster. Zhao Daiju and the others, also in these days, became princes of the Leaning Mountain Kingdom and joined the Leaning Mountain sect as generation elders. Shu Linger's face was startled, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No, people don't want to go through the spatial tunnel. I want to fly there by myself. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue's eyebrows furrowed. Flying by yourself? It's not safe, is it? Hi, what's so unsafe about it? There's daddy to cover it. Besides, nowadays this southern region is all our families, And Linger is a desolate rank powerhouse. Who dares to bully me? Mother, don't worry about it. It's not like I don't know the way. Just think of it as going out and having fun. Chu Linger's eyes rolled and she immediately found a reason. Lu Qingxue weighed the situation for a few seconds before nodding. That's right, Linger is also an expert now. So you can go. Remember to bring enough coins and don't starve on the way. Here's the key to the treasury. Get as much pocket money as you want. Lu Qingxue handed over a set of keys. Chu Linger's eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon as she joyfully took it. Thank you, Mother. It's just the right time to buy some gifts for Father to bring home. Then Linger will leave first. I'll have someone send the key back later. Chu Linger took the key and jumped out with joyful steps. Lu Qingxue shook her head and lost her smile. This girl, really lively and active. After sighing, Lu Qingxue went back to work. But she didn't know that after Chu Linger left the palace with a large amount of pocket money, she fished out a copy from her bosom. Extorted from Hua Shiyu. Map of the Middle Kingdom. Looking at the map, Chu Linger smiled wryly. He, Father and Mother. Linger won't be watching you guys show your love. I'm going to venture into the world, so that the entire continent will also be left with the legend of my Linger Fairy. Chapter 147, Ghost Town. Holding the map of the central region in her hand, Chu Linger started a journey that she said she would take. As she traveled along the way, she would step in to rob the rich and give to the poor when she came across rich kids who bullied ordinary people. When he came across a poor family, he would also take out some of his pocket money and use it to help the suffering people. The days were comfortable. Time passed day by day, and Chu Linger had already arrived at the northern part of the southern domain, passing through the wide and dangerous Spectre Mountain Range and the Weak Water River, and then she would be able to arrive at the middle domain, the most prosperous area of the Martial Dao. It was on the 5th day of Chu Linger's departure from home that the couple, Chu Mo, discovered the anomaly during a phone call. Husband, have you missed me in the past few days? Didn't hook up with any other women, did you? Just a few more days and I'll be able to decentralize here. Chu Mo was wearing a helmet and was directing the disciples to build the sex square at the hilltop. Look, I'm mixing construction sites. How can I have time to hook up with a young lady? That's good. Oh yeah, almost forgot about Linger girl. Has she arrived home yet? She took a third of my treasury's money and said she'd come home to honor you. So I figured she should be almost there, right? While Lu Qingxue was getting tired of Chu Mo, she suddenly remembered that she still had a daughter, so she asked a question. When these words came out, Chu Mo immediately froze. Linger is back? But I didn't see it. Let me ask her where she's gotten to. Send someone to pick her up. Chu Mo, who had become the patriarch, had successfully learned to command his disciples. Commanding them is not only not a guilty pleasure inside, but even feels a little good. No wonder so many people grabbed their heads to become big officials. And since he couldn't go out himself, it was really convenient to have disciples to help with the work. Nowadays, the neighborhood of Recess Mountain is already in control of his Reliance Mountain sect, and he is the first to know about the slightest wind in grass. Chu Mo fished out another sound transmission stone from his bosom. With Sima Changfeng, a great grudge into the sect, that precious sound transmission stone had also become less precious. Good girl, where have you gone now? Chumo sent the call to the sound transmission stone, only to be prompted. The other party has declined to speak to you. Chu Mo frowned and disbelievingly sent several requests again, but they were all rejected one by one. Even at the end, the transmitting stone gave a hint that the other party had blacked you out and made a face at you. Chumo's face turned completely black, his forehead veins popping. The air shakes cold. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingxue, who was far away from the capital, froze. Husband, what's the situation? Chu Mo said with a sullen face. That girl blacked me out. Lu Qingxue's face changed slightly. This stinky girl, if I had known I wouldn't have let her come back alone. Her heart is too wild. After cursing a few times, Lu Qingxue couldn't help but worry inwardly again. After all, Chu Linger was only 8 or 9 years old. Will Spirit be in danger? The danger is not there. Forget about this rebellious daughter. When she is wild enough she will come back. At that time, see how I can clean her up. I must let her know what is called father's thick love. And how wild can she go? Besides turning around in the southern domain, can she run to the central domain? She doesn't even have a map. She can't even find her way. Chu Mo wasn't very worried either. With the system in hand he was able to grasp Chu Linger's well-being in real time. Moreover, the western region was Sima Changfeng's territory. The eastern region was Cao Cao's and the other's territory. And the southern region was again his own territory. Where can't my daughter go? The most dangerous central domain. And the difficult to cross the Spectre Mountain blocking the way. The little girl simply couldn't get through. After weighing and thinking for a while, Chu Mo also felt relieved. Seeing that Chu Mo wasn't worried anymore, Lu Qingxue naturally felt relieved. That's right, the continent is so wide. Where would she go without a map? I'll send someone to look for it first. You go ahead. After Lu Qingxue gave an explanation, she hung up the sound transmission stone. Turning back, he was just about to issue an order when he realized that Hua Shiyu's eyes were evasive and she was retreating backward with light footsteps. Not feeling well? Or do you think what I say doesn't make sense? Hua Shiyu smiled sarcastically. Ah yes. Your Majesty is right about everything. Your Highness should be without a map. Aha! Lu Qingxue frowned, waved her hand slightly and did not care, just assuming that the other party was facing herself as the main mother and had a constrained heart. It's alright, you are also counted as one of your own. Feel free, even if you make any mistakes I will not blame you. Go about your business and inform the officials below to report up if they find the little princess. Hua Shiyu arched her hand and retreated, standing outside the palace, looking out in the direction of the central region. Hua Shiyu couldn't help but feel emotional. Little Linger, don't screw your sister over. If it wasn't for you mesmerizing me with your beautiful sister's voice, why would I give you the map? Alas! In the northern part of the southern domain, there was a huge mountain range called the Spectre Mountain. It was a necessary route to cross from the southern domain to the central domain, and the mountains were full of crises. Not only was it filled with all kinds of miasma, there were also quite a few powerful demonic beasts living in the mountains. In the depths of the mountain range, there was no lack of demonic beasts that had reached the desolate rank. What made people feel most dangerous, however, was not the miasma nor the demonic beasts, but rather, the most complicated people. Beneath the mountains, there is a border town. This town is called Ghost Town. It is the place where many cultivators converge, and it can be called the most chaotic place in the southern region, in which fish and dragons are mixed together, and it is very lively. Clan disciples, criminals, murderers, and cultists were all mixed in, for no other reason than to pick up some treasures in the Spectral Mountain, which is full of infinite opportunities. In Spectre Town, in the largest tavern, Chu Linger smiled as she put away the voice transmission stone. It's so hard to run here, and Daddy actually wants to get me back? What a beautiful thought. It's so much fun here. I realized when I came here that the people are just so wonderful, all talented and well-spoken. I super love it here. Opposite Chu Linger, sitting there were two middle-aged women, both of whom had reached the heavenly stage level. This kind of strength, even if it was placed in Spectre Town, it was considered to be in the upper middle class. What's the matter, little spirit? Why don't you answer when your family speaks to you? One of them, a mature woman named Naeung, asked with concern. It was close to having "I'm a good person" written in big letters on his face, and her companion's gazes were on Chu Linger's sword, and the two sound transmission stones in her hand. Chu Linger raised her head and waved her hand lightly, grabbing the candy cane in her hand again and licking it. Daddy just wants to take me back to school. I don't want miles. It's so nice here. Not only is there lots of fun and good food, but there are also nice people like Auntie Naeung. When Chu Linger had just stepped into Spectre Town, she was stared at by a fierce man. It was the two women in front of her who had stepped in to fight off the man and offered to bring her to dinner. And so, there was the scene before us. The two women laughed. Oh, this is a very dangerous place. If we hadn't saved you just now, you would have already been captured by that bearded man from before. He's a notorious lecher in our area, picking on little girls like you. The little girls who die at his hands every year could circle the town of ghosts 3 times. But don't worry. Follow the two of us. We'll naturally protect you. Chu Linger was chewing on a sugar gourd in her mouth and innocently nodded her head, looking as innocent as she could be. In fact, if you look closely, you will find that deep in her eyes, there is cunning and treachery. Looking at Chu Linger's touched look, the two women smiled heartily. Linger, your daddy is very powerful, isn't he? Can you tell Auntie your father's name? Perhaps it's not certain that we know your father. My father is very powerful. He's number 1 in the world. The name can't be told to you guys. As for Daddy's clan, it seems to be called the Leaning Mountain Sect. Chu Linger didn't hide it and ate her food in small bites. Very educated. At those words, the two women looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. The Reliance Sect? How come I've never heard of it? Auntie, of course you guys haven't heard of it. It was just established a few days ago. The clan hasn't even been built yet. The two women were instantly relieved. Just established? No wonder I haven't heard of it. That's obviously not a big sect. The two women had a number in their hearts. As for what Chu Linger said, her father was number 1 in the world. It was naturally ignored by the two. Thinking of this, the softness and disguise in the eyes of the two women was instantly removed and replaced with a fierce light. At that moment, the tavern's second in command walked up with a plate of food. Putting the dishes down, he looked at the familiar faces of the two women, and then looked at Chu Linger's innocent and lovely appearance. Xiao Er couldn't help but whisper towards Chu Linger, "Little girl, after you finish eating, go back to your parents earlier. It's dangerous to be here alone." Trust less people when you go out. And don't go home with others when it's dark. It's dangerous. Especially. Before the words were finished, Nayoung and Knife Girl slapped the table and glared angrily at the shopkeeper. Get out of here when you're done serving. Didn't the shopkeeper tell you to mind what the guests are doing? The store assistant's head shrunk, grabbing the food tray and rushing away, obviously somewhat afraid of the two women, and sighing as he walked. A good girl. Gone again, 48 this month already, right? Chapter 148, This girl is new. Junior left with the tray and started whispering with the other boys. Only the eyes still looked towards Chu Linger's side from time to time, filled with regret. Seeing the nosy Junior leave, Nayoung and Blade Girl let out a low curse. Nosy. After cursing, his face was replaced with a warm smile. How is it? Is little spirit full? Go home with Auntie when you're full. It's too dangerous here. Auntie's house not only has a big soft bed, but also all kinds of delicious snacks. The two women's eyes flickered for a while as they followed Chu Linger's instructions. An 8-year-old naive little girl, wearing a gorgeous outfit, and holding out a sound transmission stone and a sword that looked just as powerful. Isn't this a proper mobile treasure trove? That whatsoever reliance sect was also pressed into the eyes of the two women. In a chaotic place like Spectre Town, killing people for treasure, and how can anyone know about it? Unless that kind of super clan can control a domain in one clan. However, from what Chu Linger said from her mouth, that the Leaning Mountain sect was only a new sect, the two women immediately dispelled their worries and bared their fangs. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here to make a move, they wouldn't even bother with disguises. However, the duo's urging didn't have much effect, as Chu Linger was still eating her food slowly and methodically. Auntie, why is that Junior looking at you guys like he's scared? Chu Linger asked, her eyes darting around, not knowing what was going on in her head. Nayoung frowned, a little impatient inside, but looking around at the other diners eyeing it, he opened his mouth to explain. He's doing it out of the goodness of his heart, I guess, because it's really dangerous here, but with Auntie here, you're safer than anyone else. Linger, the two of us are putting up a good fight here. And we love cute little kids like you the most. The explanation was finished with a threatening eye, scanning the other diners in the neighborhood for a warning. Humph, what are you looking at? This is my niece. Whoever dares to take a shot at her, you weigh it up. The diners hurriedly buried their heads in their food and didn't dare to make any more mistakes. Obviously Nayoung has some deterrent power in this neighborhood. Chu Linger had a face of adoration. Auntie is really powerful, but Linger hasn't eaten enough. Can she wait until she's full? By the way, earlier, Auntie said that in order to go to the central region, one must go over this mountain and cross the Weak Water River again. Is there no other way to go? Why is it that we only see people going over here, but no one coming from the Middle Kingdom? With Chu Linger's resourcefulness, how could she not know that these two women had ulterior motives for her? But she didn't worry about it at all. She was a little master herself, and with her father behind her at all times to take care of her, she wasn't panicking wherever she went. The two women looked at each other and forced their impatience, squeezing out a smile to explain for them. This has to start from the strength of the two domains. Our southern domain is known as barbarians because of its barrenness and too few cultivation blessings, and the people here are called barbarians. And who would have nothing to do but run to the southern domain? And the central domain side of the cave and blessed land and aura resources are not the southern domain can be compared to the southern domain, and the gap between the strength of the southern domain is too big. They're not a popular sect. Run to the southern domain can sweep the four directions. Chu Linger nodded thoughtfully. Then why don't those at the bottom of the central domain, those who are not doing as well as they would like, come to the southern domain to start a sect? The two women raised their heads and opened their mouths again to explain. This, we have also heard the legends. Rumor has it that thousands of years ago, those peak bigwigs of the law enforcement hall, in order to maintain stability and harmony between the various domains of the continent, in order to prevent the middle domain martial artists from coming over to carry out a descending strike, then they combined their efforts to move a large mountain range over, and captured many demonic beasts to raise in it, as a way to block the martial artists from moving forward. And this mountain is the Spectre Mountain next to the town. If you want to go to the central domain, you need to go over the mountains and cross the river, and the same is needed to come back from the central domain. Anyone whose strength is less than the Hong rank can't guarantee that they'll be able to safely get through the Weak Water River and the Spectral Soul Mountain. And those whose strength reaches the Hong rank, even in the central domain, are respected party powerhouses. People go high, and who would have nothing to do but run to the southern domain specifically to do evil? As the two women spoke, Chu Linger recorded with a sound transmission stone. This was the knowledge she had gained from her experience, and she would have to go back later and give it to her old man who never left the front door to hear it. It's also good to let him know that I, Linger Fairy, have also traveled south and gone north. As far as I know, one can fly in the void when they reach the heavenly rank. so it shouldn't be difficult for these ones who want to go to the central region to fly over this mountain, right? Chu Linger raised her head in confusion and asked. The two women let out a long sigh, their faces somewhat unsightly, and with a bitter smile, they pointed to the sky above the spectral Soul Mountain. Chu Linger followed the direction of her finger and saw that there seemed to be an invisible film of light in the sky. There wasn't even a bird inside this film of light. In this mountain range, a no-fly boundary has been set up. Even Zeus levels can't fly here. The only way to get past it is to take one step at a time and cross it on foot from here. Over these thousands of years, there have been countless martial artists who wanted to leave the southern barbarian land to head to the dinosaur central region, but 99% of them died halfway, either being eaten by demonic beasts or being killed by fellow martial artists who took the opportunity to kill them. So there were quite a few treasures in the mountain, and it was because of these leftover treasures that many martial artists were attracted to crowd inside, and Spectre Town came into being. The two women shook their heads and looked at the dead silent Spectre Mountain, both with helplessness and awe in their eyes. They had once been spirited enough to want to leave the southern region and get rid of the barbarian name, but in the end, it stops there, and eventually takes root in the town of Spectre, doing the deed of cannibalism. I have to say, the way to make money is written in the penal code. Man-eating man. It was really faster than cultivating one step at a time. In just 100 years, the two women had already reached the heavenly stage and had some of their own class. Chu Linger had memorized all that the two women had said in her heart. No wonder I didn't see anyone flying. I see. What about the weak water river? What's going on? Weak water? We can't even cross the mountain range. We've never seen weak water. We've only heard that you can't swim or fly over there. However, there are specific ships that can. But there are slots available every month. And except for those above the Hong rank who can offer free slots, everyone else has to participate in the trials themselves to win a slot. This trial pass rate, less than 1 in 10,000. The difficulty can be imagined. Alright, you're a little girl who knows so much. It won't do you any good. Seeing Chu Linger endlessly keep asking, the two women also completely lost their patience. Hurriedly waving his hand, he greeted the junior over to collect the plates. Knife's sister, on the other hand, took Chu Linger by the hand and led her outside. Chu Linger skimmed her mouth, reached out and grabbed a piece of pork elbow, and didn't resist, letting them pull her away. Auntie, where are we going now? Ho ho ho, take you to a very happy place. Without saying anything, the two women led Chu Linger to turn left and right and arrived in a forest outside the town. The two women looked around and saw that no one was around before they stretched out their hands and continuously pinched their seals. In an instant, an old mansion appeared in front of Chu Linger. At the entrance to the mansion stood a fierce man, still wearing a mask covering half of his face. Seeing the appearance of the two Neung sword girls, the man immediately greeted them and asked with a frown, "Is this the prey you seek today? Why is there only one? I've found 3 of them. You know, if I don't find enough, when the time comes, I won't be able to deliver." The two women waved their hands and pulled Chu Linger to step into the mansion. With a great wave of his hand, the mansion was hidden from these woods. What's the point of panicking? This one is of such high quality that one can stand up to many. And, she's carrying heavy treasures. There are 2 sound transmission stones alone. What? 2 sound transmission stones? Hiss. At these words, the man became ecstatic. Soon, however, the brow furrowed again, and there were a few moments of worry on his face. Have you investigated the background clearly? It's not simple for a little girl to take out such a heavy treasure. Don't kick the can down the road. You know, in our business, stability is the most important thing. The two women waved their hands in disbelief. You're still not assured of our work? Now that the tribute is almost ready, go get ready and start our next step. The man nodded and turned away. And Chu Linger also took advantage of the time when several people were talking to survey the mansion's surroundings. This old mansion gave people a dark, dilapidated feeling, and there was a strong aura of blood and resentment that condensed and did not dissipate. It makes goosebumps come out uncontrollably when you look at it. Chu Linger's eyes narrowed, and she, who was incomparably sensitive to blood chi, instantly knew that this place was not simple. Where are you taking me? Aunties? Didn't you tell me to go to a happy place? But I'm so scared. Chu Linger pretended to be shivering. The two women completely removed their disguises and with a sardonic grin, they lifted her up by one hand and walked her towards the basement. Still want to be happy? Oh, wait for us to set it up. Chu Linger was thrown into the basement, and the stone door gradually closed. Upon seeing the scene inside the basement, the fear on Chu Linger's face was put away, and in its place, there was violent anger.